Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully crossing over and awakening the Guardian system. Who is speaking? Xiaoyu woke up in confusion and looked around. He found himself sitting at a bar counter, leaning on the table. The booming music, the wild crowd, enchanting women, reckless men, clinking glasses, uncontrollable laughter, and the mixed aroma of smoke and alcohol filled the air. They all contributed to a chaotic atmosphere of excitement, temptation, and intoxication. How'd I end up in a nightclub? Xiaoyu was bewildered, completely unprepared, and still trying to grasp the situation. Then, something happened that made him question his life even more. Suddenly, endless memories surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing into Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu, 22 years old, born in a coastal city, entered the National Police University at 18, graduated 3 months ago, successfully passed the recruitment exam, completed new officer training, and was assigned to the criminal investigation team of the Chuyang branch in the capital. Becoming a trainee police officer the day after tomorrow would be his official reporting day as a police officer. I've crossed over. Coming back to his senses, Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. The new memories flooding his mind told him that not only had he crossed into a world similar to Earth, but he had also arrived in a country called Longhua. I didn't expect to cross over and still be unable to escape the fate of becoming a police officer. Xiaoyu sighed. In his previous life, he was also a criminal investigator. He graduated from the same police academy and started as a trainee police officer. However, becoming a police officer in his previous life was not his own choice. It was chosen for him by his parents, who were also police officers. The whole family consisted of public security personnel. A proper police family. Why am I in a nightclub? Xiaoyu frowned and looked around. He spotted 2 familiar figures on the dance floor as classmates from this life. People's fates are different. It's not that everyone graduates from the police academy can become a police officer. After working hard, one realizes that the chasm of fate is insurmountable. Today was the last gathering with 2 classmates he was relatively close to. Tomorrow, everyone would go their separate ways. Xiaoyu pondered a question. Who was just speaking in his mind? It seemed to be responding to him, and the strange voice echoed again. Ding! The Guardian System task activation successful. System task. Extreme protection task duration. 1-day task reward. Combat expert. Reward hint. When the system task appears, system abilities will provide rewards to the host in advance. Task hint. Please head to the side of Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, who are about to be kidnapped. Protect the 2 women until all kidnappers are captured. There will be a system task completion prompt. Task rules. If the host successfully completes the task, the system rewards will be permanently retained. If the host fails the task, the system will retract the rewards, and the Guardian system will be permanently shut down. Please complete the task within the specified time limit as soon as possible. Task countdown begins. Xiaoyu was stunned. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. A system? Unexpectedly, just after crossing over, he found himself with a system. Suddenly, strange things began to happen again. Countless memories, information, technique, and essentials related to combat flooded into Xiaoyu's body like a torrential flood. In an instant, his mind, body, marrow, and cells were all imprinted with numerous marks about combat. These imprints included various fighting styles such as martial arts, sanda, Muay Thai, battle dance, wrestling, karate, taekwondo, and mixed martial arts, among countless others. Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. In the blink of an eye, the system transformed him from an ordinary person into a terrifying entity proficient in numerous combat styles. He never expected that the system he awakened would be so formidable. To use a term from online literature, it was simply terrifying indeed. At the same time, Xiaoyu had yet to realize that his aura had been completely transformed by the abilities granted by the system. He exuded a force that ordinary people could hardly perceive, a suppressed energy on the verge of exploding. This aura carried a dangerous vibe, evoking an instinctive fear that made others hesitant to approach. It was as if Xiaoyu at this moment was no longer just a human. He had transformed into a weapon, a humanoid weapon. In the next second, he shook his head. In an instant, all the shock and agitation disappeared without a trace. Yet the memories of combat in his mind and the imprints on his body still existed in reality. Xiaoyu let out a deep breath. So what should he do next? System tasks. Having lived 2 lives with memories from both, and both being police officers, Both had graduated from police academies with strong theoretical knowledge and rich practical experience. Through the system's prompts and task requirements, he quickly analyzed his current situation. The system tasks had to be completed. If not, not only would the system's abilities be revoked, but would also be permanently shut down. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was not someone who excelled in eloquence. Otherwise, he might have expressed his displeasure towards the system in a rather colorful manner. For example, "Mother, is it not your daughter's displeasure?" Setting aside all negative emotions, Xiaoyu took a deep breath. He forced himself to calm his mind. Only a calm mind could provide clear thoughts. In the end, he could achieve rigorous reasoning. System task: extreme protection. The targets of protection: Yi Qiu-chan, Hua Qingwu. Xiaoyu blinked. These two names were clearly feminine. However, that wasn't the key point. The key was kidnapping. A sharp light flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. Whether in his past life or this one, as a police officer, his mission was to confront all crimes, combat crime, and prevent crime. Even without a system task, despite having crossed over, the values he established in his previous life still stood firm. When encountering a suspected kidnapping case, he would act without hesitation. Since he wore the police uniform, he had to uphold justice. Otherwise, what was the point of being a police officer? Through analysis, a question surfaced in Xiaoyu's mind. Where are Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu now? The system only gave two names for him to protect. He doesn't know them, and there's no photo. So how can he find them? Suddenly, "Qiu-chan, over here." A voice, slightly coy yet charming, rang out not far away. "Qiu-chan?" Xiaoyu's heart trembled, and he turned to look at the round table on the left side of the bar. About 3 meters away sat a girl. Calling her a girl might not be entirely accurate. She should be referred to as a stunning beauty. Chapter 2. Sorry to interrupt. Xiaoyu stared blankly at the beauty before him. She was stunning yet refined, alluring without being seductive. With a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, not only was she enchanting, but she also exuded charm and tenderness. If one had to use precise words to describe her, she was as delicate as a flower and as graceful as a lotus. She was a breathtaking beauty, and at this moment, her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with joy as she waved towards the entrance of the bar. Unconsciously, Xiaoyu turned to look in the direction the woman was waving at. A woman dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an office lady vibe, approached with elegant steps. Upon seeing this woman, Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned again. This woman in formal wear was also a beauty, the kind that could be described as breathtaking in ancient times. However, this beauty gave off a cool, ethereal vibe. Her features were exquisite, flawless in every aspect, with skin as smooth as jade and a figure that was both graceful and noble. She radiated a queenly aura, which brought an indescribable sense of pressure upon Xiaoyu. "Qiu-chan, Yi Qiu-chan, is it really her?" Xiaoyu regained his composure and looked at the other charming beauty. "She must be Hua Qingwu, right?" Sure enough, the woman in formal wear smiled and said, "Qingwu, you arrived quite early." Her voice, while still soft and feminine, had lost some of its earlier aloofness, giving Xiaoyu the impression that the Ice Queen had come to life. "Of course, I've been waiting for you for a while." Hua Qingwu playfully shot a glance at her friend. "It's my first time at a place like this." Yi Qiu-chan's tone was cool as she sat beside her friend. Who would have thought that Zhou Lingling would choose this place for a gathering? Hua Qingwu puffed her cheeks and squinted her charming eyes. "We're all old classmates. It's rare for her to come to the capital, and we only visit a bar occasionally, so it's no big deal." As the two women chatted while waiting for others, Xiaoyu withdrew his gaze. Feeling a bit of a headache, the system task required him to protect them. Since it was protection, the best way was to stay close to the two of them. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, look at those two ladies." Two figures sat down beside Xiaoyu. One was slender, the other tall, both of average looks. And they were his classmates. The tall one, named Guochang, spoke with his eyes gleaming as he looked at Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu not far away. "Women of that caliber are not someone we can approach." The slender classmate, Lu Shuyong, chimed in, "You can tell they are older than us. Especially with that kind of temperament. They must be wealthy or noble and definitely wouldn't look at us." "True, they wouldn't be interested in us," Guochang scoffed, glancing at Xiaoyu. "But Xiaoyu is different." Indeed, Xiaoyu is different. Standing at 185 meters, he had a handsome face and a tall, upright posture that made him feel as refreshing as a spring breeze. Not to mention his model-like physique. Just his strikingly handsome face was enough to make countless women infatuated. No doubt about it. Lu Shuyong looked at Xiaoyu with a strange expression and said, "Old buddy, with your looks, Why bother being a police officer? Why not just enjoy life as a handsome man? Get lost, get lost. Xiao Yu laughed and scolded. I have my dignity. I can't just say, Annie, I don't want to work hard, huh? Lu Shuyang and Guo Chang burst into laughter. However, Xiao Yu grinned and thought, with such beautiful girls around, wouldn't it be reasonable to flirt a bit? He was worried about not having an excuse to approach them. He planned to pretend to chat, find a way to get closer, and stay nearby to protect them. Perfect. But the laughter suddenly stopped. The two old classmates stared at Xiao Yu in shock, as if he had just publicly embarrassed himself. In their minds, despite Xiao Yu's outstanding appearance and tall stature, he had always been more introverted, rarely speaking, and certainly not making flirtatious remarks. The Xiao Yu before them seemed like a completely different person. Not wanting to explain, Xiao Yu stood up and walked towards the two girls. The urgency was to get to them quickly, as a kidnapping could happen at any moment. When he reached them, he pondered how to start a conversation. To his dismay, he realized that in 2 lifetimes, he seemed to have always been single. In his previous life as a police officer, he was too busy solving cases and hadn't married by age 34. The same was true in this life. Having just graduated from the police academy, the scarcity of girls there was well known, so he remained single. He had no experience in flirting with girls. As he approached, Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, who had been chatting, looked at Xiao Yu with slight surprise. The young man in front of them was unusually handsome. It's important to note that handsome is often used to describe women, so one can imagine how striking Xiao Yu's looks were. However, to the two girls, he seemed more like a big boy, and they weren't even sure if he had graduated from college. In their eyes, a boy his age was just a puppy. Hua Qingwu blinked and smiled brightly, while Yi Qiu-chan looked on with interest, waiting for him to speak. Good evening, ladies, Xiao Yu said casually, pulling out his phone. If you scan this code to add me on WeChat, you can get 2 complimentary snacks and drinks from this establishment. Interested? The two girls exchanged glances, their expressions puzzled. They initially thought Xiao Yu was there to flirt, but it turned out he was from the bar. However, something felt off. They looked at Xiao Yu's attire, which didn't seem like that of a bar staff member. Your pickup line is quite creative, Hua Qingwu remarked, raising an eyebrow. Are you saying that once we add you on WeChat, you'll have an excuse to buy us a drink? Oh no, you've seen through me. Xiao Yu quickly thought on his feet. No, I'm not here to flirt. Not flirting? Yi Qiu-chan, intrigued, looked at him with sparkling eyes. I came to. Xiao Yuyun was calm and composed, wanting to ask if you're getting married? Hua Qingwu. Yi Qiu-chan. Xiao Yu's unexpected approach caught them off guard. Isn't the way to flirt nowadays so bold? Straight to the point, getting married directly? Surprised, unexpected. Xiao Yu smiled broadly. Little did he know, Hua Qingwu, coming back to her senses, bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Sure. Xiao Yu. Sister, why aren't you following the usual script? Are you still hanging out in nightclubs? Why are you silent now? Hua Qingwu playfully tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a shallow dimple. Sorry to interrupt. Xiao Yu felt like crying without tears. Uffed. The two girls burst into laughter, their giggles shaking them. Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. The awkwardness almost made him want to disappear. Chapter 3. The embarrassment that almost made me burst out laughing. Hua Qingwu's playful laughter sparkled in her eyes. Her smile as radiant as a flower. Yi Qiu-chan also smiled, the corners of her eyes curving like 2 small crescent moons. What should we do next? Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to explode from embarrassment. It seemed impossible to carry on. Such a cute little brother. Hua Qingwu smiled teasingly, her eyes sparkling with mischief, inviting him to sit down. Yi Qiu-chan shot a glance at her good friend, but didn't say anything to stop her. Little brother? Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yu plopped down between the two girls, internally complaining. Do you believe I could scare you to death if I revealed my true self? You don't look very old. What do you do? Hua Qingwu asked with a twinkle in her starry eyes, giggling. I'm a police officer, Xiao Yu replied candidly. What a joke. The two girls were momentarily stunned. They found it hard to believe. First of all, Xiao Yu seemed too young, almost like a college student. Secondly, how could a police officer possibly come to a nightclub for fun? Aren't they afraid of getting reprimanded? I haven't officially joined yet. I'm just accompanying my classmates for a get-together today, Xiao Yu added humorously, looking to broaden his horizons. Oh really? Hua Qingwu chuckled lightly, broadening your horizons? Not quite. Xiao Yu shook his head, feeling that this place wasn't suitable for him. Hearing his words, Hua Qingwu was surprised, her charming eyes sparkling with amusement. Yi Qiu-chan, who had initially worn a cold expression, gradually softened her gaze. With their life experiences, they could tell that Xiao Yu wasn't lying. and his simple attire didn't he seem like someone who would frequent nightclubs. Since it's not suitable, you should come less in the future. It really isn't a good place, Hua Qingwu said, waving to the bartender behind the bar, asking for a drink for my brother. Who's your brother? Xiaoyu looked at Hua Qingwu, saying, my name is Xiaoyu. Could you please not call me brother? Xiaoyu? Hua Qingwu smiled gently. I'm Hua Qingwu. My name comes from an ancient text, describing a fairy stepping lightly on flowers. However, to Xiaoyu, Hua Qingwu didn't he seem like a fairy, but more like an enchanting sprite. Suddenly, someone called out, Xiao-chan, Qingwu, I'm here. A woman walked towards them. Xiaoyu looked up. The newcomer had an ordinary appearance, short and plump, appearing to be in her late 20s. Lingling, Hua Qingwu, and Yi Qiu-chan stood up and waved. It was clear that the three women were quite familiar, embracing each other with squeals of joy. After a brief reunion, the woman named Zhou Lingling turned to Xiaoyu, surprised, and asked, who is this? Just a little brother I just met, Hua Qingwu said, lightly patting Xiaoyu's shoulder with her fair hand. If you call me little brother again, I might just lose my temper. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded at Zhou Lingling, saying hello. She looked at him intently, a cold glint flashing in her eyes before disappearing just as quickly. Something's off about this woman. Xiaoyu's pupils contracted. To be a good police officer, one must first learn to read people's expressions. To understand the psychology of criminals, some detectives even study psychology, such as microexpression psychology. The human face can transmit information. It serves as a medium and an information transmitter. Sometimes, a fleeting expression can reveal a person's inner thoughts. When someone smiles but their eyes lack emotion, and their nose is tightly wrinkled, it indicates that the person is not genuinely happy. A wrinkled nose often signifies disgust. When Zhou Lingling looked at him, she wore this kind of expression. A strange question arose. They were all strangers. Yet she was faking a smile, while also showing signs of distaste. What kind of grudge could there be? Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. If there was no animosity, why would Zhou Lingling show disgust towards a stranger? Wait. In microexpression psychology, a fake smile accompanied by a wrinkled nose could mean someone is trying to sabotage her good intentions, which explains her expression. What good intentions have I ruined for her? Xiaoyu sensed a hint of intrigue. Then he considered a possibility. Kidnapping? Could it be her? He glanced at the three women who were chatting and laughing. Through observation and expression analysis, he noticed that Zhou Lingling was pretending to be close to Hua Qingwu and Yi Qiu-chan while maintaining her fake smile. He was very sure that something was off with her. Little brother, we're going to sing. Are you coming? Hua Qingwu asked with her charming eyes. Can I go? Xiaoyu responded with a smile. Zhou Lingling's expression changed. She forced a smile and said, Qingwu, it's not good to bring him along when we're hanging out together. Right? Qiu-chan, what do you think? Yi Qiu-chan remained silent, her expression cold. Hua Qingwu tilted her head slightly, her lips curling up. It's fine. I really like this little brother. Let us bring him along. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Xiaoyu felt a shiver run down his spine. Sometimes, boys need to keep their distance and protect themselves. They must not let a seductive woman take advantage. Zhou Lingling's expression shifted, and with a reluctant nod, she said, then let us go together. The four of them left the nightclub and hailed a taxi. As for his classmates, Xiaoyu decided he would deal with them later. The system task and the kidnapping case were his top priorities. He would contact his classmates afterward. In Chaoyang District, at Windsor KTV, the four entered the establishment and booked a large private room. Zhou Lingling had led them here all along. During this time, Xiaoyu noticed that Zhou Lingling exchanged glances with a staff member for quite some time. Something felt off. Inside the private room, while waiting for Hua Qingwu and Zhou Lingling to go to the restroom, Xiaoyu turned to Yi Qiu-chan and asked, Sister Qiu-chan, are you very familiar with Sister Zhou? Qingwu is my childhood friend. We studied at Qingbei together. Yi Qiu-chan replied succinctly. Is that so? Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Isn't Sister Zhou from the capital? Yes. Yi Qiu-chan said thoughtfully. What do you want to know? I'm just curious. Xiaoyu carefully chose his words. How does someone from another province know KTV in the capital so well? We used to come to this place often during our college days, Yi Qiu-chan explained. That doesn't add up. Xiaoyu shook his head. Just now, he saw Sister Zhou and a waiter seem to know each other, exchanging glances. Such exchanges are rarely positive. Yi Qiu-chan frowned, about to say something when suddenly, a waiter approached with a tray of drinks and snacks. Coincidentally, this waiter was the one Xiaoyu had just mentioned, who had been exchanging glances with Zhou Lingling. The waiter appeared to be in his 30s and had tattoos on his hands. Upon seeing the tattoos, both Xiaoyu and Yi Qiu-chan frowned simultaneously. At that moment, Even Yi Chio-chan sensed something was off. A man in his 30s working as a waiter? Then the man delivered the drinks and snacks, but his hands trembled unsteadily. The arrangement of the drinks and snacks on the table was also chaotic and unreasonable. The waiter was not professional at all. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was observing the waiter, not focusing on his appearance, but rather on his hands. The right hand, the web between the thumb and index finger. Upon noticing this, Xiaoyu nearly lost control of his expression. Something big was about to happen. Chapter for their a phrase that's hard to say out loud. The waiter had calluses on his hands, which caused Xiaoyu to change his expression. It wasn't just any callus, but a unique callus from holding a gun. This type of callus is left by someone who frequently grips a gun handle. So, what kind of person would be holding a gun year after year? Common examples include police officers, military personnel, and certain specialized individuals. However, in this country, such people typically don't have tattoos. From the tattoo on the waiter's hand, Xiaoyu could tell it wasn't a recent one. It had been there for many years. This ruled out the possibility of the waiter having been a police officer, a soldier, or even a specialized individual. So how did the waiter get that gun callus? And where did he obtain the gun that left the callus? As autumn approached, the weather turned slightly chilly, but Xiaoyu was drenched in cold sweat. In his previous life, he was a police officer who often handled guns and practiced shooting. Yet he never developed calluses on his hands. Yet here was the waiter with such a callus. Wouldn't that make you anxious? Watching the waiter set down the drinks and snacks and walk away, Xiaoyu's expression gradually grew serious. He felt a rising anxiety and a hint of fear regarding the system's task and the potential kidnapping case. He even began to suspect that if a kidnapping were to occur, the kidnappers would most likely have firearms. The ability granted by the system, being a martial arts expert, was impressive, but no matter how skilled one was, it was still just hand-to-hand combat. How could one compete with firearms? He had to think of a way to save himself. With a grave expression, Xiaoyu took out his phone. Just then, Hua Qingwu and Zhou Lingling walked out of the restroom. Upon seeing Zhou Lingling, a sharp glint flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes as he put his phone back into his pocket. During the process of placing the phone away, he had already dialed 110 without looking and turned the volume to the lowest setting. Is the alcohol here? Zhou Lingling didn't notice Xiaoyu's expression or actions. She picked up a bottle of beer opened by the waiter and poured it into several glasses. After pouring, she first handed a glass to Yi Chio-chan and Hua Qingwu, then placed another glass in front of Xiaoyu. There was something off. A chill crept up Xiaoyu's spine as if a cold snake was slithering up his back. He glanced at the glass of alcohol and then at Zhou Lingling. Remembering that the drinks were brought by the waiter and the cap was also opened by him, he found no issues in those actions. However, Zhou Lingling's overly attentive behavior in pouring drinks was suspicious. Earlier in the nightclub, her gaze toward him was cold and disdainful, yet now in the KTV, she was being so kind as to pour him a drink. Didn't she find that odd? At this moment, Xiaoyu felt like an ant on a hot pan, desperately thinking of a strategy. The call to 110 must have gone through by now. If the operator noticed that no one was speaking, they would likely sense something was wrong. The 110 dispatch has clear regulations. If something suspicious is detected, they must investigate until it is confirmed that no issue exists. Most people understand this. Aside from missed dials, any call made to 110 certainly indicates a problem. After making the emergency call, there was no response, which made it obvious that the caller was unable to speak. If such a clear anomaly at the emergency response center were overlooked, they wouldn't deserve to hold this job. Therefore, Xiaoyu's phone location had already appeared before the authorities. They would follow the signal to locate the nearest communication base station. It wouldn't be long before the police arrived at the KTV to find them. What Xiaoyu needed to do now was to buy time and protect Yi Chio-chan and Hua Qingwu while waiting for the police to arrive. However, come on, let us toast to our reunion. Zhou Lingling raised her glass, looking at Yi Chio-chan and Hua Qingwu, her gaze finally landing on Xiaoyu. Yi Chio-chan and Hua Qingwu didn't hesitate to pick up their glasses. But when the three women noticed that Xiaoyu remained still and didn't raise his glass, they frowned in unison. Brother, aren't you drinking? Hua Qingwu's voice was somewhat charming and coy. Drink your sister. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. He had a phrase he wanted to say, but wasn't sure if it was appropriate. If you're not drinking, we will. Zhou Lingling said with a deep look at Xiaoyu, smiling at the two women. Yi Chio-chan and Hua Qingwu also smiled and raised their glasses, ready to drink. Wait. Xiaoyu spoke up to stop them. The three women paused in their drinking motions and looked at him. However, what Xiaoyu did next left them all stunned. He reached out, first taking hold of Hua Qingwu's hand that was holding the glass. Then, he took the glass and placed it in front of the expressionless Zhou Lingling. Since we're drinking here, Xiao Yu pointed to the glass that originally belonged to Hua Qingwu and coldly said to Zhou Lingling, "You drink this first." Zhou Lingling's expression changed instantly. Her eyes filled with panic. "There's definitely something wrong," Xiao Yu sneered. "Why aren't you drinking? Or are you afraid to drink? Or is there something wrong with this drink?" His words caused Zhou Lingling's face to lose color and turn red. Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu exchanged puzzled glances, both looking at the glass on the coffee table. At the same time, Yi Qiuchan slowly put down her glass, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming cold and complex as she stared at Zhou Lingling. Hua Qingwu maintained a charming smile, but her eyes sparkled with interest as she looked at Xiao Yu, biting her lip and gazing at him without blinking. "What do you mean by that look?" Xiao Yu felt a chill, as if he were a little white rabbit being watched by a she-wolf. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhou Lingling snapped back to her senses, glaring at Xiao Yu with a sinister expression. She looked like someone who was angry and embarrassed, or perhaps feeling guilty. Seeing her demeanor, Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu seemed to share a silent understanding and shook their heads together. "Why?" The high-cold Yi Qiuchan exuded an air of authority as she coldly stared at Zhou Lingling. What do you mean, why?" Zhou Lingling's face changed, her mouth trembling uncontrollably. "Lingling, back in college, I really regarded you as a sister." The charm and smile on Hu Qingwu's delicate face have vanished. Looking into Zhou Lingling's eyes, "Du Qiuchan, and I owe you an apology?" In an instant, Zhou Lingling's face turned pale, as if all the blood had been drained from it. Her eyes were filled with terror, and she couldn't utter a word. Suddenly, the door to the private room was pushed open, and 3 men walked in. One of them was the waiter who had just entered. Seeing these 3 men, Xiao Yu's expression became serious. The inevitable has come. Chapter 5. Hold on. Don't move. As 3 men entered the private room, their eyes fell on Hua Qingwu and Yi Qiuchan. It was not hard to guess that these men were here specifically for them. Xiao Yu realized he had made a grave error. He had recklessly involved himself in this kidnapping without understanding the identities of Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu. What kind of existence were these 2 women? If you were a kidnapper, who would you choose to kidnap? Only the rich or the powerful? This led to a principle. The identity of the kidnapped person differs, and so does the strength of the kidnappers. For instance, could an ordinary kidnapper manage to abduct someone of significant status? At that moment, Xiao Yu's gaze shifted from the waiter's hands to the hands of the other 2 men, and his breath quickened. He noticed the telltale gun calluses on their palms. As previously analyzed, one can only imagine the terror of someone who possesses gun calluses. At the very least, such individuals are not inferior to special police, special forces, or other specialized personnel who train with firearms daily. From the tattoos of these individuals, Xiao Yu deduced that their firearms likely did not originate from the local region. If they were not from the local region, it could only mean they were from abroad. The thought of this possibility sent a chilling sensation through Xiao Yu. If he was correct, even the arrival of ordinary police would be no different from a death sentence. Xiao Yu turned his neck stiffly, inch by inch, to look at Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu. What kind of background do they have that could attract such terrifying kidnappers? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Originally intending to knock them out and take them away secretly, Zhou Lingling, with a vicious grin, glanced at her 2 friends and slowly turned to look at Xiao Yu, who was bowing his head, and said hatefully, "It's all this little brat's fault for ruining our plan and stopping you from drinking. But it doesn't matter. You'll still have to drink this cup. If you don't, you might die." As if in response to Zhou Lingling's words, the waiter raised his arm, revealing a pitch-black handgun aimed at Xiao Yu. The design of the gun was peculiar, with a round tubular object at the muzzle. A silencer. "Wait." Yi Qiuchan suddenly spoke, her voice calm. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on her. Then, all expressions turned strange. They realized that throughout this ordeal, Yi Qiuchan remained remarkably calm and composed, almost unfazed by the 3 men and the gun. Not only that, but Hua Qingwu beside her was equally serene, her enchanting face adorned with a gentle smile. Why were they not afraid? Questions filled everyone's minds, including Xiao Yu's. "What are you waiting for?" Zhou Lingling glared fiercely at Yi Qiuchan. It had nothing to do with her. Yi Qiuchan's gaze was icy as "This is the capital. If your goal is to harm me and Qingwu, causing a death would certainly lead to complications. There's no need for such intimidation." Intimidation? Indeed, at this moment, Xiao Yu was that prey. The waiter might have intended to eliminate Xiao Yu to instill fear in Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu. forcing them to drink the tainted wine and leave with him. However, this idea was seen through by Yi Qiu-chan immediately. What a clever woman, Xiao Yu thought in surprise, which only deepened his curiosity about Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu's identities. Since they didn't want to see him get into trouble, they should just drink the wine obediently. Zhou Lingling scoffed. At that moment, the armed waiter moved his arm, aiming the gun at the two women. Suddenly, Xiao Yu, who had been keeping his head down, sprang up from the sofa and dashed out. The power that had been building inside him erupted fully at that instant. No one could describe his speed. As he lunged forward, he resembled a hunting cheetah, standing before the startled waiter in an instant. His hand struck the waiter's wrist, where the gun was held. Crack! The waiter's wrist bent backward, dislocating. As a result of the dislocation, the waiter lost grip on the gun, which fell to the ground. At that moment, a hand firmly caught the gun, Xiao Yu's hand. Before the waiter could scream in pain from his dislocated wrist, the dark muzzle of the gun was thrust into his mouth and pushed forcefully, forcing his anguished cry back down. The waiter's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only him, but everyone present was shocked that Xiao Yu dared to act. However, what was even more unexpected was that Xiao Yu actually pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through the back of the waiter's head, splattering brain matter and blood. The bullet that penetrated the waiter's skull also struck another man in the eye. Blood and matter splattered everywhere. The bullet not only shattered his eye, but also entered his brain. The man didn't even make a sound as his head was crushed. Both the waiter and the man fell to the ground like two puddles of mud. The entire room fell into silence. This scene was horrifying and shocking to everyone else. Before the crowd could recover from this terrifying sight, Xiao Yu was already in front of a third man. At this moment, the man, stunned by the scene before him, had his mouth agape. A bloodstained gun barrel was now pointed into his mouth. Hold it. Don't move, Xiao Yu said with a grin, or it might just shoot something. The man's expression was one of sheer terror, as if he had seen a ghost. At that moment, Xiao Yu finally relaxed. He had killed two and controlled the third. The entire process, from the moment he acted until the end, took no more than 3 seconds, like a flash of lightning. It was also luck, along with Xiao Yu's all-out effort, that made it possible. He was very aware of how terrifying these three men were. Even more so, he understood how miserable his fate would be if they realized what was happening. Therefore, from the very beginning, he pretended to be a coward, an ordinary person, a little sheep. This made them let their guard down. As long as he took action, he wouldn't give them a chance to react. Xiao Yu knew he couldn't kill them all. He had to leave one alive. However, he forgot about someone. Be careful. The scream of Hua Qingwu came from behind. Xiao Yu's body suddenly tensed up, and goosebumps raised all over him. Without any hesitation, he instantly crouched down. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind him, and a bullet flew over his head. Xiao Yu indeed forgot about someone. While he was calculating against the three men, he overlooked Zhou Lingling. He had never thought that she would actually have a gun in her hand. Chapter 6. Playing with legs. Xiao Yu was fortunate. He had heard Hua Qingwu's warning and avoided a life-and-death crisis. However, the danger was not over. In an instant, as he crouched down, Xiao Yu turned his head and twisted his arm, ready to shoot Zhou Lingling with his handgun. But an unexpected event occurred. A leg suddenly kicked his gun hand. Bang! The handgun was sent flying. The person who delivered the kick was the third man from earlier. You little brat, I will make you suffer. The moment he spoke, his accent was strange, and his Mandarin was extremely unstandard. Not a local. Xiao Yu squinted. What he saw left him dumbfounded. In his line of sight, Zhou Lingling was holding a small handgun. However, she no longer had the chance to fire a second shot. An exaggeratedly long leg delivered a side kick, striking her wrist. Seeing that long leg, Xiao Yu recalled a story. It was about an ant that loved to play with legs. One day, it saw a centipede passing by and exclaimed, "Wow, I could play with these legs for a year." Thus, the term playing with legs was born. Ah! Zhou Lingling screamed in pain. After her gun was kicked away, she stumbled back. But the owner of that long leg, like a mother leopard, stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to Zhou Lingling's chest. Bang! Crack! Her ribs made a cracking sound as she was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the private room like a heap of mud, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Xiao Yu was stunned, staring at the figure slowly retracting her leg. Yi Qiu-chan, an incredibly beautiful woman who was not only skilled in combat, but also quite fierce. Impressive beyond measure. So, what should the man who marries her pay attention to in the future? Be careful not to get killed. Just then, another long leg swung toward Xiao Yu's side. Watch out. Hua Qingwu, who had already stood up from the sofa, looked worriedly at Xiao Yu. However, he ignored the leg and grinned at her. His left arm was already positioned at his side, with his right hand pressing down on it. A very standard defensive posture. With the system's combat expert ability, his fighting skills had reached a terrifying level beyond ordinary comprehension. Bang! The leg struck Xiao Yu's arm, but was effectively blocked. At that moment, Yi Qiu-chan looked over and was about to charge in. No need. Xiao Yu shook his head. It was time to show his real skills. The man had already lunged at him with lightning speed, throwing a punch straight at Xiao Yu's face. In the next moment, Xiao Yu's reaction was almost identical, striking first. He aimed not at the man's face but at the joints, targeting the fingers of the man's fist. Bang! Their fists collided without any embellishment. The man's expression changed dramatically as pain shot through his fingers, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. At the moment of retracting his punch, the fingers of his left hand twisted oddly. 3 of the 5 fingers were unexpectedly broken by a single punch. Before the man could react, his thighs swung like a battle axe. The powerful force created a strong gust of wind as it struck down. It was incredibly violent yet aesthetically pleasing. The 2 women watching this scene had sparkling eyes. Many girls fear men's violence, brutality, and wildness. Yet sometimes, they actually enjoy it, wishing for a rougher approach. The man was taken aback, his arms instinctively raising to block. Bang! The thigh, like a battle axe, slammed hard against his arm. The ferocious force struck his arm and collided with the side of his face. The man's body trembled as if struck by a heavy hammer, staggering back under the impact. Before he could retreat, even half a step, 2 hands shot out like lightning. Slap! They grabbed his head. Immediately after, a knee magnified in front of him. Bang! It crashed right into his face. Intense pain mixed with a deep ache engulfed his entire body. His nose was shattered, and he had no idea how many of his upper teeth were broken. The skin on his face became a bloody mess, drenched in blood. When he released the hold on his head, the man swayed slightly, collapsing like a rag doll. Unconscious. Huff. He exhaled deeply, realizing how terrifying the abilities granted by the system were. This was his first time using Combat Expert. Even without complete mastery, he had already rendered his opponent powerless. For an ordinary person, this wouldn't be impressive. However, the issue was that the opponent was not an ordinary person. His combat skills should have surpassed many people's imagination. Unfortunately, he encountered someone who couldn't even fight back. Wow, so cool. The girl beside him, Hua Qingwu, cheered excitedly. Just a moment ago, she was an alluring, mature woman, and now she transformed into a charming girl. Her fair complexion flushed with a hint of pink, making her look enticing. Yi Qiu-chan's bright eyes widened in surprise at Xiao Yu's fighting skills. Her heart raced, thinking, so strong. She was indeed skilled in combat, capable of taking on 3 to 5 strong men. However, seeing Xiao Yu's recent performance, she realized an unsettling truth. The boy's combat prowess was likely enough to take her on 10 times. Xiao Yu didn't look at the 2 women. Instead, he stood frozen in place. Wait, why wasn't there a task completion prompt from the system? He remembered the system's original words. Please go to the side of Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, who are about to be kidnapped, to protect them until all the kidnappers are captured. A task completion prompt will follow. 3 suspected kidnappers had already been dealt with. Zhou Lingling was also unconscious. If the task was complete, where was the system's prompt? Could it be that there were still kidnappers unaccounted for? Suddenly, the door to the private room was violently slammed open. 2 armed police officers rushed in. Don't move. Huh. The police officer who shouted was taken aback, staring at the 2 corpses on the ground, one with a shattered skull and the other with crushed eyes, his expression changing dramatically. Another officer, upon seeing 2 handguns on the floor of the private room, turned pale in shock. A probationary officer from the Criminal Investigation Team of the Chuyang Division, badge number 0324. I am Xiao Yu, he declared. The 2 officers exchanged strange looks, as if they had seen a ghost. After staring at Xiao Yu for a while, they slowly lowered their guns. One of them spoke up, Su Hui, deputy captain of the 6th team of the Chuyang Criminal Investigation Unit. Xiao Yu was stunned, wearing a similarly ghostly expression. You must have called 110, right? Su Hui pointed at the corpses and the handguns, his expression stern. What happened? Xiao Yu didn't waste time and quickly recounted the details of what appeared to be a kidnapping. The 2 officers exchanged glances and immediately looked at Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu. Whatever Xiao Yu could think of, they could too. Who exactly were these 2 women? However, before they could figure it out, 2 young men entered from outside the room. They both had crew cuts, wore black administrative jackets, and exuded a military aura. The moment they stepped in, Their sharp gazes landed on the police guns held by the two officers. One of them reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a black identification booklet. It not only bore a golden national emblem, but also 3 characters: investigation certificate. Xiao Yu and the two officers' expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 7. The car turned over caught me off guard. Xiao Yu and the two officers were startled when they saw the credentials. In fact, it was indeed shocking. The identity represented by the investigation certificate was quite intimidating. Ordinary people might not understand, but the police were aware. Generally, it represented 3 special identities. The most common was that of military personnel, the second was national security, and the third was the security bureau. Anyone holding any of these 3 identities was not something the police could question or had the right to interrogate. In the capital, it was nearly impossible for someone to present an investigation certificate unless they were from the military. National security? Security bureau? That's terrifying. Xiao Yu thought about pretending to tremble in fear. He put away the credentials. The two officers with crew cuts, however, walked towards Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu. Xiao Yu's expression changed, and he immediately stepped in front of the 2 women. Was he crazy, daring to block someone holding an investigation certificate? No, he wasn't insane. First of all, the system task had not been completed. Secondly, he wouldn't let anyone approach the 2 women until all the kidnappers were caught. Just in case. Xiao Yu wouldn't allow anyone to get close. The 2 officers stopped in their tracks, their eyes barely glancing at Xiao Yu. That indifferent and calm gaze, however, gave off a sharp feeling akin to an exceptional warrior. It caused a strange stinging sensation in Xiao Yu's eyes. Cold sweat suddenly drenched his entire body. I must be crazy. Xiao Yu felt a sudden tightening in his core. Suddenly, a soft, jade-like arm wrapped around Xiao Yu's. Let us go? I'll take you to my sister's house to play. Hua Qingwu wrinkled her nose, displaying a hint of girlish innocence. She didn't seem at all like a woman much older than Xiao Yu. Yet her demeanor conveyed no sense of incongruity. Xiao Yu thought of a term from the internet: adorable and charming. The 2 officers exchanged glances, the sharpness in their eyes dissipating. They didn't continue to approach the 2 women, but instead looked towards the 2 serious-faced police officers. Su Hui and his colleague. Can they provoke someone like Xiao Yu? Don't make a fuss. Xiao Yu glanced at Hua Qingwu beside him, then at the calm Yi Qiuchan, and finally at the 2 officers, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. However, he didn't want to see the 2 own people feel awkward and knew the rules of the police handling cases. There are still 2 hostages. Xiao Yu said. I'll take them home first, and I'll report back after that. The 2 officers exchanged glances. What could they say, and what dared they say? With those 2 officers around, they knew it wasn't in accordance with the rules. Yet they didn't dare to say anything or stop them. They also understood that the identities of the 2 women might be very frightening. In the end, Su Hui could only nod helplessly. Xiao Yu forced a smile, leading Hua Qingwu out, with Yi Qiuchan following beside them. The 3 of them exited the KTV. Outside, a business car was parked at the entrance. The 2 officers opened the car doors, and Xiao Yu and the 2 women got in. Little brother, I didn't expect you to really be a police officer? Inside the car, Hua Qingwu was still holding on to Xiao Yu, beaming with joy, her eyes sparkling, surprised that a police officer would flirt with girls. What's with the flirting? I'm just trying to protect you, Xiao Yu said helplessly. Aren't police human too? Can't they have girlfriends? Hua Qingwu smiled brightly. All right, I suppose you're right. She laughed like a little chick, nonstop. How did you realize something was off with the drinks? Yi Qiuchan, sitting nearby, asked with a cool demeanor. I'm a police officer. Xiao Yu replied dismissively. Yi Qiuchan looked deeply at him with her beautiful eyes, but didn't ask further. A few minutes later, the business vehicle entered the Chaoyang district. Military district compound. Xiao Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. No, it should be called the military street. Ordinary people can't enter such places. There are soldiers guarding the gate and armed soldiers patrolling. From this, it was easy to infer that the identities of the 2 women could be quite intimidating. After entering the compound, the business vehicle drove for about 7 or 8 minutes. In those minutes, Xiao Yu's eyes were nearly blinded. Inside this compound, he saw a kindergarten, school, hospital, office area, service area, and leisure entertainment area. It was like a small independent society. Finally, the business vehicle stopped in a residential area, in front of an independent courtyard. Not good. Hua Qingwu looked at a red flag sedan outside the courtyard with her peach blossom eyes and exclaimed, Dad is home today? Qiuchan, let's hurry. Xiao Yu was confused. Why are you, as a daughter, so afraid of your own father? Yi Qiuchan also seemed quite scared. She instructed the driver with a buzz cut, go to my Sihiyuan. Yes. The driver responded promptly and drove off, as if he was used to this kind of situation. Scaring me to death. Hua Qingwu patted her chest, looking frightened. Her voice was truly unique, sounding sweet, yet slightly enchanting, making it clear she was a captivating woman. Xiaoyu remained silent, feeling a strange illusion of being kidnapped by the two women. After the business vehicle left the compound and drove for another 20 minutes, it entered the second ring road. They arrived at a spacious alley and stopped outside a Sihiyuan after 5 minutes. That night, Xiaoyu felt like his eyes had been opened. The military district compound and the Sihiyuan. To know that any Sihiyuan in the second ring road starts at tens of millions, with most being over 100 million. Moreover, it's the kind of place that even if you have the money, you might not be able to own one. Those who can own a Sihiyuan in the second ring road might not even be willing to sell it. This isn't just about money. Sometimes it's a symbol of identity and status. Once everyone got out of the car, a driver with a buzz cut opened the courtyard door. Hua Qingwu once again linked arms with Xiaoyu and walked into the yard. What could Xiaoyu say? He felt quite helpless at that moment. They walked over the bluestone pavement and entered the main hall of the three-entry courtyard. The living room was ancient and elegant, with seemingly old furniture that was, however, quite valuable. Everyone took their seats, and the two buzz-cut drivers left. An elderly maid came out, bringing a teapot to pour tea for the three of them. Drinking tea late at night. Are you all so confident about your sleep quality? Xiaoyu looked at the teacup in front of him. Feeling a toothache. Let us talk about it. Yiqiu-chan looked at him with a half-smile. Why are you getting close to us? You seem to know what will happen tonight. Xiaoyu. He was stunned, his heart trembling. How did she find out? Silly girl. Hua Qingwu giggled sweetly, her peach blossom eyes shimmering as she glanced at him. You're definitely not here to flirt with us. How can you be so sure? Xiaoyu asked, forcing himself to be brave. The reason is simple. Hua Qingwu suddenly leaned closer to him. Xiaoyu instinctively pulled back. Look, Hua Qingwu beamed, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. If you were here to chase girls and flirt, why would you shy away when a girl comes close? And all along the way, when someone intentionally linked arms with you, you instinctively wanted to pull away. If it were those bad boys, they would be more than happy to have girls cling to them, right? Oh wow. Xiaoyu silently covered his face. This situation caught me off guard. Chapter 8, Just Act for Me. Xiaoyu has never underestimated women. Zhang Wuji's mother said it well. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving people. Take Hua Qingwu for example. Clearly gorgeous and charming, seemingly carefree like a beautiful vase. But before you know it, she digs a pit and buries you in it. Then there's Yiqiu-chan. She is also a formidable woman. That regal aura of someone in power. Can you guess where it comes from? This kind of aura is not something you're born with. It's cultivated through experience and standing at a peak. Underestimating women, especially beautiful ones, you might not even realize how you meet your end. And now, excluding those who flirt with us, it's obvious you are related to what happened tonight. Yiqiu-chan's flawless and delicate face broke into a wider smile. Am I right? Xiaoyu, please stop your bloody imagination. He has always been a child who lies easily. In the blink of an eye, he crafted a lie. In fact, at the nightclub, I was betting with my classmates that I could flirt with you, but I really didn't intend to pursue you. Xiaoyu said seriously. What happened later was also coincidental. The reason was that your old classmate Zhou Lingling looked at me strangely, as if she really disliked me. You can analyze someone's psychology through their expressions? Yiqiu-chan seemed skeptical. Have you heard of micro-expression psychology? Xiaoyu shrugged and provided an explanation. The two women were surprised. Hua Qingwu took out her phone and searched micro-expression psychology. Then, dumbfounded, she nodded at Yiqiu-chan. She understood quite a bit. Yiqiu-chan asked with a smile. While we were at KTV, how did you notice the drinks were problematic? Well, that is a bit complicated. Do you remember that tattooed waiter? Seeing Yiqiu-chan nod, Xiaoyu began to elaborate. First of all, his age was odd, a 30-something still working as a waiter. Secondly, he had tattoos on his hands, with calluses on his palms. These calluses are a result of long-term gun handling and training. In our country, basically only police, military personnel, and certain special individuals have access to firearms. And how could someone who becomes a police officer, soldier, or special personnel have tattoos? I speculated that this person might have come from abroad, possibly a soldier, or someone of another identity. Only through such reasoning could it make sense. And how could someone like that work as a waiter? Wouldn't they make more money doing something else? Moreover, this waiter had placed the drinks and snacks on the coffee table in a messy way and opened the bottles without our consent. Since he was already a waiter, didn't he learn how to set a table? Doesn't he know that drinks shouldn't be opened without the guest's permission? A person who shouldn't be appearing at KTV suddenly shows up. Doesn't he know how to be a waiter and opens drinks on his own? These doubts are too numerous. So at that time, I suspected this waiter was suspicious, and the drinks might also be problematic. After they returned, Zhou Lingling directly poured us some drinks, and even filled a glass for me. As I mentioned before, the look Zhou Lingling gave me was quite disdainful. If she felt that way, why would she pour me a drink? Thinking back to my initial suspicion that both the server and the drinks were problematic, I remembered I had mentioned to you that Zhou Lingling was exchanging glances with the server. In the end, I suspected that she must have some ulterior motive for pouring the drink, and given my concerns about the drinks, I decided to test it by handing her the glass from Sister Qingwu and asked her to drink it. At this point, Xiaoyu shrugged. The result was obvious. She indeed had issues and was in cahoots with that server. If I'm not mistaken, there should be some kind of drug in the drink. They wanted to incapacitate you and take you away. Wow, little brother, you're amazing. Hua Qingwu exclaimed, staring at Xiaoyu in shock. Yi Qiuchan also looked at him with a complex expression. All the anomalies matched up perfectly. Through Xiaoyu's words, the two women also realized that this big boy's intelligence was somewhat frightening. Just by observing some unnoticed small anomalies, he managed to deduce so much and ultimately verified that his analysis was correct. Zhou Lingling and the server indeed had issues. What kind of brain is that? Can you stop calling me little brother? Xiaoyu looked at Hua Qingwu with a wry smile. I have a name, and besides, calling me little brother is quite insulting for a man, you know? Huh. Hua Qingwu's face displayed a dramatically fake expression of shock. Really? Just act like me. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. Seriously. All right then, from now on I'll call you. Hua Qingwu grinned mischievously. Little bro? Xiaoyu. Fine. Little bro it is. Better than little brother. As for whether there would be a future between him and the two women, don't joke around. They were from completely different worlds. If it doesn't belong to your world, don't force yourself into it. It's not worth it for others and devalues yourself. Why do you want to protect me and Qiuchan? Hua Qingwu leaned in closer, her voice soft and alluring. Was it love? Was it affection? Or was it a sense of responsibility? What was with that expression on her face that seemed like a dramatic climax? Xiaoyu stared at Hua Qingwu in disbelief. Do you have some kind of serious illness? I really want to hit her. She resembles a goddess who uses people as backups. Uffed. The exchange between the childhood friend and the big boy made Yi Qiuchan burst into laughter. You're annoying. Hua Qingwu, embarrassed and angry, lunged at Xiaoyu, grabbing his neck and shaking it. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. She continued to twist and turn, acting like a spoiled child. All right. I'm sick, is that enough? Xiaoyu stood still, pleading for mercy. Because at that moment, Hua Qingwu was hanging on him like a koala bear. Hua Qingwu, not satisfied, suddenly lowered her head and bit down on Xiaoyu's neck. In that instant, the world seemed to pause, and all three of their faces froze. Yi Qiuchan stared at her good friend in a daze. Xiaoyu widened her eyes in confusion. Hua Qingwu's face turned red, her lips hovering over her neck. Unsure whether to let go or hold on, Xiaoyu was the first to snap back to reality. He gently wrapped his arm around Hua Qingwu's slender waist and chuckled. Qingwu, you must be a dog, right? Get lost, get lost. Hua Qingwu let go of her lips and playfully scolded, giving Xiaoyu's chest a light punch. Yi Qiuchan also came back to her senses, glancing at her childhood friend and then at the boy, shaking her head with a smile. The three of them seemed to act as if nothing had happened. To ease the awkwardness, Xiaoyu pretended to be serious, saying, I suspect someone is planning to kidnap you, and the mastermind hasn't been caught yet. His words elicited expressions of surprise and uncertainty from the two girls. What kind of joke are you making? Chapter 9. Can still be saved if I'm not mistaken. Xiaoyu asked in a decisive tone. You usually have bodyguards when you go out, right? No, not bodyguards, but rather security personnel. Like those two with reconnaissance certificates. The two women nodded slightly. You went to the nightclub today because Zhou Lingling invited you, didn't you? Xiaoyu looked into their eyes, pretending they were ordinary people who didn't bring security to hide their true identities. Is that right? The two women's hearts trembled, and they nodded again. Not only that, to keep Zhou Lingling from knowing their identities, they had deliberately dressed more ordinarily and hadn't driven. Mainly, they just wanted to catch up as good friends without any other distractions. Have you considered, Xiaoyu said slowly, that I've long known your identities are not simple, and it's even possible that someone has been arranged around you? In an instant, the expressions of the two women changed, as if they realized something. Yi Qiuchan also looked at the teacup on the coffee table, lost in thought. Is it that servant from earlier? Xiao Yu reined in her smile. Yes. Yi Qiuchan sighed softly. A year ago, we met Zhou Lingling once. She mentioned a relative in the capital who couldn't find a job as a nanny and was quite pitiful. At that time, Qing Wu kindly asked me to take her in, so I arranged for that relative to clean the courtyard and become a maid. I even instructed that maid not to reveal my and Qing Wu's identities to Zhou Lingling. Hua Qing Wu's face turned pale, her expression drained of color. What was initially a kind act had unexpectedly turned into Zhou Lingling's deliberate scheme to plot against them. So that is how it is, Xiao Yu said, glancing at the tea on the coffee table. Then the tea you just drank was. The expressions of the two women changed once more, seemingly confirming Xiao Yu's words. Their delicate bodies swayed slightly and began to topple. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was quick to react, extending her arms to support them, holding them close. Seeing that the two women had merely fainted, she breathed a sigh of relief. Have you had enough of the show? While holding the two women, Xiao Yu stared in the direction of the kitchen. A cold snort echoed from the kitchen, and the old woman sauntered out. The middle-aged woman's figure had become somewhat plump. Her muscles relaxed, her forehead lined with wrinkles, and her squinting eyes gleamed with a sinister light. Entering the living room, she coldly glared at Xiao Yu. Didn't you drink tea? I have poor sleep quality, Xiao Yu replied, feeling fortunate that she never drank coffee or tea late at night. How unfortunate, the woman sneered. But you're about to die, Xiao Yu scoffed. Did you take down those two outside as well? Smart, the woman said with a proud smile, thinking that taking them down wouldn't be easy since they were security personnel. But no matter how skilled they are, they still need to eat and drink. I've known them for a year, and they've let their guard down around me. It's very simple to make them sleep. Are you insane? Xiao Yu was somewhat confused as he glanced at the two women in his arms. Their identities, were they really someone you could touch? He even wondered. If someone were to target Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu, who came from military backgrounds and had bodyguards protecting them, could the entire nation possibly be shaken? Why was there hesitation? The woman's cold laughter echoed. By the time others realize something has happened to them, we will have already left the capital, taking the fastest route out of the country. Even if their parents are powerful, they can't reach us abroad. By then, he understood. Xiao Yu's heart tightened. So, this wasn't just a simple kidnapping. It was related to foreign espionage. This also confirmed his suspicions. For instance, the waiter and the two men had calloused hands from handling firearms. He had also suspected they had received training abroad. Plus, one of the men spoke Chinese with a strange accent. Damn it, Xiao Yu felt a surge of fear. He was an ordinary person and could feel terror. Initially, he thought the system's task was merely to protect the two women, assuming it was just a kidnapping case. He never imagined this incident involved espionage and the offspring of powerful figures. Such cases were beyond the involvement of ordinary police. It was frightening. Xiao Yu's face turned pale as he sensed the deep malice from the system. The powers granted by the system were formidable, terrifying, and grotesque, quite extraordinary. However, the tasks assigned by the system were equally dangerous and could be life-threatening. Just then, two tall figures entered the living room. The two men, of Asian descent, appeared to be in their 30s. Importantly, they were holding handguns, silenced ones. Panic surged uncontrollably within him. They slowly approached the woman, raising their hands, aiming their guns at him. The intense will to survive quickly calmed Xiao Yu. There was still hope. He had to figure out a way to save himself. Suddenly, he felt a slight sting in his arms that were wrapped around the two women, especially the arm that was around Yi Qiuchan. Wait! His heart raced as he tensed up. At this moment, his arms were hidden behind the waists of the two women. The sting he felt was someone pinching his arm. The position of his arm was behind Yi Qiuchan. Was Yi Qiuchan not unconscious? Right? She hadn't drunk the tea earlier. What a terrifying woman. She was pretending to be asleep on purpose. Not only that, as he slowly moved his hand and touched a soft hand, he also felt something else, cold, palm-sized, thick, and hard. A handgun. Xiao Yu was stunned. She had a handgun? No, that wasn't the point. The seemingly unconscious Yi Qiuchan had secretly placed the gun in his hand and disengaged the safety. Damn, Xiao Yu nearly cursed out loud. His adrenaline was pumping, and his brain was in overdrive. He had a method to save himself. He had to give it a try, even if it was a desperate struggle. Little brat. Now you can. The woman sneered darkly, but before she could finish her sentence, suddenly, the woman and two armed men noticed that Xiao Yu's expression had changed dramatically. His eyes widened in shock, displaying a look of sheer horror. He was staring intently behind them, as if something terrifying had appeared there, resembling a ghostly sight. Humans are inherently curious creatures. It is in their nature. This curiosity is irreversible without special training. For instance, if someone suddenly hears their name called from behind, they will instinctively turn to see who is calling. At that moment, Xiao Yu's expression sparked curiosity in the three individuals. The woman and one of the men could not help but turn their heads. Just then, bang! A shot rang out from Yi Qiuchan's waist. The man who did not turn was hit in the chest. Chapter 10. Are you a devil? The middle-aged woman and another man were startled by the gunshot. As they quickly turned their heads, they not only saw their companion fall to the ground, but also a figure rushing towards them. Xiao Yu moved. All his strength was concentrated in his legs at that moment, propelling him forward like a cannonball towards the woman and the man. Just now, he had pretended to be terrified to trick them into turning their heads. Unfortunately, the gun given to him by Yi Qiuchan only had one bullet. He could only fire once. The life-and-death crisis was still ongoing. However, everything was about to end. Xiao Yu's figure shot up like a leopard. He jumped more than 2 meters high, his thigh coiling around the woman's neck like a whip. With a sudden squeeze and a twist, crack. The woman's neck made a crisp sound, twisting into a strange angle. Her entire head, under the twist of his thigh, was actually turned behind her. One could see the expressions of horror, confusion, and doubt on the woman's face, as if she couldn't understand why her eyes could see the scene behind her. Darkness descended, her pupils dilated, and she stopped breathing. At the same time, in midair, Xiao Yu had already released his thigh. One arm had extended out, gripping the wrist of the man's gun-holding hand. Crack! The man's wrist was broken by Xiao Yu's joint technique with a single hand. It was fast, unbelievably fast. Before the man's handgun fell to the ground, Xiao Yu's figure had already landed lightly, like a cheetah pouncing, crashing into the man's embrace. Bang! His elbow struck the man's armpit. Hiss! The man gasped in pain, his face contorted. The armpit is one of the most vulnerable points in the human body. No matter who it is, even those who have undergone any training cannot condition their body to defend against such an area. At the moment the extreme pain hit his armpit, the majority of people would lose their strength. The man before him was no exception. His body twisted as he tried to scream and escape. But Xiao Yu had already seized one of his arms, spun around instantly, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. With a sudden forceful downward push, crack! The violent strength broke the man's arm. The man could no longer endure, letting out a wretched scream. He barely got half a sound out when Xiao Yu turned around in an instant, swinging an arm with his palm like a knife. With a crack, he struck the man's throat. The man's scream abruptly ceased. Xiao Yu extended a leg, kicking towards the man's knee like lightning. With a crack, the man's left calf immediately bent in the opposite direction. His entire body shrank down, leaning sideways and falling. Before he could hit the ground, Xiao Yu had already held his head with both hands, raising his knee. Bang! The violent force of the knee collided with the man's face. The crisp sound of bone cracking accompanied by splattering blood echoed. The man didn't even let out a sound, collapsing limply to the ground, like a pile of mud. Phew! Staring intently at the unconscious man on the ground, Xiao Yu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thud! He plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Only then did he realize that his clothes were completely soaked with sweat, as if he had just come out of the water. It was easy to imagine how tense he had been in that moment, exerting such force that it even left him feeling somewhat drained. He leaned back, lying on the ground, not wanting to move at all. Suddenly, a unique voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the extreme protection task. System reward. Permanent safe. Please look forward to the next system task opening. Farewell. Damn farewell. Are you a devil? In his breathless state, he cursed inwardly. Fortunately, the system task was finally completed. It truly proved that saying, to gain something, one must pay a price. The rewards from the system were great, but you had to risk your life to earn them. One misstep, and it could be the end. Just ask if you're scared. A perfect figure slowly crouched down in front of him. Thank you. Yi Qiuchan's face no longer bore the nobility and coldness it once had. A hint of gentle smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. This was what femininity should be. Looking at her captivating face, he sighed. Always being cold and noble, acting like a goddess, was not cute at all, and it would lead to loneliness. He didn't even know why he said that, but he could sense that the woman in front of him seemed quite lonely. Yi Qiuchan. This statement seemed to touch the softest part of her heart. Indeed, she was very lonely and isolated, with few friends. Due to her upbringing, she couldn't live like an ordinary girl, making friends. She appeared to be aloof and queen-like on the outside, but inside, she housed loneliness. Calmly gazing at the big boy's face, Yichio-chan suddenly sat beside him, stretched out her hands, and hugged his head, resting it on her long, straight legs. Xiaoyu was stunned. Feeling the sensation beneath his head, he stared at her in a daze. You're right. Yichio-chan lifted her head. Her gaze dreamy as she looked at the sofa, at the peacefully sleeping Hua Qingwu, murmuring, we are both too lonely and too isolated. Xiaoyu, why are you telling me this? Are you hinting that you want some company? Before he could continue his wild thoughts, suddenly, a group of people rushed into the living room. They were dressed in Zhongshan suits or administrative jackets, all with crew cuts. They were armed with various firearms and tools. Upon seeing that Yichio-chan and Hua Qingwu were unharmed, their tense and cold expressions gradually relaxed. However, upon noticing Xiaoyu lying on Yichio-chan's lap, their expressions turned strange. Next, you might have a bit of trouble. Coming back to her senses, Yichio-chan regained her queenly coldness, looking at Xiaoyu on her lap, but it didn't matter. Just remember not to say what shouldn't be said, or else neither I nor Qingwu can protect you. Xiaoyu. He had a confused expression. The next moment, he realized the warning from Yichio-chan was for this reason. Two individuals with crew cuts approached, lifted him off the ground, and took him away. Xiaoyu. Wait, what are you guys doing? Then, he was taken out of the courtyard and into a van. In less than half an hour, not only was he handcuffed and shackled, but he was also brought to another location. Shortly after, he was taken to a room resembling an interrogation chamber. To be honest, Xiaoyu was nearly scared out of his wits by this sequence of events. What kind of place is this? Before he could gather his thoughts, a middle-aged man entered the interrogation room. He coldly stared at him for a full minute. Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine and was creeped out. Internally, he shouted, "What the heck do you want?" At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly said something strange. "Why are you so impressive? Can you explain?" Chapter 11. Not a fool. Xiaoyu's pupils narrowed. What could he possibly explain? Would he tell the other party that he was a time traveler with a system? If he dared to say that, would they believe he would be immediately handed over to the authorities for research? And perhaps they would even take a sample to test the flavor. Seeing that Xiaoyu remained silent, the middle-aged man smiled slightly. Name? Xiaoyu. Place of origin? B city, province L. Occupation? Trainee police officer. Huh. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned a bit sinister. You're a police officer? Is there something wrong with being a police officer? The other party's attitude made Xiaoyu frown. Does your identity hold more nobility than that of a police officer? His words instantly changed the middle-aged man's expression, who sneered with a sharp tongue. Xiaoyu stared into the man's eyes, mocking him. Let me see what your identity is. How dare you? The middle-aged man looked at Xiaoyu as if he were a monster. After a moment of silence, he coldly said, I am also a police officer, a national security officer. Xiaoyu, winky face. Although he had roughly guessed that the other party's identity was quite special, he didn't expect it to be so frightening. However, thinking of those who wanted to kidnap Yichio-chan and Hua Qingwu, if he wasn't mistaken, they could possibly be spies. National security is precisely aimed at such individuals, professionally aligned. But even if the other party was from national security, what could it matter? He hadn't made any mistakes, nor had he broken any laws. Instead, he had prevented a major kidnapping incident. With his identity as a police officer, he would even earn credit and recognition. You still haven't answered my question. The middle-aged man's eyes were dark, like a deep pool. What are you referring to? Xiaoyu asked knowingly. The KTV shooting that killed 2 and injured 1. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. In the courtyard, another person was shot, 1 dead and 1 injured. How could you possibly do such a thing? Because. Xiaoyu's dark eyes flickered, and he said seriously, I know martial arts. The middle-aged man. He suddenly laughed and asked, all right, even if you know martial arts, can you explain why someone who just graduated from police academy and hasn't become a formal officer would dare to kill and kill so many? Playing this game with me. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. He was well aware of the psychological pressure tactics used on suspects from his previous life as a police officer. Isn't it hilarious to play this with him? Explain what? Xiaoyu seemed unfazed by the pressure, his expression calm. If your national security wants to catch me, then don't look for so many excuses. And one more thing, I am 22 years old and have lived in this country for 22 years. If there were any dirty dealings, I'm sure you would have investigated thoroughly by now. Haha. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, looking at Xiaoyu's eyes with even more peculiarity. So you're just a Na'vi young man. Na'vi young man. Xiaoyu suddenly smiled. Then what are you? The middle-aged man's smile froze, staring blankly at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stared directly at the man's face, his eyes locked onto his. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Both pairs of eyes were focused on each other, colliding. You think you're tough? The middle-aged man sneered. You're just out of control. Yeah, Xiao Yu nodded seriously. I am pretty tough. What are you going to do about it? The middle-aged man was momentarily speechless. This was beyond just being a reckless youth. Was he actually a fool? Are you insane? The man's expression turned cold. That's something I should be asking you. Xiao Yu glared back. I haven't done anything wrong. In fact, I've done well. I'm a police officer. I really don't understand why you're treating me like a criminal. What do you mean by that? Regarding tonight's suspected major kidnapping, he had not only done nothing wrong, but had actually contributed. The way the other party treated him like a criminal had indeed provoked Xiao Yu. Your national security is impressive, but that status is given by the state. Without that identity, who do you think you are to act all high and mighty? The middle-aged man was once again at a loss for words. I don't care what you want to do or what your purpose is, Xiao Yu said coldly. I'm not a criminal, and I really dislike being interrogated. Also, my current identity is a trainee police officer. As he spoke, he raised his hands, showing the handcuffs. He pointed down at his feet, indicating the leg shackles. Although they weren't the type shackles, this kind of treatment was usually reserved for murderers. This was also what made Xiao Yu the angriest. But I want to interrogate you this way. The middle-aged man was also a bit angry, a hint of disdain flashing across his face as he sneered. What are you going to do about it? Suddenly, Xiao Yu, who was shackled, sprang up from the interrogation chair. In the blink of an eye, he leaped over the interrogation table and appeared in front of the middle-aged man. His knees slammed into the man. He had lost it. The middle-aged man turned pale with shock, quickly raising his arms to block. Bang! A terrifying force and intense pain struck his arms, sending him stumbling backward uncontrollably. But it wasn't over yet. Xiao Yu's handcuffed arms wrapped around the back of his head, holding on tight. Xiao Yu's knee struck again. Bang! The knee collided with the man's face. Even though Xiao Yu held back, the impact still caused blood to spurt from the man's nose. Dizziness washed over him as he fell to the ground. As the middle-aged man collapsed, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly burst open. A group of short-haired men rushed in, guns drawn, aiming at the rampaging Xiao Yu. Do you think just because you're with national security, you can do whatever you want? Facing the numerous firearms, Xiao Yu remained unafraid, his eyes fixed on the man lying on the ground. Without that identity, I could take on 10 of you. What does your national security even mean? Both the man on the ground and the surrounding short-haired men stared at Xiao Yu in shock. A big question mark popped up in their minds. Is this guy crazy? Ding! The task of the Guardian system has been successfully activated. System task: Battle with the War King. Task time limit: none. Task reward: Beast form. Reward hint: when the system task appears, the system abilities will be granted to the host in advance. Task hint: battle against top special agents of national security and defeat them. Task rules: if the host successfully completes the task, the system rewards will be permanently retained. If the host fails, the system will retract the rewards given. Please complete the task as soon as possible within the specified time. Xiao Yu, what's going on? Suddenly, a mocking tone, half smiling, came from the door of the interrogation room. So arrogant, you don't need to take on all 10 of us. Just defeating me will do. Chapter 12. Beast form at 3 a.m. The moonlight intermittently shone through the thick clouds, casting a dim glow over a small square. Xiao Yu, brought to the square, felt an intense chill, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was startled by the recent system task prompt. To battle a warrior? In 2 lifetimes. He had heard many legends about warriors. However, he had never seen what a true warrior looked like. Why would there be a warrior in the national security? In his previous life as a police officer, Xiao Yu had heard some old detectives sharing tales about national security. National security is one of the 5 major police forces, referring to the ordinary national security police. Within the entire national security system, there are many special departments and some unique professions, such as special agents. Could an ordinary person handle the work of a special agent? The answer is no. It is said that many national security special agents are mostly drawn from the military and undergo training before being qualified for special operations. This also explains why there exists such a figure as a warrior in national security. Facing a warrior in combat, Xiao Yu wore a skeptical expression. Fortunately, the system rewarded him with a new ability, Beast form. Upon acquiring this ability, the powers of 100 different beasts merged into Xiao Yu's body. He remembered watching a cartoon as a child where the protagonist possessed four extraordinary abilities: the eyes of an eagle, the ears of a wolf, the strength of a bear, and the speed of a leopard. With just these four abilities, the protagonist was like a superhero. Now, Xiao Yu had not only gained these four extraordinary powers, but had an additional 96 abilities. This was truly a game changer. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu felt his heart race and his blood boil, realizing the terrifying potential of the system. At that moment, around the square stood 20 to 30 individuals with crew cuts, all national security personnel. However, Xiao Yu paid them no mind. His focus was on a man standing 5 meters away. The man appeared to be in his 30s and exuded an intangible aura. This aura inspired a kind of indescribable reverence. Standing at 182 centimeters tall with a well-proportioned physique, he didn't seem intimidating at first glance. However, the body beneath his clothing radiated strength, taut like a straight spear, ready to strike. Xiao Yu sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from him. Yet, he looked at the man's face with a hint of confusion, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "My name is Yi Hong," the man said in a hoarse voice, calmly adding, "Didn't you just say that our national security is nothing and that you could take on 10 of us? Come on, if you can knock me down, national security will be nothing in your presence from now on." Xiao Yu felt as if he was a side character showing off only to be scrutinized by the protagonist, about to face a merciless reality check. Instinctively, he felt resistance, which was essentially a sense of insecurity. Regardless, he thought to himself, he had to maintain his facade, even if it was with tears in his eyes. Xiao Yu extended his hand and beckoned, "Come on then." Yi Hong. The crowd. They had seen many arrogant people before, but this was the first time they encountered someone as audacious as Xiao Yu. Was he really not afraid of getting beaten up? In an instant, Yi Hong shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, covering 5 meters in the blink of an eye, and standing right in front of Xiao Yu. His hand shot out like lightning, aimed at Xiao Yu's face, creating a rush of wind that made Xiao Yu feel momentarily suffocated. However, Yi Hong's hand grasped nothing but air. Xiao Yu casually sidestepped, as if strolling in a garden. Yi Hong's eyes lit up with surprise, and he quickly closed the distance. His right hand swung like a hammer, aiming for Xiao Yu's temple. Without a moment's hesitation, he sought to deny his opponent any chance to counterattack. His left hand, legs, and feet all became weapons. Xiao Yu was taken aback. The attacks from his opponent seemed like a machine in operation. There were no fancy moves, no drawn-out theatrics. Yi Hong's speed was incredibly fast, each strike aimed at vital points. Every move was designed to kill, executed with the precision of an assembly line. Everything was a concession to speed and lethality. His opponent had truly become a killing machine. Xiao Yu summoned all his strength and began to block furiously. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed through the square. Not only did Xiao Yu block all of Yi Hong's attacks, but his speed was even faster, and his power more ferocious. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They knew that Yi Hong was the top fighter in the security agency, and also a combat instructor. Yet, this formidable figure was unable to take down the arrogant young man. What was truly astonishing was that Xiao Yu utilized various martial arts techniques: Kung Fu, Sanda, Muay Thai, boxing, karate, taekwondo. His flamboyant fighting style matched Yi Hong blow for blow, almost dazzling everyone's eyes. What kind of monster was this kid? Suddenly, bang! Their fists collided without any flair, and both retreated half a step. Xiao Yu, feeling pain throughout his hands, arms, feet, and legs, wore an excited expression. He licked the corner of his mouth, looking like a wolf that had just finished a meal, utterly satisfied. After this battle, he had skillfully mastered the essence of a combat expert. Pain, yet filled with joy. However, Yi Hong's expression had turned serious, his face taut. His eyes fixed on Xiao Yu, as if he were staring at a terrifying monster. "My turn, right?" Xiao Yu grinned. An eerie scene unfolded. Xiao Yu suddenly lunged towards the ground, his limbs moving like a cheetah. In the instant he landed, with all his strength, Xiao Yu's body shot forward like a fired cannonball, moving with all 4 limbs engaged. This running posture not only gives his body movements a stronger explosiveness, but also makes it incredibly agile, allowing him to change direction by pushing off the ground with his hands and feet. In the blink of an eye, he has reached Yi Hong, whose expression has dramatically changed. However, Yi Hong, being a king among soldiers, has an astonishingly quick reaction time. Before Xiao Yu can attack, he kicks out preemptively, shifting from defense to offense. But at the moment his foot strikes out, Xiao Yu, who was charging towards him, suddenly halts. The transition from a sprint to a complete stop creates an illusion for Yi Heng and everyone else, both visually and psychologically. This is something a human should not be able to do. After all, the human body cannot defy inertia and mechanics. It's like a car traveling at 100 kilometers per hour suddenly braking to a halt. Impossible, right? Yet, Xiaoyu has achieved it. From a gallop to a standstill. He calmly watches Yi Heng's foot sweep past the tip of his nose. With a grin, he extends his hand. With a snap, he catches the ankle of that leg. His arm exerting force. In the beast form, bare strength. With one hand gripping Yi Heng's ankle, Xiaoyu swings his arm and remarkably lifts the body weighing over 80 kilograms, tossing it into the air. Chapter 13. How did I get a boyfriend in midair? Yi Heng felt despair for the first time. No matter how strong or capable you are, when you're in the air, you can't exert any power. But that wasn't the most desperate part. When he saw Xiaoyu suddenly spring up and appear in front of him, Yi Heng forced a bitter smile. It's over. At that moment, Xiaoyu, suspended in the air, exerted force with his waist and twisted his body. A leg swung up like a battle axe, coming down towards Yi Heng's body. Thud. The kick landed on Yi Heng's waist, knocking him down from the air and crashing him to the ground. Boom. Yi Heng's sturdy body slammed hard against the ground. The light-footed Xiaoyu leaped back into the air, soaring high once more. In midair, his legs bent, knees extended, coming down like a battering ram. Am I going to die? Yi Heng, lying on the ground, forced a smile. He never expected that someone who had defeated countless opponents would meet his end like this. That old saying is truly wise. Those who drown are often the best swimmers. It's so unfair, because he wasn't defeated by a martial arts master, but by a terrifying monster. No. A sudden scream echoed. In the midst of the fight, driven by excitement and adrenaline, Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, recognizing the voice. Yiqiu-chan? Why does her voice sound so helpless and sad? No. As Xiaoyu plummeted towards Yi Heng, he was horrified. Oh no, am I actually going to kill someone? Just as his knees were about to crash down on Yi Heng, his mind surged like an overloaded CPU. What should I do? In an instant, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Beast form, cat spirit. His body became agile and flexible in the air, limbs spreading out. Thud. His hands and feet grazed Yi Heng's body, crashing into the ground. But Xiaoyu could hear the sound of bones cracking. He also felt intense pain in his hands and feet, injured. With a bitter smile, he rolled over beside Yi Heng. Blood flowed from his hands, which were exposed with white bone fragments. At that moment, Xiaoyu's expression changed strangely. He finally realized why Yi Heng looked somewhat familiar. Because his face resembled someone he knew very well. Yi Heng, Yiqiu-chan. So that's it. Xiaoyu suddenly understood. No wonder her cries were so helpless and sorrowful. A family member. A petite figure rushed over like a deer. Yiqiu-chan stood in front of Xiaoyu, looking at him with a complex expression. That. Xiaoyu grinned. I'm being obedient, right? He said this intentionally. If he couldn't win her favor at this moment, how oblivious could he be? As expected, upon hearing his words, Yiqiu-chan's gaze grew even more complicated. When she saw Xiaoyu's bleeding hand, her expression changed. She quickly crouched down, ignoring the onlookers, and picked Xiaoyu up, softly asking, Does it hurt? It hurts. Xiaoyu put on a pitiful expression, like a little stray dog. Blinking her eyes pitifully, she said, Hey, Qiu-chan, I'm your brother. Yi Heng, sitting up, looked furious. I'm injured too, and I almost got killed by that guy. He felt indignant about not having the ability to protect himself, yet still calling for help. Yiqiu-chan shot him a glance, and then turned her attention to Xiaoyu. Let us go treat your wounds. Xiaoyu, no longer pretending, stood up, grinning through the pain in his hands and feet. He was still a bit shaken. If it weren't for Yiqiu-chan's shout, he might have really killed someone. There had been talk before about how difficult it is for a person to control themselves when they suddenly gain immense power, especially in a fight without professional training. It's easy to get carried away. This was indeed true. Hey, little sister, you can't take him away yet. Yi Heng glared at Yiqiu-chan, knowing the situation was still unclear. What else needs to be checked? Yiqiu-chan retorted coldly. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, both me and Qing Wu would have almost been kidnapped. He is a police officer, not a criminal. Are you hoping that we get taken away? Yi Heng was at a loss for words, clearly realizing that his sister was protecting that guy, even if he knew Xiaoyu was acting strangely. With Yiqiu-chan defending him, he couldn't touch Xiaoyu. Otherwise, when his sister ran to their parents to complain, he would be in big trouble. Suddenly, a sports car drove into the small square and stopped in front of everyone. The door opened, and Hua Qing Wu, dressed in loungewear, stepped out, her smile bright as she surveyed the surroundings. "What are you all doing?" As she spoke, she approached Yi Chio-chan, snuggling into Xiao Yu's arms like a little bird, smiling sweetly at everyone. Seeing this scene, Yi Hung's expression changed dramatically. The faces of the other security personnel also shifted. "Oh no, how did my boyfriend get hurt?" Hua Qingwu seemed to discover something new, grabbing Xiao Yu's hand. Her eyes immediately filling with tears as if she were heartbroken. "Boyfriend?" Xiao Yu thought. "When did I become her boyfriend? Why am I the last to know?" Beside them, Yi Chio-chan couldn't help but smirk, but Yi Hung and the others looked even more troubled. Even those with less intelligence could tell that the security personnel were wary of Hua Qingwu. Whether it was her identity or something else, no one knew. Xiao Yu's heart began to race again, as Hua Qingwu nestled against him, almost like she was declaring to everyone that he was her boyfriend. "Can we go now?" Yi Chio-chan looked at her brother. Yi Hung remained silent. Soon after, the three headed towards the sports car. Yi Chio-chan drove. Xiao Yu sat in the passenger seat, and Hua Qingwu sat on his lap. There was no choice. There were only 2 seats. Under the watchful eyes of the security personnel, the sports car sped away. "What do we do now?" A national security officer asked Yi Hung. "Have you checked?" Yi Hung looked frustrated and replied, "I've checked. It's all clean." The officer said his 22 years of life are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. He can't be one of those people. Plus, he's about to become a police officer. So that means there's no problem, right? Yi Hung rolled his eyes and said, "I've already talked big, and I haven't even dealt with this kid yet. We're really going to look like fools in front of him." The people around lowered their heads, stifling their laughter. "What is so funny?" Yi Hung's face turned red. "Get out of here." After his subordinates left, he took out his phone and made a call. "Dad, I've checked. There's not much of an issue, just a bit too hot-tempered. If it weren't for Chio-chan, I might have been beaten to death by him. By the way, there's one more thing. It seems both Chio-chan and Qingwu have taken a liking to him." Chapter 14. Go to hell. So embarrassing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission against the Soldier King. The system rewards permanent retention. Please look forward to the next system mission. Farewell. Lu Jiaming, had no choice. Xiao Yu played a clever trick in his heart. Indeed, there was no choice. The system mission had to be done. If not completed, not only would the rewards be revoked, but the system would also be permanently shut down. Fortunately, every time a mission was completed, the abilities rewarded were quite impressive. No, they were terrifying. Being a combat expert is one thing, but being able to contend with a Soldier King without falling behind, or even being stronger, is another. The beast form was particularly outrageous, granting the host the abilities of 100 different beasts. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, using these 2 abilities in combination meant that not only could he take on 1 Soldier King, but he could take on 10. For instance, right now, Xiao Yu had activated the beast form, Salamander. This ability allowed for rapid healing of the body, with a recovery rate that was incredibly frightening. As long as his head wasn't completely destroyed, he could heal himself given enough time. Xiao Yu could clearly feel his injuries healing quickly. Then he cursed himself inwardly for being foolish. Because within the beast form, there was also another ability, Rhino Defense. The defense of a rhinoceros. When fighting with Yi Hung, if he had used this defense, how could he have gotten injured? This was also because Xiao Yu had not yet mastered the beast form. Presumably, in the future, it would be nearly impossible for him to get hurt. This was simply cheating. "What are you laughing at?" A soft, sweet voice rang out in his arms. "Damn, I almost forgot about them." Xiao Yu's smile froze on his face. He finally remembered there was a fairy in his embrace. Hua Qingwu gave him a sidelong glance, curling her lips. "You're now my boyfriend, you know?" "What the hell, boyfriend? Are you sick or something?" Xiao Yu felt a headache coming on. "Sister, we've known each other for less than a day." "Really?" Hua Qingwu feigned grievance, glaring at him. "I'm sitting on your lap and lying in your arms, and you still won't admit it? Oomph, you really are a bad man. Isn't it because there was no space in the car? You think I wanted this?" Xiao Yu was at a loss for words. "Sister Chio-chan, you agree, right?" Driving the car, Yi Chio-chan curled her lips. Her sparkling eyes shot a glance at him, but she said nothing. "See, even Chio-chan isn't helping you," Hua Qingwu said triumphantly, leaning closer to tease the big boy, her voice sweet and flirtatious. "My little boyfriend, do you want to give me a kiss?" The teasing was the main act. She found Xiao Yu very interesting. Clearly, she was sitting in his lap, and any normal man would take advantage of the situation. Wasn't it silly not to? But Xiao Yu was different. With a beauty in his arms, he remained perfectly still, his body tense with nervousness. "You can't be." Hua Qingwu smiled mischievously. "A virgin?" Damn, watch your words. Xiao Yu's face turned red, nearly losing his ability to manage his expression. I'm not. Haha. Hua Qingwu laughed in his embrace, shaking with mirth. Even Yi Qiu-chan, who was driving, couldn't help but smile slightly. Some people die, their bodies go limp. But that mouth remains forever stubborn. Go to hell, how embarrassing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's face turned a deep shade of red. He was so awkward, he wished he could roll on the ground. How about letting my sister be your girlfriend? Hua Qingwu continued to tease. Do you believe I can do something to you right now? Xiao Yu reached out and tightly embraced Hua Qingwu. He then lowered his head, slowly leaning towards her beautiful face. As a result, Hua Qingwu's face instantly flushed, half pouting in anger, feeling shy. Don't be fooled by her earlier bravado. She was actually quite timid. Xiao Yu was similar. Both were equally bashful. Just then, they arrived at the hospital, and the three of them got out of the car. Inside, the doctor bandaged Xiao Yu's wounds and checked his body. Aside from some injuries on his hands, there was nothing serious, and no fractures were found. Xiao Yu's heart trembled. He didn't expect the self-healing ability in beast form to be this terrifying. After leaving the hospital, they returned to Yi Qiu-chan's courtyard. It was already 5 in the morning. Hua Qingwu had fallen asleep in Xiao Yu's arms. He gently placed her on the bed in a bedroom. When he returned to the living room, Xiao Yu felt a bit disoriented from exhaustion. Who would have thought that on his first day in this new world, he would face 3 life and death crises? First at the KTV, then in the courtyard, and finally battling a national security soldier. The physical drain was immense. When he collapsed onto the sofa, Xiao Yu was too tired to move. He thought about eating something before sleeping. Yi Qiu-chan glanced at him from the side. Xiao Yu mumbled, I need to go back to the dorm later. Dorm? Yi Qiu-chan was puzzled. The day after tomorrow. No, tomorrow. Xiao Yu weakly said. I need to report to the police station. I have to wear my uniform on the first day, and my clothes and onboarding paperwork are in the dorm. I'll have someone bring them over. You can rest here. Yi Qiu-chan nodded. Don't wear yourself out. Is that all right? Xiao Yu opened his eyes in surprise. You are the lifesaver for both me and Qingwu. Yi Qiu-chan looked at him, her clear eyes sparkling with mischief. And you are still Qingwu's boyfriend. Xiao Yu. Boyfriend? She was just teasing me. Haha, whoever believes that is a fool. Not long after, someone brought breakfast. Xiao Yu struggled to get up and found the food delicious. After breakfast, Yi Qiu-chan took him to a room with a private bathroom. Once Xiao Yu showered and came out in a bathrobe, he immediately collapsed onto the bed. In his dreams, he felt a tickle in his nose and vaguely heard laughter. He knew someone was playing tricks on him, but he was too sleepy to care, mumbling, let me sleep a little longer. As he spoke, he reached out and embraced a soft figure. In the midst of the surprised exclamation, he held the person close and continued to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, Xiao Yu jolted awake. His face was buried in a soft embrace, being held by someone. He could hear the long, calm breaths above him. In astonishment, he lifted his face from that warm embrace and looked up. He saw a stunningly beautiful face. Hua Qingwu, perhaps due to her deep sleep. Her fluffy and disheveled hair cascaded down, adding a touch of lazy charm to her fair and sweet face. With immense willpower, Xiao Yu forced himself to look away. He was too tired. He buried his face back into her embrace and closed his eyes. He had no idea how long he had slept. When he woke up, it was already evening, and Hua Qingwu was gone. He got up, washed up, changed his clothes, and went to the living room. He found that both women were not there. However, the coffee table was filled with a variety of delicious food. With his stomach growling, Xiao Yu sat down and began to eat. While eating, he noticed a few items on the sofa: a police uniform, a police cap, and some employment documents. It seemed that Yi Qiu-chan had helped him retrieve them from the dormitory. Seeing these items, Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. He stood up, raised his hand, and performed a military salute. A bright smile, like the sun, appeared on Xiao Yu's face. After 2 lifetimes, he was once again in uniform. This feeling was truly wonderful. Chapter 15, Is Your Story Serious? The laughter coming from the entrance brought Xiao Yu back to reality. He turned to see Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu walking into the hall with several fashion bags. After changing their slippers, the two approached him. Awake? Hua Qingwu plopped down beside Xiao Yu, teasingly saying, You look so cute when you sleep, like a little baby. Please just explode on the spot. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he thought about how, at 185 centimeters tall, he had fallen asleep in a girl's embrace like a child. Hey, feeling shy? Hua Qingwu giggled, making a funny face at him. Xiao Yu remained silent, treating her remarks as nonsense. I bought you some things, Yi Qiu-chan said. handing over a few fashion bags. For me? Xiaoyu was surprised and took a quick glance inside. There was a watch, a phone, leather shoes, and a set of clothes. After experiencing a kidnapping and a fight yesterday, his watch and phone were broken, the shoes came apart, and his clothes had several tears, making them unwearable. Thanks. I'll take the clothes, Xiaoyu said, shaking his head slightly, but I can't accept the watch and phone. The phone was a high-end domestic model worth over 10,000. And the watch was a black skeleton model by Richard Mille, which was known to start at several hundred thousand. If it were a limited edition or a collector's item, it could be worth millions. Xiaoyu was taken aback by the girl's generosity. This is quite extravagant. You must be wealthy. Besides, Yi Qiu-chan smiled elegantly. Police officers shouldn't wear luxury items. It affects the public image of civil servants. It's not like you wear them to work. With a smile that left no room for refusal, Yi Qiu-chan took the watch and placed it on Xiaoyu's wrist. I don't understand why you guys want to be police officers or soldiers. You can't do this or that, Hua Qingwu said, unboxing the new phone and transferring the SIM card from Xiaoyu's broken phone to the new one. That's a bit much, Xiaoyu shot her a glare. Becoming a police officer or a soldier is a dream for many boys. He looked at the watch and then at the phone Hua Qingwu handed him, suddenly feeling like he was being spoiled. It was clear that if he refused, the two would quickly turn against him. Yes, you're the best, he said. Hua Qingwu wrinkled her nose. Since you're so impressive, have you found a girlfriend yet? Xiaoyu, let's not talk about girlfriends. We're still good friends. I'll introduce you to someone later. Hua Qingwu linked her arm with his, half-jokingly saying, if you can't find one, I'll be your girlfriend. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. You're such a good person. Tell me about your family. Hua Qingwu seemed curious about everything, like someone checking household registrations. My parents are very loving, but my mom is a bit dominant, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. My dad said that back in the day. It was my mom who pursued him. Wow, your mom is impressive, Hua Qingwu exclaimed. How did she pursue him? Yi Qiu-chan asked, intrigued. Recalling the new memories after the time travel, Xiaoyu had a strange expression. Back when they were in college, his dad was quite handsome, while his mom was of average looks. Initially, his dad didn't like his mom, but one day, after his dad got beaten up and hospitalized, his mom took care of him day and night. His dad was moved and eventually fell in love with her, and they got married after graduation. Later, his dad found out that it was actually his mom who had someone beat him up back then. Haha. The two girls burst into laughter. Thinking back to his memories of his parents in this life, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. Perhaps time travel was a kind of luck after all. As they chatted into the night, the bond between the three of them grew even closer. The two girls began to see him as a younger brother, and Xiaoyu gained two older sisters. The personalities of the two girls were quite interesting. Hua Qingwu was a bit unpredictable, sometimes a charming seductress, other times like a fairy, and occasionally a cute child. Yi Qiu-chan was quiet, a cold queen with an imposing presence, exuding an aura of authority. As they continued talking, Hua Qingwu grew tired and leaned against Xiaoyu, lazily humming, "Carry me to bed." Isn't this inappropriate? Xiaoyu thought helplessly. Just yesterday, it was her who carried him back to the room. Hua Qingwu puffed up her cheeks and kicked him lightly with her delicate foot. You were sleeping in my sister's arms during the day, and you even ate her food. Don't say that. Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that the fairy might say something embarrassing, and quickly picked Hua Qingwu up. He nodded at Yi Qiu-chan and headed towards the bedroom. Listening to the fairy's carefree laughter in his arms, Xiaoyu inexplicably felt an urge to do something. Yi Qiu-chan watched Xiaoyu's back, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Lost in thought, inside the bedroom, Xiaoyu placed Hua Qingwu on the bed. The fairy, who only knew how to tease, stopped bothering him and pouted. Looking like a wronged woman, Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. Just sleep well. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he walked toward the door. You're leaving just like that? Hua Qingwu pretended to be sulking. What do you want then? Xiaoyu stopped, turning his back to her. You were still, Hua Qingwu said in a wrong tone. Xiaoyu, you know she's just pretending. It's all an act. But he couldn't help but feel tempted. Perhaps ancient kings felt the same way when facing the pouting of beautiful women? Helplessly, Xiaoyu turned around to look at her. Hua Qingwu dropped the act, showing her beautiful face with a mischievous gaze. What? Xiaoyu felt exhausted. Sing me to sleep. Hua Qingwu covered her mouth with one hand and exaggeratedly yawned. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, climbed onto the bed, and lay beside her. Tell me a story. The fairy took his arm and placed it under her head as a pillow. I can't. Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on. I don't care. Hua Qingwu wiggled her body, acting cute. Who could resist this? Xiaoyu sighed. Let me think. Once upon a time, There was a princess who was exceptionally beautiful, and the queen was jealous of her beauty and wanted to eliminate her. Snow White, are you listening? Yes. Upon hearing the news, the princess fled overnight to the home of the 7 dwarfs. Then what happened? The queen, furious, set out to hunt down the princess, but encountered a prince instead. Surely she wouldn't harm the prince, right? No, she fell in love with him, and they lived happily ever after. As for the princess, she also enjoyed a happy life with the 7 dwarfs. Hua Qingwu looked bewildered and murmured, "Is this story serious? Whether it's serious or not, don't you think it's quite reasonable?" Xiao Yubai shot her a glance. The prince is supported by an older woman, and the princess has 7 backups. Perfect. Hua Qingwu responded with a skeptical look. Suddenly, she bit his neck, saying, "Get lost." Without saying another word, Xiao Yu got up and left. Once outside the room, he let out a deep sigh of relief. "I'm just a police officer with bold intentions, but no courage," he thought to himself, feeling self-deprecating. The main reason was that Yi Qiu-chan was outside, and he didn't want to live stream this moment. When he returned to the living room, Yi Qiu-chan was nowhere to be found. Xiao Yu lay on the sofa, bored, playing on his phone until dawn. After changing into his uniform and taking his documents, he found a piece of paper and left a note on the coffee table. "Sister Qiu-chan, Sister Qingwu, I'm leaving now. Until we meet again." Chapter 16. When did I become so famous? Early, 7 a.m. In the golden autumn of October, the sunlight is warm. A cool autumn breeze brushes against the face, providing a very comfortable sensation. At the Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Team, in front of the office building of the undercover unit, Xiao Yu, dressed in police uniform, stands at the entrance, gazing at the police emblem hanging on the gate. In a daze, his mind drifts back to his past life, to the day he graduated from the police academy. He remembers his classmates, gathering together and shouting, "We will definitely become police officers." With a wry smile, Xiao Yu walks through the gate, his oath from his previous life echoing in his mind. "I pledge to willingly become a people's police officer." In the conference room, smoke fills the air. A dozen undercover detectives wear frowns, their faces tired and haggard, indicating they haven't slept all night. Each of them holds a set of case files in hand. Bloodshot eyes are fixed on the words on the files. On the night of October 10th, 3 days ago, the Emergency Response Center received a call. The caller, claiming to be a resident of the area, reported witnessing a terrifying decomposed body. Before making the call, he was jogging in Haiding Park. While running, he was startled to see several rats scurrying by. What horrified him even more was that he found bloodstains where the rats had passed. Out of curiosity, he cautiously followed the path where the rats had run and entered a small grove in the park. Under the dim light of street lamps and moonlight, he spotted a human-shaped object lying in a drainage ditch. At first, he thought it was just someone who had drunk too much and was sleeping there. But when he got closer, he was utterly terrified. He saw a decayed body, most of which had been eaten by rats. The corpse was covered in blood and flesh, horrifying to behold. The caller was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, screaming. After regaining his composure, he scrambled to his feet and ran out of the grove to call the police. The Emergency Response Center immediately dispatched nearby police forces to investigate. The task was assigned to the Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Team, undercover unit. 2 on-duty detectives arrived at the scene as quickly as possible and were equally shocked by the body. Within 20 minutes, all detectives from the unit arrived. The team leader and instructor personally directed the officers to investigate the scene and search for evidence. After searching the entire grove and even the park, they discovered that this area was not only a blind spot for surveillance, but also found no murder weapon or any evidence related to the case. When the forensic team arrived to examine the scene, they subsequently transported the body back to the Forensic Identification Center for an autopsy. Based on skeletal analysis, the deceased was determined to be male, aged between 35 and 40, approximately 1.7 meters tall. The estimated time of death was about 4 days prior, caused by severe tearing of the jugular vein and respiratory tract, leading to inability to breathe normally, excessive blood loss, and organ failure. Death. Due to extensive rat damage, the deceased's appearance could not be discerned. The forensic team prepared to reconstruct the body using advanced technology. This was done to determine the weapon that caused the death and the deceased's original appearance. Through 3D modeling on the computer and cranial reconstruction, a rough restoration of the deceased's facial features was achieved. By comparing with the police's large database, efforts were made to search and verify the identity of the deceased. Ultimately, 3 individuals with similar characteristics were identified. The first was 26 years old, too young to match. The second, a basketball coach, did not match in height. The third, named Zhao Dikao, was 171 meters tall, 35 years old, and had a physique that roughly matched. Investigations revealed that Zhao Dikao was a deep-sea sailor working in coastal regions of another province. Subsequently, the detectives went to Zhao Dikao's home and confirmed that he had returned home for a break 2 weeks prior and left for work 5 days ago. The forensic expert then compared the deceased's DNA with that of his parents, confirming that the deceased was indeed Zhao Dikao. The forensic team also provided the autopsy results. By reconstructing the body, they found trace marks on Zhao Dikao's neck, suspected to be from an animal attack. They extracted saliva from the flesh found on the neck, which was analyzed and determined to come from a canid, but not a common one. Finally, forensic experts analyzed the saliva and discovered it came from the family of hyenas. There are only 4 species in this family: spotted hyena, brown hyena, striped hyena, and aardwolf. This indicated that Zhao Dikao died from an attack by one of these hyena species. A puzzling question arose. How could there be wild animals in the city? As the capital city, it was unimaginable that ordinary people could keep wild animals, let alone that such animals could enter the city without being noticed. What was even more incredible was that, apart from the crime scene, only the victim's footprints were found. No suspicious footprints, traces, or even signs of wild animals were discovered. The detective team quickly went to a nearby zoo and retrieved the entire surveillance video footage of the area. There was no evidence suggesting that a hyena had been taken out of the zoo. This led to the question, how did Zhao Dikao get killed by a hyena? This was simply unbelievable. Even seasoned detectives were baffled by such a case. Over the past few days, the undercover team had been working tirelessly, day and night, trying to find clues. However, due to the bizarre nature of the case, they found nothing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the conference room door. The team leader, Zhou Xianghua, frowned and coldly called out, "Come in." The door opened, and a police officer led a trainee officer into the conference room. The trainee officer, referring to students studying at the police academy and those interning in the police force, was a junior officer. This trainee officer was Xiaoyu. "Here comes the newcomer," the officer said with a smile, pointing at Xiaoyu, who looked quite spirited. In an instant, all eyes, including that of the team leader, turned to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu stood up straight and saluted the crowd, reporting, "Xiaoyu?" A surprised voice rang out. The speaker was the squadron instructor, a middle-aged police chief named Hiyong. At the same time, the squad leader, Zhou Xianghua, changed his expression and fixed his gaze on the young cadet in front of him. "So you are Xiaoyu? When did I become so famous?" Xiaoyu had a puzzled look on his face, feeling completely taken aback. "Is Suhui talking about him?" another person exclaimed. Following that, the detectives in the conference room began to observe Xiaoyu as if he were a rare animal in a zoo. Xiaoyu felt overwhelmed by the attention, sensing that the world was filled with malice towards him. Wait, what exactly did I do? Chapter 17. King of Guns. A scene flashed in Xiaoyu's mind. The night before, he had encountered kidnappers at a KTV with 2 women and called the police. One of the 2 arriving officers was named Su Hui, a deputy from the 6th Brigade of the Chaoyang Special Police. "Is it him?" Xiaoyu frowned. Due to the differing configurations of agencies in each region, the Criminal Investigation Division typically comprises 3 to 10 brigades, with each brigade consisting of 3 to 10 teams, and each team having 25 to 50 officers. For instance, the undercover team, where Xiaoyu interned, could be referred to as the 3rd Brigade. The brigades maintain close relationships and sometimes cooperate with each other. If any brigade encounters an incident, the others are likely to be aware of it to some extent. Moreover, the previous night at the KTV, Xiaoyu not only killed 2 kidnappers, but also severely injured another, and later shot down 2 more and injured one in a courtyard. Such explosive events must have spread throughout the entire brigade. It would be hard for him to remain anonymous. Additionally, since this kidnapping case was suspected to involve espionage, it was likely taken over by national security. Ordinary police officers probably did not have the right to participate, which explained why he had not been implicated. That was also why he had been taken to national security and later picked up by the 2 women. Otherwise, he would still be with national security now and would miss today's report. Upon realizing all this, Xiaoyu felt somewhat embarrassed. A mere intern who hadn't even reported to his unit had caused such a significant incident. This was not a good thing. It might even lead to leaders looking down on him. After all, every unit dislikes someone who stirs up trouble. "You've done well, young man," Brigade Leader Zhou Xianghua said with a smile, looking at Xiaoyu. "You're going to earn some merit." Indeed, he had earned merit, and it was substantial. As someone who had fully participated in the kidnapping case, consecutively shooting down 4 kidnappers and apprehending 3 suspects, he was a significant contributor. Even with his eyes closed, he could secure a third-class merit. A second-class merit was not out of reach. As for first-class merit, that was a dream. In the military and police professions, there's a saying, you receive a third-class merit standing, a second-class merit lying down, and a first-class merit is awarded to your family. This means that those who receive a third-class merit usually haven't encountered any major issues. To earn a second-class merit, one often has to be severely injured or disabled. First-class merits are rare, very few live to receive one. Don't be fooled by some big shots flaunting multiple first-class merits, still alive and kicking. You haven't seen how many times they risked their lives to earn those honors. Each first-class merit comes from surviving a life-and-death case. This is no joke. You're overestimating me, Xiao Yu said with a naive smile, pretending to be a young rookie. He remained humble and composed. Instructor He Yong nodded with a smile, not bad. Both top leaders of the brigade praised him, and the other detectives looked at Xiao Yu with smiles. However, not a single one of them mentioned the kidnapping case from the previous day. Cases involving national security are subject to confidentiality regulations. As police officers, they certainly understood the rules. If someone dared to inquire, they would be taken for a chat by national security before they finished asking. Is the newcomer here? Old He, care to say a few words? Zhou Xianghua looked at his team. No need. He Yong shook his head with a gentle smile. We don't have so many rules in our team, so let's skip the induction ceremony. Just then, an old detective approached. He was tall with small eyes, smiling like a friendly tiger. His name was Wu Chong, a seasoned detective with 12 years of experience, holding the rank of third-level police supervisor and team leader. You'll be in charge of mentoring someone, He Yong said, pointing to Xiao Yu. This one is a talent. Don't mess it up. Mentoring here meant that when a newcomer joined the police, they would be paired with an experienced officer to familiarize themselves with the job, much like a master teaching an apprentice. In reality, everyone present understood the situation. The newcomer Xiao Yu was not just talented, he was extraordinary. He had single-handedly taken down 2 groups of armed kidnappers, killing 4 and capturing 3. When they first heard this inside information, they were all dumbfounded and questioned their understanding of reality. They even wondered, isn't this something out of a movie? After all, how could someone so formidable exist in real life? Since the case involved national security, no one dared to mention it. They could only pretend to be unaware and treat Xiao Yu as a newcomer. However, no one truly felt comfortable seeing him as just a newcomer. Why? Killing 4 kidnappers was no small matter. It was a huge deal. What puzzled them even more was how Xiao Yu could still report to the undercover team. Shouldn't he be under investigation by national security at this point? This raised a very alarming question. How could Xiao Yu, who had killed 4 kidnappers, walk out of national security so quickly? Consequently, the way everyone looked at Xiao Yu changed. They began to suspect that this young man might have some background. But if he had a powerful background, why would he choose to be a police officer, let alone a detective? Their thoughts raced, but they couldn't make sense of it. Timing is everything. Zhou Xianghua waved at Xiao Yu and handed him a case file. Here, just in time. Our team has encountered a case that has everyone stumped. Take a look and help us brainstorm some ideas. Using a newcomer to contribute ideas, wasn't that a bit of a joke? This was a test. Zhou Xianghua wanted to see what this young man had learned in police school. As the saying goes, you have to take a horse out for a walk to see if it's a horse or a donkey. If you have the talent, everyone will see you as one of them. If you don't have what it takes, once your internship is over, you'll be sent back where you came from. Being a police officer is not something just anyone can do. Without the right mindset and investigative skills, one could easily endanger themselves and others. The third team never kept idle people. Just having reported for duty and already being asked to participate in a case, Xiao Yu felt a bit bewildered. But he quickly regained his composure and took the case file. As everyone witnessed this moment, their eyes lit up. They began to like this young man. How could one fight against criminals if they were always hesitating? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! The police god system task activation successful. System task. Investigating homicide. Task deadline. 3 days. Task reward. King of guns. Task hint. Please solve the current homicide case within 3 days. Task rules. If the host successfully completes the task, the system reward will be permanently retained. If the host fails the task, the system will retract the given reward. Countdown to task deadline begins. Xiao Yu, as expected of the divine system for law enforcement, just encountered a case and immediately a task appears. In the next moment, countless information about firearms, shooting, marksmanship. A massive amount of data, techniques, and abilities surged into Xiao Yu's body, leaving a strange imprint. This is too abnormal. Xiao Yu was shocked. He felt that he had transformed into a deity, a god of guns. Chapter 18. Whose young master is this? Regaining his composure, Xiao Yu tried to suppress the excitement and agitation within him as he looked at the case file in his hands. To solve any case, one must first investigate the scene, then review the file, and finally search for clues. Only by understanding the entire process of the case can one trace back to the source, ultimately leading to its resolution. At this moment, Xiao Yu was completely absorbed in the file. The case was roughly as follows. Someone out for a night run discovered a corpse. Yet the police could not ascertain how the body ended up in the park's drainage ditch. There were no traceable evidence at the crime scene, as if the body had simply materialized in the drainage ditch. Strangely, the forensic examination determined that the cause of death was due to animal bites. In the capital, someone had been killed by hyenas. Wasn't that a bit too fantastical? Lastly, the most peculiar and bizarre aspect was that the location where the body appeared was conveniently a blind spot for surveillance cameras. Fine, even if it was a blind spot. What about other areas? If someone disposed of the body or used hyenas to attack, they would have had to enter this blind spot. Surely, this process would have been captured by cameras outside the blind spot, right? However, after the investigation by the undercover team and the review of the park surveillance, they surprisingly found no suspicious individuals. Can you believe it? Was this body truly a spontaneous appearance? To be honest, with his previous experience in law enforcement, when Xiao Yu read this part in the file, he was stunned. Was this some kind of supernatural event? Otherwise, how could one explain it? Wait, Xiao Yu suddenly frowned and coldly spoke. Have we checked the caller who reported this? At this moment, his thoughts were entirely focused on the case. Not realizing that his tone was quite unusual, he didn't sound like a newcomer. Rather, he seemed more like a leader. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, several detectives looked up. Even the team leader and the instructor had peculiar expressions. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces, and an older detective spoke up. We have checked. There were only his footprints at the scene. We also considered whether the caller might be the one who disposed of the body or the murderer. However, after investigation, we have ruled out his suspicion. The things Xiao Yu could think of, this group of veteran detectives surely could as well. Not to mention the caller. They had also investigated the deceased's family and friends, ruling out their suspicions one by one. That made it even more strange. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. A body could not simply appear out of nowhere. In the capital, hyenas killing people was also too mystical. The entire case radiated an inexplicable eeriness. Xiao Yu couldn't figure it out, so he could only go see the crime scene. All cases, the file is merely a record. The primary focus is the scene. Those who understand criminal investigation reasoning know a certain principle, the law of local material exchange. Whenever objects come into contact, there will inevitably be a transfer of matter. In layman's terms, within the field of criminal investigation, it means that as long as a perpetrator has committed a crime, they will undoubtedly leave clues and evidence at the crime scene, whether consciously or unconsciously. This principle has yet to be broken to this day. There are always clues at a crime scene. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder, and Xiao Yu was jolted awake. Looking around, he realized it was already noon and decided to go eat. The person speaking was Wu Chang, who was grinning at him. It was then that Xiao Yu noticed the meeting room was already empty. Master, Xiao Yu said with a smile, not in a hurry, and took out a cigarette to smoke. As he spoke, he pulled out a cigarette box from his pocket and offered it to Wu Chang. When he called him master, he thought of his past life as a police officer, where he had a very capable mentor. Unfortunately, due to his mentor's volatile temper and strong sense of justice, he never got promoted and spent his life as an ordinary detective, later retiring due to serious injuries from a case. The cigarettes were given to him by Yi Qiu-chan. After discovering that Xiao Yu smoked, she managed to find 2 boxes of cigarettes from somewhere. These 2 boxes were quite interesting, both gold and packaging with red lettering. Jiao Yu Tai, special supply for state guests. Upon seeing this box of cigarettes, Wu Chang was taken aback. Many people knew that there was a type of cigarette called special supply. The ones circulating among the public, like white skin, red skin, military supply, and exclusive supply, were all fakes. The real special supply cigarettes were only 3 types: Panda, De Qianmen, and Jiao Yu Tai. The green Panda cigarette goes without saying, many people know of it, though few have seen it. De Qianmen was a favorite of a certain big shot and was specially customized by a cigarette factory. As for the state guest Jiao Yu Tai, It surpassed the Green Panda in quality. It came in both canned and boxed varieties, representing the pinnacle of special supply cigarettes. It was said that this cigarette had already been discontinued. So how did a discontinued cigarette end up in the hands of a young man? Wu Chang's face turned pale in an instant. He was frightened. After a moment, he regained his composure, looked deeply at Xiaoyu, and casually asked, "This cigarette looks pretty good. Where did you buy it?" Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "A sister gave it to me." Sister? Wu Chang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had just acknowledged two older sisters. Xiaoyu explained it lightly. He opened the cigarette box again and offered Wu Chang one. This time, Wu Chang accepted it, though his hand trembled slightly. After lighting it, Wu Chang squinted and took a puff. As an experienced smoker, he concluded, "It's not fake." Because it was real, Wu Chang's heart started racing. Seeing his mentor smoking, Xiaoyu casually placed the cigarette box in his hand. In human relationships, certain gestures are necessary. Building a good relationship would make daily work less troublesome. Wu Chang, holding the cigarette box, was stunned. He turned to look at Xiaoyu again. After hesitating for a long time, he carefully tucked the cigarette box into his clothing pocket, amazed in his heart. The brigade has a true descendant. This is likely a young master from some wealthy family, here to experience life among the common people. People had said before that the capital city is a place where shallow waters have many turtles. Someone once described it this way. One day, a billboard fell, injuring 10 people. At least 5 of them were officials, for were either rich or noble, and only one was an ordinary person. Is that exaggerated? Sometimes. The harsh realities can be even more outrageous than people imagine. The third team has a dedicated cafeteria, and the food is average. When Xiaoyu arrived at the cafeteria with Wu Chang, he noticed that everyone in the team was eating and chatting. This time, there were 5 new cadets assigned to the plainclothes third team, including Xiaoyu. The other 4 newcomers were each following their masters. During the meal, Xiaoyu was somewhat distracted, his mind preoccupied with the case, and he almost ended up getting food in his nose several times. After finishing the meal, Xiaoyu made a rather excessive request to Wu Chang. "Master, can I go see the scene?" Newly assigned cadets are not qualified to visit crime scenes due to various reasons. However, after Xiaoyu asked this question, Wu Chang paused for a moment and then nodded. "Sure, I'll take you there in a bit." Chapter 19 Suspected dereliction of duty in a park in Chaoyang District. On an autumn afternoon, sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the greenery, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The gentle and warm light created an atmosphere of immense comfort and warmth. Xiaoyu, wearing shoe covers and gloves, squatted coldly in front of a drainage ditch. Wu Chang, with a complicated expression, observed his apprentice. Not far away, 2 criminal police officers stood outside the cordon, curiously and doubtfully watching Xiaoyu. They were somewhat bewildered as to why Wu Chang brought a newly assigned trainee to the scene, as this was completely against protocol. Wu Chang knew this was not the right approach. When he found the team leader and instructor with the cigarettes Xiaoyu had given him, he handed one to each of them. The heads of the third team were taken aback. Their first thought was the same as Wu Chang's. Who is this young master? However, after some thought, they realized something was off. This young man had recently taken down 4 kidnappers. What kind of young master is that formidable? Since he could smoke at a state banquet venue, even if he wasn't from a wealthy background, he must have some connections. To put it bluntly, below a certain level, one wouldn't even qualify to smoke such cigarettes. Since Xiaoyu wanted to see the scene, it shouldn't be a big issue. If he wanted to look, let him. Could he really solve the case? However, after only 10 minutes of examining the crime scene, Xiaoyu showed a strange expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost, slowly raising his head to look at the sky. "No way, is this really happening?" Xiaoyu murmured while gazing at the sky. "Well done." What did he discover? Wu Chang, who had been observing Xiaoyu, noticed his eyes light up. Not sure yet. Coming back to his senses, Xiaoyu lowered his head again, staring at the drainage ditch. At this moment, the traces inside the drainage ditch were very clear, with water from decomposed bodies and oily stains left behind. But that wasn't the focus. Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on the edge of the ditch. This drainage ditch was constructed using cement blocks. Due to years of neglect, it showed signs of cracking and weathering. Anyone familiar with civil engineering knows that if the cement mix is incorrect or if shortcuts are taken, the strength of the cement can be very low, even brittle. Heavy objects striking such cement can cause powdering, cracking, and flaking. The area Xiaoyu was focused on clearly showed signs of fracture. There were also traces of blood. The blood was human, and the fracture was due to an impact. Then, Xiaoyu asked a question. During the autopsy, Did the forensic doctor find any signs of fractures in any part of the body? Wu Chang was momentarily taken aback, recalling. It's important to know that during the initial stages of an autopsy, detailed notes are not typically included in the case file, but there is a general report. However, the file they reviewed did not mention any details about the autopsy, let alone any fractures. Master, you should ask. Xiao Yu raised his head, his expression complex and strange. The forensic doctor might have been derelict in their duty. Whoa! Wu Chang's expression suddenly changed. This was because Xiao Yu's words were too frightening. Negligence refers to dereliction of duty, meaning not fulfilling one's responsibilities. Nowadays, 99% of forensic experts are police officers. If a police officer is negligent, do you know how serious the consequences can be? In less than 20 minutes, Captain Zhou Xianghua, Instructor He Yong, and several veteran detectives arrived on the scene. What happened? Zhou Xianghua's expression was serious as he stared at Wu Chang. Others were also looking at Wu Chang as if they were looking at a deity. You can ask Xiao. Wu Chang's expression seemed strained. The crowd's gaze quickly turned to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu wasted no time and pointed to the marks he had just discovered in the drainage ditch. Everyone, look here. The crowd's attention shifted to the drainage ditch, where they saw traces of blood and broken marks. I just tried it. Xiao Yu crouched down, extended his hand, and punched a section of the drainage ditch's concrete a few times. Ordinary strength cannot break this concrete. Its load-bearing capacity exceeds at least 50 kilograms of impact or collision force. What does this mean? Everyone exchanged glances. Look, Xiao Yu pointed again at the blood-stained fracture marks. This is a new mark, and we can deduce that the fracture occurred no more than a week ago, including the days the body appeared in the drainage ditch. We can boldly hypothesize that this fracture mark appeared on the day the body was found. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. They finally understood what Xiao Yu was trying to say. Are you saying, Instructor He Yong found it hard to accept that this mark was caused by the body colliding? Yes, that is my deduction. Xiao Yu nodded, but curiously, under normal circumstances, when a body falls, the impact or collision force from various parts of the body cannot reach 50 kilograms. This point is actually easy to understand. Although the human body can easily exceed 50 kilograms, unless you throw a punch, kick, or concentrate your whole weight at one point, it's unlikely to generate an impact force exceeding 50 kilograms. When falling normally, any part of the body hitting a certain area cannot reach this level of impact and collision force, unless it's a straight drop from a height, either head first or feet first, that could achieve this level of impact. If that's the case, another question arises. If the human body reaches a 50-kilogram impact, it can be said that it has already hit the limit of muscle and bone tolerance. Muscle damage, tearing, fractures, and breaks can easily occur. If this happens in an unconscious state, exceeding 50 kilograms of impact or collision, then the body will certainly show signs of fractures and breaks. The crowd's expressions changed again as they looked at Xiao Yu, waiting for his explanation. No matter how we investigate, the final result seems to suggest that the body appeared here out of nowhere. But we all know that this is impossible. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, but if we rule that out, I can only think of one possibility. Something from the sky. Everyone gasped in shock. You know it's impossible for something to just appear out of nowhere. So why mention something from the sky? It's as absurd as the idea of something just materializing. Is that even possible? I've already mentioned this. Xiao Yu pointed to the drainage ditch. It's very likely that this was caused by something falling from above. So, if it really came from the sky, what do you think? The crowd was stunned, and they instinctively looked up at the sky. How is that possible? At first, I thought it was impossible too, Xiao Yu said with a wry smile. But I believe the forensic expert will provide us with the answer. Chapter 20. Too impressive. Why would the forensic expert provide an answer? If Xiao Yu's judgment is correct, the deceased fell from a height and landed on the drainage ditch. Statistically speaking, the body should exhibit irreversible fractures. This perfectly explains why there were no other traces at the crime scene. After all, the body fell from the sky. What traces could possibly be found around? When Xiao Yu presented this conclusion, the thoughts of everyone present were struck like a tidal wave, and they all shared a look of realization. A mystery that had puzzled the entire team for 3 days was completely unraveled in that moment. In the capital city, Chuyang District, Forensic Identification Center, Autopsy Laboratory. As Xiao Yu and Captain Zhou Xianghua entered the autopsy room, they immediately felt the coldness of the air and the strong smell of disinfectant. Upon catching this scent, Xiao Yu frowned. Among these odors, he detected the smell of blood and the stench of decomposing flesh. In the center of the room, there were 5 autopsy tables. On the central table lay a highly decomposed body. Two forensic experts, accompanied by two assistants, were pointing at the body, seemingly explaining something. Xiao Yu shifted his gaze to the body, his pupils suddenly constricting. The condition of the body could easily be described as dismembered. Surrounding it were metal trays filled with the deceased's internal organs. Finally, Xiao Yu looked at the autopsy tools, scalpels, bone saws, dissection knives, cranial saws, scissors, tweezers, hammers, organ scales. In 2 lifetimes, even having witnessed forensic autopsies in his previous life, the sight before him, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse scene, still made Xiao Yu's stomach uneasy. Perhaps many people dare to kill for various reasons, but very few can bear to witness a forensic autopsy. That kind of nauseating and spine-chilling scene could give any normal person nightmares. "Who are you?" One of the forensic experts suddenly spoke, looking at Xiao Yu and Zhou Xianghua as they entered the autopsy room. Just then, a police officer in a white uniform walked in behind them, a third-level police inspector. Upon seeing this person, the two forensic experts and their assistants spoke in unison. "Director." The officer in white coldly gazed at them, then shifted his attention to the body on the autopsy table. This body was that of the victim, Zhao Dikao, involved in the case. "Who conducted the autopsy report?" The officer in white suddenly demanded. The two forensic experts present removed their masks, their expressions changing. "It was me." One of the forensic experts in his 30s replied in a low voice. "Was it a complete autopsy?" The officer in white questioned again. "Yes," the forensic expert replied. "A complete autopsy." "Humph." The officer in white sneered. "I'll be watching right here while you conduct the autopsy again." In that instant, the expressions of the two forensic experts and their assistants changed drastically. Any re-examination of the autopsy represented a challenge to the credibility of the previous one. Questioning the forensic pathologist's autopsy work for any oversight is something no forensic expert can accept. It's akin to saying, "You can question my abilities, but you cannot question my professionalism." The order now comes from the head of the entire Forensic Identification Center, the top authority. If you don't carry out the order, does that mean you don't want to continue working? The two forensic pathologists exchanged glances and began to prepare for the autopsy. Just then, with a smile, Xiao Yu spoke up, saying that they need not check anything else, but to specifically examine the skeletal structure of the body, focusing on the skull and leg bones to see if there are any fractures or breaks. The two forensic pathologists were momentarily taken aback, but their eyes widened in horror as they realized the implication. This was bad, because they were the ones who conducted the autopsy. They knew whether or not the skeletal structure had any fractures or breaks. The head of the center was present, accompanied by two police officers. It was clear they were from the current case's investigation team. Their presence indicated that something had been discovered, and it was certainly related to the skeletal structure. Thus, negligence. The faces of the two forensic pathologists turned pale instantly. Not just them, but even the two assistants showed expressions of shock and fear. Xiao Yu, with his extensive experience in law enforcement, and Zhou Xianghua, an old hand in criminal investigation, along with the officer in the white shirt, could all sense the tension in the air. They had all guessed what was happening just by looking at the expressions of the four in front of them. "I'm sorry." The officer in the white shirt sighed, facing Zhou Xianghua and Xiao Yu with a look of shame. "It's a mistake from our forensic department that caused trouble for your team. We will provide you with an explanation later." It wasn't just a trouble. It had given the third team a headache for 3 days, thinking there was some supernatural event at play. There was no logical explanation for why the body had appeared in the drainage ditch. If it weren't for Xiao Yu discovering the anomalies and finding this significant lead, everyone might still be going in circles, unable to continue the investigation. Therefore, the forensic department must provide an explanation. If not, the third team would demand one from them. "You don't need to be so serious, sir," Zhou Xianghua said politely. "We are all police officers, working for the country and serving the people. As long as we clarify the issue and don't delay our investigation, that's what matters." There was no need to say more. The forensic team conducted a re-autopsy and, half an hour later, provided an answer. The body showed fractures and breaks in the right knee and shin bones, suspected to be caused by a high-speed impact. A lead had emerged. Xiao Yu and Zhou Xianghua exhaled deeply. They wasted no time and returned directly to the crime scene. As for how the forensic department would handle their internal issues, it was none of their concern. Back at the scene, Zhou Xianghua shared the new lead with everyone, and the way the others looked at Xiao Yu changed. The scene felt like a still painting, with even the air growing quiet. Initially, Wu Chang and the top leaders of the first and second teams thought Xiao Yu might just be some rich kid experiencing life in the team. However, it turned out he was anything but that. His criminal investigation skills were exceptionally strong. On his very first day, he discovered such a significant lead. Recalling that before Xiao Yu reported, he had already solved a major case suspected to involve espionage. Who exactly is this kid? He's quite impressive. The situation is clear to everyone. Director Zhou looked around at the crowd and said, I want Xiao Yu to join the special task force. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads with smiles. This isn't appropriate, is it? Xiao Yu looked shy and awkward, as if it were against the rules. He was just a trainee officer and really wasn't qualified to participate in a case. Stop pretending to be a newbie. Instructor He Yong smiled and patted his shoulder. If we say you can, then you can. Even if there are issues, our team will handle it together. Xiao Yu was taken aback. He glanced at the instructor in front of him, then at the captain. Finally, he looked at the veteran detectives present. Everyone was smiling, looking at him with kind eyes. For some reason, a warm feeling flowed through Xiao Yu's heart. He was starting to really like this team. Very much. Chapter 21. It's a bit flashy, isn't it? Xiao, since you discovered the clue, you should have a way to track down the perpetrator, right? Zhou Xiangguo looked at Xiao Yu with a smile in his eyes, encouraging him to share with everyone. In an instant, the looks of the crowd towards Xiao Yu changed. It was like a desperate Draven, pursued and cornered, finally spotting Soraka. Or like a barely surviving Ho-E, seeing a fully powered Kai Wenji. I'm just a trainee officer. You can't put pressure on me that a trainee shouldn't have to bear. Xiao Yu humorously complained in his heart while saying, It's confirmed that the deceased fell from the sky, but this involves a height issue. Everyone nodded, understanding the logic. If the height was too great, the body would undoubtedly be smashed to pieces or even pulverized. When the police found the body, apart from being gnawed by rats, there were no serious impact marks. This indicates that even if the deceased fell from a height, it couldn't have been too high. This height eliminates the possibility that the deceased fell from an aircraft. Xiao Yu looked around, but there were no suitable heights for disposing of a body in the park. The crime scene was within the park, which didn't have any particularly tall buildings. So, what could allow for a high-altitude body disposal? Manned flying devices. Xiao Yu provided an answer. There's such a possibility. The crowd was taken aback, their minds racing. It's important to note that manned flying devices come in many forms, such as hot air balloons, gliders, paragliders, wingsuits, and aerial hoverboards, among others. Finding clues shouldn't be too difficult. Xiao Yu remained calm. The crowd was puzzled. First, we can rule out hot air balloons. Flying one in the capital requires applying for a flight route, Xiao Yu explained. Other flying devices also require users to report their flights. If someone was flying with a body, their flight distance wouldn't be too far. The reasoning is simple. Most flying devices are designed for single-person use, and there are very few two-person flying devices. For instance, the weight limit for a glider is no more than 90 kilograms. If a person exceeds that weight, it simply can't take off. Of course, that's not absolute. If someone were to take off with a glider from a high place, they could still fly a distance even if they exceed 90 kilograms. During the flight, if they dropped some weighted objects, they could continue to fly normally. However, if the flying device exceeds its weight limit, the flight distance wouldn't be too far. It must be from a high point. In other words, Zhou Xiangguo raised his head to look at some tall buildings outside the park. Did he jump from those heights to dispose of the body and then fly away? My reasoning should be along those lines, Xiao Yu nodded. Let's check nearby buildings that are suitable for flying devices. Zhou Xiangguo waved his hand at the surrounding officers, giving the order. Yes, the many officers dispersed, heading towards some tall buildings outside the park to begin their investigation. After everyone left, only 3 people were present, Xiao Yu, Zhou Xiangguo, and He Yong. At that moment, the top 2 leaders of the team were looking at Xiao Yu with strange expressions. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Xiao Yu felt a bit uneasy. Do you have any cigarettes? He Yong asked with a smile. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, yes. He casually took out a box of cigarettes, a brand associated with high-profile events. When the two saw the cigarettes in the young man's hand, their expressions became quite complex. Damn, another box? This kind of cigarette was something ordinary people wouldn't even have seen, let alone acquired. The young man had already given one box to Wu Chong and now produced another. What could they infer from this? Zhou Xiangguo and He Yong exchanged a glance, and everything was understood without words. After receiving the cigarettes from Xiao Yu, the 3 stepped outside the security zone and began to smoke. After a while, Zhou Xiangguo casually asked, Xiao, I've looked at your file. Your hometown is Bincheng, right? Yes, Xiao Yu replied with a smile and a nod. Bincheng is a nice place, with mountains, rivers, and the sea. He-Yong remarked, taking a puff of his cigarette. By the way, do you have relatives in the capital? No, Xiao Yu replied, puzzled. He didn't understand why the instructor was asking that. Zhou Xianghua and He-Yong exchanged glances, not speaking further. They didn't believe Xiao Yu's words, thinking he simply didn't want to share. Since he didn't want to talk, they didn't dare to press further. It could lead to trouble. 2 hours passed quickly. Suddenly, Zhou Xianghua's phone rang. After answering, he listened for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Xiao Yu and said in a deep voice, "We found it." Xiao Yu's expression remained calm. It was expected. We made a breakthrough. He-Yong looked at the young man before him, surprised that a group of seasoned detectives was outdone by a newcomer. It truly echoed the old saying, the new wave pushes the old wave forward, while the old wave dies on the beach. How should Xiao Yu respond to that? He just twitched his mouth and pretended not to hear. A little over 10 minutes later, the three arrived in front of a commercial building and entered. They took the elevator to the top floor and finally reached the rooftop. On the rooftop, Wu Chong and another detective stood in a certain spot. Upon seeing Xiao Yu and the others arrive, they pointed seriously at the ground. What had they discovered? Footprints and signs of tools being placed. From those traces, it was easy to infer that the time the footprints and traces appeared likely coincided with the time the body was found in the park's drainage ditch. Meanwhile, the building was about 140 meters from the park where the body was dumped, a distance suitable for a gliding flight. If someone were to carry a body and jump from here, they could glide over the park while maintaining a safe height. During this process, the perpetrator would have the opportunity to dispose of the body in the park and then use a flying device to escape, ensuring that no trace was left for the police to follow. This indicated that the perpetrator had a strong sense of counter-surveillance. If it weren't for the clues discovered by Xiao Yu, it could be inferred that the perpetrator used flying tools and the height of the buildings outside the park. Who would have thought that the criminal would use such a bizarre method to dispose of a body? Retrieve all the surveillance footage from the entire building. Zhou Xianghua ordered again, and if he wasn't mistaken, the murderer should be hiding within this business building. This reasoning is quite standard. Xiao Yu nodded. Because only those within this building could enter, let alone access the rooftop. What he didn't expect was that by nightfall, the detectives from the third team had not found any suspicious individuals or suspects. This murderer is quite flashy. A chilling glint flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes. Since you want to play, then I will play along with you. Chapter 22. This is treating me like a tool. Evening, 7 p.m. The entire third team is working overtime without even having dinner. They are conducting a thorough search of the business building. On the rooftop, the first floor has shops, a reception area, a leisure zone, a monitoring room, and a property management office. Floors 2 to 4 host a fitness center. Floors 5 to 10 are office spaces. Floors 11 to 15 are the offices of a certain company. Floors 16 to 18 include meeting rooms, a presentation hall, and negotiation rooms for another company, while floors 19 to 23 are a scenic hotel with guest rooms. The 24th floor is the office for the building's owner. The 25th floor contains the elevator machine room, cleaning storage, a miscellaneous room, and a security rest area. The entire business building has 3 elevators, 2 passenger elevators, and 1 freight elevator. All 3 elevators and the corridors on every floor are equipped with surveillance devices. However, after reviewing the surveillance footage, we found no suspicious individuals or any signs of someone possibly entering the building with flying tools. A detective reported on the internal situation of the building. We also checked the only entrance to the rooftop and found no signs of anyone having accessed it. Yet, there were suspicious footprints on the rooftop, along with traces left by flying tools. What the hell? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, faces filled with confusion. Not only did we not find any suspicious individuals or suspects, but we also found no signs of entry at the rooftops, only entrance. So how did they get onto the rooftop? Did they fly up? The whole building has 25 floors, nearly 100 meters high. How could anyone fly? This isn't just strange, it's downright unbelievable. Just because they couldn't figure it out doesn't mean others couldn't. In an instant, the veteran detectives turned to the silent figure of Xiao Yu. This case, from beginning to end, had all its clues discovered by this rookie. Whether he admits it or not, Xiao Yu's mind is indeed sharper than theirs. While it made the old detectives blush, it also filled them with anticipation. They wanted to see if this rookie could come up with other ideas. Xiao Yu, it's up to you now. Instructor He-Yong looked at him with a smile. This is treating me like a tool. Xiao Yu almost laughed. He certainly couldn't fly up to the rooftop. Everyone was taken aback, thinking, isn't this stating the obvious? But the next second, Their hearts skipped a beat. No, wait. All of them are seasoned detectives. No need to mention their reasoning skills. Xiao Yu's words were clearly questioning them. How could a normal person access the rooftop without leaving any traces? But that's not the main point. The main point is that this person had to carry a body while getting to the rooftop. Seriously speaking, even if you brought the best climber in the world and made him carry 65 kilograms, it's impossible to climb up to a rooftop nearly 100 meters high. What does 65 kilograms mean? The weight of the victim Zhao Decao's body. So, he must have accessed the rooftop from inside the building? Xiao Yu's mentor, Wu Chong, said, his eyes shining, voicing what everyone was thinking. Yes, but also not. Xiao Yu looked at the edge of the rooftop, inspecting the traces along the edge to see if he could find any rope fibers. His words struck the crowd like a thunderbolt, making them realize the implication. It was clear that someone had accessed the rooftop beforehand and used a rope to pull the body up. If a rope was involved, there would surely be signs of friction at the edge of the rooftop. The fact that he could think of this demonstrated a remarkable intellect. The way everyone looked at Xiao Yu changed, as if they were gazing at an unknown creature, or perhaps a monster. A dozen detectives began to examine the corners of the building's rooftop, focusing on areas where a rope could be pulled. Soon, a detective exclaimed in surprise. As everyone rushed over, their eyes fell on a metal guardrail on the rooftop. The guardrail was made of welded white steel pipes, and despite years of exposure to the elements, it showed signs of corrosion, weathering, and oxidation. The presence of rust indicated that if a rope had been used, it would leave very noticeable marks, such as wear and tear, or fibers from the rope being scraped against the rust on the steel pipes. A detective, drawing from experience, speculated that the suspect was likely male and in excellent physical condition, and that the floor from which the body was transported couldn't have been too high. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was logical reasoning. Generally, a woman wouldn't possess such strength. A person without good physical fitness would struggle to pull a body weighing 65 kilograms up to the rooftop. Even the strongest individuals would find it difficult to hoist something weighing over 100 pounds from 100 meters high. Therefore, the floor must be very close to the rooftop, likely no more than 10 stories. This was the limit of human capability. Before long, the detectives identified a suspicious floor, the 21st floor of a viewing hotel, specifically a guest room. Upon entering the room and approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, they discovered drag marks on the window and the exterior glass wall. These scratches were remnants of dust on the glass, left behind from the friction of dragging an object. However, upon further investigation, a strange situation arose. This guest room had no recorded check-ins in the past 12 days. No check-ins meant no one had entered. At this point, all the detectives, including Xiao Yu, felt overwhelmed. What kind of killer possessed such anti-detection capabilities? Just the process of disposing of the body had left everyone bewildered. It was truly terrifying. Zhou Xianghua issued a stern order to recheck the surveillance in the guest room area and to question the hotel staff, also requesting the forensic team to come over. As long as it could be confirmed that this room was the site of the body transport, there would undoubtedly be traces left behind. After two detectives departed, the others noticed that Xiao Yu, standing calmly to the side, seemed unfazed. Do you have any findings? He Yong asked, looking directly at Xiao Yu. Not for now, but it's quite strange, Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Yu frowned and shook his head. Since the other party was so clever, why would they leave such obvious clues? Whether in this life or the last, he had always disliked intelligent criminals. It was also not hard to notice that the perpetrator in this case had a high IQ and a sophisticated plan. However, one of the easiest mistakes for clever people to make is to be outsmarted by their own cleverness. When these individuals scheme against others, they often complicate things for themselves. They tend to use their clever thinking to create intricate layouts and showcase their intelligence through their methods. What should be a simple task becomes unnecessarily complicated by their machinations. In this process, it is quite easy for mistakes to occur. Suddenly, Xiao Yu raised his head sharply, his expression turning grim. No, someone is deliberately leading us here. Chapter 23. The most difficult to endure the favor of a beauty wrong. All wrong. Xiao Yu closed his eyes, his mind racing like a high-speed CPU, starting to operate at full capacity. He tried hard to recall the case files he had seen today, along with the various information and clues on them. As the information gathered and the clues pieced together, various doubts began to emerge, making his thinking clearer and clearer. Without realizing it, Xiao Yu entered a certain state, analyzing several points he had previously overlooked. 1. Why did the perpetrator throw the body in the park? A normal person, after committing murder, would most likely try to dispose of the body secretly. A park is a public place with constant foot traffic, making it easy to be discovered. A person, after killing someone, how could they possibly want others to find out? Yet the perpetrator did the opposite by disposing of the body in a park. If they weren't foolish, why would they do this? 2. Why did the perpetrator choose to throw the body from the rooftop of a commercial building using flying tools? This was also the most puzzling aspect for Xiaoyu. It's not like they chose such a complicated method to avoid detection. There are countless simpler ways to destroy evidence. With the intelligence required to devise such a plan, wouldn't they think of something easier? If they could think of it, then why choose such a convoluted method that was also the easiest to expose? Yes, expose. Because even a fool knows that a body cannot just appear out of nowhere in a park's drainage system. The police would eventually deduce that the body fell from the sky. Based on this deduction, they would eventually find the commercial building. Then, Xiaoyu thought of a possibility. The very thing he had just mentioned. Someone deliberately led the police to investigate the commercial building. If Xiaoyu was not mistaken, then everything about the perpetrator's body disposal and planning was to draw the police's attention to the commercial building. If this reasoning holds, a third question arises. 3. Why would the perpetrator do this? Everyone has a purpose behind their actions. Based on Xiaoyu's past experiences, the purpose of a crime and the motive behind it are necessary conditions for any criminal act. Unless they were insane, everyone who commits a crime must have a reason. What could the perpetrator's purpose be? Why lead the police to this commercial building? Let us go downstairs for something to eat. Zhou Xiang's voice sounded beside him, bringing Xiaoyu back to reality. He realized it was already past 9 p.m. Everyone had been busy investigating in the afternoon and hadn't eaten. If they didn't eat something soon, they wouldn't hold up. What do you want to eat? It's on me. Wu Chang asked Xiaoyu with a smile. No need. I should be treating everyone. Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head, just about to say something when suddenly, his phone vibrated. Who is it? He asked, puzzled. As he answered the call. Of course, it's your sister. A sweet and charming voice came through the phone. You little ungrateful one. You didn't even think to call me all day. Hua Qingwu. Xiaoyu chuckled and said, I'm at work. When would I have time to make a call? What time is it? You're still working? Hua Qingwu was surprised, still thinking about treating you to a late-night snack. What late-night snack? My colleagues and I are just ordering some takeout to manage a meal. Xiaoyu seemed distracted. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. I'm busy. Don't eat takeout. That stuff is dirty. Hua Qingwu pouted playfully. Where are you now? I'll bring you something delicious. Stop messing around. I'm really working. Hurry up and tell me. If you don't, I'll get angry. I really will hang up. Just as Xiaoyu was about to end the call, Zhou Xiangwen next to him asked, what is going on? A sister heard I hadn't eaten and wants to bring me food. Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. I said no, it's nothing. Your sister? Zhou Xiangwen's expression turned odd, jokingly saying, all right then, let your sister bring something over. The captain was confused. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Little did he know. Zhou Xiangwen genuinely wanted to see his sister, because Xiaoyu had mentioned to Wu Chang that those 2 boxes of National Guest Fishing Banquet were given by his sister. All right then, since the captain asked, let me check, Xiaoyu said into the phone. Qingwu, are you really bringing food over? Of course, how many of you are there? Let me see how much food to bring. Hua Qingwu chattered excitedly. About 20 or so people. Xiaoyu had a strange smile. Can you really bring food for that many people? You underestimate your Qingwu sister. Hua Qingwu pouted in anger and gave the address. Xiaoyu provided the address. And the call ended. In less than half an hour, a sports car and a business vehicle arrived outside the office building. Hua Qingwu and Yi Qiuchan stepped out of the sports car. Seeing Xiaoyu among a group of police officers outside the building, Hua Qingwu waved happily. The criminal police around were stunned, staring blankly at Hua Qingwu and Yi Qiuchan. One was cold and graceful, like a fairy from a painting. The other was alluring, reminiscent of a reborn beauty. How could there be such beautiful women? As Xiaoyu approached, Hua Qingwu beamed, happily waving. Yi Qiuchan, standing by the sports car, looked elegant. Her lips slightly raised. 2 young men in administrative jackets also got out of the business vehicle, carrying large bags of food, at least 50 to 60 pounds. Are you happy to see your sister? Hua Qingwu linked her arm with Xiaoyu's, pretending to rub her belly and act pitiful. They haven't eaten yet, and still have to bring you food. How poor. Looking at the enchanting woman beside him, Xiaoyu knew she was acting, and he smiled. Yes. Qingwu's sister is the most pitiful. He then turned to Yi Qiuchan. Thanks for the trouble, Qiuchan. Not at all. Yi Qiuchan's gaze was soft as she glanced at him and slightly shook her head. That glance made Xiaoyu's heart skip a beat, and he quickly looked away. He then met a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu decided not to make eye contact with the two women anymore. Afraid that her eyes might fall in and be impossible to retrieve, she smiled as she took the two food bags from the young men, thanking them for their hard work. The two young men showed no expression, merely nodding. "Remember to call your sister when you finish work," one of them said. Hua Qingwu raised her small fist threateningly. "Otherwise, I'll beat you up." Inside the bags were a box of cigarettes and a pack of packaged cigarettes. Yi Qiu-chan handed over a tote bag, saying, "Share the bottled ones with your colleagues. The packaged ones are for you. Smoke less. It's bad for your health." Xiaoyu's mouth was half open, and after a moment of daze, he understood. "Then we'll be on our way. Be safe at work." The two women waved as they walked back to their sports car and drove away, with the business car following closely behind. They all knew Xiaoyu was at work and did not disturb him further, showcasing their upbringing and understanding. Watching the departing sports car, Xiaoyu's expression changed. After a long pause, he picked up the food bags and walked towards the criminal police team of the 3rd Division, unexpectedly recalling a saying, "The hardest to bear is the grace of a beauty." Chapter 24. Come on, hurt each other, right? Zhou Xianghua asked softly while chewing his food. He Yong silently nodded in response. Security personnel. Just now, they had seen Xiaoyu's sister. Two stunning beauties, even enchanting enough to captivate a nation. The sports cars they drove were top-tier supercars. However, these things were nothing in the capital. The attention of the two leaders was not on such trivialities, but rather on the two buzz-cut men beside the ladies. "What kind of level do you need to have security personnel?" Zhou Xianghua smiled bitterly. "Ministerial level." He Yong's lips twitched. "Are they ministerial?" "Clearly not." "Then who are they?" The two fell silent, quietly eating. However, when they glanced at Xiaoyu not far away, their expressions were complex and somewhat pretentious. Just moments ago, Xiaoyu not only brought back dozens of pounds of food, but also 5 barrels of premium cigarettes. Each barrel contained 50 sticks, a national guest special from Daitai. Those in the know understood that this type of cigarette had long been discontinued and was once the highest grade of special supply. The fact that someone could still procure it, looking entirely like new stock, indicated what? It suggested something secretive, something ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetime. How should they treat him now? Zhou Xianghua put down his lunchbox and sighed. "Young master, let's just play it cool, as long as he doesn't say anything. We act like we don't know." He Yong sighed as well. "If he acts up, we can only let him go. We can't afford to serve him. But can we really avoid him?" Looking at the 5 barrels of national guest special Daitai before them, his expression was as if he had swallowed a fly, feeling extremely complicated. With their intelligence, how could they not realize that these 5 barrels of cigarettes were specially prepared for them by the two beauties? It seemed like Xiaoyu was just providing them to maintain a good colleague relationship, but in reality, it was a warning: never bully Xiaoyu, or the consequences would be severe. Terrifying. However, Zhou Xianghua took a deep breath. The kid's investigative abilities were quite impressive. Indeed, He Yong's eyes lit up. He doesn't seem like a newcomer. He resembles an experienced investigator. If Xiaoyu were just an ordinary person, they would need to investigate thoroughly. Now, no matter how unusual Xiaoyu behaved, they dared not look into it. That would be tantamount to courting death. One could say Xiaoyu was fortunate. If it weren't for Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, perhaps his eccentricities would have easily attracted unwanted attention. They wouldn't even pass the national security scrutiny. At this moment, Xiaoyu was absent-mindedly eating, unaware that the two leaders of the team were troubled because of him. His mind, however, was racing with thoughts about the case at hand. Solving a case, especially a suspenseful one, was like unraveling a ball of yarn. If the yarn was tangled, it must be sorted out, laying out each loose thread. You have to find the right thread to follow and trace it back. This process is akin to solving an arithmetic subtraction problem. Subtract the errors or certain numbers one by one, leaving the most accurate number to arrive at an answer. Previously, Xiaoyu had already identified 3 points of suspicion: the body disposal location, the business building, and the killer's motive. According to his reasoning, the perpetrator chose to dispose of the body in the park to draw the police's attention. By using the park as the disposal site, the focus would shift to the business building, prompting the police to investigate there. The ultimate goal, presumably, is to obtain results from the investigation at the business building. What a terrifying scheme. Xiaoyu's eyelids twitched. This perpetrator used the police as pawns to achieve his aims. Through various means, he had the detectives under his control, leading them along. Most crucially, even if one could clearly see his intentions, they still had to follow the trap he had set up in advance. Because the police had to solve the case, they must continue their investigation. It was unsolvable. This little trickster was quite cunning. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. He was not only unperturbed, but also showed signs of excitement. He had never liked enemies who were too intelligent, but he also did not want opponents who were too weak. Let us hurt each other. Who is afraid of whom? Suddenly, they had a breakthrough. A detective rushed to report to the team leader and instructor that 8 days ago, a cleaner in the 21st floor observation room area lost a keycard. This keycard was similar to a universal card and could unlock all the rooms on the 21st floor. Coincidentally, the surveillance in the guest room area broke down for 3 hours 5 days ago. From this, they inferred that the perpetrator likely stole the cleaner's universal card 8 days ago and then used some means to disable the surveillance 5 days ago to transport the body to the guest room. After that, the body was taken to the rooftop for disposal. Everyone nodded. This reasoning was quite reasonable. Based on this, as long as they found the person who stole the card, they would probably find the perpetrator. Had they investigated the process of the card's disappearance? Zhou Xiangwei asked. The cleaner said that on the day it went missing, she was cleaning the guest rooms, and the universal card was in the card holder inside the room. But it mysteriously disappeared. The detective replied, I also checked the surveillance from that day, but did not find anyone entering the room while the cleaner was cleaning. Everyone sneered. Bring the cleaner over for questioning, Zhou Xiangwo ordered. No one entered the room to steal the card, so where did it go? If not, then the cleaner must have a problem. As experienced detectives, how could they not think of this? Soon, the cleaner was brought before the detectives. She was in her late 20s, a short and slender woman with an ordinary appearance. In front of the detectives, she appeared flustered and anxious. Why was she so scared? Xiao Yu smiled. As the saying goes, those who have nothing to hide are not afraid of ghosts knocking at the door. The seasoned detectives present could tell from her demeanor that she had issues. I will only ask you once. The minister personally interrogated her. 8 days ago. How did you lose the universal room card you were using? Or rather, who had this card? The housekeeper turned pale, her face drained of color. There was no inner struggle or resistance. She honestly confessed that she had sold the universal room card for 10,000. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. A stranger called her, wanting to purchase the universal room card she had. He warned her not to contact the authorities and even mentioned her home address and her husband's workplace. He also sent her a photo of her daughter via multimedia message. Faced with this threat, the housekeeper was terrified and did not report it. Following the stranger's instructions, she delivered the universal room card to a fire well in the underground parking lot of a business building. Inside the fire well, there was 10,000 that he had given her. She left the card and took the money. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. The lead had gone cold. Chapter 25. Shadows of Doubt. The interruption of clues is due to the perpetrator's high intelligence and meticulous planning. It is absolutely impossible for them to leave such a significant clue for the police to trace. As expected, the phone number used to call the cleaner was not registered. There were no surveillance cameras near the fire well in the underground parking lot, making it impossible to trace the identity of the caller. One thing is certain. This person is very familiar with the entire business building and knows the concierge well enough to be aware that the cleaner has a universal access card. It is highly likely that they are an insider of the business building. However, the clues have run dry, making further investigation impossible. Everyone thinks this way, but the clues haven't truly run dry. Looking at the worried faces of the crowd, Xiao Yu provided 2 hints, the body and flying tools. The body was found to be relatively intact. After death, a human body becomes rigid within 4 to 6 hours, with rigor mortis spreading throughout. It peaks at 12 to 24 hours and begins to ease after 24 to 48 hours, fully resolving in 3 to 7 days. Throughout this process, the body remains in a rigid state. The victim, Zhao Dekao, is 171 centimeters tall, and it goes without saying how large the human body is. After death, moving a body in a state of rigor mortis to the 21st floor would be quite troublesome. If the perpetrator wanted to transport the body, they would certainly not take the stairs. The 21st floor, try carrying a body up the stairs. Moreover, there are surveillance cameras in the stairwell, making it too obvious. According to normal reasoning, the only option would be to take the elevator. But there are also cameras in the elevator. Xiao Yu guessed that the perpetrator must have used some means to shield the elevator's surveillance. As for the flying tools, Xiao Yu could think of a flying wing, a parachute, or other equipment. However, regardless of what it is, these items would not be small once disassembled. Bringing such a large object into the building and taking the stairs would also be unrealistic. The most likely scenario is that they would take the elevator. So, is the key in the elevator? The crowd gasped and turned to Xiaoyu. That's right. Xiaoyu smiled, showing that in order to transport the body and flying tools, one can only use the elevator. If not, that would be truly bizarre. However, when the criminal investigators began to check the elevator surveillance, the answer they found was, in the past week, no one had transported any object over 171 centimeters tall. Furthermore, no one had transported any oversized objects. Not only the elevator surveillance was checked, but also the stairwell cameras. Could it be that the body flew into the building? Xiaoyu's expression froze. This is impossible. Wait. It was as if a lightning bolt struck through Xiaoyu's mind, clearing away all the fog. It seems we have overlooked something. What? Zhou Xiangwei asked. Others were also looking at Xiaoyu. Why must it be a body? Xiaoyu's tone was unusually firm. Why couldn't a living person have walked into this business building? The crowd's faces instantly froze, forgetting to breathe. Indeed, why must it be a corpse? Could it not be that the victim entered the office building themselves, encountered danger, and was then disposed of in the park? However, if we reason this way, a terrifying situation arises. According to forensic examination, the victim Zhao Dikao was killed by a hyena. How could a hyena possibly hide in an office building? The criminal investigation team has already conducted a thorough search of the entire building, and it is impossible for a hyena to be concealed there. Therefore, it is completely unexplainable. We need to re-examine the office building and not overlook any corners. Xiaoyu looked at the captain and ordered to retrieve all surveillance footage and use big data to scan for the victim. Zhou Xiangwei gave him a deep look and commanded the surrounding subordinates that Xiaoyu would now have full authority to lead. Those with capabilities should take charge, while those without should step aside. Since he, as the captain, cannot lead his subordinates to solve the case, let someone capable take command of the team. There's no need to fuss about who is a rookie or not. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, a good cat is one that catches mice. Yes, the detectives responded in unison. Although he had only been with them for a day, Xiaoyu's capabilities had already been recognized by the entire team. It can also be said that since he arrived, he has been leading the investigation of this case. Is it embarrassing to have a rookie directing a group of seasoned detectives? What is embarrassing about it? Xiaoyu is from the undercover team, and the third team functions as a whole. As long as the case gets solved, everyone shares the credit. Who would obstruct their own achievements? If there were such people, the captain and the instructor would take action without needing anyone to speak up, and they would be removed from the third team. In any workplace, those who do not fit and usually do not end well. There are no exceptions. As Xiaoyu issued his orders, all detectives from the undercover team began a second thorough search of the office building. Meanwhile, 2 technicians from the third team started investigating the surveillance at the building's entrance and elevators. Using big data technology, they compared the appearance of the victim Zhao Dikao. As long as Zhao Dikao had entered this office building and appeared within the surveillance view, he would surely be found. At 5 in the morning, on the rooftop of the office building, Xiaoyu was smoking, gazing at the horizon. The morning mist spread through the air like a dream, splashing transparent dawn light. He blinked his eyes, which were slightly bloodshot from a sleepless night, after dropping the cigarette, but Xiaoyu took a deep breath of fresh air, and his mood began to lighten. Footsteps approached, and Zhou Xiangwei walked up beside Xiaoyu. There were no signs of hyenas in the building, right? Before Zhou Xiangwei could speak, Xiaoyu had already anticipated the answer. That's right. Zhou Xiangwei's expression was unusual as he glanced at Xiaoyu. Since the young fellow already knew this would be the outcome, why have everyone rechecked the office building? Because I want to confirm one thing. Xiaoyu grinned. So we must recheck. Zhou Xiangwei nodded, reluctantly accepting this explanation. At that moment, the instructor hurried over, his expression filled with excitement as he approached the two. We found it, Hyong said. The victim, Zhao Dikao, entered the office building 5 days ago. You should know that the team has already investigated the victim's family. According to the family's account, the victim left home to go to work 5 days ago and then went missing. This time frame coincides perfectly with the hotel surveillance, which inexplicably malfunctioned for 3 hours 5 days ago. Now we've also found out that the victim entered the hotel 5 days ago. All the anomalies aligned perfectly. Everyone looked at Xiaoyu, waiting for his next command. One question remains. Why did the victim, Zhao Dikao, come to this office building? Xiaoyu enunciated clearly. Shouldn't he have gone to work out of town after leaving home? In that instant, a storm of thoughts surged within everyone. That's right, why? Chapter 26, Secrets in the Business Building. Zhao Dikao, 35 years old, a native of the capital city, was working in another province. Holding his phone and looking at the victim's personal information, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, "No. A man with a wife and children who can support his family is unlikely to leave home to work in another province, right? To earn a salary as a seafarer. One must match their efforts to the job. This type of work comes with risks and physical demands. People born in big cities rarely endure such hardships. Moreover, he is from the capital city. Check the shipping company Zhao Decao is associated with," Xiao Yu ordered. The criminal police from the third team contacted the police in another province to investigate a shipping labor company. At 10 a.m., the police from another province provided feedback on their investigation. Indeed, 5 years ago, Zhao Decao had signed a labor contract with a shipping labor company. However, he had not worked there since 3 years ago and had no travel records outside the province. Travel records referred to identification cards, bank cards, online payments, and passenger transport, airplanes, ships, railways, etc. Nowadays, everyone traveling, regardless of the mode of transport, must use real name registration. Arriving at certain places, spending on food, drink, and lodging also leaves records. The absence of any travel or spending records indicates two possibilities. 1. Zhao Decao has not been to another province since 3 years ago. 2. Zhao Decao traveled under a false identity and paid in cash. Which one could it be? Can the surveillance in the business building check 5 days back? Xiao Yu asked. Or even earlier. Through the surveillance, we found that the victim Zhao Decao appeared in the business building 5 days ago, but nothing earlier, Zhou Xiang sighed. The surveillance footage from the business building is only stored for 26 days, and earlier footage has been overwritten. Xiao Yu nodded. The typical retention period for surveillance footage is 7 days for residential areas, 15 days for entertainment venues, 26 days for financial institutions. And banks or government departments can keep it for no more than 3 to 6 months. Those in the know understand that formatting files isn't too daunting since recovery is possible. But if the files have been overwritten, the difficulty of recovery becomes significantly high. Surveillance video files are often overwritten in multiple cycles, making recovery almost impossible. Check where Zhao Decao has been over the past 3 years. Xiao Yu gazed at the business building in front of him, focusing on investigating here. After half a day of searching, by afternoon, no results were found. The victim Zhao Decao had been like a blank slate for the past 3 years. How could a person just disappear for 3 years without a trace? Xiao Yu scoffed. It only indicates that he has hidden away or is working in a secret place. If it's work, there must be a salary that matches the job. Just like some people work in isolated areas where the pay is often high. If Zhao Decao worked in such a place, then his income should be considerable. The police quickly found the bank account information of Zhao Decao and his family, as well as their daily spending habits. Luxury cars, mansions, and the victim's wife spent more than 5 figures monthly on high-end brands. Although the visible bank deposits were not substantial, the cars, houses, and expenses were beyond the means of an ordinary person. With so much money, what had Zhao Decao been doing for the past 3 years? Xiao Yu took out a cigarette, placing it between his lips without lighting it, murmuring that in criminal cases, 90 involve money. For example, the most common crimes like theft, robbery, gambling, and drug-related offenses all relate to money. Many other cases are also entangled with financial issues. Is it all because of money? Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. He intensely stared at the commercial building in front of him. Someone had deliberately led the police to investigate the building. And now it was discovered that the victim had entered this building, suspected of being harmed within. The manner of death was even reported to be from being torn apart by hyenas. Yet, there were no signs of hyenas in the building. What secrets could be hidden within this building? Xiao Yu muttered to himself, replaying his thoughts repeatedly and scrutinizing the case. If one line of reasoning didn't make sense, he would switch to another perspective. Now, all the traces and clues pointed to the commercial building, indicating that something was amiss with it. With that thought, Xiao Yu prepared to personally inspect the building. Without hesitation, he began searching from the first floor, meticulously checking and investigating. Then he proceeded to the second, third, and fourth floors. By the time he reached the top floor, it was already midnight. He found nothing. What did I overlook? Xiao Yu re-examined the place while all the other detectives looked at him as if he were crazy. He started a second round of investigation, which lasted until 5 in the morning the next day. However, when he was preparing for a third round of inquiry, that's enough. Captain Zhou Xiang stopped Xiao Yu, whose eyes were bloodshot. Get some sleep. You haven't rested for 2 days and nights. You're not a machine. Continuing like this without rest could lead to serious consequences. Xiao Yu nodded and went to the guest room of the commercial building, collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep. He slept for a full 12 hours. After a quick wash and a bite to eat, his mind was completely clear and fatigue vanished. Standing inside the building, Xiaoyu began his third round of investigation. This time, he changed his method of inspection. The interior of the building had already been checked twice by the detectives, and he had twice as well. So there shouldn't be any problems. In this round, Xiaoyu specifically focused on the stairwells and elevators, as such places are easily overlooked. In his previous life, he had solved a case where a criminal constructed a shelter in the stairwell of a residential building to hide a body. Xiaoyu started from the first floor, step by step, making his way to the 25th floor. When he was drenched in sweat and reached the 21st floor, he suddenly froze. Stopping in his tracks, he looked towards the stairs. In office buildings, the width of stairwells should generally not be less than 1. For meters, the height of each step should not exceed 0.16 meters. The stairs are divided into 11 to 13 steps, leading to a landing. From this landing to the upper level, there should also be 11 to 13 steps. In total, this means that to go from the lower level to the upper level, one needs to pass through 22 to 26 steps, along with one landing. The height between the two levels is 3.5 to 4 meters. This height represents the standard indoor height for each floor in a commercial building and for the stairwells as well. However, the stairwell between the 20th and 21st floors has an astonishing 35 steps, each approximately 0.22 meters high. Calculating this gives 35 0.22 7 meters. If we subtract this from 4 meters, we get 4 to 7. 7 minus 3, 7 meters. This means the height exceeds the normal floor height by nearly 4 meters. Xiaoyu's expression suddenly became strange. Since the height of the stairwell is 7 meters, the corresponding floors, the 20th and 21st, must also have an indoor height of 7 meters, where the height difference is distributed across the two levels, totaling 7 meters. This calculation seems reasonable, right? Subsequently, Xiaoyu inspected both the 20th and 21st floors. A strange occurrence emerged. The indoor height of both floors was 4 meters. But where did the 7 meters of height go? Chapter 27, Is life finally going to take action against me? At this moment, Xiaoyu felt like he was playing a game of werewolf. A business building stood before him, yet it seemed to have vanished into a 7 meter space. Isn't that interesting? However, before Xiaoyu could continue investigating this missing space, his phone suddenly rang. It was Captain Zhou Xianghua calling, asking him to come downstairs. As he stepped out of the elevator, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. In the lobby, several police officers in white dress shirts were standing there. The lowest rank to wear such a uniform was a police supervisor, while the highest was a chief inspector. Among the 3 white-shirt officers, 2 were third-level supervisors, and 1 was a second-level supervisor, accompanied by 10 officers of varying ranks. The moment Xiaoyu walked out of the elevator, countless eyes turned to look at him. With a serious expression, Zhou Xianghua introduced the 3 supervisors. This is Comrade Xiaoyu, the leader of our task force and the overall commander of this case. Xiaoyu, wait a minute, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to throw me out to take the blame? It wasn't his fault for misunderstanding. Some cunning officials often maneuvered to make their subordinates take the fall. Is life finally going to take action against me? Xiaoyu felt a tingle at the back of his neck. Zhou Xianghua, what kind of joke is your plainclothes team making? A third-level supervisor pointed at the insignia on Xiaoyu's shoulder, questioning why a trainee was being made the overall commander of the third team. That wasn't a good sign. Sure enough, the faces of all the detectives from the third team changed. Is there going to be trouble? Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. Deputy Director, you've misunderstood, Hiyong smiled. Although Xiaoyu is a trainee from our third team, he is exceptionally capable, and his criminal investigation skills are quite proficient. He has also earned the full recognition of our entire team. Furthermore, from inception to execution, this case has been primarily handled by Comrade Xiaoyu, and we have already uncovered some leads. This statement from the instructor was quite a high evaluation of Xiaoyu. It could be said that he was backing him up, also subtly informing the higher-ups. The person is chosen by our third team, and if there's an issue, I will take responsibility. I'm surprised. I'm that impressive? Xiaoyu felt a warm surge in his heart. Instructor Hiyong was quite protective of his team members. The term protective is not hard to understand. Regardless of right or wrong, he would support his subordinate first. If something went wrong, those in leadership would stand in front to take the heat. In an era where many adopt a not-my-problem attitude, being able to work under such a leader is quite fortunate. Uncovered some leads? Another supervisor chuckled, great. Then your third team can transfer the case to our criminal investigation department, and we will continue the investigation. Instantly, the air grew tense. There is a major taboo in the police field. Interfering in cases handled by other units is strictly forbidden. This involves many consequences, such as responsibility, credit, and jurisdiction. If a case arises and all units come to investigate and interfere, wouldn't that create chaos? What is the point of having jurisdiction and division? Seeing someone else's case solved immediately and claiming credit for it. Isn't that a common understanding? A police supervisor, especially a leader, should know this, right? If he does, why would he still tread on thin ice? Are you joking here? The other party is from the Criminal Investigation Division of a district bureau. Although they are a higher authority, they don't oversee the criminal investigation team directly. The direct superiors of the third team are the unit and the headquarters. Even the city bureau. Are you trying to interfere in the third team's case for real? Xiaoyu felt the situation was getting interesting. What could cause one unit to risk overstepping boundaries and intervene in another's case? He could think of reasons, and so could Zhou Xianghua and He Yong. Moreover, the case was still under investigation, so there was no credit to steal. Why would they insist on taking over the case? Isn't it strange? Or perhaps the third team stepped on someone else's toes during their investigation. Someone is getting agitated and bringing out the Criminal Investigation Division. They are willing to risk boundaries just to take over the case? What are you trying to cover up? Xiaoyu was getting angry. The system task only gave him a 3-day deadline. 2 days had already passed, leaving him with less than a day. If the case wasn't solved, the task would fail. Not only would the abilities granted to the host be revoked, but the system would also shut down. Could Xiaoyu tolerate that? No, if you want my case. Forget it. When we came over, we had already communicated with your deputy chief. The second-level police supervisor spoke coldly, questioning if the third team intended to disobey orders. Their words caused Zhou Xianghua, He Yong, and many detectives from the third team to change their expressions drastically. Anger, resentment, and helplessness flashed across their faces. As the captain of the third team, Zhou Xianghua sighed and prepared to call everyone back. Suddenly, wait a minute. Xiaoyu calmly said a few words. Can I make a call? His words caused everyone present to pause. The 3 supervisors from the Criminal Investigation Division looked at Xiaoyu with a half-smile, as if they were watching a clown. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong's eyes lit up as they thought of something. Xiaoyu had already taken out his phone and dialed a number. Little brother? The call connected, and Hua Qingwu's laughter came through the receiver. Missing me? There's something serious. Xiaoyu's expression turned serious. Is Qiu-chan by your side? Humph. Hua Qingwu huffed. You only think about your Qiu-chan, not about me, right? Really, it's important. No jokes. Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. If you keep this up, I'm hanging up. Okay, what else with the attitude? Hua Qingwu pouted and shouted into the phone. Qiu-chan, Xiaoyu is looking for you. A few seconds later, Yi Qiu-chan's voice came through. What's wrong? Sister Xiaoyu glanced at the 3 supervisors not far away and grinned. Someone is bullying me. You want to play unfairly with me, huh? All right. Let us see who can be more unfair. Everyone present heard his words. Especially the 3 inspectors from the Criminal Investigation Department laughed, looking at Xiaoyu as if he were a fool. What could a low-ranking officer do to you? But Zhou Xianghua and He Yong's expressions changed dramatically, revealing their fear. They thought of Xiaoyu's sister and those 2 guards. An uncontrollable chill ran down their spines, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. The 2 exchanged glances, both seeing each other's faces turn pale. This was the rhythm of something big happening. Xiaoyu whispered a few words into his phone and ended the call. Then, he smiled and looked at the people from the Criminal Investigation Department. Someone was about to come over, and he said he wanted to meet you all. Want to meet us? The members of the Criminal Investigation Department exchanged glances. The 3 inspectors shook their heads with a smile. What kind of person could a low-ranking officer bring? They were genuinely curious. 20 minutes later, a sedan slowly drove into the temporary parking lot outside the business building. When the crowd saw the car, especially the license plate, their expressions changed dramatically. Jing AGA. Jing A represents the capital's license plate. GA is an abbreviation for national security. It is a special license plate. For example, Jing AJW, Jing AGF. JW stands for Guard and GF stands for National Defense, National Security, Guard, and National Defense are the 3 most formidable departments in the country. As the car door opened, a man in his 30s stepped out and glanced around. When he saw Xiaoyu, he walked over. The person was Yi Hong, the elite soldier from the National Security who had fought with Xiaoyu, and he was Yi Qiu-chan's older brother. Chapter 28. Clash of Titans. Yi Hong stopped in front of Xiaoyu. Anyone could see that his expression was not good. His sharp, gleaming eyes had a strange look, as if he had spotted a wild boar trying to root through his vegetable patch. Xiaoyu, did I eat your rice, or am I blocking your sunlight? Are you looking at me like that because you want to fight? However, he also knew that the other party was called in by Yi Qiuchan to help him. He held back. Qiuchan asked me to come and take a look. Yi Heng asked irritably what happened. Xiaoyu didn't waste any time. He recounted everything that had just happened. After hearing Xiaoyu's account, Yi Heng's expression changed instantly. He turned to the 3 police inspectors from the Criminal Investigation Unit. As the director of the National Security Department's 9th Bureau in the capital, Yi Heng's work was similar to that of a police officer, but with a different specialization. Being the director of the 9th Bureau, his capabilities were beyond question. When it came to criminal investigations, surveillance, counterintelligence, and monitoring, he was far superior to ordinary police officers. From Xiaoyu's narration, he quickly identified the problem. The 3rd team was investigating a case, and someone was trying to forcibly take over their investigation. To put it bluntly, someone was preventing the 3rd team from continuing their inquiry. This involved a murder case. The 3rd team had already found some leads and had traced them to the commercial building in front of them. They were on the verge of continuing their investigation when they were stopped. What do you think? Yi Heng's expression gradually turned cold, like a piece of ice. The look in his eyes shifted from sharp to razor-like, sweeping over the faces of the 3 inspectors. Strictly speaking, police cases do not fall under the jurisdiction of national security. However, if national security believes that certain events involve national safety and public security, they can initiate an investigation. A civilian has died, in a gruesome manner, allegedly mauled to death by hyenas. Would the appearance of hyenas in the capital threaten public safety? That's obvious. If Yi Heng wanted to be unreasonable, he could forcibly intervene. But he couldn't do that, as he was no longer young. He wasn't a hot-headed youth, and he knew the consequences of forcefully intervening in police matters. However, Yi Heng's appearance today was due to his sister. Moreover, the Yi family owed Xiaoyu a favor. Xiaoyu had saved Yi Qiuchan. This favor was enormous, beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, he was here to back Xiaoyu up. National Security 9th Bureau. Yi Heng. Yi Heng took out a black identification booklet from his pocket, a detective's badge. He then fixed his gaze on the 3 visibly shaken inspectors. His tone icy. Give me a reason why you are forcibly taking over the case from the 3rd team at such a critical moment? The 3 inspectors fell silent. However, if they didn't provide an explanation, this national security director would surely demand one. Was there a misunderstanding? The 2nd-level police officer was sweating profusely. Yi Heng's gaze was cold as he said, I don't think there's any misunderstanding here. The officer sighed and mentioned that a leader wanted them to handle the case quickly without disturbing the normal work inside the business building. Business building? A leader? Yi Heng frowned, realizing the implications. First, one must understand the kind of power, capability, and background someone would need to construct a 25-story business building in a place like this, especially in the Chaoyang district. Second, the 3rd squad had sealed off the entire building due to the investigation, which indeed affected the normal order and work inside. Lastly, is it really unreasonable for someone with such a powerful background to know a few leaders? So while this explanation seemed reasonable, was it truly justified? No one present was a fool. They all understood how ridiculous the given reasons were. Yi Heng didn't even glance at the officer and turned to Xiaoyu, asking, What do you want to do? Those simple 5 words left everyone present stunned, especially the 3 officers who initially regarded Xiaoyu as a clown. Their expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had seen a ghost. Why? Why would the head of national security listen to a junior officer? No, it should be asked. Why could a junior officer summon the head of national security? It was only at this moment that the 3 officers realized the seriousness of the situation. Unfortunately, it was too late, as Xiaoyu was grinning at them, with an expression that mirrored how they had looked at him moments ago, as if he were the clown. Investigate, Xiaoyu said, taking a deep breath and pointing at the 3 officers, to the very end. This statement struck everyone like a thunderclap. Even Yi Heng's expression changed as he stared blankly at Xiaoyu. How ruthless. The 3 officers were initially stunned, but their anger quickly surfaced. However, the next moment, they felt a chill run from their feet to their heads as they saw Yi Heng raise his hand and make a gesture. Suddenly, a business vehicle sped in and came to a screeching halt. The door swung open, and 6 young people in administrative jackets poured out like dumplings. Please assist with the national security investigation. Yi Heng made another gesture, coldly looking at the 3 officers. Any resistance will be dealt with severely. Upon hearing his words, The three young men immediately drew their guns, switching off the safeties and aiming at all the officers present. The other three young men approached the pale-faced officers, their eyes coldly fixed on them. Any inappropriate move from the three officers would provoke a thunderous response. The three officers were taken away in the business vehicle. The other police officers from the Criminal Investigation Department were anxious and fearful, but dared not make any moves. In this country, ordinary police officers like them had no right to challenge national security. Remember, this is the only time. Yi Hing stared at Xiao Yu. We owe each other nothing from now on. Xiao Yu felt as if he had missed out on a fortune. He twitched his lips and said, "Thank you to Sister Chiao-chan on my behalf. Shouldn't you thank me?" Yi Hing almost laughed in anger, his expression saying, "I feel like you're just messing with me. Didn't I help you?" Not convinced. Xiao Yu sneered, "If you're not convinced, we can settle this with another fight." Yi Hing rolled his eyes, said nothing, and turned to leave. He really wanted to give Xiao Yu a beating, but unfortunately, he couldn't win. After the national security personnel left, Xiao Yu turned to the remaining members of the Criminal Investigation Department and asked, "Do you need me to escort you out?" The faces of the Criminal Investigation team turned pale as they left the business building. The members of the third squad, who witnessed the entire process, looked at Xiao Yu as if he were a deity. That's right, they had just witnessed a battle between divine beings. Even national security had shown up. Who wouldn't be afraid? Xiao Yu didn't want to explain anything and said something that shocked everyone in the third squad. "I found the secret within the business building." Chapter 29, What do you mean there's 7 meters of space missing in the office building? Upon hearing the secret discovered by Xiao Yu, everyone was either confused or astonished. How could that be possible? The building was right there, and both the area and volume were evident. How could 7 meters of space just vanish? The crowd looked at Xiao Yu with unusual expressions, as if silently asking, "What nonsense are you talking about?" It seemed that people's minds were truly disconnected. Xiao Yu didn't explain much. He led everyone to the 20th floor and entered the stairwell. They remeasured the height and distance from the 20th to the 21st floor. Everyone was stunned. When they realized the seriousness of the issue, they were shocked. They turned to Xiao Yu, their eyes filled with disbelief. They looked as if they could fit 10 eggs in their mouths. It was true. There really was 7 meters of space missing. But the question was, how could it disappear? It absolutely could not vanish. It must have been hidden away. Xiao Yu's smile faded, and a cold glimmer appeared in his eyes. Perhaps this was why someone was trying to stop their investigation. The expressions of the group changed as they thought about the Criminal Investigation Department that might come to take over the case. If Xiao Yu hadn't made the call to rally support, and if the National Security Agency hadn't taken 3 police inspectors away for questioning, then today the entire third team would have been dismissed and the case would have been handed over to the Criminal Investigation Department. As police officers, all seasoned detectives, they would never have considered the crux of the issue. This meant that their investigation had inevitably begun to dig into other secrets. Some individuals, feeling pressured, were forced to take such drastic measures to stop the third team's investigation. Now, with Xiao Yu discovering that 7 meters of space had vanished from the office building, it was likely that this missing space was the biggest secret of the entire building. All the anomalies had an explanation. It made sense. 2 detectives quickly left to consult with structural experts. Within half an hour, the experts arrived and began comprehensive measurements of the interiors, exterior walls, and heights of the 20th and 21st floors. The results confirmed Xiao Yu's deductions. There was indeed 7 to 4 meters of space missing, and the location of this space was right in between the 2 floors. A hidden room? Xiao Yu almost laughed. What era was this, still playing such games? However, after the detectives' investigation, they found no entry point to this hidden room on either the 20th or 21st floors. To gain access, one would need tools to break through the floor and ceiling. Xiao Yu didn't have time to waste. The deadline for the task given by the system was less than 20 hours away. Since they had discovered the hidden room, he knew there had to be an entry point. While sending someone to find wall-breaking tools, he began searching for the entrance himself. Given the height of the 20th floor, it was impossible to enter from the outside. It had to be from within, since there were no entrances on the 20th or 21st floors. This meant the entrance must be located elsewhere, but still within the confines of the 20th and 21st floors. The only areas allowed are the corridor, the stairwell, and the elevator. The corridor is the easiest place for people to overlook, as it is a common passageway where individuals walk by without paying much attention. After an inspection, Xiao Yu found no abnormalities in the corridor and no entrance to the hidden room. He then began a careful examination of the stairwell, but still found no entrance. Finally, Xiaoyu took his team into the elevator. After going back and forth between the 20th and 21st floors several times, his expression suddenly changed to one of peculiarity. He had found something. What did Xiaoyu discover? Normally, the elevator takes 2 seconds to travel one floor, averaging 2 meters per second. However, it took a full 4 seconds to move from the 20th to the 21st floor. The missing 7 meters was the height of one floor. An extra 2 seconds of travel time raised no issues. Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on the elevator's control panel, deep in thought. If he was not mistaken, some individuals must have utilized the elevator to access the hidden room. But the control panel appeared completely normal, showing no signs of irregularity. So how did they enter the hidden room? An elevator maintenance worker was called in. He looked at the exterior of the control panel and found nothing unusual. However, when he opened the control panel and checked the interior, he paused and muttered, "Something's not right." What did he find? Xiaoyu fixed his gaze on the worker's eyes and coldly asked. In a normal elevator, the wiring is systematic. The maintenance worker pointed to the control circuit and the circuit board, looking astonished. But here, something is off. There are actually 2 extra wires and 1 line connected to the 21st floor. Please, speak plainly. Use terms I can understand. Xiaoyu frowned. The worker rolled his eyes, implying that the button for the 21st floor was very suspicious. Normally, there should be a short circuit issue. But it surprisingly did not short circuit. While speaking, he pressed the button marked 21. The elevator doors closed. In the next moment, he quickly pressed 21 again with no response. Then, the maintenance worker continued pressing, clicking 3 times in succession. Suddenly, the previously lit 21 button went dark. Xiaoyu's expression changed dramatically. Common sense dictates that once an elevator button is lit, it cannot be cancelled. The button should only extinguish when the elevator reaches that floor. Yet, something bizarre was happening right before their eyes. Not only did the button light go out, but the elevator was still ascending without stopping. What did this signify? Xiaoyu's expression shifted because at that moment, only he and the maintenance worker were in the elevator. Due to the anomaly with the elevator button, he began to think of some unsettling possibilities. Suddenly, the elevator came to a halt. The ascent time of 2 seconds indicated that the elevator had not reached the 21st floor. If it had not arrived at the 21st floor, where would it stop? Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. The unsettling thoughts Xiaoyu had anticipated were about to come true. As the elevator doors opened, 4 burly men, with fierce expressions and wielding machetes, axes, and 2 daggers, were standing outside the elevator. As soon as the doors opened, they rushed into the elevator, swinging and stabbing at Xiaoyu. What bad luck! Xiaoyu chuckled. It wasn't him who was unlucky, it was the 4 men who charged in. Ever since Xiaoyu obtained the system and its abilities, his life, body, and strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, especially with the martial arts expert and beast form abilities. Xiaoyu's body had long surpassed human limits, turning him into a weapon, a humanoid weapon. Almost the moment the 4 burly men burst into the elevator, Xiaoyu moved. He lunged at the first man who entered the elevator, striking like a leopard. Chapter 30. Mercy does not command armies. Kindness does not serve as police. A figure like a cheetah, accompanied by a fierce wind, appeared before the first muscular man. Xiaoyu's hands landed on the opponent's head, gripping tightly, pulling down, and his knee shot up like lightning. Bang! Accompanied by a roar and the sound of bones cracking, blood erupted on the man's face, and his features were crushed and caved in from the impact of the knee strike. At the same time, Xiaoyu withdrew his leg and charged forward, colliding violently. Bang! The overwhelming force sent the muscular man flying, crashing into the 3 men behind him. Alone, Xiaoyu managed to push through 4 muscular men out of the elevator. Beast form, bear strength. As he charged with ferocity, Xiaoyu had already grasped the dagger from the first muscular man's hand. While rampaging, he swung the dagger. Stab, stab, stab. 3 strikes. One plunged into the man's lower abdomen, another into his neck, and the last one pierced through the jaw, driving upward into his throat. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, Xiaoyu was never a merciful person. His mentor from his previous life in law enforcement taught him a principle. You must be more ruthless than the bad guys. Only then will they fear you, and you will have the chance to catch these irredeemable criminals. Otherwise, how could you capture someone who is more ruthless than you? Mercy does not command armies. Kindness does not serve as police. Good people cannot be police officers. Boom! Xiaoyu crashed against a wall, with a body and 3 muscular men in tow. Yes, a body. Xiaoyu had ended the life of the muscular man with just 3 strikes. At that moment, something even more terrifying happened. After he slammed the muscular men against the wall, one of their knives fell to the ground, but Xiaoyu quickly picked it up. With his arm swinging, the blade glinted. Like a silver ribbon dancing in the air, it descended upon the three muscular men. Crack, crack, crack. One strike after another, so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. The hands of the three muscular men were severed, and their tendons were cut as well. In less than 3 seconds, all 4 limbs of the 3 men still alive were rendered useless. The piercing screams and howls of pain erupted from the 3 muscular men. Xiaoyu discarded the knife. The crisis was averted. Inside the elevator, the repairman was stunned, paralyzed with fear. From his angle, he witnessed the entire slaughter process. The sudden outburst, the brutal violence, the cold-blooded methods instilled a deep shudder within him. When he regained his senses, he realized his pants felt warm. He had been so frightened that he lost control. For minutes later, the elevator doors opened again. Zhou Xianghua, He Yong, and a group of armed detectives rushed out. When they saw the scene before them, resembling a slaughterhouse, with 3 men screaming in agony and a body lying there, they were taken aback. They swallowed hard. Their gazes toward Xiaoyu changed, as if they were looking at a thug. Taking a long breath, Xiaoyu's eyes regained clarity as he looked at the crowd and smiled. You guys are too slow. The crowd rolled their eyes, but in an instant, their eyes lit up with excitement. They had found the hidden room. Search, Zhou Xianghua commanded, and the detectives began to search the secret chamber. Half an hour later, everyone's expression changed again. They discovered that the hidden room within the commercial building was actually a massive prison. It not only had individual cells, but also held 5 people. Additionally, there were storage rooms, a dog room, a torture room, and a decomposition pool. At this moment, Xiaoyu was standing outside the dog room, looking inside. A terrifying beast was lying on the ground, growling at him. A hyena. Looking at the hyena, Xiaoyu's expression was complex, and he thought of the cause of death of the victim, Zhao Dekao. As for the decomposition pool, it contained half a pool of aqua regia. Aqua regia, also known as royal acid, is a highly corrosive liquid made from a mixture of concentrated hydrochloric acid and concentrated nitric acid in a volume ratio of 3:1. Someone once conducted an experiment by throwing a pig into a pool of aqua regia. In less than 20 minutes, the pig's flesh and blood were completely corroded, leaving only a skeleton riddled with holes. Just imagine that scene. Isn't it terrifying? So, what would happen if a person or a human corpse were thrown into the aqua regia pool? At that moment, Xiaoyu's expression was so cold it could freeze. His eyes were fixed on the aqua regia pool, where he saw some bones that had not yet been completely corroded. Human bones. This was a serious matter. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong's expressions turned extremely horrified and grim, because it was visibly apparent. There were at least more than 10 human skeletal remains in the aqua regia pool. This indicated that at least 10 living people or 10 corpses had been destroyed. They had almost been completely erased. What a shocking case this was. Moreover, there were still 5 people imprisoned in the secret chamber. The most terrifying part was that this incident occurred in the capital city. Can you imagine the consequences? Aside from Xiaoyu, the entire third team was nearly scared to death. According to protocol, what should be done next? Xiaoyu looked at the leaders of the first and second teams. Seal off the scene and report to higher-ups. He Yong chuckled bitterly. This case is too big to the point that we, the third team, aren't even qualified to investigate it. First, a body was found in the park, a life lost. Now, in the decomposition pool, another 10 skeletal remains were discovered. This could very likely mean another 10 lives lost. Adding to that, Xiaoyu had killed a thug. That makes 12 lives in total. Since the founding of the country, how many major cases involving more than 12 lives have occurred? That's right, it's a major case. A case of this level cannot be handled by a single criminal investigation team. Not to mention the location of this case, which involves the capital. It is very likely. Zhou Xianghua sighed. This will have to go up to higher authorities. No surprises there. After reporting the discovered secret room and the body to superiors, the city bureau leaders arrived 20 minutes later. Following closely was Yi Hong, the director of a national security department, who appeared before Xiaoyu again. Why are you here? Xiaoyu looked at the national security director with confusion. This is a city where 12 lives are involved, Yi Hong said with a complex expression. Why do you think I came back? I was foolish. Xiaoyu couldn't help but think to himself. This city is indeed special. National security not only protects the nation's safety, but also the safety of its citizens. If national security doesn't show up in a case of this magnitude, that would be outrageous. I've discovered something, Yi Heng said, his expression serious as he stared at the younger man. What? Xiao Yu remained calm. Why is it that every time I encounter you, Yi Heng said slowly, there's never any good news? The first time he met Xiao Yu was due to a suspected spy kidnapping, where he nearly got killed. The second time, 3 police supervisors were taken away. Whether it was interrogation or not was secondary. The key issue was having offended someone. The third time, a major homicide occurred. 12 lives lost. They had only met 3 times, and each time there was a significant incident. This is unbelievable. I swear, your bad luck has nothing to do with me. Xiao Yu shrugged. I'm just an honest cop. Honest? You must have a misunderstanding about what that means. Yi Heng almost laughed in frustration. From now on, you will stay by my side. What do you mean? Xiao Yu pretended to be puzzled. Because starting now, Yi Heng said succinctly, this case has been taken over by national security. Xiao Yu's expression didn't change, but he felt a tinge of regret. As expected, higher-ups are involved. This has attracted significant attention. Chapter 31 The Final Killer The Business Building, 21st floor. A certain room has turned into a temporary interrogation room. 3 assailants, whose limbs were severed by Xiao Yu, received emergency treatment from doctors. However, due to their severe injuries, they were extremely weak, even on the verge of death. You really are ruthless, Yi Heng said with a grim expression, looking at Xiao Yu. A few days ago, there was a suspected spy kidnapping case. This kid killed 4 people and severely injured 2. Now, he has killed another one and left 3 more injured. In just 3 days, there were 5 dead and 5 seriously injured. Xiao Yu shot him a glance. Let us hurry up with the investigation. I'm pressed for time. He indeed was pressed for time, with only a few hours left to complete the system task. They needed to finish the task as soon as possible. Yi Heng didn't waste any more words, and the 2 walked into the adjacent room. There were 5 people inside. They had been rescued by the police from a secret prison in the business building. After questioning, it was revealed that the identities of the 5 detainees were quite special. 3 were from the business sector, 1 was from the political sphere, and the other had come to the capital to petition. They had all been suddenly kidnapped and taken to the secret prison for detention. The kidnappers neither extorted money nor threatened them. They simply held them captive. What scared them was that there were not just these 5 people being held. There were others as well. And those others had been brutally murdered. This also explained why there were over a dozen human skeletons found in the secret burial site. After receiving medical treatment, the 3 seriously injured assailants confessed under national security interrogation. They were merely guards watching over the secret room, following orders to keep watch, release people, and kill when instructed. The skeletons in the burial site were once the people they had killed. They also revealed that these individuals were either wealthy or had offended someone, which was why they were sent to the secret room, but very few ever left alive. When the national security personnel questioned them about why they killed Zhao Dekao and disposed of his body in the park, the answer shocked everyone, but not Xiao Yu. The victim, Zhao Dekao, was actually their accomplice and the leader responsible for managing the secret prison. Subsequently, national security launched a crackdown. The person in charge of the business building and anyone connected to this case were all arrested. Those involved in the protective network were also apprehended. Through interrogation, the arrested individuals confessed that the secret room in the business building was indeed a prison, a black site. This criminal gang primarily helped certain big shots eliminate troubles. Such a profession has existed throughout history, profiting from others' misfortunes. The so-called troubles referred to adversaries, competitors, petitioners, etc. They kidnapped, detained, and even killed to profit from the situation. With the gang leader's testimony, national security arrested another batch of noble figures. The number of individuals involved and their high ranks eventually left national security somewhat astonished. Was the case over just like that? Yes, the case was concluded. However, Xiao Yu's system task had not provided any prompts, indicating that the task was not yet complete. Identifying the bones to find the murderer was the name of the system task. The meaning was clear, through Zhao Dekao's body. They needed to find the killer to complete the system task. Business building, temporary interrogation room. That day, we went out for entertainment in the evening. Zhao Dekao and another guard were watching over the secure room. When we returned, both Zhao Dekao and the other guard had disappeared. Later, we learned that Zhao Dekao had died in a park. He hadn't managed to escape when the police arrived at the business building. We hid in the secure room, planning to flee after the police left. As a result, a suspect with all 4 limbs broken looked at the deep in thought Xiao Yu, filled with terror in his eyes, as if he were staring at a devil, trembling all over in fear. It's easy to imagine the psychological impact this had on the trainee officer. Xiao Yu's expression was cold, his mind racing to analyze the situation. From the suspect's words, it was clear that Zhao Dikao had likely been killed by the guard. The guard's name was Lu Shiliang. Investigations revealed that Lu Shiliang was from another province. His travel records showed that he came to the capital 3 years ago. Further digging uncovered that Lu Shiliang's father had come to the capital to petition 3 years ago and then went missing. Petitioning? Xiao Yu frowned and murmured, secure room prison? Was it possible that Lu Shiliang's father was kidnapped and killed for petitioning? The very people they were investigating might be the ones responsible. If so, why did Lu Shiliang become part of this criminal gang? Did he kill Zhao Dikao out of revenge? Xiao Yu considered this possibility and even imagined a scenario. With his father missing, Lu Shiliang came to the capital to search for him. After searching, he discovered that his father might have been murdered. He found the criminal gang responsible for his father's death. For some reason, he joined the gang and became an accomplice. The real purpose was to avenge his father. So, did he kill Zhao Dikao? Was this reasoning sound? Xiao Yu fell silent for a moment. Sound. If it was sound, then Lu Shiliang not only wanted to avenge his father, but also wanted the entire gang to pay. Hence, he deliberately disposed of Zhao Dikao's body in the park, intentionally leading the police to the business building. The entire purpose was revenge, to ensure the gang members had a miserable end. But why didn't he just call the police? Why create such a mess? Xiao Yu sneered. Did he forget about the 3 detectives? If he hadn't called Yi Qiuchan, Yi Heng might not have arrived. And this case could have remained unsolved forever. Lu Shiliang was also aware of this, knowing the connections, capabilities, and influence of the gang. If he dared to report it, he might be the first to die. This was evident from the group of nobles arrested by national security. Yi Heng, who had been following Xiao Yu, listened to this young man's analysis with some admiration. To deduce all this, was he even human? Do I have a grudge against you? Why do you keep picking on me for no reason? Xiao Yu glanced at Yi Heng disdainfully. It was just one beating. How could a man hold a grudge like a woman? What's going on? Yi Heng was furious, clearly not because of that. Then what is it? Xiao Yu asked with great interest. It's... Yi Heng suddenly fell silent. Is it because of Sister Qiuchan? Xiao Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. You think too highly of me. I'm not someone like that, nor do I have the right to be your brother-in-law. Sister Qiuchan and I are just like siblings. Yi Heng looked surprised and glanced deeply at Xiao Yu. Did this little guy misunderstand something? Let's go. Xiao Yu turned towards the door. We need to find Lu Shiliang. Huh. Yi Heng's expression changed, filled with uncertainty. Do you know where he is? No. Xiao Yu shook his head, but I know he's nearby. Yi Heng stood there in shock. How is that possible? Chapter 32. Did I allow you to run? Outside the office building, Yi Heng was still puzzled. How could a murderer who committed heinous crimes dare to stay near the scene of the crime? Don't let your intelligence limit your imagination. Xiao Yu looked at the bewildered security officer. Yi Heng, I suspect you are mocking me, and it seems you have solid evidence. Is Lu Shiliang really nearby? Yi Heng glared at his younger brother with frustration. I already mentioned it to you. Xiao Yu nodded. If my reasoning is correct, then Lu Shiliang's actions are driven by revenge for his father. Killing Zhao Dikao could be because Zhao Dikao killed his father. Disposing of the body in the park was his way of drawing police attention to the office building, and he indeed succeeded. The case is nearing its conclusion, akin to someone hosting a grand banquet, inviting friends and family to the feast. As the host, how could he not be present at the event? Xiao Yu curled his lips. This is a typical criminal psychology. Some criminals love to see their masterpieces, wanting to witness their perfect finale. Criminal psychology encompasses various mental factors that drive criminals to commit crimes and dictate their actions. Many criminal investigators use criminal psychology to deduce the mental activities of criminals. Only by understanding a criminal's psychological activities can one anticipate their moves and capture them. Yi Heng felt a bit overwhelmed. He still hadn't grasped the main point of Xiao Yu's words. This made him appear particularly foolish and awkward, almost embarrassing the security director. Suddenly, Xiao Yu looked towards a tall building not far away. It was also an office building, about 20 stories high. This building faced the crime scene directly. As long as the police were on the rooftop or in the guest room of the office building, a telescope would allow one to observe the entire investigation process. If I were him, I would definitely be in that building. Xiao Yu gazed at the office building, murmuring, is it the rooftop? The afterglow of the sunset bathed the horizon, casting a layer of pale golden light, as if shedding its dazzling garment. Gradually, it revealed a fiery red hue. Beautiful and intoxicating. Lu Shiliang stood on the rooftop of the building, gazing at the brilliant city under the sunset. It was only at this moment that he could feel a hint of warmth in the world. He walked step by step to the edge of the rooftop, spread his arms, closed his eyes, and embraced the world. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him. He sensed someone standing behind him. "Didn't he expect you to find me so quickly?" Lu Shiliang seemed to mock something, as if he were ridiculing others, or perhaps himself. "I originally intended to find you directly." A magnetic voice came from behind. "Since you led us to the office building, I wanted to see what secrets it holds, which is why I didn't come to you right away." Lu Shiliang's expression changed slightly as he slowly turned his head. A tall and handsome young man caught my eye. Xiao Yu was also sizing up the man in front of him. Around 30 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, and unremarkable in appearance. However, he gave off a gloomy vibe. When his eyes narrowed, they resembled those of a venomous snake, cold and devoid of emotion. "I never expected the person who found me would be so young." Lu Shiliang scoffed. "I didn't expect it either." Xiao Yu looked him straight in the eye. An ordinary person could not only avenge his father but also dismantle a criminal organization, bringing down a group of powerful figures. Lu Shiliang raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride on his face. "Impressive, isn't it?" "Indeed." Xiao Yu took a step closer to him. "Huh." A cold glint flashed in Lu Shiliang's eyes, his expression icy as he stared at Xiao Yu. He watched as the other approached and sat down on the edge of the rooftop. "Let us chat." Xiao Yu took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out, and offered it to him. Lu Shiliang hesitated for a moment, then sat down and took the cigarette. With a snap, Xiao Yu used a lighter to ignite the cigarette for him, then lit one for himself. The two of them inhaled the smoke. After a while, Xiao Yu calmly asked, "Aren't you going to tell me your story? What is there to talk about?" Lu Shiliang scoffed dismissively, asserting that as a son, avenging his father was only natural. "Yes." Xiao Yu nodded, "but you broke the law. If it were you facing those people." Lu Shiliang gritted his teeth, a chilling aura surrounding him. "How could you avenge without breaking the law?" Xiao Yu fell silent. After a moment, Lu Shiliang continued, "After I found them, joined them, and planned everything." He exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone weary, already contemplating the consequences, including. Xiao Yu's face revealed a strange smile, his gaze teasing. "Jumping off? I still have to wait for the others to join me in death." Lu Shiliang chuckled lightly, stating he wouldn't feel at ease until he saw them dead. "Then come with me." Xiao Yu extinguished his cigarette, feeling somewhat wistful. "Where else could I go?" Lu Shiliang mocked himself. "Surrendering is your only way out." Xiao Yu gazed at the sunset in the distance. At least he could live a bit more comfortably before dying. Lu Shiliang's eyes widened, showing disbelief. They were both smart enough to grasp the implication in Xiao Yu's words. Xiao Yu was offering him a chance to surrender, promising that he wouldn't suffer before being sent to the execution ground. Such an opportunity wasn't something every death row inmate would have. Lu Shiliang uttered 2 words. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. "Why hasn't the system task completion notification appeared yet? Although I appreciate it." Lu Shiliang's face revealed a strange smile. "I'm leaving." "Leaving?" Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Lu Shiliang opened his arms and jumped down. He jumped off. How dare he? Xiao Yu was a bit stunned, never expecting the other would jump. In that instant, Xiao Yu's mind suddenly lit up with an idea. A flying tool. He saw Lu Shiliang, who was about to jump off the building, grab a backpack from the edge of the rooftop and quickly strap it on. Then, he yanked the backpack in midair. Bang! The backpack opened, releasing a huge parachute. To be precise, it was a paraglider. What a talent! Xiao Yu couldn't help but admire him. At that moment, Lu Shiliang, floating in the air, looked towards the office building. He glanced at Xiao Yu on the rooftop, a sneer appearing on his face, as if to say, "Want to catch me? Dream on." Nonviolent resistance, huh? Xiao Yu was furious. Anger surged within him, and his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't fear. Instead, it was a surge of adrenaline, bringing a state of mental exhilaration. In such a state, humans tend to be impulsive, commonly known as being high on adrenaline. Bang! A dull thud echoed beneath Xiao Yu's feet. His body leaped high into the air. Beast form, lion leap, cat spirit, eagle strike. In an instant, Xiao Yu activated 3 beast abilities. Among the beasts, the puma's jump can reach up to 6 meters. The agility of the leopard cat makes it the strongest among beasts. The flying ability of the eagle is also the king of the sky. The 3 beast abilities converged onto Xiao Yu, giving the illusion that he was soaring through the sky as he jumped down from the building. Lu Shiliang, who had been sneering at him, suddenly froze in place. With a loud bang, Xiao Yu landed on the paraglider, Following closely behind, a nimble figure flipped down, grabbing the ropes of the paraglider. I have been too indulgent with you, giving you one chance after another to show off. Xiao Yu's expression was cold as he looked down at Lu Shiliang, who was dumbfounded. Did I allow you to run away? Chapter 33. The wrong one is this world, are you crazy? Lu Shiliang looked at Xiao Yu in shock. We're all going to die? Yeah, we're all going to die. Because the parachute simply couldn't support the weight of two people and was rapidly descending. At this moment, they were at least 16 or 17 stories high, around 50 to 60 meters. A fall from that height could be fatal. Damn it, Xiao Yu cursed inwardly, startled by his own impulsiveness. The national team hasn't dominated the world yet, and I'm going to die without closing my eyes. Forget it. Relying on them to conquer the world is like expecting men to give birth. Xiao Yu activated all the abilities of the beast form. But after all, he was human, not a bird. Even with abilities, he couldn't fly in the air. At the same time, the parachute had unexpectedly changed direction due to his earlier footstep, heading towards a nearby high-rise building. Oh no. Faced with the rapidly approaching exterior wall of the building, Xiao Yu felt powerless to complain. Beast form, Rhino defense. Boom. The parachute, carrying the two of them, crashed hard against the building's wall, producing a loud bang. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Yu had the Rhino defense, so he only felt a sharp pain and wasn't injured. Lu Shiliang below wasn't so lucky. He broke an arm on impact. The violent collision nearly knocked him unconscious. To everyone's surprise, Lu Shiliang, with a fierce expression, roared at Xiao Yu, I won't let you catch me even if I die. In his rage, he used his uninjured hand to tear at his backpack. Crack! The backpack detached from Lu Shiliang's body and fell rapidly. Is this society for real? Xiao Yu choked on his words. But whether it was a case or a system mission, if the other person died, everything would be over. Damn! Xiao Yu cursed again, letting go and allowing his body to fall. He knew he couldn't catch up to Lu Shiliang at this speed. Suddenly, he kicked off the wall with his thigh. Boom! His descent speed became lightning fast, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Shiliang. Slap! Xiao Yu grabbed Lu Shiliang's clothing with his left hand and quickly swung his right hand. Beast form, bear strength, tiger claw. Bang! Xiao Yu's palm reached for the building's exterior wall, shattering bricks, penetrating the insulation layer, and grabbing onto the concrete wall. In an instant, a violent pulling force came. That pull was the impact from the weight of two bodies falling at high speed, almost tearing Xiao Yu's arm off. Even with system abilities, the sharp pain in his arm made him gasp. It hurts. Let me go? Suspended in midair, Lu Shiliang struggled violently, screaming. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Yu felt offended, shivering with anger. Is living not good enough? My life is over, completely over. Lu Shiliang shouted angrily. Is it my fault? Xiao Yu laughed in anger. But the pain in his arm was becoming unbearable. He looked down and calculated the height. They were at least 30 meters above the ground. And below was concrete. If they fell, even with the system, he might survive but would likely be disabled. A normal person like Lu Shiliang wouldn't stand a chance. It's quite normal to die from such a height. However, fortunately, he saw a group of people rushing over. A few firefighters brought an inflatable cushion. It takes time to inflate the cushion. I don't know if your life is over. Xiao Yu shouted, since you're avenging your father and feel justified. Why are you running? Huh? Lu Shiliang was taken aback by the question. Isn't that just stating the obvious? If I don't run, am I supposed to wait to be caught by you officers and be executed? Lu Shiliang's gaze was dim. He looked at Xiao Yu as if to say, have you read too much and lost your mind? You told me you wanted to see those people die with you. Xiao Yu coldly stared at him and asked, are you uneasy if they don't die? Lu Shiliang's body trembled, and he smiled coldly. Yes, I did say that. Then why are you running? Xiao Yu mocked. If you're not afraid of death, what are you afraid of going to prison for, or being taken to the execution ground? Or are you just pretending? You actually enjoy killing, and avenging your father is just an excuse. Otherwise, if you've already taken your revenge, why are you still running? Lu Shiliang's expression changed, his thoughts short-circuited. Originally, the goal was to kill those who caused his father's death and perish with them. Now, Zhao Dekao had already been killed by him. The criminal gang had been wiped out by the police. Revenge was taken, and his wish was fulfilled. Even if he ran, where could he go? If he died, he wouldn't see those bad people die with him. In an instant, Lu Shiliang thought of too many things. With a bitter smile, he asked, can you tell me, am I disgusting? It's not you who's disgusting. Humanity is pretty disgusting. Xiao Yu stared at him for a long time, sighed. The ugly side of human nature is that people harbor selfish desires while seeking generosity from others. They do bad things but fear being found out. And despite their dark hearts, they crave light. Every day, people trample on life, yet act kindly, hoping for world peace. Humans are the most disgusting species in this world. Really? Lu Shuoyang laughed. Whose fault is it? Xiaoyu couldn't provide an answer. Because he couldn't hold on any longer, he let go. The two fell from the height. However, both Xiaoyu and Lu Shuoyang had calm expressions. Until, with a thud, they landed on a huge inflatable cushion. They lay there peacefully, watching the sunset, watching the last rays of the sun, watching countless people rushing towards them. Thank you, Lu Shuoyang sighed. He was grateful that Xiaoyu didn't let him die. He was also thankful to the police for helping him take revenge. This time, there were indeed no regrets. Two national security personnel pulled him up, handcuffed him, and took him away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. Xiaoyu paid no attention to Lu Shuoyang's gratitude, nor to the notification from the system. His eyes remained fixed on the sunset, while he contemplated a very contradictory question. Why does evil exist in this world? And whose fault is it? Is Lu Shuoyang wrong for seeking revenge for his father? As a police officer, is he wrong for arresting people? No, none of them are wrong. The ones who are wrong are the damned bad people, the criminals. Yet even some good people, if given the chance, might one day turn into bad people, villains, or criminals. This reminds me of a classic line from an animated film. The wrong one is this world. Are you interested in working for our national security? Yiheng looked at Xiaoyu with a complex expression and fiery eyes, not longing for his body, but for his skills. Just now, he witnessed Xiaoyu jump off a building. It was like watching a madman as his younger brother soared on a parachute. The life and death chase unfolding before his eyes. Would a movie dare to portray it this way? In the end, he saw Xiaoyu's terrifying skills, hanging on the outer wall of a building. At that moment, he wondered if humans could really achieve such feats. Thinking of himself as a formidable soldier who was recently beaten by Xiaoyu without a chance to fight back and nearly killed. Yiheng's gaze towards Xiaoyu was filled with wariness towards the anomaly. It was as if he were examining a monster. National security? Xiaoyu opened his mouth, finding it hard to breathe from the pain. As a police officer, he nearly risked his life. ISNT national security, even more dangerous, where one could lose their life at any moment. Bro, spare me. I'm only 22 years old and don't even have a girlfriend. Let me find a girlfriend, get married, and have a backup plan before I consider joining national security, okay? Haha. Yiheng laughed at him, rolling his eyes and teasingly said, how about this? I'll introduce you to my sister to be your girlfriend, and then you can join our national security? Xiaoyu. Is it really that intense? But knowing that Yiheng was testing him, what was this feeling of excitement? Stop messing around. Xiaoyu sat up, looking at his right arm, which was hanging limply like a noodle, gritting his teeth, saying, if you don't take me to the hospital, my hand is going to be useless. Ha ha ha. Yiheng burst into laughter, helping Xiaoyu up, saying, once you're healed, I'll treat you to a meal. You're really a good person. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. Why become a police officer? Yiheng asked with a smile. It's a dream. Xiaoyu grinned. Does it need a reason? Yiheng nodded with a smile. No reason needed. The two exchanged smiles, basking in the glow of the setting sun. Dreams indeed don't need a reason. And neither does being a police officer. Following dreams and thriving in the sunlight. The case is closed. Chapter 34. Isn't this just crazy? 8 p.m. A hospital affiliated with a medical university in the capital. In a single patient room in the inpatient area, Xiaoyu, dressed in a hospital gown, has his right arm in a plaster cast. He is lying on the bed, smiling as he looks at the detectives around him. Zhou Xianghua, Hiyong, and several detectives from the plainclothes team are squeezed into the small room. You'll be staying in the hospital for a few days to rest properly. I've arranged accommodation for you, and you can move in directly after discharge. Hiyong, the team instructor, says. Do police officers have to stay in dormitories? Yes, it's mandatory. Because police officers not only need to be on duty, but also be on standby, ready to respond to calls at any time. Especially for unmarried officers. They all stay in collective dormitories and must check in by 10 p.m. every night. Of course, if there are special circumstances or if they are married, they can apply to live outside. But they must be reachable at all times. If they miss 2 late shifts, they will be dismissed. Thank you, instructor. Xiaoyu replies with a smile. I appreciate everyone's help. What trouble? This time you've made a great contribution. Zhou Xianghua laughs. Our team benefits from your efforts. Xiaoyu indeed made a significant contribution, a monumental one at that. A major case. Cases of this level were previously beyond the qualifications of the criminal investigation team. They would require at least a division or a specialized task force to handle such special cases. For instance, this time, even national security was involved in taking over the case. After all, it involved multiple lives, which is terrifying. However, the plainclothes team did a great job in the early stages, which can be considered their initial credit. In terms of merit, the third team will also receive a significant share. They are guaranteed at least a collective second-class merit award, and a first-class collective merit isn't out of the question. As for individual recognition, Xiaoyu might receive a first-class merit, because he was the one who solved the case from start to finish and even captured the main suspect himself. Given that it involved multiple lives, a criminal organization, and some influential figures, it would be ridiculous if he didn't receive at least a first-class merit for such a major case. Not only that, but team leader Zhou Xianghua and instructor He Yong have jointly reported and requested special approval. Special approval for what? To promote Xiaoyu to a permanent position, skipping the one-year probation period to become a formal police officer. Although the one-year internship is a strict requirement, Xiaoyu's situation is quite special. He solved a case right after starting work and even took down a major case. His abilities surpass those of many veteran detectives. If he continues to be treated as an intern, it would be a slap in the face to everyone. If Xiaoyu is still an intern, what does that make the veteran detectives? Are they inferior to an intern? There are regulations in the police force as well. If someone has made a significant contribution, they can be promoted out of order. The merits Xiaoyu has earned would have easily led to promotion for any other detective. Promoting Xiaoyu from an intern to a formal police officer is a straightforward matter. By the time he is discharged and returns to work, his formal police status will be a certainty. By the way, Xiaoyu, have you joined the party yet? Zhou Xianghua smiled gently and asked, if you decide to join, both Lao He and I can be your introducers. When filling out the party membership application, it requires 2 official members as introducers. Those familiar with the system understand that only by joining the party can one advance step by step. If one is not a party member, they can never rise within the system. Joined, Xiaoyu nodded, having 3.5 years of party membership. The memory in his brain reminded him that his predecessor had joined the party at 18. Then I won't disturb your rest. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong smiled as they got up, wishing him a speedy recovery. You're too kind. Xiaoyu wanted to get up to see them off, but was pressed back onto the bed by Wu Chong, saying, we're all family now, no need to see us off. Xiaoyu nodded, watching the group leave the ward. Once he was alone in the room, he let out a long breath. It had only been a few days since he crossed over to this world. Yet he had encountered 2 major cases and been injured twice in a row. Glancing at the plaster cast on his right arm, Xiaoyu's expression became peculiar. Thanks to his ability to transform into a beast, his self-healing power was somewhat terrifying. His arm was clearly fractured, but in just this short time, he had the illusion that it was already healed. Have I become a superhero? Xiaoyu chuckled to himself. Having resolved the cases and escaped life-threatening crises, he could finally immerse himself and contemplate some life questions. Since he had already crossed over, how should he arrange his future life? Why think about it? Xiaoyu comforted himself. As long as my neighbor isn't surnamed Wang, life will be peaceful. Just be a good cop. No, he also needed to find a girlfriend. He couldn't continue being single. Suddenly, the ward door was slowly pushed open. Xiaoyu. He watched as 2 stunning beauties walked into the room, heading towards him. Why are they here? Little brother, injured again? Hua Qingwu lazily sat on the chair beside the bed, pouting her delicate lips. Did you miss your sister? One couldn't help but say that this enchanting girl exuded charm with every frown and smile. What would I miss you for? Are you trying to seduce me? Xiaoyu thought to himself. It took great effort to shift his gaze away from Hua Qingwu and look at Yi Qiu-chan. Equally stunning, with a captivating beauty. But Yi Qiu-chan's elegance was not flirtatious. It was cool and noble. Thank you for last time. Xiaoyu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Without Yi Qiu-chan calling Yi Heng, the case in the third team would have been taken over by the Criminal Investigation Department. Although it ultimately ended up with national security personnel, at least the case was solved. Yi Qiu-chan replied, her eyes warm. Noticing that Xiaoyu was ignoring her, Hua Qingwu playfully pouted and said, so annoying. Don't you know to pay attention to me? She then reached out to pinch Xiaoyu's neck, her tone teasing, sister is so good to you. Even let you hold her to sleep, you little ungrateful one. Xiaoyu. His face turned red, thinking, can we not mention sleeping? It was indeed a guilty conscience. He had indeed held her to sleep. Letting Hua Qingwu hold his neck without resistance, he secretly pouted, enduring humiliation. Don't bully him anymore. Yi Qiu-chan couldn't stand it and shot a glance at her good sister. After all, he was a patient. Oh, are you feeling sorry for him? Hua Qingwu tilted her head, grinning like a little fox as she looked at her sister, Yi Qiu-chan. Having grown up together since childhood, wearing similar clothes, they knew each other too well. She wasn't going to bother with her childish antics. Picking up a food bag, she took out a box of snacks. Let's eat first. Xiaoyu glanced at the meal and didn't hesitate to dig in. This hospital room is a bit shabby. Hua Qingwu glanced around, pouting her rosy lips. You really don't need to be hospitalized. Xiaoyu continued eating. No need to be hospitalized? Hua Qingwu's face lit up with a smile, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Then let's go home. Home. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Yes, let's go to the courtyard. Hua Qingwu wrapped her arms around Xiaoyu's uninjured arm, resting her head on his shoulder, giggling. You don't know, after that kidnapping incident, both Qiu-chan and I have been so scared that we can't sleep well. And then? Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, thinking this had nothing to do with him. Of course it does. Hua Qingwu smiled foolishly. You can protect us. Protect you? You have security guards. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. However, Hua Qingwu wouldn't take no for an answer. She dashed out of the ward to handle the discharge procedures. Xiaoyu and Yi Qiu-chan exchanged silent glances, sighing inwardly, feeling inexplicably exhausted. Was she always like this? Xiaoyu found it hard to comprehend Hua Qingwu's childish nature. Even worse than this, Yi Qiu-chan smiled bitterly, adding a touch of classical elegance. When she goes wild, even her parents are afraid. Wow, isn't that just crazy? Xiaoyu's face paled. He felt the urge to escape, thinking that the risk of running away was lower than staying by Hua Qingwu's side. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu, with an expression of mixed amusement and exasperation, was brought to the courtyard by the two girls. This is making it hard for me, Fat Tiger. Chapter 35. Kneeling to the boss in the living room. How old is Sister Qingwu this year? Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, watching Hua Qingwu bounce around to get him a drink, feeling quite amused. A woman's age is indeed a secret. Yi Qiu-chan sat elegantly, holding a tablet, and focused on the screen. Don't you feel ashamed saying that? Xiaoyu twitched his lips. Isn't it just because she is older and doesn't want others to know? However, just looking at the two women's appearances, they seem to be only around 23 or 24. How much older could they be? Xiaoyu glanced at the tablet screen and was taken aback. Stock trends? He casually asked, Sister Qiu-chan, what do you do for work? I run a company, Yi Qiu-chan replied. That is impressive. Xiaoyu was surprised. With Yi Qiu-chan's background, she must be driving a supercar. Her company must be quite substantial. What's so impressive about it? Yi Qiu-chan put down the tablet, her tone casual. Just passing the time. Xiaoyu, people start companies to make money, and you start one just to kill time? Kneeling to the boss now. Is there anything missing for you to hang on your leg, boss? Here you go. Dressed in pajamas, Hua Qingwu walked over with 3 bottles of juice. Xiaoyu's eyes widened a bit. A woman of considerable age was surprisingly wearing a cute SpongeBob pajama set. The scene felt oddly fitting, making Hua Qingwu seem a bit adorable at that moment. After taking the juice and just opening the cap, he noticed Hua Qingwu couldn't twist the bottle cap off and was pouting in frustration. Xiaoyu found himself wanting to laugh and handed her his juice. Women are indeed peculiar beings. They can't open a bottle cap on a regular day, but when they're angry, they can twist off a man's confidence. Such a good little brother. Hua Qingwu, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, happily took the juice. Xiaoyu opened another bottle and handed it to Yi Qiu-chan. Thank you. Yi Qiu-chan's voice was soft and elegant, her gaze shifting from cold to warm. Little brother, why do you want to be a police officer? Hua Qingwu leaned over curiously, leaning against him as if she had no bones. I've said it before, it's a boy's dream. Xiaoyu tried to lean away a bit, but then he remembered that he had not only held her, but also slept beside her. So why bother pretending? He let her lean against him. So full of yourself. Hua Qingwu pouted, as if suggesting that girls have no dreams. Xiaoyu teased, so what dreams do you have, Sister Qingwu? I want to be a big star. Hua Qingwu said seriously. Xiaoyu was stunned, looking at her as if she were a fool. A star? Isn't that a bit delusional? She is clearly a second generation with even bodyguards. How much fake wine would one have to drink to think of becoming a star? Besides, how old is Hua Qingwu? Isn't it a bit late to want to be a star now? Ugh, you're so annoying. What kind of look is that? Hua Qingwu pounced over, already used to wanting to pinch Xiaoyu's neck. She sat on his lap, starting to act spoiled and whiny. All right, you will definitely become a big star. Xiaoyu, who is a bit of a stylish headache, holds onto Hua Qingwu's waist, fearing that she might fall. While being choked, he turns to Yi Qiu-chan for help with a pleading look. Qingwu has wanted to be a star for a long time now. Yi Qiu-chan teases her, saying that although she is beautiful, unfortunately, She is a bit of a fool with poor acting skills, a weak voice, and no talent. You are the fool. Hua Qingwu shifts her target, glaring at her good friend. You can't sing either. But my voice isn't like a sheep's. Yi Qiu-chan retorts playfully. Unlike someone who sounds so cutesy when they speak. That's quite an apt description. Xiaoyu suppresses a laugh, agreeing with Yi Qiu-chan's comment. Hua Qingwu's voice indeed has a cutesy tone, and she speaks in a light, high-pitched manner. However, it's not something she puts on intentionally, it's just her natural voice. Such a voice doesn't attract a large audience when singing. Xiaoyu recalls two representatives of high-pitched voices from his past life. One is a tough guy, Tai Ku, whose song Lionheart is painfully catchy. The other is the popular actress, Demi, whose song Love's Offering is explosive. Both of their singing voices are quite remarkable. Xiaoyu imagines Hua Qingwu singing. Wow, he almost bursts out laughing. What are you laughing at? Seeing Xiaoyu chuckle, Hua Qingwu becomes flustered and begins to kick him playfully. You can't laugh at me and not let me laugh. Xiaoyu can't hold back his laughter, grabbing her feet. I'm trained. No matter how funny it is, I want to laugh. Unless I can't help it. I don't care. You're making a joke of me. Hua Qingwu pouts, her eyes brimming with tears. You and Qiu-chan are both bullying me. Xiaoyu is taken aback. It was just a joke. Why is she crying? But seeing her pitiful look makes his heart soften. He realizes he shouldn't have teased her. What right does he have to make fun of others? I'm sorry. He wraps his arms around Hua Qingwu's waist and gently reassures her. Your voice is actually very nice. Gentle and sweet, which easily wins boys' favor. It's exactly what they like. Really? Hua Qingwu, sniffling, brightens up, her vanity getting a huge boost, and she beams with joy. Of course. Who says a cute voice can't sing? Xiaoyu continues to comfort her. I've heard many beautiful songs that would suit you perfectly. You would sound great singing them. Yes, I'm the best. Hua Qingwu giggles, her joy palpable as she leans against Xiaoyu, proudly making faces at her best friend. Yi Qiu-chan observes the affectionate pair with a strange expression, sensing a hint of romantic tension. Is it just her imagination? However, Xiaoyu's words surprise her. He has heard many songs suitable for Qingwu. She remembers helping her childhood friend find songs, and even hiring someone to write a song before. But there are just too few songs suitable for her light dance. Well, many. Xiaoyu seemed a bit distracted. At this moment, she was not only sitting on his lap, but also nestled in his arms. This situation felt a bit off. Oh, Yi Qiu-chan's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Her smile elegant, like a dignified goddess. Then sing a song for us to hear? Yes, sing a song for me to listen to. Hua Qingwu's charming face blossomed with a joyful smile, raising her little fist. Hurry up and sing, or I'll hit you if it's not nice. This. Xiaoyu regained his focus. Just now, he was merely teasing Hua Qingwu. He didn't really intend to sing anything. In his past life, he used to enjoy listening to music, had heard many songs, and even sung quite a few. As for songs suitable for her, glancing at the adorable beauty in his arms and seeing the expectant gaze from the other beauty nearby, an idea struck him. He thought of a sweet song that would be perfect for her. Xiaoyu cleared his throat and softly began to sing. Oh baby, don't cry. No need to doubt the love I give you. I'm not that bad. I won't keep you waiting. You're my type, the reliance I most want to have. Don't be surprised. Just indulge in a future that only has you. Chapter 36, Let Others Smell Your Own Fart. The song is beautiful, very beautiful. The two girls have never heard anyone sing like this before. Yi Qiu-chan looked surprised and stared at Xiaoyu with wide eyes. Hua Qingwu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at him intently. Their expressions were as if they were looking at a treasure boy. Not only was he tall and handsome, but he was also a police officer. He could defeat strong fighters in the military and surprisingly could sing as well. He was both cultured and martial, seemingly capable of everything. The closer you got to him, the more you would discover that he could always surprise you. You couldn't help but be curious about what other secrets he might be hiding. They wanted to look forward to more surprises. The two girls exchanged glances, communicating silently. Hua Qingwu said, I like him. Yi Qiu-chan responded with silence. Hua Qingwu continued, we are sisters, so you have to like him too. Yi Qiu-chan remained silent. Hua Qingwu added, we promised when we were young that we would always be together. Yi Qiu-chan replied, got it. Xiaoyu finished singing. The sweetest love song was one of his favorite songs from the past. Although it was a duet, the female voice suited a soft tone very well. Wow, it sounds great. Hua Qingwu hugged his neck, her eyes sparkling and incredibly enticing. It was really beautiful. Yi Qiu-chan also generously expressed her approval. As long as it sounds good. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, looking at the enchanting girl in his arms. If she liked it, then he would give it to her. From the girl's reactions, it was clear that the song he sang had never appeared in the current world. He had just made Hua Qingwu cry, so this would be a good compensation for her. Really? Hua Qingwu's body stiffened suddenly, and her peach blossom eyes flashed with surprise. A charming blush spread across her face, and she couldn't contain her joy and excitement. Suddenly, she lowered her head and opened her soft, rosy lips, biting Xiaoyu's lip. Xiaoyu. Sure enough, there are too many bold girls nowadays. One moment of inattention, and he was taken advantage of. After the excitement, Hua Qingwu also reacted, her fair face turning crimson. Not only was she charming and alluring, but she also appeared shy and bashful. Like an ostrich, she buried her face in Xiaoyu's neck, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. Xiaoyu also felt his face heat up and turned to the side. Yi Qiu-chan. Xiaoyu. Winky face, his expression was quite stiff, and he awkwardly pressed his feet against the ground, almost digging a hole. Let us take a break. Yi Qiu-chan stood up and walked towards the back room. Hua Qingwu suddenly jumped up and ran away like a little deer. This left Xiaoyu with a face full of mixed feelings, silently covering his face. Clearly, he was the one who got kissed and taken advantage of. Why was he the one feeling awkward instead? Walking into the bathroom, Xiaoyu prepared to wash up. However, he discovered a problem. His right hand was in a plaster cast, making it very difficult to wash up, let alone shower. Just as Xiaoyu scratched his head, contemplating whether to remove the cast, suddenly, Yi Qiu-chan pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. Xiaoyu. Is your hand inconvenient? Yi Qiu-chan, with a serene and ethereal expression, said calmly, I'll help you wash up. Xiaoyu shook his head with a smile. No need. A pair of fair hands reached over, picking up a toothbrush. She first wet it with warm water, then applied toothpaste, and handed it to him. Looking at the toothbrush in front of him, Xiaoyu felt a slight tremor in his heart as he took it and obediently brushed his teeth. His arm was in a cast and couldn't he get wet, so a bath was out of the question. Yi Qiu-chan walked to the bathtub, filling it with water while asking, Can you take off your clothes? Spitting out the toothpaste foam, Xiaoyu was about to nod, but glanced at the cast on his hand and forced a smile. Let me help you. Yi Qiu-chan raised the corners of her lips and pushed Xiaoyu to the front of the bathtub. She lifted her fair hands and unbuttoned his shirt. After removing his shirt, Yi Qiu-chan froze in place. In front of her were chiseled 8-pack abs and an astonishingly low body fat percentage. Each muscle stood out, showcasing a masculine beauty that dazzled women. Staring at his tall and fit physique paired with his handsome face, a question mark floated in Yi Qiu-chan's mind. How many women could resist such a body? Suddenly, a soft voice called from outside the bathroom. Qiu-chan, where did you go? Hearing the voice, Yi Qiu-chan snapped back to reality, feeling inexplicably flustered, and pushed Xiaoyu with a bit of panic. Xiaoyu. His body leaned back, but his hand caught Yi Qiu-chan's wrist, pulling her down with him. Splash. The two fell into the bathtub. In the warm water, they silently locked eyes. A wordless communication. After a long time, Yi Qiu-chan knelt and reached out to pull Xiaoyu out of the water. They exchanged another silent glance. Tension hanging in the air. How about? Xiaoyu felt a twinge of guilt. Shall we wash together? As soon as he said it, he wanted to slap himself, feeling particularly like a rogue at that moment. Yi Qiu-chan. She looked at him in surprise, never expecting Xiaoyu would say something so shameless so openly. A hint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. What do you take me for? Oh no. This is a disaster. Xiaoyu fell silent. The more you explain, the guiltier you seem. Observing the flustered expression of the big boy in front of her, Yi Qiu-chan's lips twitched. Her heart softened involuntarily. She reached out and gently pushed against his chest, pressing him back against the bathtub's backrest. Xiaoyu. Is she trying to take the initiative with me? A feeling of unreality surged within him. In the end, he was overthinking it. Yi Qiu-chan picked up a towel from the edge of the bathtub and started drying him off, helping him bathe like an older sister taking care of her injured younger brother. The real fool was me. Xiaoyu scolded himself inwardly. Feeling a mix of small emotions, he grasped her hand. Yi Qiu-chan frowned slightly. Actually, Xiaoyu released her hand, his left hand resting on the cast on his right arm. Beast form, bear strength. Crack. He crushed the cast and splint with one hand, revealing his arm in perfect condition. I didn't want to deceive you. Xiaoyu looked at her earnestly. My arm is fine now. A certain ancestor once said, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. As a result, Yi Qiu-chan's face was clouded with frost as she coldly stared at him. She was angry, the kind that couldn't be soothed. Xiaoyu's jaw ached. Wasn't sincerity supposed to be the ultimate weapon? He used to think fairy tales were lies, but now he realized that one couldn't trust everything online either. It was me being foolish. Sister. Xiao Yu obediently covered his head, striking a pose ready to take a beating, hoping for a light hit. Puff. Yi Qiu-chan, who had been maintaining a cold demeanor, couldn't help but burst into laughter. She raised her fist and playfully punched his chest, warning him not to deceive her again. Got it. Xiao Yu chuckled, feeling relieved. The rain had cleared up. How did it get better so quickly? Yi Qiu-chan's delicate hand rested on his strong arm, looking puzzled. Maybe everyone has a different constitution. Xiao Yu said seriously while joking. I'm a bit unusual. Yi Qiu-chan rolled her eyes and stood up, fully drenched as she stepped out of the bathtub. It was only at that moment that Xiao Yu realized her figure was nothing short of perfect. Over 1.7 meters tall, with a slim waist and long, beautiful legs. His gaze wandered over her upper body. Xiao Yu felt blinded. It was as if he saw the legendary nuclear bomb. That chest, it's just not scientific. Do you believe I'll poke your eyes out? Yi Qiu-chan narrowed her bright eyes, half pouting, half angry, instantly bringing life to the moment. The ice beauty had come to life. I believe. Xiao Yu lowered his head obediently. This wasn't cowardice. It was an emergency escape, also a sign of adult thinking. One must give face to one another. Watching the big boy pretending to be meek, Yi Qiu-chan felt like laughing again. Being with him brought more smiles in a day than in the past year. Finish quickly and come out. Don't catch a cold, she reminded before leaving the bathroom. Xiao Yu slipped and submerged himself in the water. He asked himself, you promised Yi Heng not to go after his sister. What about honesty between people? Forget it. Let others smell his own fart. Xiao Yu got up, quickly washed himself, put on a bathrobe, and walked back to the room he had stayed in for one night. He collapsed onto the bed and soon fell asleep. These past few days of investigating had been exhausting, and he hadn't had a proper rest. In the midst of a hazy sleep, Xiao Yu felt someone had joined him in bed. This person pinched his nose and tugged at his ears, giggling nonstop. How excessive. Was he not allowed to sleep? Xiao Yu reached out and pulled the squealing girl into his arms. So annoying, always bullying your sister. The unique voice of Hua Qingwu echoed in his embrace. Little ancestor, stop messing around. Let me sleep well. Xiao Yu said weakly. I Haven T slept well for 3 days. Huh. Hua Qingwu was a bit surprised and quieted down, obediently resting her head on his arm, no longer causing trouble. The next day at noon, when Xiao Yu woke up, he realized one of his arms was missing. No, it's not that I can't see it. It's that I feel completely numb and unaware. I open my eyes and look beside me. Hua Qingwu is resting her head on my arm like a little pig, drooling and sound asleep. Does your heart really have that much space? Aren't you afraid I might eat you? Xiao Yu can't help but chuckle. He carefully pulls his arm away, placing a pillow under Hua Qingwu's head. Only then does he start to move his numb arm. It feels numb, painful. Then a prickling pain. Gradually, feeling returns. Damn it, my hand is finally back. Xiao Yu glances at the still sleeping fairy and gets out of bed. After freshening up, he arrives in the living room. Yi Qiu-chan is leisurely sipping coffee while looking at her tablet. Sister, aren't you supposed to be running a company? Xiao Yu seems to have forgotten about last night. Aren't you going to work? Work? Yi Qiu-chan lifts her fair face, half smiling. If the boss works, what do subordinates do? You make a good point. Xiao Yu is left speechless for a moment. Just then, as the siblings share an awkward glance, suddenly, oh, it hurts so much. A cry of pain comes from the bedroom. Xiao Yu and Yi Qiu-chan's expressions change instantly. Bang! The floor beneath them shatters as Xiao Yu shoots off like a cannonball. Chapter 37. This is what you call showing off. Boom. The wooden door of the bedroom was violently smashed, splintering into pieces and scattering everywhere. Amidst the flying wood chips, Xiao Yu charged into the room like an agitated beast. One couldn't blame him for being so tense. After the last kidnapping incident, who could guarantee that it wouldn't happen again? There was another important point. Men are strange creatures. Once they have slept with a woman, they unconsciously start to see her as their possession, as their own woman. If someone were to touch your woman, how would you react? Xiao Yu, exuding a terrifying aura, scanned the room. Then, he froze. In the bedroom, aside from Hua Qingwu, who was curled up on the bed, looking pale and in pain, there was no one else. Xiao Yu stood there in shock. Hua Qingwu was clutching her stomach in agony, her brows furrowed. Her little face was so pale, and cold sweat was beading on her forehead. With a look in her eyes like a small stray dog, she gazed at Xiao Yu, weakly saying, "It hurts." Xiao Yu. He was still in a daze. Stomach pain? Hua Qingwu, with tearful eyes, could barely muster the strength to speak. Stomach pain? Realizing what she meant, Xiao Yu's expression turned strange. What do you mean? Monthly visitor. Hua Qingwu cried. Monthly visitor. She got her period. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, speechless. So what if she got her period? Why make such a fuss? She nearly scared him to death. Feeling helpless, Xiao Yu walked to the bedside, looking at the pained Hua Qingwu, unsure of what to do. Poor thing. Hua Qingwu continued to stare at him with her big, pleading eyes. Hug me. Come on. Xiao Yu almost laughed, but seeing Hua Qingwu in pain, he had to hold it in. Yi Qiu-chan also rushed into the room. Upon seeing the two cuddling on the bed, she instantly rolled her eyes, wondering what was going on. Qingwu is on her period. Xiao Yu had a face full of frustration. Let me hold her. Yi Qiu-chan. Fine. She understood that sometimes close friends suffer from menstrual cramps. Every time the monthly visitor came, it was unbearable. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qiu-chan sat down by the bed and playfully slapped Hua Qingwu on the bottom. Get up, let me massage you. No, I want my brother to massage me. Hua Qingwu squinted her eyes flirtatiously, acting spoiled. Perhaps because her stomach hurt too much. She appeared especially vulnerable. Seems like having a brother makes you forget your sisters, Yi Qiu-chan teased, glancing at Xiao Yu. Then, she taught Xiao Yu how to alleviate menstrual pain, such as pressing on certain acupoints like Taichung, Shuahai, and Sanyinjiu, which could help relieve the discomfort. Xiao Yu learned quickly, and under Yi Qiu-chan's guidance, he began to massage Hua Qingwu. Finally, when he was rubbing her stomach, Hua Qingwu hummed comfortably, quite charmingly. She was slapped by Yi Qiu-chan and dared not make a sound anymore. After about half an hour of massage, the pain subsided. After a busy time, Xiao Yu was drenched in sweat and his stomach was growling. Time to eat. Yi Qiu-chan stood up and glanced at the doorway filled with wood shavings. This room was no longer livable. Yet she thought to herself, what a terrifying younger brother. Indeed terrifying. The solid wooden door was smashed to pieces by Xiao Yu. What kind of strength did that require? If it had hit a person, it would probably shatter all their bones. He was simply like a monster. But this monster was now her and Qingwu's brother. It somehow brought a sense of security. Thinking back to the last time when they were almost kidnapped, Yi Qiu-chan stepped out of the room and smiled. With him around, who else could harm them? Probably no one. A chef from a restaurant delivered a variety of delicious dishes and laid them out on the dining table. Xiao Yu called for Hua Qingwu to eat. But the little fairy was too comfortable in bed to get up. Only when he called her little princess would she rise. Hua Qingwu's eyes sparkled, her smile radiant. Playfully pouting. Little princess, hurry up and eat. Xiao Yu felt exhausted. He called her little treasure. Little treasure, get up to eat, okay? Then he called her little cutie. Little cutie, wake up. He even called her the most adorable, most beautiful, most sweethearted beauty. Xiao Yu turned to leave, thinking how troublesome this was. If she wanted to eat, fine. Uffed. Yi Qiu-chan couldn't hold back her laughter, nearly bursting out. You. Hua Qingwu, embarrassed and angry, transformed her lovely face instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes, looking pitiful, her little mouth pouting. You made me cry. Xiao Yu halted, sighed. Forget it, she's a girl. And you're a boy. Just let her be. Turning around, he walked to the bedside, scooped up the sobbing Hua Qingwu in a princess carry. Let us go eat. Shall we? You're bullying me. Hua Qingwu pouted, whining. What do you want? Xiao Yu surrendered, carrying her out of the bedroom. Yi Qiu-chan followed behind, smiling and watching the scene unfold. Unless, with her lively eyes twinkling, Hua Qingwu clung to his neck sweetly. Sing another song for me, brother. Song. Xiao Yu was surprised. Is she really that easy to please? Of course, it wasn't just any song. Hua Qingwu challenged him, demanding that every line must include sister. And it had to be a cheerful, beautiful song. Stop, stop, stop. Hearing these demands, Xiao Yu almost cried out. Why don't you just kill me? Where can I find a song like that? While talking, they had already reached the dining room. He put Hua Qingwu down, ready to place her in a chair at the table. However, the spoiled Hua Qingwu clung to him like a koala and wouldn't let go. Xiao Yu had no choice but to sit down first and then place her on his lap. If you can't think of a song, I'll cry. Hua Qingwu discovered that Xiao Yu was quite afraid of girls crying. As soon as a girl cried, whether it was for real or feigned, this annoying little brother would obediently comply, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. During dinner, Yi Qiu-chan tilted her head, chewing her food while smiling at Xiao Yu. She was also very curious. Could this treasure-like little brother sing the song that Qingwu had purposely made difficult? Every line had to include sister? Xiao Yu felt a headache coming on. This was no longer just a challenge for Fat Tiger. It was as if they were trying to kill Fat Tiger. Sure enough, women were all the same. Why look for a girlfriend when being single was so much better? He thought this in his mind. Yet his brain involuntarily recalled songs from his past life. As he thought about it, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. He had an idea. If I sing this out, will you eat your meal obediently? He looked at the annoying sister on his lap and asked. MHM. Hua Qingwu wrapped her arms around his neck and nodded. Yi Qiu-chan's eyes sparkled as she stared at Xiao Yu. Is there really such a song? Then listen closely. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and began to sing. Sister is wonderful, sister is great. Sister makes you worry-free, sister treasures you like a gem. And treats you well. Sister has a high level of awareness. She's a mature little wildcat. Sister won't make you pay when going out on dates or shopping. Although sister is older than you, she won't scold you. Sister has a charming aura, cute and lovely yet also spicy. Sister won't treat you badly. As long as you love her, quickly marry sister home, and you'll be happy and laugh heartily. After listening to Xiao Yu's song, especially the part where every line mentioned sister, both Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu were stunned. He really sang it, and moreover, it was a song that no one in the world had ever sung before. Even if it was a silly song, how high of an IQ did one need to come up with it in an instant? At that moment, Xiao Yu appeared in their eyes not just as a treasure boy, but also as someone with a terrifyingly high intelligence, like a monster. Looking at the two girls who were dumbfounded, Xiao Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. No, this couldn't just be showing off. The term showing off was too crude. As a scholar, this was called showcasing one's talents. Chapter 38, When Can I Be as Excellent as Them After Lunch? Xiao Yu wanted to take his leave. He planned to go back to the police academy dormitory to pack his things and move to the police team dormitory. Hua Qingwu insisted on going with him and also called Yi Qiu-chan along, claiming that as sisters, they had the duty to help their brother move. Having two young ladies who have never done any manual labor help him move was definitely not a good idea. Xiao Yu couldn't help but complain. He just hoped they wouldn't cause any trouble. The three of them arrived at the garage outside. Upon seeing the three cars parked inside, Xiao Yu's eyes nearly went blind from the glare. He never expected that the world's three major luxury cars would appear right before him. The Ferrari LaFerrari, which was usually driven by Yi Qiu-chan, he had seen before. Then there was the McLaren P1 GTR, and finally, a Porsche 918. Wealthy people really are something else. Xiao Yu felt envious, yet disheartened. When would he be as outstanding as them? This car barely had enough space for three people. Xiao Yu shook his head. Moving was out of the question. The two girls thought for a moment and agreed. Moreover, driving such cars to the People's Police University would be too flashy. Yi Qiu-chan took out her phone and made a call. About half an hour later, a Hongqi HS5 was delivered to them. The person delivering the car respectfully handed the keys to Yi Qiu-chan and left. You can drive, right? Yi Qiu-chan said as she handed the keys to Xiao Yu, suggesting he could take it for a spin. Xiao Yu was taken aback, thinking, I have a strong sense of pride, and I have a good appetite. Don't expect me to live off you. He thought to himself that it was just a couple of 100,000 for a small car. Hua Qingwu linked her arm with Xiao Yu's, sweetly saying, Qiu-chan is really wealthy. That's not the point. Xiao Yu shook his head, refusing to accept it. Yi Qiu-chan's expression instantly turned cold as she stared into his eyes. Xiao Yu felt guilty, recalling the memory of last night when they shared a bath together. Feeling a bit less confident, he said, then I'll just drive it for now. Yi Qiu-chan's expression softened a bit, no longer as frosty. The three of them got in the car and headed to the police academy, arriving at the dormitory. The so-called moving wasn't actually much. They packed 2 suitcases and a large bundle of bedding. After loading everything into the car, Xiao Yu drove away. After leaving the police academy, Hua Qingwu asked, Little brother, do you really have to live in the Unit S dormitory? Yes, Xiao Yu nodded and explained, police officers are different from other civil servants. They need to be on standby at all times. Hua Qingwu fell silent, lowering her head, her delicate and rosy face looking gloomy. What's wrong? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. But Hua Qingwu remained silent. Could it be that she was on her period and feeling down? Xiao Yu felt confused. I told you before, Yi Qiu-chan interjected. Qingwu is timid. She hasn't slept well since the last kidnapping incident. But last night, she slept quite well. She emphasized the words last night deliberately. Xiao Yu's face turned red. Indeed, Hua Qingwu had slept well last night, in his arms. But what did that have to do with him? Xiao Yu shrugged and remained silent. Can't we live together? Hua Qingwu raised her head, biting her lip, looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Xiao Yu. Single police officers without special circumstances, or those who are not married, must stay in the dorms for duty. Looking at Hua Qingwu, who seemed on the verge of tears, a sight that could soften any man's heart, he couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. How about think of a way? Xiao Yu was a normal man. What man wouldn't want to cuddle with a woman to sleep at night, especially with such an enchanting beauty? After some thought, Xiao Yu drove to the third squad and parked in the courtyard. Originally, there were 2 police officers in the yard smoking and reviewing case files. They were a bit confused when they saw a brand new Hongqi car pull in, as no one in the squad drove that car. When they saw the car door open and Xiao Yu step out, their eyes lit up and they walked over with smiles. "Xiao Yu, you're out of the hospital so soon?" One of the detectives asked with a grin. "Felt like I was fine, so I left," Xiao Yu replied with a smile, pulling out cigarettes to offer to the 2. It was customary for men to offer cigarettes when they met, just as women might share on social media. After the last case, he had become familiar with all the detectives in the squad. His capabilities were well recognized by the entire team. Such a tough guy was highly valued in any investigative unit. Why? Because any investigative unit functions as a whole, with a highly capable individual leading the charge. The entire squad benefits from solving cases. Police officers are human too. Who doesn't want promotions and salary increases? Would anyone want to compete with someone else's achievements? Just like this special case, everyone in the squad benefited from Xiao Yu's involvement. Promotions might be out of the question, but salary increases and rank advancements were likely. Therefore, the detectives in the third squad were very warm towards Xiao Yu. To use a term from university, he was like a father figure. When Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu got out of the car, the detectives' eyes nearly went wide with astonishment. The 2 women's beauty was overwhelming. However, upon seeing them, the detectives' expressions suddenly changed. They knew that the cigarettes Xiao Yu smoked were special state-issued ones, which the whole squad was aware of. Last time, the 2 women had even asked Xiao Yu to share some with them, but their identities were too intimidating to speculate about. Just then, 2 people walked out from the main entrance. It was the squad leader, Zhou Xianghua, and instructor He Yong. Upon seeing Xiao Yu and the 2 women, they paused for a moment before approaching with smiles. "You're out of the hospital? How are you feeling?" Zhou Xianghua asked with a smile. "Recovering well, feels like I'm fine." Xiao Yu grinned, thinking about moving his luggage to the dorm. "No rush, as the squad didn't have much work recently," He Yong said with a smile. "Take a few more days to rest and recuperate." Suddenly, Hua Qingwu spoke up. "Excuse me, leaders, may I ask you something?" Zhou Xianghua and He Yong looked slightly taken aback. Facing the 2 women, they felt a bit nervous. Recalling the scene a few days ago when the women were accompanied by a guard. As previously mentioned, only those at the ministerial level were entitled to a guard. But the 2 young ladies definitely wouldn't hold a ministerial position, so their identities. "What do you want to ask?" Zhou Xianghua forced a smile. Xiao Yu said that the police must stay in the dormitory. Hua Qingwu clung to her annoying younger brother's arm, puffing her cheeks in a pitiful manner. "Can't he go home to sleep?" "Go home." Zhou Xianghua exchanged glances with He Yong. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Yu was from Binhai City and was not from the capital at all. Does he have a home in the capital? However, both of them had been through similar experiences, and upon seeing Hua Qingwu holding on to Xiao Yu's arm, they suddenly realized. This is not a big sister at all. She is clearly a girlfriend. Being experienced, they understood how couples in love often find it hard to part. But Zhou Xianghua and He Yong felt a bit of a headache. The police department has regulations. If Xiao Yu were married, they could approve him living off campus. But if he is just dating, that would be against the rules. If this loophole is opened, it would be hard to manage the team. On the other hand, Xiao Yu's performance in this case was outstanding. Even if he were given some special treatment, no one in the entire team would complain. Moreover, his 2 sisters have very special identities. Can you afford to offend them? Believe it or not, if you offend them today, you might be back home farming tomorrow. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong exchanged glances again, smiling wryly. What to do? Living off campus is possible. Zhou Xianghua looked at Xiao Yu, but he must be reachable at all times. Wow! Hua Qingwu cheered, overjoyed. Yi Qiu-chan beside her also smiled, glancing at the 2 young ladies. Xiao Yu turned to the 2 leaders of the team. Thank you, Captain and Instructor. Chapter 39. This request is excessive in the early morning. The sun rose above the horizon, casting beautiful rays of light across the sky. Xiao Yu slowly woke up, gazing at the morning light outside the window with a comfortable sigh. As a poor boy, he surprisingly found himself living a dull and extravagant life like the wealthy. In the past, there were always those who envied and resented the rich, saying that they were not truly happy. Xiao Yu really wanted to tell such people, you can't even imagine the happiness of the wealthy. Every day is filled with fine clothes and sumptuous food, luxury cars and beautiful companions, free from worries. Just like now, breathing in the alluring fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, he looked at the beauty in his arms. Though only 3 days had passed, Xiao Yu felt he had fallen into decadence. The girl in his arms, Hua Qingwu, curled up like a cat, sleeping soundly. Ever since moving into the courtyard, she had been sneaking over every night. Under the pretense of being afraid to sleep alone, she actually found it very comfortable to be held by her brother. Xiao Yu noticed that this enchanting girl was not as carefree as she appeared. If he were to truly do something to her, she would definitely run away faster than a rabbit. However, if he just hugged her, kissed her, and coaxed her, she would be very happy, acting like a spoiled child. In reality, Hua Qingwu was quite clever. She only stopped using her brain in front of him and Yi Qiu-chan. To quote her own words, "Just act cute, no need to think." Gently leaning down, Xiao Yu kissed her soft pink lips, preparing to get out of bed. Suddenly, a pair of soft, jade-like arms wrapped around his neck. Hua Qingwu slowly opened her enchanting eyes, hazy like they were covered in mist, pouting slightly. "Not enough. Kiss me again, brother. This request is excessive." Xiao Yu chuckled and leaned down to kiss her lips again. They were soft, really soft. What man doesn't like to kiss a charming beauty? "Time to go home." Hua Qingwu purred like a kitten, rubbing her cheek against Xiao Yu's face. "Got it," Xiao Yu replied softly. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he kissed her little face once more. After coaxing Hua Qingwu to sleep, Xiao Yu got up to wash up. Yesterday, Captain Zhou Xianghua called to inform him that he was to report for duty today. Moreover, a leader from the security agency was coming for an inspection and would present him with a medal. Xiao Yu decided to temporarily bid farewell to the extravagant life. He couldn't continue to fall into decadence. After washing up and changing into his uniform, when Xiao Yu walked out of the bathroom and into the living room, as usual, Yi Qiu-chan was already up early. Sitting on the sofa, she was busy with some company matters while looking at her tablet. Working so early in the morning. Isn't it tiring? Walking behind the sofa, Xiao Yu placed his hands on the beauty's shoulders and gently massaged her. Due to Hua Qingwu's visit these past few days, he had learned a few massage techniques. His skills were quite decent. Just passing the time. Yi Qiu-chan half closed her beautiful eyes, enjoying her brother's massage. Her tone languid like a goddess just waking up, otherwise it would be boring. "When I get some rest, I'll take you and Qingwu to play games." Xiao Yu smiled proudly, saying, "I'm really good at this game. This world also has its champions." Just last night, he introduced 2 girls to it. Hua Qingwu seemed a bit addicted, while Yi Qiu-chan was indifferent. Yi Qiu-chan raised her hand and squeezed his big hand gently. "Go to work, don't be late. And remember to drive that red car." Xiao Yu rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, Xiao Yu, live a life of integrity, but I only rely on others. He didn't want to depend on anyone, but the 2 girls insisted he do so. If he didn't, they would get upset and throw tantrums. Xiao Yu had tried to resist, but the 2 sisters offered him too much. As he stepped out of the courtyard, Xiao Yu got into the red car and headed straight to the precinct. Although it was a bit flashy for a trainee officer to drive, it wasn't a big issue as long as he didn't exceed limits and the money for the car was legitimate. Others wouldn't bother him. Upon arriving at the precinct, he entered the office building. Everyone along the way greeted him with smiles and nods. It hardly felt like they were facing a trainee officer, but rather a true colleague. All this recognition was earned by Xiao Yu through his hard work. After clocking in, he went to the meeting room. The criminal police of the precinct gathered in small groups, waiting. About half an hour later, Zhou Xianghua and He Yong entered the meeting room with a leader from the National Security Department. When Xiao Yu saw the leader, he rolled his eyes. Yi Hung. But he was indeed a leader, the director of the National Security Office. No doubt about it. Everyone stood up when He Yong called out. They straightened their backs as if being inspected. Today, there were 3 announcements to make, Zhou Xianghua said seriously, looking around at his subordinates. First, regarding Comrade Xiao Yu's official confirmation, this has been approved by higher-ups. Starting today, Comrade Xiao Yu will officially become a member of our big family. Immediately, applause erupted. As everyone clapped, they looked at Xiao Yu with smiles. Xiao Yu stepped forward, marching to the 2 leaders. Yi Hung stood beside them, grinning at him. He Yong took a red tray with a set of shoulder insignia, arm badge, and chest badge placed on it. The shoulder insignia indicated the rank of 3rd-class inspector. There are no longer any officer ranks. All trainees are unified as 3rd-class inspectors upon confirmation. If a person has a Master's degree, they would be a 2nd-class inspector, and if they hold a doctorate, they would be awarded 1st-class inspector rank. As the head of the precinct, Zhou Xianghua personally changed Xiao Yu's entire set of badges, giving him ample face. Afterward, Xiao Yu saluted Zhou Xianghua and He Yong. The 2 returned the salute. Turning around, Xiao Yu saluted all the criminal police in the precinct. They returned the gesture. Only then did Xiao Yu walk back to his original spot, facing the podium. Second, the major case has been solved and wrapped up. Commendations have already been issued. Zhou Xianghua announced again that the entire precinct would collectively receive a first-class merit award. The meeting room erupted in excitement and enthusiasm. Silence. He Yong shouted. Everyone immediately quieted down. Due to the special nature of the case, Zhou Xianghua continued. This time, the achievements are not made public. There is no recognition for the team, and no leaders from the law enforcement department have come to commend us. The atmosphere shifted as everyone's expressions changed. Indeed, it was very unusual, dozens of lives lost, and it involved some officials. It was also heard that the criminal investigation team that came to take over their case last time was completely taken down. All 3 police supervisors taken away by the national security were thoroughly investigated. The key point is that they have been identified as the protective umbrella for the criminal group involved in this case. The entire criminal investigation team has been disbanded and reassigned. New personnel will be dispatched to re-establish the team. In that moment, everyone turned to Xiao Yu. It could be said that the entire criminal investigation team was taken down because Xiao Yu made a phone call back then. It was terrifying. Facing the gazes of everyone, Xiao Yu felt 1,000 alpacas rushing through his mind. No, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just want to solve the case. Chapter 40. Confirmation of position, awarding, promotion. Thirdly, it concerns Comrade Xiao Yu's outstanding performance. As Zhou Xianghua finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Xiao Yu. Some were envious. Some sighed, and some congratulated him. But no one was jealous, nor could they be. They had all heard the story. During the capture of the main suspect, Xiao Yu jumped from the rooftop of a 20-story building onto a parachute. It was through such a thrilling and perilous process that the main suspect was apprehended. Who would dare to jump from the 20th floor? This was beyond a life-threatening act. It was akin to courting death. With such a level of determination, if he were not to be recognized for his contributions, one would have to wonder who would still want to be a police officer in the future. Xiao Yu walked to the front. Instructor He Yong brought over a red tray. However, this time, Yi Hing stepped forward to Xiao Yu. Originally, this commendation was supposed to be awarded by the police department, with your superior personally presenting it to you. Yi Heng looked at the young officer before him. But due to the special nature of the case and its involvement with national security, it would not be made public. Therefore, I will represent national security and the police department to present this commendation to you. He picked up a shiny gold medal from the red tray. The design of the medal featured 5 stars, a red shield, and Tiananmen. It was a first-class personal merit medal. Looking at the medal, a low murmur of astonishment arose in the conference room. Most of the people present were seasoned detectives with over 10 or 20 years of experience. Yet, no one in the entire undercover team had ever received a first-class merit award. After all, it was the capital, and criminals were not foolish. There weren't that many major cases or special cases. Who would have thought that a rookie officer, who had just joined the force a few days ago, would not only be confirmed in their position but also receive the honor of a first-class merit award? Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the medal before him. A surge of indescribable feelings welled up inside him, a mix of emotions. According to relevant regulations, those who are awarded first-class merit can be promoted in rank ahead of schedule, along with a monetary reward of 50,000 yuan. As Yi Heng attached the medal to Xiao Yu's left chest on his police uniform, he smiled and said, "Your rank will be promoted again to second-class police officer. Additionally, since you are a party member, you will be promoted from the lowest police officer position to fourth-class police sergeant." Gasp! A sound of collective inhalation echoed in the conference room. Outsiders might not understand what a fourth-class police sergeant represented. It was akin to positions in a civil service management role: clerk, section level, division level, bureau level, department level. In technical roles, technician, technical supervisor, technical director, technical chief. Law enforcement positions are also categorized: police officer, sergeant, senior sergeant, police commissioner. A fourth-class police sergeant is equivalent to a section-level position. At this moment, Xiao Yu's position was directly elevated to a section-level police sergeant. The reason the members of the third team were shocked was that many seasoned detectives had spent their entire careers and only managed to reach the position of section-level officer. It was extremely difficult to get promoted to a director-level position. Without crossing the threshold of a section-level position, one would never be able to enter the management tier. Yet, Xiao Yu had just joined the team less than a week ago. Not only had he been confirmed in his position, but his rank had also been elevated to second-class police officer. Nowadays, he has directly skipped the lowest rank of officer and was promoted to the sergeant position. With his formal appointment, rank elevation, and promotion, it can be said that he has advanced 3 levels in a row. As long as Xiao Yu does not have any issues or engage in illegal activities, his future prospects can be said to be limitless. All of this is due to him receiving a first-class merit award. Grateful for the trust from the leaders and the organization, Xiao Yu took a deep breath and saluted Yi Heng. Yi Heng raised his hand in return. However, when he lowered his hand, his expression was unusual, indicating that there was more to come. Xiao Yu. Everyone. Yi Heng then took out a palm-sized crystal box. Inside the box was a medal. When everyone saw the medal, they were stunned. This medal was a second-class merit medal. In recognition of Xiao Yu's assistance in breaking a spy kidnapping case, he was awarded a second-class merit once. Yi Heng announced Xiao Yu's achievement aloud, stating that due to his outstanding performance and significant contribution, he would be promoted in rank according to relevant national regulations. Congratulations, Xiao Yu. You are now a first-class sergeant. Everyone, including Xiao Yu, felt a jolt. Another rank elevation, a first-class sergeant? This time, no one gasped in surprise. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu in shock. At 22 years old, a 4th-level sergeant, and now a first-class sergeant? This was extraordinary. However, there was nothing wrong with it. For his achievements, especially such significant ones, it was normal to be promoted. Not to mention that a second-class merit would definitely warrant a promotion, and a first-class merit would go without saying. Having received merits twice, a 2-level rank elevation was perfectly reasonable. Yi Heng once again pinned the second-class merit medal on Xiao Yu. At the same time, he handed him 2 certificates of honor. Having these 2 certificates would allow Xiao Yu's achievements to be recorded in his personal file. This was not only an honor, but also represented his service to the country. This was a record of contributions. First-class sergeant. Xiao Yu sighed. He had also received a first-class and a second-class merit. It felt like a dream. Instructor He Yong brought over a complete set of police insignia. Once again, it was Captain Zhou Xianghua who changed it for Xiao Yu, placing a set of insignia that symbolized a first-class sergeant on this young man. Everyone present witnessed Xiao Yu's promotion, all of them feeling as if they were in a dream. With the same 9 years of compulsory education, why were you so outstanding? Are you envious? Certainly. But no one was jealous. Both the first-class and second-class merits were earned through Xiao Yu's hard work. He survived to receive his accolades. When it comes to you, luck may not be on your side. It's like how men love to show off. If done well, it's impressive. But if done poorly, it just makes one look foolish. Achievements are not so easily obtained. They can be deadly. Outside the 3rd squad, Zhou Xianghua, He Yong, and Xiao Yu looked at Yi Heng. No need to see us off. Yi Heng smiled and said, maybe we will collaborate in the future. Cooperating with national security personnel? Xiao Yu and others looked at Yi Heng with strange expressions. The work of national security is either catching spies or apprehending agents. Collaborating with them is not a good thing. I still have some matters to discuss with Xiao Yu privately. Yi Heng said, do you two have any objections? Zhou Xianghua and He Yong exchanged glances and shook their heads. Did they dare to have any objections? Watching the 2 leaders of the team leave, Xiao Yu felt a bit guilty in front of Yi Heng. In recent days, he had been cohabitating with the 2 women. He had previously claimed in front of Yi Heng that he wouldn't pursue the younger sister. With the capabilities of national security, could Yi Heng not have noticed that he was staying at his sister's place? Was he going to confront him about it? Xiao Yu felt a toothache. Panic almost overwhelmed him. I heard you've been doing quite well lately. Sure enough. Yi Heng's expression turned serious as he coldly stared at the younger man in front of him. Well, it's not exactly pleasant. Xiao Yu quickly put on a mask of suffering. My recent life has been terrible. His acting was quite good, even when lying through his teeth. He added a bit of detail. As the old saying goes, life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. Chapter 41. The ghost's demise. Do you think just because you've become an official police officer, I wouldn't dare to touch you? Yi Heng's words were cold, and a glint of menace flashed in his eyes. Who are you trying to scare? You can't take me down. Xiao Yu scoffed. The other party was clearly threatening him, a blatant threat. But I'm a person too. Can't you show some respect? Speak up. Yi Heng sneered. Do you think not saying anything will let this slide? You think I'm giving you face? Xiao Yu was getting a bit angry. What did you say? In his past life, when he got angry, he couldn't be bothered to even look at you. He wasn't afraid of this director of national security. But just thinking about his experience soaking in the bathtub with Yi Qiu-chan, and the fact that the person in front of him was Yi Qiu-chan's older brother, made him feel oddly intimidated, as if facing a future father-in-law. Yi Heng fell silent. What could he ask? Why is Xiao Yu staying at his sister's house? Or whether he was dating his sister? No matter what it was, Yi Qiu-chan was already an adult, practically an old maid now. Should he really stop his sister from finding a partner? Sorry. Yi Heng sighed, rubbing his forehead. There had been too many worries lately, and his temper had been a bit volatile. His apology left Xiao Yu confused. What kind of trick was this national security director trying to pull? Then he noticed that after 3 days without seeing each other, Yi Heng looked disheveled and haggard, as if he hadn't slept well for days. What big trouble had happened? But matters of national security were mostly confidential, not something this small police officer could get involved in. Xiao Yu maintained a blank expression. Do you have other matters? If not, I'll head back to work. Yi Heng waved his hand, just as he was about to let the other leave. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at Xiao Yu with a strange gaze. What kind of look is that? You're not thinking of doing something inappropriate, are you? Xiao Yu felt a chill run down his spine. I want to ask you something. A strange smile appeared on Yi Heng's face. Xiao Yu looked at him with suspicion, as if guarding against a thief. You're good at solving cases and skilled in reasoning. Yi Heng abruptly changed the subject. I assume you're quite adept at finding people, right? An ominous premonition arose. He thought he was trying to set him up. Xiao Yu was cautious. I'm sorry, I'm just a small police officer. I'm not good at finding people. Let me ask you another question. Yi Heng's expression grew weirder. Do you believe in ghosts? Xiao Yu. No, after the founding of the nation, animals aren't allowed to become spirits. You, a director of national security, are talking to me about ghosts? He could clearly feel that the other party asking such questions indicated something strange had happened. At this moment, I should excuse myself immediately. Xiao Yu felt a headache coming on. What exactly do you want to do? I think there are no ghosts in this world. Yi Heng smiled and asked. What do you think? I think you're insane. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. Don't think just because you're Qiu-chan's brother. I won't dare to hit you. If you have something to say, spit it out. Don't just sit here making noise. Yi Heng. This was the first time he felt so powerless. If it were someone else, they would have slapped him for speaking like that. But facing Xiao Yu, he couldn't fight back. There's a case I'd like to ask you to take a look at. Yi Heng said politely. Are you available? Not available. Xiao Yu turned and left. Does anyone just look at national security cases? They probably don't even know how to write the word death. However, just as Xiao Yu was about to step away, ding! The alert system task activated successfully. System task. The arrival of the supernatural. Task deadline. 10 days. Task reward. Master of Magic. Task hint. Please accept Yi Heng's request to participate in the national security investigation regarding supernatural events. Task rules. If the host successfully completes the task, the system reward will be permanently retained. If the host fails the task, the system will revoke the rewards given. Please complete the task within the specified time limit as soon as possible. Task countdown begins. Xiao Yu. System task? He had been too comfortable these past few days and almost forgot about the system. Coming back to his senses, countless techniques, abilities, and knowledge about magic surged into Xiao Yu's mind, leaving an imprint. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu was horrified to discover that he was now familiar with countless magic techniques and could use them anytime and anywhere. Of course, some magic required props that needed to be prepared in advance to perform the trick. What an amazing ability. Xiao Yu was completely stunned. But what good is being able to perform magic? He was a police officer. Was he supposed to change careers to become a magician? However, some magic tricks were indeed terrifying and quite bizarre. They were very suitable for deception, disguise, or even self-preservation. Although the ability was great, Xiao Yu couldn't use it at the moment. Suddenly, why aren't you leaving? Yi Heng's voice came from behind. Does it matter whether I leave or not? Xiao Yu pouted, turned around, and said, Go ahead. What exactly have you encountered? The system had already given a hint. Accept Yi Heng's request to participate in the national security investigation regarding supernatural events. Supernatural events? Isn't that ridiculous? How could there be ghosts in this world? Yi Heng looked at him deeply. Come with me. The two of them walked out of the main courtyard of the third team and arrived at the road outside. A business vehicle was parked there. When they approached, the door of the business vehicle was pulled open from the inside. Xiao Yu glanced inside and saw 2 national security personnel sitting there. One of them he recognized. It was the middle-aged man he had knocked down with a knee strike in the national security interrogation room. After getting into the business vehicle and sitting down, Yi Heng said to the middle-aged man, The file. The other party handed over a tablet. Yi Heng passed the tablet to Xiao Yu. It contained complete investigation records and the initial case files. It also recorded the findings of our national security investigators and the bizarre aspects of the case. By the way, before looking at the file, you need to be mentally prepared. Any case involving national security is classified and has confidentiality regulations. As long as it's been seen, it must be kept secret for a lifetime without permission. If one day you leak it, Yi Heng said coldly, I don't need to mention the consequences, right? If you say that. Xiao Yu stood up, ready to get out of the car. Go find whoever you want. Just joking. Yi Heng grabbed Xiao Yu's arm and asked with a smile, Then why are you helping me? Nonsense. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. You are Qiu Chan's biological brother, and I am her god brother. Otherwise, how would I explain it? Say the system came with a task. Humph. Yi Heng snorted, almost turning red with embarrassment. He never expected that as a high-ranking official, he would end up relying on his sister's connections to get someone to help. Xiao Yu picked up the tablet to wake it up and saw a document on the desktop. He casually clicked it open and found a case file. When he saw the name of the case, his expression instantly turned to one of shock. A massacre by a vengeful spirit. Chapter 42. The terrifying and eerie crime scene criminal case file. Case category: Suspicious mass murder case. Case name: Ghostly mass murder. Suspected supernatural. Case number: A14. Case filed on October 22, 2023. Case closed on. Filing unit: National Security Bureau of S City, H Province. Filed by Li Su, Wang Pengji, et al. Reviewer: Qian Wancheng. Xiao Yu was stunned for a while, looking at Yi Heng beside him. The National Security Bureau investigates criminal cases too? Setting aside the supernatural aspect, this file is clearly a criminal case document. In many people's minds, the expertise of the National Security Bureau is focused on foreign enemies, infiltration, counterinfiltration, and similar work. However, he had never heard of them participating in criminal investigations. Yi Heng smiled faintly, his gaze peculiar as he looked at him, as if he were looking at someone with a mental disability. A mental disability generally leads to 3 outcomes. 1. A fool. 2. A vegetable. 3. A moron. Xiao Yu. Damn it, are you looking for a fight? Why can't we investigate cases? Yi Heng scoffed, saying that there are 18 bureaus and 162 divisions and sections in the National Security Bureau, and he is the head of the 9th Bureau and 9th Division. Do you know what our 9th Bureau is? I don't know a damn thing. Xiao Yu thought to himself, can you say something useful? The 9th Bureau is the Domestic Security and Counter-Espionage Bureau. Yi Heng said irritably. It primarily handles domestic espionage surveillance and investigations, criminal case investigations, and internal security work. It's not that we can't investigate criminal cases. It's just that the National Security Bureau generally does not get involved in minor cases. The cases we focus on are those that are particularly special, which ordinary police cannot solve, participate in, or get involved with. After hearing the explanation, Xiao Yu's mind trembled. In short, the National Security Bureau itself is one of the 5 major police forces. It is entirely reasonable for the police to investigate cases. It's just that the expertise of the 5 major police forces differs. The name Domestic Security and Counter-Espionage Bureau is already quite clear. As long as it involves national security, criminal cases, or public safety, the National Security Bureau can intervene. However, for some cases, if the incident level is too low and can be solved by ordinary police, the National Security Bureau simply won't bother. But when it comes to a series of cases that ordinary police cannot solve, participate in, or get involved with, that's when they step in, like the legendary Dragon Team, BPRD, Bureau 749, and the Supernatural Events Investigation Bureau. Anyone with a normal mind knows those rumors are pretty far-fetched. If such mysterious organizations really existed, what would the National Security Bureau be needed for? So, the National Security Bureau can not only catch spies, but also investigate cases. Whenever there are suspected supernatural events or phenomena that ordinary police cannot solve. Yi Heng looked at Xiao Yu seriously. We will go investigate until we uncover the truth. Not quite understanding, but feeling it must be impressive. Xiao Yu pouted. However, you have to admit, the National Security Bureau is indeed astonishing. Picking up the tablet again, he stopped wasting time. Xiao Yu opened the case file and continued to browse. On October 22nd, at 2:23 a.m., the police received a call from a girl who claimed there was a ghost in her home. The dispatcher initially thought it was a prank, but soon heard horrifying screams and unusual noises coming from the phone. The girl was hysterically crying out, saying, "There's a ghost. It killed my dad, killed my mom, and it wants to kill my brother and me. Help us, please hurry." Based on the girl's screams and the distressing sounds, the dispatcher deduced that something had entered the girl's home, causing her immense fear. What terrifying scene had the girl actually experienced? The dispatcher immediately dispatched police forces, and they quickly arrived at the girl's location in a makeshift housing area. Upon arriving at a residential bungalow, 2 police officers and 2 auxiliary officers rushed into the yard and entered the house to investigate the situation. What they witnessed was an event that completely shattered their understanding. In the living room of the bungalow, countless body parts and entrails were strewn across the floor, each piece maintaining a regular distance from the others. The arrangement on the floor formed a horrific, eerie, and bizarre picture, resembling a monster with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 legs, all bloodied and mangled. Seeing this scene, the 2 police officers and 2 auxiliary officers were nearly terrified out of their wits. One auxiliary officer could not hold back and vomited, collapsing onto the ground. Then, one officer noticed blood dripping and looked up to see an even more horrifying sight. A human body was nailed to the ceiling with massive nails, including its hands, feet, arms, legs, torso, and head. The entire skin of this body seemed to have been torn open by some strange method, like a garment draped over the bloodied flesh. Even more terrifying was that the eyeballs had been gouged out, hanging from the eye sockets by tendons, swaying like pendants. The officers, being human, were filled with fear upon facing this bloody and bizarre scene. The shock in their wide-open eyes reflected pure terror, as if a chilling breeze had swept over them, causing all 4 to shudder in fear. They were terrified to the extreme as they continued to examine the scene. Initially, they thought this was a case of a home invasion murder, but soon they sensed something was amiss. The entire bungalow, living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, storage room, had no signs of forced entry or intrusion, yet the interior was in complete disarray. Many pieces of furniture, decorations, walls, and utensils had suffered varying degrees of violent damage. The scene was reminiscent of several strong men wielding large hammers, violently smashing a whole building. The 2 officers instantly realized that this was far from a typical home invasion murder case. The sight before them undoubtedly indicated that an intense conflict had erupted inside the entire bungalow. Faced with the bizarre and puzzling crime scene, they immediately reported to their superiors and requested assistance. The local police department acted swiftly, dispatching experienced criminal investigators and forensic experts to conduct a comprehensive examination of the scene. They first confirmed that there were 4 victims, a family of 4. The parents and their 6-year-old son had been brutally dismembered by some strange weapon, arranged into a horrific tableau of flesh and blood. An 11-year-old girl had also been cruelly skinned and had her eyes gouged out, nailed to the ceiling. Then, something that left all the investigators and forensic experts baffled occurred. Aside from the traces of the family of 4, there were no signs of a third party. Chapter 43. Damn it, my own people. Upon reading the case files up to this point, Xiao Yu's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. No signs of a third party. This indicated that no traces of the murderer had been found. This was impossible. A homicide occurred indoors. Indoors, whenever someone enters, they inevitably leave clues. There are no exceptions. Some might ask, why be so certain? If the perpetrator wore gloves or shoe covers, how could there be any traces? Anyone thinking this way is undoubtedly an amateur. Do they really believe that wearing gloves and shoe covers means leaving no traces? Don't be fooled by those ridiculous dramas. Many people do not realize that in even the cleanest room, dust appears every day, every moment, every second. This does not mean the room is dirty. Rather, it is because of air circulation. Particles such as dust, smoke, mineral dust, sand, and powder enter the room with the air and adhere to surfaces everywhere. Unless it is a completely sealed room, some particles and attachments will always settle in the room. Although they may be difficult to discern with the naked eye for a short period, it does not mean they are not present. Therefore, whenever any object comes into contact with these particles and attachments, they will stick. They can even carry these particles away. For example, if a person wearing shoe covers enters a place, the seemingly clean floor, even with the shoe covers on, will have had particles and attachments carried away, leaving marks. The same goes for someone wearing gloves. Touching any object will still leave traces. Not leaving fingerprints does not mean no evidence was left behind. This is just one aspect. Consider that without any protection, wherever a person walks, it is highly likely to leave behind some clothing fibers, skin flakes, hair, droplets, and nasal mucus as foreign substances. A straightforward analogy is that hospital operating rooms are sterile. During surgeries, medical staff must wear protective surgical attire to prevent any foreign substances from falling or entering the operating room, and landing on or inside the patient. Otherwise, it can easily lead to medical accidents. This clearly illustrates that as long as there are no protective measures, the human body will inevitably shed some foreign substances while moving, leaving traces along the paths traveled. Geese leave sounds as they pass. People leave traces as they move. Do you really think this saying is a joke? Xiao Yu understood this logic. Would those national security personnel and forensic experts not understand? After reading the case files, Xiao Yu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The files clearly described that apart from the 4 family members of the victim, there were no signs of a third party. This meant that indeed, no one had entered the crime scene. Yet, the 4 family members were brutally murdered, dismembered, skinned, and nailed to the wall. If you were the murderer, how could you manage to leave no traces at all while killing and dismembering? Xiao Yu's head felt like it was about to explode, and he couldn't think of any way to achieve this. It could be said that as long as one is human, 99 of people would be unable to carry out such a bizarre method of killing. But if humans cannot do it, then what can? A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Yu's back, and a chill crept into his heart. It felt like a scene from a horror story, as if he were in the bathroom and a hand suddenly reached out from the toilet to grab him. This isn't scientific. Could it be that there are really supernatural forces in this world? Confusion rose in Xiao Yu's mind. Instinctively, he tried to use his past experience in criminal investigation to understand the situation before him, but it didn't make sense. Then, he noticed a key point. Case name, Vengeful Spirit Massacre. Is your national security agency really this superstitious? Xiao Yu tilted his head and looked at Yi Hong, surprised that they named the case with the word ghost. In official terms, the word ghost almost never appears. Who said this case name was chosen by national security? Yi Hong had an expression that said, "How dare you question my expertise?" explaining that half a month before the incident, there were reports of hauntings at the victim's home, which the neighbors were all aware of. Moreover, a week prior, one of the deceased, the male head of a family of 4, had reported to the police that there was a vengeful spirit haunting his home. When the police arrived, they found nothing and mistakenly thought he was just playing tricks on them, detaining him for 3 days. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm intrigued. Xiao Yu's mind began to turn. Hauntings? Yes. Yi Hong teased. This is why I asked you earlier if you believe in ghosts. Whether I believe or not is irrelevant. Xiao Yu feigned shock, but the key point is, it seems your national security agency believes? Nonsense. Yi Hong suddenly shouted. Since it's not. Xiao Yu, undaunted, picked up the tablet. How do you explain this? Yi Hong fell silent. Understood. A smile involuntarily crept onto Xiao Yu's lips. So you want me to look at the case files in hopes of striking luck, treating a dead horse as if it were alive to see if I can find clues? Yi Hong. He felt guilty and didn't dare to meet Xiao Yu's gaze. In fact, it was true. He had noticed Xiao Yu's strong investigative abilities when he took on the case, and was indeed hoping for a miracle. In the blink of an eye, Yi Hong wore a look of nonchalance, saying it was natural for family to help each other look into the case. Family? Xiao Yu laughed in anger. You're really taking advantage of the situation. Sister Qiu-chan and I are siblings, but you are not my elder brother. Same thing. Yi Hong grinned. Same thing, my foot. Xiao Yu tossed the tablet at him. Have you finished reading it? Yi Hong mocked. You didn't discover anything and still have the nerve to laugh at me? Xiao Yu wasn't angry, his gaze teasing. How do you know I didn't find anything? The mocking expression froze on Yi Hong's face. The 2 national security personnel in the vehicle also suddenly changed their expressions. What did you discover? Yi Hong's face turned serious, puzzled, and surprised. This kind of thing shouldn't be joked about. Who's joking with you? Xiao Yu gave him a deep look, pursed his lips, and asked, Let me ask you a question. What? Yi Hong frowned. Suppose your home is haunted, and it scares you enough to call the police. Xiao Yu stared into Yi Hong's eyes and asked, Why don't you move? Yi Hong was taken aback. Immediately after, his pupils rapidly contracted a few times, and he fell into a daze. It wasn't just him. The 2 security personnel also shivered and became similarly stunned. Their minds seemed to explode in an instant, as countless doubts about the case were suddenly illuminated like a flash of lightning. Indeed, since the 4 members of the victim's family were aware that there was something amiss in their home, and the neighbors also knew about it to the point of calling the authorities, why didn't the victim's family move? Don't bring up the excuse that it's their home, and where would they go? When lives are at stake, which is more important, your life or your home? What could possibly be the reason that the victim's family preferred to stay in a house suspected of being haunted rather than moving out? Therefore, Xiao Yu looked at the dazed Yi Hong and asked, word by word, Have you found the secrets hidden in the house? Chapter 44. You look like a god of war when you brag in solving cases. Sometimes a seemingly insignificant clue can change the entire investigation direction. The clue proposed by Xiao Yu was quite ordinary, something anyone could think of. However, the fact that he thought of it first showed that his mind was just a bit quicker than everyone else's. In a quiz competition, all participants are smart, but the champion is simply faster. Being a little faster proves that his intelligence outshines everyone. Yi Heng and the two national security personnel looked at Xiao Yu with changed expressions. It was no secret that Xiao Yu was difficult to deal with in the national security context. What was frightening was not just that he was more capable than others, but that he was also smarter. Yi Heng faced his younger colleague and felt a sense of exhaustion for the first time. Even though he had been overpowered by Xiao Yu before, he had never submitted. What good is being strong? He was once a top soldier, skilled not only in fighting but also in combat. If Xiao Yu were thrown onto a battlefield as his enemy, he was confident that this young man would last 3 seconds. But now, Yi Heng was no longer sure he could defeat Xiao Yu. He was just too smart. Xiao Yu got straight to the point, saying cheerfully, "But we must go to the scene to verify my findings." That was his true purpose, to participate in the national security investigation. Without participation, he couldn't complete his system task. The consequences of failing the system task were well understood. Yi Heng said without hesitation, "All right, then you'll come with me to City S right now. Are you out of your mind?" Xiao Yu laughed. "I just got officially hired today, and you want me to be absent? Missing work on my first official day? Are you crazy? No worries. I'll help you request a leave. I'll investigate with you for the next few days." Yi Heng smiled as he opened the car door and stepped out of the business vehicle. "I won't count it as absenteeism. The national security has the authority to mobilize any local agencies for assistance. If necessary, even armed police and local troops can be called upon. Having a police officer cooperate with them on a case is nothing significant." After a while, Yi Heng returned to the car. "All right, let's go. Did you get my permission to make decisions on my behalf?" Xiao Yu said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "This morning, I promised Sister Qiu-chan and Sister Qing Wu that I would go back early to accompany them shopping. Are you sure they want to kill you?" Yi Heng's expression changed dramatically, gasping in surprise. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" It was clear he was not only afraid of his sister, but also of Hua Qing Wu. He knew well that if the two young ladies caused a scene, even he, the head of national security, wouldn't be able to handle it. "You didn't give me the chance to say it," Xiao Yu replied innocently. "How about you talk to them, saying I'm with you? Let me have a drink to calm my nerves." Yi Heng's expression turned sour. He had thought Xiao Yu was impressive, but now he realized he was scared of two weak women. Xiao Yu mockingly sneered, pulling out his phone to make a call. "Yi Heng, you look like a god of war when you brag." Little did Xiao Yu know that after showing off, he quickly put on a cautious expression and said into his phone, "Sister Qing Wu, I might not be able to come back tonight. I have some work to do." "Don't be angry, I was wrong." Seeing this scene, Yi Heng nearly laughed out loud, filled with disdain. He thought to himself, "I thought you were so impressive. Why are you acting all timid now?" However, in the next moment, Xiao Yu's conversation shifted to an urgent warning. Single individuals should evacuate immediately. Sister Qing Wu is the most obedient, not only a big treasure, but also a little princess, a cute darling who listens the best. Xiao Yu sweet-talked the enchanting girl, saying that when he gets back, he would definitely take her shopping. Is Sister Qiu-chan there? Can she take a call? After spending time together recently, he knew that Hua Qing Wu was particularly fond of this kind of treatment. As long as he made her happy, she wouldn't cause trouble and would even act cute. But if he dared to oppose her, she would make him feel miserable and cry in front of him. Sister Qiu-chan was understanding. Xiao Yu thought to himself, not causing trouble, not making a scene, and very considerate. But sometimes she was as aloof as a goddess, just like a snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain. He knew very well that Yi Qiu-chan was noble and elegant, yet he couldn't help but want to tease her, enjoying her flustered, angry, and shy expressions. It was like admiring the beautiful scenery in a romantic poem, making one's heart flutter. Listening to Xiao Yu on the phone, Yi Heng and two national security personnel looked as if they were constipated. Torturing the single, huh? The smell of love is so sour. Those in the know understand that being a police officer makes it difficult to find a partner. First, the job is too busy, the casualty rate is too high, and the lifespan is too short. The average lifespan in the country has exceeded 70 years, but the average lifespan of frontline police officers is only 48 years. If ordinary police officers struggle to find partners, it's even harder for national security officers and special agents. Their work is almost entirely confidential, and they are on call 24/7. When do they have time to date? Take Yi Hong, for example. He is already 32 this year. He seems to hold a high position, yet he is all alone. Damn it, showing off your affection in front of me, just wait. Yi Hong gritted his teeth and pricked up his ears, wanting to hear the conversation between Xiao Yu and his own sister. Sister Cho-chan. Xiao Yu, holding the phone, unconsciously softened his voice. I might be busy for a few days. We've encountered a major case, and I can't come home for now. Yes, I understand. I will be careful, and you and Sister Qingwu should take care of yourselves too. These seemingly simple words weren't as cheesy as when he spoke to Hua Qingwu. Yet, the tenderness on Xiao Yu's face grew more pronounced. He didn't realize that he looked like a husband talking to his daughter and wife. First comforting the daughter, and then reminding the wife. It had developed to this extent. Yi Heng's expression changed. He looked at Xiao Yu with confusion. He knew better than anyone how long his little brother had known his sister and Hua Qingwu. It had only been a few days. How could their relationship have become so intimate? Little did he know. Xiao Yu not only took baths in the tub with Yi Chio-chan, but was now also sleeping with Hua Qingwu every night. Even with close relatives, it is impossible to bathe or sleep together after reaching adulthood. He and the two women have developed a level of intimacy that surpasses that of family. How could it not be intimate? Such matters, no matter how capable Yi Hong is, he cannot witness or know about. Therefore, his expression was as grim as if he had seen a ghost. He prepared to call his parents to inform them. If this situation continued to develop, it could lead to serious trouble. Yi Heng's expression changed as he brushed away the distracting thoughts in his mind. The priority was to resolve the case first. Other matters could be addressed later. At that moment, Xiao Yu also finished his call and looked at Yi Hong. What else with that hungry look in your eyes? Xiao Yu was taken aback. I swear by my integrity, I didn't do anything. If he still had any integrity left. Chapter 45. Are you just a fake? In a certain province's city, Xiao Yu, Yi Hong, and 4 national security personnel exited the airport and headed straight for a business vehicle parked by the roadside. Everyone quickly got in and left the airport. Inside the vehicle, there were 2 police officers in uniforms, with armbands and badges displaying the words National Security. Their ranks were both inspectors, one at the 2nd level and the other at the 1st level. After Xiao Yu got in, they occasionally glanced at him with puzzled expressions. Xiao Yu, a colleague from the criminal investigation team in the capital, has come to help us with the case, Yi Hong introduced, pointing to the 2 police officers. They are colleagues from the National Security Department of this city. Every province and city has its own National Security Bureau and related units. Similar to the police system's provincial departments, general teams, municipal bureaus, and detachments. Nice to meet you. Xiao Yu extended his hand and shook hands with the 2 national security officers. Although he said he was glad to meet them, he had never heard of them before. It was just polite banter. During the handshake, both officers smiled, but their expressions were unusual. You're bringing a young officer to assist with the national security investigation? This operation has them puzzled. It's important to note that the criminal investigation capabilities of national security are also quite strong. Otherwise, how could they outsmart and battle those spies? After about 40 minutes, the business vehicle entered the city's shantytown and arrived at the crime scene of the evil ghost massacre. Upon getting out of the vehicle, Xiao Yu saw that a cordon had been set up outside the scene, with special police on alert. The city's Fenghe district, lacking proper urban planning, resulted in a chaotic distribution of residences, with over 200 households. While it was referred to as a shanty town, it was more like an urban village. The location was somewhat remote, and surveillance coverage was not comprehensive, making the investigation quite challenging. Yi Hong glanced at his younger colleague and teased, "Now it's your turn to shine." "What do you mean by that? Am I just a fake?" Xiao Yu scoffed. He took the shoe covers and gloves handed to him by the personnel on site, put them on, and walked into the scene with Yi Hong. Before him was a courtyard featuring 3 dilapidated tile-roofed houses, with a vegetable garden and a chicken coop in the backyard. Xiao Yu walked slowly, not inspecting the houses immediately, but rather observing the area outside the courtyard. As Yi Hong had mentioned, there were no surveillance facilities nearby, nor could he see any tall buildings. The reason it was called a shanty town was mostly due to the old residential buildings like single-story homes and 2-story buildings. In modern criminal investigations, surveillance has become a primary means of solving cases. Without this powerful tool, relying solely on investigative experience to solve cases would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Walking on the blue brick ground, he reached the entrance of one of the tile-roofed houses. Xiao Yu stopped and looked down, discovering a small pool of brownish blood. He squatted down, staring at the bloodstain, slightly furrowing his brow. The forensic expert had compared the DNA and confirmed it belonged to the 11-year-old victim. The eldest daughter of this household, Yi-hung explained. Xiao Yu's gaze followed the blood trail to the front door and then turned back to look around the area near the bloodstain. With the keen observation of a predator, his pupils constricted and then quickly expanded. Any trace on the ground became incredibly clear in his eyes. At the same time, he could also see numerous small footprints. The shoe size appeared to be around 31 to 32. In the field of criminal investigation, there are many various types of traces. Footprints, handprints, and fingerprints are among the most critical. What seems like an ordinary footprint to an outsider actually contains a wealth of information. From a footprint, one can analyze a person's height, age, physique, and lifestyle habits. Through the footprints, it was determined that the girl's height was approximately 1.4 meters and her weight between 30 to 35 kilograms, which aligns with the standard height and weight for an 11-year-old child. However, there was something off about the shoe prints. For instance, the stride, depth, and posture of footprints differ when a person is walking or running. By analyzing the connected shoe prints, one could discern that the girl was in a running posture. Then, she stopped in front of a bloodstain. Yet, there were no further footprints. What was strange about this? A person cannot remain in one place indefinitely. If they did, it would mean their body must have stayed there. Or perhaps a corpse was left behind. Otherwise, there would certainly be other footprints appearing, either returning, moving forward, or walking sideways. Yet, the girl's footsteps just stopped next to the bloodstain. Aside from the prints that came out of the house, there were no other signs of footprints. It could also be said that there were no indications of leaving. So, where was the person? The person was pinned to the ceiling in the living room of the single-story house, transformed into a skinned and mutilated corpse. When we discovered this, it felt wrong. Yi-hung coldly pointed out that the footprints clearly indicated the girl had run out of the house, yet her body was found in the hall, on the ceiling. There were no other footprints or traces near the girl's prints, indicating she did not walk into the house by herself, nor was she carried inside by someone. This was completely illogical. Indeed, there were no other footprints from the girl, nor from anyone else. So how did this girl end up in the hall? Did she fly in? Xiao Yu turned his neck inch by inch, observing the ground around him. He found no signs of the scene being disturbed or fabricated. Slowly standing up, his expression turned cold as he walked into the room. The design of old single-story houses was quite unique. At the entrance were two stoves. As one moved further in, it resembled a combination of a kitchen and a storage room. The two stoves could be used for cooking or to provide heat to the heated Kong beds in the adjoining rooms. The rooms were divided into east and west. One served as the living room and the other as a bedroom. The west room was typically used as the main living area. At this moment, the door was open, and bloodstains could be seen at the entrance. Standing at the door, Xiao Yu shifted his gaze from the bloodstains, took a deep breath, and walked in. Almost as soon as his foot stepped inside, a foul stench hit him. It was a strong smell of blood mixed with the odor of entrails. Anyone who has butchered a chicken knows that when you gut a chicken, a nauseating smell will arise. Therefore, the smell that wafts out after gutting a person would be even more revolting. The odor Xiao Yu was encountering was exactly that kind of stench. The living room was eerily silent, as if an invisible black hole had sucked away all sound. His eyes were fixed firmly on the ground, as if his body had frozen in time. There was no longer a corpse on the floor. It had long been removed by forensic personnel. However, traces of blood, bodily fluids, organs, and flesh still marked the scene. After a while, Xiao Yu raised his gaze to the ceiling, noticing more bloodstains appearing on the white surface above. He did not continue to observe the bloodstains and began searching for other clues, looking for signs of a third person who might have entered the living room. About an hour and a half later, his expression became strange, as he found no signs of this third person. His body felt increasingly cold, and his face gradually darkened as he shivered slowly. Could it really be haunted? Chapter 46. It seemed like a fool who used to brag to me. Yi-hung looked at the little brother with a ghostly expression and found that there was nothing discovered, right? The law of material exchange. Xiao Yu ignored his teasing and said to himself, it can't be wrong. What if it's wrong? Yi-hung frowned. If it's wrong, it must be. Xiao Yu came back to his senses, his expression extremely grim. A perfect crime. A perfect crime's basic standard is that it goes unnoticed by people. It is impossible to catch the criminal or even to apprehend the perpetrator. At the crime scene before them, no evidence could be found, no determination of the murderer, no traces could be identified. This is also why national security was dispatched for the investigation. Because in a situation where no traces, trajectories, or signs can be found. Such events are easily associated with supernatural phenomena. Hearing the words perfect crime, Yi Heng's gaze froze, his expression serious. Impossible. I know it's impossible too. Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, citing cases where no criminal could achieve a perfect crime. Such a thing does not exist in this world. When in the capital, you reviewed the case files and said you had findings. Yi Heng hesitated for a moment. So what exactly did you discover? First of all, the caller has issues. Xiao Yu said, you should have figured that out long ago, just not recorded in the case files. Yi Heng nodded, that's right. The caller was a girl who made the emergency call at 2:23 a.m. The girl was too panicked, perhaps terrified, and did not provide her home address. However, the police still located the crime scene through the landline's IP login information. This process took 14 minutes and 20 seconds. What's wrong with that? Why say there is a problem? In 14 minutes and 20 seconds, a person can do many things. But, through investigations by the police and national security, the person who made the emergency call was the 11-year-old girl among the 4 victims. This can be confirmed using the recording of the call through her school teachers, classmates, neighbors, and relatives to verify her voice and identity as the caller. Since it is confirmed that the caller is that 11-year-old girl, the eldest daughter of the family of 4, an eerie question arises. When the police arrived at the scene in 14 minutes, they found the girl skinned, eyes gouged out, and nailed to the ceiling. 14 minutes. It seems like a lot of time. But has anyone considered how long it takes to skin a person? How long does it take to nail someone to the ceiling? 14 minutes. Can an ordinary person accomplish these 2 acts of crime? If an ordinary person cannot do it, how did the murderer achieve it? 14 minutes. Yi Heng raised his head, looking at the blood-stained ceiling, his gaze icy cold, not to mention one person. Even 3 people could not do it. Xiao Yu nodded. Many people know the difficulty of aerial operations. Not to mention skinning a person. Just lifting a person up to the ceiling and nailing their limbs and head up there is a monumental task. It's not something one person can accomplish. The murderer surprisingly completed it in just 14 minutes and managed to skin a person. Is this even scientific? Continue, Yi Heng said hoarsely, when the girl called the police. It was clear that something was harming her family at that moment. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. Her exact words were, "There's a ghost, a ghost. It killed Dad, killed Mom, and wants to kill my brother and me. Help, please save us." Regardless of whether that thing is a ghost, from her account, it can be inferred that whatever it was still harming her family, indicating that her family might not have all been dead at that time. Then comes the terrifying part. 14 minutes. This murderer not only managed to skin the girl and nail her skin to the ceiling, but also killed and dismembered the male and female victims along with a 6-year-old, using their body parts and organs to assemble a horrifying shape of a 3-headed, 6-armed, 6-legged monster. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, looking directly at Yi Heng. Including the time to escape and avoid detection by the police, it would likely need to be completed within 12 to 13 minutes. How many people would it take to accomplish this? At least. Yi Heng's mind raced. More than 5 people. Yes, at least 5 people. Xiao Yu sneered. 5 people broke into the victim's home, completed the murders, dismembered the bodies, skinned them, and left no trace? How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. Yi Heng shook his head, his tone very certain and firm. Since it's impossible, what are you thinking? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. Yi Heng's expression darkened as he uttered a word, ghost? I've seen people with bound feet, but never someone with a bound mind. Xiao Yu nearly burst into laughter. Did the heavens sprinkle wisdom seeds all over the world, and only you managed to shield yourself with an umbrella? Yi Heng, are you insulting me? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't win, I'd really want Xiao Yu to know what cruelty is. I never believe there are ghosts in this world. Xiao Yu scoffed. If it's not a ghost, it only points to one issue. The caller. Yi Heng finally understood what Xiao Yu was getting at. Something's off. Exactly. Xiao Yu's smile faded. I now have reason to suspect that before the caller made the report, the family of 4 had already been murdered, and the crime scene was set up in an extremely heinous manner. And that caller is fake. How could it be fake? Yi Heng frowned slightly. Are you questioning the professionalism of our national security? I'm not questioning you. Xiao Yu shook his head. I suspect the caller is fake, or can be said not to be real. While speaking, he waved to a nearby national security officer, asking for his phone. The officer quickly took out his phone, unlocked it, and handed it over. Xiao Yu took out his own phone and dialed Yi Heng's number. Yi Heng, are you crazy? Answer it. Xiao Yu shot him a glare. Only then did Yi Heng reluctantly answer the call. Xiao Yu held the phone to his ear, saying hello. Hello. Yi Heng, Confirmed, this little brother indeed has a serious problem. Remember my voice. Xiaoyu glanced at him. He then picked up the phone belonging to the national security personnel, activated the recording function, and repeated hello, hello. After recording, he turned on the speaker function on his own phone and clicked play. Hello, hello. Yi Heng listened to the voice coming from the receiver, looking at Xiaoyu as if he were a fool. Haven't you realized? This time, Xiaoyu seemed to look at Yi Heng as if he were an idiot. Why must an emergency call be made by a real person and not a recording? In that instant, Yi Heng and the national security personnel were all frozen in place. Yeah, why can't an emergency call be a recording? Chapter 47. Little brother, that's too much. It turned out to be a recording. Yi Heng's pupils dilated wildly, his eyes wide open. If it was a recording, then all the doubts were cleared up. It could be inferred that someone had committed the crime in advance, setting up the murder and dismemberment scene. They used the recording to call the police, creating a false impression of a time lag. It would make people mistakenly believe that only a ghost could commit such a crime in such a short time. Looking at Yi Heng's increasingly excited face, Xiaoyu curled his lip. Even if they could deduce that the case in front of them was not the work of a ghost, so what? The murderer left no traces at the scene, and there were no surveillance cameras nearby. With the current clues, finding the killer was almost impossible. Little brother. Regaining his senses, Yi Heng's face was filled with joy as he thought of a way to help his older brother find the murderer. Is there any benefit? Xiaoyu teased. How could there be? Of course there is. Yi Heng chuckled. You're living at my sister's place. What did I say? Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. When I was a kid in school, I always wondered about the term shameless. Really? Yi Heng looked smug. Yeah. Xiaoyu nodded. Until today. Seeing you has truly opened my eyes. This guy is shameless enough to use his own sister as a tool. Impressive. You're flattering me. Yi Heng was unfazed. Sometimes being shameless makes life easier. Xiaoyu lowered his head as if searching for something. What are you looking for? Yi Heng asked curiously. Your integrity. Xiaoyu said seriously. Yi Heng. Little brother, that's too much. In the blink of an eye, their expressions turned serious again. Do you have a plan? Yi Heng asked. No. Xiaoyu said, feeling a bit frustrated, but what? Yi Heng perked up. Do you remember when I asked you in the capital? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, his eyes shining. The victim's family knew there were ghosts in their house. Why didn't they move out? You said there was a secret hidden in their home? Yi Heng's eyes lit up like a hungry wolf spotting a cute little rabbit, staring at Xiaoyu. Did you find that secret? I'm not a deity who can divine things. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes, but can you stop always saying but? Yi Heng looked like he had eaten something unpleasant. Just say it. Has the security bureau searched this place? Xiaoyu pointed to the crime scene. Of course. Yi Heng felt a bit exhausted. Since you didn't find anything, it only means that this secret might not just be a secret. It could also be a threat or something else. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. It's something that makes a family of four know there are ghosts in their house, yet still have to continue living there. Let's investigate it. Yi Heng waved his hand. After the two subordinates left, he continued to ask, what next? Rest. Xiaoyu closed his eyes to concentrate, then continued to investigate the scene. Yi Heng, are you trying to slap the security bureau in the face? The security bureau couldn't find anything at the scene, and you want to keep investigating. This isn't just about slapping them in the face, is it? However, Yi Heng is actually looking forward to Xiaoyu being able to do just that. A successful slap in the face would mean discovering new clues. After a brief rest, Xiaoyu opened his eyes again. His thinking became clear and meticulous once more. In the beast form, elephants' sense of smell. In the past, many people believed that cats and dogs have an incredibly strong sense of smell. In reality, there are many animals with a sense of smell that surpasses theirs by a great margin. For example, elephants. Elephants have an astounding number of scent detection genes, allowing them to smell water and edible food from 12 miles away. Their sense of smell is 40 times stronger than that of canines, making it the best among mammals. Since he couldn't see any traces at the scene, he wanted to use his sense of smell to investigate whether there were any suspicious odors at the crime scene. Humans leave behind scents wherever they go, and how long those scents last depends on the speed of air circulation. If the air circulation is fast, the scent dissipates quickly. In a relatively enclosed space, the scent can linger in the air until the gas molecules diffuse and dilute to the point where they are undetectable. The crime scene was in the living room, which was closed off, allowing some gas molecules to be preserved. Although normal humans can't detect them, it doesn't mean that other creatures can't. For example, police dogs can pick up on residual scents in the air and track them. And when it comes to the sense of smell that is 40 times stronger than that of canines, elephants are even more impressive. The moment he activated this ability, Xiao Yu felt as if he had opened up a whole new world. Countless scents swirled, floated, and hovered in the air before him. Just from the human scents in the living room, he identified as many as 29 different types. 29 types of body odor. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. How many people, including us, have been at the scene? Yiheng was taken aback. Why are you asking this? Stop talking nonsense and check it out. Xiao Yu's expression was calm as water. Somewhat speechless, Yiheng instructed his subordinates to investigate. Upon investigation, the first to arrive at the scene were 2 police officers and 2 auxiliary officers. Then 6 criminal police from the municipal bureau, followed by 3 forensic experts. Finally, 4 police officers from the National Security Department, Yiheng, and 4 subordinates. Now, including Xiao Yu, a total of 23 people had entered the crime scene. In the end, counting the 4 victims, there were a total of 27 people. Wait, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. There were 29 body odors in the living room, but only 27 people now. Where did the other 2 go? To ensure nothing was overlooked, he asked Yiheng to gather everyone who had entered the scene. Xiao Yu walked around these individuals, confirming everyone's body odor. Ultimately, he determined that the 2 additional scents at the crime scene were likely. The murderer. What are you doing? Yiheng furrowed his brows, staring at Xiao Yu. I've confirmed something. Xiao Yu's tone was serious. We're in big trouble. Yiheng. What trouble? Xiao Yu did not explain, but glanced around the living room once more before stepping out of the room and through the door into the yard, wrinkling his nose. There was no scent. 3 days had passed since the day of the incident. It was impossible for any trace to remain outside. However, beast form, eagle eye. Xiao Yu looked at the courtyard. Yet again, he found no abnormalities. The absence of abnormalities was the biggest abnormality. He had already sensed that 2 individuals had been to the crime scene. Yet, there were no traces of these 2 individuals at all. Science? If it wasn't scientific, it could only mean that these 2 had erased all evidence from the scene. Is there really someone in this world who can deceive the eyes of the authorities? The answer is yes. There exists a profession specifically responsible for cleaning certain special places. Xiao Yu's expression was cold and serious as he looked at Yiheng. They were incredibly familiar with crime scenes and understood how to easily clean up any trace. Cleaning special places. Yiheng furrowed his brow slightly. A profession? Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, exuding a terrifying aura. Thanks to Xiao Yu's words, he also thought of a particular profession. A cleaner. Chapter 48 Crime Scene Cleaners. Cleaners may seem ordinary, but those who truly understand the field know that this profession encompasses many types. For instance, there are cleaners who specifically serve law enforcement, crime scene cleaners. The environments and tasks that these cleaners handle are vastly different from those of regular cleaners. They earn very high salaries and have highly specialized job requirements. They need to be knowledgeable in specialized cleaning, possess strong psychological resilience, and understand a wealth of professional knowledge. This profession is quite similar to the funeral industry, as it revolves around handling situations involving death. The more gruesome and horrific the scene, the more they can earn. For example, when a violent incident, death, or homicide occurs in a certain area, the first responders on the scene are typically law enforcement, forensic experts, ambulances, and medical personnel. They conduct investigations, collect evidence, treat the injured, perform autopsies, and transport bodies. Once these professionals leave the scene, law enforcement will notify the crime scene cleaners through designated channels. It's time to get to work. The scene, stained with blood, the horrific remnants of shattered bones and decaying flesh, the air thick with the smell of blood and decay, and the bodily fluids in every corner, all require comprehensive cleaning, sanitizing, deodorizing, and restoring the scene to its original state. These cleaners have encountered more crime scenes than some seasoned detectives. In each city, having a professional team of crime scene cleaners is already quite rare. But there are often dozens of investigative units in each city. All units dealing with violence, homicide, or death cases will call upon these cleaners for assistance. Therefore, their experience in dealing with crime scenes is often even richer than that of the police. Among law enforcement's specialized departments, there are 5 unique roles. 1. Sketch artist. Creates suspect sketches based solely on verbal descriptions. 2. Cyber investigator. Capable of uncovering information that ordinary individuals cannot find online. 3. Dog handler. Also known as a canine trainer or police dog instructor. 4. Forensic expert. Those in the know understand their importance. 5. Crime scene cleaner. The only role among these 5 that does not hold a police identity. However, some experienced crime scene cleaners can rival police officers and assist in solving cases. How could this be possible? Yi Heng felt the killing intent slowly dissipating as he muttered to himself. His hand had already signaled to a subordinate. A national security officer quickly departed to investigate all crime scene cleaners in S City. Besides them, I truly cannot think of anyone else who could clean a crime scene so thoroughly. Xiaoyu took out a cigarette, lit it, and squinted as he exhaled smoke. Cleaning a crime scene is not something just anyone can understand. As previously mentioned, it requires specialized knowledge, strong psychological resilience, and extensive professional expertise. Only the most skilled individuals can perform the most specialized tasks. Only those who understand the police best will know how to carry out counter-surveillance that can deceive their eyes. Similarly, only those who are most familiar with crime scenes can clean them up perfectly. Can ordinary people set up a fake scene to deceive the police and relevant authorities? What is the purpose? Yi Heng's expression was grim as he investigated the victim's family, who had no enemies and had not offended anyone. Why would someone kill them? 70% of the mysteries in this world, including homicides and murders, do not arise from reasons, but rather from the killer's desire to kill. Xiaoyu moved his neck from side to side. For example, do you eat braised pork? Yes, Yi Heng nodded. Why? It's delicious. Delicious? Xiaoyu scoffed. Is that a reason to eat pork? Pork is not human. Yi Heng found it somewhat amusing. In the eyes of certain criminals, they do not feel they are committing murder. Xiaoyu put away his smile. Isn't that interesting? Yi Heng's body trembled slightly, falling into silence. There should be a reason behind the case before them. Xiaoyu seemed to be slapping his own face. Otherwise, the murderer could not be so cruel to them. Are you saying? Yi Heng frowned. A revenge killing? A grudge? I don't know. Xiaoyu shook his head, but I know that in criminal investigation, what the eyes see is not necessarily the truth. The day the case is fully revealed could also be the day it gets overturned. If what you say is true, then how do we solve the case? Yi Heng almost laughed. It all depends on fate, right? Sometimes solving a case feels like a cruel game of fate, filled with malice and mockery. Xiaoyu shrugged, allowing us mere mortals to unexpectedly witness the unpredictability of life. I, a rough man, only know what filial piety and love are. Yi Heng rolled his eyes. Can you speak like a normal person? Just wait, Xiaoyu said jokingly. Clues will appear on their own. Are you kidding me? Yi Heng nearly cursed. An hour later, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was a subordinate. After answering, his expression changed drastically as he looked at Xiaoyu, his face resembling someone who had seen a ghost. A cleaner. Xiaoyu stared at Yi Heng, who was slowly putting down his phone. Something happened? Yes. Yi Heng's voice was cold. After investigation, there are 8 professional crime scene cleaners in S City. To avoid alerting the enemy, my people prepared to investigate secretly. As a result, one of them went missing, and their family reported it 3 days ago. They have been missing for 3 days. The massacre case just happened 3 days ago, and that cleaner has also been missing for 3 days. There can't be that many coincidences in this world. Let us go? Xiaoyu pressed his lips together and walked toward the gate. I'm afraid if we wait any longer, someone else will go missing. Yi Heng's expression changed, and he quickly followed behind Xiaoyu. The two split up to investigate. Yi Heng took his team to check on the 4 crime scene cleaners. Xiaoyu, accompanied by a national security officer, was investigating the remaining 3 crime scene cleaners. His investigation method was quite simple. He utilized the elephant scent ability to identify the suspect's body odors. After meeting 2 suspects in succession, he confirmed that their scents did not match the residual scents from the crime scene. When Xiaoyu and the national security officer arrived at the residential complex of the 3rd suspect, it was already 7:30 p.m. At that moment, Xiaoyu was standing in front of the entrance of an apartment building, just as the property management staff were about to use a key card to open the door. Suddenly, wait, Xiaoyu said coldly, waving his hand for the property staff to step aside. His gaze fell on the doorknob, and his pupils constricted. Scents began to emerge on the doorknob. Through elephant scent, it was relayed to Xiaoyu's olfactory system. The human body secretes sebum, and the scent molecules of these oily substances can linger for 3 to 7 days before being completely decomposed and evaporated by the air. At that moment, through his sense of smell, Xiaoyu detected a familiar body odor on the doorknob. It matched perfectly with one of the body odors from the 2 suspected assailants at the crime scene. Chapter 49. Smell, gun oil. Blade light as he detected the suspect's body odor. Xiaoyu's dark eyes shone with intensity. In the next moment, his expression gradually became serious. He caught a whiff of a strange yet familiar scent. This smell was something he often encountered during his previous career in law enforcement. Gun oil. Those familiar with firearms would recognize it. This substance, also known as weapon maintenance oil, is specially developed for the upkeep of standard weapons. It serves three purposes: cleaning, lubrication, and rust prevention. How could gun oil possibly appear in a residential building? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Nowadays, police officers are not allowed to carry firearms casually. They are only permitted to carry their service weapons during emergencies, patrols, arrests, or when executing missions. Soldiers, too, would not casually carry firearms in urban areas. Ordinary citizens are often unaware of what gun oil is. How could they have access to it? He instructed the national security personnel beside him to check if there were any military, police, or military police logistics personnel living in the building. Xiaoyu's expression turned icy as he issued the command. The crew member quickly took out his phone. Using certain privileges to input the information of the residential building and investigate the property ownership and spouse information. The building was a small high-rise, with about 20 households per unit, so checking for military or police information was straightforward. About 5 minutes later, the crew member put down his phone and shook his head at Xiaoyu, indicating that no information was found regarding military or police residents and their partners. Something was off. Xiaoyu's expression changed sharply as he called for Yi Heng to come over. You watch the front door and do not allow anyone to enter or exit. Yes. The crew member's eyes sparkled as he looked at the property staff. You can leave now. The confused property staff left after handing over the access card. Holding the access card, Xiaoyu swiped it at the electronic door lock of the unit. The door unlocked. Xiaoyu pushed the door open and quickly entered, sniffing the air as he walked. There was still a lingering scent of gun oil in the air, which made Xiaoyu's expression grow even more grim. This indicated that it was highly likely a person carrying a firearm had entered the residential building or was residing there. Why was Xiaoyu rushing in alone? Unafraid of danger? Shouldn't he wait for Yi Heng and the others to arrive before starting the search? He was worried, concerned that someone might encounter unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Xiaoyu's mind was racing, rapidly piecing together the clues. The body odor of a suspect had been confirmed on the doorknob of the residential building. This suggested that the crime scene cleaner they needed to investigate was likely the perpetrator of a massacre. This individual could not have possessed a firearm and should not have touched gun oil. As mentioned earlier, crime scene cleaners are one of the 5 special occupations in law enforcement. However, they do not hold police status and are quite similar to auxiliary police. So why would someone who could come into contact with gun oil appear here? Was it possible that this person was connected to the crime scene cleaner? If we assume that the person with the firearm did not obtain their weapon from military or police sources, under what circumstances would this gun require gun oil? For cleaning, lubrication, and maintenance, to ensure that the firearm functions properly during use. Xiaoyu's expression was extremely grim. This person not only carried firearms, but was also ready to use them at any moment. Standing in front of the elevator door, with the smell of gun oil in the air, Xiaoyu's muscles tightened. His abilities were fully activated. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button for the elevator to go up. Ding! The elevator door opened, revealing an empty cabin. However, Xiaoyu could still smell the lingering scent of gun oil. Just as he was about to step inside, suddenly, he paused, his ears twitching. Beast form, wolf ears. The residential building in front of him was a small high-rise, 9 stories tall. With his enhanced hearing, Xiaoyu detected footsteps coming from the stairwell beside him. The footsteps were descending, likely from the 7th or 8th floor. The 7th floor was particularly noteworthy, as it was the home of a crime scene cleaner he was investigating. Coincidence? His acute hearing picked up that the person was indeed coming down. A normal person would take the elevator instead of the stairs, especially since it was the 7th floor. Xiaoyu stepped back from the elevator and walked toward the stairwell. As he reached the entrance, the sensor light turned on. However, he had no intention of using the stairs. It was merely a test. He intentionally made his footsteps heavier, allowing the sound to travel upward. As a result, the footsteps above ceased. No, it could also mean that the person stopped moving. Yet, the sensor lights on the 6th and 7th floors remained lit. Guilt? A strange smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face. If there was nothing wrong, why would you stop when you heard someone coming up? He ascended step by step, reaching the 2nd floor, then continued toward the 3rd floor. As his foot landed on the landing of the 3rd floor, preparing to go up to the 4th, suddenly, ding. The sound of the elevator doors opening came from below. But Xiaoyu paid no mind because there was a security personnel outside. However, his footsteps toward the 4th floor suddenly halted as he listened intently. He could hear that the person who exited the elevator on the 1st floor was not heading toward the unit door, but was instead approaching the stairwell. What is going on? After getting off the elevator on the first floor, you don't exit? If you forgot something, wouldn't you go back to the elevator? What are you doing in the stairwell? The sensor light in the first floor stairwell lit up. At the same time, the sensor light in the sixth floor stairwell turned on. The footsteps of two individuals, one above and one below, began to emerge. Xiao Yu's expression froze, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. A sneer. He didn't expect these people to be so cunning. Did they discover him? Were they planning to sandwich him from above and below? With this thought, the smile on Xiao Yu's lips widened. He simply stopped, waiting for the individuals above and below to approach. The footsteps continued to close in. The sensor lights on the second and fifth floors lit up, followed by the fourth floor S light. Suddenly a figure appeared simultaneously upstairs and downstairs, walking toward Xiao Yu. As his eyes shifted, he saw a man and a woman. The man was coming down, while the woman was going up. The man was around 1.7 meters tall, with an ordinary appearance. The woman was tall and stylishly dressed, with a face that could be described as attractive. However, compared to the stunning beauty of Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, she fell short by quite a bit. If it were an ordinary guy, seeing such a beauty would inevitably draw a few more glances. Xiao Yu was doing just that, pretending to be captivated by the woman's looks. At the same time, the man coming down from upstairs seemed to brush past him casually. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed beside the man. Xiao Yu caught a glimpse of a sharp blade, and a dagger appeared before him. The glint of the blade stung his eyes. Chapter 50. This is awkward. Is he going to kill me? Xiao Yu calmly watched the blade descending towards his throat. However, from the perspective of the eagle-eye beast form, the speed of the dagger was incredibly slow. It was so slow that Xiao Yu merely raised his hand casually. With a snap, he firmly grasped the man's wrist holding the knife. In beast form, bear strength. Crack. The man's wrist bent unnaturally, hanging down like a limp noodle. Releasing his grip and then grabbing forward, Xiao Yu seized the dagger. Pushing his palm forward, the dagger plunged into the man's lower abdomen, twisting a half turn with the movement of his wrist. The man's eyes widened in shock. Mouth agape but unable to produce any sound. When the human body experiences pain that exceeds its tolerance threshold, it tenses up in agony, making even breathing come to a halt. He wanted to scream in pain but couldn't make a sound. With no enmity between them, why do you want to kill me? Xiao Yu looked at the man in front of him, whose face was contorted in pain. Speaking, he pulled the dagger out, blood splattering. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Yu thrust the dagger back into the man's abdomen, twisting his wrist once more. The sudden surge of pain elicited a strange sound from the man's throat. The excruciating pain surged through every corner of his body. To Xiao Yu's surprise, despite the severe injuries to his hands and abdomen, the man raised his uninjured left hand to claw at his face, displaying a fierce determination that made Xiao Yu take a second glance. Was it really necessary to be this ruthless? But what good would it do? Xiao Yu raised his other hand. With a snap, he caught the man's wrist. Enhanced by bear strength, he squeezed his palm. With a crack, the man's hand was crushed in Xiao Yu's grip. According to known data, an adult brown bear can deliver a blow with a force of up to 1,600 kilograms. Even the toughest human bones, when faced with nearly 2 tons of crushing force, would be as fragile as those of an infant. The agony of his shattered wrist was unbearable, and the man let out a wretched scream. However, Xiao Yu pulled the dagger out of the man's abdomen once again. With a squelch, he thrust it into the man's lower belly for the third time. The scream abruptly ceased. The human body's tolerance for pain has its limits, much like a tightly drawn bowstring. When the pulling force exceeds its limit, it snaps. The man's eyes rolled back as he could no longer endure the pain of his hands being crippled and the 3 stabs. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, fainting from the pain. Suddenly, a sense of extreme danger surged within Xiao Yu. In beast form, antelope sense. In nature, most living beings possess a remarkable ability, danger perception. This can be described as a biological instinct to sense potential threats. When danger is imminent, it sweeps over the mind and body, activating the stress response of the sensory system. The body may exhibit stiffness, avoidance, and fleeing behaviors in response to an impending crisis. The antelope is the absolute king of danger perception among all creatures. At this moment, with the antelope sense, Xiao Yu tilted his head slightly. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind him. A bullet that would have struck Xiao Yu in the back of the head flew past his cheek. He instantly crouched down. Bang! Another shot echoed. A bullet flew over his head and struck the wall of the stairwell. At the moment the gunfire erupted, Xiao Yu twisted his waist, turned around, and charged forward. With a thud, he crashed into a soft embrace. There was a crack, breaking who knows how many ribs. Ah, ugh. A wailing sound erupted from the woman with the gun. Bang! Xiao Yu's fist landed heavily on her abdomen. With one punch, the woman bent over almost double. Wow. She started to vomit. The punch left her feeling utterly weak. At the same time, Xiao Yu grabbed the wrist of her gun hand with one hand. Crack! He twisted and broke it. With his other hand, he pulled out handcuffs and cuffed the woman's broken hand. A lightning-fast kick struck her knee. Crack! It broke. Ah! The woman let out a piercing scream. But Xiao Yu had already pinned her to the ground, cuffing her broken leg's ankle with the other end of the handcuff. At the same time, he seized her uninjured hand and pulled it behind her back. Let me give you a warning. Xiao Yu's voice was very calm. I will ask a question, and you will answer quickly, without hesitation. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Do you understand? The woman continued to scream, seemingly not hearing his words at all. Crack! Her right pinky was instantly broken. Ah! Her screams became even more desperate. I actually preferred your earlier arrogance. Shooting at me from behind. Xiao Yu said coldly. Look at you now. You seem like a disobedient dog. When the second finger was grasped, the woman wailed, I'll tell you everything. Xiao Yu remained expressionless. What is your name? Lu Xiaoyu. She answered quickly. What are you doing in this building? Xiao Yu asked. Why do you want to kill me? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly fell silent. Crack. The second finger was broken. Ah! Lu Xiaoyu screamed. Second brother sent us to kill Qian Wei. When Dehu went downstairs, he discovered you were a police officer and texted me, telling me to come down from the elevator and ambush you from the first floor, fearing that you would find out what we were doing. He wanted to kill you to silence you and then escape. It's over. Xiao Yu's expression suddenly changed. Qian Wei was the crime scene cleaner he had come to investigate. It could be imagined that Qian Wei was now in grave danger. The question arose. Just as the police had locked onto a suspect, they came to kill Qian Wei. Is there such a coincidence in the world? As for how they knew he was a police officer, Xiao Yu glanced at his police uniform, feeling a surge of frustration. You and Dehu. Xiao Yu glanced at the unconscious man beside him and wondered who he was. A burglar, Lu Xiaoyu replied. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. In ancient times, there was a type of criminal profession that has persisted to this day. Burglars. They are quite similar to those who take people's money to resolve their troubles. In ancient times, they were a group of local ruffians and gangsters. In modern times, they are often associated with social outcasts and organized crime. To put it simply, they are individuals involved in illegal activities. As long as you pay, they will do your bidding. Intimidation, threats, extortion, robbery, harm, kidnapping, or even murder. Ancient texts have long recorded this profession. In the fourth act of Jade Pot Spring, it mentions seeing the rascals plundering as if they were burglars. The essence is that corrupt officials in ancient times exploited the people just like burglars did. Later on, the phrase burglary also became an idiom. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from downstairs. Yi Heng and the national security personnel had finally arrived. As expected, the last to arrive were all police officers. Xiao Yu couldn't help but think, wait, am I also a police officer now? This is a bit awkward. Chapter 51, Annihilation, Silence, and the Puppet Master. What happened? When Yi Heng and his subordinates rushed in, they were confronted with a gruesome sight on the floor. They also noticed the bullet holes in the wall and a homemade handgun on the ground. What is the point of asking? Xiao Yu elongated his tone, saying he almost lost his life. Aren't you fine? Yi Heng teased, if someone can die from this, that's just too embarrassing. The younger brother had exceptional manual skills, which Yi Heng had personally experienced. Not to mention facing two ordinary people, based on Yi Heng's judgment. This guy could take on at least 3 of him. Speaking lightly on the surface, he felt a sigh of relief inside. There were guns on the scene. What good was it if they could shoot? If something happened to Xiao Yu? 2 beautiful figures suddenly flashed in Yi Heng's mind, sending a chill down his spine. Would he be killed by his sister and Hua Qingwu? Let us go. Xiao Yu stood up and instructed the security personnel to detain the 2 suspects as they headed to the 7th floor. Suspect, Qian Wei might be in trouble. Yi Heng's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at the couple being carried away by his subordinates, his face dark and uncertain, quickly following behind Xiao Yu. On the 7th floor, in front of apartment 701, Xiao Yu stopped, his expression turning cold. It was still too late. Not only had he confirmed the suspect's scent on the doorknob, but he also detected a bloody smell wafting through the crack of the door. 2 security personnel dashed downstairs and returned a few minutes later with a door ram. Together, they swung the ram against the door. Boom. The security door was smashed open. Everyone entered the foyer and stepped into the living room. Yi Heng and the others also caught the whiff of blood. Inside the living room lay two bodies, one male and one female, both middle-aged. They appeared to be a couple. Their hands, feet, and mouths were all sealed and bound with transparent tape. The male was indeed the suspect Qian Wei that Xiaoyu had come to investigate. With his extraordinary hearing, Xiaoyu could no longer hear Qian Wei's heartbeat. Looking at the still bleeding wounds on the necks of the bodies, the trachea and carotid artery had been completely severed. Xiaoyu recalled the knife held by the man named Hu who had attacked him in the stairwell. When the knife was thrust at him, it carried a scent of blood. As for the female corpse, the fatal wound also came from a cut throat. Silencing, Yi Heng's face looked extremely grim. His criminal investigation experience was also substantial, and he immediately thought of this possibility. Otherwise, how could one explain that the police had identified Qian Wei as a suspect in a family annihilation case? Before they could apprehend him, he was already dead? Perhaps it was silencing, perhaps not. Furrowing his brows, Xiaoyu stared at the bodies. The two who attacked him were from a gang. From a gang? Yi Heng's gaze flickered. Had they uncovered the mastermind behind it? A person called Ergo. Xiaoyu nodded. Before I could continue interrogating, you all arrived. Yi Heng looked at a subordinate, who quickly departed. This was to continue the interrogation. Our initial analysis must have had issues. Xiaoyu looked at the two corpses. If it were just a simple revenge killing, the entire family of four would not have been wiped out, and there wouldn't be a need for silencing witnesses. Moreover, the ones sent to silence them were a group of mercenaries who only cared about money, indicating that someone had hired them to commit murder. This means that Qian Wei and another crime scene cleaner. Yi Heng's expression gradually turned cold. Tools? Tools are used by others for their own purposes, which implies that there is a mastermind behind this. The extermination of the family and the silencing of witnesses are all orchestrated by this mastermind. It seems that the other crime scene cleaner is also in grave danger. Xiaoyu nodded, planning a family extermination and then arranging for silencing witnesses. Yi Heng's face grew increasingly serious. Knowing the crime scene cleaner and the mercenaries, and being able to command them, this person seems to be quite formidable. The mercenaries go without saying. Crime scene cleaners belong to high-paying professions. How much fake alcohol must they have consumed to engage in crime? Moreover, crime scene cleaners are well aware of criminal activities and the consequences that follow. What methods did this mastermind use to make two crime scene cleaners obey? Let us find the mercenaries second in command first. Xiaoyu turned around and saw a national security officer enter the living room. At the same time, he caught a whiff of blood. Lu Xiaoyu's blood. Xiaoyu's heart raced uncontrollably. Although national security officers are police, their methods are something ordinary people will never encounter in their lifetime. Don't talk about civilized law enforcement. In his past life, Xiaoyu had heard people say that those so-called spies would rather commit suicide than fall into the hands of national security. Why are spies afraid of national security to the point of preferring death over capture? Because a well-known saying provides the answer, better dead than alive. It is said that any spy captured by security personnel has a confession rate of 100. So don't engage in wrongdoing. Falling into the hands of the police, facing sentencing, or even execution might still be considered fortunate. If targeted by national security, it truly would be a fate worse than death. Has it been found out? Yi Heng's tone was casual. Yes. The subordinate smiled broadly and nodded. Let us go? Yi Heng looked at Xiaoyu, grinning. After you, leader. Xiaoyu, are you trying to stand out? Sometimes, one must never say that someone else is crazy. The premise of being crazy is that one must have a brain. The capable stay, and the incapable retreat. Yi Heng patted his younger brother on the shoulder, speaking sincerely, you're much better at leading than I am, but of course, if you don't take command, then there will be no credit for you. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. As a police officer, who would be against earning credit? Of course, the premise is to solve the case. So what are we waiting for? Xiaoyu chuckled quietly and was the first to walk out of the living room. Yi Heng and the national security personnel followed closely behind. As for the scene, leaving one person to coordinate with the police for assistance would suffice. Later, at 9 p.m., at the Musang Blue Moon nightclub in S City, two business vehicles arrived at the entrance. The doors opened. Xiaoyu, now dressed in casual attire, stepped down from the business vehicle. Yi Heng followed closely behind, accompanied by 6 security personnel. At that moment, the sound of screeching brakes echoed as 4 armored vehicles and a military truck came to a stop. First, a group of fully armed special police officers rushed out of the armored vehicles. Then, a contingent of armed paramilitary police jumped out of the military truck like dumplings. The 2 doormen outside the nightclub and the bystanders were taken aback, unsure of how to react. However, they were quickly subdued to prevent any alerting of others. Without needing further instruction from Xiaoyu, Yiheng pointed to the nightclub ahead and commanded the special police and paramilitary police commanders to surround the area, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. If there were any violent attempts to break in or escape, force could be used to subdue them. Understood, responded a special police inspector and a paramilitary captain in unison. Once the nightclub was surrounded by 20 special police officers and 100 paramilitary police, Xiaoyu and Yiheng walked toward the main entrance of the nightclub. Chapter 52, Dealing with Trouble. I'm not Ning Kaichen. As Xiaoyu and Yiheng entered the nightclub, 2 special police officers quickly rushed to the bar, taking control of the 2 receptionists. The establishment had 4 floors. Yiheng held his phone, examining the internal layout. The first floor was for bathing, the second floor was a bar. The third floor was KTV, and the fourth floor had massage services and guest rooms. The suspect, Sun Hai, nicknamed Ergo, was the nightclub owner, a loan shark, and a gang leader with about 50 subordinates. He had previously been part of an organized crime group, but had been trying to clean up his act in recent years. According to police intelligence, Sun Hai was entertaining friends in a private room on the 3rd floor KTV tonight, making it the perfect time to apprehend him. As they spoke, the 2 reached the elevator. Special police had already secured the stairwell. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Xiaoyu, Yiheng, and 6 national security personnel entered the elevator. On the 3rd floor, as they exited, 2 waitstaff were about to greet them. Don't say a word, don't scream, understand? A national security officer warned coldly, pointing his gun at them. The 2 waitstaff trembled in fear, terrified. One national security officer stayed to guard the elevator while the others moved into the hallway. The elevator doors opened again, and 8 special police officers rushed out into the corridor. They quickly sealed off the exits, while 6 others followed Xiaoyu and the team. Along the way, music, singing, and loud noises could be heard from various private rooms. Every few meters, a special police officer was stationed to keep watch. Suddenly, Xiaoyu stopped and looked towards one of the rooms. Yiheng signaled, and 1 special police officer burst through the door, followed closely by 2 others. Inside the room, a group of young people were laughing and drinking, about a dozen in total. They all had buzz cuts and various tattoos, clearly a rowdy crowd. When this group saw the 3 armed police officers, with guns pointed at them, their eyes widened in terror. Xiaoyu and Yiheng entered with stoic expressions, exchanging a glance. These individuals were all underlings of the suspect Sun Hai. Taking control of them would save a lot of trouble. The 2 exited the room and moved towards their target's private room. After walking a few meters, they stood before a large suite. Xiaoyu raised his hand to push the door and stepped inside. The suite was playing music, with 3 men and 4 women sitting on the sofa. However, the suspect Sun Hai was not in the room. According to police intel, Sun Hai had arrived at the nightclub half an hour earlier. Yiheng said coldly, "He hasn't left. It's impossible for him to have gone." Xiaoyu looked at the 7 individuals being detained by the national security personnel. 4 of the women were clearly from the service industry. Among the 3 men, 2 had buzz cuts and tattoos, while 1 appeared more refined. "Police, everyone down on the ground with your hands on your head," a national security officer shouted. The 4 women and the 2 tattooed men complied immediately, crouching down and trembling. Only the refined middle-aged man looked unfazed, calmly gazing at Xiaoyu and the others, leisurely asking, "Officer, what have we done wrong?" A national security officer approached him. A loud slap struck the middle-aged man's face, knocking him to the ground and putting handcuffs on him. "When the police ask you to cooperate, you'd better obey. Especially when it comes to national security, they want to go easy on anyone. In the country, this is considered a relatively mild enforcement method. If it were abroad, do you think anyone would dare to disobey police orders? Believe it or not, the police could empty their magazine, and you'd be done for. What should we do next?" Yiheng looked at Xiaoyu with a troubled expression. The suspect, Sun Hai, must have caught wind of something and fled. Finding him again would be quite difficult. Xiaoyu frowned and said, "Be quiet." "Huh." Yiheng and the others exchanged puzzled glances at their younger companion. They didn't realize that Xiaoyu had already tapped into his special abilities. Even in the air of the private room, he could smell the 8 most distinct and clear body odors. In a KTV private room, with people coming and going every day, the human scent is undoubtedly mixed. However, the residual body odors can be categorized as light or strong. Through scent differentiation, Xiaoyu detected 8 body odors, 7 of which were present. Where did the other one go? Xiaoyu looked towards the bathroom inside the private room and, following the scent, walked over. The bathroom had just been searched by national security personnel, so it should be empty. He opened the bathroom door and wrinkled his nose, stunned in place. The body odor lingered in the bathroom. There were odors, but no one there. Blinking, Xiaoyu examined the bathroom walls and ceiling. There was no place to hide. Bro, what are you doing? Yi Heng, who had followed him in, looked puzzled. What do you mean? Xiaoyu didn't respond. He raised his hand, first tapping on the left wall a few times, then on the right wall. Finally, he knocked twice on the wall near the squat toilet. In an instant, Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly. The wall echoed, indicating that it was hollow. With the beast form, bear strength and rhino defense. Bear strength granted Xiaoyu superhuman power, while rhino defense provided absolute protection. In that moment, Xiaoyu raised his hand and punched the wall. Boom! A terrifying roar echoed. Under Yi Heng's astonished gaze, Xiaoyu's fist struck the wall like a giant hammer, creating a massive hole. Cement, smoke, and debris flew everywhere. Xiaoyu's hand gripped the edge of the hole. With a forceful pull, he moved the wall aside. No, it wasn't just a wall. It was a hidden door. Seeing the hidden door, Yi Heng's eyes lit up. His mind momentarily overlooked Xiaoyu's inhuman strength. He drew his firearm, staring into the dark passage behind the hidden door, ready to prevent any unforeseen danger. Keep an eye on things for me. Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on the dark passage as he stepped inside. Hey, be careful. Yi Heng waved his hand, tossing his deactivated handgun to Xiaoyu. Got it. Catching the gun, Xiaoyu ventured into the dark passage, moving forward step by step. After about 7 meters, he encountered another metal door. To be precise, it was a mini elevator door. This type of elevator is not a new product. There are many household versions on the market that take up very little space. However, no one expected that there was actually an elevator hidden within the nightclub. Xiaoyu lifted his thigh and delivered a powerful kick to the elevator door. Bang! With a loud roar, Xiaoyu unleashed all his strength. Nearly 2 tons of force kicked the metal door open, sending it flying and crashing into the elevator shaft. Peering down, the elevator shaft was pitch black. Beast form, bat wave. Xiaoyu opened his mouth, emitting waves of ultrasound. This ultrasound is inaudible to the human ear and reflects off any object it encounters. Like a pair of invisible eyes, it allows him to see everything in its path clearly. Using these eyes, Xiaoyu saw the interior of the shaft. About 13 or 14 meters below, he spotted the top cover of an elevator. Wait a minute. Xiaoyu's mind began to calculate. He was on the 3rd floor of the KTV. The height of 3 floors is around 11 to 12 meters. If he could only see the elevator's top cover at 13 or 14 meters, that meant the elevator had already descended underground? Not good. Xiaoyu's expression changed. Although the special police and armed police had surrounded the nightclub, they were only on the ground. The situation before him indicated one thing. There might be a hidden passageway beneath the nightclub. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu jumped, falling from a height of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Thud! His feet landed on the elevator's top cover, causing it to cave in as he entered the elevator. With a snap, Xiaoyu grabbed the elevator door and pulled it hard, slowly prying it open. As his feet hit the ground, he charged out. Chapter 53. That was terrifying. The moment he rushed out of the elevator, Xiaoyu caught the scent of 2 individuals. Before him was a pitch-black room of about 40 square meters. The beast form, snake red. The python naturally possessed the ability to hunt using infrared thermal imaging. It could detect any living being that emitted heat. At that moment, Xiaoyu saw a tall, burly red figure standing 2 meters away. The figure was raising its hand, seemingly aiming something at him. In an instant, Xiaoyu crouched down and lunged forward. Bang! Gunfire erupted. A bullet narrowly missed him. In the hazy blur, Xiaoyu sprang up like a leopard, leaping in front of the opponent. Rising to his feet, he raised his hand, before the other party could fire a second shot. With a sharp sound, Xiaoyu's left hand grasped the opponent's neck while his right hand seized the waistband of their pants. With a powerful pull, he lifted the strong body, which was over 8 meters tall, high up. Kneeling on one knee, Xiaoyu supported his thigh and knee, pulling the other person downwards. A crisp crack echoed as the opponent's spine made contact with Xiaoyu's knee. The 8-meter figure snapped like a chopstick at the waist. The strong body slumped down from Xiaoyu's knee, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, convulsing all over. A broken spine can lead to breathing difficulties and paralysis. This person was fortunate not to die on the spot. Even if he survived, he would be completely disabled. Xiaoyu stood up, his expression cold, wrinkling his nose slightly. Something was off. The person before him was not sun high, as the scent didn't match. At the same time, he detected a very strong scent reminiscent of Sun Hai in the room, indicating that Sun Hai had been there and had just left not long ago. Following the scent, Xiao Yu moved forward, rushing toward a circular passageway about 1 meter high, then squeezed inside. The 1 meter height only allowed an adult to crawl within. Once in the passage, Xiao Yu could distinctly smell Sun Hai's scent. He also heard faint crawling sounds ahead, about 10 meters away. Found him. Xiao Yu's eyes brightened as he quickly crawled like a leopard. The sounds ahead grew clearer, and the scent intensified. 12 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters. Getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a sense of chilling danger enveloped Xiao Yu. His pupils began to constrict wildly, and his scalp tingled. Goosebumps rose all over his body because there was no way to evade the danger. In a 1 meter high passage, how could he hide? Xiao Yu's eyes widened. In a split second, his body seemed to soften, and he lay flat on the ground, becoming very soft and thin, pressing against the floor. He became more than twice as thin as a normal person. This was the soft body ability of a snail, altering his physical form. Just then, bang! Gunfire erupted ahead. A bullet grazed Xiao Yu's scalp, sending cold sweat pouring down him. It was a close call, just that little bit, and he would have met his end. This was the police. Facing criminals, there's a danger of death every moment. Damn it! Xiao Yu was furious, completely going berserk. With a flick of his hand, Yi Heng's handgun appeared in his grasp. He disengaged the safety and loaded it with one hand. Ability, King of Guns. Bang! A bullet shot out from the muzzle, piercing through a wrist of the gunman. Oh! A scream echoed ahead. Bang, 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 bang. Xiao Yu fired continuously, hitting the suspect's legs and arms again. Wretched howls filled the air. But Xiao Yu had already holstered his gun. The danger was averted. Quickly crawling forward, Xiao Yu saw the man writhing in pain. It was the suspect, Sun Hai. Without any mercy, he grabbed Sun Hai's shattered ankle. Xiao Yu stumbled back, dragging the screaming Sun Hai out of the passage. At the same time, in the elevator shaft, Yi Heng had already jumped down, accompanied by 2 special police officers. The powerful flashlight illuminated the room and the passage. They watched as Xiao Yu dragged Sun Hai out and tossed him onto the ground. You're really a madman. Yi Heng stared at Xiao Yu. Aren't you afraid of dying? Of course. Xiao Yu sat down heavily on the ground, feeling somewhat drained. It wasn't exhaustion, but fear. Just moments ago in the passage, he had nearly lost his life. How could he not be scared? Why take such risks? Yi Heng squatted in front of him, his expression serious. Because. Xiao Yu grinned. I'm a police officer. Yi Heng's demeanor changed to one of respect, completely convinced. Police officers are human too, but not every officer dares to risk their life like Xiao Yu. You seem qualified to be my brother-in-law. Yi Heng's expression was serious and earnest as he stared at the younger man. Xiao Yu, what do you mean? You should tone down those extraordinary traits of yours. Yi Heng warned. Otherwise, I might have to hand you over to a special department. That sounds terrifying. Xiao Yu's lips twitched. Clearly, Yi Heng had long known about his many abnormalities. Did he really think that department was a joke? It was because of Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu that he had been targeted. Otherwise, he might not have walked out of that department last time. With the 2 women protecting him, Xiao Yu had been a bit reckless with his abilities lately. Yi Heng was just kindly reminding him, almost pointing at his nose to say, don't go too far, or nobody can protect you. Got it. Xiao Yu sighed in relief, his face beaming with a smile. Honestly, without using his gun, how many can you take on, like me? Yi Heng asked. You want the truth? Xiao Yu retorted. Of course. Yi Heng rolled his eyes. I should. Xiao Yu smiled. I can take on 10. Yi Heng, instantly feeling sour, he said, have you rested enough? Hurry up and solve the case. All right. Xiao Yu stood up with a smile. At that moment, the relationship between the 2 seemed to grow closer. This is how men are. Once they gain mutual recognition, they become brothers. A nightclub, a KTV private room. At this moment, it has transformed into an interrogation room. This is the first time Xiao Yu has witnessed the questioning process of national security personnel. It can only be described in 8 words. Simple, crude, ruthless, and merciless. During the interrogation, the suspect Sun Hai, who had already been shot 5 times by Xiao Yu, passed out 4 times due to excruciating pain. This deeply made Xiao Yu understand the meaning of the word cruelty. Half an hour later, the suspect Sun Hai recalled even the times he wet the bed as a child. Everything he could remember, know, or had heard. He confessed honestly. From the testimony, it was revealed that someone had hired Sun Hai to silence others. The parties communicated through a special means of communication, the dark web. That person was merely an intermediary. He could only converse with others when they contacted him. As Xiao Yu deduced, 3 days ago, Sun Hai's people killed a crime scene cleaner. Today, his subordinates killed the suspect Qian Wei and his wife. The reward was 1 million. Chapter 54. Are today's young people really this showy? It's 11 p.m. I don't understand the dark web. Sitting on the curb, Xiao Yu exhales a puff of smoke and asks, "Do you have a way?" The suspect communicates through the dark web. To trace that intermediary, we must access the dark web. Getting into the dark web is quite complicated. Specific software, configurations, or authorizations are needed to log in. Those who understand the dark web know that it's not a good place. Due to its anonymity and hidden nature, it easily breeds various crimes linked by the internet. Many young people, seeking thrills and out of curiosity, get deeply involved and ultimately stray onto the path of crime. Even if the police can access the dark web, the chances of dismantling it are extremely low. This is because it is virtually impossible to pinpoint the real IP addresses of members within the dark web and locate the servers hosting the dark web platforms. Only by breaking the encryption systems used by the dark web and finding the real node ports can one potentially locate the true servers and the individuals they seek. The most terrifying thing is that there are far too many illegal dark webs in existence. However, less than 1/10 of them have been dismantled. Those who understand what this means know it well. My team used the login software of the suspect, Sun Hai, to access the dark web. But we couldn't contact that intermediary, and it would take time to dismantle the dark web. Yi Heng, also exhaling smoke, shook his head in frustration, saying there was nothing they could do for now. If the dark web isn't dismantled, they won't be able to find the intermediary who hired Sun Hai to commit murder. And the investigation cannot continue. The lead has gone cold. It turns out that even national security isn't omnipotent. Xiao Yu thought to himself, if the national security personnel were more capable, he wouldn't have to rack his brains so much. At that moment, a national security officer rushed over to report to Yi Heng. "Boss, we found a small clue, but I'm not sure if it's useful." The family annihilation case involves information about the victim's family of 4. Guiyang, 38 years old, a former ordinary employee at a company, unemployed for 3 months. He Xuelan, 36 years old, a housewife, an online streamer. Gomeng, 11 years old. Guchang, 6 years old. Through investigation, it was found that the victim Guiyang did not earn much in the past, with a monthly salary of around 3,000. The online streaming work that he Xuelan engaged in also didn't bring in much money. Relatives of the victims reported that the family's living conditions suddenly improved dramatically in the past few months, with lavish meals and frequent luxury purchases. Bank information verification showed that the couple had savings of 420,000, which did not match their income, with the source of their wealth being unclear. We also investigated the victim's eldest daughter. A classmate of Gomeng mentioned that she frequently had pocket money and liked to buy snacks and toys. The classmate even asked Gomeng why her family was so wealthy, to which Gomeng replied, "Mom and Dad make money easily." And she proudly stated that she and her brother helped their parents earn money. When asked how she helped her parents, Gomeng refused to share. The national security officer concluded the report. There's a problem. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng exchanged glances. Based on the information gathered from the investigation, there are 3 points of suspicion. 1. The source of the unexplained wealth. Money doesn't just appear out of nowhere. The law of exchange states that to gain something, one must lose something. For example, people wanting to acquire wealth must invest effort, intelligence, time, and freedom. So, what did the victim's family give up? 2. Feedback from the victim's relatives. When a person becomes successful, they often can't help but show off in front of their parents, relatives, and friends, gaining both psychological and emotional satisfaction. The sudden wealth of the victim's family also indicates that this money came quickly, suggesting a form of sudden fortune. 3. Gomeng mentioned that she and her brother would help their parents earn money. Given the extravagant spending, her words carry a high degree of credibility. It can be assumed that some of the money was indeed earned by her, which explains her pride in front of her classmates. However, the question arises, how can an 11-year-old girl and a 6-year-old boy help their parents make money? Suddenly, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng simultaneously exclaimed, "Secret!" Back in the capital, Xiao Yu asked Yi Heng, if the victim's family had something to hide, and even the neighbors knew about the disturbances, why didn't they move? The answer is money. Only money could drive some people to take risks. Marx once said that if there's a 50 profit, humans are willing to take risks. If there's a 100 profit, they would dare to face the gallows. When the profit reaches 500, humans would trample everything. In the face of money, what are ghosts? Moreover, are there really ghosts? Xiao Yu's expression shifted. Gomeng, this 11-year-old girl, was still going to school normally before her death. How could a girl frightened by ghosts buy snacks and act proudly in front of her classmates? Shouldn't she be trembling in fear? It seems we might be investigating in the wrong direction. Xiao Yu gazed at the dark night sky and murmured, "It's clearly a family of 4 that was harmed. Yet we skipped over important aspects to pursue the killer. Doesn't that seem a bit foolish? Is there anything wrong with directly pursuing the killer?" Yiheng was confused. Every cause has its effect. Xiao Yu looked at him. We only seek the effect. What about the cause? Why did the killer exterminate an entire family? It seems that once we find the cause, the effect will reveal itself. Do you have a plan? Yiheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If I say no now, would I get beaten? Xiao Yu pouted. I don't have a solution for now, but I can look for one. By the way, I'm just a rookie cop. Don't expect too much from me, but I have high hopes for you. Yiheng wrapped an arm around Xiao Yu's shoulders. Anyone who can stay at my sister's place is definitely not weak, right? Can you please not mention my sister? Xiao Yu winced. You're from national security, whereas your composure. I'm a person of principles, and beauty is just a fleeting thing to me. But I want that fleeting thing. This statement clearly reflects disdain for national security. Yiheng chuckled. If you can't solve the case, I'll have to go home and tell my parents that a wild man moved into my sister's house. Can you guess what they would think? Are you this reckless? Do your parents know? Xiao Yu almost lost his temper. Realizing that the other party was Yi Qiu-chan's older brother, he quietly put away his anger. There was no need to say anything more. Xiao Yu said seriously, I firmly believe that with greater power comes greater responsibility. To maintain order in society and to ensure world peace, I am willing to do everything in my power to solve this case. Yiheng, is this how young people are these days? Chapter 55. The CPU is cut off in the slums of S City, at the scene of a gruesome murder. Unexpectedly, after all the investigations, it led to a dead end. Xiao Yu walked into the yard and found himself back at the starting point. But is it really a dead end? Yiheng didn't think so. At least he knew it wasn't a supernatural occurrence. They had identified several suspects, dismantled a burglary gang, discovered a middleman, and realized there was a mastermind behind it all. Now it was time to see what the younger brother could do. His crime-solving skills were unquestionable. He had adapted to being a tool for Xiao Yu, following his lead without hesitation. People should have self-awareness. Pretending to understand when they don't, or acting like they know when they don't, is the height of foolishness. Since the case had returned to the starting point, they needed to investigate from there. Xiao Yu's gaze gradually sharpened. Ghosts. How did the police know that the victim's house was haunted? First, it was the 11-year-old victim Gomeng who reported it. Secondly, through interviews with neighbors, they had roughly confirmed that Gomeng's report was suspicious and possibly recorded. So how did the nearby neighbors know about the haunting? The results of the national security investigation were as follows. 1. Some neighbors heard the victim's family screaming in the middle of the night. It's haunted. There are ghosts. 2. Nearby children had heard rumors about the haunting and sneaked into the victim's yard at night, seeing ghostly flames emerging from the window and witnessing the siblings Gomeng and Guchang covered in blood. 3. Rumors spread and circulated among the nearby residents, leading many to believe in the haunting as a fact. Humans have one prominent trait. They love gossip. The characteristic of gossiping is that people share what they have imagined with others. The greatest fear of humanity comes from their own imagination. And then, the ghosts appeared. 3 questions arose. Standing in the living room, Xiao Yu surveyed the surroundings, slightly frowning. Ghostly flames? Blood on the children? Midnight screams claiming it was haunted? Creating ghostly flames is simple, based on the principle of phosphorescence. Yiheng sneered. Carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen are the 3 elements involved, as taught by chemistry teachers. As for the blood on the children, it should be fake. Otherwise, why would the 11-year-old daughter be able to attend school normally during the day? As for the midnight screams, Yiheng furrowed his brow. Who would shout about ghosts in the middle of the night for no reason? Playing with oneself is a fitting phrase, but refrain from using it next time. Xiao Yu twitched his lips, recalling something. The victim, He Shualan, was not only a housewife, she was also a streamer? Yiheng's eyes lit up. In this day and age, streamers often lack morals for the sake of views. Some streamers jump into the sea, some kiss dogs live, and some even eat feces. There's nothing these streamers wouldn't do for attention. Could it be possible that the victim, He Shualan, pretended her house was haunted while streaming to attract viewers and make money? The national security personnel immediately took action and began their investigation. The victim, Hishualan, had a lackluster live streaming presence, with only dozens to hundreds of viewers each time, and there was no content related to ghosts. She hasn't streamed in recent months. As they delved deeper, Xiaoyu and Yiheng grew increasingly puzzled. The husband had resigned from his job and had no income, while the wife's streaming was not popular and had ceased altogether. Under normal circumstances, a family without any source of income would struggle to afford food. However, the victim's family, surprisingly, had over 400,000 in savings. Relatives knew that the victim's family lived a wealthy life. But where did this money come from? The security agency continued their investigation but found nothing substantial. They discovered that the victim, Guillaume, had made 5 cash deposits at a bank ATM in the past 4 months, each time for 100,000 cash. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. It suggested that the unexplained funds were received in cash. It had to be this way. Yiheng nodded, as otherwise, it couldn't be explained. Everyone knows that online transfers are extremely convenient nowadays, and people rarely carry cash or make cash payments. As long as one has a mobile phone, they can handle transactions easily. Not to mention, large cash transactions are even more uncommon. The victim, Guillaume, had deposited a total of 500,000 in cash over 4 months. The suspiciousness was glaring. They decided to investigate where the suspect's family frequently went. Xiaoyu ordered the security personnel to coordinate with the local police for the investigation. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and the results were quite unexpected. The victim couple was very homebound. They rarely went out, preferred online shopping and takeout, and occasionally took evening walks, with only one travel record. Beyond that, there were no abnormalities. Something was off. Xiaoyu shook his head, reiterating that money couldn't just appear out of nowhere, especially not 500,000. But there were no signs of irregularity. Yiheng felt a headache coming on. The results of the investigation had clearly left him stumped. There had to be something unusual. They just hadn't found it yet. Xiaoyu's tone was unusually firm. Solving a case requires peeling back layers and discovering subtle details. They couldn't jump to conclusions too early. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, his mind racing like an overloaded CPU. In this murder case, there were 2 obvious clues. 1, the ghostly incident. 2, the source of the money. The ghost story was clearly false, but the reason behind it remained unclear. Whether someone was impersonating a ghost to scare the family, or if the family was scaring themselves needed further investigation. As for the source of the money, it definitely didn't just appear out of thin air. The victim's family was very homebound, engaged in online shopping and takeout, rarely going out. But if they didn't go out, could the money have been delivered to them? No, the national security investigators have ruled out that possibility. Any individuals who came to the door, such as delivery personnel or couriers, as well as some suspicious individuals, have been excluded. What can be confirmed is that the money was not delivered to the door. It could only have been picked up by the victim's family. So, where did they go to pick it up? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xiaoyu's mind like a lightning bolt. It felt as if something had struck the sea of consciousness in his brain. Xiaoyu opened his eyes wide and murmured, "Home." It could indicate laziness. People like that rarely walk. Moreover, the victim's family doesn't have a car, and they are quite wealthy, so their travel should mostly be by taxi or ride-hailing services. Check the recent month's taxi and ride-hailing records for the victim's family. Hearing his words, Yiheng's eyes instantly lit up as he directed his subordinates to investigate. Soon, they found the couple's travel records. Among them, the victim, Guillaume, had 5 notable ride-hailing records. Every month, he would call for a ride to go to the bank to deposit money. Additionally, the victim, Hishualan, also had 5 unusual ride-hailing trips, all occurring the day before or a few days before Guillaume went to the bank. Each time he called for a ride, it was to a shopping mall. Both Xiaoyu and Yiheng smiled with joy. The clue was found. Chapter 56, Seeking Clues. 9:00 a.m., a shopping mall in S City. Xiaoyu and Yiheng stood in front of a row of storage lockers. These lockers operate on a coin and QR code system, allowing customers to temporarily store their belongings. The mall's surveillance footage can be saved for 25 days, 17 days ago. The victim Hishualan entered the mall and approached the lockers, taking a handbag that is suspected to contain cash. Upon reviewing the footage, it was discovered that the person who stored the handbag was a boy around 17 or 18 years old. Through facial recognition database comparison, we identified this suspect. After the national security personnel finished their report, they pointed to a large boy beside them who was handcuffed. At that moment, the boy's pale face looked drained of blood, his eyes wide with fear. "Tell me, Who asked you to put the handbag in the mall locker 17 days ago? Staring into the boy's eyes, Xiaoyu asked coldly. Time, location, and the gender of the person? It was an uncle, the boy stammered, looking nervously at Xiaoyu. It was in the morning. I was passing by the mall after leaving a friend's house, and that uncle stopped me, asking me to help put the handbag in the mall locker. After I printed the password receipt, I gave it to him, and he gave me 100 yuan. Xiaoyu studied the boy's facial expressions. He seemed tense and terrified, but was not lying. It appeared that he was aware of the mall's surveillance. Yi Heng's expression darkened. The method was quite cunning. Has the surveillance footage from the Skynet been retrieved? Xiaoyu asked. In every city, there are numerous surveillance cameras. The coverage of the city's Skynet surveillance is over 60. Cameras are installed on streets, alleys, and in densely populated areas. If any incidents, emergencies, or anomalies occur nearby, video footage can be retrieved. Nowadays, this surveillance integrates AI technology and facial scanning capabilities. As long as a person appears within the camera's view, they can be identified through scanning and cross-referencing with a large database. It won't take long to determine the identity of the identified suspect. Once someone commits a crime while exposed to the Skynet surveillance, the chances of escaping are extremely low, unless they hide in a place without surveillance, like deep mountains or forests. Otherwise, they will surely be caught. When the national security personnel retrieved the Skynet footage from near the mall, the suspect was identified, a male, approximately 1.73 meters tall, slender, and estimated to be between 25 and 35 years old. However, the individual was wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hat, almost completely obscuring their appearance. Facial recognition technology is impressive, but it requires a visible face to work. Upon reaching this point, Yi Heng sighed, unable to determine the true identity. Then let's find him, Xiaoyu sneered. Track him down using the Skynet surveillance. He has already been exposed in the surveillance. Even if we can't see his face, we can still trace his movements through the cameras. This process is quite complicated, requiring the retrieval of a large amount of footage to check one by one. The national security investigators worked late into the night. Only then did they find all the forward and reverse movement trajectories of the suspect. Starting from the moment the suspect appeared in the surveillance view outside the mall, they traced how he arrived and the route he took after leaving. All surveillance videos in both directions were retrieved. In the reverse monitoring, the suspect took a suburban bus to enter the city. After getting off, he took a taxi to the mall, where he intercepted a boy and instructed him to store a handbag in the mall's locker. After receiving the receipt from the boy, he left by taxi. In the forward monitoring, the suspect took a taxi to another mall and then vanished. Vanished? Xiaoyu found it amusing. How could a living person disappear from a mall? Leave it to us. Yi Heng also smiled, stating that tracking, investigating, and following leads are the strengths of national security. The work of national security is to outsmart spies. Playing hide-and-seek with national security personnel? Isn't that funny? At night, 11 p.m. In a women's clothing section on the third floor of a mall in the city, Xiaoyu and Yi Heng were cold-faced, looking at the women's clothing store. According to the investigation by national security agents, the suspect, after entering the mall, went to the women's clothing section, after which there was no trace of him. The place where the suspect disappeared was exactly where the two were located, and this area happened to be a surveillance blind spot. It could be inferred that the suspect had very strong counter-surveillance capabilities. He must have come here earlier to scout the location and knew that there were no cameras in this area. Scouting is jargon in criminal investigation, referring to the act of a suspect visiting a location in advance to prepare for a crime. It seems he was quite familiar with the mall, knowing exactly where the surveillance was lacking. Xiaoyu's expression was icy as he took the tablet computer handed to him by Yi Heng. It contained surveillance footage from outside the blind spot retrieved by national security personnel. Hiding in a blind spot isn't a cause for concern because a living person cannot hide forever without appearing. They need to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and rest. Through the surveillance, Xiaoyu confirmed that the suspect entered the blind spot. Many people entered and exited the monitored areas, but the suspect did not appear at all. The person had indeed vanished. Have the numbers, clothing, and information all been compared? Xiaoyu asked while watching the footage. Yes, we compared them. Yi Heng nodded and then shook his head, indicating there was no disguise for escape. Compared what? The numbers refer to the people who entered the blind spot. Anyone who enters the blind spot can be tracked through the surveillance for the count. Therefore, when they come out, there must be the same number of people. As long as the facial features, clothing, height, and body type can all be compared, We can know whether the suspect could have disguised to escape. Ordinary people wouldn't understand this, but national security is well aware, since it was confirmed that the suspect did not use disguises, makeup, or other means to leave. It could only mean that he used some other temporarily unknown method to escape. What methods could it be? Xiaoyu looked up at the blind spot, where there were only 2 stores. One was a branded shop, which had surveillance cameras. The security personnel had already checked and found no suspects. This only indicated that the suspect had entered the other store. Coincidentally, this clothing store surprisingly had no surveillance. They entered the store. Everyone searched every corner, but found no hiding places or escape routes. Yet, the suspect had somehow vanished from the blind spot of the cameras, perhaps from the very store in front of them. How is that possible? Beast form, eagle eye. Xiaoyu's eyes changed, his sharp gaze cutting through like a blade. He began to inspect the entire store. As he moved, his sight scanned every inch. He checked the floor, then looked up at the ceiling. Suddenly, standing in the fitting room, Xiaoyu's pupils quickly constricted. His eyes fixed intensely on a gap in the ceiling panel, where he noticed a color difference. A smirk appeared on Xiaoyu's face. Found it. Chapter 57. The most annoying enemy with brains, is he running from here? Yiheng looked at the ceiling panel. It was obvious. Xiaoyu instructed, ladder. A security personnel quickly ran off and brought a ladder after about 10 minutes. Wearing gloves, Xiaoyu climbed up the ladder to closely examine the panel. From the eagle eye perspective, he clearly saw several fingerprints. In open conditions, fingerprints would decompose and disappear within about a week. However, if fingerprints are on surfaces like mirrors, plastics, smooth materials, or paint, they can generally last more than 15 days. Even longer. The ceiling panel was made of aluminum composite material with a smooth surface. Even if the fingerprints had been there for over 15 days, they were still visible. Xiaoyu pushed up the ceiling panel, took it down, and handed it to the personnel below. There are fingerprints. At this moment, his upper body was probing into the ceiling space. The metal framework was covered in a lot of dust. He could also see some footprints in certain areas, indicating that someone had walked on the metal framework. It was not difficult to deduce that the footprints had appeared within the last month. This coincided closely with the period when the suspect had disappeared 17 days ago. This was definitely the right place. After informing those below, Xiaoyu climbed onto the metal framework, following the footprints step by step. After walking about 20 meters, the footprints disappeared. Xiaoyu looked down closely and found that one of the panels showed signs of having been moved. He reached out, flipped the panel, and leaped down. His feet landed lightly on the ground. In front of him was the entrance to the mall's emergency exit. At the same time, this location was also a blind spot for surveillance. What a clever calculation. Xiaoyu felt a bit of admiration for the suspect. It was deduced that the suspect was using the mall's internal environment along with 2 surveillance blind spots to conduct counter-surveillance and escape. Experience and counter-surveillance awareness were both essential. The most annoying enemies are those with brains. A cold glint flickered in Xiaoyu's eyes. If the opponent had strong counter-surveillance awareness, they would certainly not leave through the normal entrances and exits. That would be too easy to expose and would leave traces. Because the suspect was not just facing one person or a few people, but a fully operational violent machine. Therefore, he would be very cautious, even extremely careful, escaping from places that ordinary people would not think of. Analyzing the opponent's criminal psychology, Xiaoyu proceeded down the emergency exit. Second floor, first floor, parking garage. Xiaoyu squinted and surveyed the surroundings of the parking garage, quickly spotting a surveillance camera. The angle captured by the camera was of the parking spaces and the driving lane. If he walked past, he would be captured by the surveillance within 5 meters. Given the suspect's methods, he certainly would not appear within the camera's view. Xiaoyu scanned his surroundings. To avoid surveillance and escape, what should he do? Suddenly, his gaze fell to the ground. He noticed a drainage cover. The cover was located within a 4-meter surveillance blind spot. He quickly walked to the cover, crouched down to take a look. From the eagle eye perspective, he discovered that the cover had been tampered with. Xiaoyu reached out to lift the manhole cover and looked down. Sure enough, a cold smile appeared on his face as he spotted footprints on the ground below. Let me handle it. Yiheng's voice came from behind. Xiaoyu shook his head and jumped down. The drainage pipe was about 1.5 meters high. Xiaoyu bent down and moved forward, following the footprints. After about 30 meters, he saw a connection labeled Urban Drainage Network. Every city has such a network to prevent flooding, utilizing the pipes for drainage. Tracking to this point, Xiaoyu jumped directly into the Urban Drainage Network passage. Continuing to follow the footprints, he entered another pipeline. Eventually, he tracked the suspect's footprints to a stop. looking up to see another manhole cover. He pushed it open and crawled halfway out to check, discovering it was yet another underground parking lot. Another wanted criminal. Xiaoyu thought to himself as he climbed out of the pipe and surveyed his surroundings. He confirmed that the parking lot was underground in a residential area and noticed a surveillance camera. The camera's angle was perfectly aligned with his position. So careless. Xiaoyu chuckled and shook his head. If the suspect crawled out from here, he would definitely be captured on surveillance. 20 minutes later, Xiaoyu and Yi Heng stood in the property security room as national security personnel were retrieving surveillance footage from 17 days ago. The video played, showing the time, 10:43 a.m., 17 days prior. Suddenly, a figure quickly crawled out from the manhole in the parking lot, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. It was indeed the suspect. The surveillance showed the suspect swiftly exiting the parking lot. From the internal cameras of the residential area, they saw the suspect leave the vicinity and take a taxi. The external urban surveillance captured the taxi the suspect entered, allowing them to track its route. They discovered the taxi drove out of the city and into the suburbs. An hour later, the taxi driver was brought before Xiaoyu. Do you remember a passenger who took your car out of the city around noon, 17 days ago? Xiaoyu inquired. The taxi driver struggled to recall, but nodded. Yes, there was someone like that. He had a strange smell, like he crawled out of a sewer. Exactly, he did crawl out of a sewer. Xiaoyu pressed. Where did you drop him off? The taxi driver replied. I remember it quite clearly. I was supposed to take him to the suburbs, but he asked me to stop and pay. As I turned the car around to head back to the city, I noticed in the rearview mirror that the foul-smelling passenger got into another car. This car was also heading back to the city. At that moment, I thought to myself, why would he take a taxi out of the city? However, his words elicited unusual expressions from Xiaoyu and the others. Counter-surveillance. To prevent tracking, confuse the police, and execute a countermove. Can you remember the license plate? Xiaoyu asked. Of course I can. When I say it was memorable, it's because of the license plate. The taxi driver's face revealed a strange smile as he heard the license plate number, SB 745. The crowd froze for a moment. SB. Stupid? 745. Driving me crazy? Stupid driving me crazy? It's hard not to remember such a license plate. The car plate and owner information were quickly obtained. Suspect, Zhou Jun, 31 years old, from S City. Night, 2:12 a.m. S City, a residential community. A group of special police and armed police silently surrounded the community. Xiaoyu and Yi Heng entered the community and arrived in front of a residential building. The operation began. Let me handle this, Yi Heng insisted, leading the team into the building. Has the older brother finally grown tired of being the tool? Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head, waiting downstairs. Who would have thought that 5 minutes later? Suddenly, bang. A window on the 4th floor shattered. A figure jumped out from the broken window. Xiaoyu. What a coincidence. Did you jump out just to take a dump? Chapter 58. Am I too innocent? With a thud, a figure fell onto the greenery. After hitting the ground, the person quickly jumped up and ran wildly, panicking. The green area was planted with coneflowers, a type of plant that can grow up to about 1.2 meters tall, is resistant to cold and drought, and grows densely. Falling from a height onto this patch of coneflowers provided some cushioning. Otherwise, falling from the 4th floor, which is more than 10 meters above the ground, could lead to serious injury even if it didn't result in death. After running a couple of steps, he saw a tall figure standing in front of him. The expression on his face darkened instantly. Not missing a beat, he tried to dash past the other person. Next time, don't jump off a building. You won't be able to escape anyway, the tall figure said with a teasing tone. The other person stopped in his tracks, his face froze. And he slowly turned his neck, staring blankly at the figure. Standing at 1.85 meters, with a handsome face and deep, captivating eyes like 2 dark stars of the night. Those star-like eyes now sparkled with wisdom and a fierce intensity, calmly gazing at him. Zhou Jun. Xiaoyu asked with a smile. The other person, around 1.7 meters tall, was muscular with thick eyebrows and big eyes. This capture operation aimed to apprehend the driver who had taken the suspect, the one with the SB 745 license plate. It was none other than the person in front of him, Zhou Jun. A gentle breeze swept through the residential area, lifting Xiaoyu's messy hair and causing him to squint. Just then, the other person suddenly charged at him, throwing a punch towards his face. A fighter. Xiaoyu chuckled. The target of the attack was his chin. A hit to the chin could transmit shock waves to the brain, potentially leading to temporary dysfunction, a concussion, or even unconsciousness. The punch was executed quite well, indicating that the attacker had some training. However, for Xiaoyu, who possessed the skill of a combat expert, the attack was no different from flower fists and embroidered legs. With a muffled thud, Xiaoyu blocked the punch with his palm. In the next instant, his body soared into the air. Using Zhou Jun's fist as leverage, his body moved sideways, and his thigh swept across. Thud! His thigh struck the side of Zhou Jun's face. In midair, Xiaoyu seemed to perform a spinning maneuver, and at the moment of impact, his body flipped, landing on the ground. He calmly watched as Zhou Jun crashed to the ground, as if hit by a truck. Thud! Zhou Jun's body fell straight onto the ground. Just then, Yi Heng and others rushed out of the residential building, and the surrounding special police also started to flee. "This isn't my fault," Xiaoyu said, pointing at the unconscious Zhou Jun on the ground. "He jumped right in front of me. I really didn't intend to catch him. Next time you show off, remember to hold back," Yi Heng said through gritted teeth, clearly frustrated. "Do you know? Our agency's presence in this case was way too low. The whole operation was directed by you, and we were just like tools. Who would have thought that the suspect would jump off a building to escape? Running away is one thing, but you actually ran right in front of him. Do you know how that makes us look?" "Got it." The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "I'm a police officer, trained rigorously. No matter how funny it is, I want to laugh." "Huh." The suspect's home. He lives alone. At this moment, the unconscious suspect is being carried to the floor by security personnel. Thud! The tip of a shoe kicked under his armpit. Ah! The excruciating pain jolted him awake, and he screamed, realizing he couldn't move. His hands and feet were bound with police ties. "Tell me." He slowly crouched down in front of the suspect, his expression cold. "Where's the person you picked up on the outskirts 17 days ago?" The suspect looked as pale as a ghost, shivering as he stared at him. But his eyelids drooped, and he tightly closed his mouth, refusing to speak. "Huh," he scoffed. "I love seeing you like this, so rebellious. Please keep it up." Standing up, he glanced at his subordinates. 2 security personnel walked toward the suspect with smiles. "Grab him and take him to the bedroom." A cigarette was handed to him. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from the bedroom. It lasted just a second before abruptly stopping. He rolled his eyes, pretending not to hear. Where there is light, there is darkness. Often, the means of light are useless. Security personnel are like apostles walking in darkness. For the country, for the people, they silently bear the burden. There are statistics. The abnormal death rate for frontline police is 1. 2. For drug enforcement officers, it's as high as 4. 9. But the abnormal death rate for special security personnel reaches 8. 9. Almost double that of drug enforcement officers. How they died, why they died, how many people know? In this world, there is no such thing as peace. For the stability of the nation, there are always those who quietly carry the load. Have you really considered following the older brother into this line of work? He looked straight at him while smoking. This was his second time asking if the younger brother wanted to join. No. He shook his head. Protecting the home and the country is much more noble than just fighting crime. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. But in 2 lifetimes, 2 careers in law enforcement, he still couldn't let go of his beliefs. He just wanted to be an ordinary police officer, continuing to fight crime. If possible. He also wanted to marry and have children, living happily. Is that too much to ask? Humph, you can't let go of your soft spot, can you? Glancing at the cigarette in his hand, he shot a glare at the younger brother. "I haven't even smoked the special cigarettes, and you're smoking them every day? This little brother is really asking for it." "Heh." The younger brother chuckled nervously. The cigarettes were given by a friend. Meanwhile, his own brother hadn't even had them. And here he was, enjoying them every day. Wouldn't that make you mad? Yang, smoking a cigarette, unceremoniously snatched the cigarette pack from his younger companion's hand and stuffed it into his own pocket. He even pocketed the lighter. "Xiaoyu, are you serious? I've never seen such shamelessness. Indeed, I was too naive." Half an hour later, a national security officer emerged from the bedroom with blood dripping from his palm. Xiaoyu and Yang turned their eyes towards him in unison. The officer's expression was grim. "Dark web crime. Xiaoyu. Yang. Someone is using the dark web to livestream a murder spree." The officer continued to report through clenched teeth. The entire process of a family of 4 being killed in this home invasion case was live-streamed on the dark web. And the purpose was to make money. Xiaoyu's eyes shot out icy glints, his murderous intent flickering in his gaze, his face resembling a layer of frost. Yeheng's skin also began to twist in rage, his furious gaze flashing like 2 sharp swords. Some people truly do not deserve to live. Chapter 59: The So-Called Truth. According to the suspect Zhou Jun's confession, a year ago, A friend he met in a game contacted him, promising to help him make a lot of money. At that time, Zhou Jun was unemployed and agreed immediately. The other party then sent him a dark web login software. And Zhou Jun, encountering the dark web for the first time, was shocked by what he saw. He witnessed various crimes on dark websites, including weapon trafficking, organ trade, and even hiring for murder. The most lucrative aspect of the dark web is live streaming, featuring all sorts of bizarre and horrifying broadcasts that make one's skin crawl. For instance, live murder broadcasts. Listening to the report from the security personnel, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng frowned. Many people have heard of some incredible rumors about the dark web, such as the infamous Red Room incident, which shocked the world when it was exposed. The incident involved a group of unidentified criminals committing unspeakable acts in a red room, challenging the very limits of humanity. What was most shocking was that these criminals broadcasted the entire process live. For a fee, viewers could tune in and even give commands. If you paid enough, they would even invite you to participate directly. According to available data, the Red Room incident involved 6 live broadcasts, with a total amount involved reaching $32 million. You heard it right, over $30 million. To watch the live stream, one only needed to pay $20. With 6 broadcasts in total, they earned an average of over $5 million each. Each live stream attracted over 200,000 viewers. Of course, this was just a typical dark web case. The current case also involves the dark web and live murder broadcasts. Through Zhou Jun's confession, it was revealed that this dark web was operated by his friend. With membership exceeding 150,000, he began working for that friend as a security guard on the dark web. The reason his friend valued him was that he had trained in boxing and mixed martial arts, making him skilled. He was often tasked with various duties, such as monitoring certain individuals, participating in illegal transactions, and escorting people. Additionally, there were 2 crime scene cleaners involved in this case who were also members of the dark web. According to Zhou Jun, there was a special live streaming section on the dark web that hosted a murder broadcast every 3 months. The victim of this family massacre, He Shuolan, was a dark web streamer. However, He Shuolan's past income was not substantial, ranging from $5,000 to $10,000 per month. One day, while she was live streaming, a supernatural-like incident occurred at her home. Her eldest daughter, being mischievous, used her makeup to paint her younger son as a little ghost. During He Shuolan's live stream, the son quietly ran past her, startling a group of viewers, which subsequently increased the popularity of her channel. He Shuolan and her husband Guyang began to deliberately pretend that their home was haunted, occasionally involving their children in carefully planned fake supernatural events to attract members and make money. On the 17th, Zhou Jun indeed took the suspect from the outskirts of City S. This suspect was not the main culprit of the case, but rather a financial operator from the dark web, specifically responsible for delivering money to certain members of the dark web. For example, the victim He Shuolan could apply for a withdrawal on the dark web after earning enough from her live broadcasts. Someone would then be designated to deliver the money to a specified location. The reason why the family of 4, including the victim He Shuolan, met with misfortune was due to being targeted by the dark web. As previously mentioned, this dark web organization held a murder live stream every 3 months to attract members. The victim's family became the target for hunting. All of this was orchestrated by Zhou Jun's friend, the owner of the dark web, who planned the murder. On the day of the murder live stream, there would be 3 rounds of bidding for command rights. Members who won the auction would gain the power to command the killers, who would carry out the murders according to the commander's instructions. For instance, after killing the victim's family, they would dismember the bodies. Another example would be to dismember the victim couple and their 6-year-old son to form a monstrous figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Finally, one commander instructed the killer to skin the 11-year-old victim, gouge out the eyes, and nail them to the ceiling. At 6 a.m., in front of a bus stop, Xiao Yu looked at the bus stop sign. According to the suspect Zhou Jun's account, on the 17th, after picking up the dark web financial operator and dropping them off here, he left. A national security officer handed Xiao Yu a tablet computer. The computer contained surveillance footage from the city's Skynet in that area from 17 days ago. The monitoring video revealed that on that day, the dark web financial operator disappeared at the bus stop. Another disappearance? Xiao Yu sneered as he watched the surveillance video. On the 17th, at 12:16 p.m., the suspect got out of Zhou Jun's car and stood at the bus stop, appearing to wait for a bus. After about 6 minutes, a bus drove by, blocking the view of the surveillance camera. As the bus left, the suspect vanished. Did they leave on the bus? No. Surveillance footage inside the bus showed that the suspect did not board. So how did they disappear? Putting down the tablet, Xiaoyu looked at a row of advertisement boards by the bus stop. The boards were large, 6 meters long and 2.5 meters high. Xiaoyu walked behind the advertisement board but found nothing. However, about 3 meters away, there was a public restroom. Approaching the restroom, Xiaoyu discovered that this area was just outside the Skynet surveillance blind spot. But this was meaningless. No matter how someone hides in a blind spot, they ultimately have to come out. Xiaoyu continued to watch the surveillance video outside the blind spot. Time slowly passed. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Suddenly, Xiaoyu pressed the pause button on the video. On the frozen frame, a pregnant woman in maternity clothes appeared. Found it, Xiaoyu said coldly. Yiheng. He took a glance at the pregnant woman in the video and asked, "Are you kidding me?" The suspect was male, while the video showed a female. Take a closer look. Xiaoyu handed the tablet to his colleague. Yiheng frowned and clicked play. Rewind, play, rewind, play. After watching it more than 20 times, his expression changed. Sure enough, there was something off about the pregnant woman. She was a man. How could he tell? The walking posture between men and women is quite different, related to their body shape differences. The main reason is the difference in pelvic width. Women's pelvises are naturally wider than men's. When walking, women shift their center of gravity more from side to side, commonly known as hip sway, which creates a unique twisting gait. With careful observation of the pregnant woman's walking style in the video, it was clear something was wrong. Impressive. Putting down the tablet, Yiheng looked at Xiaoyu with admiration. It was evident that the pregnant woman was a disguise used by the suspect. He must have utilized a public restroom to change his appearance and then walked out from a blind spot in the surveillance. With the target locked, they could then trace through the surveillance network. 2 hours later, the suspect's last known location was found. In a business district, an apartment building. Through the community surveillance and hallway cameras, they confirmed the suspect's residence, District XX, Building 31, Unit 3, Room 503. At this moment, Xiaoyu was standing in front of the entrance of Room 503. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Suddenly, a low voice came from inside, asking, "Who is it?" Xiaoyu smirked. He lifted his leg and kicked the door. Bang! The apartment door was violently kicked open, hitting a man and slamming him to the ground. Xiaoyu walked in casually, stepping on the door and the person below, entering the apartment. Chapter 60, I only know that you look like a pervert right now. Stepping off the threshold, Xiaoyu walked into the room. He saw the luxurious living room. The opulence before his eyes was all crafted from money. When he thought about how this money came from the dark web, from crime and lives, a coldness flickered in his eyes, devoid of warmth, chilling to the bone. The door panel was lifted by security personnel, and the unconscious man was held by Yiheng by the neck, like a chick being carried into the living room and tossed onto the floor. Xiaoyu calmly looked at the man's face, in his 30s, appearing somewhat handsome, with a height of over 1.7 meters and a somewhat frail physique. He gave off an illusion of being refined. As his gaze shifted, Xiaoyu focused on the man's hands, observing his fingerprints. During the chase in the mall, he had noticed fingerprints on the ceiling. He clearly remembered a thumbprint left on the panel that had a missing ridge. At this moment, Xiaoyu was examining the man's thumbs. Indeed, there was a scar on the tip of the man's right thumb, a white mark from a healed wound. It was him. Xiaoyu's tone was as chilling as a wind from hell. Yiheng grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He kicked the unconscious man's ribs. Between the ribs and the sternum, that spot was a weak point. Not only would it cause intense pain when attacked, but it was also very fragile. Crack. The crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed. The previously unconscious man opened his eyes in pain, covering his ribs with his palm, trying to get up. Bang! Yiheng's foot landed on the man's face, forcing him back down to the ground, muffling his scream. 2 security personnel rushed over to restrain the man's hands and legs. Do you know how to make someone wish they were dead? Yiheng slowly withdrew his foot, smiling as he looked at Xiaoyu. I only know that you look like a pervert right now. Xiaoyu nearly lost control of his expression. Speaking in a rather provoking tone, why don't you tell me, and I'll try it on you? Yiheng. His expression was quite pained. For some reason, every time Xiaoyu made a suggestive remark, Yiheng felt a strong urge to hit him. So frustrating. At this moment, the suspect had been tied up by 2 security personnel. His body seemed uncooperative, shaking uncontrollably like sifted chaff. Are you scared? Yiheng squatted down with a smile. Looking at his face, how many guilty deeds have you done? The man turned pale with fear, trembling anxiously. Name? Yiheng's smile faded. Gu Quan. The suspect's voice trembled. Age, 31 years old. How long have you been handling finances on the dark web? 2. Gu Quan suddenly shut his mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng were both staring at him, their gazes devoid of any human emotion. From the word 2, it could be inferred that the dark web they were investigating had existed for at least 2 years. The reason for desperately capturing Gu Quan in front of them was that he was the financial handler of the dark web. People who engage in business should understand the relationship between the finance role and the boss. It's very close. Tell me, what is the name of the boss of the dark web, and where is it located? Where is the dark web server? Cold sweat trickled down Gu Quan's forehead. His whole body trembled like a sieve, and fear showed on his face. I don't know. I need to use the restroom. Xiao Yu turned around and walked towards the bathroom. He didn't have a good feeling about what would happen next. After all, they were police. Sure enough, just as Xiao Yu entered the bathroom and closed the door, a piercing scream echoed from outside, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Life is actually quite beautiful, Xiao Yu thought with a self-deprecating smile. It's just that we are too impulsive. After taking care of his hygiene and washing his hands, Xiao Yu walked out of the restroom. When he saw the suspect Gu Quan again, his fingers were all twisted in an odd manner, and an unpleasant smell wafted from his lower body. He had lost control of his bladder and bowels. At that moment, the suspect Gu Quan was wailing in despair. I'll tell you everything. Please, please. After being in law enforcement for 2 lifetimes, sometimes Xiao Yu found these criminals very strange. Before they were caught, they were ruthless and did all sorts of evil. But once apprehended, he found their psychological resilience and tolerance for pain were sometimes lower than that of ordinary people. Some people's minds are quite complex. The more they fear, the more they are drawn to do fearful things. While they are scared, they also feel excitement. In the end, they accidentally end up harming themselves. This situation has another term in psychology, the paradoxical effect. Under interrogation by the security personnel, Gu Quan honestly confessed. His name is Lu Lei, my classmate, a computer genius. However, he is an orphan, his parents died early, and he grew up in a social welfare institution. He has a bad temperament, and everyone who knows him thinks he has psychological issues, as if his mind is twisted. Once, I heard Lu Lei say that he was bullied since childhood and continued to be bullied as he grew up, even claiming he wanted to kill all those who bullied him. 2 years ago, he suddenly approached me. The reason was that during college, we shared a dorm, and I felt a bit sorry for him, so I took care of him to some extent. He is very grateful and said he wanted to make money together with me. Later, I found out he had secretly created a dark web. At first, there weren't many people on the dark web. He used some hacking techniques to advertise on illegal sites and pulled members into others' dark webs. After 6 months, our dark web finally saw some progress, and he had me manage the finances. In the following 6 months, we earned about 4 million, and later, we made money I could never have imagined in my lifetime. But Lu Lei was too reckless. He dared to do anything. He even turned the dark web into a criminal black market. Soon, there were not only transactions of human organs, but also hitmen, robbers, arms dealers, drug traffickers. All kinds of people were involved. The dark web is growing larger, with membership exceeding 150,000. Lu Lei is very clever. He uses temptation, money, and threats to turn many people into his puppets and tools, controlling them remotely to do his bidding. However, every 3 months, he personally leads a group to carry out live-streamed killings. Moreover, he has 2 ruthless bodyguards by his side. I also heard Lu Lei mention that these 2 individuals seem to have worked as mercenaries in the past. Lu Lei is extremely cautious. In the past 6 months, even I, who was once his most trusted person, do not know where he is hiding. But I know he must be hiding in City S. By the way, at this point, Gu Quan nervously looked at Xiao Yu and Yi Heng. I know where the dark web servers are hidden. Chapter 61. 3 Key Elements of Success. City S, Suburban Highway. 2 business vehicles, 3 special police armored cars, and 2 military trucks lined up in a long row, speeding toward the location of the dark web server room. Inside the vehicle, Yi Heng glanced at the calm-faced Xiao Yu and asked, "Aren't you anxious?" "What is there to be anxious about?" Xiao Yu maintained his nonchalant demeanor. "Even if we find the dark web server, destroying the dark web wouldn't matter." Yi Heng's expression darkened. "We need to locate the main suspect Lu Lei's hideout." According to the testimony of suspect Gu Quan, even Lu Lei's friends who handle the dark web finance don't know where he is hiding. If we can't find him, destroying a dark web would be useless. Who knows, they might just create a second or third dark web. "Let me ask you a question," Xiao Yu smiled and asked. "If you had money, where would you keep it? Isn't that obvious? Yi Heng replied impatiently. In the bank. And what if that money can't be deposited in the bank? Xiao Yu continued. Yi Heng frowned. At home? Assuming the amount is large and you have no relatives to help you guard it, Xiao Yu queried again. What would you do? I should keep an eye on it. Yi Heng's expression changed as he contemplated. Exactly. You need to watch over it, or it could be stolen. Xiao Yu said leisurely. The dark web server can be likened to that money, or rather, a treasure trove. It's not something you can just abandon. Creating a second profitable dark web isn't something that can just be done at will. So, even if Lu Lei is hiding, where could he possibly be? Yi Heng suddenly realized. He wouldn't be too far from the dark web server, right? Correct, Xiao Yu nodded. With modern technology, remote monitoring and control are possible. However, he would never allow anyone else to touch his dark web server. It involves too many aspects. Moreover, anyone who understands servers and websites knows that both require constant maintenance, necessitating a technician to be present beside the server to ensure the website operates normally. Since he can't let anyone else handle the server and must maintain it, his hideout can't be too far from the server's location. Or perhaps he has some way to reach the server location quickly for maintenance. The dark web is indeed profitable, but it has also become a chain that binds Lu Lei. As long as he hasn't given up on the dark web and this money-making server, he must personally guard it under circumstances where no one else can touch it. Isn't the reasoning quite simple? Are you a devil? Yi Heng stared at Xiao Yu. Is there no one's heart you can't see through? Smart people aren't scary, Xiao Yu replied. What's truly frightening is a smart person who can see through human nature and hearts. That's a bit terrifying. Don't say that, Xiao Yu smiled shyly. I'm only 22 years old, just a kid. A 22-year-old child? Yi Heng was at a loss for words. Are you really that shameless? Do your family members know about this? What is this all about? Xiao Yu replied seriously. To succeed, one must remember 3 key elements. What are the 3 elements? Yi Heng asked curiously. 1. Persistence. 2. Shamelessness. 3. Xiao Yu struck a righteous pose. Persist in being shameless. Yi Heng. What a unique and unconventional young man. I concede defeat. About 20 minutes later, the convoy entered an industrial area. Suddenly, they came to a screeching halt outside a factory compound. Inside this factory was the location of the dark web servers. The doors opened, and countless figures rushed out of the vehicles. A large group of armed police also jumped out of a military truck. There were no shouts, no commands. Yi Heng simply made a gesture. The police quickly surrounded the factory. I must become a person of such stature in the future. With envy, Xiao Yu watched Yi Heng command the scene. However, utilizing his eagle-eye ability in beast mode, Xiao Yu noticed several surveillance cameras on the factory's outer wall. His eyes focused on those cameras, observing their angles. There were 5 cameras in total, none of which were monitoring the interior of the factory. Instead, they all faced outward. This raised a question. For an ordinary person, why would they install surveillance cameras at home? To prevent accidents, eliminate dangers, and monitor daily activities. Have you ever seen someone buy cameras to monitor outside their home? For sightseeing? If it's not for sightseeing, there's only one possibility. The surveillance cameras on the factory's outer wall were all monitoring the outside. This is bad. Xiao Yu suddenly shouted to Yi Heng. We've been discovered. Indeed, the cameras set up inside the factory were meant to monitor suspicious individuals or the police. Yi Heng was momentarily stunned when Xiao Yu pointed at the cameras. His expression suddenly changed. Before he could issue the next order, suddenly, boom, the factory's main door was burst open. An ORV off-road vehicle, like a crazed beast, charged out of the factory, crashing into a police car and speeding away. Chase! Yi Heng yelled, preparing to run towards a police car. But before he could take a step, in an instant, a figure zipped past him like a human cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the off-road vehicle, and a fist struck the driver's side window. Beast mode, bear strength, rhinoceros defense. Bang! Xiao Yu's fist shattered the window, his arm reaching inside the vehicle to grab someone by the neck. With a sudden pull, boom, along with the shattered glass, he yanked a person from the driver's seat and lifted them into the air. Xiao Yu's gaze, however, was fixed on the now driverless off-road vehicle, which had lost control. It skidded across the road, crashing into a military truck. At this moment, Xiao Yu turned to look at the man he was holding by the neck with one hand, lifting him into the air as he struggled helplessly. The man was in his 30s, with a sturdy build, muscular physique, and dark skin, resembling a mixed heritage rather than a typical local. Xiao Yu's gaze shifted to the man's waist, where he noticed a peculiar scabbard. A curved scabbard. Is that a Gurkha knife? Yi Heng's voice exclaimed from behind. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, wondering what it was. The Gurkha knife, also known as the kukri, was originally a tool used by the mountain people of Nepal and was an essential weapon for Gurkhas, known for their bravery. Mercenaries. Xiaoyu's heart raced with a sense of unease, feeling as if he had stumbled upon an unexpected twist. Just when the game was going well, an unforeseen challenge appeared. How was he supposed to continue playing this game now? Chapter 62 Science. Are you kidding me? When it comes to mercenaries. Xiaoyu recalled the testimony of the suspect Gu Quan. The mastermind behind the massacre case, suspect Lu Lei, had two accomplices by his side. They were suspected to have been mercenaries. Although mercenaries may not be as exaggerated as depicted in movies and novels, this profession is indeed akin to battlefield hyenas, killing machines. Wherever there is war in the world, mercenaries can always be seen. Mercenaries. Xiaoyu frowned. Are they really that terrifying? Terrifying? Yiheng glanced at the man being choked by the younger brother. If he were just an ordinary soldier, how many genuine battles would he have encountered beyond training? No matter how impressive their training, if they had never set foot on the battlefield and experienced the baptism of blood and fire, lacking even killing experience, such soldiers, no matter how skilled, would be of little use. Mercenaries, however, are different. For money, wherever there is war, they will appear, fighting and killing by any means necessary. Their combat experience, battlefield experience, and killing experience are beyond ordinary imagination. The world's top special forces, Delta Force, have you heard of them? Impressive, right? There was once a military news report about a 30-man Delta combat team encountering a 9-man mercenary squad on a certain battlefield. The outcome was that the entire Delta team was annihilated, with 5 Delta members beheaded and displayed. From then on, a mercenary group named Wagner shocked the world. Yiheng's expression was serious. The point of all this is to tell you that even ordinary mercenaries, if they enter a city of regular people and go berserk, the threat and destruction they bring would be a horrific disaster. Xiaoyu's expression changed, complex, anxious, tense, and a bit excited. He waved his hand, tossing the unconscious man, who had been suffocated, onto the ground. It didn't seem that impressive after all, did it? Xiaoyu looked calmly at the man, a bit puzzled. Do you have some misunderstanding about what impressive means? Yiheng's lips twitched. Just now, the younger brother had exploded with the speed to catch up to an off-road vehicle and had the strength to shatter the car window and pull someone out. He seemed like a monster. How can you, a monster, judge that mercenaries aren't impressive? Isn't that funny? National security personnel and special police rushed into the factory. In the basement of the office building, they discovered the dark web server. The entire factory was empty. No, only one suspect was arrested while attempting to flee by car. But whether they were ordinary people, criminals, or mercenaries, once in the hands of national security, they quickly confessed. The individual was indeed a retired mercenary, or rather, it couldn't even be called a mercenary. The suspect's name was Luan Wall, a cook for the Gurkha mercenary group. A cook is someone who prepares meals. He had served in the mercenary group for a few years, earned some money, and squandered it all. Later, he teamed up with a real retired Gurkha mercenary and came to the Dragon Country. In impoverished countries, there are rumors that a certain nation is filled with gold. People are naive and have money to spare. By a stroke of luck, they entered the dark web of suspect Lu Lei. Eager to make money, they took on a bounty task posted on the dark web. The task, murder. Lunwell and his accomplice successfully completed the task, catching Lu Lei's attention. After observing them for over half a year, Lu Lei recruited the two as bodyguards, tools for killing, and security for the dark web server. Usually, it was Lunwell who guarded the dark web server, while his accomplice stayed close to Lu Lei for protection. Just then, the police arrived. Lunwell spotted them early using the surveillance on the courtyard wall and prepared to escape by car. As a result, where are Lu Lei and your accomplice hiding? Xiaoyu asked coldly. 5 kilometers away, in the villa area, Villa 1013, Lunwell confessed obediently after the recent education from the national security personnel. His Mandarin pronunciation was quite poor, giving off a strange impression. But that no longer mattered. Xiaoyu exchanged a glance with Yiheng and rushed toward a business vehicle. In less than 4 minutes, a speeding business vehicle appeared at the entrance of a villa area. With a loud crash, it broke through the gate and charged into the villa compound. Following closely behind were 3 armored vehicles. 2 armored vehicles followed the business vehicle, while one braked suddenly, and 7 armed special police officers rushed out to guard the entrance. The security guard in the booth stared in shock at the departing business vehicle and then at the special police outside, feeling utterly disoriented. Turn left. Go straight. Turn right and go straight. Stop. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiaoyu looked at his phone, checking the map's location, directing Yi Heng, who was driving. The business vehicle came to a screeching halt outside a villa. A second before the brakes were applied, Xiaoyu had already opened the car door. The moment the vehicle stopped, his foot was already on the ground. Beast form, cat spirit. Bang. A light sound came from beneath him. Xiaoyu's body propelled upwards, leaping into the air. One hand pressed against the villa's wall, exerting a slight force. He jumped into the villa. However, just as he was about to land, beast form, antelope sense. A sudden sense of danger surged within Xiaoyu. In that instant, his eyes focused on the villa ahead, where he saw a tall figure raising an arm, holding a gun. The gun's muzzle was aimed directly at him. Xiaoyu's scalp tingled, and his back went cold. How could he dodge while in the air? Beast form, hawk flip. Their essay saying, the hawk turns over. The hawk, a smaller relative of the eagle, possesses agility in flight comparable to that of a falcon. Xiaoyu's body twisted strangely, as if defying inertia. Bang. One leg landed on the courtyard wall. At the same time, bang, a gunshot rang out. The villa's floor-to-ceiling window shattered with a loud crash. However, the bullet missed its target. While still in the air, Xiaoyu used the push-off from his foot to dive to the ground, moving like a crouching leopard. Yet, at the moment of landing, he sprang back up. Like a cannonball, it instantly shot towards the floor-to-ceiling window, charging at the gunman. The attacker inside the villa was stunned. As a retired mercenary, Kimmer's perspective was slightly different from that of ordinary people. He had seen many agile thugs and nimble soldiers, but he had never witnessed someone who could dodge so flexibly in midair. Of course, what was even more terrifying was the opponent's speed, so fast that Kimmer could hardly keep up with his sight. Science, are you kidding me? Is this human speed? In the blink of an eye, he didn't even give Kimmer a second chance to shoot. The tall and terrifying figure had already appeared before him like lightning. Xiaoyu coldly stared at the man in front of him, as if looking at a mere insect. I've heard mercenaries are formidable. Care to show me? Chapter 63. Look up and see. Who will heaven spare? Kimower did not respond, but raised his hand. A punch aimed at Xiaoyu's face. Is that all? Xiaoyu's voice was laced with mockery, as he similarly raised his fist. Bang! The two fists collided, blood splattering. Kimower felt his hand go numb. The flesh of his knuckles a mangled mess, revealing white bone. He recoiled in horror, but it was too late. Xiaoyu's thigh was already raised high, like a battle axe, striking down towards Kimower's head. The blow was heavy and incredibly fast. Kimower barely had time to raise his arms to shield his head. Bang, crack. One arm broke. The other arm, under the pressure of the thigh, smashed down onto his head. No. Kimower let out a scream. Bang. Xiaoyu's thigh struck his head hard. In an instant, Kimower felt dizzy, as if his head had been smashed into his chest. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, through his blurred vision, he saw Xiaoyu walking past him with a disdainful expression. That look was akin to a giant dragon seeing an ant. Even a glance felt like an insult to the dragon. Thud! The completely unconscious Kimower fell to the ground like a wooden post. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu walked leisurely towards the stairs of the villa. As he walked, he wrinkled his nose a few times. His olfactory senses detected a certain body odor. Following the scent, Xiaoyu ascended to the second floor, where he saw a man sitting on the living room sofa, leisurely holding a glass of red wine and sipping it. The man had a handsome face, with long, straight limbs that were also quite sturdy. He was tall, and his posture exuded elegance. Lulei? Xiaoyu shifted his steps toward him. Yes. Lulei smiled gently. It's me. I have a question to ask you. Xiaoyu stood in front of him. Please speak. Lulei nodded with a smile. I can understand doing illegal activities online for money, and I can understand committing arson and murder. But how could you skin an 11-year-old child, gouge out their eyes, and nail them to the ceiling? I never regarded them as my kind. They are just a bunch of ants. Lulei chuckled lightly. Ever since I was young, I only remember how others bullied me, humiliated me, and treated me like garbage. Is that your reason for losing your humanity? Xiaoyu frowned, somewhat disappointed. What do you know about humanity? Lulei's smile slowly faded, and madness began to surface in his eyes. Someone once told me a story about a man who ran a chicken farm 10 years ago, and that year he made 200,000. But one time, while drunk, he revealed this in front of his parents and relatives. As a result, a few days later, someone poisoned his chicken farm, and all the chickens died. Xiaoyu remained expressionless. And then, what happened next? Lulei shook his head with a smile. 10 years later, he bought a villa, paying a total of 20 million in cash. He didn't tell his parents or relatives and lived a life of luxury. However, every time he returned home to visit them, he pretended to be poor. Seeing him like this made his parents and relatives very happy, and they cheerfully remarked that raising chickens back in the day had made him mature and sensible. Why would he tell you? Xiao Yu scoffed. No, he didn't tell me either. Lu Lei smiled and said, I saw that he was quite wealthy and asked him how he made his money. When he wouldn't tell me, I kept probing, and then he revealed this story. What do you want to tell me by sharing this story? Xiao Yu chuckled. Are you trying to say you enjoy killing? I'm telling you about human nature. You hate those who have, laugh at those who don't, despise the poor, and fear the rich. In places without streetlights, there are all kinds of monsters lurking in the night. Lu Lei mocked. Now that is true human nature. Are you done? Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. Have you ever heard this saying? What? Lu Lei asked with a smile. Those who do not respect life do not deserve their own to be respected, Xiao Yu teased. And what if that is the case? Lu Lei asked recklessly. He raised a hand holding a remote control. Upon seeing the remote, Xiao Yu's pupils suddenly constricted. To be precise, it was a detonator. He had seen something like this in a past life. The internet is a good thing, and bombs are good too. Lu Lei said with a manic grin in his eyes. With the internet, I can control things remotely. With a bomb, I can detonate it. You think you've caught me, but have you considered that many people might die because of you? For example, if I hit a bomb in a crowded place, as long as I release the detonator, boom, they all go down with me. Xiao Yu also saw Lu Lei's hand gripping the detonator and pressed it down. There are many ways to trigger a bomb with a detonator. For instance, pressing down to detonate, or lifting it after pressing. Then, Xiao Yu coldly watched as Lu Lei unbuttoned his shirt with one hand, revealing his chest. On his chest was a palm-sized metallic device, flashing a red dot. Have you ever seen a heartbeat-sensing detonator? Lu Lei's smile was filled with mockery. Even if they're a sniper, I'm not afraid. As long as I'm shot and my heart stops, or the detonator is taken away, or my finger is lifted, that bomb will detonate. So, what can you do to me? Is that so? Xiao Yu looked at a fruit knife on the coffee table and slowly reached for it. Do you really think I can't do anything? Huh. Lu Lei sneered. With this fruit knife that couldn't even kill a chicken? Xiao Yu surprisingly nodded. You guessed it right. Ha. Lu Lei burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing until tears streamed down his face. Xiao Yu was also smiling, taking a step forward and appearing right in front of him. Lu Lei's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Before he could react, a cold silver flash sliced through the air before his eyes. Pooh! The silver flash cut through Lu Lei's wrist, which was gripping the detonator. Severed. Before his wrist could even fall, Xiao Yu's other hand had already grasped the severed limb. His thumb pressed down on the detonator's button, preventing it from popping back up. At the same time, Xiao Yu had already discarded the fruit knife. His palm fell to his chest. With a rip, he tore open his shirt, exposing his chest. Before Lu Lei had time to react, Xiao Yu's hand shot out and landed on his chest, grasping the heartbeat sensor detonator. He yanked it away, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Bang! He pressed it against his own chest, right where his heart was located. The bomb crisis was averted. Lu Lei screamed in agony, wanting to resist. But Xiao Yu had already lifted his thigh. Crack! He kicked Lu Lei's calf, breaking it. Crack! The other leg was also snapped. Crack! The only intact arm was similarly broken. Finally, Xiao Yu planted his foot on Lu Lei's face. The sound of his skull threatening to shatter echoed ominously. Survival of the fittest doesn't matter. Lack of humanity doesn't matter, but you shouldn't treat your own kind like ants. Because in my eyes, Xiao Yu looked down at Lu Lei with disdain. Aren't you just an ant as well? No. Lu Lei let out a painful and desperate roar, a sound akin to a beast's wail before death. Just when he thought Xiao Yu would crush him underfoot, the foot on his face suddenly lifted. Do you think I would kill you? Xiao Yu blinked, a mischievous look on his face. No, you are mistaken. How could I let you die so easily? I want to watch you struggle, to see you unable to live or die, to witness your suffering. No. Lu Lei cried out in despair once more. But what was the point? There's a saying that goes. Xiao Yu smiled happily. If you don't believe it, just look up. Does heaven spare anyone? The case is closed. Chapter 64. Sister, I don't want to strive anymore, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the ghostly descent task. System reward. Permanent save. Farewell. System, can you not say farewell, or I might just die? Can you? Outside the villa, Xiao Yu sat on the curb, smoking and muttering to himself. The system really got on his nerves. The bomb has been found. Yi Heng walked over quickly, glanced at the detonator in Xiao Yu's hand, then at the one on his chest, and his mouth twitched. Brother, this is the first time I've seen someone as bold as you. You really dare to play with fire. What's wrong? Have you fallen for me? Xiao Yu grinned, his eyes full of mischief. Yi Heng. The urge to kill was rising. After several deep breaths, he looked at Xiao Yu with a bitter smile. We've known each other for so long. Isn't it a bit pointless to show off? Who said that? Xiao Yu, with a cigarette in his mouth, chuckled. Showing off is humanity's desire for dignity, a fantasy of dissatisfaction with reality, and a right to aspire for beauty. What's the difference between not showing off and being a dead fish? Yi Heng was once again speechless. He suddenly realized that he might not be proficient enough in Chinese. Mainly, he was frustrated that he couldn't outsmart Xiao Yu. Today's youth are really arrogant and lack respect. The main suspect Lu Lei's bomb placement was found. Surprisingly, it was hidden in the mall they had visited. After the bomb disposal experts confirmed it multiple times, Xiao Yu took the severed hand and the detonator, along with the heartbeat sensor detonator on his chest, and handed them over to the bomb disposal experts. Then he just lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and felt utterly exhausted. 4 days and 3 nights without sleep, he was so tired. Yi Heng sat down next to Xiao Yu, pulled out a cigarette, and looked up at the pitch-black night sky, filled with stars. He was also tired, but he had long gotten used to it. Why live the life of a young master when you could work in special security? With his eyes closed, Xiao Yu teased, who can control this damn thing called fate? Yi Heng took a drag from his cigarette and recalled when his parents sent him to the military, and he almost became a deserter. Is this society? Xiao Yu opened his eyes, sat up, and became interested. And then I grew fond of the military, made a group of comrades, and found brothers who would share life and death with me. Yi Heng's face showed a reminiscing smile. We used to eat meat together and secretly smoke. That feeling was just exhilarating. Xiao Yu felt a pang of envy. Men, how many haven't dreamt of being a soldier? In his past life, he became a police officer because of his parents. In this life, he crossed over and became a police officer directly. Heaven never gave him a chance to choose. And then, Xiao Yu asked with a smile. Later, I and a group of brothers were selected for special security, and the higher-ups formed a special task force. It's confidential. I can't say more. Yi Heng smiled awkwardly, then explained that due to the dangerous nature of his task, his father could not withstand his mother's constant tears and worries about his safety, so he arranged for him to be assigned to the 9th Bureau. Understood. Xiao Yu curled his lips. Young master, your life is worth much more than that of ordinary people. Yi Heng. Xiao Yu. They exchanged middle fingers and continued to smoke. Have you ever regretted it? Xiao Yu blew out a smoke ring. Not really regretted it. Yi Heng shook his head, feeling genuinely exhausted. Xiao Yu slowly looked up at the night sky. Yes, looking back, the youth is no longer there. But it's time to go home. The images of 2 beautiful faces appeared in his mind. Xiao Yu's expression gradually softened. In the capital city, early morning, 5 o'clock, a small plane landed on the tarmac, and the cabin door opened. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng stepped off the plane and got into a Hongqi car, an old-fashioned Hongqi L5 sedan, the state guest vehicle. Inside the car, Xiao Yu felt anxious. Was a small policeman like him qualified to sit in this car? You're a national first-class merit awardee, so just relax. Sensing what his younger brother was thinking, Yi Heng teased, maybe in a few days, you'll receive another first-class merit. It seemed like a joke, but it wasn't. The family annihilation case had been solved. They had also dismantled a dark web network and uncovered over 100,000 dark web members. Some of these individuals were involved in various crimes, requiring careful investigation. The key point was that the main suspects of the annihilation case, Lu Lei and others, were already in custody. Only a few finishing touches were left before the case could be closed. Once the case was concluded, barring any surprises, Xiao Yu would once again be awarded first-class merit. It was impossible not to reward him. The case was too significant. Whether it was the police or national security, they emphasized clear rewards and punishments. If the higher-ups failed to reward merit, it would be difficult to lead the team in the future. Xiao Yu looked out the window, wondering if he could get a promotion. Having just been confirmed, he was already a first-level police officer. If he got promoted again, he would become a police supervisor. That might be too much, Yi Heng said seriously. The rank may go up a bit, possibly to a deputy section chief. The deputy section chief is a level 3 police officer. Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat. He was only 22 years old. Was he really going to reach deputy section chief status? The Hongqi sedan entered an old alley and stopped outside a courtyard. After getting out of the car, Xiao Yu waved to Yi Heng. See you later? Why not? Did I offend you? Yi Heng laughed in anger. Don't take this little thing to heart. Xiao Yu looked at him. Well, I'm heading home to sleep. It's getting cold. Be careful not to get thrown out and freeze to death. Yihing hinted. Let us see how long you can be proud. Right, it is getting cold. Xiao Yu pretended to hug himself. Looks like only Sister Cho-chan's embrace can bring me a bit of warmth. Dare to threaten me, and I'll just go after your sister. Who's afraid of whom? Yiheng. Are all boys going through puberty like this? Suddenly, the courtyard door behind Xiao Yu slowly opened. Dressed in loungewear and yawning, Hua Qingwu stepped out. When she saw Xiao Yu outside the door, she was momentarily stunned. In an instant, her eyes widened with surprise and joy, and she squealed. Little brother? After shouting, she dashed forward like a little deer and pounced on her brother. Xiao Yu's gaze involuntarily softened for a moment. He reached out and securely embraced the rushing Hua Qingwu. Why did you come back now? She clung to his neck like a small pendant, puffing her cheeks and pouting. Xiao Yu remained silent, quietly gazing at the beauty in his arms. With a face like Shishir, a waist like Zhao Jun, a voice like Daji, and the allure of Diao Chan, this woman was more intoxicating than any aphrodisiac. Xiao Yu slowly leaned down, kissed her forehead, and buried his face in her hair. Sister, I don't want to try anymore. Chapter 65. It turns out to be an experienced woman. Tired from work? The charm on Hua Qingwu's delicate face has faded. From a sweet girl to a mature woman. Her hand gently caresses his short hair, her eyes soft. Xiao Yu inhales the scent of shampoo from her hair and hums in comfort. How about you stop being a police officer? I'll take care of you, sister. Hua Qingwu's lips curl slightly, her eyes alluring as she teasingly asks, is that okay? Xiao Yu. At this moment, the enchanting woman feels like a team master who is just concerned about her brother. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees a red flag L5 slowly driving away. You're very considerate. Not talking anymore. Hua Qingwu's face breaks into a brilliant smile. Why did you run out so early? Xiao Yu changes the subject, looking up at her. Qiu-chan has her monthly visit. Hua Qingwu rolls her eyes playfully and complains, there are no sanitary pads at home. So I have to go buy some. Such private matters for a girl shouldn't be handled by the guard, so she had to go herself. Andy doesn't wait for anyone. Xiao Yu almost laughed. Then you go, I'll head home to freshen up. You should accompany me. Hua Qingwu wraps her arms around his neck, twisting her body. The mature woman is gone, and she starts to act cute. Come on, get down. Xiao Yu, feeling helpless, asks, how else can I accompany you? Then carry me to the supermarket. Hua Qingwu squints and smiles, her cheeks dimpled. She adds a touch of girlish charm, very enticing. You're going to be lazy all day. Xiao Yu has no choice but to let her down and squats with his back to her. He initially just wanted to carry her, but before he knew it, her long legs were straddling his shoulders. Joyful giggles sound from above him. Giddy up, riding a horse now. Hua Qingwu swings her long legs. Her smile radiant. Xiao Yu, can a man tolerate a woman sitting on his head? At this moment, he should just drop her, give her a little shock, and then a swift kick to let her experience some cruelty. That is what he thought. But Xiao Yu stood up and headed towards the supermarket outside the alley. Just then, the first ray of morning sunlight breaks through, like a gentle smile. It softly blankets the earth, illuminating the brother and sister pair. It feels like a beautiful painting. In the courtyard, in the back room, lying on the bed, Yi Qiu-chan's face is slightly pale, with a hint of pain on her cheeks. At this moment, she presents a pitifully delicate appearance, devoid of the goddess's aloofness. Suddenly, the door is pushed open. Yi Qiu-chan assumes it's her good friend and softly sighs, if you don't come back soon, I'll be in a river of blood. Is it that serious? A low chuckle comes from the doorway. Huh. Yi Qiu-chan is startled and turns her head. She sees Xiao Yu walking in with a package of sanitary pads. The atmosphere becomes somewhat awkward. Here you go. Xiao Yu walks to the bedside and hands her the sanitary pads. Where's Qingwu? Yi Qiu-chan's cheeks flush, looking like they are painted with blush. Yet her beautiful eyes shine with a glimmer of shyness. She want to catch up on sleep. Xiao Yu shrugged and said, let me bring you something. Intentionally trying to embarrass me? Yi Qiu-chan knew her sister's mischievous thoughts all too well. I'm not sure about that. Xiao Yu chuckled. Yi Qiu-chan got up, grabbed a sanitary napkin, and walked towards the bathroom. Xiao Yu stood there, unsure whether to leave or stay. Feeling extremely sleepy, he sat on the bed and soon fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept. When he woke up, he saw the two girls sitting by the bed, chatting and laughing. Oh, the big lazy pig is up? Hua Qingwu teased with a smile. I wanted to keep you company while you slept, but you smell terrible. You're such a stinky man. Hurry up and take a shower. Xiao Yu. He silently got up and glanced at Yi Qiu-chan. The goddess had returned to her cool demeanor, calmly watching him. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu shot a half-smiling glance at the sanitary napkin by the bed. Immediately, Yi Qiuqian's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a charming glare. Xiaoyu grinned and walked out of the room, heading to the bathroom in his own bedroom. Just as he was about to undress, he noticed a sneaky figure outside the door. Xiaoyu walked over and opened the door. Hua Qingwu stumbled into the bathroom, and he caught her. "What are you trying to do?" Xiaoyu asked with a laugh. Hua Qingwu's eyes darted around, and in a sweet voice, she said, "I'm here to protect you." "Xiaoyu, what does that mean? I heard that a boy fell and died in the bathroom a few days ago, and no one noticed." Hua Qingwu said seriously, showing her little tiger teeth. "I'm just worried you might be in danger while showering. Don't be ungrateful. Hurry up. Take off your clothes, and let me watch you shower." Xiaoyu. He finally realized she wasn't just being cute. She was quite the flirt. "Hurry up. Hurry up." Hua Qingwu pushed him while swallowing nervously, grinning like a little fox. "I'm very busy. After I protect you, I still have to." Before she could finish, Xiaoyu picked her up and carried her into the shower. The water splashed down, soaking them both. Hua Qingwu's face turned red, her gaze dreamy. Xiaoyu looked at the alluring girl in front of him, leaned down, and kissed her soft lips. An hour later, Xiaoyu carried the limp Hua Qingwu out of the bathroom. After changing clothes, they went to the dining room. Yi Qiuqian was sitting at a beautifully set table, waiting for them. However, when she saw Hua Qingwu's flushed face, which made her even more enchanting, a hint of something unusual flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Let's eat." Xiaoyu's face turned red, and he sat down, quietly eating. He looked like a guilty thief caught in the act. Yi Qiuqian sensed something was off. Seeing her good friend walking normally, she thought they probably hadn't done anything wrong. Just as they were eating, Hua Qingwu exclaimed excitedly while holding her phone, "Wow, I'm blushing. I'm blushing." Her excitement startled Xiaoyu. He glanced at the enchanting girl, then turned to look at the ice-cold beauty, wearing a confused expression. "It's the song you gave her." Yi Qiuqian's expression was cool, her voice gentle. That sweetest love song, along with her sister's song. "So that's how it is." Xiaoyu was puzzled and surprised. "It's gone viral?" "It's gone viral." Hua Qingwu put down her phone, happily hugged Xiaoyu, and cheered with excitement. How did it go viral? Xiaoyu was even more confused. After listening to the two women's story and explanation, he learned that while he was out investigating the case, the two of them had recorded songs out of boredom and uploaded them to a short video platform. In just a few days, the views and clicks skyrocketed. Hua Qingwu's song became a huge hit. Both songs were a success. Xiaoyu found it hard to understand. The lyrics he wrote for the two songs could only be described as ordinary pop songs. No matter how popular they got, how far could they really go? Xiaoyu took Hua Qingwu's phone, glanced at the views and likes of the two songs, and was left dumbfounded. One song had over 500,000 likes, while the other reached an astonishing 1 million plus. The songs had only been uploaded for about 3 or 4 days. What a joke. This is not scientific. Chapter 66. The blessing of the Qi people is not so easy to enjoy, it really isn't scientific. If it were because of Hua Qingwu's beauty that she became popular, Xiaoyu would believe it. But the video in front of them only had 2 covers. There was nothing else besides the song. Hua Qingwu didn't show her face at all. How could she become this popular? As for why she didn't show her face, Xiaoyu thought about the identities of the 2 girls. They would never reveal themselves. "I'm famous now, a big star," Hua Qingwu said, her eyes sparkling with joy, lifting her chin proudly like a little rooster. "Just a little internet celebrity," Yi Qiuqian chuckled, shaking her head. "You're still far from becoming a star. You're just jealous." Hua Qingwu shot a glare at her sister. "At least I can sing, unlike you who only knows how to act." "Sing opera?" Xiaoyu discovered a new angle, looking at Yi Qiuqian. The icy beauty remained silent, quietly eating her meal. Hua Qingwu chattered away. "Qiuqian is very talented in acting, but when it comes to singing, impressive, my sister," Xiaoyu said, somewhat surprised as he looked at Yi Qiuqian. An opera voice, or a singing style from traditional performance, is not something everyone possesses. What's so impressive about it? Yi Qiuqian glanced at him lightly. There are too few people who like opera. Nowadays, even though it hasn't declined, very few people study it, and even fewer enjoy listening to it. Who says that? Xiaoyu disagreed. "I think the opera voice is beautiful. I really like it." He genuinely enjoyed it, especially some traditional style songs. How could the skills left by our ancestors really fade away? They just take on a different form and still achieve classic status. "You're lying." Hua Qingwu didn't believe him, wrinkling her nose. "As if you really know." "I really do," Xiaoyu chuckled, clarifying that it wasn't traditional opera, but opera-style songs. "Opera-style songs?" Yi Qiu-chan's dark eyes fixed on him. I want to hear it. This was the first time she asked her brother to do something. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded. With the two girls' expectations, he cleared his throat and opened his mouth. When the swallows leave, red beans fill the branches, travelers far away. Do not ask about the return date. Who alone guards the clear waters of Shaoxiang, unaware of tonight's evening. When the swallows return, the beloved is nowhere to be found. Surely this departure means separation. Unwilling to have long feelings without a place to send them, wandering far, searching and seeking. 1,000 miles. He poured out his voice, and she danced in dreams of a beautiful meeting. In the world of drama, in the world of emotions, strangers meet in a splendid place. The two girls looked at Xiaoyu in shock as he sang. This was not an opera voice at all. It was just a modern song. They thought Xiaoyu was fooling them. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a beautiful opera-style voice floated out. She sang of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, each step echoing her longing. Below the stage, people were celebrating the success of someone, not recognizing the familiar face above. He spoke of the wedding night, as everyone congratulated the beauty paired with the talented man. Yet no one heard the sigh hidden within the emotional performance. Peeking through the window was a favorite aria of Xiaoyu, and he excelled at it. Especially when his male voice transformed into a female one, singing in an ancient style, the melody suddenly soared. The two girls were left stunned, captivated by the enchanting voice. When Xiaoyu finished singing, there was a moment of silence. The two girls stared at him, lost in the recent melody. In an instant, they exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling. It was incredibly beautiful. How could it be so good? Hua Qingwu clapped her delicate hands, sat on Xiaoyu's lap, and acted coy, saying she wanted to learn too. Don't be silly. This song isn't suitable for your voice, Xiaoyu teased, pinching her cheek. Besides, do you even know how to sing like that? It would suit Qiu-chan better. Just moments ago, Hua Qingwu had joked about Yi Qiu-chan's singing skills. He noticed a hint of disappointment in the icy beauty's eyes. This song, peeking through the window, was meant for Yi Qiu-chan as well. Yi Qiu-chan's beautiful eyes sparkled, staring intently at him. With her intelligence, she could easily understand Xiaoyu's intentions. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, and the corners of her mouth lifted, showing a glimmer of happiness. A genuine smile blossomed, impossible to hide. The icy beauty had come back to life. Unfazed, she insisted. I want to sing. Hua Qingwu shook his neck, looking pitiful. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes in response. Stop, let me think. I'll find you a song you can sing. Although men usually think with their brains, when faced with a charming beauty acting coy, it's not always the mind that takes control. How can any man hold on to his resolve against such a mesmerizing creature? Really? Hua Qingwu's enchanting face broke into a smile. I'll let you off this time, but you have to get me a song in that style later. She was just being a little jealous. She knew well enough what her voice was like. Got it. Embracing the lovely figure with a waist so delicate it was hard to resist, Xiaoyu sighed in relief. Their meal lasted a full 2 hours. With nothing else to do, Xiaoyu decided to play mobile games with the two girls to pass the time. He played as the jungler, Yi Qiu-chan as the marksman, and Hua Qingwu chose a support character to ride alongside him. While he led them to victory, she chattered away. Look at you, bringing two girls to play games. You really are a little playboy. Watch out, I'll sue you for defamation. I'm not a playboy. Xiaoyu retorted with a roll of his eyes. I'm just a simple man who enjoys beauty, trying to fill my empty soul with dopamine. Ha. The two girls laughed at his joke. Hua Qingwu asked, are you trying to scheme against us because you think we're pretty? Absolutely not, Xiaoyu joked. It's just that you two are so wealthy. I just don't want to work hard. See, Qiu-chan, he really is a playboy. Hua Qingwu was playfully teased by her younger brother, causing her to blush. Not only did he desire our beauty, but he also wanted our money. What did I do wrong? Xiaoyu was eloquent, saying, otherwise, when I have money, will I support you all? How long will that take? Hua Qingwu shot him an enticing glance. Don't worry, Xiaoyu assured, patting his chest, I will never have money in my life. Haraha. The two girls nearly laughed to death. Hua Qingwu even tossed her phone aside and pounced on Xiaoyu, pinning him down on the sofa and giving him a big kiss. Yi Qiu-chan exclaimed, someone, take them down. One to Africa, and the other to the Arctic. Happy times are always fleeting. After washing up in the evening, Xiaoyu lay down to rest. Hua Qingwu boldly ran over to sleep with him. Whether it was bathing during the day or sleeping at night, they never took that final step. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but there was still Yi Qiu-chan. Sharing a blessing as a trio wasn't that easy. When morning came, after getting up, Xiaoyu covered the sleeping Hua Qingwu with a blanket. After washing up and putting on his uniform, he went to the living room. Yi Cho-chan had also gotten up early, but today she didn't have work and was sitting on the sofa in a daze. It wasn't until Xiao Yu approached from behind that the icy beauty snapped back to reality. I'm heading to work, Xiao Yu said as usual, placing his hands on her shoulders. Yi Cho-chan responded in kind, giving his large hand a gentle squeeze. Suddenly, Xiao Yu bent down and kissed her cheek. Yi Cho-chan's usually cool face flushed instantly, her ice-like eyes shimmering with a soft glimmer. In a gentle voice, she said, "Come home early." "Got it," Xiao Yu replied, standing up and walking towards the entrance. It was time to go to work. Chapter 67. Are you kidding me? In Chaoyang District, the undercover third squad. As a junior, Xiao Yu came to work with a smile, greeting his seniors. Although these seniors responded with smiles, their gazes were somewhat peculiar. Despite being a newcomer, Xiao Yu had successfully solved 2 major cases in a row, both involving national security. Just a few days ago, he had accompanied the National Security Agency to crack a case. Isn't that impressive? Today, he suddenly came to work. Could it be that the case with national security was resolved? Everyone was curious, but no one dared to ask. Not to mention whether one is qualified to inquire about national security cases. Just the confidentiality aspect alone makes it off-limits for ordinary police officers. You're back at work? Just then, Instructor Hee-young walked in to sign in and spotted Xiao Yu. Good morning, Instructor, Xiao Yu greeted. Good, Hee-young nodded with a smile. Come, let's go to my office. They went directly to the second floor, entering the instructor's office. Though it was called an office, it was rather modest. Less than 30 square meters. Small but fully equipped, it had an office chair, a filing cabinet, and a small sofa for meetings. Please, have a seat. Hee-young gestured to the sofa and went to pour tea for Xiao Yu. Just some paper cups, tea bags, and hot water would do. As they sat down sipping tea, Hee-young asked with a smile, "Finished with the work for national security?" "Yes," Xiao Yu nodded. "All wrapped up." "Did you solve the case again?" Hee-young asked with a cheerful tone, though his gaze was somewhat strange. Xiao Yu chuckled awkwardly, sort of. He understood why the instructor's gaze was odd. Isn't it a bit off the job for a police officer to work with national security? But it wasn't his fault. It was just that his abilities were hard to ignore. As long as the case was solved, assisting national security was also part of their duty as criminal police. Hee-young asked with a smile. But they didn't try to recruit you, right? Well, Xiao Yu felt awkward again and admitted, they did try. Hee-young's expression stiffened. Indeed, the pool in their third squad was too small. With such a small pool, how could they possibly keep a true talent? After the park corpse disposal case, everyone had seen how strong Xiao Yu's investigative abilities were. The world is not short of people, but it is lacking in talent. A talent like Xiao Yu would be highly sought after in any unit in the criminal investigation field. I have no plans to go, Xiao Yu replied succinctly. What are you thinking? Hee-young's face lit up with joy. I think being a criminal police officer suits me better, Xiao Yu expressed regret. As for national security, let's forget it. Having lived 2 lives, I've come to terms with many things, so I won't be forced into national security. I've decided to return the spotlight to those who deserve it. Even a cow needs to live. All right then, just focus on working in our squad from now on. Hee-young assured him, promising that he could speak up if he needed anything. As the second in command of the third squad, he was qualified to make such promises. Thinking about having Xiao Yu at the helm of the squad in the future, they would tackle any challenging cases that came their way. The efficiency of case-solving work will greatly improve, which is quite exciting. After chatting with the instructor for a while, Xiao Yu was called in by the team leader for a discussion. It was the same routine as with the instructor. However, Zhou Xiangwo was a straightforward person, not one to play tricks. He was the type who would say, "If you're my brother, come with me to take action." Being in the position of team leader, he had some brains, but not much. He had earned his position through hard work and a commitment to catching criminals. Because of this, Xiao Yu actually preferred this third team. After leaving the team leader's office, Xiao Yu found his master Wu Chang. As a newcomer, he had been assigned to Wu Chang's side, definitely to learn from him. In the office hall, the criminal police each had their own desks, making it convenient to handle cases and write materials. Sitting at a simple desk, Xiao Yu looked over at Wu Chang and asked, "Master, has there been no case recently in the team?" "How could there be none? It's just small matters here and there," Wu Chang joked. "You don't need to intervene all the time." "Master, don't say that." Xiao Yu's face turned red. "Then don't call me master anymore. I can't handle that." Wu Chang's expression was serious, to give face. "Just call me Brother Wu. You haven't dealt with major cases, yet someone who has solved 2 major cases calls you master. Where's the face in that?" "All right. From now on, I'll call you Brother Wu." Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. If there's no work for me, I'll head to the archives to look at the case files. Go ahead. Wu Chang nodded. I'll be busy here. Xiao Yu stood up and walked toward the archives. The work of a criminal police officer is very busy, from minor neighborhood disputes to major criminal cases. They also have to handle investigations, drug control, anti-organized crime, counterterrorism, anti-violence, and arrests within their jurisdiction. In his previous life, when Xiao Yu had just been a police officer for a year, to put it bluntly, he was even more overworked than an office worker. In that year, he had never gotten off work on time and had not taken a single complete weekend off. Every day he was either at the scene, investigating, or on stakeouts, traveling for work, or attending to various duties. Rest? That was non-existent. He remembered a colleague from his previous life who was so exhausted that he wet the bed while sleeping. Can you believe a 30-year-old man was so tired he wet the bed? He knocked on the door and walked into the archives. Inside, two female clerks were looking at their computers. One was in her 30s and the other in her 40s, both working in administrative roles. When the two female officers saw Xiao Yu, their eyes lit up. His handsome face had long received unanimous praise from the Women's Federation. If he weren't a police officer with some makeup and a wig, he could easily play a cross-dressing online host and earn millions a month. I'm Xiao Yu, the newcomer, here to take a look at the files and learn, Xiao Yu said with a sunny smile on his face. Police officers often study in their spare time, reviewing case files to learn about case-solving processes and enrich their investigative experience. We know you, said the female officer in her 40s, smiling as she pointed to the computer beside her. The password is 617. You can check it yourself. After the female officer finished the registration, Xiao Yu sat in front of the computer, entered the password, and began to review case files. He started with some solved cases, followed by unsolved cases, difficult cases, and mysterious cases. Time passed unknowingly, and before he knew it, it was noon. After having lunch and chatting with his two sisters on WeChat, he continued to look at the case files. At 3 in the afternoon, Wu Chang came to the archive room. Xiao Yu, stop looking. There's work to do. What work? Xiao Yu perked up. It's a counterfeit currency case, Wu Chang casually mentioned. The amount is quite large. Counterfeit currency? Xiao Yu was taken aback. And it's a large amount? He was surprised because the circulation of counterfeit currency had been decreasing significantly. The market liquidity was extremely low. The places where it could circulate were mostly in the hands of older people who couldn't use smartphones. Young people rarely used cash for payments anymore. With a device in hand, they felt they had everything. Since people were not using cash, where would counterfeit currency have a market in the country? Xiao Yu was quite confused. Was this some kind of joke? Chapter 68. This is too much with a sense of confusion. Xiao Yu and Wu Chang went to the conference room. Most of the criminal police who were not on duty were present. There was also an unfamiliar police superintendent talking to the captain and the instructor. When Zhou Xiangwa saw Xiao Yu, he waved. I'm just a small player. Why are you calling me? Xiao Yu walked up to the leaders. This is Comrade Xiao Yu. He Yongwei introduced the superintendent. Although he just reported to the police force, he is very capable and a skilled investigator. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. The superintendent laughed and patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Not bad. Xiao Yu smiled. Hello, leaders. Actually, there was no need for the introduction. I have long known your name. The superintendent hinted. I heard you assisted in solving cases for national security. Very impressive. Long known. Is this known genuine? It feels a bit odd. Xiao Yu maintained his smile. However, the other party's words seemed to hint at something. Is he trying to tell me you are quite familiar with people from national security? After the pleasantries, they got straight to the point. The superintendent, Wu Liqiang, was the deputy leader from the higher division. The higher division is the supervisory body of the third squad. His arrival was for a case that required the third squad's cooperation, as the case occurred in Chaoyang district, a counterfeit currency case involving a significant amount. However, the special investigation team was responsible for the case, and the third squad only needed to assist in the investigation. Originally, a phone call to share information would suffice. But Wu Liqiang came over for another reason. He wanted to meet Xiao Yu and, by the way, take him to report to the special investigation team. Upon learning the purpose of the visit, Xiao Yu was puzzled. His investigative ability is strong, but it shouldn't be to the extent that the entire police system knows about him, right? The fact that they specifically wanted him to join the special investigation team. What does that mean? The other criminal police from the third squad looked at Xiao Yu with unusual expressions. Old Wu, what does this mean? Zhou Xiangwa's gaze was cold. Are you trying to poach someone? It was not easy for the third squad to have a talent like him. Whoever dared to steal someone away would face his wrath. He was that stubborn. Don't get me wrong, Wu Liqiang shook his head. Someone personally requested Xiaoyu to go. Xiaoyu recalled the earlier remark about long known. It seemed that the other party knew someone from national security. A figure flashed through his mind. Yi Heng. This kind of thing is easy to guess. In fact, the third squad did not know much about his abilities. Yi Heng was different. He had seen Xiaoyu in action throughout the investigation. He understood his capabilities quite well. Where there are people, there are networks. It's normal for the director of national security to have a few police friends, right? So, Yi Heng sold him to a friend. Is that how it is? Thinking of this, Xiaoyu's expression turned grim. Has Yi Heng sold out his teammates so decisively? Treating someone as a sweet little thing one moment, and then selling them out the next? This is too much. Soon, Xiaoyu and Wu Liqiang left the third squad. Inside a moving police SUV, Wu Liqiang asked, Xiao, how old are you this year? While driving, Wu Liqiang asked with a laugh, do you have a partner yet? I'm 22, replied Xiaoyu casually. I guess you could say I have someone. Although the question seemed casual, it was clearly probing for something deeper. The conversation was a way to gauge Xiaoyu's background. Anyone who navigates within the system, whether an ordinary civil servant or a police officer, is bound to have a complex story. A seemingly innocent question could easily lead to a trap. By the time you realize it, you might already be caught. Look at you, so young and already in a relationship. Wu Liqiang laughed. Unlike me, I didn't find my wife until I was almost 30. He could sense that Xiaoyu didn't want to discuss his background and deftly shifted the topic back to himself. Is that so? Maybe I'm just lucky. Xiaoyu replied with a smile. The two chatted casually as they arrived at the criminal investigation team. Upon entering the building and making their way to the small conference room, Xiaoyu was taken aback. There were 6 people inside, 2 police inspectors in white shirts and 4 police captains. With Wu Liqiang present, that made 2 inspectors and 5 captains. As he walked into the conference room, Xiaoyu instantly became the center of attention. Dressed in his police uniform, the insignia of a first-class police officer on his shoulder, combined with his exceptionally youthful face, made him stand out. To those present, Xiaoyu clearly appeared to be a kid, resembling a college student who hadn't graduated yet. A first-class police officer at such a young age? What a joke. One person, however, did not seem overly surprised by Xiaoyu's rank or age. This was the highest-ranking individual present, a second-class police inspector. Many might not have a clear understanding of what a second-class inspector entails. To put it simply, it ranges from the lowest deputy bureau level to the highest bureau level. It's safe to assume this big shot wasn't from the investigation team. It would be unlikely for such a high-ranking official to be part of a criminal investigation team. Upon seeing Xiaoyu enter the conference room, the second-class inspector stood up first and asked with a smile, "You must be Comrade Xiaoyu, right?" "Yes." Xiaoyu stood straight and saluted, "Criminal Investigation Team 3. Xiaoyu, ready for your instructions." "Huh." The second-class inspector laughed heartily and waved him over to sit. The others in attendance exchanged glances, visibly astonished by the second-class inspector's warm demeanor. Their gazes toward Xiaoyu shifted to one of seriousness and even confusion. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyu sat next to the second-class inspector. "I'm Zheng Xiaoyan, from the headquarters." The second-class inspector cheerfully introduced Xiaoyu to everyone present. Pointing to the third-class inspector, "You don't need me to introduce your team leader. The others are comrades from the team. The reason we called you here for the special task force is to investigate a counterfeit currency case." Xiaoyu internally complained, wondering if the world had turned upside down. He waited for Zheng Xiaoyan to elaborate, knowing he would provide some explanation. There are many capable police officers in the system. Why was he specifically chosen? "I heard you recently assisted Yi Heng in solving a case." The conversation was clearly leading somewhere. Indeed, a smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face. But inside he was cursing. "Yi Heng, you dog, just wait for me." It was obvious that Yi Heng had sold him out. What kind of grudge is this? Just then, a notification sounded. Ding. The task from the alert system has been successfully activated. System task, counterfeit currency crisis. Task duration, 15 days. Task reward, master of soldiers' skills. Task hint, please participate in the investigation of the counterfeit currency case and capture the main perpetrators of the counterfeit currency group. Task rules, if the host successfully completes the task, the system reward will be permanently retained. If the host fails the task, the reward will be revoked. Task countdown begins. Here it comes again. Xiaoyu twitched his mouth. The system is relentless and doesn't want him to rest at all. Life is so difficult, truly without any affection. Chapter 69. The skill of the warrior king. When the system task appeared, a capability named Skill of the Warrior King arrived alongside it. In an instant, various military techniques, individual combat, battlefield survival, special operations, assassination, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance forcefully surged into Xiao Yu's mind, leaving a frenzied imprint within him. In that moment, Xiao Yu's demeanor changed inexplicably with the emergence of the system's ability. He exuded a faint military aura, and even his posture while sitting was upright and straight. This military stance is ingrained in every soldier's bones, representing their spirit, integrity, and military prestige. Standing like a pine, sitting like a bell. However, this change was fleeting. In less than a second, Xiao Yu returned to his original self, as he forcefully concealed the ability of Skill of the Warrior King. Even so, the momentary transformation drew numerous gazes. Everyone present was an experienced investigator, with perception sharper than the average person. They immediately noticed Xiao Yu's change in aura, but upon looking again, they found nothing unusual and thought it might have been an illusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's heart was in turmoil. What a terrifying skill the Skill of the Warrior King was. Because now, he could do everything that a soldier could do. Not only could he do it, but he was also exceptionally skilled, capable of maximizing the abilities that these soldiers were proficient in. Xiao Yu had a sense of delusion. He felt as if he stood at the pinnacle of soldiers, atop a towering pyramid, seated on the throne of the King of Warriors. Completely stunned by the system's ability, Xiao Yu took a while to regain his composure. He had realized that the 7 people present were not members of the Special Investigation Team. Among them was a superior leader, Zheng Xiaoyan from the headquarters, as well as 5 leaders from the support team. Wu Liqiang was likely just running errands. Once, Yi Qiuchan had said, "If the boss needs to work, what do subordinates do?" Then, the conference room door opened, and 6 detectives walked in. When Xiao Yu glanced over, his eyelids twitched. The youngest among the 6 detectives was already in his 30s, while the oldest was at least in his 40s. From their calm demeanor and sharp gazes, it was evident that they were a group of seasoned detectives, and moreover, elite within their ranks. With everyone present, let's begin the meeting, Zheng Xiaoyan said with a smile. Looking at the 6 detectives, as they took their seats, 2 of them cast their eyes toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was also observing them. Sometimes, human perception is quite mystical. The aura of similar kinds is detected immediately. The demeanor and gaze of top detectives cannot be hidden. However, the 2 gazes directed at Xiao Yu soon revealed confusion. Xiao Yu appeared too young, looking nothing like an experienced detective. His handsome appearance and youthful age were quite deceptive. The Special Investigation Team had actually been investigating for some time without any results. Zheng Xiaoyan looked at Xiao Yu and said that he was brought in to see if any clues could be found. It turned out this was not a recently occurred case. Xiao Yu frowned. Getting involved in someone else's case was not a good thing. The police department had its own rules. Each team managed its own cases, and meddling could lead to serious consequences. Just like the last incident of a body being dumped in the park, where the Criminal Investigation Department attempted to take over the case from the 3rd team. Xiao Yu was angry. In the end, the entire Criminal Investigation Department faced severe repercussions. The seriousness of such consequences was evident. Even if the Special Investigation Team was incapable and couldn't find any clues, the higher-ups would still be furious. Deploying capable personnel to assist could also be seen as a slap in the face, potentially offending the original team members. What was Zheng Xiaoyan trying to do? Create animosity towards me? Did I offend you in any way? Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Upon seeing Xiao Yu's gaze, Zheng Xiaoyan's expression changed, and his heart skipped a beat. He sensed that the young man might have misunderstood. If it were an ordinary officer, he wouldn't care about their thoughts. But this Xiao Yu, the one whom the director of the National Security Agency frequently mentioned, referring to him as little brother, Zheng Xiaoyan couldn't afford to offend him. Changing personnel at the last moment was a major taboo. We all understood that. Zheng Xiaoyan spoke up. However, the members of the Special Investigation Team requested support from the higher-ups. Coincidentally, Comrade Xiao Yu has exceptional criminal investigation skills. I brought him in to assist the Special Investigation Team in solving this case. Within the system, communication was sometimes an art. The same words could have very different meanings depending on who heard them. By saying this, he not only preserved the Special Investigation Team's reputation, but also provided an explanation to Xiao Yu. It was as if he was telling Xiao Yu, "I'm not here to create animosity. It's the Special Investigation Team that feels their capabilities are lacking and requested external assistance. That's why I called you in, to support the Special Investigation Team." As for why he chose Xiao Yu, Zheng Xiaoyan was indeed friends with Yi Hong. His brother was a comrade of Yi Hong, so they were quite close. The day before, Yi Heng, he, and his brother had dinner and drinks together. After successfully solving a case, Yi Heng was in a good mood and had a few extra drinks. He told Jing Xiaoyan, "I have a little brother in your police system. You can definitely count on him for difficult cases. His investigative skills are terrifyingly strong." Indeed, it was Yi Heng who recommended Xiaoyu. Coincidentally, Zheng Xiaoyan had a difficult case at hand, and the special investigation team was limited in capability, requesting external support. He was also curious about just how strong the investigative skills of this little brother that Yi Heng spoke of were, to earn such praise from the director of the National Security Agency. Thus, this scene unfolded today. So that's how it is. Xiaoyu looked at the 6 members of the special investigation team present. He didn't find anything unusual in their faces or expressions. They all appeared calm. It seemed Zheng Xiaoyan wasn't trying to set him up. The one trying to trap him was that scoundrel Yi Heng. Next time I see him, I'll deal with him decisively. However, you don't need to join the team today. Take some time to prepare and rest well tonight. Zheng Xiaoyan looked at his watch and smiled at Xiaoyu. Make sure to report to the brigade on time tomorrow morning, all right? Yes. Xiaoyu stood up in response. Since the system tasks have arisen, the case will definitely have to be taken over. There's no escaping it. However, this particular case has been delayed for some time. It's clear that the leaders present are not in a hurry. Sending him in is just treating a dead horse as if it were alive. What a skilled yet suffocating maneuver. Just a few days ago, he was treated as a dead horse by a certain person, and now it's happening again. What a surprise. When he left the sub-bureau, it was already 4:30 p.m. After returning to the third team and saying hello, he drove home. He really needs to conserve his energy. Once he takes over the case, finding time to rest will be difficult. In the morning, he had promised to return home early for a certain someone. Thinking of the 2 women waiting for him at home, he couldn't help but sigh. Life these days is truly indulgent to the point of being outrageous. Chapter 70. This is no more exciting than watching a melodramatic romance. After parking the car, Xiaoyu entered the courtyard. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Since acquiring the skills of a soldier king, his perception of threats had once again heightened. For the first time, he sensed that he was being locked on the moment he stepped into the courtyard. What was that? Xiaoyu turned around and looked into the distance. Beast form, eagle eye. The vision range of an eagle can reach up to 36 kilometers. At this moment, Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on a building over 1,000 meters away, where he spotted a hidden figure and even saw a sniper rifle. Damn it! Xiaoyu gasped. Can you imagine, during the time he lived in the courtyard, there was actually a sniper rifle constantly locked onto him? If it weren't for his newfound abilities today, he might never have discovered it in his lifetime. Who was the other party? A guard. Xiaoyu smiled wryly as he walked into the inner courtyard and entered the back house. Such a profession is not just about staying close to certain individuals. They also have snipers, special operations teams, and defense squads. Sometimes, taking the offensive is the best defense. Eradicating danger in its cradle means there is no danger at all. The more he discovered, the more Xiaoyu felt the terrifying identities of Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu. That's why he never asked. In fact, he didn't dare to ask. Sometimes one must admit that being blissfully ignorant is better than knowing too much. A strange question arose. Why could he stay by their sides? Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. Did the elders of Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu really not know? Some things are better left unthought. The more you think about it, the more it sends shivers down your spine. Suddenly, a pair of soft jade-like hands covered Xiaoyu's eyes. Guess who I am? Hua Qingwu's unique and charming voice, laced with a sweet laugh, asked. Could it be a bad person? Xiaoyu pretended to be scared. Wow, I'm not being kidnapped, am I? Huh. Hua Qingwu's playful laughter rang out. Yes, I'm a bad person. Quickly tell me, do you like your sister Qiuchan more, or your sister Qingwu more? This. Xiaoyu felt a tingle in his scalp again. How should he answer? Humph, you hesitated. You really like Qiuchan more than me. An annoyed Hua Qingwu seized Xiaoyu's body and playfully punched him, puffing with anger. You can just ignore me. What can I do? I can't even say I'm sad. Boo-hoo. Xiaoyu turned around and hugged the little fairy who was throwing a tantrum behind him. Enough. Don't take advantage of the fact that I like you to bully me every day. Be careful. If you annoy me enough, I might just make you the mother of my children, and you'll regret it when that time comes. Mother of your children? Really? Hua Qingwu stopped pretending, her face blossoming with a smile. Come on, who is afraid of whom? If you, a poor boy, dare to bully me, you're finished. You're a little fairy. Right. Xiaoyu turned to leave. Fine. I'm poor, you're rich. Enjoy yourself. He wasn't heading back inside, but was preparing to leave the courtyard. "Oh dear, sister said something wrong. Please don't be angry." Hua Qingwu immediately softened, being a woman who knows when to yield. She hugged his waist from behind and began to act cute. Then she pulled Xiao Yu into the living room and pressed him onto the sofa. She gave him a peck on the lips and asked, "Is this okay?" Hua Qingwu then started to diligently massage Xiao Yu's shoulders, trying her best to please him. Xiao Yu sighed. The little dissatisfaction in his heart was dissipated by Hua Qingwu's charm. Seeing that he still didn't speak, Hua Qingwu, sitting on his lap, playfully wiggled her little bottom and leaned into his arms. "How about we take a bath together tonight?" "You said that," Xiao Yu replied, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. In ancient times, Hua Qingwu's age would be considered that of a young married woman. Her delicate waist felt like the softest cotton bud, giving the illusion of the best tactile sensation in the world. He really liked it. "You just love to bully your sister," she said, playfully tapping his chest and leaning against him sweetly. One little hand began to draw circles on his chest. Unable to resist the temptation from the enchanting girl, Xiao Yu got up to take a shower. When he stepped out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed, he found Hua Qingwu was gone. However, he heard sounds coming from the kitchen. Curiously, he walked over to take a look. To his surprise, Yi Qiu-chan was actually cooking dinner. Moreover, she had already prepared 4 dishes and was making soup. Staring at Yi Qiu-chan's back, Xiao Yu was astonished. It wasn't that he looked down on modern girls, but how many out of 10 could actually cook? It smelled so good. He approached her from behind, wrinkling his nose. It wasn't just a tease. The food truly smelled delightful. "Is it?" Yi Qiu-chan's rosy lips curled up slightly. "What made you think of cooking?" Xiao Yu gazed at her in a daze. Yi Qiu-chan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a layer of glistening hope. "I wanted you to try it and see if you liked it." Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat, as if something soft within him had been touched. He reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he murmured, "Can you do this for a lifetime?" "I don't know," Yi Qiu-chan replied, her fair skin on her cheeks and neck blushing. "What if you don't like it anymore?" "How could that be?" A wave of tenderness surged within Xiao Yu. "I could eat it for a lifetime." Although it wasn't a love confession, Yi Qiu-chan's cheeks turned as rosy as the sunset, her eyes sparkling with joy. The smile on her lips was impossible to contain. Leaning in his embrace, she looked at the pot of soup on the stove and smiled brightly. In that moment, it was as if 100 flowers had bloomed, full of charm. Lost in their world, they didn't notice, or perhaps didn't want to notice, that at the kitchen door, Hua Qingwu leaned against the wall. Watching her brother and sister share sweet moments with great interest, her eyes nearly squinting from smiling. Isn't this more exciting than watching a melodramatic romance? Moreover, there's no need for a membership, which is really nice. After the 3 siblings enjoyed a warm dinner, Xiao Yu once again praised Yi Qiu-chan. The food was delicious. Everyone could eat. There were no food poisoning incidents, and no one had an upset stomach, which was quite remarkable. After all, women who can cook these days are as rare as pandas, so they are truly cherished. In the evening, they spent time chatting and playing games. And time flew by quickly. Xiao Yu mentioned to the 2 sisters about taking over a case the next day. There was no fuss, and they didn't cling to him. The 2 sisters were remarkably understanding. That night, he fell asleep holding Hua Qingwu, and the next morning enjoyed breakfast made by Yi Qiu-chan. As he stepped out of the house, Xiao Yu felt as if he was living in a dream. When he drove to the local criminal investigation team, he buried any distractions deep in his mind. It was time to solve the case. Chapter 71. Can you play with me? In the Criminal Investigation Division of the Chaoyang Police Station, the entire office was filled with smoke. 6 sleep-deprived veterans stared at a computer monitor with bloodshot eyes. On the screen was a special report on acid-free paper testing. This special paper is also the raw material for paper currency. Acid-free paper, also known as banknote paper, is made from a blend of plant fibers that undergoes specialized chemical processing and is then crafted into paper pulp. This type of paper has excellent strength and is highly foldable, capable of enduring thousands of bends without damage, making it a top choice for countries to manufacture paper currency. However, not all acid-free paper can be used to create banknotes. Some countries use specially processed acid-free paper or other materials for anti-counterfeiting purposes. For example, the currency of a certain country no longer uses acid-free paper as its raw material. Instead, it is made from a mix of short cotton fibers and various natural materials, which is even superior to acid-free paper. It has been confirmed that the paper material used for the counterfeit currency is made from the acid-free paper technology of our country. Without any added special cotton fibers or hemp. However, this acid-free paper has excellent ink absorption, is resistant to fading, and the hemp fibers are strong and resilient, completely meeting the standards for genuine banknote materials. Furthermore, this acid-free paper has no added whitening agents, is naturally white, does not reflect under ultraviolet light, and perfectly incorporates red and blue fiber strands into the pulp during the papermaking process, achieving a flawless fit. It is even possible to extract the fiber strands with a needle, reaching a level of authenticity that is simply astounding. The most frightening aspect is that this counterfeit currency has perfectly utilized a 3D dynamic security thread, as well as bell-shaped patterns in the ink pools, portrait watermarks, and color-shifting numbers, achieving a level of counterfeit that is almost indistinguishable from real banknotes. The degree of similarity to genuine currency has reached a terrifying 70. Hiss! The sound of several veteran detectives gasping could be heard. A counterfeit currency similarity of 70 to real banknotes. Do you know what that means? With the naked eye, by touch, and even with regular counterfeit detectors, it is nearly impossible to tell the difference. If this counterfeit currency were placed in an ATM, it might be mistaken for real money by the machine. How on earth did they accomplish this? One veteran detective murmured in disbelief. We can only investigate slowly. Another detective said with a wry smile. How are we supposed to investigate? A third detective exclaimed in frustration. Aside from discovering 1,000,000 counterfeit bills, we have nothing else. We aren't wizards. The key issue is the high similarity between this counterfeit and real currency, making it entirely usable as real money. Acid-free paper, ink, and electronic components can all be convincingly replicated. The fourth detective rubbed his temples, wondering if this was something an ordinary person could achieve. Suddenly, someone asked with a laugh, is it possible that the people making the counterfeit currency are using genuine currency materials? Or do they know all the processes involved in creating real banknotes? In an instant, the office fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by this hypothesis. The technology for real banknotes? Yes. How else can one explain that a counterfeit bill can achieve a terrifying 70 similarity and contrast with a genuine bill, making it indistinguishable? If those making the counterfeit bills have indeed mastered the complete process, materials, ink, printing plates, and manufacturing. The eyes of everyone in the office suddenly lit up with surprise as they looked at the person who proposed this hypothesis. As a result, the 6 detectives stood frozen in place, because the speaker was not any one of them, but a handsome young man in casual clothes. Xiaoyu. The expressions of the 6 detectives changed, looking at the young man in front of them with complex emotions. Just yesterday, Xiaoyu had been assigned to the special investigation team, and they actually had objections. What right did a kid have to join the special investigation team? Especially since Xiaoyu's rank puzzled them greatly. A first-class inspector, what kind of international joke was that? It was just last night. The team members became increasingly angry, feeling that their superiors had sent a kid into their group, possibly the child of some leader, to polish his resume. This so-called polishing is a term in the system, referring to taking advantage of achievements, political performance, or credit. Unable to contain their frustration, the team leader called Zheng Xiaoyan. The opening line was, "Leader, what do you mean by assigning a young person to the special investigation team?" Zheng Xiaoyan laughed in anger and simply said one thing before hanging up. That one thing was also very simple. Aren't you going to check Xiaoyu's file? When necessary for a case, police can check personal files. However, checking someone's file without involving a case is illegal unless approved by the supervising leader. Since Zheng Xiaoyan had spoken, the special investigation team certainly had to look into Xiaoyu's personal file. When they checked, they were stunned. They were completely unprepared for this. The contents of Xiaoyu's file were very straightforward. In addition to personal information, academic records, work experience, criminal history, and significant achievements, there was a specially marked section. Noted, 1 first-class merit. Noted, 1 second-class merit. The main achievements were also hidden. Classified. Surprised? Unexpected? The members of the special investigation team were indeed stunned. Their worldview kept collapsing and being rebuilt. Finally, they were left with 1,000 thoughts racing through their minds. Do you know that some police officers might only earn a third-class merit in their lifetime? Enough to use as a story when they retire and reminisce with future generations. A second-class merit is usually something that requires risking one's life to achieve. It typically starts with major or even exceptionally serious cases. Solving such high-level cases can lead to injuries or even disabilities. As for a first-class merit, the minimum requirement is a special case level. Not only must one constantly risk being put on the wall, but they must also solve the case to even have a chance at a first-class merit. The highest merit any member of the Special Investigation Team had received was a second-class merit. As for first-class merits, none. Isn't this comparison already very obvious? Yet now, they were actually complaining to their superiors about someone young without knowing anything at all. Leader, how much fake alcohol did you drink to end up like this? I specifically found a big shot to help you solve the case, and you still dare to complain? Are you out of your mind? The leader didn't explode in anger at that moment, as he had a good temper. If it were someone with a bad temper, would they believe they wouldn't be dealt with on the spot? At this moment, when they saw Xiao Yu again, their feelings were quite mixed. Just now, Xiao Yu had arrived and brought them an important clue theory. This theory seemed unreliable, but it wasn't entirely impossible. The so-called reasoning is about finding the truth among the unreliable, the impossible, and various assumptions. Hello, seniors. Facing the crowd with complex expressions, Xiao Yu made a harmless joke. Can I join you for some fun? Chapter 72. No One Capable Investigation Department. Kaiyu. First Team, Zhou Xiang. First Team, Zhao Jilong. Second Team, Hong Xiaojun. Fourth Team, Duan Lei. Fifth Team, Guan Zhenkai. 6 criminal police officers introduced themselves while shaking hands with Xiao Yu. At this moment, they fully understood the meaning of the saying, "Don't judge a person by their appearance." So what if the young inspector had a soft face? Xiao Yu was indeed a formidable person, and a remarkable one at that, having received first and second-class honors. In any case-handling unit, he was a big player. If Xiao Yu displayed his first-class medal, he could easily taunt them. Not one of you is capable. Is a first-class honor really that exaggerated? Yes, it is. If Xiao Yu wore the medal on his chest and strolled outside, all the leaders in white shirts would have to salute him. Is it a joke to be a national first-class merit awardee? After some pleasantries, they got right to the point. An older police officer brought over a tablet and handed it to Xiao Yu. Kaiyu, the head of the investigation department and the leader of the special case team, was in his 40s, of sturdy build, with etched wrinkles on his forehead and sharp eyes gleaming with insight. Since we are all in criminal investigation, I won't waste time, Kaiyu said, pointing to the tablet. Take a look. Xiao Yu activated the tablet and opened the case file folder. He began to read the case documents. Criminal case file. Case category, major counterfeiting case. Case name, counterfeit dollar case. Dollars? Xiao Yu looked up in astonishment at the crowd. His expression almost screamed, "Are you kidding me?" When he first heard about the counterfeiting case while in the third team, he was already baffled. As mentioned earlier, in the present day, with a device in hand, I own the world. The circulation of paper money in the country has drastically decreased, entering the era of electronic payments. Even the local currency was struggling to stay relevant. How could foreign currency like the dollar possibly circulate domestically? Xiao Yu, I've taken my pants off, and you're showing me this? Seeing Xiao Yu's bewildered expression, the 6 members of the special case team couldn't help but stifle their laughter. You heard correctly. The counterfeit bills discovered were indeed dollars. Kaiyu chuckled. When we first took on this counterfeiting case, we felt just like you do now. We thought those who were making fake dollars must not be very bright. What Xiao Yu could think of, they could too. There was no market for paper currency in the country, let alone for counterfeit bills. You're actually making fake dollars. Are these counterfeiters sent by monkeys to mess with us? However, when they discovered that not only had they produced counterfeit dollars, but a whole million of them, and analyzed the counterfeit bills to find that they matched real currency with a terrifying 70 accuracy, they could no longer laugh. Clowns, fools, idiots. Who could create such high-quality counterfeit bills? Thus, a strange question arose. Since these criminals are not foolish and can even produce currency, why do they create counterfeit money domestically? Don't give me that nonsense about producing it domestically and then shipping it abroad for circulation. That's just impractical. Why not produce it directly abroad for quicker circulation? This also involves customs, smuggling, and channel issues. Do they really think the local police are incompetent? You think you can just casually send counterfeit money out? Anyone with a bit of intelligence wouldn't do that, right? Xiao Yu fell into deep thought. If the 6 team members could think of it, why wouldn't he? It was precisely because he thought of it that his mind went blank. The criminals' operations were truly suffocating. Are they really foolish or just pretending to be? However, it's too early to think about that now. The urgent task is to find out who discarded the counterfeit money near the trash bin. Coming back to reality, Xiao Yu continued to look at the case files on his tablet. Case filing date, October 28, 2023. Upon seeing this, he frowned. From the discovery to the filing, it has been 8 days. Filing Unit, Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Brigade. Special Task Force members, Kaiyu, Zhou Xiang, Zhao Jilong, Hong Xiaojun, Duan Lei, Guan Zhengkai. Reviewer, Deputy Chief of Criminal Investigation Team, Zheng Xiaoyan. They formed a special task force right away. Xiaoyu nodded. But it makes sense. Counterfeit cases fall under serious and special cases. This kind of thing undermines the foundation of the nation and is definitely a top priority. It's like someone printing a counterfeit bill with a printer. They are already suspected of a crime. According to the criminal law, manufacturing counterfeit currency is illegal. The penalties can range from 3 to 10 years in prison for minor offenses, and for serious offenses, it could be over 10 years, life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. Case initiation, October 28th, morning. A sanitation worker began their shift, cleaning the streets, and accidentally discovered a woven bag near a trash bin. Out of curiosity, and having a habit of collecting waste, the sanitation worker opened the bag and was shocked to find bundles of banknotes. Millions. Noticing they were not domestic currency, but suspected to be foreign, greed took over, and the workers secretly took them home and called their daughter. When the sanitation worker's daughter arrived and saw the money, she sensed something was off. Logically, it's impossible to find large amounts of foreign cash domestically. The daughter went to a mall and purchased a professional currency detector to authenticate the bills. The result, genuine. How could this be real? Xiaoyu frowned, then suddenly realized. Most currency detectors in the country only target domestic currency. Almost none are designed to verify foreign bills. The sanitation worker's daughter then took a dollar bill to the bank for further verification. Why would she do this? Xiaoyu sneered. Because the daughter, too, was overtaken by greed. Even if the bank identified the bill as counterfeit, it wouldn't affect her. She could easily claim she found it and didn't know its authenticity, which is why she sought verification. The amount involved is relatively small, so the police will not file a case, nor will there be any penalties. Additionally, there are professional institutions for authentication. If the authentication proves to be genuine, the family would strike it rich. Even if the notes are identified as counterfeit, there would be no loss. Once the authentication results indicate the currency is fake, the sanitation worker's daughter made a decision. On October 28th, at 10:47 a.m., the Emergency Response Center in Chaoyang District received a report. The Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Team's first squad took the case, with Deputy Captain Zhou Xiang and his subordinates arriving at the sanitation worker's home. Upon seeing the significant amount of counterfeit currency, they reported it to their team. Subsequently, the team reported to the city bureau. The deputy chief of the general team, Zheng Xiaoyan, personally arrived at the scene, and a special investigation team was established to conduct a thorough investigation. The special investigation team began their inquiry, going to the location where the counterfeit currency was found for examination. They reviewed surveillance footage from the monitoring system and confirmed that on October 28th, at 1:11 a.m., a suspect appeared near the trash bin, dropped a woven bag, and left. Chapter 73. I will play with you well on the tablet screen. A surveillance video is playing. A street, near a trash bin, captured by a monitoring system. October 28th, night. 1:11:27 a.m. A figure dressed in a trench coat, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, appears in the view of the camera. In hand, they hold a woven bag. The clarity of the nighttime surveillance footage is not high, but streetlights provide some illumination. The woven bag appears to be square in shape. Suddenly, Xiaoyu presses pause. His eyes are fixated on the suspect's feet. Judging by visual estimation, the suspect is approximately 165 centimeters tall, slender, and female. What perplexes Xiaoyu is that the suspect is wearing flip-flops. Wait, flip-flops? He takes out his phone and searches for the temperature in the capital on October 28th. It was between 6 to 20 degrees Celsius. Around 1 a.m., it would have been at its lowest. At 6 degrees, the human body feels extremely cold. For instance, under normal circumstances, if a person stands completely naked and motionless in 6-degree weather, they could potentially freeze to death within an hour. It's like being caught in heavy rain. Even at 20 degrees, it could be life-threatening. At night, with a temperature of 6 degrees, the suspect is bundled up in a trench coat, but chooses to go out wearing flip-flops. Doesn't that seem odd? A regular person might not grasp the significance of such a small detail, but in criminal investigation, sometimes it's all about the details. What seems insignificant might lead to a major clue. Sometimes, the flaws in a case aren't found in obvious clues, but rather in various details and traces. Did you check the flip-flops? Xiaoyu looks up at the team members, only to see a range of strange expressions on their faces, some astonished, some impressed, and others contemplative. Their expressions clearly convey to Xiao Yu that they had already noticed the detail about the flip-flops, but had deliberately chosen not to mention it or record it in the files. In fact, they wanted to see how keen Xiao Yu's investigative skills were, to determine if he could spot such small details. The result: impressive. Team member Zhou Xiang's lips twitched slightly. It took them half a day of reviewing the surveillance footage to notice the oddity of the suspect's flip-flops. But Xiao Yu? He only glanced at the video and immediately caught it. This highlights the gap in investigative ability. There's no way to deny it. A thought arose in everyone's minds. Someone who can achieve first-class merit is never simple. Now the question is, what can we deduce from the suspect's flip-flops? Firstly, a human body cannot endure 6-degree temperatures. Therefore, it is highly likely that the suspect lives in a nearby residential area or appeared nearby, or perhaps took transportation to reach the trash bin. Due to the length of time spent walking, the suspect's feet would not be able to handle it. At 6 degrees, skin can easily suffer frostbite. From this, we can infer that the suspect would definitely not be traveling long distances. It is highly likely that the woven bag was discarded next to the trash can from certain nearby locations. Did we not find anyone? Xiao Yu seemed to be asking, but actually stated the obvious. Yes. Another team member, Duan Lei, appeared embarrassed. He had thought that tracking through the surveillance system would be straightforward, but after using it to locate the suspect's movements, we ended up in a residential area where the person had vanished. No footprints were left in the residential area. Xiao Yu sensed something was off. That's right. Team leader Kai Yu smiled wryly. The suspect was cunning and had changed into slippers within the residential area. Her slippers were found in the landscaping area. As he spoke, one team member brought over a evidence bag. Inside was a pair of women's slippers, exactly like the ones worn by the suspect in the surveillance video. Counter-surveillance? Xiao Yu's expression changed. Was there no surveillance in the community? Or did the suspect appear in a blind spot? Yes. The 6 members of the special investigation team nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. Xiao Yu felt a headache coming on. Just because the special investigation team didn't find the suspect, it didn't mean they lacked capability. This was a special task force formed by a criminal investigation brigade. All members were elites drawn from various teams within the brigade, all seasoned investigators. If even these experienced investigators couldn't find the person, it only indicated one issue. The suspect's methods seemed to exceed the scope of criminal investigation. They might be employing some abnormal tactics. What are abnormal tactics? For example, military capabilities, special operations skills, security capabilities. Can a police officer catch a special forces operative? Can they apprehend those involved in national security special operations? What if they tried to track top-tier security personnel? There are too many methods in this world that surpass the realm of criminal investigation. You may not even have the qualifications to compete with them. However, Xiao Yu's eyes emitted a cold and sharp light. Since ordinary police cannot handle this, I will play along with you. At 10 a.m., the sky was a clear blue, and a cool autumn breeze brushed against the face. At this moment, Xiao Yu stood within a residential community, observing his surroundings. 2 team members, Hong Xiaojun and Guan Zhengkai, stood beside him. We tracked them here, but lost them. Guan Zhengkai's face showed helplessness and frustration as he pointed towards a nearby landscaped area. Xiao Yu looked up. In the green space, a few evergreen trees were planted. These trees thrive in sunlight, tolerate shade, and have good cold resistance. He stepped onto the lawn and paused. Xiao Yu lightly stepped a few times. The grass had a strong recovery ability. When someone walked on it, stepping down or damaging it, it would stand back up and restore its appearance in just a few days. Adopting a keen observation stance, Xiao Yu crouched down to examine the lawn closely. Generally, people wouldn't intentionally walk on the landscaped area, so the soil here was relatively loose. If someone walked on it, the grass could recover, but the pressed-down soil would not, leaving footprints. With guidance from team members and utilizing his keen observational skills, he continued his investigation. Xiao Yu noticed several barefoot prints on the ground, indicating that the suspect had taken off their slippers and walked barefoot on the lawn, crossing the green belt. Then, the footprints disappeared. The slippers could provide clues about the suspect's foot size, which was between 37 and 38. When Xiao Yu walked past the green belt and looked outside, he found no matching footprints or shoe sizes leading away, suggesting several possibilities. 1. The suspect changed into a larger pair of shoes to confuse the authorities. 2. The suspect was carried away by someone, leaving no footprints behind. 3. The suspect used some tools, such as a skateboard or vehicle. Regardless of the scenario, the suspect's footprints had indeed vanished. Intentionally leaving a pair of slippers in the greenbelt seemed like a mockery of the police's incompetence. A slight cold smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. Did they really think they could get away? Chapter 74. Is the rice we eat different? So how do we find the suspect? Xiao Yu's gaze fell back to the ground. He couldn't keep going in circles with fixed clues, or the case would never be solved. Sometimes, solving a case can lead to a dead end. Once you get stuck, it's hard to pull yourself out. So sometimes you need to step outside a circle and look for clues from the outside. Now, aside from the suspect's footprints, how can we find other clues? We can look for answers through the process of their departure. People don't just disappear when moving from one place to another. There is a complete process involved. Xiao Yu slowly crouched down, his eyes fixed on the ground, searching meticulously near the greenbelt. With a hawk-eye perspective, traces that are difficult for the human eye to detect became clear to him. What was Xiao Yu doing? He was using the process of elimination. Earlier, he had already analyzed 3 possible routes the suspect could have taken to leave the greenbelt without leaving traces. 1. The suspect likely changed into a larger size shoe to hide their smaller feet, using these shoes to leave the scene and confuse the investigation. If they escaped this way, it would actually be easy to identify their footprints. Wearing larger shoes would shorten their stride, narrow their steps, and reduce the angle of their walk, resulting in incomplete edges of the footprints and significant dragging marks. Xiao Yu inspected for half an hour, confirming that he did not find any traces of small feet in larger shoes near the greenbelt. The first route was eliminated. 2. The suspect might have been carried away by someone else, which is why no footprints were left. If this was the case, how could they find the suspect? There is still a method for this, such as analyzing the shoe prints. Modern forensic science can use technical means and calculation formulas to estimate the suspect's height, weight, age, physique, and gender based on the size, depth, stride length, and step width of the footprints found at the scene. If it was a person of normal weight, their footprints would be normal. However, if someone was carrying another person while walking, the footprints would show increased depth and area, and the stride length would decrease. All 3 points are due to the burden on the person. An hour later, he found it. Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. At that moment, he was lying on the ground, completely ignoring the dirt beneath him, nearly pressing his eyelids to the ground. Using his keen sight, Xiao Yu focused on an unusual shoe print, a size 42 shoe print. This print was deeper than the normal shoe print by 2/3. At the same time, the print had deformed due to the heavy pressure on the foot. The key point: a man wearing size 42 shoes would typically be between 170 and 185 centimeters tall. However, the unusual stride distance of this print indicated a stride length of approximately 150 centimeters, which raises the question, under what circumstances would a man taller than 170 centimeters walk with such a stride length? It is highly likely that the weight on the body exceeds half to a full times their own weight. Based on this inference, it aligns perfectly with the reasoning that the suspect was picked up by someone and taken away from the greenbelt. At this moment, 2 members of the Special Investigation Team, who had been watching Xiao Yu conduct the scene inspection, were astonished. 6 seasoned detectives had spent 2 days without finding any clues at the scene, yet Xiao Yu discovered unusual shoe prints. What kind of situation is this? It felt like a slap in the face for those 6 investigators. Not just a single slap, but a series of slaps from all angles. Instead of being angry, the 2 members of the Special Investigation Team were actually delighted, as if they were thrilled to see a couple engaged in deep conversation on the street. They realized that Xiao Yu is not only a genuine expert, but also a high-level player. Do you understand what a high-level player is? While you are just starting out, he is already a top-tier expert. Let's find the person first. Xiao Yu ignored the overly excited team members, slowly stood up, exhaled a deep breath, and after stretching a bit, focused his eyes back on the ground. With every step, he used his keen eyesight to identify the footprints on the ground. It took him nearly 40 minutes to cover a distance of less than 120 meters. Finally, he stood in front of an open-air parking lot, a smile appearing on his face. The footprints conveniently stopped in front of a parking space. Through the direction, position, and traces of the shoe prints, he deduced that the owner of the prints had entered a vehicle. Moreover, next to the shoe prints, he discovered a fresh set of footprints, barefoot, directly on the ground. The size was 37 to 38, matching the suspect's shoe size. This indicated that the individual had placed the suspect on the ground. Looking around, Xiao Yu smiled even more happily because he noticed a surveillance camera from the sky net about 10 meters away. The camera's angle perfectly covered his location. Half an hour later, on October 28th, the surveillance footage from the parking lot was retrieved. Xiaoyu was watching the video on a tablet, with the other 6 members of the special investigation team present. Their gazes toward Xiaoyu were particularly complicated, as if they were questioning, are we not eating the same rice? Or are we not the same species? Otherwise, why is Xiaoyu so exceptional? They had completely acknowledged Xiaoyu's investigative abilities. In every profession, there are always some unscrupulous individuals who can commit acts that infuriate the public. People refer to these individuals as geniuses. On the evening of October 28th, the edge of the surveillance video showed a car in the parking space. At 1:31 a.m., a bulky figure appeared in the video. It shouldn't be described as bulky, but rather as 2 people stacked together. A man was carrying a woman next to the car. Although the angle of the surveillance was not ideal, it was faintly visible that the man was putting the woman down. The 2 then got into a sedan. The car started and drove away. Phew. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyu let out a long sigh of relief. Although the man and woman in the video were wearing hats and masks, making it hard to see their faces, it was certain that the woman was the suspect who had thrown the counterfeit money next to the trash can. Her figure, clothing, and hat style all matched. At the same time, the car's license plate was also visible in the video. It was a green plate, indicating a new energy vehicle. 20 minutes later, the vehicle information was retrieved. The suspect's vehicle was a rental from a car rental platform. Through the rental information, the renter's details from October 28th were obtained. Phone number, real name, identification. Information was verified. Suspect, Park Wenhui, male, 29 years old, from the capital, unemployed. Address, Chaoyang District, the capital, Anjin Street, on Huali. The task force immediately launched an operation. 2 vehicles, 7 members. The arrest operation began. Chapter 75. The heavens are unfair. The comrades from the local police station in Anhua have been deployed in advance to monitor the situation and discovered that the suspect is at home. The special police team has dispatched 2 squads to assist us in this operation, with another unit of armed police on standby. In the back seat of the speeding police car, Caillou's expression was serious as he reported the current situation to Xiaoyu, who was resting with his eyes closed. Yes, it was a report, the kind that a subordinate gives to a superior. Regardless of the era or industry, the principle that strength commands respect remains unchanged. This is especially true in the police and military, where this principle is amplified. Only those with strong abilities have a voice. Those who are strong are the ones whose words hold true weight. Although they had only interacted with Xiaoyu for half a day and didn't know each other well, everyone had already recognized Xiaoyu's investigative skills. Despite his young age, his abilities far surpassed theirs. Just before the operation began, Caillou had called the higher-ups. With their approval, he had relinquished the command of the task force. Xiaoyu has become the new leader of the task force. This is the police force, not a sports team. A group of leaders who don't know the game leading a group of players. The police must rely on skills to speak. If you lack ability and still try to give orders, who will listen to you? Do you really think solving cases is a joke? Is there a problem? Caillou asked, puzzled when he noticed Xiaoyu was silent. No, I just find the case very strange, Xiaoyu replied, opening his eyes. He took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to Caillou, and lit one for himself. Why was a woman carrying a bag of counterfeit money late at night and tossing it next to a trash can? Have you thought about that? Caillou nodded seriously. We noticed that too. Why didn't you tell me about all these little details? Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. You can't blame them, Xiaoyu thought to himself. The main issue was his youth. Others inevitably doubted his abilities. It was like a regular college student struggling with a problem when a 10-year-old suddenly appears and says, "This is how you solve it." A 10-year-old? The college student might laugh and think, who is this kid playing around in university? Do you think the student would believe the 10-year-old could solve the problem? Yet the next moment, the child pulls out a student ID from a prestigious program, leaving the college student dumbfounded. The child solves the problem effortlessly, and the college student is left embarrassed. Xiaoyu in front of them is just like that 10-year-old. The 6 members of the task force are like that college student. Once they realized Xiaoyu's capabilities, they all felt frustrated. Damn it, not only is he young, but he's also handsome and more capable than you. The heavens are unfair. From her physique, gait, and walking style, it can be inferred that the female suspect is likely between 22 and 32 years old, belonging to the younger female demographic. It's already unusual for her to be out in the cold wearing slippers at night. Caillou spoke at length, deducing from various clues that the other party likely wore slippers intentionally for easy disposal to avoid police detection. It could be said that this was someone experienced, not their first time doing such a thing. There is reason to infer that the suspect's presence near the trash bin to discard counterfeit money was premeditated. A normal person would know that although counterfeit money is fake, it is still currency. Once spent, it becomes money. Would a normal person throw a large bag of money next to a trash bin? Moreover, the suspect employed counter-surveillance tactics during the disposal process, which in itself was suspicious. Based on my experience, Caillou said with a serious expression, it is highly likely that the suspect was engaged in some sort of transaction. This is significant. Xiaoyu glanced deeply at the middle-aged detective. Caillou's reasoning aligned perfectly with what he was thinking. That's right, a transaction. The suspect deliberately discarded the money near the trash bin late at night, likely to facilitate a transaction. Or perhaps the suspect was to deliver these counterfeit bills to someone they didn't know well, remaining cautious. The trash bin served as the transaction location. This also explains why the suspect left so carefully. They were not only avoiding the police, but also the transaction counterpart. Otherwise, if they were familiar with the transaction partner, they could simply hand over the counterfeit money directly. Isn't that the case? However, this transaction encountered a problem. It is very likely that the transaction counterpart did not show up, leading to a bag of counterfeit money being picked up by a sanitation worker and then discovered by the police. If this assumption holds, many details of the case align perfectly. If the reasoning is valid, then something feels off. Kai Ning furrowed her brows. Why would it be in the capital? Yes. Why the capital? Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. The capital? They must be crazy to dare to trade counterfeit money there? Caillou couldn't understand. The capital's efforts to combat crime are well known. Is it possible? A thought struck Xiaoyu. The person they were to trade with could only be in the capital, not elsewhere? Caillou was momentarily stunned. Not able to go elsewhere? People are free. They have legs and can go wherever they want. Why can't they go to other places? Unless. Caillou's eyes brightened. A group of individuals with special identities? For example, foreigners who obtain a 7-day tourist visa for the country. This does not mean they can wander freely within the country. They must conduct their tourism activities at designated ports and cannot travel across provinces or to remote areas. This is just one type of special group. There are many others who cannot move across provinces. Ordinary people are unaware of this because they do not have contact with such groups. Right. Xiaoyu nodded. The other party cannot leave the capital and can only trade counterfeit money there. The circulation of domestic currency in our country is already limited, let alone that of foreign currency. Caillou looked puzzled. If the counterfeit currency was to be used abroad, what channel would they use to transport these counterfeit bills from the capital? If the other party cannot leave the capital, they can only leave the country from there, right? The only channel for leaving the capital is through civil aviation, not to mention 1 million in counterfeit bills. Even carrying 10,000 in real cash is not allowed on a plane. There are clear regulations stating that for international flights, the maximum cash allowed is 5,000 USD. Exceeding this amount is illegal. If it's not a transaction, Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on. Could it be a kind of inspection? Based on his reasoning, since the two parties involved in the transaction do not know each other, they would be cautious. Given that they are unfamiliar, the items being traded must be verified for authenticity to check their quality. They need to ascertain the authenticity of the counterfeit bills before deciding whether they are needed. Is there a flaw in this reasoning? Suddenly, a police car stopped. Chaoyang District, Anjin Street, on Hua Lane. Wei arrived. Xiaoyu opened the door and got out. 6 members of the task force gathered around him. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and ordered, "Action." Chapter 76. I have always been cruel to dogs in an old residential area, a 6-story apartment building. As the special task force arrived at the front of the building, 2 teams of SWAT officers had already surrounded it. Xiaoyu was the first to enter the unit door and walked up the stairs. On the 6th floor, room 2601. Without knocking, Xiaoyu leaned close to the door, pressing his ear against the security door. Beast form, wolf ears. It was quiet, very quiet. Through his system abilities, Xiaoyu, who had super hearing, surprisingly did not hear any sounds coming from inside. He could only detect a faint breath. Xiaoyu furrowed his brows, trying to locate the source of the sound. In the living room, to the left, about 6 or 7 meters away. The suspect's residence was over 80 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Excluding the bedrooms, kitchen, and bathroom area. The living room was about 5 to 6 meters long, and 7 meters would be near the balcony. This indicated that the breath sound was coming from the inner side of the balcony. From the breathing, it was clear that the person was anxious and very tense. By judging the direction of the exhalation, it appeared that this person was facing the entrance door. When a person feels pressure, threat, or fear, they tend to get nervous and breathe rapidly. This is a natural bodily reaction, suggesting that the person inside the house already knew we were coming to catch them. Xiaoyu smirked and chuckled softly. So why was the person near the balcony, guarding the door? The answer was quite obvious. As soon as someone opened the door, the suspect would immediately escape through the balcony. How could one run from the 6th floor? Puzzled, Xiaoyu gestured to the people behind him. The others stepped back, and 2 members of the task force holding a battering ram approached the security door. Xiaoyu slowly bent down, slightly spreading his legs, preparing to run. The 2 team members looked at Xiaoyu. He waved his arm. In an instant, the 2 members swung the battering ram together, quickly smashing it against the lock of the security door. Boom! A deafening sound echoed. The lock of the security door was smashed open, creating a large hole. One member quickly put down the battering ram, acted swiftly, and grabbed the door, yanking it open with force. Bang! A slight tremor came from under Xiaoyu's feet. The power stored in his body erupted instantly, and his strong physique shot out like a bolt. The onlookers felt a blur before their eyes. A figure dashed past them, creating a whirlwind. Xiaoyu vanished from their sight and appeared in the living room. Was that a leopard? The others were astonished, struggling to comprehend the terrifying speed. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu in the living room looked strangely towards the balcony, watching a young man panic-stricken crash into the floor-to-ceiling window. Bang! The window shattered, and the young man rushed out of the building. Xiaoyu, what? Are you going to perform a high-altitude stunt for me? This is the 6th floor. Someone could die from falling. Jumping off? No. As Xiaoyu quickly approached the balcony, he saw the man grab onto a rope. Where did that rope come from? The roof of the apartment building. The man moved with agility, almost like a monkey, climbing up from the 6th floor balcony to the edge of the rooftop. Wow, impressive. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu almost burst into laughter. Is he playing parkour? In an instant, his legs bent slightly, and he sprang up high. With a thud, he grabbed the beam of the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony. With a gentle pull of his arms, he pressed himself against the wall outside the building. Thud! He caught the rooftop edge with one hand and looked at the man who had also climbed to the rooftop edge. The man's mouth dropped open in shock, staring at Xiaoyu as if he had seen a ghost, seemingly unable to comprehend why a living person had suddenly appeared before him. Let us discuss something. Just come with me quietly, Xiaoyu said, eyeing the man. Don't force me to hit you when I'm in a good mood, got it? The man didn't respond and kicked out, attempting to shove Xiaoyu off the rooftop. Xiaoyu thought to himself, am I the clown here? The man's foot halted right in front of Xiaoyu's chest, firmly grasped by a strong hand. Those who don't know how to appreciate a good offer will never have a decent meal. Xiaoyu shook his head with a sneer, swinging his arm. He grabbed the man by the thigh and pulled him away from the edge, tossing him into the air. While the man screamed and howled, his face turning pale, fearing that Xiaoyu would throw him off the building to his death. Little did he know, as his body was swung by Xiaoyu's arm, he traced an arc in the air before being forcefully thrown onto the 6th floor balcony. Thud! He crashed down, startling the members of the task force who rushed into the living room. Before anyone could react, a figure landed on the balcony, casually walking into the hall. The crowd was left in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. Some couldn't comprehend how Xiaoyu managed to do that. Is this really a capability that humans possess? Xiaoyu ignored the members of the task force and looked down at the disoriented suspect, Park Wenhui. The man shivered, his face pale, not daring to make a sound. Tell me, Xiaoyu asked coldly, where was the woman you picked up around 1:30 a.m. on the 28th? Park Wenhui's face grew even paler, his body trembling uncontrollably. He lowered his head, remaining silent. I'll speak to you nicely only if I consider you a person. Don't make me treat you like a dog, Xiaoyu said, emphasizing each word. Because I am always very ruthless to dogs. Someone once asked, what is the purpose of humans becoming stronger? Xiaoyu replied, it's to have the ability to deal with dogs when they bark. Why yes, it's Sister Hong. Park Wenhui trembled, filled with an inexplicable fear. He had the illusion that if he didn't confess honestly, the police in front of him would definitely do something extremely cruel to him. They certainly would. Sister Hong? Xiaoyu asked, what is her full name? I don't know. I really don't know. Park Wenhui trembled and stuttered. A couple of years ago, when I went to a certain city, I met her at a bar. I only knew that she was quite popular there and seemed impressive. Then we had some interactions. Whether it was just interaction or something else, you need to clarify. Xiaoyu blinked and continued. A few days ago, she came to the capital, and I took her out for a few days. Then she gave me 20,000 yuan to help her with something. That night, I took her to a place, and it seemed like she threw something away. She asked me to pick her up from a residential area, and I carried her out. Park Wenwei continued. At that time, I already suspected that what she was doing was definitely problematic, possibly illegal. I've been feeling anxious these past few days, with a bad premonition. And then, you all showed up? Xiao Yu coldly looked into his eyes, observing his facial expressions. After analyzing through micro-expression psychology, he concluded, no lies. Chapter 77. Who are we dealing with? Afternoon, 3 p.m. Criminal Investigation Team, Investigation Division Office. 7 members of the Special Investigation Team furrowed their brows. A lead had emerged. The suspect, Hong Jia, was now in the team's sights. However, according to the statement from suspect Park Wenwei, Hong Jia had already left the capital on the morning of the 28th. What was troubling Xiao Yu and the team was that Hong Jia was very cautious. During her days in the capital, she had never revealed her true appearance on surveillance footage. In the retrieved Skynet footage, Hong Jia was always seen wearing a mask and a hat. Only suspect Park Wenwei had seen her face. When will the sketch artist arrive? Xiao Yu looked at his team members. Should be soon, team member Zhao Jilong said as he glanced at his wristwatch. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A police officer in uniform entered the room. He was middle-aged, a third-level police supervisor, approximately 167 centimeters tall, short and stocky, with a receding hairline. I am Ma Hanming from the technical department. He smiled and introduced himself. Hello. Everyone stood up and greeted him with smiles. The sketch artist has arrived. As the team leader, Xiao Yu smiled politely and shook hands with him. Shortly after, a team member brought in the detained suspect Park Wenwei from the interrogation room. As previously mentioned, the police have 5 special professions, and the sketch artist is one of them, also known as the panda of the police force. The sketch artist said, I've never seen him, but I can draw him. I specialize in drawing faces. This statement might not seem impressive to the average person, but for detectives, they understood just how remarkable it was. Through verbal descriptions and sketches, he could realistically recreate the suspect's appearance. It required a perfect blend of psychology, criminal investigation, anatomy, and art. That is what a sketch artist does. Using the verbal account from suspect Park Wenwei, Ma Hanming began to sketch on site. He asked a question, and the suspect replied. Face shape, oval, eyes, phoenix eyes, nose bridge, lip shape, eyebrows. Time passed slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Ma Hanming used a tablet and a drawing pad, sketching, pausing, refining, and asking questions. He did not miss any detail or overlook any feature. A woman's face gradually took shape on the tablet. Completely simulating the suspect's likeness by hand was not something that could be accomplished in just a few hours. At 6 p.m., Xiao Yu and the team invited Ma Hanming to a nice restaurant, Fengziyuan Restaurant. It is said that this restaurant was founded in 1930, a true time-honored brand. Among its most famous dishes is the scallion-braised sea cucumber, known by everyone in the capital. Xiao Yu remarked, what a lung capacity, to boast so much. However, after they were seated in a private room, and the waiter brought out the dishes, Xiao Yu took a bite of the scallion-braised sea cucumber and said, not bad at all. The slap in the face came unexpectedly. By the time the dishes had been served, the wine, well, there was none. After everyone had eaten their fill, they left the restaurant and returned to the criminal investigation team. The members were waiting with Ma Hanming, anticipating the suspect's profile. Xiao Yu began to review the recent investigations by the Special Task Force into the raw materials of counterfeit currency. When he saw that the paper used for the counterfeit bills was actually domestic acid-free paper, his eyelids started twitching. Acid-free paper can be produced in many countries, and it's not particularly difficult. However, the processes differ significantly. Certain techniques and tests can reveal which country's process was used. This raised a very alarming question. Identification of the seized counterfeit bills showed a simulation rate of 70. The remaining 30 issue arose from the counterfeit paper and ink. For instance, genuine currency uses acid-free paper that incorporates special fiber pulp during production. Aside from 2 foreign companies, no one knows the formula. Furthermore, regarding the ink, genuine currency uses a very specific optical gradient magnetic ink. Those in the know understand this well. While ordinary people can create a similar-looking ink, the differences can be substantial. For example, diesel and gasoline are both oils used in vehicles, but they are not the same thing. If this group, capable of producing counterfeit currency, has resolved the issues with acid-free paper and ink, the simulation rate of their counterfeit bills could reach 85 or even exceed 90. Do you understand what this means? Even the most authoritative identification agencies might struggle to distinguish them. After all, even genuine bills have numerous flaws and misprints. Therefore, Xiao Yu's expression was unusually serious as he murmured that aside from the acid-free paper and ink, these individuals had completely mastered the entire process of producing genuine currency. How is that possible? It's important to note that high-quality replicas and genuine products are entirely different concepts. One is a reproduction of someone else's process, while the other is a genuine process. Now, the counterfeit process is actually using the genuine process to create high-quality replicas. Isn't that terrifying? For those who still don't understand what this means, let me give you an example. You have a girlfriend, and one day, suddenly, another girlfriend appears. Both girlfriends look identical. However, the real girlfriend has a 36D bust, while the fake one has a 34D bust. The real girlfriend has a peach-shaped bottom, while the fake one has a slightly perky bottom. Aside from these two slight differences in appearance, the core is completely the same. When the lights are off, you cannot tell which one is real and which one is fake. For the real girlfriend, this is very terrifying. But for the boyfriend, thank the heavens for this blessing. If he is a real man, do you think he would bother to distinguish? Therefore, Xiao Yu picked up a counterfeit bill from his desk, a hint of fear crossing his face. Unpleasant thoughts began to surface in his mind. He took out his phone and dialed a number. It was the phone of Yi Heng from the National Security Agency. 3 seconds later, the call connected, and Yi Heng's voice came through with a hint of laughter. Little brother, do you miss your big brother? Before saying this, he should have checked his conscience. Xiao Yu teased. You seemed very casual when you sold me out. Huh? Yi Heng chuckled awkwardly and quickly admitted defeat. Don't shoot. I'm one of your own. Captain, don't shoot. I'm one of your own. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. You're really something. Because of you, I'm now in the special investigation team, looking into a case. I heard about the counterfeit money, right? Yi Heng joked. I have great faith in your abilities, little brother. You'll definitely crack the case. It's not hard to notice that whenever something happens in the capital, the national security side is always aware. I don't even trust myself. Why would you? Xiao Yu replied irritably. Do me a favor. Sure, no problem. Yi Heng responded readily, as long as it's within his abilities and doesn't violate principles. It seemed like he was agreeing with great reluctance, but in reality, it meant he said nothing at all, because he could always use beyond my capabilities and violating principles as an excuse. This is the art of speaking in the bureaucratic world. Trying to play tricks with me, huh? Xiao Yu sneered. All right, next time your national security has any issues, don't come begging me. To quote a certain comedian, even if we weighed our intelligence, yours would still be 2 pounds lighter. Who do you think you're messing with? Chapter 78. Young lad, don't act like this, don't. Hearing the younger brother's breakup words, Yi Heng panicked. Is it wrong for an older brother to admit his mistakes? Xiao Yu's investigative skills are well known. They're incredibly strong. Who knows when the national security might need them? I can't afford to offend him. What is your mistake? Xiao Yu mimicked the tone of Hua Qingwu when she was stirring trouble. Yi Heng. Young lad, don't act like this. I originally wanted to discuss some matters related to national security with you. Xiao Yu spoke seriously. Since you don't want to listen, forget it. I'm hanging up. Brother. My heart isn't doing well lately, Yi Heng said suspiciously. Don't scare me. Just tell me if you want to hear it or not, Xiao Yu asked. Well. Yi Heng hesitated for a moment. Then you go ahead. I feel there are some foreign troublemakers who want to harm me, Xiao Yu said casually. Yi Heng. Young lad, if you keep acting like this, I might really have to take drastic measures. I'm not joking. Xiao Yu's tone was serious. There's an issue with counterfeit money. Counterfeit money? Yi Heng's voice sounded strange. What does this have to do with national security? Isn't that the police's job? Well, if I say, Xiao Yu smiled, the people making counterfeit money might be connected to high-level officials abroad. Is it still just the police's job? On Yi Heng's end, there was suddenly silence. The phone remained quiet for over 10 seconds before Yi Heng's cold voice came through. Young lad, you can't make jokes like that. You know I'm investigating a counterfeit case, right? Xiao Yu asked. Do you know the similarity percentage between the counterfeit money we found and the real money? 70. Yi Heng answered without hesitation. What is the problem? This fact alone is enough to show the national security's control capabilities over the capital. Speaking of counterfeit money, let us not talk about the present. Just consider the past when counterfeit money was rampant. Some counterfeit groups could achieve a similarity of over 75. The counterfeit money in front of us is only 70 similar. Is it really that surprising? Do you know where the remaining 30 difference lies? Xiao Yu continued to ask. Yi Heng hesitated slightly. Why would our national security care about such a trivial matter? For national security, this indeed is a minor issue. If it's a case that the police can handle, do they need to intervene? The difference is in the special acid-free paper and ink. Xiaoyu provided the answer. These two items can only be found abroad. Other countries can't produce them. Some things involve national core secrets. Currency is one of them. What exactly do you want to say? Yiheng was somewhat impatient, feeling he had wasted time talking nonsense with the younger brother. Besides the acid-free paper and ink, Xiaoyu stated word by word, the other processes are all original. Original? Huh. Yiheng laughed. Are you making soup? What I mean by authentic is that aside from the acid-free paper and ink, everything else on this counterfeit bill is real. Do you understand? Xiaoyu sneered. It's not fake. Everything is genuine. It's real currency. There is someone who knows how to make real currency, or rather, someone who has mastered the complete process of currency production, and he is in the Dragon Country. As mentioned earlier, currency involves national core secrets. The process of producing this currency is at the heart of those secrets. Can ordinary people be aware of such core secrets? So, who would possess the complete process of currency production? A person who has mastered the entire craft of currency. Can you believe he has come to the Dragon Country and is making counterfeit currency here? This raises another question. Would someone who has mastered the complete process of currency production lack money? Seriously, the wealth of this person is beyond your imagination. So, does this person need to make counterfeit bills to increase his wealth? If anyone still doesn't understand the concept, let me give you an example. Would someone like Jack Ma need to steal an electric bike to maintain a decent life? Isn't that ridiculous? Xiaoyu knew this was hard to believe. Yet now, such an unbelievable thing has occurred. A person who understands the craft of currency production has come to the Dragon Country to make counterfeit bills. If it's not for money, what could his purpose be? Xiaoyu racked his brains, but couldn't come up with an answer. Therefore, he had to inform Yiheng, because this counterfeit case could very well involve national security. The phone remained silent again, but one could clearly hear Yiheng's rapid breathing getting heavier. Don't be fooled by Xiaoyu sometimes joking about Yiheng's lack of brains. The truth is, can someone who has become the director of national security really be brainless? If you think so, you wouldn't even know how you'd die. Through his younger brother's words, Yiheng's mind overloaded in an instant. His CPU was almost smoking. In a very short time, he grasped the core of Xiaoyu's words. The other party wasn't here just to make counterfeit bills. Yiheng's voice trembled slightly. Exactly. Xiaoyu humorously replied. Your IQ is now high enough to read a watch. Yiheng felt as if he had been shot in the knee. It hurt, and he apologized, saying he shouldn't have sold Xiaoyu out the other day. So, what exactly did you discover? If apologies were useful, what would be the point of having police? Xiaoyu responded matter-of-factly, what compensation is there? Brother-in-law, can you help me out? Yiheng started to shamelessly plead again. Xiaoyu, as expected, showing off is momentary, but being shameless is eternal. However, Yiheng calling him brother-in-law made him feel very pleased. Come find me. Xiaoyu suppressed his pride and joy. I'll take you to show off. I'm on my way. Yiheng quickly hung up the phone. Just then, an excited shout rang out. It's done. What's done? Putting down his phone. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as he looked at the artist Ma Hanming. The other party smiled and looked at him while holding a tablet. Xiaoyu quickly walked over to take the tablet and glanced at it. A sketch of a woman appeared on the screen. She wasn't conventionally beautiful, but had a certain charm. She looked to be in her late 20s, with slender eyebrows, a pair of almond-shaped eyes, and a small black mole at the corner of her mouth. The older generation referred to it as a beauty mark, but unfortunately, the woman in the sketch was far from meeting the beauty standard. It was precisely because of this mole that the identification became more distinctive. By scanning and comparing with the police's large database, the focus was on the resident information of Yanqing. The search range was set between 25 to 30 years old. Personal information was filtered out from the database. Then, based on the mole by the suspect's mouth, the suspect was locked in. Suspect: Lu Hong, female, 28 years old, resident of Yanqing, with a criminal record, unemployed. So it wasn't Sister Hong. Xiaoyu squinted at the suspect's information. It was Sister Hong. Chapter 79. A man remains a boy until death. It was 11 p.m. After seeing off the artist, the team members looked at Xiaoyu, waiting for orders. It was too late to head to the southern city now. Xiaoyu looked at everyone and said, you all should go back and rest. Since we have identified the suspect, we must take some action. We need to investigate in the southern city, whether it's to arrest or to gather information. We must proceed step by step. We eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Rushing into an arrest might alert the suspect. We need to draft a new investigation plan. Of course, There was one crucial point that Xiaoyu did not mention to the team. This counterfeit currency case might very well involve national security. There are some secrets that even the police should not know. Whether to inform the team about this later would depend on Yi Heng's arrival. After the team members left the office to rest, Xiaoyu sat alone in a chair and took out his phone. While waiting for Yi Heng, he passed the time by checking WeChat to see if his two sisters had any updates on their moments. Hua Qingwu's moments hadn't been updated. However, Hua Qingwu had daily updates. For example, at 8 p.m. tonight, she posted, Hua Qingwu, so bored, open my phone and there's not a single message. Feeling wronged and sad. I can't blame my stinky little brother for ignoring me. I can only blame myself for not being able to capture his heart, unlike other sisters who are so gentle and understanding. Boo-hoo Xiaoyu. One doesn't even need to think to know. This post was definitely meant for a specific audience. Others couldn't see it. So, is she saying this for me? A gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Xiaoyu's face as he scrolled to the next post. Hua Qingwu. Remember the first time I saw him? So handsome. A well-behaved little brother, hee. After we started dating, I found out he is not just a little pervert, but also a milk drinker. Xiaoyu. His face flushed with embarrassment, forcibly suppressing the waves of shame and awkwardness. So what if he drinks milk? A man remains a boy until death. Hua Qingwu. I miss my little brother. I wonder what he is doing. There are so many green tea bitches outside. They only bully my brother. Unlike sisters who only treat you well. Did you hear that, you little rascal? Putting down his phone, Xiaoyu's handsome face was already filled with tenderness. Who doesn't love a charming vixen? Beautiful, enchanting, and capable of being spoiled. Who could resist? As he pondered, a stunning figure flashed through his mind. A figure that was willing to wash vegetables and cook for him. What kind of position did I sleep in my last life? Xiaoyu sighed, realizing that in this life, he had managed to have such a delightful dream that could make one smile upon waking. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. A tall figure, exuding a strong military aura, walked towards Xiaoyu. Brother-in-law, big bro is here. Yi Heng laughed heartily. You didn't have to come. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes and put away his phone. How did you find out? Yi Heng pulled a chair and sat down in front of his younger brother, the smile on his face replaced by seriousness. You were definitely the kind of student who didn't pay attention in class when you were young. Xiaoyu felt exhausted and replied, I've told you before. It was because of the acid-free paper and ink. Acid-free paper and ink. I know about that. Yi Heng nodded, having checked the information before coming here. The acid-free paper for the currency is custom-made by 2 companies abroad, and only one company can produce the ink. Therefore, these materials cannot enter the region. Xiaoyu said tactfully, Otherwise, it would be 100 counterfeit currency? Yi Heng's expression turned serious, his eyes sharp as a blade. As if he thought of something. Even if they had acid-free paper and ink, the likelihood is that the realism could only reach below 95. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. It must be due to the proficiency and equipment not being up to standard. Proficiency, those who understand know. It's like on an assembly line, where a novice and an expert do the same job. The expert will definitely do it better than the novice, due to experience. The same applies to producing currency. First, you need the paper, then to mix the ink, followed by printing on the plate, and finally cutting the currency. And so on. As for the equipment, for instance, can personal equipment in the private sector compare with that of a national level? A slight difference can lead to a 1 or 2 discrepancy in the currency produced. This entire assembly line cannot be completed by just 1 or 2 people. If any link in the process has a problem, the printed counterfeit will have flaws. Why don't you mention the printing plate? Yi Heng felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. What is the printing plate? It refers to the molds, steel plates, and templates used in the printing process, also known as the master plates. The banknotes printed on the assembly line are based on these for accuracy. Some might assume that such master plates must be engraved by precision instruments. In fact, it is quite the opposite. They are entirely crafted by sculptors by hand. Moreover, the threshold for sculpting these plates is very high, requiring professional carving tools to work on the steel plates. A single mistake means scrap. The sculptor needs to have the steady hand of a surgeon and the precise strokes of a top artist. Multiple carving tools must be used in conjunction, and magnifying glasses are needed for detailed work. The carving is done from a microscopic perspective. Look at this. Xiaoyu picked up a counterfeit bill and handed it to Yi Heng. Yi Heng swallowed hard, his face showing signs of anxiety, refusing to take it. What use is this for me? Haha, well, at least you have self-awareness. Xiaoyu laughed heartily, saying that after expert evaluation, the patterns, lines, and details on the counterfeit bill achieved over 99 in comparison and realism with genuine currency. What does that mean? It means that the counterfeit printing plate is indistinguishable from the genuine one. Since it has reached this level, is it still a counterfeit plate? Of course. It's the real deal. Real printing plate. Yi Heng was taken aback, almost doubting if he was still dreaming. Hee. Xiao Yu smirked in acknowledgement. Yes. It's the real printing plate. That's why he told Yi Heng that in this counterfeit case, aside from the acid-free paper and ink, everything else is genuine. It is the complete process for producing real currency. Yi Heng took a deep breath, remained silent for a long time, then stood up and said, I need to make a call. Xiao Yu smiled and watched his brother's departing figure. He must be making a call because the case at hand was too significant and terrifying. It was frightening enough to require instructions from higher-ups to determine the next course of action. About 10 minutes later, with a serious expression, Yi Heng returned to Xiao Yu and said, The old man wants to meet you. Xiao Yu. He really wanted to show off in front of Yi Heng, shouting, Who is this old man? Who does he think he is? Can I meet anyone? Unfortunately, Xiao Yu didn't dare to do so because this old man was likely the kind of big shot whose slightest action could shake the entire nation. Those who dared to show off in front of such figures probably didn't end well. Chapter 80 The only truth in the world. A government vehicle slowly drove into a large compound. This was the second time Xiao Yu had been here. He remembered the last time, when Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu picked him up and brought him here. As a result, the two women were so frightened by a certain car that they ran away. You've been here before, right? Yi Heng asked with a smile while driving. The smile was impeccable, clearly asking out of curiosity. When can I become one of those high-status big shots? Xiao Yu retorted, living here? I had that dream when I was young too. Yi Heng grinned. Wake up, don't sleep anymore. Trying to stir trouble again, huh? Xiao Yu gave him a middle finger. Damn. Yi Heng held the steering wheel with one hand and returned the gesture with his own middle finger. It's all about not losing out. The car stopped outside a 2-story small building. The moment he got out of the car, Xiao Yu sensed that he was being targeted. This time, the targeting felt different from that in the courtyard. It was filled with murderous intent. Xiao Yu thought to himself, if he made any inappropriate move, a sniper bullet would hit him in the next second. Damn. As the two walked towards the gate, Xiao Yu asked, if you had a one-on-one with the guard, who would win? Yi Heng, the king of soldiers. Perhaps he wasn't as good at fighting as Xiao Yu. But the king's role was on the battlefield, in combat. Tyson can fight, right? You throw him on the battlefield, he wouldn't survive a single episode. Good question. Yi Heng countered. Who do you think is stronger, the spear or the shield? That makes sense. Xiao Yu nodded. The king of soldiers is the strongest spear, and the guard is the strongest shield. If there's no chance for a collision, how can we determine who is stronger? Suddenly, the gate opened. A middle-aged man with a smile came out. Here? Yi Heng nodded. Director Wu. Hello. Good. The middle-aged man glanced at Xiao Yu with a faint expression, sighing. Youth is truly wonderful. Xiao Yu. No, do we know each other? Let's go. The minister is up. Director Wu led the two into the courtyard, into the small building, and entered the living room. You sit and wait a moment. Director Wu smiled at Yi Heng. I'll take him to see the minister. Yes. Yi Heng obediently sat on the sofa in the hall. Director Wu led Xiao Yu to a door, knocked, and said, Come in. A hoarse yet firm voice came from inside. Director Wu opened the door, pointed into the room. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the room. What came into view was a not overly large study. The decor and furnishings were not extravagant. However, the moment Xiao Yu walked into the room, he saw a chair. A dark red sandalwood chair. What attracted Xiao Yu was the armrests of this chair, which had been polished smooth over the years, reflecting a glossy dark sheen, like a sediment of time. Just like the elderly man sitting in the chair, who appeared to be slightly aged. But in those clear eyes, there were moments when a sharp light flickered. When his gaze fell upon Xiao Yu, it emanated a brilliance that seemed to see through everything, pricking Xiao Yu's eyes. He was the old man mentioned by Yi Heng, the master of national security. Salute. Stand straight. Raise your hand. Salute. Xiao Yu's expression was serious. Criminal police Xiao Yu. Reporting. Sit. The old man pointed to a guest chair beside him. Xiao Yu walked over and sat down, sitting upright, facing this elder. A sense of respect and fear surged within Xiao Yu. He felt an unprecedented pressure, like an invisible mountain looming over him, making it hard for him to breathe. Suddenly, the old man asked a surprising question. Why become a police officer? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Many people had asked him this question before, not to mention in his previous life. In this life, Hua Qingwu had asked, Yi Qiuchan had asked, and Yi Heng had also asked. What was his answer? A dream? No need for a reason? And the so-called justice? But facing the elder before him, Xiao Yu felt an unusual solemn pressure, squeezing the air in the study, also pressing on his brain. I. Xiao Yu raised his head and looked directly at the old man. I want to catch all the bad guys. Ridiculous, right? Yet, this was Xiao Yu's dream. As a child, watching crime-solving shows and seeing police catch criminals always made his blood boil. Dreaming of becoming someone like his parents one day. Otherwise, did he really think his parents would have sent him to be a police officer in his previous life if he wouldn't do it? The old man's eyes were calm, yet captivating. There was no hint of mockery or disdain. He simply looked at him for a long, long time. Suddenly, he said, "Let's talk about the matter of the currency." In that moment, the old man's eyes were neither dim nor emotional nor warm. They were calm, yet seemed like two sharp blades piercing into Xiao Yu's eyes. 3 speculations emerged, facing the old man's gaze, which contained countless strategies of life and death. Xiao Yu had no thought of lying. 1. Someone is using currency to produce counterfeit bills for profit. 2. The purpose of the counterfeit bills involves interests. 3. The other party's goal is to frame the Dragon Nation. There shouldn't be a lack of money, and it probably isn't about profit. The old man quietly observed Xiao Yu's eyes, not seeing any fear or cowardice. Why frame the Dragon Nation? The reasoning was simple. After all, wealth is merely. Xiao Yu uttered a disrespectful remark, a toy for the powerful. Yet in his heart, he thought, money is not only a toy for the powerful, but also a tool to pacify ordinary people and stabilize the nation. On the day when a world war breaks out, when a nation is invaded and trampled upon, you will find that money is just waste paper. To Xiao Yu's surprise, the old man's gaze remained as calm as a mirror, with no sign of fluctuation in his expression. He simply raised his eyelids slightly, a flash of light appearing in his eyes, and in a hoarse, aged voice. He asked why. Since money can be a toy, it can also turn into a knife. Xiao Yu instinctively replied that as long as someone puts it in the hands of a good person, a bad person could say, "Look, he's got a knife and wants to kill me." Then the bad person has an excuse to pull out a gun and kill the good person. Are the bad people afraid? The old man said it lightly. Yes, they are afraid. Xiao Yu nodded. By framing the good person, they have an excuse. The currency is just an excuse. They can easily say that our country is secretly manufacturing this currency to undermine their economic system. So what should we do? For the first time, a gentle smile appeared on the old man's face. The only truth in this world is whether your fist is strong or not. Xiao Yu calmly said, if the fist isn't strong, who would reason with you? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a moment of silence. The old man and the young man exchanged silent glances. After a while, the old man added with authority in his eyes, go with that young fellow Yi Heng. Capture what needs to be captured and eliminate what needs to be eliminated. Remember, never stand against the nation and the people. Chapter 81. I'll play something extreme with you in a city. On the rooftop helipad of a certain building, a helicopter's rotor blades slowly began to spin, gradually picking up speed. Xiao Yu, wearing a specialized communication headset, felt a bit nervous. It was his first time on such a machine, and feeling anxious was normal. Don't worry, I've got your back, teased Yi Heng, sitting beside him. What happened to the dignity and prestige of being the director of national security? Xiao Yu ignored him. In his mind, the words of the national security leader echoed, never stand against the country and the people. When the elder said this, Xiao Yu felt a chilling sense of danger wash over him, akin to a bucket of ice-cold water being poured over his head. It made him realize that the elder was fully aware of his past actions. That statement was clearly a warning. Suddenly, the helicopter ascended into the night sky, heading towards the direction of Sheep City. You've checked up on me, right? Xiao Yu suddenly asked. Of course. Yi Heng nodded, showing no hesitation. Not only you, but also your parents, relatives, and anyone you've been in contact with has been investigated. Damn. Saying in front of them that they checked into his entire ancestry was a bit much. Xiao Yu glared at Yi Heng. Right now, I really want to greet your face with my fist. Are you available for that? No, you don't want to. Yi Heng stammered, quickly explaining. This isn't my fault. Who told you to be suspicious? Plus, you willingly stayed close to Qiu Chan and Qing Wu. Who can you blame? Yeah, who can I blame? Xiao Yu closed his eyes to calm himself. I swear, in my next life, I will definitely be a good person. For hours later, at 5 a.m., the helicopter appeared over Sheep City and landed on a suburban road. Not far away, a police car was parked, with 2 officers standing outside. Sheep City National Security Police. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng got off the helicopter and walked toward the police car through the wind. The two officers saluted and opened the car doors. Inside the police car, one national security officer reported, "Upon investigation, we found that the suspect, Lu Hong, took a high-speed train to the capital on the 26th and returned to Sheep City by plane on the 28th. After that, Lu Hong returned home and has no records of going out since. We also couldn't find any recent spending records or online banking activity." Xiao Yu exchanged glances with Yi Heng, sensing something was off. It's been 9 days since the 28th. How can a person live without any travel or spending records for that long? Not eating or drinking? Or is the suspect holed up at home with supplies? Check the records. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. Water and electricity usage records. Nowadays, meters don't require manual reading anymore. They can be monitored and controlled remotely. Not only can they be controlled from afar, but they can also be queried remotely, such as for overdue water and electricity bills. Remote operations such as turning devices on or off can be implemented. The security personnel used a mobile phone to remotely direct on-duty technical staff to check the water and electricity usage at the suspect's residence. 40 minutes later, police vehicles stopped 100 meters away from a residential community. At the same time, security personnel received a phone call from a colleague. After listening for a while, their expressions changed, and they quickly reported to Xiao Yu and Yi Heng that the water and electricity usage at the suspect's home was abnormal. Upon hearing the word abnormal, a wry smile appeared on their faces. Something had happened. The so-called abnormality was that there had been no water usage in the suspect's home for the past 9 days. How could someone not use water? No cooking, no washing, no bathing, no restroom use. As for electricity, the usage was extremely low. Over 9 days, only a few kilowatt hours were consumed, which was suspiciously minimal for household appliances. Under normal circumstances, turning on a light, watching TV, charging a phone, heating water, or using a computer would consume much more than that. Unless the suspect, Lu Hong, had come home and not even turned on the lights. So, for 9 days, there was no water and no electricity used. What kind of person could live in such conditions? One kind of person, the deceased. In a certain residential building, on the 3rd floor, at the home of the suspect Chen Hong, a locksmith took only a few minutes to open the security door. The moment the door opened, Xiao Yu's gaze fell to the floor. There was a doormat at the entrance. On the doormat, there was a patch of dark brown bloodstain. It had been there for over a week. Crouching in front of the bloodstain, Xiao Yu coldly said, "Gloves, shoe covers." A security officer handed over disposable gloves and shoe covers. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng suited up and walked into the entrance, heading to the living room. Something was not right. If there had been a murder, there should be a smell of decay, right? Yi Heng, being an experienced investigator, knew that if a person had died, the body would have decomposed and emitted a foul odor within 9 days. Such a smell could even travel through the air to nearby neighbors' homes. How could there be no unusual odor? Xiao Yu remained silent, his eyes fixed on the floor. With keen observation, he noted some signs of struggle, misalignment, and twisting on the floor. These footprints belonged to 2 individuals. Based on the traces, it appeared that 2 people had been grappling or subduing each other, leaving behind such footprints. At the same time, he could see patches of dried blood on the floor. Following these bloodstains, Xiao Yu's gaze gradually moved to a specific spot outside the kitchen. There, a small freezer was placed. As he approached and opened the freezer, he unexpectedly found a curled-up female corpse stuffed inside. What a shocking development. Xiao Yu's expression turned cold. Why would someone want to kill her? Yi Heng also wore a shocked expression. The forensic team quickly arrived. Through on-site examination, it was determined that the victim, Lu Hong, died from a sharp object piercing the heart, leading to cardiac arrest. From the wound, it was concluded that the weapon was a single-edged dagger. Combining the scene's circumstances, the following conclusions were drawn. The perpetrator entered the victim's home, first subduing the victim by covering their mouth and nose with their hand. As the victim struggled fiercely, the assailant resorted to using a dagger. The nature of the wounds indicates that the assailant was very skilled in the act of killing. They knew how to avoid the ribs and stabbed under the ribcage. The dagger was thrust in diagonally towards the victim's heart, and the process was relatively slow. This can be discerned from the wounds. Quick stabbings and slow stabbings result in completely different types of wounds. It is suspected to be a case of torture. This scenario resembles that of a deranged killer who, after controlling the victim, slowly stabs them with a dagger. Such a method of killing would instill extreme fear and unimaginable pain in the victim. Quite a twisted game indeed. Xiao Yu watched as the forensic expert placed the victim's body into a body bag. Some people just can't enjoy themselves properly, can they? Well then, I'll join you in this twisted play. Chapter 82. Are you messing with me? There were two gleams of cold light flickering in Xiao Yu's eyes. He was very angry. What infuriated him was that someone was playing the game of murder and silencing right in front of him. He also felt deeply insulted in terms of intelligence. When Xiao Yu shared his speculation with Yi Heng, the director of the National Security Department looked astonished. Murder and silencing? It's not that you lack intelligence. It's just that I arrived at the scene with you, saw the body, and witnessed the forensic examination at the same time. Although I know your investigative skills are impressive, how can you conclude that this is murder and silencing? From these footprints. An uncontrollable rage flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes as he pointed to the chaotic and irregular footprints extending from the entrance to the living room. I see someone who understands the human body very well, who has undergone specific training and is skilled in killing. Yi Heng widened his eyes, staring intently at those footprints, but still couldn't make sense of them. He could only roughly analyze from the footprints that there had been shoving and struggling between the murderer and the victim. You can analyze from the footprints that the murderer understands the human body, has been trained, and is skilled in killing. Are you messing with me? Come here. Xiao Yu picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table in the living room, waved at him, and stepped outside the door. Now I will play the role of the murderer, and you will be the victim. When I knock, you open the door. After saying that, he closed the security door and then knocked on it. Yi Heng felt that Xiao Yu was trying to play a trick on him, but with no evidence. He obediently opened the door. The moment he opened it, suddenly, Xiao Yu rushed into the room. His palm landed under Yi Heng's armpit and lightly tapped. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's other hand formed a knife shape and struck firmly at Yi Heng's chin. Hiss! The intense pain, accompanied by dizziness, made Yi Heng gasp. The pain was due to the attack under the armpit, which could damage the soft tissue in that area and cause severe discomfort. That kind of pain would make a person feel weak and temporarily incapacitated. The attack on the chin would directly affect the brain, potentially causing severe concussion and dizziness. If Yi Heng had not received specific training in the military, with just those two moves from Xiao Yu, he might have collapsed to the ground. Before he could react, Xiao Yu grabbed his armpit with one hand and punched him below the sternum. Bang! Yi Heng's mouth opened wide, his body went limp, and he lost the ability to breathe. The solar plexus is also a weak point of the human body. Being struck with great force can paralyze the respiratory system. To put it simply, he was winded. As for why Xiao Yu grabbed Yi Heng's armpit, it was a type of control technique. When you grip a person's armpit and pull up, it causes severe pain and can leave the person half paralyzed. While attacking Yi Heng, one of Xiao Yu's legs stretched backward, and he hooked his foot to close the security door. From the attack to the closing move, it all happened in under 2 seconds. In the third second, a cold glint flashed by, slowly aiming for Yi Heng's chest. It was a small fruit knife. In an instant, Yi Heng was horrified, thinking that Xiao Yu wanted to kill him. He struggled and retreated, but it was of no use. The knife had already reached his chest, though it was just the handle. As Yi Heng struggled and stepped back, the two had already entered the living room. Xiao Yu made a motion as if to stab Yi Heng in the chest. Suddenly, he let go, releasing the still dazed Yi Heng. Then he pointed to the ground, indicating their footprints. Yi Heng, enduring the pain in his chest and armpit, looked from the entrance to the living room. Suddenly, he froze, as if turned to stone, staring in disbelief, murmuring, "How could this be?" What did he see? Yi Heng saw the footprints he and Xiao Yu had left on the floor, which were astonishingly similar to those of the victim and the killer, almost identical. The matching footprints indicated that Xiao Yu had completely replicated the process of the killer attacking the victim. The other party understood the human body too well, knowing how to make someone quickly lose their ability to resist and then easily kill them. Xiao Yu coldly stated, "It's precisely because he understands too well that he can kill so skillfully and effortlessly, treating it as easy as picking up a straw when using a dagger to pierce the victim's body. So, shouldn't you realize something? Because when it comes to killing, you are the professional. A soldier, in ancient times called a soldier or warrior. The term for a soldier refers to a human-shaped killing weapon. From the day the profession of soldier came into existence, whether in siege or defense, the role of a soldier has always been to kill. The so-called training is also prepared for killing. As the king among soldiers, Yi Heng is indeed a professional at killing." After hearing Xiao Yu's words, his expression changed completely. He recalled the little brother's movements just now, remembering every single step. His face gradually darkened, and a murderous intent began to surface in his eyes. Slowly, he uttered 2 words. Enemy agent. Agent. Agents, also known as operatives, are special personnel. Every country has different names for them. For instance, in the past, they were called special operatives in one country, while now they are referred to as special duty personnel. Many people mistakenly believe that national security police are special duty personnel. This is a misconception. National security police are law enforcement, while national security special duty personnel are a separate profession. The role of agents is to execute significant national security and intelligence operations, such as pursuit, reconnaissance, assassination, and completing special missions deep within foreign lands. Xiao Yu also remembered that Yi Heng had once told him. His older brother was transferred from the military to national security, first joining a special operations unit, and later being transferred to the 9th Bureau, becoming the director there. Before being assigned to the 9th Bureau, he was a special duty officer. And now, Yi Heng is just a national security police officer. If this murder case was carried out by an agent, aside from silencing the victim, Xiao Yu couldn't think of any other reason. The victim, Lu Hong, didn't deserve any other justification. The motive for silencing him must be related to those counterfeit bills. Such a person. Xiao Yu stared at the footprints on the ground. They were indeed very professional. Why do I feel like you're implying something about me? The killing intent in Yi Heng's eyes faded as he glared at his younger companion. Want to talk about your special operations life? Xiao Yu shot back. Gossip isn't just a hobby for women. Men like it too. Don't ask, it's a secret. Yi Heng felt powerless. Knowing too much about certain things can lead to losing one's freedom. Is that so? Xiao Yu smirked. Poor kid, has walked down a path of no return? Get lost. Have you forgotten the old man's orders? Yi Heng laughed and scolded. Hurry up and find the person. You just want to use me as a tool. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. However, we do need to find that person. Killing and silencing in front of me. What is an agent from abroad even worth? I'll make sure to expose everything. Chapter 83. Just wait for me. I'm coming for you through the community surveillance. The personnel entering the residential building were tracked. After investigation, the information of individuals who entered the building on the 28th and 29th has been completely verified, and no suspicious individuals were found. There are no surveillance cameras inside the residential building, making it impossible to determine how the suspect entered the building and the victim's residence. Listening to the investigation report, Xiao Yu squatted in front of the entrance door, observing the footprints on the ground. His mind was racing, analyzing the investigation report. Modern criminal investigations heavily rely on surveillance, as it is incredibly convenient. However, the problem is that today as criminals are also aware of surveillance systems. They are not foolish, so they deliberately avoid cameras during their crimes. Since even ordinary criminals understand this principle, wouldn't agents understand it too? The methods of agents differ from those of soldiers. They utilize tools and technologies that go beyond common understanding to assist in completing their tasks. Yi Heng's expression was serious. They truly go to great lengths. Going to great lengths originally means using any means necessary to achieve a goal, employing any extreme methods available. Don't exaggerate too much, Xiao Yu scoffed. No matter how powerful they are still bound by human limitations. There are always traces left behind. Yi Heng, I was just making a comment. Why are you snapping at me? Then, he noticed that Xiao Yu was staring at a pair of shoe prints. This tactic seemed familiar. Xiao Yu murmured. Small feet and big shoes. After examining the scene, it was found that the shoe prints of the perpetrator inside the victim's residence were size 41, with no edges, resembling bound foot shoes. It seemed as if a foot-shaped cover was worn. However, these shoe prints only existed inside the room. Outside the door, there were no traces of such shoe prints. Outside, Xiao Yu discovered a pair of size 44 shoe prints. So, could size 41 shoes fit into size 44 shoes? The answer is yes. If the smaller shoes are specially made, similar to bound foot shoes or shoe covers, they could easily fit into size 44 shoes. Xiao Yu referred to it as familiar because, while tracking a suspect in the capital, he once suspected that the suspect used small feet to wear big shoes to escape the scene. Ultimately, he confirmed that the suspect was carried away by another suspect. The situation here is different. Upon seeing the size 44 shoe prints, he was 90% sure that the perpetrator had employed the small feet in big shoes tactic to confuse investigators. Xiao Yu stood up and used Eagle Eye to track the shoe prints to the stairwell. Not down, but up. He went from the 3rd floor to the 6th floor, arriving at the rooftop entrance. The size 44 shoe prints vanished. Not that they disappeared, but Xiao Yu looked up at the climbing ladder on the wall. This climbing ladder was fixed to the wall, positioned high off the ground to prevent others from climbing. The rooftop has an entrance because sometimes the roof tends to leak, allowing for maintenance. Looking at the climbing ladder about 5 meters high above the ground, Xiaoyu jumped up high into the air. With a snap, his hand easily grasped the first section of the steel rebar that formed the climbing ladder. With a strong pull of his arms, he climbed up again like a monkey. He reached the entrance, lifted his palm, and pushed hard to open the metal waterproof board above him, then climbed onto the rooftop. Below, Yiheng also skillfully climbed up. The rooftop of the nearby residential building was not flat, but had a sloped tile roof. Is this the place? Yiheng coldly glanced at some footprints on the tiles and asked uncertainly. Confirmed. Xiaoyu sneered. Only such a method could escape the monitoring below. The two continued to track the footprints on the tiles until they reached the edge of the rooftop. The footprints disappeared, but Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on the opposite residential building. Normally, buildings below 6 stories should have a distance of 6 meters between them, according to rigid construction regulations. 6 meters? Xiaoyu activated his system abilities. He could jump across. Could an ordinary person do it? Shaking his head, Xiaoyu crouched down to look for traces of ropes or climbing at the edge of the building. In the end, he found nothing. This indicated that the other party probably did not leave using climbing methods. How did they escape? Interesting. Instead of being angry, Xiaoyu became intrigued. He then went downstairs with Yiheng to the opposite residential building and climbed onto the rooftop. Sure enough, they discovered more footprints. How did they do it? Xiaoyu was shocked. Could there be other traversers in this world, or were they like him? Someone with extraordinary abilities? No. Xiaoyu carefully observed the footprints on the tiles. He found no broken tiles or signs of pressure from gravity. In simple terms, the footprints were left by someone who had simply stepped on them. Xiaoyu looked at the opposite building. Even if he jumped over, just the impact from the jump and the gravity upon landing would inevitably crush the tiles. Yet this perpetrator managed to leave no broken tiles. Damn, 6 meters. How did you get over? Not by jumping. Could it be by flying? Flying. Xiaoyu's eyelid twitched, and he ordered. Investigate whether residents on the 5th and 6th floors heard any unusual sounds on the 28th or 29th. Yiheng. He didn't know what Xiaoyu was planning, but he still had his subordinates and local police conduct inquiries. An hour later, there were results. On the 28th, a household reported hearing unusual noises in the middle of the night. It sounded like a pressure cooker venting, but the noise was particularly loud. As expected, Xiaoyu muttered, auxiliary flying device. An auxiliary flying device. Yiheng's expression changed. Such things as manned flying devices were no longer news. They were used not only for military purposes, but also for civilian use. For example, jetpacks. But if they used such a device, why didn't they just fly continuously? Instead, they jumped from one building to another, like a ridiculous act? The reason is actually quite simple. First, there's the noise. Second, to avoid detection by anti-aircraft radars. And lastly, to prevent being seen by others. It is called a jetpack, but what it actually emits is flames. At night, with 2 flames flying in the sky. Do you think others can't see it? If someone jumps from one building to another, it not only reduces the noise of the jetpack, but also prevents the flames from being noticed. Ultimately, it can also avoid detection by urban air defense radar. What kind of radar is this? Some drone enthusiasts are aware. When a drone flies to a certain height and exceeds a specific distance, it gets locked by radar. If it hasn't been reported locally, your drone is likely to be shot down, understood? Noise, flames, and not being able to fly high. This also explains why someone would jump from one building to another. It may seem thrilling, but what is the point? Xiaoyu sneered, just wait. I'm coming for you. Chapter 84. Mind-blowing reasoning in front of a residential building near the community wall. The suspect likely used a flying backpack to jump down from here. Xiaoyu shifted his gaze from the rooftop to the community wall, which was about 2.5 meters high, and thought about jumping over it. Yiheng nodded, wearing a face that said he couldn't understand but was greatly shocked. I just took a look outside the wall, and it happened to be a blind spot for the city's surveillance network. The murderer must have done some reconnaissance. Xiaoyu sneered, waiting for the victim to return from the capital, only to be killed. I still couldn't understand why it was necessary to kill to silence someone. Yiheng frowned and deduced that since the suspect Lu Hong had access to counterfeit money, she likely traveled to the capital for some undisclosed transaction. Therefore, it was very possible that she was involved with the counterfeit money group. Could it be infighting? No, it was a silencing act. Xiaoyu spoke with great certainty. What was the reason? Yiheng was slightly taken aback, wanting to hear the younger brother's reasoning. Identity. Xiaoyu took out his phone and retrieved information on the suspect from the National Security Agency and local police in Yanqing. Lu Hong, a high school dropout, had mingled in society, worked as a waitress, a bar girl, and even as a sex worker. By the age of 24, she had become a leader of a group of sex workers, colloquially known as a madam. She continued in the entertainment industry until 2 years ago when she left. Investigations revealed that at that time, there were rumors she had been involved with a wealthy man and wanted to reform. However, according to the testimony of the suspect Park Wenhui, he met Lu Hong in a bar during a visit to Yanqing 2 years ago, and they had a one-night stand, maintaining contact ever since. How could such a woman possibly be involved with a counterfeit money group? What value did she have to be a target for assassination by an agent? The amount of information was overwhelming, causing Yi Heng's mind to stall. He thought to himself, if I, a rough guy, could think of this, what use would you be? Of course, he only dared to grumble in his mind. Not in person. Let me ask you another question, Xiaoyu continued. Given your current status, would you kill an ordinary woman who offended you? The logic is quite simple. As a person, would you bother to step on an ant? Are you really afraid that stepping on it would dirty your shoes? In novels, there can be all sorts of brainless, show-off scenarios. But reality is not a novel. In the face of provocation from ordinary people, those at the top wouldn't even glance at them. A group of bottom-tier civilians, do they have the right to challenge those at the top? Not to mention Yi Heng's background, just his experience as a soldier. With his combat skills and killing capability, ordinary people are truly like ants in front of him. A group of ants jumping around would hardly warrant his attention, as it would indeed dirty his shoes. If it's an order from the government. Yi Heng had a bit of a toothache. Will the government make you kill ordinary people? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Using a nuclear bomb to swat mosquitoes. Is the government that idle? Yi Heng glared. Feeling a bit frustrated but not daring to vent in front of his junior, he asked in a roundabout way. What exactly do you want to say? Lu Hong, Xiaoyu shrugged. From the very beginning, this person was not qualified to be involved with the counterfeit currency group, let alone be assassinated by an agent. But strangely enough, she somehow ended up with counterfeit money and was taken out like a mosquito with a cannonball. Isn't that odd? Yi Heng's scalp tingled as he thought of something. Are you saying Lu Hong's counterfeit money has an improper origin? That's the reasoning, Xiaoyu nodded. Your thought process needs to be imaginative. Let your mind roam free and open all possible avenues of thought. For example, what if Lu Hong accidentally discovered the counterfeit money and then became greedy? Think about how she discovered it, how she knew it was counterfeit, and what methods she used to get her hands on it. Then, is it possible that after obtaining the counterfeit money, she wanted to find a way to sell it? And that channel was in the capital? So she went to the capital to trade the counterfeit money, which is why she left the counterfeit money in a bag by the trash can. Unfortunately, the deal failed. The counterfeit money was discovered by the police, and Lu Hong fled back to her city that same day. In the end, she stole someone else's counterfeit money, was found out by the counterfeiter, and was silenced. The purpose of this would be to prevent the police from finding her and learning about the source of the counterfeit money or the location of the counterfeiting operation. So she had to die, which attracted the killing intent of the counterfeit group's higher-ups, resulting in the presence of a suspected agent to assassinate her. Xiaoyu looked at Yi Heng, who was standing there dumbfounded. Do you think my reasoning is possible? This is what they call reasoning. It needs to be imaginative, open-minded, and also fit with existing clues. Conduct a series of analyses and finally arrive at a plausible conclusion. Sometimes, when police face unsolved cases, they reason like this, constantly hypothesizing, validating, and overturning. Then hypothesize again, validate, and overturn. In the end, find the truth. Yi Heng widened his eyes in realization. His face showed an expression of "so that's how it is," as if he suddenly understood. Because Xiaoyu's reasoning was not just possible, it was highly probable. Otherwise, how could one explain how a woman involved in the trade could come into contact with counterfeit money, obtain it, and then be killed by an agent? How did she know about the counterfeit money, and where it was hidden? Yi Heng pointed out the key issue. There's a 90 chance. Xiaoyu's lips twitched as he provided an answer, a man. Yi Heng. Throughout history, among various methods, beauty has always been the most effective weapon to conquer men. And many men, in front of women, tend to lose their guard. For instance, after a few drinks, they can easily become reckless. If at that moment there was a woman related to him nearby, it was very likely that he would confide his secrets to her. So, you're staying at my sister's house and not leaving. Yi Heng mocked. Are you trying to seduce my sister? No, Xiaoyu said seriously. I think it's Sister Qiu-chan who is coveting my good looks. Yi Heng. What about your face? Go look for it. See if it's on the ground. All right, I'll take your reasoning as correct. Yi Heng had a look as if he had seen a UFO. And next, are we going to find this man? Yes. Xiao Yu nodded. As long as we find him, we will definitely uncover many surprises. Chapter 85, Beneath the Throne. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Is it difficult to find a person? For an ordinary person, it might be very hard, perhaps even extremely difficult. But under the crushing force of the national security and police apparatuses, it can only be described as easy, without a hint of difficulty. Unless, of course, that person is dead. At this moment, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng are staring at a male corpse, their angry gazes sharp as swords. The man connected to Lu Hong has been found. A body has been discovered. There is an old saying, never underestimate your enemies. Otherwise, you will realize that the real fool is yourself. Xiao Yu remembers a study that showed criminals generally have a higher IQ than the average population. Some criminal acts are beyond what ordinary people can accomplish. For instance, the counterfeit case at hand. Even if you were given ready-made ink, plates, and acid-free paper, could you produce counterfeit currency? Therefore, sometimes, committing a crime requires intelligence. Not everyone has the ability to commit crimes. It is clear that criminals who have committed major, serious, or special cases often possess frightening intelligence. Do you really think that what you can think of, the bad guys can't think of too? Looking at the corpse that has been dead for at least a week indicates that someone wanted to eliminate more than just Lu Hong. Anyone associated with Lu Hong must be eradicated. The other party aims to completely sever the entire chain of evidence. What ruthless methods! Yi Heng's face suddenly turned as cold as ice, gritting his teeth. After years of working in national security and policing, he felt an unprecedented immense pressure for the first time. Spies are at the pinnacle of the intelligence profession. How could someone who commands agents not be formidable and ruthless? Anyone who reaches the top in any field has stepped over countless bodies to get there. As the saying goes, beneath the throne, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. If you are not ruthless, you will only end up as prey. The lead has gone cold again. Yi Heng, feeling frustrated, commented, whatever we can think of, they can think of too. How do we find them? No one is perfect. Even the most meticulous can slip up. Xiao Yu scoffed, stating that there is no such thing as a perfect crime in the field of criminal investigation. In fact, I can now confirm that the counterfeit factory is in Yangcheng, and that the murderer is also in Yangcheng. It stands to reason that the mastermind behind it is likewise in Yangcheng. As long as they are here, we will definitely be able to find them. How do we find them? Yi Heng scratched his head. I already said, no one is perfect. Xiao Yu grinned, recalling the similarity of the counterfeit currency. Do you remember what the replication rate of the counterfeit currency was? 70. Yi Heng became anxious, asking, what are you trying to say? You can't just talk halfway and leave me hanging. Such people generally lack patience. Yes, 70. The issue lies with the ink and the acid-free paper. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. These two items also have their substitutes. Otherwise, the counterfeit would be real currency. Precisely because these two items are substitutes, it means domestic? Yi Heng, understanding, exclaimed the answer. Yes, domestic. Xiao Yu smiled and said, they are using ink and acid-free paper from a certain country to replace the genuine products. For example, acid-free paper may seem easy to produce, but every paper mill has different formulas, raw material selections, sources, and manufacturing processes. It's like a chicken. It can be made into roasted chicken, boiled chicken, or smoked chicken. They are all food, but they taste different. The same goes for paper making. They are all paper, but the processes and materials vary significantly. Why am I so sure about this? Let me give you an example. Suppose you have a recipe that is essential for your survival and a source of income. Would you selflessly share this recipe and let others profit from it too? It's just like making roasted chicken. Some people make it delicious, while others do not. Would those who make tasty roasted chicken give away their recipe? It's the same principle. Initially, the Special Investigation Team sent samples of counterfeit banknotes for material identification by a specialized institution. The report noted, the acid-free paper used for the counterfeit banknotes absorbs ink well, does not fade, and does not reflect under ultraviolet light. The hemp fibers are strong and resilient, allowing them to incorporate red and blue fibers perfectly into the pulp, achieving the standard of genuine banknotes acid-free paper. Are there many manufacturers capable of producing such acid-free paper with the necessary paper-making technology in that country? There are over 5,000 paper mills nationwide, but only about 2,000 can produce acid-free paper. Among those, fewer than 300 have the process that absorbs ink well, does not fade, and does not reflect under ultraviolet light. If we add in those with strong and resilient hemp fibers that can incorporate red and blue fibers perfectly into the pulp, there are fewer than 80. There are fewer than 10 that can come close to the standard of acid-free paper. Interestingly, a medium-sized paper mill exists in Yonge City. Nationwide, there are fewer than 10 such mills, and one is precisely in Yonge City. Isn't that a coincidence? Xiaoyu never believes in coincidences. Sometimes he even doubts his own eyes. Whether it's a coincidence or not, he will investigate further. In Yonge City, at Linglong Paper Mill, 4 police cars lined up and drove into the factory. Yiheng led a team to check the shipping situation. Xiaoyu and 2 detectives arrived at the papermaking workshop. Through observation, Xiaoyu saw workers throwing dry grass mats into a large container for heating and boiling. When they took them out, the yellow mats had turned white. The processes included washing, decolorizing, adding pulp, beating, settling, paper forming, pressing, dewatering, and drying. A stack of the most basic raw white paper was ready. There is much knowledge involved in this process, which outsiders may not understand. So what was Xiaoyu observing? He was watching the workers. When he arrived at this paper mill, he deliberately wore a police uniform. Criminal psychology suggests that when a suspect sees a police uniform, they often experience panic, leading to confusion, anxiety, forced calmness, and either avoiding eye contact or staring at the police for an extended time to show they are not guilty. This paper mill has over 300 people in total. Excluding the management, there are more than 200 workers in the workshop. Xiaoyu patiently observed each worker, even intentionally appearing near some of them. Suddenly, Xiaoyu stood in front of a worker, gazing into his eyes for a long time. Do you know what kind of acid-free paper can be used for banknotes? The worker was taken aback, stuttering, I'm not very sure. As he spoke, his eyes widened, eyebrows raised, and nostrils flared. This is a sign of fear in psychology. What was he afraid of? Xiaoyu continued to smile and ask, so, can you make counterfeit money? The worker did not answer, his eyes uncontrollably drifting away, looking very surprised, his hands continuously rubbing together. According to micro-expression psychology, looking to the left when questioned indicates an effort to recall, while looking to the right suggests thinking of a lie. A surprised expression lasting more than 2 seconds is considered fake surprise. The constant rubbing of hands is a self-soothing gesture, helping to relax and feel secure. The smile on Xiaoyu's face became richer and happier. I would like to invite you for a cup of tea, and I hope you won't refuse. Chapter 86. Come on, let me show you. The worker's name is Dong Hai, 32 years old, married with children. At this moment, he is being escorted out of the workshop by 2 detectives. Dong Hai's face is pale with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Why is he so terrified? If one has done nothing wrong, they shouldn't fear anything. But the greater the wrongdoing, the more one fears. Inside the paper factory yard, I will only give you one chance. Xiaoyu's gaze is cold and sharp. Tell me, did you participate in the production of counterfeit currency? Suddenly, an alert sounds. Danger. Xiaoyu realizes he has been locked on. Not only that, an intense, chilling danger surges within him. Without hesitation, he instantly moves his body. Almost the moment he leaves his original position, boom, a dull roar comes from a distance. In Xiaoyu's line of sight, Dong Hai, held by the 2 detectives, is struck. Bang! His head bursts like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer, red and white matter scattering everywhere. The ground behind the headless Dong Hai is shattered, creating a terrifying crater, a bullet hole from a sniper rifle. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyu's pupils dilate sharply. Is it another silencing? In an instant, his body lunges forward like a cheetah. Bang! Another dull roar. A bullet whizzes past him. The ground is hit, with shattered concrete flying. Take cover. Xiaoyu shouts at the 2 detectives, his body resembling a true beast. He moves on all fours with incredible speed, racing toward the direction of the sniper. Before he can run 20 meters, an alert sounds. Warning. In that instant, Xiaoyu's body suddenly halts, freezing in place. Boom. A terrifying bullet hole appears in front of him. The sniper actually predicted his movement. However, Xiaoyu also anticipated the sniper's prediction. Wanna play? Xiaoyu lifts his head, revealing his white teeth. System ability, King of Soldiers. Suddenly, Xiaoyu rises from his beast-like stance. In a flash, his body transforms into an arrow released from a bow, seeming to teleport 2 meters away. Bang! Bang! A bullet strikes behind him. Another bullet hits in front of him. The 2 snipers simultaneously predict his movement, but Xiaoyu appears to sense the bullet's trajectories. That sudden rush followed by instant stillness, that transition from extreme motion to extreme calm, creates an illusion for the 2 snipers, leaving them questioning, is this really human? At that moment, Xiao Yu's body again darts forward like a released arrow. His running is no longer linear. He can change direction at will, stop whenever he wants, and execute dazzling feints while in motion, regardless of his trajectory. Or perhaps it was his changing angles. Running, dodging, rolling. The transitions between those movements, the connections between actions, never exceeded 0.5 seconds. In this brief 0.5 seconds, Xiao Yu's body managed to execute 2 feints. The 2 snipers in the distance froze. Through their scopes, they stared blankly, watching Xiao Yu rush towards their location. 4 words popped into their minds. Extreme evasion. What is extreme evasion? It is said that some can dodge bullets. But those who truly understand, like top-tier soldiers, know that dodging bullets is not just a legend, but it's not exactly dodging either. When you see a target, even if they are clearly in your line of sight, within your kill range, and in your crosshairs, the bullet simply cannot hit them. Because you have no idea what their next move will be. You cannot predict their next movement. Faced with such unpredictable and erratic dodging, even the greatest sniper masters can only shake their heads and smile wryly. Is this person impressive? No, it is the extreme evasion they have mastered. Its standard is to change any desired action within 0.5 seconds while running. They can execute any feint they wish. From the day it was conceived, it was aimed at snipers on the battlefield. It was specifically developed for capturing and hunting snipers through military evasion techniques. Watching the figure rushing towards them, witnessing that nearly perfect extreme evasion, the 2 snipers exchanged glances. Run. Without any hesitation, they didn't even care about their sniper rifles. They dropped all their gear and quickly got up from the rooftop. There is an unspoken rule in the military. Any soldier who masters extreme evasion is a king of soldiers, a reaper on the battlefield. They are the nightmares of all snipers. Moreover, they were not even top-tier soldiers, just 2 agents. In a real battlefield encounter with a soldier king, they wouldn't even have a chance to resist. If they don't run, they will die. Bang! Xiao Yu's feet landed on the roof of a car. It was visibly dented. Beast form, cat spirit. Boom! His body catapulted off the car roof, crossing a lane and landing on the other side. The moment he hit the ground, his shoes finally couldn't withstand the violent impact and shattered. Beast form, rhino defense. Leopard speed. Running barefoot, Xiao Yu's speed completely surpassed that of a sprinter. In just a few seconds, he appeared in front of a building and dashed into the lobby on the first floor, standing before 2 elevators. Fortunately, one elevator was just opening its doors while the other was descending from the 3rd floor. Police, everyone get out! Xiao Yu shouted angrily, startling those who were about to enter the elevator. However, faced with the shout and seeing his police uniform, these people were obedient and quickly walked out. At that moment, 2 security guards ran over. Watch the entrance, don't let it close, shouted Xiao Yu to the guards. The guards exchanged glances and nodded. Another elevator stopped, its doors opened, and some people stepped out. Xiao Yu instructed another guard to monitor the 2nd elevator. What was he planning? The elevator was out of service, and people wanting to go downstairs had to use the stairs. The 2 snipers also had to use the stairs to escape. Xiao Yu headed straight for the building's only safe stairwell. With the ability of the beast form, elephant scent, he could detect the smell of gun oil and gunpowder. During the process of using their sniper rifles, the snipers would inevitably leave traces of gun oil on themselves. Even if they used smokeless powder, it would still have a scent. The snipers would definitely carry the smell of gunpowder. With this ability, Xiao Yu could distinguish who the snipers were. In an instant, Xiao Yu's figure resembled that of a serval cat, utilizing the gaps between the railings on the upper and lower floors to leap upward. Each jump covered 4 meters. 1 floor at a time, flying through the gaps with terrifying speed, like a ghost. Before entering the building, Xiao Yu had roughly estimated that the entire building was about 17 or 18 stories high. At his current jumping speed, he could reach the top floor in less than a minute. However, just as Xiao Yu was about to leap to the 13th floor, suddenly, his body stopped, standing on the railing of the 12th floor. Just a moment ago, he caught a glimpse of a figure outside through the window of the stairwell. Outside, a figure? He quickly turned around and jumped to the window, looking outside. Damn, Xiao Yu almost cursed out loud. He saw 2 people rapidly descending using ropes. They shot at me and still want to run? Can you really get away? Furious, Xiao Yu was completely enraged. With a loud crash, he slammed into the window, shattering the glass and flying down. But it wasn't a jump from the building. In the moment he burst out, his hand grasped the windowsill. His whole body hung on the outer wall, looking down at the 2 figures descending quickly. Damn it, Xiao Yu loosened his grip and descended. With a smack, his hand caught the windowsill again. The 9th floor windowsill. Letting go, he fell, caught the sill again. Letting go again, falling, catching the sill once more. He descended repeatedly, using the windowsills to cushion his fall. 7th floor, 5th floor, 3rd floor. Bam. Xiao Yu's feet landed on the concrete floor. His legs bent to absorb the impact. When he lifted his head and slowly stood up, the two figures that had used the ropes had just landed on the ground. At that moment, the two wore expressions of sheer terror, as if they had seen a ghost. Tremendous fear exploded in their hearts as they stared at Xiao Yu, looking at him like he was a monster. Xiao Yu grinned at them, stepping forward. Come on, let us see you run again. Chapter 87, Drink. In his 2 lifetimes as a police officer, Xiao Yu had never encountered the so-called spy before. In his past imagination, spies were supposed to be impressive and sophisticated. Like 007. They should either be suave and charming or have a striking appearance. However, Xiao Yu realized he was mistaken. These 2 foreign agents not only had yellow skin and black eyes, but at first glance, they looked like ordinary Asians. One was 170 centimeters tall, and the other was 175 centimeters. One was slim, while the other was muscular. As for their looks, they were the kind of people you would automatically overlook in a crowd. As he approached the 2 men, Xiao Yu's gaze swept down to their feet. Then, his eyes locked onto the 170 centimeters tall man. Size 41 shoes. It was almost identical to the shoe prints of the murderer at the victim Lu Hong's home. You killed Lu Hong, didn't you? Xiao Yu asked calmly and assertively. The other party's expression suddenly sharpened. Just then, his companion raised his hand, revealing a strange pistol. The design of the gun was indeed odd, resembling a cigarette pack. Xiao Yu wasn't surprised. If they could get their hands on a sniper rifle, why would a handgun be strange? In an instant, Xiao Yu casually stopped, shifted sideways. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his cheek. He continued to walk towards the 2 men with an air of nonchalance. Dodging bullets, the 2 men felt a chill run down their spines. Xiao Yu was indeed dodging, but not in the typical sense. It was more like the king of soldiers' technique of prediction, utilizing his keen eyesight, experience, and agility. He avoided the bullet's trajectory and landing point. Firing a gun requires aiming, a straight line. Xiao Yu used this principle to predict their alignment and the bullet's flight path. As long as your evasion is faster than the trigger pull, you can easily dodge. It sounds simple, but an ordinary person couldn't achieve it. Only those who have undergone special training for years and have exceptional reflexes can do so. Therefore, there is no such thing as dodging bullets. It's all about prediction. If you wait until the opponent fires to dodge, you're already dead. No matter how fast a human moves, they can't outrun a bullet. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Xiao Yu's body brushed against the bullet, propelling him forward like a cheetah pouncing. In a blink, he covered 3 meters and appeared above the man who had fired. He aimed a kick at the man's face. Not good. The man had no time to shoot again and quickly tried to evade. Thud! Xiao Yu's foot struck the ground, producing a deep, resonating sound. The scene that made the 2 men's scalps tingle unfolded. They actually saw spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the concrete ground beneath Xiao Yu's feet. Concrete? Cracks? What kind of power and terrifying physique could achieve this? As Xiao Yu descended, he moved like a beast, his limbs hitting the ground. In an instant, he lunged at the armed man. His speed was so fast that it was almost untraceable to the eye, like a hunting leopard. With a bang, he collided into the arms of a man holding a gun. Crack! The man's ribs might have broken several. Before he could scream, there was another crack. Xiao Yu's elbow struck the man's armpit. In the next moment, a pair of hands gently cradled the back of the man's head. As Xiao Yu rose, he lifted his knee and suddenly pulled down with both hands. The man was instantly bent over, watching as a knee loomed larger and larger in his vision. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the man's face displayed a strange indentation. His nose was flattened, facial bones shattered, and blood splattered across his face like a burst water balloon. That strong body crumpled to the ground like mud, collapsing without even a scream, losing consciousness. At that moment, Xiao Yu was already standing in front of another man. This man's eyes were wide with terror, staring at Xiao Yu with a pale face, his body trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't even imagine what kind of person, or perhaps not even a human, was standing before him. He had never seen anyone jump from over 10 stories and come out unscathed. He had never seen anyone dodge bullets. To put it into perspective, his companion was quite skilled, having won awards in combat sports. Yet, in front of this handsome youth, he felt as fragile as a baby, not to mention fighting back or resisting. In just 2 seconds, he was already beaten into a state of oblivion. Agents are human too, and when humans face the unknown, fear will arise within. A chill shot up from the soles of the man's feet, enveloping his entire body. It felt like falling into an ice cave, sending shivers down his spine. The man was terrified. A profound sense of fear and despair gripped him. Should he resist? No, because he knew that in the eyes of the other, he was like a fragile chick, easily crushed with a wave of the hand. However, he could not be captured. As an intelligence officer, as an agent, he was acutely aware of how dire the consequences would be if he fell into the hands of the people from a certain country, especially if caught by their national security. He had previously captured intelligence personnel from other nations and knew how cruelly they were treated. It was a fate worse than death. Suddenly, the man's fingers twitched. On his middle finger, he wore a ring. At that moment, he was trying to use the nail of his thumb to pry up one end of the ring's clasp. The pried end was very sharp, like a needle tip, glinting with a blue light. This movement was likely concealed by his fingers, so the handsome youth opposite him probably wouldn't notice. As the needle-sharp tip was lifted, the man's palm pressed towards his waist. A flicker of pain and despair crossed his eyes. If it were possible, no one truly wanted to die. But sometimes, there is too much suffering in this world that is more terrifying than death. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain. Just as the man was despairingly closing his eyes, a clap echoed. His palm stopped just outside his waist, a hair's breadth away from touching it. However, a palm firmly gripped his wrist. Crack! The man's wrist was easily crushed in that strong grip. This was inevitable. No human bone could withstand nearly 2 tons of force without breaking. Never. Xiao Yu gently picked up the severed hand, ignoring the man's desperate screams. His eyes were fixed on the sharp, blue gleam, his eyelids twitching. Even if one has never seen a pig run, one knows the concept. Is the other party trying to commit suicide? The blue on the ring, is it poison or something else? No. The man's shrill and desperate wailing echoed. But before he could do anything, Xiao Yu's other hand swung. A slap landed on the man's face. Crack! Blood and teeth sprayed from the man's mouth. The terrifying force impacted the man's jaw and cheek, shaking his brain. The screams and resistance vanished. Xiao Yu held the unconscious man by the wrist, as if carrying a little chick, rolling his eyes. Is this what an agent is like? Tilting his head, Xiao Yu spat. Drink, spit. Chapter 88. My legs are weak. When Yi Heng saw the 2 men in front of the young brother, he couldn't tell whether he felt angry, happy, or perhaps ashamed. Why did he feel like a useless tool? What exactly went wrong? Of course, don't think that the security agency had not investigated the strangeness about Xiao Yu. For instance, during the confrontation he had with Xiao Yu at the agency, although Xiao Yu didn't kill him, he was injured and left behind blood. Those blood samples were sent for specialized testing. The result was, Xiao Yu was just slightly stronger than an average person, with no abnormalities. How could there be no abnormalities? Can a normal person jump down from a dozen floors unscathed? Or can a normal person dodge bullets? Or can a normal person break someone else's bones without tools? No abnormalities, my foot. To be honest, if it weren't for Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu protecting Xiao Yu, this young brother might have been sent to some special place to play with researchers. However, everything changed after Xiao Yu met the old man once. When Xiao Yu walked out of the old man's study, after entering, the old man asked him a question. What do you think of someone with a strong sense of justice? Yi Heng, stunned. You, the head of the security agency, asked me about justice? The agency, for national security and to protect the people, can trample on the bottom line of humanity when necessary. For the country, for the people, they can give their lives without hesitation. Where there is light in this world, there must be darkness. The security agency is a group of dark walkers living in the shadows. And you talk to me about justice? The old man suddenly said, just now. Right before he left, I asked him another question. Yi Heng, what did you ask? The old man said, I asked him, if you want to catch all the criminals, isn't your sense of justice a bit excessive? Yi Heng, what did he say? The old man said, he told me. Isn't an excessive sense of justice a good thing? At that moment, Yi Heng was stunned, unable to recover for a long time. The old man seemed a bit dazed, reminiscing about something. He sighed and said, there are some people who are born like sunflowers, growing towards the sun. It is these people who attract others to draw near, unknowingly becoming the bright sun in the eyes of some, becoming the ones they hope will rally them at a certain moment. Yi Heng at that time was shocked by the phrase rally them. It seemed like the old man had said nothing, yet everything was said. The art of language required one to fill in the gaps themselves. Yi Heng cautiously asked, talent? The old man smiled. Charismatic talent. Yi Hung. The old man. Give him a security agency identity. Special operations. At that time, Yi Hung was internally shaken, leaving the study in a daze. The old man's evaluation was too frightening. As for why Xiao Yu was to be given an identity in the security agency, what does it mean to be the master of national security? Of course, the thoughts of these top figures are beyond his comprehension. But one thing is certain, the old man really likes Xiao Yu. Because once Xiao Yu has the identity of a national security special agent, it will be almost impossible for anyone to harm him. Regaining his senses, Yi Hung looked at Xiao Yu with a complex expression. Is it because I'm too handsome that you're mesmerized? Xiao Yu teased, sitting on the ground with a cigarette in his mouth. You are quite handsome, Yi Hung sincerely nodded, ignoring his younger brother's jibe. Xiao Yu, something's off. Is this guy planning something? Don't go playing solo anymore. Yi Hung sat down beside Xiao Yu, watching his subordinates carry away the two agents who were unaware of their fate. If something really happened to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to my sister. Is it really because of your sister? I feel like you're trying to scheme against me. Xiao Yu was puzzled. Then what? It's nothing. Yi Hung took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke. I've already ordered a city lockdown. Xiao Yu's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. Right. We need to lock down the city. A lockdown means sealing off the entire area. All transportation routes will be guarded by military police. All 3 lines of transport, land, sea, and air, will be halted. Why do this? To prevent the mastermind behind the counterfeit currency group from escaping. Since we've captured 2 agents, we've already stirred the snake. If it were you, would you run? In a few days? Xiao Yu asked. One day, Yi Hung sighed. That's the maximum authority of national security. A one-day lockdown is still considered the maximum authority? Many people may not understand what it means to lock down a city, but those who do know are well aware of what a one-day lockdown signifies. Got it. Xiao Yu nodded. 24 hours, right? The weather is nice. Yi Hung. What the heck? You look like a member of some cult right now. Stop messing around, Yi Hung said, exasperated. Now we need to find the counterfeit den and catch the mastermind. You. The counterfeit den. Xiao Yu took a puff of his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. Isn't it already found? Yi Hung. He looked at his younger brother with a confused expression. What do you mean? That paper mill is the den, Xiao Yu sighed. As for the mastermind, he just ran from the paper mill. Yi Hung. Bro, you can't be joking with me, right? Sometimes when experts clash, your head is already gone before you even realize. Xiao Yu seemed to mock his older brother, as if self-deprecating, luring the tiger away from its mountain. Yi Hung was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed dramatically. Right, if you were an agent. Would you boldly shoot a sniper rifle in another country? Even if an agent wants to kill, they would do it in secret, fearing exposure. Just now, not only did 2 agents assassinate a worker at the paper mill, but they also attempted to assassinate Xiao Yu and other police officers. Such foolish behavior is something any sensible agent would avoid. Are they out of their minds, trying to expose themselves on purpose? If they aren't crazy and it's not intentional, then what could it be? A distraction. Xiao Yu had a disgusted expression as if he had eaten a fly. The 2 agents were bait, and we were the fish. Using 2 pieces of bait to deliberately divert our attention, so they could escape. This means we've already found their hideout. The mastermind is in that paper mill. And they had to do this, understand? It's too late to realize all this now. The person has escaped. Are you still in the mood to smoke? Yi Hung instantly stood up and shouted. Do you think I want to? Xiao Yu shouted back. I just jumped down from more than 10 stories. I wasn't scared then. But now my legs are a bit shaky. Uffed. Yi Hung burst out laughing. A cold-blooded killer who has taken several lives is actually scared to the point of shaky legs. Can you believe it? Just imagine if you had to jump down from a dozen stories. Yi Hung's face turned pale. Damn, that's really terrifying. Chapter 89, I Never Hold Grudges. A special police unit from one team surrounded a paper mill along with a paramilitary unit from another. Yi Hung personally went to interrogate 2 agents. As for the methods of interrogation, Xiao Yu guessed they would be extremely cruel and inhumane. Yi Hung even invited him to observe, but he firmly declined, worried it would make him lose his appetite. As a young person with ideals, ambitions, and a sense of responsibility, Xiao Yu believed he had to ensure his physical and mental health. If they wanted to disgust him, they were dreaming. That said, discussing humanity with those who want to harm the nation? That is just absurd. Whether in his past life or this one, Xiao Yu's motto remained. May the hypocrites suffer first, thank you. As for the counterfeit money operation, Xiao Yu, along with 4 national security personnel and a team of special police, conducted a thorough search of the entire paper mill. The result? Nothing was found. Could it be that he was mistaken? The results of the search left Xiao Yu feeling a bit insecure. They needed to search again. Firstly, the counterfeit operation must be a small factory with storage for acid-free paper, ink, and counterfeit money. There should also be a production line for printing, especially the printing press for banknotes, which wouldn't take up a small area. All these combined would require at least 100 square meters of space. Hiding such a large factory would be nearly impossible. If the counterfeit operation was hidden within the paper mill, it would definitely. Xiao Yu looked at the national security personnel beside him and asked for the building plans of the factory. How to find the building plans? Generally, every city retains blueprints of any constructed buildings, which can usually be found in the City Design Institute or construction archives. Soon, through online transmission, the architectural plans of the paper mill were sent over. Holding the tablet, Xiao Yu examined the building plans and began to reassess the factory area. The ground was fine. When he arrived at the underground parking lot of the factory, Xiao Yu stood at the end of the parking lot, staring at a wall in front of him. After carefully checking the underground parking lot's architectural plans, he found it. The building plans indicated there were supposed to be 60 parking spaces in the underground lot, but there were only 50 visible. That meant 10 spaces were missing. Typically, a parking space covers about 12 to 15 square meters. Missing 10 spaces equates to over 100 square meters. The plans revealed that the missing 10 spaces were conveniently blocked by the wall in front of him. Using his keen observation skills, Xiao Yu began to examine the wall, then the ground, and finally, looked at a drainage ditch outside the wall, noticing many footprints around it. Who would stroll around a drainage ditch for no reason? Xiao Yu smirked as he approached the drainage ditch, bent down, and grabbed the steel mesh above. With a strong pull, he lifted a drainage net barrier measuring 0.5 meters by 1.5 meters. Looking down, the dry drainage ditch was about 2 meters high, and there were indeed footprints below. With a wave of his hand, he discarded the drainage net railing and jumped down. Thud, he landed on the ground. Following the footprints, he took a few steps. Suddenly, he spotted a passage. The passage was short, about 2 meters long. It was this 2-meter passage that allowed access through the wall above. Reaching the end, he looked up and saw a cover above. Suddenly, he stepped back. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out. Bullets pierced through the cover and shot downwards. That little trick was quite insidious. He rolled his eyes. Here it comes, just as he expected, not disappointing his father. Suddenly, he sidestepped, raising his thigh high. He executed a side kick. Bang, his foot struck the metal cover above, sending it flying. Thud, the cover seemed to crash onto someone, followed by a scream. At that moment, he stepped forward, propelled himself, and jumped through the opening above. He landed in a room. In midair, his eyes quickly scanned the room to take in the general situation. The entire room was roughly over 100 square meters. Inside, there were stacks of white paper, barrels of ink, and a printing press occupying about 20 square meters. In one corner, there was a pile of what looked like a small mountain of counterfeit bills. Finally, there were 4 people in the room. One was covered in blood, 2 others were armed with handguns, and there was a blonde woman. A foreigner? Snap! He landed on the ground, and a muffled sound echoed beneath his feet. His figure appeared in front of one of the armed men. His hands went to the man's chin and the back of his head. With a crisp sound, the man's neck twisted at an angle. His entire head was turned backward. He casually took the man's handgun. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots hit another armed man in the chest and in the forehead. 1 shot to the chest, 1 to the head, using the Mozambique drill. This was a true battlefield shooting technique. Killing in this manner required no prisoners. He aimed the gun at the bloodied man, who seemed to have been hit by the metal cover. No, please don't kill me, the man screamed, pleading for mercy. He stared into the man's eyes, noticing that despite the apparent terror on the man's face, there was a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Why was he surprised? Bang! He shot the man in the forehead. In an instant, he turned around, pressing the gun into the mouth of the blonde woman. But his gaze was fixed on her hand. She was holding a butterfly knife, making a stabbing motion. If he turned quickly, that knife would have pierced his neck. That little toy is quite nice. He took the butterfly knife from her hand, looking at her pale face. You weren't planning to stab me with that, were you? The blonde woman. Her silence was met with thrust. The butterfly knife plunged into the woman's abdomen. The blonde woman opened her mouth, but didn't make a sound, as all the noise was forced back into her throat by the gun barrel in her mouth. I never hold grudges, Xiao Yu said politely, because I would smash my enemy's brains out on the spot. The blonde woman. Xiao Yu withdrew his arm and took the gun out of the woman's mouth. What is your name? The blonde woman remained silent. Suddenly, a butterfly knife was pulled out and plunged into the woman's lower abdomen again. Ah! A wretched scream escaped her lips. In the next moment, Xiao Yu grabbed her neck, pulling her closer. Don't waste my time, all right? The butterfly knife remained lodged in her lower abdomen. Xiao Yu raised his leg, but his knee struck the knife handle. With a thrust, the entire butterfly knife was buried deep inside her abdomen. Ah, Avril, my name is Avril. The woman cried out in a strange accent. Now you're being obedient. Xiao Yu smiled coldly. What is your identity? From a certain country. FBI. She answered through her wails. Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. FBI, one of the most famous intelligence agencies in the world. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. Chapter 90. My 25-meter big knife is already thirsting for blood. Are you always this ruthless towards women? Looking at the blonde woman being rescued by the doctor, Yiheng felt like killing someone. It's not that he thought his little brother was too harsh on women. It's just that he almost killed her. What about the confession? No, that's not it. Xiao Yu thought for a moment. I don't treat my mom and the women I like this way. Yiheng, are you even listening to me? What I'm asking is this. Suddenly feeling like he hadn't read enough, he needed to organize his thoughts. After a while, Yiheng weakly said, I really envy you. Envy me for having a girlfriend while you don't? Xiao Yu mercilessly splashed cold water on him. Yiheng gritted his teeth. I envy you for not being a jerk. You're too narrow-minded. Xiao Yu chuckled. You were the one who told me back then that people without shame can live more easily. Yiheng opened his mouth, speechless. He had shot himself in the foot. Ouch. How is your interrogation going? Xiao Yu decided not to bully the honest kid anymore. Both agents are from a certain country. Yiheng forced out a sentence. They don't know much, just that they are someone's bodyguards. Looks like it's about what I guessed initially. Xiao Yu's expression showed no signs of change. Are they here to cause trouble for our country? Probably close to it. Yiheng nodded. The most direct way to harm people is to hand them the knife. Just like you said to the old man. But sometimes that knife can also become a double-edged sword. It could hurt yourself. For example, Xiao Yu and Yiheng looked towards the printing machine in the secret room. There, 2 shining dollar plates lay. Real dollar plates. Have they gone mad? Yiheng couldn't understand how they dared to play like this. As long as the acid-free paper and ink don't flow into our country, we can never produce real dollars. Xiao Yu spread his hands. It's like a fighter jet, as long as you don't give it an engine. Even if you give it to you, it's just scrap metal, which is why they dare to play like this. However, if one of their fighter jets suddenly appears in our country, we won't be able to explain it. This is an excuse, and it's also a scheme. How do we solve it? Yiheng frowned. Simple, as long as we're not greedy. Xiao Yu pointed at the plates. Let us destroy them. Yiheng fell silent. Those are 2 real dollar plates. As long as we can get the ink and acid-free paper. Look, this is their scheme. Are you reluctant to destroy them too? Xiao Yu looked into Yiheng's eyes, but I can tell you with 100% certainty that these 2 plates have long been tampered with. Just like 2 bombs that could explode at any moment. Do you believe it? Since they dare to play like this, do you think they are unprepared? There are many clever people in this world. Everything you can think of, they have already considered. Yiheng felt a chill down his spine. As a national security officer, he knew very well that there are too many terrifying methods in this world. Even they cannot fully crack them. If we can't crack it, that would be terrifying. Call the old man. We can't make the decision. Xiao Yu's expression remained calm. It's up to the higher-ups to decide. Yiheng didn't hesitate at all and took out his phone to make a call. Xiao Yu was too lazy to listen to the conversation and instead looked at the blonde woman being revived by the doctor. She was staring at him with a pair of terrified eyes. Xiao Yu suddenly smiled. The blonde woman instantly shivered, lowered her head, and dared not meet Xiao Yu's gaze. She was scared. Xiao Yu's cold-blooded methods, which made her feel like she wasn't even human, had completely frightened her into a psychological shadow. Little brother. Yiheng called out. Xiao Yu turned to look. The old man asked me to ask you, is there a way to break their scheme without destroying the power supply? Sure enough. Xiao Yu sighed. Greed is always the root of all evil. But from the perspective of national interests, there's nothing wrong with that. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Yu nodded. Yes, we can catch the mastermind behind this. Of course, this person's status has to be significant. Status means identity. If they can be protected by federal agents, their identity must not be low. The reason why the agency can become a top intelligence organization is that it has many excellent agents. They are responsible for federal law enforcement and counterintelligence, as well as external intelligence work. However, their nature belongs to the police system. They are also responsible for protecting the president and other high-ranking officials' safety. In simple terms, their senior agents are quite similar to bodyguards. If someone can be protected by them, how low could the mastermind status be? You mean? Yi Heng's eyes lit up. As long as we catch him, if they dare to cause trouble, we can push him out and turn the tables? Turn the tables sounds harsh. Xiao Yu chuckled. This is like mud in the crotch. It's not shit, but it is. Yi Heng, your crude vocabulary is giving me goosebumps. Time is running out. Xiao Yu glanced at his watch. There were still 16 hours until the city was unsealed. Little brother, I absolutely believe in your abilities. Yi Heng patted his shoulder and joked, but if you can't find that person, I might have to change my future brother-in-law. Are you provoking me? Xiao Yu squinted his eyes. I have my dignity. I am provoking you. Yi Heng suddenly became bold and pretended to take out his phone. How about I call my parents and tell them about you and my sister? Xiao Yu immediately put on a smiling face. Bro, don't do this. Let's talk nicely. What about your dignity? Yi Heng smirked. What is dignity? Xiao Yu smiled innocently. Yi Heng. He gave a thumbs up. You have potential. I admit defeat. Although he won the verbal battle, Xiao Yu couldn't feel proud. The ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws eventually. Just thinking about the day he would meet Sister Qiu-chan and Sister Qingwu's parents made his scalp tingle, clearing his mind of distractions. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and decided not to hold back any longer. Who is he? He asked. Yi Heng had already interrogated 2 agents from a certain federal agency. It seemed that the identity of that mastermind had been uncovered. The moment he mentioned the solution to the problem, Yi Heng clearly looked surprised. The reason he had been hesitant to speak before must be that the other party's identity was significant, or perhaps very significant. Yi Heng put away his smile and mentioned the person's details. A D1 level supervisor in the counterintelligence department. Xiao Yu was taken aback. What are you talking about? Yi Heng explained. The employee levels in that agency range from 1 to 19, with D for being the highest and A1 the lowest. D1 is equivalent to a department head in national security. Xiao Yu was shocked. His first reaction was disbelief. Such a high-ranking official? It must be a joke. His second reaction was urgent curiosity. Please share the address. My 25-meter-long blade is eager for action. Chapter 91. People coming to make up the numbers outside the paper mill. Through the testimonies of 3 agents, it was revealed that the supervisor of the counterintelligence department had 2 agents protecting him. Yi Heng glanced at his younger brother. And just as you deduced, John Bober had the 2 agents set up for a sniper attack to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair. Did 6 agents come in total? Xiao Yu frowned. 5 men and 1 woman? Yes, probably 6. Yi Heng nodded, but couldn't be sure if there were other agents providing support. The 3 individuals killed by Xiao Yu in the secret room were not agents. Only the blonde woman, Avril, was an agent from the counterintelligence department. Including the 2 caught by Xiao Yu after jumping from the building, 3 had been apprehended, with 2 more protecting the counterintelligence supervisor. And this supervisor was a top-tier agent himself. That makes 6 in total. Have the sources of the channels and firearms been traced? Xiao Yu's mind raced, analyzing various possibilities. They used shipping containers to land in the coastal area of Yangqing. Yi Heng's expression was grim. Firearms and ammunition were also landed via containers. Yangqing is a coastal city, boasting the 4th largest port in the world, with an annual cargo throughput exceeding 60,000 tons. Smuggling through the sea has never been a new phenomenon. Ordinary criminals can smuggle across the sea, let alone agents. If they can smuggle, they can also transport illegal goods. Every year, dozens of cases involving illegal arms smuggling are uncovered. It's already impossible for them to leave through normal channels. Xiao Yu glanced at his watch. There were still 15.5 hours left. By now, they likely knew that the entire Yangcheng was under lockdown. They also understood that once the city was reopened, there would be various ways to leave. Before the city was unsealed, they would hide very well. The question is, how would 3 foreigners conceal themselves? A cold glint flashed in Yi Heng's eyes. All police forces were already mobilized, and John Bober's profile and photo had been distributed, so the police would conduct focused investigations. How would they evade detection? Don't ask why the National Security Agency has the profile and photo of the counterintelligence supervisor. Asking would be a secret. The greatest concealment lies in plain sight. The medium concealment is in the city, and the least in the wild. Xiao Yu's thoughts were highly active. The best hiding place is right under the lamp. This means standing right in front of someone, yet they can't recognize who you are. How is this achieved? By changing one's appearance, body shape, and skin color. As agents, utilizing makeup to change one's appearance is a piece of cake. Techniques similar to those often depicted in martial arts novels do exist in reality. For example, some film makeup artists can make a person look older, younger, or even transform them into a monster. As long as the materials for makeup and disguise are complete, one can become various forms. Training for intelligence personnel includes makeup and disguise as a core subject. So, Yi Heng rubbed his temples. It wouldn't be easy to find them. Xiao Yu lowered his head, his mind racing. He was frantically reasoning through any possibilities. One line of reasoning after another emerged, only to be overturned and rethought. Time slowly passed, half an hour. Suddenly, Xiao Yu raised his head, his eyes flashing with a cold light. They are nearby? Yi Heng. Little brother, I know my IQ is not as high as yours, but you can't be trying to fool me like this, right? Xiao Yu self-deprecatingly said. Actually, they haven't run away at all. Haven't run? Yi Heng squinted. The reasoning is simple, but Xiao Yu's expression was strange. If it were you, executing a mission abroad, and your true identity was discovered by their security department, how would you escape? Yi Heng thought for a moment, then smiled wryly. I'm doomed. No matter how strong a person is, they still have limitations. How could one possibly withstand the crushing force of a national machine? Exactly, trapped in a city. Where could they run to? Xiao Yu nodded. Now the entire city is filled with our people. The police are checking every street and alley. And the city's surveillance system has been fully activated for AI facial recognition scanning. As soon as any suspicious individuals appear, the police can arrive immediately. So no matter how they try to escape, it's impossible for them to get away. Since that's the case, not escaping is actually the best choice. Not escaping? Yi Heng's eyes sparkled. Are you saying they are still hiding in the paper mill? No, you still don't understand what I'm saying. Xiao Yu shook his head. Let me ask you, what is the highest realm of drawing the tiger away from its mountain? The highest realm. Yi Heng pondered. Isn't drawing the tiger away to catch its cubs? What if there are no tiger cubs? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. No tiger cubs? Yi Heng was stunned. Then what's the point of drawing the tiger away? Is there a possibility? Xiao Yu asked, that their target was the tiger all along? Yi Heng's mouth dropped open. They are crazy. Lambs entering the tiger's mouth? Drawing the tiger implies fear of the tiger, meaning they can't win. If you can't win, yet still want to catch the tiger, are you courting death? Exactly. It's like lambs entering the tiger's mouth. Xiao Yu nodded. Those two agents who lured us out are the lambs. Yi Heng's CPU seemed to short-circuit. He still didn't understand what the little brother was saying. Your complicated facial expressions can't hide your simple intelligence. Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh at his brother's bewildered expression. Don't make me laugh. I'm really sorry for making you smile. Yi Heng rolled his eyes. Stop babbling uselessly. Just tell me, what did you find out? I already told you. They haven't run at all. They are even hiding right under our noses. Xiao Yu looked directly into his brother's eyes. They are also watching us tigers. As we devour two little lambs. Yi Heng's body suddenly trembled. A flash of inspiration sparked in his exhausted mind, racing through his thoughts. Drawing the tiger away from the mountain? Using lambs as bait? So when the tiger catches the two lambs, what will it do? Eat them? Take them away? Leave? Return to the mountain? Therefore, the tiger wouldn't go back to where it caught the two lambs, right? Because that place has already been visited by the tiger. A normal person's thinking. Even if there are still lambs, they would have been scared away long ago, right? The tiger thinks the same way. A flash of lightning struck Yi Heng's head, causing him to shudder and his mouth to tremble slightly. They are hiding in the building where we captured two agents? Yes. Xiao Yu nodded. This is truly the darkness beneath the lamp. Impressive. Yi Heng sighed, realizing that they made us believe they had escaped while deliberately hiding right under our noses. What a brilliant scheme. His sigh was a testament to his admiration for Xiao Yu's intelligence, as well as for those agents. So, when facing such highly intelligent individuals, one can indeed feel mentally exhausted. It feels as if you were born just to take up space in this world. Chapter 92. Come, take a few steps. In front of a commercial building, Xiao Yu gazed at the structure. His sharp brows framed eyes that emitted a cold and profound light. Countless military and police personnel jumped off trucks like dumplings, rushing to surround the building. At the same time, two armed helicopters hovered high above. The dispatch of these helicopters was due to the suspicion that an agent had a flight assist device to prevent escape from the air. Xiao Yu had anticipated all of this and had outsmarted those agents. As long as the personnel were hiding inside the building, the net had already been cast. Come, take a few steps. Yi Heng's expression was complex as he stared intently at Xiao Yu. He realized he had been seriously mistaken. Only today did he understand that the biggest abnormality in his younger brother was not his terrifying combat skills, nor his ability to survive a fall from several stories, and certainly not his unnerving investigative capabilities. It was Xiao Yu's intelligence. When a person's IQ reaches a terrifying level, you can't even conceive the thought of being his enemy. Because if you can already guess the outcome, why would you seek death? In the past, Yihang had thought about it. Although he couldn't defeat his younger brother, he believed he could still manage things once on the battlefield. Now he realized how foolish that thought was. It was like trying to arm wrestle with someone who had a cunning mind. By the time you were outplayed, you might not even know how you lost. Report: the commercial building has been completely sealed off. There are a total of 17 floors, all under surveillance. A special police team leader and an armed police captain stood before Xiao Yu and Yihang to report. Let's see your performance. Yihang looked at his younger brother, teasing him with a smile. The fact that he could smile indicated he was in a good mood. The upcoming capture of a high-ranking agent was thrilling just to think about. If successful, it would be the biggest capture of a foreign spy chief in recent years for the nation. Such an achievement would be monumental. If the higher-ups awarded a first-class merit, Yihang might even find it lacking. That's just his personality. Xiao Yu ignored Yihang's trivial talk and entered the commercial building. Starting the search from the first floor, the building had a total of 17 floors. Each floor was monitored by one national security officer for criminal police officers and 5 special police officers. Xiao Yu activated his system abilities, such as Eagle Eye and Elephant Scent. With these abilities, any disguise became unnecessary. First floor, second floor, third floor. Xiao Yu and Yihang conducted a thorough search of every floor, checking all personnel and suspicious hiding spots, leaving no trace of where the agents could be concealed, until they arrived on the 8th floor in an office. This office was rented by a company with over 90 employees. At this moment, all these employees stood in the corridor, aligned against the wall, waiting for inspection. Xiao Yu and Yihang watched as 2 national security personnel conducted a professional check on these employees. Facial recognition, body searches, physical examinations. Physical examinations? Certain agents may bear marks from years of training. For instance, those who have practiced shooting for a long time might develop calluses on their hands. Similarly, some muscles may be particularly well developed due to constant training. There is also the possibility of wearing colored contact lenses, wigs, synthetic skin, or silicone masks. Take, for example, the facial masks available today, which fit over the face much like the human skin masks from novels. These masks utilize 3D printing technology and are as thin as stockings, capable of achieving incredible detail. They can adhere perfectly to the human face using special adhesives, making them look almost like a real face. Such silicone facial masks have been around for 7 or 8 years. Can you guess if agents around the world possess such items? As 2 security personnel finished checking 2 employees and prepared to continue with the others, suddenly, one of them stopped in front of a tall employee. His nose twitched uncontrollably as he caught a whiff of a strange body odor. Why call it strange? There are certain aspects where people from different regions can never align. For instance, 90 of individuals from certain regions have a distinct body odor. This unique scent usually arises from differences in diet, lifestyle, and ethnicity. Generally, the body odor of individuals from certain regions is heavier than that of Asians. While it can be masked with perfumes or incense, which might deceive the average person's nose, how could one possibly fool someone like him, who has a keen sense of smell? Because it was unlikely, he turned in shock to look at the tall employee before him. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the security personnel examining this employee's body, even checking his face without finding any issues. Yet, this person clearly had an Asian face. So why was there such a strong body odor typical of individuals from other regions? How did you manage to deceive our eyes and inspections? Out of curiosity, he asked the employee his question. As soon as he finished speaking, the employee's expression changed dramatically. Fear and panic were evident in his eyes as he stiffly asked, "What are you talking about?" His voice was pure Mandarin, with clear enunciation. "Impressive, my friend." He was astonished, thinking it was a shame to waste such a good hand. Why not disguise the body odor as well? Or did you think we wouldn't notice this detail? Indeed, they hadn't noticed. Those security personnel didn't have a keen sense of smell like him. When the employee heard the mention of body odor, his expression shifted. In an instant, his cheeks puffed up as if he was straining, making a clenching motion. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on the employee's chin. Bam! A fist struck the employee's abdomen. As the employee doubled over from the blow, another hand struck the back of his head. The employee rolled his eyes and collapsed, but he was grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Everyone around was dumbfounded, looking completely bewildered. Thinking of suicide? Xiaoyu stared at the unconscious employee, thinking to himself, "Are you out of your mind?" After saying that, he tossed the employee to Yi Heng, who had something in his mouth. Yi Heng. Well, he's fully accepted his role as a tool now. Putting on silicone gloves, he pried open the employee's mouth and took a look. He found a false tooth on the upper jaw. Yi Heng nodded to his little brother. Is someone really hiding poison in their tooth? Xiaoyu watched with great interest. It wasn't as exaggerated as in the movies. The poison was injected into a false tooth. Yi Heng shook his head, explaining that usually, one would wear it during a mission to prevent being caught and using it to commit suicide. Who would dare to wear such a thing in daily life? It would be like courting death. Gaining new insights, Xiaoyu nodded and continued. He stepped forward, walking towards the remaining employees. Chapter 93. Got it. Go play. Finding an agent also confirmed that the inference was completely correct. Another agent was with the head of the counterintelligence unit inside the building. This is quite reassuring. A happy smile spread across Xiaoyu's face. After checking the 8th floor, no suspicious individuals were found. The captured agent, after a friendly exchange with Yi Heng, honestly confessed. The agent only knew that his leader and companions were hiding, but he was unclear about the specific location. He was only responsible for keeping watch. They continued to check the 9th, 10th, 11th floors. Xiaoyu and Yi Heng worked their way up to the 13th floor. A shocking change occurred. At a women's fitness club on the 13th floor, a hostage situation had arisen. A man, built like a bear and standing a towering 190 centimeters tall, was in a standoff with the military and police. Surrounding him were a group of women in workout clothes, trembling in fear. The moment Xiaoyu arrived, he confirmed that the man was an agent. Although the man had disguised his appearance as Asian, his body odor was unmistakable. Xiaoyu's expression changed, because the man was holding a grenade in each hand. The grenades had their safety pins pulled. If the man let go, the pins would pop off. Generally, it would explode in a maximum of 7 seconds and a minimum of 2 seconds. The M67 high-explosive grenade has a 3 to 4 second delay fuse. Yi Heng's face was cold as he said to his younger companion, "As long as he lets go." How powerful is it? Xiaoyu remained calm. We all die? Yi Heng glanced at the women around the man, a total of 11. If both grenades explode, it would likely result in total casualties. Suddenly, the man holding the hostages shouted, "All police and military personnel from Longhua, you have 3 minutes to exit the building. Otherwise, I will detonate the grenades." Got it. Go play. Xiaoyu looked at Yi Heng, saying, "Let's go." The two of them ducked out of the man's line of sight and moved into the corridor. Is there a way? Xiaoyu asked. No. Yi Heng shook his head decisively. Even if they could take down the man, it wouldn't help. They couldn't deal with 2 grenades in 3 seconds. There were no bomb disposal tools on site. Is there really no way? Xiaoyu frowned. If necessary, there could be. Yi Heng said lightly, but his words trailed off. Could be what? Apologizing to those civilians. Yi Heng replied. Otherwise, how would you explain it? Sometimes, the blood of national security personnel is black. In the face of major issues, in the interest of the nation, they can sacrifice everything, including themselves. That's ruthless. Xiaoyu glared coldly at Yi Heng. Aren't you afraid of nightmares when you sleep at night? I do not betray this sky, nor this land. And certainly not my manhood. Yi Heng laughed heartily. As long as the country is peaceful and the people are safe, why should I have nightmares? Playing tough, huh? Xiaoyu thought, but he was momentarily lost in thought. He recalled a phrase, do not betray the legacy, do not betray the prosperous age, be true to oneself. And be true to the times. In the past, he had always wondered, could someone really achieve this? As he looked at Yi Heng in front of him, the blood that had long cooled in his heart slowly began to boil again. Give me the gun. Xiaoyu extended his hand. I want to give it a try. You don't mean to kill him, do you? What about the grenade? Yi Heng winced in pain. Do you know if something happens to you? Not only will my sister come after me, but the old man will too. And then, Xiaoyu stared into his eyes. Let those dozen people die? Although he wasn't overly compassionate, he was still a police officer. The national security can abandon those ordinary people, but he cannot. Once he put on the police uniform, he had to bear that responsibility. Otherwise, what the hell are you doing being a cop? You might as well go home and farm. The old man was right. Yi Heng's expression turned complicated. You have such a strong sense of justice. Isn't more better? Xiaoyu gazed into his eyes. Be at peace with heaven, earth, and yourself. Damn, you just know how to throw my words back at me. Yi Heng pulled out his service pistol and tossed it to the younger brother. If you want to die, just go ahead. Huh. Xiao Yu laughed heartily. If I'm going to die, dream on. I have connections. Xiao Yu walked out of the corridor, entered the hall, and passed by the SWAT officers, heading towards the agent who had taken hostages. Stop. The agent yelled from about 10 meters away. Don't get me wrong. Xiao Yu raised his hand. I'm a negotiation expert. Whether others believed it or not. He himself did. The agent twitched his lips. I already said, if all military and police do not withdraw within 3 minutes. My arms are getting a bit tired. Can I lower them? Xiao Yu interrupted with a grin. The agent. He closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. The blink lasted a little too long, about 0. For seconds. However, the agent didn't know that since acquiring the warrior's skill system ability, Xiao Yu could perform 2 feints within 0.5 seconds and could also launch himself 6 meters away in that same time. Bang! A heavy thud echoed. The moment the agent opened his eyes, Xiao Yu appeared 5 meters in front of him. Not only that, but he also had an extra handgun in his hand. The agent was stunned. Bang! Boom! Bang! Was the sound of gunfire. Boom! Was the sound of Xiao Yu's foot striking the ground. In an instant, the agent's head was struck as if hit by a heavy hammer, a bullet piercing his brow, and Xiao Yu's figure appeared right before the agent. Clap! His hands seized the agent's hands, gripping the grenade in his grip. Little did he know, the agent, whose eyes had lost their vitality, showed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yu was puzzled. At that moment, ding! A metallic scraping sound rang out. Xiao Yu. His gaze instantly shifted to the source of the sound. It turned out that a grenade pin had popped out from under the agent's foot. Xiao Yu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected that there was another grenade under the agent's foot. The safety pin had been pulled, and the grenade was flying away. Run! Xiao Yu shouted at the women around him. 3 or 4 seconds, the grenade will explode. Even if they run, how far can they get? Damn it! Xiao Yu suddenly swung his arms. Grabbing the agent's hands, he shook the body and quickly pressed it down onto the grenade beneath. He wanted to use the body as a shield for the grenade. A cold fact, is it feasible to use a body to shield against a grenade? In a beastly form, rhino defense, snail transformation, bear strength. In an instant, Xiao Yu pressed his body against the corpse, using all his strength to hold it down tightly. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. In that moment, Xiao Yu, lying on the corpse, felt as if he had been hit by a truck. His whole body, along with the corpse beneath him, was lifted into the air. Thud! He crashed into the wall behind him and then fell heavily to the ground, motionless. At this point, one could see that the agent's body was blown to pieces, with blood, shattered flesh, and entrails spilling everywhere. The ground where the grenade had exploded was cracked and had formed a large pit. As for the others, there were no casualties. Xiao Yu. Yi Heng rushed over like a madman. Don't touch me. On the ground. Xiao Yu lifted the agent's hands along with the grenade carefully, careful not to trigger it. Ha! Yi Heng laughed loudly. You didn't die? If I had died. Xiao Yu looked up at him and grinned. How could I be your brother-in-law then? Damn it. Yi Heng laughed, giving Xiao Yu the middle finger. Xiao Yu smiled and rolled his eyes, putting on a mask of pain. It hurts so much. Chapter 94. Little brother. Do you have social anxiety? 13th floor, corridor. What kind of monster are you? Yi Heng stared at Xiao Yu, who was leaning against the wall, smoking. Jumping down from several floors without a scratch, one could say he was lucky. Dodging bullets, one could also say he was lucky. But surviving an explosion from a high-explosive grenade? What is that? Although there was a body in between that blocked the shrapnel, the shock wave and energy generated by the explosion could easily shatter a person's internal organs. Yet this little brother in front of him was still alive and kicking. In the realm of science, this was truly astonishing. As a national security personnel, one must not be superstitious. Xiao Yu, with a serious expression, believed in science. Yi Heng. Little brother, do you have social anxiety? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the authorities? Come on, if you dare. Go ahead and turn me in. Xiao Yu, with a cigarette in his mouth, wore a mix of arrogance, rebelliousness, and swagger on his face, smirking while waiting to see if Cho Chan would hit him or not. Yi Heng. All right, you're impressive. Are you really fine? After Xiao Yu finished his smoke, Yi Heng stopped teasing him and asked with concern. I already said I'm fine. Throwing away the cigarette butt and stamping it out. Xiao Yu stretched and headed upstairs. Let us go. That department head is probably getting anxious. 17th floor. Inside a large room, a middle-aged man with short brown hair was quietly sitting in a chair. His physique was not particularly strong, but he had broad shoulders and sat upright against the backrest. His serious face had a pair of light green eyes that were deep, indifferent, and devoid of emotion, like a stagnant pool of water. Suddenly, boom. The wooden door shattered into pieces. A tall figure walked into the room. The middle-aged man remained expressionless, as if he were not surprised by the visitor. His voice was hoarse and powerful, and he asked in a strangely accented Mandarin, "There's a saying in my country, knowing yourself and your opponent ensures victory in every battle. We are clearly strangers. So how can you deduce my thoughts?" He truly could not understand. In the past, he had always calculated others meticulously. What gave this handsome young man the ability to guess he was hiding in this building? "I have a question for you, John Bob." Xiaoyu stopped in his tracks, forced to halt as well, because in front of him was a transparent wall, a thick glass wall. "What do you want to ask?" John's indifferent face showed no expression. "Why do you want to harm my country?" Xiaoyu asked with a curious look, appearing rather childish. John squinted. Countries do not need reasons to conflict with one another. A superpower must suppress other rivals to remain powerful. Only by stepping on all other nations can one maintain strength. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Isn't that naive? Fists represent the truth, I understand. Xiaoyu looked at the middle-aged man as if he were staring at a fool. "I'm asking you, why are you here to harm our country?" John was momentarily taken aback. "Me? Yes, because your personal actions could lead to the deaths of many, many people." Xiaoyu nodded. "So I don't understand. What do you consider a life worth?" "Life?" John scoffed. "When you ask that question, it just shows you're still at the bottom, living like a reptile." "Life? What a ridiculous term. Can reptiles even be referred to as humans?" Xiaoyu chuckled. "Not long ago, I encountered someone who treated his kind like ants. Guess what happened to him later?" "Huh." John's expression turned cold. "Did he die?" "No." Xiaoyu shook his head with a smile. "But he became an ant." John's mood suddenly grew heavy, and he began to feel anxious. Silently, he stared at the handsome young man across the glass wall. He watched as the young man took out a handgun and pressed it against the wall. Bang! A white dot appeared on the glass wall, just a dot. Xiaoyu was surprised. He looked at the glass wall, and then at the handgun he had gotten from Yihang. Is it fake? He had to admit that the bulletproof glass made in his country was quite strong. John seemed to mock him. "Using it to make a safe house is very effective. Why do you have so many tricks up your sleeve?" Xiaoyu frowned. "What is a safe house?" Some big shots prepare special residences for themselves. These places are not only bulletproof, but also impact-resistant and shockproof. Even bullets and shells can't break them. Sometimes they can even withstand small missiles. Xiaoyu continued to pull the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The magazine was empty. However, apart from the expanding white marks, there was no sign of the glass wall shattering. Xiaoyu felt completely frustrated and shouted behind him, "Think of a way." Yihang peeked his head in from outside. Holding a phone to his ear, he glanced at the glass wall, curled his lip, and gestured to Xiaoyu. After a short while, a national security officer walked in, carrying an exaggerated sniper rifle. An anti-material sniper rifle. Wow. Tears of envy almost flowed from Xiaoyu's mouth. What real man doesn't want to play with a big sniper? The national security officer handed over the sniper rifle. "This young man has potential." Xiaoyu was delighted. He took the sniper rifle, aimed it directly at the white mark on the glass wall, and then noticed the national security officer and the head of the security department inside the safe house looking at him, as if he were an idiot. "Are you sure you want to stand and shoot?" Xiaoyu ignored their gazes, blinked, and activated his beast form. Bear strength, rhino defense. He pulled the bolt, chambered around, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The deafening roar exploded. In an instant, the highly fortified glass wall visibly dented inward by 1/5 from the bullet impact. Xiaoyu stood steadily in place under the astonished gaze of the two, seemingly unaffected by any tremors or the terrifying recoil. How on earth is this possible? The security personnel were left dumbfounded. A monster John inside the glass wall twitched at the corners of his mouth. Awesome. Xiaoyu looked at the sniper rifle in his hands. Now this is a real man's toy. As he aimed the gun at the glass wall again, his finger on the trigger suddenly halted. His eyes were fixed on something in John's hand inside the glass wall. It was a small transparent glass vial containing a flowing light green liquid. Xiaoyu, what is that? Perchloric acid. The strongest of the 6 major inorganic acids, is the hydrated form of the highest oxidation state of chlorine. John squinted at the small bottle in his hand, knowing that just pouring it on a person would completely corrode their body in just 3 minutes. Isn't this the corpse-dissolving liquid from novels? Xiaoyu lowered his sniper rifle and coldly glared at John. The performance is about to begin. Chapter 95. Please start your performance using your life to threaten others. Xiaoyu's gaze was sharp as he stared at John behind the glass wall. Please start your performance. You need me now, don't you? A hint of self-mockery appeared at the corner of John's mouth. Otherwise, how would you explain those two electric panels and the 70 authenticity of the currency? Ding. The sound of a lighter echoed. Xiao Yu lit a cigarette, placed it in his mouth, and took a puff. Calm, leisurely, and with a mocking look. He gazed ahead at John. He exhaled a puff of smoke. John squinted, coldly staring at Xiao Yu outside the glass wall. Inside, a strong sense of unease arose again. He couldn't understand it. Why did a young man make him feel so unsettled? Suddenly, John's eyes fixed on Xiao Yu's handsome face. He understood. His unease actually stemmed from the calmness on the other's face. Since Xiao Yu appeared, he had maintained an absolute calm demeanor, which was entirely mismatched for someone his age, a stark discord. Only those who were cunning and experienced could possess such terrifying calmness. John's pupils involuntarily shrank a few times. He gripped the glass bottle tightly, as if clinching his fate. Suddenly, he thought, I'm actually not very good at studying. Xiao Yu's gaze shifted to the bullet embedded in the glass wall. I'm quite specialized. I'm terrible at other subjects, but my physics is quite good. As long as I take a couple of shots with a sniper rifle, I could penetrate this bulletproof wall. Do you believe it? Without giving John time to respond, he raised the anti-material sniper rifle, positioning the barrel against the bullet hole in the glass wall. He pulled the trigger. Boom. The gunfire erupted. The second bullet, carrying terrifying energy and violent force, shattered the glass wall, creating a large spiderweb-like crack. The bullet passed through the previous hole, actually penetrating half the thickness of the glass wall, causing a bulge on the inside. John's expression finally changed. The previous blankness was replaced with anger, fear, and disbelief. He calmly picked up the glass bottle in his hand and pretended to uncork it. In an instant, Xiao Yu swung his arm. Bang! The anti-material sniper rifle was tossed to the ground as if it were garbage. I was just joking, Xiao Yu grinned. You're not angry, are you? John furrowed his brows, but his gaze was fixed on him. He could sense that this young man was continuously testing him. What was he testing? After a moment of contemplation, John said, You still Haven T answered my initial question. How did you guess I was hiding in this building? That is quite a long story, Xiao Yu countered. Are you sure you want to hear it? I have plenty of time. John replied mockingly as he set the glass bottle down. It all starts with Lu Hong showing up in the capital with a bag of counterfeit money. Xiao Yu took a puff from the cigarette that had been hanging from his mouth, exhaling a cloud of smoke. At first, I found it strange that this woman would dare to show up in the capital with $1 million in counterfeit money. It wasn't until I arrived in Yangcheng and conducted my investigation that I realized I had been mistaken. There was no real transaction. It was simply Lu Hong who was instructed by someone to deliberately bring the fake money to the capital for us to discover. Later, I followed Lu Hong's lead and uncovered more details. For instance, you let us find traces of a suspected agent, and then we learned that there happened to be a paper mill in Yangcheng capable of producing special acid-free paper. Subsequently, you had your subordinates intentionally kill a worker at that paper mill to confirm it was the hub for producing counterfeit bills. All of this seemed like our own investigation. But in reality, you were manipulating events behind the scenes, deliberately leading us step by step to that secret room in the paper mill. The ultimate goal was to make us discover those 2 circuit boards and all the dollar crafting techniques present in the room. Am I right? Xiao Yu flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, coldly staring at John, the mastermind behind it all who wanted to play us like puppets. John appeared as if he had turned into a statue, sitting motionless in his chair. His expression had become blank, his eyes staring vacantly at Xiao Yu. The calmness that once filled his eyes was slowly fading, revealing a hint of shock and an uncontrollable horror. You. John's voice suddenly sounded older, filled with disbelief. What kind of monster is this? Just recently, Yiheng had asked the same question. Back then, Yiheng called Xiao Yu a monster because of his immortal body. But John's notion of a monster referred to Xiao Yu's intelligence and reasoning. A monster? No. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. I still remember a teacher from my police academy who once said that those who think they are very clever are often the most foolish. In their attempts to execute their plans, they habitually scheme and try to read others' minds, essentially adding complexity to their own narratives, striving for perfection, and attempting to make things so elusive that others cannot trace them. But how can there be perfection in this world? Humanity is inherently flawed, driven by desires and emotions. If humans themselves are not perfect, on what grounds do you think you can create a flawless plan? You even dare to boldly stand by and watch us be toyed with, thinking no one would notice you. Xiao Yu looked at the high-ranking FBI official standing there in a daze, resembling a clown. Do you even think you can play me? John seemed electrified, his body stiff in the chair. Tom appeared to have paused at that moment. After a long silence, he finally conceded, I lost, but so what? His voice was weary and mocking. Does your country really have the guts to destroy those 2 circuit boards and the dollar crafting techniques? If I'm not mistaken, when you discover it, with your intelligence and strategy, you will definitely want to destroy it at the first opportunity. However, your superiors probably wouldn't agree, right? Xiao Yu fell silent. Heh, John sneered, mocking, this is humanity. This is a nation, whether it's human greed or national interests. They won't allow you to destroy it, will they? The implication was, I may have lost, but you will still be under my control, because those 2 pieces of technology had already been tampered with. Apart from John, no one knew what they were. The nation wanted those 2 pieces of technology and the advanced processes, so John could not die. Only by staying alive could he prevent those tampered pieces from becoming weapons and leverage against the nation. John had already accounted for this. As long as the super acid in his hand was poured on himself, it wouldn't just be a matter of leaving no one behind. Not even a corpse for the nation. This was his final threat. Chapter 96. That thing is so dirty, all right. I admit I was threatened by you. Xiao Yu snorted. So what is your ultimate goal? Aren't you supposed to be very capable? John's tone carried a hint of mockery. Why don't you take a guess? Sure. Let me take a guess. Xiao Yu extended a finger and touched the glass wall in front of him. Since you can come up with ways to hand over knives to the Dragon Country, you must have prepared in advance, right? If I'm not mistaken, before your agency brought the dollar technology to the Dragon Country, you must have used some method to send the acid-free paper from that paper mill in Sheep City out of the Dragon Country, and printed a large amount of counterfeit money somewhere. This counterfeit money would then be spread through certain channels and begin circulating in the region or elsewhere. Is that the first step? The second step is to secretly bring the dollar technology into the Dragon Country and disguise a counterfeit factory at the paper mill in Sheep City. The goal is to implicate this counterfeit factory with the Dragon Country, making others believe that the Dragon Country is secretly printing fake dollars, undermining the dollar market and striking at the economic system, right? The third step, why FBI agents and not CIA spies? Because while the FBI is considered an intelligence agency internationally, its actual nature is that of a police force, mainly aimed at combating crime, protecting the country, and investigating foreign intelligence and activities targeting it. That's why you boldly entered the Dragon Country, pretending to investigate counterfeiting while in fact bringing the dollar technology in, acting as if you were catching thieves. As long as the plan succeeds, your side will start releasing news about the Dragon Country manufacturing counterfeit money, pouring all this dirty water onto the Dragon Country. Xiao Yu taunted, the plan should be like this, right? That's why he told Yi Hong. It's best to destroy the dollar circuit boards and the dollar technology. Otherwise, as long as those 2 circuit boards are in the Dragon Country's hands, no matter how many mouths you have, you won't be able to clarify. It would be 100 explanations without any clarity. And over there, they must have been prepared long ago. All the evidence would point to the Dragon Country. The current head of the FBI's counterintelligence division could transform from a scheming character trying to frame the Dragon Country into a righteous figure secretly investigating in the Dragon Country. But regardless of all calculations, John has included himself in the equation. Due to an oversight, Xiao Yu found him first. But it doesn't matter. As long as he dies, it can be disguised as being silenced by the Dragon Country. All questions would become non-issues. Don't say that the Dragon Country is so capable that it can erase all traces of his presence. The other side must have calculated that they would have evidence of John secretly investigating in the Dragon Country. If John disappears, it could even become an excuse. They would say, we have evidence that John was investigating in the Dragon Country. Could you please explain how he vanished? Is there a way to crack this? Yes. As Xiao Yu told Yi Hong, to crack this, the only way is to capture the mastermind behind the scenes, John, who is causing trouble in the Dragon Country. He must be alive. You can openly leave behind the craftsmanship of your currency, letting a certain country suffer in silence. If you dare to make a fuss, then we will have to close the door on a certain individual. This is a typical case of failing to show off and instead being taken advantage of. How is this possible? Why would this happen? How could he guess? Countless question marks popped up in John's mind, causing his brain to momentarily crash and short-circuit. The entire room fell into a dead silence. Through the glass wall, both Xiao Yu and John silently stared at each other. Until, even if you know everything, know our plan, what does it matter? John gave a cold smile. The plan was still successful. He picked up the glass bottle in his hand. Do you have no elders? No wife? No descendants? Not a single relative? Xiao Yu coldly looked at him. Can you let go of wealth and your status today? John's hand holding the glass bottle trembled slightly, and he painfully closed his eyes. He recalled his humble beginnings, remembering the hardships he endured to rise to the position of head of a certain department. He also recalled his parents, wife, and children. Everything echoed in John's mind like a revolving lantern. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile. If I don't do this, my loved ones will die. Don't you understand? Why should I understand? Xiao Yu's expression remained cold. Your loved ones are life, and our people are the crawlers in your eyes, can be bullied, persecuted, and trampled by you and your kind, and cannot fight back? No wonder you Westerners can come up with stories like the Garden of Giants. Such a worldview explosion. What does the Garden of Giants tell? It tells of a giant who owns a very beautiful garden. But the selfish giant does not allow anyone to enter the garden. When some people sneak into the garden, they are chased away by the selfish giant. The most straightforward metaphor. You have a house. This is your home. If others enter your home without your permission to play, and you chase them away, then you are wrong. You are too selfish. You are evil. Does that blow your mind? Yet this story is praised as a classic by Westerners. The scariest part is that this story has even been included in the 4th grade textbooks of a certain country. So why does this story appear in that country and in textbooks? It's terrifying to think about. Can you stop me from dying? At this moment, John was chillingly ruthless. There was no longer a glimmer of life in his eyes as he picked up the glass bottle again, preparing to uncork it and pour the strong acid over himself. I didn't let you die. Do you think you can die? Xiao Yu scoffed. Have you forgotten what I just told you? John let out an erotic laugh. What did I forget? I told you. Xiao Yu articulated each word. I am quite good at physics. Physics? John was stunned. What are you talking about? In the next moment, he understood what the handsome young man was saying. He saw Xiao Yu raise his arm and make a punching motion. John was stunned. Did he really intend to break a bulletproof wall that could withstand sniper bullets with his fists? What a joke. John clearly remembered Xiao Yu saying that it would take 2 consecutive shots from a sniper rifle to penetrate the wall. Although Xiao Yu had just fired once. Was he really going to use his fists as the second shot? Realizing this, John almost burst out laughing. It turned out he was just an idiot. Bang! Xiao Yu's fist struck hard against the glass wall, hitting the area that had been shot at repeatedly. The mockery and smile on John's face froze. Even his expression became dull, his eyes filled with shock. He watched as cracks appeared on the glass wall, spreading rapidly, until it shattered into countless pieces. Boom! The glass burst, exploding like snowflakes and hail, falling with a tinkling sound. As it hit the ground, it shattered and splattered everywhere, until, with a rustle, the sound of leather shoes stepping on the glass reached John's ears, pulling him back from the shocking scene. He saw a tall figure standing in front of him. Xiao Yu's expression was so mocking as he looked down at John in the chair. Remember this in your next life. Don't come to this country to show off. That is filthy. Chapter 97. Embracing the sister. Doubling the strength, the head of the anti-terrorism department, John Bob, successfully captured a target alive, along with 4 agents and a deceased agent, and sent them to the National Security Department in the capital. As for the follow-up work, it has nothing to do with Xiao Yu. The old man's orders have been perfectly completed, just like his system tasks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the counterfeit task. System reward, permanent storage. I just want to be an ordinary police officer. Xiao Yu silently complained. System tasks keep coming one after another, and each ability is more bizarre than the last. I feel like I'm going to break. Early morning, 6 o'clock. It was still not fully bright. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng sat in front of a food stall. A few national security personnel were at another table having breakfast. Everyone was drinking tofu pudding, eating fried dough sticks, and munching on buns. Xiao Yu accidentally noticed that Yi Heng was adding sugar to his tofu pudding. He was shocked. The look in his eyes was as if he were gazing at a heretic. Is sweet tofu pudding tasty? Xiao Yu stared at Yi Heng intently. It's okay. Yi Heng slurped a bite, clearly enjoying it. Confirmed. Xiao Yu thought silently. Yi Heng is definitely a heretic. He also added a spoonful of sugar to his tofu pudding. After taking a sip to try it, he almost passed out. Back in the military, seeing some southern comrades drink sweet tofu pudding made me feel a strong urge to take them down. Yi Heng smiled while slurping the tofu pudding. And later, during 3 months of survival training in the wild, I ate all sorts of things. Beasts, insects, grass roots, tree bark. After finally returning to the unit and having a sip of sweet tofu pudding, it felt like the most delicious food on earth. Why are you telling me this? Are you trying to make me feel a little respect? Xiao Yu shot Yi Heng a sidelong glance. You've eaten everything, right? To survive and complete the mission, I had to eat anything. Yi Heng nodded, and when he got to national security, he realized that military training was nothing compared to that. Oh, Xiao Yu was astonished. It's even scarier? During interrogation training, I tried inserting needles between my fingernails. Yi Heng grinned, revealing that he had even tried inserting needles into all 10 fingers, passing out twice. Xiao Yu felt a sense of respect. Those who can become special agents are truly tough individuals. Inserting needles under the fingernails is an ancient form of torture. It seems to cause minimal physical harm, but the excruciating pain is unbearable for ordinary people. The saying 10 fingers connected to the heart is no joke. All right, let us eat quickly. We still need to return to the capital. Xiao Yu took a bite of a bun, thinking about someone waiting for him at home. Yi Heng. What do you mean by that? Mocking me for being single. Have you heard this phrase before? Xiao Yu grinned, embracing the sister, doubling the strength. When there are 2 stunning beauties waiting for you at home, even if you have to crawl, you can make it back. Yi Heng. I thought the little brother had something tough to say, but it turned out to be a big load. The smell of this dog food is truly awful. After everyone finished their meal and got into a business vehicle heading straight to the airport, Yi Heng took out 3 items and handed them to the younger brother. 2 identification documents and a handgun tucked into a holster. Xiao Yu. Don't ask, just take a look first, Yi Heng said with a smile. The documents were specially approved from above, and the security team from Yansheng helped prepare them. They just arrived. Ignoring the handgun, Xiao Yu took the 2 documents with a puzzled expression. He glanced at the cover and suddenly felt a jolt. The first document read, Official Firearm Use Certificate, Firearm Permit, issued by the National Security Ministry of the Dragon Country, certificate number 010153. Name, Xiao Yu, Unit, National Security Ministry of the Dragon Country. ID number, valid until. Red steel seal of the National Security Ministry. The second document had a silver metal national emblem on it. Below it were 3 silver letters. Investigation Certificate, number 0101. Issued by National Security Ministry of the Dragon Country. Name, Xiao Yu, Unit, Special Operations Bureau, Position, Special Duty. Xiao Yu was stunned for a while, looking at Yi Heng in confusion. What is going on? Don't ask me. It's the old man's intention, Yi Heng teased recklessly. Why don't you ask him yourself? Xiao Yu hesitated for a long time and finally said in the most arrogant tone while sounding cowardly, I'll ask when I have time. Ha ha. Yi Heng burst into laughter. At that moment, the younger brother was publicly executed, so to speak. Xiao Yu's face turned red from the laughter. Questioning the head of national security? How much fake liquor have I had to dare to do this? However, Xiao Yu handed the documents back to Yi Heng, feeling embarrassed. Sorry, I'm a police officer. Wow. Awesome. 666. Yi Heng couldn't laugh anymore. How did you dare? Such operational decisions. Do you really think you can make them on your own within the system? At worst, I can go home and play with my sister, living as a pampered man. Xiao Yu shrugged. Exactly. Neither Yi Qiu-chan nor Hua Qingwu wishes for the younger brother to stop being a police officer. No woman wants her man risking his life day and night out there. It's true that beauties love heroes, but the premise is that the hero must be alive. If he's dead, how can there be love? Yi Heng smiled and handed the documents and the gun back to the younger brother. Xiao Yu, don't think that just because you might become my brother-in-law, I won't dare to hit you. Holding 2 positions, Yi Heng's expression turned serious. Special operations can have many identities outside. A student, a teacher, a worker, a white-collar worker, or even a police officer. Can it be played like this? Xiao Yu felt as if he had swallowed a dead rat. His emotions at that moment were hard to describe. Is the earth not spinning for me anymore? His mindset was about to explode. Can I refuse? Xiao Yu looked like he was about to cry without tears. The order given directly by the old man. Yi Heng was gleeful. Guess what? You think I won't guess? Xiao Yu silently tucked the documents into his pocket. Remove your clothes and put on the strap of the holster properly. One must recognize the times to be a wise person. Do you think my almost crying expression is out of grievance? No, it's about understanding human relationships. Mainly, the leader of national security is just too imposing to provoke. The airport has arrived. I boarded the flight to the capital. Xiao Yu was really exhausted, leaning back in his seat and dozing off. Yi Heng glanced at the younger brother beside him and smiled silently. He recalled the elder's assessment of Xiao Yu. Could he really become the son? Yi Heng looked forward to it and took out his phone to send a message to his sister, Yi Qiu-chan. Little sister, your brother is back. Come to the airport. In the capital, In a traditional courtyard, in the living room of the back house, Yi Qiu-chan, dressed in home clothes, was sitting on the sofa. She picked up her phone and glanced at the text message. In an instant, her noble and aloof face revealed a hint of charm. That stunningly beautiful face broke into a smile, shedding the cold demeanor that kept strangers at bay, transforming into an elegant and graceful beauty. She got up and walked towards her sister's room, waking up Hua Qingwu, who was still sleeping in. After a short while, the two stunning beauties exited the courtyard and drove towards the airport. Chapter 98. Want to touch your conscience? Capital City, Airport. There was no wind, yet snow began to fall. The crystalline snowflakes danced lightly in the air, drifting gently down. Standing on the ground and gazing up at the sky gives a very tranquil and peaceful feeling. Watching the snow fall from the sky, Xiao Yu couldn't understand why Yi Heng had left him at the airport. Just as he was smiling and shaking his head, ready to hail a cab home, suddenly, a pitch-black sports car roared and slowly came to a stop in front of him. The wealthy elite in the capital really are numerous. Xiao Yu stepped aside, preparing to move away. Suddenly, the car door swung open. A figure jumped out, like a lamb pouncing on a tiger, rushing towards him. Xiao Yu's icy gaze instantly softened. He stretched out his arms and embraced the petite figure that leapt into his arms. A delicate face nuzzled close to his neck. Taking a deep sniff, not detecting any feminine scent, she playfully bit his neck. Xiao Yu. He raised his hand and gave the girl in his arms a gentle pat on the head. The girl let out a playful hum, narrowing her enchanting eyes like a lazy and charming vixen, pouting, "My hands are so cold." "Is that so?" Xiao Yu nudged her cheek with his nose. "What do you want to do? Can I slip my hand inside your clothes and rest it on your abs?" Hua Qingwu giggled. "I just want to see if you have a conscience." Xiao Yu. It is said that in a beautiful romance, someone has to be a rogue first. And Hua Qingwu now looked just like a little rogue. "Is this really okay?" Xiao Yu shot her a glare. "I'm a police officer. Be careful, or I might take you in." It is said that a certain annoying younger brother didn't let his sister be too close and ended up getting himself into trouble. Hua Qingwu pouted in protest, biting her teeth in threat. "You better watch out." "Really?" Xiao Yu laughed heartily, giving her a playful slap on the backside. "Is that so? Ah, you dare hit me? I'll get you back." Hua Qingwu whined, clinging to her brother's neck and biting him. Yet for Xiao Yu, it hurt, but he was also very happy. Holding the beauty, Xiao Yu glanced at another beauty stepping out of the sports car. With the wind blowing, Yi Qiu-chan looked stunning, her eyelashes fluttering, and her beautiful eyes curved like a crescent moon, looking at what's in the pot while eyeing what's in the basin. Hua Qingwu pinched her brother, feeling jealous. Xiao Yu came back to his senses, one arm still around the vixen, as he walked over to Yi Qiu-chan. He extended his other hand, taking the delicate ice beauty's soft hand. A gentle smile flickered in Yi Qiu-chan's beautiful eyes as she quietly gazed at him. "Sis, I'm hungry." Xiao Yu looked into her eyes. "I've been thinking about the dishes you make these past few days." This earned him a roll of the eyes from the ice beauty, who turned and walked back to the sports car. "Xiao Yu. Wait. Was my heartfelt compliment just a lonely endeavor? Silly little brother, Qiu-chan is just shy." Hua Qingwu chuckled, casting a playful glance at Xiao Yu with her charming eyes. "He really is foolish in a way that makes one like him." The younger brother had never been with a woman before. "How nice. Is that really the case?" Xiao Yu felt a headache. He had never been afraid of solving cases, but when it came to guessing a woman's thoughts, he was intimidated. This was even more brain-burning than solving cases. As he was about to get into the sports car, he found that Yi Qiu-chan had changed cars again. It was a McLaren Speedtail. The interior had 2 passenger seats designed on either side of the driver's seat. It was also famously known as the double-seat McLaren. One had to admit, the designer really understood men. Just imagine, a man sitting in the middle, with long legs and black stockings on either side. With one foot on the gas, speeding over 300, it would take off directly. Seeing the inside of the sports car, Xiao Yu's expression was somewhat complex. As he expected, Yi Qiu-chan was already sitting in the passenger seat. This was the rhythm of him driving. By the time he took the driver's seat, Hua Qingwu also sat in the passenger seat. 2 beauties with different charms, one on the left and one on the right. Xiao Yu felt a bit of secret joy, like having a beautiful embrace on both sides. Before heading home, Yi Qiu-chan asked Xiao Yu to drive to the supermarket. She bought some meat and egg ingredients. The ice beauty was about to showcase her culinary skills. Xiao Yu felt warm inside. Yi Qiu-chan seemed to say nothing, but she remembered all his words. In a daze, Xiao Yu recalled something a teacher named Gua had said in his past life. "What is love? Love is when I like you, and you like me too." We both want to be together, simple as that. Upon returning home, Yicho-chan went to the kitchen. Little brother, come here. Hua Qingwu was lazily stretching on the sofa, throwing flirtatious glances at her brother, speaking in a sweet tone. Big brother, come here, catch me. Xiao Yu looked at the enchanting girl and thought, is the Fengshen Bang, investiture of the gods, for real? He felt that the current Hua Qingwu was just like Daji. Once Xiao Yu sat on the sofa, Hua Qingwu crawled over and sat on his lap, like a little bird, smiling like a cunning little fox. Want to hear a woman's secret? Sorry, I'm abstaining today. Xiao Yu was indifferent to the seductive antics of the enchanting girl. If anyone dared to tempt him, he would pull out a gun. Wow, so scary. Hua Qingwu tilted her charming face, alluring and captivating. Are you sure you don't want to listen? Xiao Yu thought for a moment and compromised. All right, I'll listen. A certain ancestor once said that one day, there would definitely be a girl who would come to this world just to torment you. Haha. Hua Qingwu was delighted, mischievously whispering. We girls don't wear underwear in winter. If you don't believe me, you can ask Cho-chan. Xiao Yu, are you sure you're not trying to get me to court next week? Sure enough, the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Hua Qingwu is playing tricks on me. All right then. Xiao Yu pretended to be fooled, picked up the enchanting girl, and walked towards the kitchen. I'll go ask. Haha. Hua Qingwu eagerly nodded, holding back her laughter. Quick, go. As Xiao Yu entered the kitchen, he saw Yicho-chan was already chopping the ingredients. He quietly watched for a while, then walked to her side. He stretched out his arms, just like that day, wrapping around her slender waist. His chin rested on her shoulder as he watched her chop vegetables. They didn't say a word. Besides the sound of chopping, the whole world fell silent. After a moment, she softly asked, why aren't you accompanying Qingwu? She asked me to come and keep you company, he murmured. What did she say? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of light, dazzling and captivating. She told me that girls don't wear undergarments in winter, he joked with a smile, and asked me to come and ask you. Haha, she blushed and laughed. And then, I acted clueless. She was happy, and you were pleased. He embraced her delicate waist. It's pretty nice. Her cheeks blossomed with a tender smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a watery light, soft and enchanting. It really is nice. Chapter 99, It feels great. Dishes of stir-fried vegetables, bowls of rice, and 3 pairs of bamboo chopsticks. Xiao Yu styled his sister's long hair into elegant buns. Yicho-chan and Hua Qingwu both had their lips slightly curled in smiles. In the past, the courtyard was cold and empty. The house was too big and rarely occupied. But now it was different with Xiao Yu around. It was no longer desolate. Warmth and the essence of home filled the space. The elders often said that one wouldn't understand until they had their own family, no matter how bright the lights of 1,000 homes. They couldn't compare to the warmth of a family's daily meals. Having someone brings comfort, and being with them brings warmth. It seemed ordinary, yet it was cherished. After a cozy lunch, Xiao Yu and Hua Qingwu helped Yicho-chan wash the dishes. The 3 siblings laughed and played together. Well, it was mostly Xiao Yu and Hua Qingwu causing the ruckus. Yicho-chan looked like an elder sister, her eyes gentle as she watched her 2 mischievous siblings. After cleaning the dishes, the 3 returned to the living room. Hua Qingwu, like a child, was being playful. No matter what, since he was finally home. They needed to spend quality time together. The little fairy clung to Xiao Yu, playfully rolling around. All right, do whatever you want. Xiao Yu leaned back on the sofa, giving in to her antics, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. The elegant curve of her waist still captivated him. What if? Hua Qingwu bit her lip, her charming eyes darting towards the quiet Yicho-chan, suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin. Shall we take wedding photos? Xiao Yu. Yicho-chan. Has this little fairy gone crazy? Is that not okay? Hua Qingwu pouted. Then let's play a word-guessing game. Xiao Yu glanced at Yicho-chan. The cold beauty's lips twitched, making him instinctively cautious. He felt like Hua Qingwu was trying to set him up. How about we play a different game? He suggested carefully. No way. We're guessing words. Hua Qingwu shot him a flirtatious glance, then jumped up from his lap, wiggling her little bottom as she ran off. In no time, she returned with sticky notes and a pen. Like a little lamb pouncing on a tiger, she pressed him back onto the sofa. She took a sticky note and placed it on Xiao Yu's forehead, starting to write. If you keep this up, I might have to call the police. Xiao Yu groaned. All right. Hua Qingwu giggled as she finished writing, pulling her stinky brother up. Let us guess the word. What word? Xiao Yu glanced at Yicho-chan, seeking help with his eyes. The cold beauty subtly rolled her eyes, but quickly smiled warmly, shaking her head. However, her gaze was fixed on the sticky note on her brother's forehead, trying to suppress her laughter at the two characters written there. Wife. In the next moment, a hint of charm appeared at the corners of the Ice Beauty's eyes. She looked like a ripe peach, blushing and playfully scolding him. Xiaoyu. Seriously, what word is on my forehead? Why is she blushing? What are you looking at? Guess what I wrote? Hua Qingwu corrected her brother's head, glaring at him fiercely. If you can't guess, I'll make sure to punish you later. Now that was crossing the line. Xiaoyu felt weak and helpless, wondering how to guess the characters from the Dragon Kingdom since there were too many of them. At least give some hints. How many characters, and what are they related to? 2 characters, Hua Qingwu replied, her eyes sparkling as she bit her lip, a misty look in her gaze, and a blush creeping onto her cheeks. It's related to you. 2 characters, related to me? Xiaoyu furrowed his brows. Is it a thing? Uffed. Yi Qiu-chan burst out laughing. Wife, is it a thing or not? Hua Qingwu looked confused, puffing her cheeks. It shouldn't be considered a thing, right? Not a thing. Seeing Yi Qiu-chan laughing uncontrollably and Hua Qingwu looking like she was about to cry, Xiaoyu smiled. Is it a toy then? Huh. Yi Qiu-chan laughed so hard she fell onto the sofa, her body going soft from laughter. Hua Qingwu asked, Are you doing this on purpose? Xiaoyu replied. Winky face, I absolutely am not. She is not a toy. Hua Qingwu was close to tears, pouting like a little sulking child. This. Xiaoyu's face showed signs of confusion. Is it something I can use? Hua Qingwu. Yi Qiu-chan. Using that word is good, but don't use it next time. The 2 women exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering, their faces flushed. Did he guess it? You haven't used it yet. Hua Qingwu's face turned red, shyly saying, but soon. You will be able to use it often. I can use it. Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Is it alive? Yes, it's alive. Hua Qingwu nodded, her eyes sparkling. Then, is it big? Xiaoyu's face broke into a silly grin. This. The 2 women exchanged glances again, involuntarily looking at each other's chests. How to say? Sometimes it's 38D. Hua Qingwu's eyes sparkled like stars, charming as spring flowers. But sometimes it's 36D. 38D? Is that terrifying? Xiaoyu was shocked. It can't be a cow, right? Uffed. The 2 women burst out laughing together again, feeling both angry and amused. What should we do? I want to hit him. Do you really like cows? Hua Qingwu shot him a sideways glance. I'll hit you. Keep guessing. Then, Xiaoyu blinked. Does this thing bite? Haha. Yi Qiu-chan lost her goddess-like demeanor and started laughing so hard she was almost rolling on the floor. Hua Qingwu's face turned red, looking like a peach blossom. It doesn't bite often, but it can be scary when it's angry. Is it that fierce? Xiaoyu looked scared. Can it be tamed? It shouldn't be too easy. Hua Qingwu gritted her teeth. It's always fierce. If it can't be tamed and is always fierce, it bites. Xiaoyu said seriously, no way, it can't be a rabid dog, right? Not a rabid dog. Definitely not a rabid dog. Guess properly. Hua Qingwu pounced on her younger brother, pinching his neck playfully. If you can't guess right, I'll strangle you. Not a rabid dog. Xiaoyu laughed happily, exchanging a glance with Yi Qiu-chan. Seeing the aloof goddess shoot him a warning glare, her eyes clearly signaling him to back off. So, Xiaoyu ignored the warning and grinned, asking, could it be a wild boar? I'm going to kill you. Hua Qingwu nearly went crazy. It's not a wild boar, it's domesticated. Domesticated? Xiaoyu smirked. Is it an old sow? Hua Qingwu exploded with rage, going completely mad. She immediately pushed Xiaoyu down on the sofa. First, she unleashed a series of powerful punches, followed by a set of palm strikes. Finally, she used her delicate, fair feet to stomp all over his face. After finishing, she yelled, you are the old sow. Die. Xiaoyu grinned widely, happily allowing Hua Qingwu to bully him, while glancing at the slightly annoyed Yi Qiu-chan. As a result, the goddess also came over, stepping on him a few times in annoyance. It was quite satisfying. Chapter 100. Time does not fail beautiful women. After the laughter, Xiaoyu chatted casually with his 2 sisters. When Hua Qingwu accidentally mentioned it, Yi Qiu-chan got upset. It turned out it was the ancient-style song he had given to Yi Qiu-chan last time. The 2 girls had nothing to do and decided to record a song and upload it, and then it became a huge hit. Seeing Hua Qingwu pull up her good friend's short video account on her phone, Xiaoyu noticed the likes on that million-view piece. He was no longer calm. A song got 1 million likes in just a few days, and the followers increased by 100,000. Why is this happening? Xiaoyu stared blankly at Yi Qiu-chan. This doesn't make sense. Should I write a few more songs for you to try again? Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, wanting to conduct an experiment. He felt something was off somewhere. No, that's enough. Yi Qiu-chan smiled. I don't want more. Hua Qingwu huffed, lowering her head. Don't you want to be a big star? Xiao Yu looked at the little fairy. It was fine until he mentioned it. Wow. Hua Qingwu cried, throwing herself into Xiao Yu's arms, getting more and more upset. She was sobbing so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, tears and snot flowing together. Xiao Yu, what is going on? After you gave Qingwu those 2 songs, and they became popular, her parents found out. Yi Qiuchan sighed, from now on, she is not allowed to upload songs online. Xiao Yu's expression changed. It made sense. Although he didn't know who the 2 sisters' parents were, he knew they were the kind of terrifying big shots. How could they allow their daughter to show her face online? Even if she didn't show her face, it wouldn't be allowed. Before, Hua Qingwu had a unique voice and couldn't get popular no matter how she sang. Her parents didn't care. But a few days ago, because of the song Xiao Yu gave, she suddenly became famous. That was unacceptable. Xiao Yu picked up Hua Qingwu's phone, opened the video app, and checked the account backend. Sure enough, the 2 songs they had recorded in the past were deleted. That was too much. Xiao Yu frowned. Even if it was her parents, doing this was not right. She was pitiful. Hua Qingwu nestled in her brother's arms, seeking comfort with her red eyes. Can you help me stand up for my sister? Xiao Yu. Sis, don't put me in that position. Let me live a few more days. Stop messing around. Yi Qiuchan shot a glare at her good friend. Humph. Hua Qingwu rolled her eyes in a particularly charming way. If I don't sing, I'll just act in a play. Xiao Yu. Yi Qiuchan. Hee. Hua Qingwu's skills were well known to them. Although she was beautiful, charming, and delicate, she was a complete novice when it came to acting. What kind of play could she act in? Dreaming was much better. Everything was possible in dreams. You guys just like to bully me. Hua Qingwu started to whimper again, pretending to wipe her tears. Her crying was so exaggerated, but she was indeed sad. All right, I won't bully you. Xiao Yu comforted his sister in his arms, speaking without thinking. Wait, I'll write you a script for you to act in. Suddenly, the 2 girls stared at their brother intently, their eyes wide open. You can sing, you can write songs, and the songs you write are a hit. It's already quite excessive and miraculous. He can actually write scripts? Why are you all looking at me like that? Xiao Yu knows he's being a bit excessive. And with an awkward smile, he says, I was just joking. How could I write a script? However, writing scripts for web dramas shouldn't be a problem. The 2 women's expressions became even more peculiar. He can write web dramas? It's hard to explain. Xiao Yu silently covers his face. This is just a playful act, not vulgar showing off. Don't misunderstand. Little brother. Hua Qingwu softly leaned into his arms, her eyes charming and glistening. Her voice sweet and alluring. Sister wants to shoot a web drama. Qiuchan wants to shoot too. Yi Qiuchan responded. When did I say that? Just joking. Xiao Yu felt a bit guilty, glancing at the beauty in his arms. Do you believe it? I believe. Hua Qingwu nodded her little head. You're the best, little brother. Looking into her eyes, Xiao Yu's heart softened. She actually believes it. All right then. He turned to Yi Qiuchan. Sister, do you want to act in a web drama too? No. Yi Qiuchan shook her head. It's not good to show my face. What if? Xiao Yu smiled. I can let you not show your face? Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu's beautiful eyes instantly brightened. Every young girl, regardless of identity, background, or status, has dreamed of being a star at some point. Suddenly, a phone rang. Yi Qiuchan came back to her senses and picked up her phone. Frowning slightly at the caller ID, she answered, Mom. After listening for a while, she hung up and stood up, saying to Xiao Yu and Hua Qingwu, My mom heard her back. I need to go check on her. Xiao Yu nodded. Should I drive you? No, you stay with Qingwu. Yi Qiuchan waved her hand to her brother and sister and left. Now, with only the 2 of them left in the living room, Hua Qingwu unabashedly wrapped her arms around Xiao Yu's neck and acted cute. Kissing her little brother on the lips. Do you want to drive? Sister will take care of it. Xiao Yu's heart raced. Suddenly, another phone rang. It was Hua Qingwu's phone. So annoying. She pouted, glanced at her phone, and her expression changed drastically. After hesitating for a long time, she answered, Dad. A moment later, she put down her phone, rolling her eyes in frustration. Little brother, wait for me at home. I need to go back. Xiao Yu was puzzled. Yi Qiuchan just left, and now Hua Qingwu is leaving too. What is going on today? After Hua Qingwu left, Xiao Yu felt inexplicably anxious. But not because of danger, just a strange feeling. He got up, washed up, and initially planned to lie down and rest. But feeling bored and frustrated, he decided to go out for some fresh air and smoke a cigarette. Stepping out of the courtyard, it was still snowing outside. The snow was light, gently falling. Xiao Yu took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff, exhaling smoke as he strolled through the snow. Suddenly, A regal middle-aged woman appeared in front of him. The reason for his attention was that the woman gave him a sense of familiarity. Just as they were passing each other on the street, suddenly, the middle-aged woman slipped and was about to fall to the ground. He frowned, flicked away the cigarette butt, and reached out with both hands. One hand grabbed her arm, while the other gently supported her waist. "Are you all right?" he asked after helping her up. "Thank you." The middle-aged lady nodded with a smile, which left him momentarily stunned. Despite clearly being of a motherly age, her smile was surprisingly charming. Some people say that certain beauties possess an inherent elegance that transcends mere appearance. As a saying goes, with icy skin and jade bones, time does not defeat a beauty. He was momentarily taken aback, smiled, and nodded politely. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by a hand. In that instant, he narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Slowly, he turned to look at the middle-aged woman, who, unfazed by his icy gaze, smiled and said, "Young man, may I ask you a question?" Chapter 101. Pressure from the future mother-in-law. "May I ask?" Xiao Yu's expression was cold, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring at the hand gripping his wrist. "Yes, please." The middle-aged lady released her grip. Despite some signs of age on her beautiful face, she still exuded an elegant demeanor. Particularly, her pair of lovely eyes revealed a hint of delicate warmth. "I'm sorry." Xiao Yu shook his head and turned to leave. Hua Qingwu had once told him, "If a woman approaches you, and I find out you dare to chat with her for more than 3 minutes, then you'd better be careful. Do you really think she is just a flirt, a nuisance, a seductress? You can treat her words like wind. Don't mess around. When Hua Qingwu gets serious, you might not even have the chance to apologize." As Xiao Yu took a step forward, he suddenly heard the middle-aged lady's somewhat sorrowful voice behind him. "It seems there's already a generation gap between me and you young people. My daughter is always disobedient and does some unbelievable things, and as a mother, I don't know what to do. That's truly a sad story." Xiao Yu paused. "What do you want to ask?" He was mainly curious about what the middle-aged lady meant by unbelievable. "What has your daughter done?" "My daughter? When she was 22, originally, her father and I wanted to introduce her to a suitable match." The middle-aged lady sighed, looking somewhat dejected. "But she told us she doesn't like boys, only likes girls, and even became a couple with her childhood friend." "Wow, that's explosive." Xiao Yu was surprised. "In such matters, consulting me wouldn't be of much use, right?" "Well, suppose you have a daughter in the future," the middle-aged lady said, her expression becoming very awkward. "If she likes girls and is determined to prove her feelings, what would you do?" Xiao Yu's scalp instantly tingled, and goosebumps rose on his skin. "No way, absolutely impossible. Even if she wants to marry a pig, I won't allow it." "Is that so?" The middle-aged lady smiled as she approached him, extending her fair hand, as if gently brushing off the snow from Xiao Yu's shoulders like a caring mother. She asked softly, "What if your family is quite well off, and your daughter changes her mind and starts liking boys again? But that boy comes from an average family and is several years younger than her, like a little kid with yellow hair. What would you do?" "Yellow hair." Xiao Yu was left speechless. He imagined his beloved daughter, whom he had cared for since childhood, bringing home a boy dressed in tight pants and wearing yellow hair, shyly telling him, "Dad, I'm pregnant with his child." At that moment, the boy would wave his hand dismissively, looking arrogant, saying, "Hey old man, is it safe for my ride to park downstairs?" Xiao Yu shivered violently, his face turning pale. With a grim expression, he gritted his teeth. "I feel like the 10 deadly sins will need to film a special episode just for me." Yet he didn't notice that the lady in front of him was behaving quite strangely, her actions gentle and intimate. "Is that so?" The aunt had a strange look in her eyes as she gazed at Xiao Yu in front of her. "So what do you think? Should I let my daughter be with that little boy?" Xiao Yu hesitated. In his previous life as a police officer, he had encountered some bizarre cases. For instance, some parents intervened in their children's relationships, forcing them to break up with their partners. This often led to tragic outcomes, including couples taking extreme measures or even harming their loved ones. Such cases were alarmingly common. Were these parents right to do so? If so, why were there so many tragedies? "I don't know." Xiao Yu shook his head. "But I think I should observe for a while because I don't want any tragedies to happen. If, hypothetically, my daughter really likes that boy, and if he is decent enough to bear the responsibilities of a man and a husband, I probably wouldn't stop them." "Is that your answer?" The middle-aged aunt smiled and nodded, seemingly satisfied. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My surname is Hua, and my name is Hua Lingdang. My daughter takes my surname." "What a coincidence. I have an older sister who also." Xiao Yu suddenly choked on his words, staring blankly at the aunt's face. He finally realized why this ant looked so familiar. In the next moment, sweat began to bead on his forehead, dripping down and washing over his bewildered, vacant eyes. When you were looking at me just now, your gaze was quite terrifying. You almost scared me to death. Hua Lingdang feigned anger, pinching Xiao Yu's cheek and teasing. I just touched you. You weren't thinking of interrupting my hand, were you? Why yes, I'm sorry. Xiao Yu, drenched in sweat, stammered. No, absolutely not. That's good to hear. However, I remember what you just said. Hua Lingdang looked at him with a half-smile. I'll give that little boy a chance, so please help me convey that to him, okay? Of course. Xiao Yu fidgeted anxiously in front of the ant, rubbing his hands together. It's really cold. Would you like to come to my place for a cup of tea? You do have a bit of conscience, Hua Lingdang said with a beaming smile, shaking her head. I need to go back. I'll come find you when I have time to chat about my daughter, all right? Okay. Xiao Yu was drenched in sweat. By the way, Hua Lingdang suddenly dropped her smile and adopted a serious expression. I heard you can write songs? No, you must have heard wrong. Xiao Yu said earnestly. What is writing a song? I can't do it at all. Haha, what a good child, Hua Lingdang said happily, gently brushing the snow off Xiao Yu's head. I'm leaving now. You need to work hard in the future. I'll see you off, Xiao Yu said. No need. Hua Lingdang laughed and shook her head, waving her hand. A red flag car approached from a distance, stopping beside them. This car actually had an ordinary license plate. Isn't that interesting? This is a red flag car. Xiao Yu opened the car door for Hua Lingdang, only to find a middle-aged woman sitting inside. When the woman saw him, her indifferent and cold gaze softened slightly, and she nodded at him. Another familiar ant. Xiao Yu felt a bit uneasy. Who could this ant be? Actually, I have a question. As Hua Lingdang was about to get in the car, Xiao Yu still asked, why would you let your daughter be with someone like Huang Mao? Your daughter used to only like women, and it's driving you crazy. Hua Lingdang smiled and countered. Now that she finally likes men, would you stop her? I see. Xiao Yu nodded. He closed the car door, and only after the car slowly drove away did he let out a deep sigh of relief. Reflecting on what just happened, he guessed Hua Lingdang's identity. It was frightening. Xiao Yu couldn't quite explain why he felt scared. Perhaps it was the legendary pressure from a future mother-in-law. It was inexplicably intimidating. Wait, Xiao Yu's expression gradually changed. Hua Qingwu like girls? What on earth? Is the Hua Qingwu I know a fake? Wait, did she like her childhood friend? Hua Qingwu's childhood friend is Yi Qiu-chan, right? Xiao Yu was stunned by this bold thought. In the midst of confusion, he began to question his life. Chapter 102. You really have a unique mind. Are you a little odd? In the courtyard house, living room. Something feels off. Leaning back on the sofa, Xiao Yu half closed his eyes. Qiu-chan and Qingwu clearly weren't in that kind of relationship. So why did Qingwu's parents misunderstand, and for so long? Didn't he know whether Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu were in a same surname romance? The two sisters were very close in their behavior. But he remembered one time when Hua Qingwu tried to kiss Yi Qiu-chan, and Yi Qiu-chan was so disgusted, she gave her a beating. If they really had that kind of relationship, what would a kiss be? Xiao Yu felt like his head was about to explode. In the end, he got over it. Even if they were in that kind of relationship, so what? It ultimately benefited him. The meat would still be in the pot. Why bother with the entanglement? What was this sense of expectation in his heart? Xiao Yu chuckled to himself. Could it be that a pervert resides in my heart? To be safe. He took out his phone and called Yi Heng. It connected quickly. What's up, little bro? Yi Heng's voice came through. A bit of a situation, a big one. Xiao Yu made his voice sound cold. We're brothers, right? Of course, no doubt about it. Yi Heng replied without hesitation. After several cases, their relationship had become very solid. Saying brother was not an exaggeration. Is that so? Xiao Yu sneered. If we are brothers, then why didn't you tell Qiu-chan and Qingwu about their past? What was it? Leaving a sentence half-finished could stir up all kinds of thoughts and scenarios. Yi Heng's voice started to falter. You know about it? Today, I met a very beautiful lady, Xiao Yu said with a smile. When I saw her, I almost got moved. Heh. Yi Heng snickered. I'm not mocking you. But would you dare? Okay, I wouldn't dare. Xiao Yu sighed. He couldn't do that kind of thing. He couldn't even shout, Auntie. I don't want to try hard. Stop blabbering useless things. Xiao Yu replied with a sneer. Guess what that lady's name was? You're not joking, right? Yi Heng's voice turned cold. Is there really a lady? She said her name is Hua Lingdang. Xiao Yu thought to himself. Let us see you act tough now. Yi Heng was eerily silent on the other end. After a long time, he cautiously asked, Did you meet her? Big brother must be scared out of his wits by now, right? That lady's identity is indeed terrifying. Xiao Yu said, yeah. She even helped me tidy my clothes, pinched my face, and was very friendly with me. Whoa, think before you speak. Yi Heng warned. Don't joke about things like this. Do you know if this gets out, no one can save you. But I'm telling the truth. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu suppressed the urge to show off. Is it really that terrifying? More terrifying than you can imagine. Yi Heng stopped joking. Don't ever make jokes like this again. Did she really come looking for you? MHM, Xiao Yu responded. Since you already know, why ask? Yi Heng forced a smile. The incident between Qiu Chan and Qing Wu back then caused quite a stir in that circle, ruining the two engagements that were originally arranged. So that's how it is. Xiao Yu's eyes brightened. He finally understood why Yi Qiu Chan and Hua Qing Wu pretended to be in a same surname relationship. Indeed, pretending. There's something that, when mentioned, some might not believe. The higher the status of the family, the more likely arranged marriages might exist. It's no longer about wanting to pursue love freely. Such marriages might be for alliances, benefits, or power. They could represent some very, very terrifying things. Pretending, can others not see through it? Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. And things like same surname relationships. Is it really that hard to make the fake seem real? At this moment, he recalled what Hua Lingdang had told him, that her daughter had threatened to die to prove her feelings. My sister is impressive, Xiao Yu murmured. You two are really ruthless. But if they weren't ruthless, Yi Qiu Chan and Hua Qing Wu's children would probably be just bystanders. How could he benefit from it? All right, no worries, goodbye. After Xiao Yu said that, he was about to hang up. No way. Yi Heng was both angry and amused. You didn't call just to pry information from me and deceive your brother's feelings, right? We're all brothers. What is there to deceive? Xiao Yu chuckled. Sorry to disturb. Farewell. Get lost. Yi Heng laughed and cursed. By the way, your first-class merit has come through. I'll send your team over tomorrow. Xiao Yu was momentarily confused. What first-class merit? The last case, the one involving the murder of a family of 4. Yi Heng was almost speechless. You didn't forget, did you? I really forgot. Xiao Yu felt a bit guilty. That case was significant as it involved live-streamed murders on the dark web. Giving a first-class merit is quite justified. Then he thought of the counterfeit money case and asked with a smile, what merit will I get for the counterfeit case? Are you stupid? Yi Heng's tone changed. Didn't the old man already give you the reward? The old man gave it to me? Xiao Yu was puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of his new identity. National Security Special Forces. What kind of reward is this? Xiao Yu squinted, his mind racing. Soon he realized. Is it a talisman? This identity of the National Security Special Forces can sometimes be considered a layer of protection. With it, unless facing some big shots, it's almost impossible for others to touch him. Such a reward is far greater than a first-class merit. As long as Xiao Yu doesn't stand against the country in the future, this identity can guarantee him peace for a lifetime. The premise is, he can't forget to fulfill his duties. With the identity of the National Security Special Forces, if they call you to work in the future, you have to go quickly and decisively. The old man is going too far, right? Xiao Yu was a bit angry. Are you tying me to national security for life? When you find talent as a leader, Yi Heng retorted, would you let them go? Besides, did you really think that kind of special identity is something anyone can have? I really miss the simple days of my childhood. Xiao Yu complained weakly. When I was young, I didn't understand anything. Yi Heng scoffed. Back then, we could freely go to the women's bathhouse. Xiao Yu teased, isn't that great? Yi Heng, your way of thinking is really something. Are you a bit of a fool? Enough with the jokes, let us talk about serious matters. Xiao Yu's expression turned serious. What is going on with Qiu Chan and Qing Wu? If we're brothers, tell me the truth. This. Yi Heng hesitated. I swore to Qiu Chan that I wouldn't say anything in this lifetime. Thanks. Xiao Yu hung up the phone. Yi Heng really didn't say anything. But he said everything. The two women are indeed in a same surname relationship. Did Yi Heng really need to make a vow? Xiao Yu let out a heavy sigh of relief, looking at the snow falling outside the window. The weather is really nice today. Chapter 103. The Hero's Tomb in the Land of Beauties. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. The door slowly opened, revealing a perfect figure in a women's trench coat stepping into the living room. Following closely was another charming beauty dressed in a stylish mink coat. Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu paused and looked towards the sofa, where their brother was lying asleep. The expressions of the two women softened. Their gazes exchanged a gentle glance. I'll go wash up. He's yours tonight. Hua Qingwu smiled playfully at her sister, swaying her hips as she walked towards the bedroom. Watching her sister's retreating figure, Yi Qiu-chan scoffed, her face full of disdain. However, the slight curl of her lips betrayed her true feelings. After changing into slippers, She quietly approached the sofa and slowly crouched down, gazing at the handsome boy nearby. After a moment of looking, Ichio-chan slowly stood up, just about to turn and leave when suddenly, her hand was caught by a large hand and gently pulled. She exclaimed in surprise as she fell into a strong embrace, gently held by him. Running away? Xiao Yu's teasing voice echoed in the nape of Ichio-chan's neck, and he playfully nibbled on her ear. Ichio-chan pushed against him, but her strength was no match for his, and she felt completely limp. Eventually, she gave up struggling and allowed him to hold her. As Ichio-chan's cheeks flushed, Xiao Yu lowered his head, burying his face in her arms like a child, closing his eyes and wrapping his arms around her slender waist, inhaling her faint fragrance. Xiao Yu sighed contentedly, as if quietly waiting for time to pass. Ichio-chan raised her delicate brows, a layer of annoyance coloring her fair face. However, after waiting for a while without seeing her brother make any further moves, she was momentarily stunned. Looking down, she found that he had actually fallen asleep in her embrace like a child. In that instant, all discomfort, anger, and embarrassment vanished. Ichio-chan's gaze softened as she gently held him, quietly watching over him. Gradually, she also closed her eyes. Time passed slowly. Hua Qingwu, now in her pajamas, came into the hall. She spotted the two who were nestled together, sound asleep on the sofa. After watching for a while, she slowly approached them. Bending her slender waist, she leaned down to kiss her brother's cheek, then her sister's. With a happy wiggle of her hips, she returned to her room to sleep. Little did she know, just as Hua Qingwu left, two pairs of eyes slowly opened. Having changed into comfortable homeware, Ichio-chan sat on the sofa. Xiao Yu, in his pajamas, lay sideways, resting on her perfectly long legs, watching his sister above him, who was holding a glass of red wine, lightly sipping from her crimson lips. Is it good? Xiao Yu asked, not understanding red wine, as he had never gotten used to its sour taste. When I first started, I also thought it was unpleasant. Yushu placed her hand on her brother's nose and pinched it lightly. Ichio-chan smiled charmingly. Later, did she slowly get used to it and come to like it? Xiao Yu curled his lips. No, I still didn't think it tasted good. Ichio-chan chuckled, saying it only looked nice. Xiao Yu, your words are twisting my brain. Pay up. He turned slightly, burying his cheek in her small abdomen. Speaking in a muffled voice, today, I met Sister Qingwu's mother. Oh really? Ichio-chan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Were you scared? Who in this world could scare me? Xiao Yu switched to a show-off mode, pretending bravado. He forgot about the scene where he was drenched in sweat, nearly scared out of his wits by his future mother-in-law. Impressive. Ichio-chan's smile was serene, her gaze soft as her hand gently stroked her brother's short hair. Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Yu comfortably closed his eyes. He knew with Ichio-chan's intelligence, she understood what he was asking. No need. With your intellect, you'll figure it out eventually. Ichio-chan's tone was calm, her expression unruffled, like a jade guanine untouched by the mundane world. What if I don't understand and misunderstand you and Sister Qingwu? Xiao Yu turned to look up at her. What should I do? Do nothing. Ichio-chan looked down at him. Would you abandon us? The two stared at each other silently for a long time. Xiao Yu got up and placed the wine glass from Ichio-chan's hand on the coffee table. Then, he picked her up in a princess carry and walked toward the bedroom. Are you two really? I can find out by trying, right? You. Ha. Xiao Yu laughed wildly, glancing at the flustered Ichio-chan in his arms. When they reached the door, he set his annoyed sister down. He showed off and then ran back to his own room. Ichio-chan finally realized she had been played by her brother. She felt a mix of anger and amusement, along with a hint of disappointment. Her feelings were complicated and hard to express. After taking a shower, Xiao Yu lay on his bed. He originally thought he would spend the night alone and restless. However, in the middle of the night, the door was slowly pushed open. Xiao Yu didn't need to guess. He knew it was Hua Qingwu coming to sleep with him. But when the person climbed onto the bed, she quietly lay beside him. Xiao Yu. This was definitely not the typical behavior of a charming girl. He opened his eyes and saw a pair of beautiful, cool eyes. Dang it. Ichio-chan, even a high and mighty goddess would climb into a man's bed? The scene was completely unexpected. When he saw Ichio-chan's cheeks flushed and her gaze evasive, he leaned over, just like in the living room. Resting his arm on her shoulder, he buried his face in her embrace and mumbled, "Let's sleep." A soft response came from above him. A pair of gentle arms wrapped around him like a little mother holding her big son. The two fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Xiao Yu opened his eyes, Ichio-chan was already gone. He lay on the bed like a big larva for a while. grinning foolishly before getting up to wash up. He then went to the room of the fairy, who was sleeping soundly with drool on her face. He leaned down and kissed her little cheek, tucking her in like a caring father before leaving the room. In the kitchen, she was preparing breakfast. Her lips slightly curled in a gentle smile. The aura of the once aloof goddess had completely vanished. Just then, a pair of arms slowly wrapped around her slender waist from behind. She shivered slightly, but soon relaxed, leaning against the strong chest that could shield any woman from the storm. The tenderness on her face deepened, and her beautiful eyes slowly turned into crescent moons. It was delightful. His chin rested on her fragrant shoulder, though it was unclear whether he was referring to breakfast or the beauty in his arms. After they finished breakfast, he changed into his uniform and went to the door to put on his shoes. She stood in front of him like a devoted wife, adjusting his police uniform. "Be safe," she said. "Why not say to come home early?" "Because you are a police officer." He lowered his head and kissed her lips. Turning around, he summoned all his willpower to step out of the house. Otherwise, he feared he would never leave. A place of beauty, a resting place for heroes. The ancients do not deceive me. Chapter 104. Heartbreaking. My friend Chaoyang Criminal Investigation Team, Criminal Investigation Division. Kai was looking at the 5 team members in front of him: Zhou Xiang, Zhao Jilong, Hong Xiaojun, Duan Lei, and Guan Zhengkai. The group exchanged glances, ultimately breaking into a bitter smile. The counterfeit currency case was solved, but it wasn't the special investigation team that cracked it. Instead, it was team leader Xiao Yu who brought in national security to handle it, and the case was ultimately classified. National security? Classified. Just these 2 points made it clear to everyone that the case was no longer a simple counterfeit currency case. It likely involved national security. They didn't even have the qualifications to be involved. However, it was said that their contributions would not go unnoticed by their superiors. Rumor had it that the members of the Special Investigation Team would receive a collective second-class merit award, which was quite a pleasant surprise, considering they had hardly done anything. The entire case was handled and directed by team leader Xiao Yu. They might as well enjoy this second-class merit quietly. Today was the day the Special Investigation Team was disbanding. With the case resolved, everyone would return to their respective units. The 6 team members were all present, but team leader Xiao Yu was notably absent. Just as Kai Yu was preparing to say a few words for a proper farewell, the office door suddenly swung open. With a beaming smile, Xiao Yu stepped in. "Everyone's here?" Upon seeing him, smiles spread across the faces of the team members. There were no pleasantries or small talk. Xiao Yu shook hands with each member. "I won't say anything sentimental," Xiao Yu said, looking at the 6 team members who were all from the same system and would frequently meet in the future. "If you ever need anything, just give me a shout." Finally, goodbye. After the customary farewell, he waved to everyone and turned to leave. It wasn't that he was putting on airs. He genuinely needed to hurry back to the 3rd team. Yi Heng had instructed him that day he would again represent national security to award Xiao Yu. This was Xiao Yu's 2nd time receiving a first-class merit. At the same time, there would also be a rank promotion ceremony. As previously mentioned, receiving a first-class merit not only came with a medal and a bonus, but also an announcement of commendation. According to regulations, it would also lead to an early promotion in rank. That was the rule. Chaoyang Plainclothes Team 3, Office Building. When Xiao Yu clocked in for work, some colleagues looked at him with complex expressions. In the eyes of the entire team, Xiao Yu was considered not focused on his duties. Going to national security to solve cases, and then to the special investigation team. Why not ascend to the heavens? Deep down, they were incredibly envious. After all, his abilities were exceptional, his rank was rapidly rising, and he accumulated various achievements. At just 22 years old, he had already accomplished what some veteran detectives might take a lifetime to achieve. Still in the conference room, everyone was present for the award ceremony. When National Security Director Yi Heng arrived and said a few formal words, he took out a first-class merit medal and personally placed it around Xiao Yu's neck. The attendees were left speechless with envy, their hearts filled with deep shock. Another first-class merit? It was astounding. They had never heard of anyone being awarded a first-class merit twice within a month. Never. Following closely, there was the promotion of Xiao Yu's police rank. He was promoted from a first-level inspector to a third-level superintendent. 2 stripes and a star. Looking at the shoulder insignia, and then at Xiao Yu's exceedingly young and handsome face, at 22 years old, a third-level superintendent. In everyone's eyes, apart from shock, there was only disbelief left. Due to the special nature of the case, there wasn't a system-wide announcement of his commendation. You should understand that, right? Yi Heng teased his younger brother, saying if you don't get it, I can help you talk to the higher-ups. Xiao Yu. Some people are worse than dogs. Some dogs are more human than people. Considering he might become a brother-in-law, just wait for me. I won't let you off the hook. As for the position, Yi Heng suddenly had a strange expression, saying he wouldn't be promoted. Huh. Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. Yi Heng had told him recently that this time, with the merit, not only would his rank increase, but his level would also rise from a clerk to a deputy section level. Are you kidding me? Already a third-level superintendent, and still just a junior clerk? This is the lowest position among superintendents. A third-level superintendent can be a clerk, a section chief, or a deputy division level. Generally, mediocre old detectives reach this point and stop progressing. Saying Xiao Yu completed in 1 month what others take a lifetime to achieve isn't an exaggeration. Only by passing the clerk threshold can one enter the management tier and have room to climb higher. After the ceremony, Xiao Yu accompanied the captain and the instructor, following Yi Heng outside the team. No need to send me off. Yi Heng looked at Zhou Xianghua and He Yong, saying, I want to talk to Xiao Yu. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong nodded with smiles, understanding and leaving. Whereas that promised deputy section. Without outsiders, Xiao Yu glared. I never said this deputy section was from the police force, did I? Yi Heng reached out, rummaging through the younger brother's pocket. He pulled out a box of special government-offered cigarettes and rolled his eyes, saying, Chiao Chan is a bit excessive, actually stealing my dad's cigarettes for you, but not giving any to her own brother. Hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a bit pleased. She's stealing money from home to spend on me? Suddenly, Xiao Yu's expression changed. Am I turning into a little yellow-haired kid? After a few seconds of confusion, a pang of heartache followed, making it hard to breathe. While joking around, Yi Heng expertly stuffed the cigarette box into his own pocket, saying, National Security Special Forces lowest rank is deputy section level. Got it. What use is a deputy section in national security? Xiao Yu felt frustrated, not understanding. All I want now is to distance myself from the hustle and bustle of this world, go home, and cuddle with my 2 sisters to sleep. Living as a pampered handsome guy. Yi Heng. That hurts, bro. Could you please consider the feelings of single dogs? Do you think? Xiao Yu continued to rub salt in the wound, saying, when my sister has kids for me in the future, should I want a boy and a girl? Or is it better to have 2 sons or 2 daughters? I think you should wake up with a splash of cold water. Yi Heng jealously thought about being unreasonably aggressive, saying, do you know how punchable you look while talking like that? Not too bad, right? Xiao Yu displayed an air of confidence, but my inherent aloofness always prevented me from being low-key, which was quite painful for me. Yi Heng. Little brother only knows how to show off every day. Yet, I can't even outshine him. So frustrating. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Yi Heng left. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Xiao Yu shook his head. He didn't expect the National Security Agency to be so decisive, arranging his position in advance. Was it a deputy section chief? However, the files of special personnel were not accessible to ordinary people outside the national security system. No one would know his rank or that he was special operations. In the eyes of others, he remained just an ordinary police officer. Xiao Yu glanced at his police uniform. Slowly raising his head, he looked at the sun after the snow. Does it matter if one is a police officer or in national security? With lofty ambitions, I shall tread through the snow to the mountain peak. Just keep moving forward. Chapter 105. The investigative ability is terrifying in the captain's office. Xiao Yu felt that some secrets could not be hidden, such as the service weapon. Therefore, he needed to inform the 2 leaders of the team, otherwise, it could lead to trouble. What he didn't expect was that both leaders were startled. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong were staring in shock at their subordinate, looking at the gun permit in Xiao Yu's hand and the firearm tucked under his arm. Ordinary police officers are not allowed to carry their service weapons when off duty, nor are investigative officers allowed to carry them outside unless they are on a mission. Only narcotics officers and major crime investigators are permitted to carry their service weapons 24/7, even during personal time. When a police officer who had only joined the force a month ago not only took out his gun permit, but also displayed his firearm, it left them astonished. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong were not just surprised, their mental state was shaken. After they saw Xiao Yu's national security gun permit, they were left speechless and didn't dare to ask further questions. It was classified information. Zhou Xianghua took a deep breath and looked directly at Xiao Yu. It was a matter of dual identity. Xiao Yu lowered his voice, indicating that discussing the other identity was not convenient. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong's expressions changed instantly, gasping in shock. Not convenient to discuss? Even the identity of a national security officer shouldn't pose a problem. What kind of identity could possibly be so sensitive? As experienced investigators, they knew that the National Security Agency comprised not only national security officers, but also other, more terrifying professions. See, just as I told you. Hee-young said with a wry smile to his partner. Our pool is too small, we can't keep him. Zhou Xianghua sighed. They all understood that Xiao Yu's investigative abilities were too strong for their team to retain him. Although they knew this day would eventually come, they didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. I'm still a police officer, part of our team, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Unless something unexpected happens, I want to leave. Zhou Xianghua and Hee-young showed expressions of surprise. Before they could say anything more, suddenly, the office door was pushed open quickly. There's an incident. In Chaoyang District, at the Phoenix City Phase 4 residential complex, in a high-rise building. 1 hour earlier, someone reported a gas explosion on the 7th floor of the building. The dispatch center quickly sent local firefighters and police forces. This complex happened to be under the jurisdiction of their team. A squad rushed to the scene for investigation. The result was alarming. The explosion site was in disarray. All windows and doors, except for the security door, were nearly shattered. Most of the indoor furniture and appliances had been destroyed. 2 deceased individuals were found at the scene, 1 male and 1 female. Deceased, Niu Xiangwen, male, 43 years old, owner of a foreign trade liquor company. Deceased, Yu Panlon, female, 42 years old, housewife. The 2 deceased were a married couple. Based on the on-site investigation and interviews with neighbors, last night, the neighbors detected a strong smell of gas leakage. At first, they thought it was just the gas smell drifting in from outside and didn't pay much attention. When the forensic team arrived to conduct an on-site autopsy, they discovered something unusual. The autopsy report indicated that the 2 deceased had died from carbon monoxide poisoning, gas poisoning. However, the forensic expert found substances containing isoflurane in the bodies. What is isoflurane? It is an inhalational anesthetic used to achieve general anesthesia, typically for major surgeries in hospitals. Upon discovering such a significant anomaly, the on-site detectives immediately reported to their superiors and awaited further instructions. Captain Zhou Xianghua arrived at the scene with Officer Xiao Yu. At that moment, the forensic expert was bagging the bodies of the 2 deceased to take them back to the identification center for further examination. Dying from gas poisoning while having isoflurane in the body, yet the conclusion is a gas explosion? Zhou Xianghua furrowed his brows, analyzing the situation without finding a clue. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Yu crouching in front of the shattered gas stove, holding a half-broken, palm-sized device with gloved hands. It was a gas alarm. This device can detect the concentration of gas in the air and immediately sound an alarm if it exceeds safe levels, alerting to a gas leak. Nowadays, every household has one, especially in large cities, where gas companies often install them for free. There are routine checks once or twice a year to ensure that the gas systems are safe and that the alarms are functioning properly. Upon seeing the gas alarm, Zhou Xianghua was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes lit up. After the explosion, his subordinates had spoken to the neighbors. The neighbors mentioned that they smelled gas the night before. If that was the case, the gas alarm should have been sounding at the time, right? Zhou Xianghua looked at the kitchen and then glanced at the front door. The distance wasn't far. If the alarm was going off, wouldn't the neighbors outside have heard it? The neighbors only reported smelling gas, but said nothing about hearing an alarm. This could only mean that the gas alarm was not functioning at the time. Impressive. Zhou Xianghua's expression was complex as he stared at the slowly rising Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu had arrived at the scene and immediately uncovered such a significant clue. Something even the first detectives on site had missed. Not even Zhou Xianghua had thought of the gas alarm. How could Xiao Yu find it? Then, Xiao Yu's next move shocked Zhou Xianghua even more. He began searching the ground. After 6 minutes of searching through the chaotic area, he picked up a stainless steel clamp for the gas pipe. This clamp is used to secure and seal the connection when the gas pipe is attached to the valve under the stove, preventing gas leakage. At that moment, Xiao Yu was observing it closely, noting that the spacing was off, indicating it had been tampered with. As he spoke, he looked at the valve connection on the stove. He then slowly placed the clamp on the connection and clearly noticed that the gap between the clamp and the connection was too large. Even if the gas pipe is fitted, the stainless steel clamp is not in a tightened state. What is the result of not tightening it? Gas leakage. This has been mentioned before. Every year, the gas company sends personnel to inspect and check for issues. So, could there be a situation where the gas valve clamp is not tightened? The sequence should be: Xiao Yu stood up and looked at Zhou Xianghua. The victim was first anesthetized with isoflurane and then suffered from gas poisoning, ultimately leading to an explosion. It was not a natural death or an accident, but murder. In less than 10 minutes since Xiaoyu arrived on the scene, he had already deduced the general process of the crime, including Zhou Xianghua. The police officers present were all shocked. Each of them widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, their faces filled with disbelief. This level of investigative ability seems a bit terrifying. Chapter 106. Assassination Crisis. Xiaoyu, you take over for now and investigate. Zhou Xianghua smiled and patted his subordinate's shoulder. Xiaoyu. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. After all, the person was his superior. He glanced around at the expectant eyes of the detectives and thought, how can they bully honest people like this without any conscience? Given the previous park body disposal case, everyone was well aware of his capabilities. No one would object to Xiaoyu taking over the investigation, since a suspected homicide was discovered, classified as a murder case, and 2 people had died. It needed to be reported to higher-ups. A case involving 2 lives was too significant. Whether the third team would even get to handle it was uncertain. This is why Zhou Xianghua told Xiaoyu to investigate temporarily. It all depended on what the higher-ups meant. Half an hour later, a police inspector arrived. Coincidentally, it was someone Xiaoyu recognized. The deputy team leader. Second-level inspector, Zheng Xiaoyan. He was the one who brought Xiaoyu into the special investigation team for the last counterfeit case, and a friend of Yi Hong. They met again. Zheng Xiaoyan was the first to extend his hand, shaking hands with Xiaoyu. As a police inspector, this was quite a significant gesture. Since the other party was being polite, Xiaoyu also extended his hands to shake back, acknowledging the leadership. No joking around. Zheng Xiaoyan smiled slightly. They were friends. Others might not know the inside story of the counterfeit case, but at his level, inside information was still quite accessible. Through friends in the police system of Yangqing, Zheng Xiaoyan learned that this young man was actually leading a group of national security agents to capture foreign operatives. You heard that right. Leading, not assisting. Isn't it a bit frightening for a small police officer to lead a group of national security personnel? When Zheng Xiaoyan got this news, his scalp tingled. Now that they met, he couldn't treat Xiaoyu as an ordinary police officer anymore. So what's the situation? Zheng Xiaoyan asked cheerfully. Xiaoyu briefly reported, suspected homicide. The scene had not been fully examined yet, and they needed to wait for the forensic autopsy results. Homicide, 2 lives? Zheng Xiaoyan frowned. Cases of this level in other provinces would be considered serious crimes, let alone in the capital. It was already enough to meet the standards for a special case, requiring the establishment of a special task force. To be honest, a unit like the third team wasn't qualified to take over such a case. However, Zheng Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, looking at Xiaoyu. Are you in charge of this case? Xiaoyu looked at the team leader and saw Zhou Xianghua nodding. So he could only reluctantly agree. Yes. That's fine then. Zheng Xiaoyan grinned and said straightforwardly, this case will be handled by your third team. But since it is a homicide, there needs to be a deadline. 10 days. If the case is solved, there will be rewards. If not, I don't need to say more, right? The expressions of Xiaoyu and the others in the third team turned strange. Some investigative units indeed set deadlines for handling particularly tricky cases. It generally takes about 3 to 7 days. 10 days? I've never heard of that before. As for why there would be a 10-day deadline, is it because of Yi Heng's influence? Xiaoyu glanced at Zheng Xiaoyan, smiled, and assured him he would complete the task. I won't hold you up any longer. Zheng Xiaoyan nodded and smiled at Xiaoyu, saying they could chat again when they had time. His smile was quite sinister, suggesting something. Xiaoyu nodded in response. After Zheng Xiaoyan left, Zhou Xianghua assigned 7 veteran detectives to Xiaoyu to form a special investigation team. Other detectives would assist as needed. Xiaoyu didn't waste words and took his team to re-examine the scene. First, they needed to determine the cause of the explosion. How did the gas leak occur? And what caused the explosion? Xiaoyu had given some guesses earlier, but they were useless. A traceable process was required. There needed to be a complete chain of evidence and an understanding of the crime's progression. Otherwise, even if the perpetrator was caught, without evidence and a clear understanding of the crime, it would be pointless. The prosecution and court only recognize evidence. Suddenly, ding. The police system task has been successfully activated. System task. Assassination crisis. Task deadline. 10 days. Task reward. Unlock all. Task hint. Please solve the gas explosion case and capture the true culprit within 10 days. Task rules. If the host successfully completes the task, the system rewards will be permanently retained. If the host fails, The rewards will be revoked. Please complete the task within the specified deadline as soon as possible. Task deadline countdown begins. Assassination crisis. Xiao Yu froze in place. Suddenly, countless techniques, knowledge, and abilities related to unlocking flooded into Xiao Yu's mind and body, leaving an imprint. Xiao Yu was stunned. One could say he was shocked by this system's abilities. What is so shocking about unlocking skills? But what if, when your palm touches certain locks, you can open them instantly without even tools? Wouldn't that be astonishing? This ability, while quite extraordinary, seems impractical. Similar to Xiao Yu's other ability, Master of Magic, it currently has no practical application and can only be considered a supportive ability. However, since it was given by the system, it surely won't be useless. Perhaps one day, these abilities will prove to be remarkably effective. As for the system task, Assassination Crisis, Xiao Yu's expression gradually darkened. Under what circumstances would the term assassination come into play? Assassination refers to killing someone in a covert manner, often implying murder, attack, or harm when those words are used. From the system's task name, it is clear that the current case involves an assassination. So what is the identity of the victim? And what could have caused them to be targeted? The detailed identity information of the two victims was investigated. The first was Niu Xiangwen, the owner of an import-export liquor company, with assets exceeding 100 million. This was somewhat expected, as the crime scene was located in a high-end residential area. Phase 4 of Phoenix City, within the third ring of the capital. The real estate here has skyrocketed to over 100,000 per square meter. A typical 100 square meter property has already exceeded 10 million. Who would buy a property worth tens of millions without having assets in the hundreds of millions? Imported foreign wines are popular among the wealthy in the capital, which is quite normal. As long as there are channels, the foreign wine business can be very profitable. However, offending someone or making enemies in business could lead to dire consequences. The commercial world is as fierce as a battlefield, and it's no joke. Investigate whether the victim, Niu Xiangwen, had offended anyone in the past, or had any enemies, or perhaps unknowingly upset someone. Xiao Yu gave the order. A detective left to start the investigation. Now, Xiao Yu looked at the chaotic crime scene and smiled. First, let's examine the scene and see who the murderer is. Chapter 107. Strange knowledge increases. Xiao Yu's footsteps moved inch by inch, his gaze shifting slightly. From time to time, he would crouch down and search the ground with his hands. What was he looking for? Something to ignite the gas. Or it could be referred to as an explosive device. Through the preliminary autopsy conducted by forensic experts, it was determined that the victims died from carbon monoxide poisoning, not from a gas explosion. It was also discovered that there were traces of isoflurane, a medical anesthetic, in the bodies of the two victims. Xiao Yu's initial hypothesis was that the victims were first anesthetized with isoflurane, then inhaled gas, leading to carbon monoxide poisoning, and finally, the gas exploded. Continuing with this line of reasoning, during the period from the victim's unconscious state to the gas explosion, they were either unconscious or deceased. There was no external causal factor. Regardless of how the gas leaked, an explosion would not occur. If it was the murderer who committed the crime, they would not come to the scene to ignite the gas themselves. Wouldn't they fear being blown up? Assuming the explosion was indeed the work of the murderer, the most common methods of detonation would be time-based, remote, or preset detonations. However, regardless of the method, there would inevitably be some traces left at the scene. About an hour later, as Xiao Yu flipped over a piece of shattered cabinet wood, suddenly, his gaze froze beneath the wood. In his line of sight, there was a deformed rice cooker. By its position, he roughly deduced that it had been pushed there by the impact of the gas explosion. But that was not the key point. The key point was that Xiao Yu actually saw a can of 500 milliliters beer inside the rice cooker. What was going on? Xiao Yu was puzzled. However, the can of beer was in an exploded state, with the shell damaged. Strange knowledge increased. Why would there be beer inside the rice cooker? Xiao Yu looked at the outside of the rice cooker. Nowadays, many rice cookers have a timer function. For example, someone could wash the rice and add water at night, and set it to cook porridge or steam rice by itself the next day, which is very convenient. What is noteworthy about this? Xiao Yu extended his gloved right hand and picked up the canned beer inside the rice cooker, carefully examining the exploded marks. Then, he used his left hand to take out the inner pot of the rice cooker for inspection. Suppose someone wanted to use the timer function of the rice cooker, but not for cooking. However, the rice cooker has a safety feature. If there is no water and rice inside, or if the inner pot does not have enough weight pressing down on it, the safety feature would not be released. as it would think there are no items in the pot and would be unable to function. This is a safeguard against dry burning. Therefore, the pot must have a certain weight pressing down to release the safety mechanism for the rice cooker to operate normally. Xiao Yu looked at the can of beer and sneered. 1 pound? A weight of 1 pound pressing down in the inner pot is just enough to meet the requirement to release the safety feature. So, how did this can of beer explode? A can, when heated to a certain degree, would explode. The temperature is around 50 to 80 degrees. Some car owners have experienced this in the summer when they left canned beverages inside their cars parked outdoors. Assuming the outdoor temperature is 30 degrees. The temperature inside the car can easily exceed 50 degrees due to direct sunlight exposure. If luck runs out, it could lead to the cans exploding. If we say that the canned beer in front of us exploded due to heat, and it even exploded inside a rice cooker, it indicates that the rice cooker had been in operation. Who in their right mind would place a canned beer in a rice cooker to heat it? What could be the purpose of doing that? Suddenly, Xiao Yu let out a long sigh. The ignition device has been found. It is the rice cooker in front of him. Using canned beer to trigger an explosion? No. It merely served as the weight to make the rice cooker work. The explosion was triggered by the heating copper tube inside the rice cooker. When the rice cooker operates, the heating tube quickly heats up and turns red, increasing the temperature in the pot. If the heating tube is red hot and meets gas, boom. What a clever method. Xiao Yu frowned. If it was so clever, why leave so many traces behind? First, the drug residue in the victim's body could not escape the police's attention. Second, the victim's death from gas poisoning would also be discovered. Lastly, are you just making things unnecessarily complicated? To put it metaphorically, if you are constipated and a doctor tells you to use a bit of laxative, but you pour an entire bottle on your stool and then ask the doctor why you are still constipated, how ridiculous is that? This is the feeling that the crime scene gives Xiao Yu. The person was drugged by you and also poisoned to death by gas. With the person dead, so many clues were left behind. Why would you still blow up the gas? Isn't that just complicating things? Moreover, the method of detonating the gas seemed somewhat clever. How mischievous. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, or were you intentionally trying to confuse the police? No, there must be something else that hasn't been discovered. Since the method of detonation was smart, it indicates that this person is not a fool. Therefore, they should not have left behind so many clues. Xiao Yu continued to investigate and search until he arrived at the location where the 2 victims' bodies were found, in front of the bed in the bedroom. This place was also in disarray due to the gas explosion, resembling a destroyed ruin. Slowly squatting down, Xiao Yu observed the ground, looking at the dust left after the fire. The shape of a beast, eagle-eyed. His pupils dilated irregularly, his gaze shifting back and forth over the dust on the ground. Suddenly, his eyelid twitched. He noticed a glimmer of light within a patch of dust on the ground. Metal? Tweezers. Xiao Yu shouted. A detective quickly ran over, handing him a forensic toolkit. Inside were not only tweezers, but also pliers, awls, and all sorts of various tools, all prepared for the detectives to investigate the scene. Xiao Yu picked up the tweezers and carefully extended them towards the ground. He used the tweezers to pick up a tiny bit of dust. Slowly raising his arm, he placed the dust in front of his eyes for a closer inspection. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's expression changed dramatically. What did he see? Metal, or rather, metal powder. Aluminum powder. Many people know that metals have excellent electrical conductivity. However, few are aware that metals are among the most terrifying materials in terms of being combustible substances. For example, aluminum powder and magnesium powder, when they come into contact with carbon monoxide or oxygen, undergo oxidation reactions. This releases a large amount of heat instantaneously, promoting combustion and rapid burning. In solid rocket engines, aluminum powder can serve as an oxidizer, providing additional thermal energy. So, why would aluminum powder appear in an ordinary household? With a pale face, Xiao Yu put down the tweezers and began a thorough investigation of the floor in the room. He ultimately confirmed that there were traces of aluminum powder everywhere, on the floor, the bed, and in every corner. If this aluminum powder were to assist combustion during a gas explosion, then your original intention was to completely incinerate the 2 bodies without leaving a trace. Xiao Yu murmured grimly, and unexpectedly, things took a turn. Chapter 108. I admit you're quite clever. Why wasn't aluminum powder ignited during the gas explosion? At this moment, Xiao Yu was standing in front of a household appliance, nearly laughing out loud. In winter, the capital is usually very dry. When the indoor air is dry, people tend to feel uncomfortable. Most households have a humidifier. The appliance in front of Xiao Yu is indeed a humidifier, capable of lasting a whole day on a single refill. It is true that aluminum powder can aid combustion. However, the issue is that aluminum powder requires a dry environment to do so. The combustion reaction of aluminum powder needs a humidity level of 0 to 10. Once the humidifier is operational, the humidity level is at least 40 to 60. This range is the most comfortable for the human body. Therefore, as long as the humidifier is running, even if gas were to explode, how could the aluminum powder ignite in such excessive humidity? Xiaoyu slowly closed his eyes. His mind was racing, piecing together the perpetrator's actions. In the end, he concluded, drug-induced confusion, gas poisoning, timed detonation, and aluminum powder to erase traces. If the perpetrator's plan had gone perfectly, the bodies would have likely been reduced to ashes. There would be no way to detect the drugs or poisoning, and the police would mistakenly believe the destruction was solely due to the gas explosion. Opening his eyes slowly, Xiaoyu's expression turned grave. Unfortunately, the perpetrator's meticulous planning had faltered at the last step. All efforts wasted. Even if the plan didn't succeed, it was still terrifying. What kind of person possesses such lethal methods? The surveillance footage had been retrieved. A detective approached, stating that community surveillance, hallway cameras, and external monitoring systems had not detected any suspicious individuals. Xiaoyu, are you joking? Since there are cameras in the hallway, if the perpetrator entered the victim's home, they would surely be caught on camera. Even entering through a window would be detected by the community's surveillance. Furthermore, anyone entering the community would be tracked by external cameras. You're telling me there are no suspects? The detective handed over a tablet, and Xiaoyu began reviewing the surveillance video. The victims lived on the 7th floor, with 3 households per unit. Each floor had cameras installed in the hallways. The community's surveillance footage is retained for 14 days. Upon reviewing the footage, the first 13 days showed the 2 victims leading normal lives, going out as usual. However, starting from noon yesterday, after returning home, neither victim had left the house again. The footage also revealed that yesterday, aside from a neighbor passing by, there were no suspicious individuals, not even delivery personnel, entering or exiting the hallway. The video showed no one had entered the victim's home. This was quite clever. Upon realizing this, Xiaoyu felt a surge of energy. Since the perpetrator didn't use the front door, they must have entered from outside. A window? He then retrieved more surveillance footage from the community. Given that the residential building was high-rise, the property management had implemented measures to prevent residents from throwing objects from high places. Surveillance cameras are installed downstairs, monitoring the exterior of the residential building on both the front and back walls. If someone were to throw objects or climb the outer walls, they would be captured on video. However, after 14 days of surveillance footage, there are still no anomalies, and no suspects have been found climbing the outer walls to enter the victim's home. This indicates that the perpetrator did not enter through the window. Indeed, it's quite clever. Xiaoyu chuckled silently, thinking, do you really think I can't find you? He then accessed the city surveillance cameras outside the community. Since it's a high-end residential area, there are only 4 entrances, each equipped with a guard booth and security personnel stationed 24/7. Residents must use access cards to enter, and vehicles have electronic identification, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to get in. Delivery personnel need to be confirmed by the residents through security before being allowed entry. Therefore, for the perpetrator to enter this community, they must have used unconventional means. Or, could they be a resident of this community? That seems unlikely. Xiaoyu dismissed this thought. As mentioned earlier, any property in this community starts at tens of millions. Those who own such properties in the capital are unlikely to rent elsewhere. Rent can be tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands per month. An ordinary person cannot afford that, and if they are wealthy, why not just buy a place? If this perpetrator isn't wealthy, how did they enter the community so silently and leave no traces in the victim's home? Slap. He slapped his forehead, laughing and scolding himself, thinking, MDZZ. Look for clues at the scene. The law of conservation of mass tells us that whenever a crime occurs, there will definitely be traces left behind. On the 7th floor, at the crime scene, Xiaoyu conducted a comprehensive investigation again. However, this time he wasn't examining the traces at the scene, but rather how the perpetrator entered the victim's home. There are cameras in the corridors and hallways, and the footage shows no signs of tampering, indicating that the perpetrator did not enter through the corridor. The exterior of the building is also monitored. If the perpetrator entered through the front or back windows, they would surely have been captured on video. So, it wasn't through those windows either. What other places could one enter the victim's home? There is. At that moment, Xiaoyu was standing in the bathroom, looking at a window, a 40 centimeters x 40 centimeters ventilation window. The victim's home is located on the side of the building, and the ventilation window is situated on the side wall of the residential building. Outside that wall, there are no surveillance cameras because the likelihood of objects being thrown from a bathroom is minimal. Hence, the property management did not install cameras there. Xiao Yu stared at the ventilation window, which was in a closed position. Such windows cannot be opened from the outside. If the perpetrator entered through here, how did they lock the window after leaving? Through a hawk-eye perspective, he quickly discovered a clue. Xiao Yu's eyes were fixed on the plastic steel window frame and spotted a small dot. The small dot, if not examined closely, looks exactly the same color as the window frame. Both are white. Xiao Yu instructed the criminal investigator to bring over some tweezers and carefully pried at the small dot. As a result, a round little hole was revealed, similar to a 3.5 millimeters headphone jack. Impressive, my friend. Xiao Yu stared intently at the small hole, a cold smile on his face. He realized that this hole must have been drilled through, penetrating the entire window frame. What is the purpose of this hole? In his previous life, Xiao Yu had caught many burglars. One particular case involved a thief who drilled a hole in a plastic steel window. The thief used a wire to reach inside and unlock the window. After the theft, he could also use the wire to close the window and lock it again. He sealed the drilled hole with translucent glass glue, leaving no trace. When this thief was caught, even the police were impressed. Xiao Yu never expected that in this new life, he would encounter someone using the same method to break in again. I admit you're quite clever, but it's utterly useless. Xiao Yu sneered. Now let us deal with you. Chapter 109. A series of coincidences in the afternoon. At 3 p.m., Xiao Yu was tied with a rope. Hanging outside the 7th floor, his eyes fixed on the exhaust window ahead. With the form of a beast, eagle-eyed, his gaze gradually shifted, searching for traces. Soon, he discovered footprints on the outer wall. Xiao Yu slowly lifted his head, following the footprints up to the exhaust window on the 9th floor. The footprints vanished. It could be deduced that someone had used the 9th floor exhaust window and the rope to climb in and commit a crime on the 7th floor. This person was most likely the murderer in this case. After re-entering the 7th floor, Xiao Yu made his way to the 9th floor, standing before an entrance door. His palm rested on the electronic fingerprint lock. System capability, no lock in the world. Ding! The door unlocked successfully. When he obtained this ability in the morning, Xiao Yu had been complaining about its usefulness. Little did he expect it to come in handy by the afternoon. Talk about a swift turn of events. His face hurt. Xiao Yu chuckled as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior design was the same as the 7th floor, comprising 3 rooms and 1 hall. It was evident that this apartment had been unoccupied for some time. A strange odor lingered in the air, likely due to prolonged stagnation leading to mold growth and dampness. Oddly, the floor was spotless, as if someone had meticulously cleaned it. Xiao Yu walked into the living room and headed to the bathroom, looking towards the exhaust window. Sure enough, he found traces. The bottom edge of the window frame bore marks from the pressure of a rope, just as Xiao Yu had deduced. Someone had been entering and exiting through the 9th floor exhaust window. It must be the murderer who had committed the crime on the 7th floor. He ordered the retrieval of surveillance footage from the 9th floor stairwell. 20 minutes later, the monitoring from the 9th floor corridor and stairwell was extracted. 14 days of footage revealed that a man had entered the 9th floor and the involved apartment on 3 occasions, 7 days ago, 3 days ago, and yesterday morning. The man wore a baseball cap and a mask, standing about 180 centimeters tall, with a strong build, broad shoulders, and a slim waist. Overall, he was lean and walked with a confident stride. Based on his physique and mannerisms, it could be determined that he was likely under 30 years old. Through community surveillance, it was noted that this man used the owner's access card each time he entered and exited the community. He then entered the residential building where the crime occurred, took the elevator to the 9th floor, and accessed the involved apartment. The suspect was identified. Subsequently, information about the apartment owner was retrieved. The owner was currently out of town, with the property unoccupied. Every summer, the owner's family would visit the city for vacation. Moreover, the community's access cards were all registered under real names, requiring the owner's information to be recorded, making it impossible for someone to impersonate or misplace the card. So how did the suspect obtain the access card and know the door code for the 9th floor owner's apartment? Upon inquiry, the owner mentioned that he rarely visited the city, so he needed someone to help look after the property. He paid a security guard 2,000 yuan each month to clean the place once. Additionally, he had left a copy of the owner's access card with the guard, not considering them to be an outsider. The electronic lock password for the apartment door is known only to the owner and the security guard. Subsequently, a young security guard from the community was brought before Xiao Yu. Tell me. Xiao Yu pointed to the door lock of the apartment in question on the 9th floor and stared at the guard. Who have you told the room password to? The guard's face turned pale, and he was too terrified to meet Xiao Yu's gaze, opening his mouth, but unable to utter a single word, whether from anxiety or fear. I don't want to waste time with you, Xiao Yu said, pointing to the ground. There was an explosion that resulted in 2 fatalities on the 7th floor because someone entered the apartment on the 9th floor, and that person is the murderer. By sharing the password with him, you are considered an accomplice. Do you understand the consequences of 2 lives lost? If you don't come clean now, I can assure you that you will never get out of prison in your lifetime. Is this intimidation? Not really. If it is confirmed that the guard leaked the room password and he refuses to confess, he will indeed be treated as an accomplice. Involving 2 lives means that the guard would likely never see the outside of prison again. Only by capturing the real culprit, confirming the case, and verifying that the guard did not participate can he hope to be released after serving his sentence. Don't say he just told someone the password. It can't possibly be that serious. If it were really so simple, why wouldn't you come clean? This involves 2 lives, after all. If you don't confess and end up in prison for life, that's on you. There's a saying in criminal investigation: refusal to cooperate, confess, or plead guilty. The consequences are on you. Do you think this is a joke? What surprised Xiao Yu and the detectives present was that they had overestimated the guard's courage. By the time Xiao Yu finished speaking, the young guard was already trembling and could barely stand. He was so scared that he lost control of himself. This reaction is quite normal. Anyone hearing that they might be involved in a case with 2 fatalities would likely be terrified. Soon, the young guard confessed. One day, he met someone outside his dormitory. The person was wearing a hat and mask, making it hard to see their face. However, that person asked him if he wanted to make some money, handing him 1,000 yuan. At the time, the young guard thought the person was crazy. Later, the individual inquired whether there were any apartments available for rent in Phoenix City and specifically mentioned the building where the incident occurred, stating that they preferred a place on the 8th floor or above. It was not for a long-term rental, only for 1 or 2 days, and they would pay 3,000 yuan daily. At that moment, the young guard was tempted because he had a property he was looking after for the owner, who only stayed in Beijing during the summer. Renting the apartment to this person would be like finding free money, 3,000 yuan a day. Without hesitation, the young guard said he had such a property. The individual was very agreeable and handed him 3,000 yuan in cash on the spot. The young guard then took him to the 9th floor of the building where the incident occurred and provided the password. This happened exactly 7 days ago. The other party left after staying for half a day as agreed. However, 3 days ago, that person appeared again and gave the security guard 3,000. This time, they also stayed for a day. Yesterday, the individual showed up once more and handed the security guard another 3,000. But this time, they only stayed for a few hours, leaving around 2 in the afternoon. By this point in the interrogation, the criminal process was mostly clear and the timeline matched up. However, there was one aspect that raised questions, along with 3 coincidences that could easily be overlooked. 1. Why did the perpetrator happen to find the security guard? 2. Why did the security guard happen to have a property? 3. Even more coincidentally, why was this property located directly above the victim's apartment? Xiao Yu pondered for a long time, his expression unusual, and he ordered, investigate what this 9th floor owner does. Chapter 110, Suspect Identification 5 p.m. The third team split into 2 groups. The special investigation team focused on gathering information about the residents on the 9th floor, while Xiao Yu tracked the suspect. At this moment, he was exiting the crime scene community. By reviewing yesterday's surveillance footage, he traced the suspect leaving the area. Using broader surveillance systems, he tracked the suspect getting into a taxi. An hour later, the driver of the taxi the suspect had used was brought before Xiao Yu. Subsequently, the taxi's driving records and dashcam footage were retrieved. Xiao Yu then got into the taxi and headed to a sports complex. Through internal surveillance at the sports complex, he continued to track the suspect's whereabouts. However, the tracking failed, and the suspect vanished. At this moment, Xiao Yu stood in the bathroom of a swimming facility. This bathroom was designated for certain visitors, and it was naturally not equipped with surveillance cameras. Inside the bathroom, Xiao Yu glanced up at a row of windows, specifically the exhaust window. In an instant, he jumped and grabbed the windowsill, scanning for any traces. The next second, his expression turned cold as he spotted signs of someone having climbed through. It was clear that the suspect had escaped through the exhaust window. It became evident that the suspect had meticulously planned an escape route. After committing the crime, they had immediately followed this route to flee, exhibiting a strong awareness of counter-surveillance by using the swimming facility's bathroom to evade capture. Xiaoyu didn't even need to guess. There was certainly no surveillance outside the bathroom. They had slipped away through a blind spot. At this rate, if I can't catch you, I might as well give up. Xiaoyu scoffed, exerting force with his arms to climb out the window. With a thud, he landed on the ground. Utilizing his eagle eye ability, he scanned the area below. Within 10 seconds, he identified a suspected shoe print. Looking around, he found himself in a narrow alley. It was evident that very few people walked through this alley, as there were not many footprints on the ground. This route was also ideal for escaping, avoiding detection by passersby. As he suspected, the alley was a surveillance blind spot. Following the shoe prints, Xiaoyu walked about 15 meters out of the alley. Suddenly, he noticed that the footprints had stopped, with the toes slightly pointed off. Turning slowly, he looked up and spotted a trash bin. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyu lifted the lid of the trash bin. A foul and sour smell wafted out, indicating that it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. His eyes scanned the inside of the bin, and he noticed something unusual. Beneath several garbage bags, he found a large fashion bag, specifically for sportswear. Inside the bag was a complete set of clothes and a pair of shoes. Upon seeing those shoes, Xiaoyu's expression changed. They were the very shoes that had left the prints he had been tracking. If the shoes belonged to the suspect, then the clothes in front of him must also belong to them. He also discovered a baseball cap and a mask. A disguise? Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. You wouldn't leave without changing, would you? His gaze turned to the sportswear bag. Was it a brand new fashion bag? Is it possible that the suspect changed into a brand new set of sportswear and sneakers before leaving the alley? Xiaoyu looked down at the ground, searching for footprints. Sure enough, he found the imprint of basketball shoes on the ground. Sportswear and basketball shoes? Xiaoyu scoffed and followed the shoe prints out of the alley, onto a street outside. After searching around, he suddenly spotted a surveillance camera, part of the city's monitoring system. Half an hour later, the surveillance footage was retrieved and handed to Xiaoyu. By reviewing the footage, he saw that yesterday, around 2:30 in the afternoon, a figure about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in sportswear, exited the alley and flagged down a taxi before leaving. The individual's face was also captured on the video. It was a male, approximately 25 to 28 years old. A big data identity scan in the capital region yielded no results. A nationwide facial recognition scan was conducted. 20 minutes later, a match was found. The suspect was identified as Luo Zheng, 27 years old, from a neighboring city, unemployed, with no prior criminal record, and his home address. The true identity of the suspect was confirmed and locked in. The neighboring city is about 150 kilometers from the capital, with a travel time of about 2 to 3 hours. However, based on the identification card and online banking usage information, Luo Zheng had booked a train ticket from the capital to his city 8 days ago, with a departure time at 3:45 yesterday afternoon. From the travel information, it was discovered that Luo Zheng had arrived in the capital 8 days prior. However, there were no records of him having come to the capital before, nor were there any consumption records indicating he had spent money in the capital. This suggests that it was Luo Zheng's first visit to the capital 8 days ago. To commit a murder on his first visit and leave immediately after? Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, with veins popping on his forehead. Something was amiss. For instance, if someone wanted to kill another person while being from out of town, wouldn't they need to know the target's whereabouts, residence, travel patterns, and daily routines? Otherwise, how could they even find the person, let alone kill them? From this, it can be inferred that the suspect, Luo Zheng, had already grasped the victim's movements while in his city. But how could a local resident of his city have obtained information about the whereabouts and daily routines of two individuals from the capital? Based on the usage of his identification and online banking, Luo Zheng had already booked a return ticket to his city 8 days ago. How did he calculate the timing so perfectly that he could commit the murder yesterday and escape right after? The most critical point is that after arriving in the capital, he went directly to the victim's neighborhood, found the junior security guard, and accessed the victim's apartment on the 9th floor to commit the crime. All of this seems far too orchestrated to be mere coincidence. It's completely indicative of a premeditated murder, with all steps of the killing and escape route already planned out. Was it a gang operation? Xiaoyu's pupils contracted slightly. Was someone helping him scout the area in advance? Otherwise, how could someone who had never been to the capital before manage all of this? How can he do it and really manage to leave after committing murder? Whatever the case may be, Xiaoyu let out a breath, his gaze sharpening. First, find the person. As long as we catch him, everything will be revealed. 20 minutes later, a police car arrived in front of Xiaoyu. The driver was Wu Chang from the third team. Let's get fuel first. Xiaoyu took the passenger seat, closed his eyes to rest, and headed to the destination to catch the suspect. Wu Chang didn't waste any time and drove straight to the gas station. During the drive, he called the team leader to have him notify the local police to cooperate and issue cross-jurisdiction arrest procedures. Once the collaboration documents were completed and faxed over, the local police would cooperate unconditionally. That's the rule. Over 2 hours later, in the city, at the highway exit, a police car with the capital's police license plates entered the city, heading straight for the local police department. Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Dad is here to find you. Chapter 111. I am that big shot at 9:25 p.m. in Boot City, Municipal Bureau, Criminal Investigation Department. Welcome the leaders from the capital for inspection. Section Chief Xie Yundong extended his hands to shake with Wu Chang, jokingly teasing, "Old Wu, last time I went to the capital, you definitely poured me a lot of drinks. This time, I must show some hospitality. After the case is over, we should have a good drink together." Behind him stood several veteran detectives from the Criminal Investigation Department, all smiling. Section Chief Xie. Wu Chang looked awkwardly at Xiaoyu beside him. This case isn't under my charge. He is the leader of our special investigation team. Xie Yundong was taken aback. The smiles of the other detectives froze as they turned to look at the young and somewhat unusual Xiaoyu. This young man is the team leader of the special investigation team? Are you kidding? They thought Xiaoyu was a rookie or a newly appointed detective. After all, his handsome face seemed too immature in the eyes of these veteran officers. The team leader of the capital's criminal investigation special team should at least be a deputy captain or someone like Wu Chang, who doubles as a squad leader. In serious cases, it is usually the captain himself who leads the special team. Looking at this young man, his age, and whether he has even been officially appointed, were both questionable. You say he is the team leader? Old Xie, don't be stunned. He really is our team leader, Xiaoyu, Wu Chang introduced, and he is also a third-level police supervisor. Hiss. A sound of gasping filled the room, including Xie Yundong. Everyone in the Boot City Criminal Investigation Department looked shocked. Are you kidding? Do you know what a third-level police supervisor means? If there are no significant achievements, it takes 10 years to be promoted from a third-level police officer to a third-level supervisor. If you count the first year of internship, that's 11 years. And Xiaoyu looks so young, like a police academy student. If he is truly a third-level supervisor, there's only one possibility. He has made significant contributions, and they must be major ones. At least second-class merit. Because third-class merit can be optional for promotion, second-class merit usually guarantees promotion, and first-class merit is a must. This is why the detectives were so shocked. If Xiaoyu is really a third-level supervisor at such a young age, he must have received second-class merit at least twice, possibly even 3 times, to reach this rank. 3 second-class merits? Don't joke. I admit I didn't recognize the greatness here, my apologies. Xie Yundong, with an awkward smile, extended his hands to shake with Xiaoyu. By the way, team leader Xiao looks quite young. May I ask how old you are? 22 years old. Xiaoyu replied with a smile. In that moment, the space seemed to fall into a dead silence. The faces of the detectives were filled with shock, their minds blank. 22 years old, a third-level police supervisor? Soon after, a thought emerged in their minds. Could he be the young master of some influential family from the capital? But even if he were, who would dare to play like this? A 22-year-old third-level police supervisor is unclear if it's unique in the country, but it is definitely a rare occurrence. After a moment, Xie Yundong came to his senses and looked at Wu Chang, his eyes questioning. What's going on? Wu Chang smiled and explained, Comrade Xiaoyu was just awarded a first-class merit this morning. He has previously received a first-class merit and a second-class merit as well. Once he finished speaking, the others in the Criminal Investigation Department were left dumbfounded, forgetting to breathe. Although a first-class merit for police officers isn't as glamorous as military honors, it is still quite significant. Each instance of a first-class merit typically involves risking one's life. Moreover, cases that lead to first-class merits usually start as serious cases, special cases, or even life-threatening situations. How can we describe the rarity of a first-class merit for police officers? For instance, in the entire police system of Boot City, which has over 20,000 officers, there might not even be one instance of a personal first-class merit in a year. Nationwide, among over 2 million police officers, The occurrence of first-class merits each year could be less than 20 times. On average, it would be quite remarkable for 1 out of every 100,000 officers to be honored with a first-class merit in a year. Is it not precious enough? Is it not honorable enough? It is truly earned at the cost of one's life. Is it too much to say it is a contribution to the country? The way the members of the Criminal Investigation Department looked at Xiao Yu changed. It was no longer the gaze of admiration towards a young master, but rather one of respect towards a high-level player or big shot. While the young master might be impressive, such an honor as a first-class merit cannot be faked. It is genuinely earned through life-risking efforts. Does the young master also want to attain a first-class merit? He deserve it. What an outstanding young talent. Xie Yundong sighed, impressed. You flatter me, Xiao Yu chuckled. This time I came to investigate a case, and will need the assistance of colleagues from Boot City. I remember a certain big shot once said, our abilities are definitely not mere pretentious displays. As police officers, we strike hard against evil. Xiao Yu added, I am that big shot. Well said. Xie Yundong laughed. Last year when I went to the capital for a case, your team took great care of me. Besides, we're all part of the same system, so no need to be polite. As criminal investigators often travel across provinces for work, when officers from other regions come to your area, it's important to treat them well. If you don't, when you find yourself in their territory, they will treat you the same way. Last year, Xie Yundong traveled to the capital to apprehend a suspect, and the third team had assisted him, treating him well before he left. This time, Xiao Yu and Wu Chang came to Boot City specifically to seek Xie Yundong's help. This is a matter of cause and effect, as well as human relations. I want to waste more time, Xie Yundong said after the pleasantries. He then looked at Xiao Yu and asked, shall we eat first or get to work? If they chose to eat first, it meant the case wasn't urgent and could be taken slowly. If they opted to work first, it meant the case was serious and needed to be handled promptly. However, he couldn't ask directly. Some cases might involve sensitive information, and there was also the issue of preventing leaks. If something were to be disclosed on your turf, allowing suspects to escape, that would be problematic. These matters have their own intricacies. Let us get to work first. There's no need to rush the meal. Xiao Yu revealed the identity of the suspect, whose name is Luo Zheng, 27 years old, with an identification number. Xie Yundong waved his hand to his subordinates. A police officer went to the computer to retrieve the suspect's file. Soon, all the identity information of the suspect was gathered. Subsequently, the Criminal Investigation Department dispatched 2 officers to assist Xiao Yu and the others. The rest of the team remained on standby, ready to respond at any moment. A group of 4 arrived at the residential community where the suspect lived. They accessed the community's surveillance footage through the property management. The video revealed that yesterday afternoon, at 6:41 p.m., the suspect Luo Zheng returned home. Today at noon, he left to buy some groceries at a nearby supermarket. After returning home, he did not go out again. The preliminary judgment indicated that the suspect was hiding in his residence at that moment. What a coincidence. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Since the suspect was at home, it was time to make the arrest. Chapter 112. The Mad Suspect. It was 11:05 p.m. In front of a residential building, I was with my colleague preparing to apprehend a suspect. Xiao Yu glanced at the 2 investigators from the local police department who were accompanying us and asked them to keep an eye out below. In an arrest operation, especially in a residential building, it was crucial to have someone watching downstairs to prevent the suspect from escaping by jumping out of the window. No problem. The 2 officers nodded. One stayed at the front of the building while the other went to the back. Xiao Yu and Wu Chang entered the residential building. On the 3rd floor, in front of room 301, Xiao Yu made a shushing gesture. He then pressed his ear against the door. With his special ability, he listened for a few seconds, frowning. Utilizing his skill, he heard absolutely no sounds coming from inside the room, not even the sound of breathing. What was going on? Xiao Yu pondered. They had just confirmed through the community surveillance that the suspect, Luo Zheng, was hiding inside the house. If the system was functioning correctly, why was there no one in the room? What's wrong? Wu Chang asked softly, already drawing his firearm and disengaging the safety. Xiao Yu shook his head. He pretended to take out a key, deliberately letting Wu Chang see it. Then, he turned his back to Wu Chang to block the view of the door lock. Placing his hand on the lock, with his ability, he unlocked the door effortlessly. Click, the door lock opened. This remarkable skill needed to remain unnoticed by Wu Chang. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. That was why he pretended to use a key. Even so, Wu Chang was still surprised by Xiao Yu's speed in unlocking the door. Wasn't this a bit too fast? Xiao Yu slowly opened the door and was just about to step inside when suddenly, He heard a sound resembling a string snapping. Why would there be such a sound when opening a door? He quickly pulled the door open and entered, finding the room completely dark. Since he had already confirmed there were no sounds inside, that meant there was no one there. Xiaoyu walked into the living room, found the power switch, and turned on the lights. With his ability, he scanned the surroundings quickly. He needed to determine the source of that faint snapping sound. Soon, he discovered a transparent fishing line at the door. It was an extremely thin fishing line, about 0.1 millimeters in diameter. Why was there a fishing line? Xiaoyu followed the line to find its end, and suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. He realized that the fishing line extended into the wall. In an instant, Xiaoyu dashed forward like lightning, standing in front of the wall, his eyes fixed on a small, inconspicuous hole. He had seen similar small holes in the capital, specifically at the crime scene on the bathroom window frame. It was the kind of hole created by a drill, roughly the size of a 3.5 millimeters jack. The end of the fishing line was right inside this small hole, or rather, on the other side of the wall. What was its purpose? Xiaoyu's expression shifted as he considered a possibility, a warning device. The fishing line was tied to the door. As soon as someone opened the door, it would pull the line. As long as a bell or similar object is tied to the end of the fishing line, it will trigger an alarm. Looking at the small hole in the wall and the fishing line inside it, Xiaoyu finally understood why the surveillance detected that the suspect had returned home. Yet the suspect was not at home. Because he was hiding next door? Suddenly, he leaned in to listen, hearing some noise from the next room. The sound of a window opening. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes as he looked towards the balcony. Bang! The ground beneath him made a deafening thud. His body shot out like a human cannonball. Boom! Xiaoyu crashed into the floor-to-ceiling window, shattering it. Amidst the flurry of glass shards, he found himself in the high air outside the building. Just in time, he saw a figure jumping off the building. The person was also in midair, looking at Xiaoyu in shock. I knew you weren't just out for a stroll, Xiaoyu grinned. In the blink of an eye, the two fell to the ground. Bang! Xiaoyu landed on his feet, bending his legs to absorb the impact. The other person, however, did not dare to act as recklessly as Xiaoyu. At the moment of landing, he rolled to dissipate the force, ending up 2 meters away to ensure his legs and body would not be injured from the high-speed fall. Through the other's movements, Xiaoyu could easily tell that he had training. The self-defense actions were very similar to parkour, and he executed them with great skill. However, it was of no use. By the time the other stood up, Xiaoyu was already in front of him. Luo Zheng. Xiaoyu looked down at him, observing the matching appearance and physique. The other did not respond, seemingly aware that escape was impossible, and suddenly lunged forward. He quickly reached out to grab Xiaoyu's neck. This grab was not only fast, but also extremely fierce. Xiaoyu was surprised to find that Luo Zheng's attack style was very unusual. It was not a typical combat style, but rather resembled military killing techniques. Military killing techniques are the methods used by soldiers to kill. Similar to the Black Dragon 18 hands that had long been banned in the past, which belonged to a type of military killing technique. These types of martial arts have no intricate or flashy moves. Everything is aimed at killing. Every strike is intended to kill. Chokes, holds, twists, strikes, kicks, all targeting vital parts of the body. Every attack is ruthless to the extreme. Every movement is aimed at killing. Xiaoyu was astonished. He calmly stepped back, calmly dodging, watching the other's frenzied attacks and ruthless killing methods. The intent to kill, disregarding oneself, even at the risk of mutual destruction. Even a champion in combat sports would be terrified facing such lethal techniques. The reason Xiaoyu did not retaliate was that Luo Zheng's attacks resembled military killing techniques too closely. He wanted to avoid friendly fire. However, after a series of attacks from Luo Zheng, he realized something was off. Bang! Luo Zheng's fist was easily caught by Xiaoyu. When the other's leg kicked out, bang! Xiaoyu's foot landed on that kicking leg. Beast form, bear power. Crack, it snapped. It turned out not to be the military kill fist. Xiaoyu coldly stared at the unsteady Luo Zheng, watching him tilt toward the ground. In the next moment, despite having a broken leg, Luo Zheng surprisingly supported himself with both hands and quickly got up on one leg. Like a madman, he lunged forward again. Xiaoyu scoffed. Bang! Luo Zheng's fist was caught. Crack! It was twisted and broken by Xiaoyu with one hand. The white bone protruded from the skin of his wrist. Luo Zheng's eyes widened in shock as he let out a scream. But once again, he swung his uninjured hand at Xiaoyu. Crack! His arm was broken again by Xiaoyu. An even more terrifying scene unfolded. Luo Zheng jumped on one leg, pouncing like a hungry wolf, his mouth wide open, revealing his white teeth, aiming for Xiao Yu's neck. Slap! Luo Zheng's head was caught in one hand. With a sudden downward force from Xiao Yu's arm, bang! Luo Zheng's face was brutally smashed into the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 113. Approaching Science can broadcast 3 episodes. The suspect, Luo Zheng, lay face down on the ground. His entire face continuously bleeding, as if buried in a pool of blood. Xiao Yu, however, watched him coldly, recalling the recent fight and the opponent's frenzied attacks. It was a combat technique very similar to a certain brutal fighting style, equally ruthless, fierce, and deadly. Killing for the sake of killing. If he didn't possess the ability of a combat expert. Xiao Yu felt that an ordinary police officer or soldier might not survive 3 moves against Luo Zheng and would be killed on the spot. This shows how terrifying Luo Zheng's combat skills are. Recalling the gas explosion case in the capital, if it was confirmed that Luo Zheng was involved, it would indicate that he was also proficient in certain killing techniques. So who exactly is Luo Zheng? Where did he learn his killing skills? Strangely, the system did not provide a task completion prompt. Could it be that Luo Zheng is not the murderer? 2 criminal police officers from Boot City approached Xiao Yu, and Wu Chang ran down from upstairs. Take him back first, Xiao Yu said, pointing to the unconscious suspect on the ground. Just as the 2 officers were preparing to lift Luo Zheng, Xiao Yu suddenly tilted his head, hearing a strange sound coming from the sky. It sounded like a tearing noise, akin to the sound of something splitting the air, or like an arrow flying through the sky. Beast mode, antelope sense. Warning, danger. In an instant, Xiao Yu lunged at the 2 officers, pushing them a meter away. A strange sound echoed. Luo Zheng, lying on the ground, had a crossbow bolt embedded in the back of his head, piercing through his brain and nailing his head to the ground. Wu Chang and the 2 officers were stunned by the scene. Xiao Yu looked up at the pitch-black night sky and saw a shadow flying over his head. What was that? Beast mode, eagle eye, snake red, bat wave. In a flash, the shadow became clear in Xiao Yu's vision. It was a person dressed in a strange outfit resembling bat wings, utilizing their limbs to spread wing membranes and gliding through the air with the wind. Wingsuit flying. Many people might be hearing about this for the first time, but wingsuit flying is very well known internationally. For several consecutive years, there have been world championships for wingsuit flying, one of which was held in the scenic area of Tianmen Mountain in Zhangjiajie. The design principle is similar to extreme parachuting, using the wind area to increase lift and achieve powered flight through the air. At this moment, Xiao Yu not only saw a person soaring high in the sky using a wingsuit, but also noticed a crossbow in their hand. Xiao Yu was somewhat bewildered. The effective accurate range of bows and crossbows is usually within 50 meters, and that is for military-grade ones. Generally, an ordinary domestic crossbow has an accurate range of only about 20 to 30 meters. Please remember, it is the precise range, not the effective range, and definitely not the shooting distance. Some powerful crossbows can reach a maximum range of over 100 meters or even more than 200 meters. But that doesn't matter. Once these projectiles exceed a certain distance, their accuracy decreases. To put it colloquially, they drift. A distance of 50 meters is almost the best accuracy range for crossbows. If someone can hit a target beyond 50 meters with a crossbow, it's no longer aiming, but rather a matter of experience or instinct. It's like with handguns. Those who understand firearms know that despite claims of a 50-meter range, achieving accuracy within 20 to 30 meters is already quite impressive. Hitting a target at 50 meters with a handgun is a feat for experts. Beyond that distance, the bullets have largely drifted off course. What kind of accuracy can you expect? Again, range does not equate to accuracy. No matter how far you shoot, without accuracy, you won't hit the target, and it's completely useless. Judging by sight, the person using wingsuits in the sky is approximately 70 or 80 meters above the ground. At that distance, how on earth can you accurately hit a target with a crossbow while flying? Or perhaps this person isn't trying to kill someone, but is just shooting randomly, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Regardless of the situation, in an instant, the character rose, reached into his clothes, drew his sidearm, disengaged the safety, and aimed at the sky. System ability, King of Guns. Bang! The gunfire erupted. Thud! The person flying with the wingsuit was hit in one arm and instantly dropped down. As mentioned earlier, bullets from a handgun drift beyond 30 meters. How did he hit the target? With the King of Guns, of course. The individual in the sky was struck in the arm, losing the ability to support the wingsuit, and immediately lost balance. The person tumbled in the air, plummeting rapidly. Suddenly, A parachute resembling a mushroom cloud appeared, unfolding in the sky and drifting quickly away. "Call an ambulance to see if the victim is still alive. I'll go catch that one in the sky," he shouted to his companions. In an instant, he bent down and activated his beastly form, leopard speed. Boom! With a thunderous roar beneath his feet, he took off running. The speed of that sudden dash was faster than a sprinter. In the blink of an eye, he dashed out of the community, out of the sight of the detectives, and ran toward the direction where the parachute was descending. That's insane. One detective, coming back to his senses, was stunned. Could he be a monster? Another detective from the local precinct looked equally incredulous. He had just jumped from the third floor without a scratch and managed to take down a suspect. Just moments ago, right under their noses, he had drawn his gun and shot down the person flying high above. A handgun, really? How ridiculous. What shocked them even more was the speed at which he had just run. What are you doing as a police officer? Wouldn't it be better to compete as an athlete for the country? Beside him, a companion remained silent, but internally thought, this is nothing. He has jumped from even higher buildings before. Jumping onto a parachute, it is said that it nearly drove the security personnel crazy at the time. If the amazing aspects of this individual were filmed into a video, it could easily fill 3 episodes of a science show. At this moment, he resembled a cheetah, sprinting at high speed. With keen observation, he locked onto the parachute in the sky, until, boom, the parachute, carrying a person, crashed into the outer wall of a building. It quickly fell to the ground. Thud, the person hit the ground hard, motionless. In the next moment, he dashed forward like a bullet close to the ground, stopping to glance at the parachute beside him, then at the person lying still on the ground. Using his keen senses, he could no longer hear the person's breath, nor could he detect any heartbeat. His gaze fell on the person's chest, where a knife was embedded, with only the handle visible. Dead. Looking at the knife, his expression darkened ominously. Suicide. Chapter 114. The dead can speak. Are there people in this world who are not afraid of death? Yes, but not many. Even the smallest creatures cling to life. How could humans not value their lives? So what could drive a person to commit suicide without hesitation? In Xiaoyu's understanding, it must be something more terrifying than death, more painful than death, something more unbearable than death. It is likely in these extreme circumstances that a person would choose to end their own life. For example, spies may accept death but do not wish to be captured by certain security personnel. They understand that once caught, their fate would be worse than death. Not wanting to suffer a fate worse than death, death becomes the best option. So why did the person before him choose death? Was it due to being cornered? Or were there other reasons? Xiaoyu crouched in front of the body, observing the crossbow hanging from the deceased and the bullet wounds on their arm. At the same time, he was looking at the expression on the dead person's face. In the field of criminal investigation, there is a saying, the dead do not lie. The body can speak. But how can a dead person speak? In the eyes of forensic experts, the deceased can provide clues and evidence. They are an important source of information. For instance, the facial expression left on a person's face immediately after death can reflect the deceased's psychological state. This is because, in the initial moments after death, many neurons and some cells in the body have not completely ceased functioning. For example, some people may appear to smile after death, while others may show signs of fear, and some may exhibit pain. However, this phenomenon only lasts about 5 to 20 minutes, after which the neurons and cells completely die, resulting in a return to a neutral expression, similar to the relaxed appearance of a person in deep sleep. At this moment, Xiaoyu was fixated on the deceased's face, examining all the traces displayed by the facial muscles. He then analyzed the deceased's psychological state before death through microexpression psychology. Furrowed brows, raised chin, downturned mouth, sadness, wrinkled forehead, tense lips, sagging jaw, anger, relaxed eyes, softened cheeks, calm face, relief, sadness, anger, relief. Xiaoyu sat in front of the body and took out his phone to send a location to Wu Chang, asking him to come over. He then furrowed his brows, staring intently at the corpse's expression. Why sadness? Why anger? Death was not due to fear and pain, but rather relief. Relief? Only under immense pressure, suffering, and extreme despair do people think of relief. Often, death is seen as the best form of relief. While Xiaoyu was deep in thought, a police car arrived swiftly. Wu Chang and a detective from the local precinct hurried over. Upon seeing the body, both frowned. Experienced detectives could tell at a glance that the deceased had committed suicide. With their investigative experience, they understood one principle. The more vicious a criminal is, the more they fear death. How could such a criminal choose to end their own life? After verifying the identity, Xiaoyu pointed at the body. The local detective took out his phone and opened facial recognition software, using a camera to scan the face of the corpse. Soon, the deceased information was found through the database. Zheng Junmin, 30 years old, from Boot City, unemployed, with no criminal record. Alone. Alone? Xiaoyu frowned, recalling the identity information of another suspect, Luo Zheng. If I remember correctly, Luo Zheng is also an orphan? Yes. The detective nodded, noting that Luo Zheng's identity showed he was adopted at the age of 7, but his adoptive parents went abroad, and he was raised by his adoptive mother's father. What about Zheng Junmin? Xiaoyu asked thoughtfully. The detective flipped through the files and reported that according to the documents, Zheng Junmin's parents died in a car accident when he was 3, and he was raised by his grandparents. However, Zheng Junmin went missing at the age of 6, suspected to have been abducted, and was missing for 12 years. At 18, he found his grandparents again based on childhood memories, but 2 years later, his grandmother passed away. And a year after that, his grandfather died in an accident. By the age of 21, Zheng Junmin had no relatives left. What a coincidence, Xiaoyu said in surprise. Suspecting that the murderer in the gas explosion case in the capital, Luo Zheng, is also an orphan, and the person who killed him is also an orphan? 2 orphans skilled at killing. What a strange coincidence. Suddenly, the phone rang. Picking up the phone, he saw it was a call from the captain of the 3rd team. Zhou Xianghua. Hello? There's a problem. What problem? The owner of the 9th floor apartment at the crime scene you asked us to investigate is also in the liquor business. Just like the victims. They used to be friends and even chose the Phoenix City community together to purchase property. This afternoon, the person came to the capital and was summoned for a brief questioning, but surprisingly, they claimed they hadn't been in contact with the victims for a long time and were no longer friends. Oh, what else? Strangely, half a year ago, the victim and the 9th floor owner were competing for the agency rights of a certain brand of foreign wine, specifically the well-known Roman E. Conti's agency in the country. Roman E. Conti? Hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression turned peculiar. He remembered there were quite a few bottles of this brand at home, which Yi Qiu-chan would drink for fun. The reason was that Yi Qiu-chan thought the color of Roman E. Conti red wine was very pretty. The world of the wealthy, Xiaoyu didn't understand. He had asked once about the price of this brand of wine, and Yi Qiu-chan told him that the cheaper ones were around 50 to 60,000 per bottle. The premium ones, like the one Yi Qiu-chan drank, started at 380,000. They also needed to be auctioned, but in reality, the prices were inflated by agents. The factory price of the wine itself was around 20-something thousand per bottle. The profit was simply terrifying. If one could obtain the agency rights for such wine, it was easy money. So, Xiaoyu stood up. I'm heading back to the capital immediately. After ending the call, he looked at Wu Chang. Brother Wu, please stay here in Boot City to watch over the suspect's body and have the forensic doctor conduct an autopsy. I'm going back to the capital. At this moment, Wu Chang glanced at the time on his watch. It was too dangerous to drive back alone. No need to drive. Xiaoyu shook his head and dialed a number on his phone. 5 seconds later, the call connected, and he heard Yi Heng's angry voice. Bro, are you out of your mind? What time is it? Cut the crap, Xiaoyu replied coldly. I'm in a city investigating a case and need to get back quickly. Help me figure something out. Yi Heng fell silent for a moment, then cursed. Send me your location. The call ended. Xiaoyu sent his location to Yi Heng. About 20 minutes later, a helicopter appeared in the night sky, descending above Xiaoyu at around 15 meters off the ground. Hovering. Then, it lowered a rope ladder. Xiaoyu climbed up the ladder and entered the helicopter. The helicopter ascended and flew towards the capital. Chapter 115. You're quite something at 2 in the morning in the capital city, Chuyang District. A helicopter slowly landed on the rooftop of a building. As Xiaoyu stepped off the helicopter, he saw Yi Heng, who was dressed in a trench coat. Thanks, he said. Approaching closer, Xiaoyu smiled and teased. You're quite something, you know. After knowing each other for so long, their friendship had gradually stabilized. Cut it out. Yi Heng laughed and scolded. What case is so urgent? It might scare you to hear it, Xiaoyu replied, looking at the helicopter that had just taken off. A murder case. I'm so scared. Yi Heng rolled his eyes dramatically. And then, that's it, Xiaoyu shrugged. They only kill people, nothing else. Damn. Yi Heng gave a middle finger to his younger brother. Are you trying to make me laugh on purpose? Do you even know what kind of events, cases, and tasks we deal with? Talking about murder with national security personnel. That's just pure comedy. What if? Xiaoyu looked somewhat melancholic. It's a professional killer? In an instant, the mockery on Yi Heng's face froze. Professional killer? The methods used by these individuals were strange, skilled, and involved setting traps. They could cleverly utilize seemingly ordinary items to create explosive devices. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. The most critical part is that they are proficient in combat techniques specifically designed for killing, comparable to the military skills of special forces. Can you still laugh about it? Yiheng truly couldn't laugh anymore, because the type of person his younger brother was describing seemed very close to a certain profession. Assassins. An assassin is someone who carries out killings for a certain benefit, causing death to others. In simple terms, it is a profession that conducts lethal attacks on specific targets or groups in exchange for compensation. Their job is to kill, using every possible method to do so. From something as small as a toothpick to large weapons like bombs and firearms, anything can become a tool for murder. For example, with enough skill, a toothpick can easily penetrate wood. Paper can be very sharp at times, capable of cutting through human skin. And as for bombs and firearms, there's nothing more to say. What has been mentioned are merely tools for murder. But what true killers excel at are the techniques of killing. They can turn ordinary objects nearby into murder tools, creating possibilities for accidental deaths. Take a very simple example. Many car owners are familiar with the braking system, such as the hydraulic brake system, which uses liquid to activate the brake pads. However, if a lot of air enters the brake line, the brakes won't work, leading to brake failure. Therefore, when changing brake fluid, mechanics will bleed the brake lines to ensure proper function. Yiheng had previously captured such a spy. The person used this method to create what appeared to be an accidental car crash for an assassination. If it weren't for hearing it directly, who would have thought he could kill in such a way? As for assassins, this profession is even more terrifying, adept at employing bizarre methods of killing. Using seemingly coincidental methods that leave no evidence to commit murder, just like the gas explosion case investigated by Xiao Yu. Who would have thought that someone could create a timed explosive device using a rice cooker and a can of beer? The suspect, Luo Zheng, is also skilled in lethal combat techniques. There is another suspect, Zheng Junmin, who can use a wingsuit to fly and kill with a crossbow. These methods of killing are beyond what an average person could achieve. Through various signs, Xiao Yu deduced that both Luo Zheng and Zheng Junmin could potentially be the killers. Finally, recalling the system task name, Assassination Crisis. Assassination refers to killing someone when they are unprepared. Synonyms include murder, treachery, and assassination. Isn't this exactly what a killer would do? After regaining his composure, Yiheng had a strange expression and said, "If you need anything, just let me know." Assassins are typically the business of the police and not usually within the purview of national security. Therefore, national security would not intervene indiscriminately. Moreover, considering Xiao Yu's combat power, Yiheng felt that Xiao Yu's ruthlessness and volatility were even more killer-like than the assassins themselves. Capturing a few minor assassins should not be a big problem. Just having your word is enough? Xiao Yu nodded. The two went downstairs, where a police car was waiting outside. Zhou Xiangwo was standing by the car, quietly waiting. As they left, Xiao Yu and his brother waved goodbye and got into the police car. Yiheng stood in place, watching the departing police car with a smile, shaking his head in confusion, unable to understand why someone would want to be a police officer. It wasn't just him. Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu also couldn't comprehend it. Their brother could clearly live a life of luxury, adorned in fine clothes and food, with two sisters to take care of him. Wasn't living in comfort good enough? Why did he like being a police officer so much? In the office of the 3rd Plainclothes team of the Chaoyang district, Xiao Yu was looking at a personal profile on his tablet. Suspect, Liang Chuan, male, 42 years old, owner of a foreign liquor trading company, married. Liang Chuan is the owner of the 9th floor apartment at the crime scene. The perpetrator entered the 7th floor from the 9th floor to commit the crime. The property belongs to Liang Chuan, who provided the door code and access card to a young security guard. The perpetrator used the code and access card given by the security guard to enter the 9th floor and commit the crime. It seems coincidental that suspect Liang Chuan was not involved in this case, appearing as an accident. But how can there be so many coincidences and accidents in this world? There is a saying in criminal investigation: whenever there is a case involving interests, the one who benefits the most is often the prime suspect. Upon careful consideration, the information obtained from the 3rd team revealed that in the past, the victim couple and Liang Chuan were friends. However, for reasons unknown, they had fallen out and become estranged. 6 months ago, the victim, Niu Xiangwen, and suspect Liang Chuan competed for the agency rights of a certain expensive foreign liquor. Business is like warfare, and competitors are often enemies. In the face of interests, There are no so-called friends or allies. Businessmen pursue profit. This is an unchanging truth. Whenever interests are involved, any competitor can become an enemy. The best way to defeat a rival is to make them completely disappear. Division 3. Interrogation Room. A man dressed in fine clothes is sitting in the interrogation chair, resting with his eyes closed. Through the surveillance monitor, Xiao Yu is observing the suspect's facial expressions. The suspect is Liang Chuan. At this moment, his expression is very calm. There are no signs of anxiety or agitation. He appears as if he is in a deep sleep. How long has the summons been? Xiao Yu asked. Generally, the duration of a suspect's summons, interrogation, or detention should not exceed 12 hours. For hours, Zhou Xianghua replied. Xiao Yu stepped out of the monitoring room and approached the door of the interrogation room. Opening it to enter, he stood in front of the suspect, Liang Chuan, who then opened his eyes. I will ask you one question, Xiao Yu stated directly. Did you hire someone to kill Niu Xiangwen and his wife? Chapter 116. I can hit hard. The suspect, Liang Chuan, appeared somewhat overweight, with a protruding abdomen. Although he was dressed in expensive clothing, it looked a bit baggy. At that moment, he was staring at Xiao Yu with a pair of cold eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted in a mocking expression. What are you saying, officer? Micro-expression psychology. A lift at one side of the mouth suggests sarcasm or disdain. Contempt. Contempt? Xiao Yu calmly looked at the suspect. Please answer my question. Why should I answer? Liang Chuan snorted dismissively, his tone slightly angry. You come right in asking me if I killed someone. I'm a successful person, worth over 100 million. Why would I kill? Micro-expression psychology. Repetition of words, rising intonation. Indicating deception. Please explain why the perpetrator would use your home to enter the victim, Niu Xiangwen's residence? Xiao Yu's expression remained calm. Don't tell me this is a coincidence. Why can't it be a coincidence? Liang Chuan rubbed his neck, his facial muscles tense as he stared into Xiao Yu's eyes. Am I just bored and looking for trouble to kill someone? Micro-expression psychology. People often touch their neck when lying. It's a classic mechanical response. More eye contact is used to judge whether you believe their lies. He was persistently resisting and lying. Xiao Yu sighed in relief. Thank you for exposing yourself. In an instant, Liang Chuan's expression changed, and his whole body began to stiffen. His eyebrows tightened uncontrollably, and his pupils dilated. Micro-expression psychology. Dilated pupils and tightened eyebrows are common signs of fear, panic, and shock. At that moment, a ringtone interrupted the tension. It was Liang Chuan's phone. He was called to cooperate with the investigation at the third team. Since he wasn't under criminal detention, he was allowed to carry his phone. When Liang Chuan took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID, the fear and anger on his face vanished, replaced by a smile. Hello, Laoli. Yes, it's me, Liang Chuan. Haha, I'm currently being interrogated in the interrogation room by your subordinate. I must say, this third team is quite arrogant. Arresting people without evidence. It's absolutely outrageous. What? You want me to take a call? He slowly extended the phone toward Xiao Yu, a bright smile on his face. Little guy, it's a call from your bureau's leader. Are you going to answer? This was about to get showy. Xiao Yu disliked these tests of intelligence. He took the phone and raised it to his ear. Hello? Undercover Team 3. Zhou Xiangua's people? The voice on the other end was cold and stern, stating his position and badge number. Trying to put on a show, huh? Xiao Yu smiled. May I ask who you are? He felt as if he were reading a third-rate web novel, where the author's attempts at showing off were both awkward and stiff, leaving readers feeling intellectually insulted. Chaoyang Sub-Bureau, Deputy Chief. Li He. The voice was icy, laced with irritation. Get Zhou Xianghua to come take the call, or the consequences will be on you. I'm not needed. Our captain is very busy. How about I chat with you instead? Xiao Yu smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Yu. What kind of Xiao Yu is that? You. The other party was about to angrily scold him when suddenly their voice trembled. The tone faltering, Xiao Yu? I'm quite curious. Do people from the branch office only remember their meals, but forget their lessons? The smile on Xiao Yu's face disappeared, gradually turning cold. Last time, when the criminal investigation team from the branch came to snatch a case from our squad, they were caught red-handed. Isn't that lesson enough? Or do we need to take down the entire branch before they learn their lesson? Time seemed to come to a complete standstill at that moment. There was no sound from the other end of the phone. Your name is Li He, the deputy director? Xiao Yu sneered. In a while, someone will come to talk to you. Remember, you must wait at the branch and not wander around. He took out his phone and dialed Yi Hing with one hand. It connected in 3 seconds. Help me check someone at the Chaoyang branch. Yes, there's a problem. Deputy Director Li He, take him to National Security and investigate thoroughly. After hanging up, Xiao Yu continued to ask with Liang Chuan's phone. Did you hear that? People from National Security will come to find you at the branch soon. Make sure not to wander around. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. The last sentence was a direct echo of what the other party had just said. Want to show off with me, huh? Fine, let's play. No, you misunderstood. The trembling voice of Deputy Director Li came through the phone. Xiao Yu pressed the hang-up button and handed the phone to Liang Chuan, who was already pale and looked as if all the blood had drained from his face. You think saying it's a misunderstanding will make it so? Come on. Can't you find someone to help you talk? Do you know anyone else? Any big shots in the police? A deputy director from a branch doesn't seem to scare me. Xiao Yu smiled and continued making calls. I'll watch you call. You can find anyone you think is the strongest. I'm waiting for him. Want to show off? Fine. I'll take you to romantic Turkey, and we can hold hands and show off together. Holding the phone, Liang Chuan looked as pale as if all his blood had been drained. The previous arrogance and disdain for Xiao Yu had vanished without a trace, replaced with extreme fear. His mind was filled with questions. Who is this young policeman? Why isn't he afraid of the deputy director? Not only is he unafraid, but he even wants to take care of the deputy director? Is he really just an ordinary police officer? What's even more terrifying is that he just heard the words national security. Is it the same terrifying national security in his impression? If so, a chill rose from Liang Chuan's feet, coursing up his thighs and shooting to the back of his head, making him feel cold all over, his scalp tingling. Not making calls anymore. Xiao Yu coldly glared at him. I'm giving you a chance now. Make sure to seize it. Otherwise, you won't be able to show off ever again. Do you understand? Liang Chuan gasped, his face turning pale. He was scared, his legs trembling involuntarily. However, he still picked up his phone and dialed a number. It was a leader from a local bureau. But, after 2 attempts, the call went unanswered. A heavy sense of fear enveloped Liang Chuan, wrapping around him, pressing down on him, suffocating him, leaving him in complete despair. You have a chance, but you're useless. Xiao Yu sneered at him. Sweat beads formed on Liang Chuan's forehead, and he dared not breathe, as if gripped by an inexplicable terror. I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me, did you hire someone to kill Niu Xiangwen and his wife? Xiao Yu spoke each word clearly. You can choose not to answer. But the person who will talk to you later won't be me. Perhaps by then, you might regret coming into this world because of the pain. Don't force me to take action. I can be very painful. Chapter 117. Are you despicable? Liang Chuan has confessed. Without any evidence, humans tend to hold on to a glimmer of hope. Therefore, the surveillance in the interrogation room was turned off. Shortly after, 2 personnel from the National Security Bureau arrived at the 3rd Division. After greeting Xiao Yu, they entered the interrogation room. The police need to enforce the law civilly. However, national security does not have to. There is a psychological defense line within humans. How to break through others' defenses and make suspects confess. By magnifying human weaknesses, inflicting physical harm, increasing the appearance of fear, and continuously applying pressure until one is trapped in despair. Ultimately, complete hopelessness. Xiao Yu was never someone who enjoyed manipulating people's minds, but he didn't mind letting criminals live in fear. He was even less concerned about using unconventional methods in abnormal situations. Was he afraid of not being able to be a police officer in the future? Xiao Yu, I am only afraid that the bad guys do not die. Only with no fear in the heart can one dare to turn the world upside down. An hour and a half later, the 2 national security personnel walked out of the interrogation room. They have confessed. One of them grinned, a particularly chilling smile. The other was wiping the blood off his hands with a wet wipe. Their expressions were so relaxed and carefree. Thank you. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded, handing them 2 packs of cigarettes. Seeing the cigarettes, their eyes lit up, and they happily accepted them, specially supplied for state guests. This kind of cigarette is so rare that even the director of the National Security Bureau, Yi Heng, can't get his hands on it. So its value is needless to say. If taken back to the Bureau, it could make many colleagues envious. Director Yi said it was all family, no need to thank. After wiping his hands, the other man smiled and said, in the future, if national security has matters, you will help, right? Xiao Yu dismissed the remark. National security's affairs have nothing to do with him. They can find whoever they want. I'm still a kid, don't expect too much from me. After the 2 national security personnel left, Xiao Yu walked into the interrogation room. A nauseating smell hit him. Feces, urine, and blood mixed together. Liang Chuan was curled up in the interrogation chair, shaking uncontrollably, with blood flowing from his hands and feet. On the interrogation table lay 20 fingernails. The nails that once belonged to Liang Chuan's hands and feet. National security is steady, all ruthless people. Xiao Yu shifted his gaze from the nails to Liang Chuan. Are you despicable? Liang Chuan's eyes were wide with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Yu ignored him and picked up the record on the interrogation table. After glancing at it, his expression changed. He saw 4 particularly glaring characters on the record. Killer organization. Has the tone shifted? Many people usually only see killer organizations in TV dramas. Normal people's thinking often considers this profession to be fictional, let alone what killer organizations or groups. So, does such an organization really exist? Yes. For instance, in August, one of the world's largest killer groups, with a valuation of $9.6 billion, lost its leader in a plane crash. The person in question is not only the head of a killer group, but also the owner of a mercenary group. He was once a personal chef for a certain leader, Wagner. Prigozhin. The facts are right before us. There are still people who refuse to acknowledge that killers exist in this world, thinking they only belong in novels and films. Is this kind of naive thinking really that common? Sometimes, the harsh realities are more fantastical, cruel, and thrilling than fiction. This record in front of us is telling Xiao Yu that the Dragon Nation not only has a killer organization, but that this organization has a long history. The suspect, Liang Chuan, contacted a middleman through some means. Through this middle-aged man, he provided a commission to have the organization send killers to assassinate the couple, Niu Xiangwen. What was the purpose? To obtain the liquor agency rights, clients, and market held by the couple. Isn't it puzzling that Liang Chuan, with a fortune exceeding 100 million, would still resort to crime? Xiao Yu finds this not surprising at all, because no matter what case he sees or what bizarre criminals he encounters, he is never shocked. After all, isn't this simply human nature? What could be worse than human beings? All those evil, wicked, and heartless deeds are done by people, aren't they? People often curse others as being worse than pigs and dogs. Xiao Yu thinks this is an insult to pigs and dogs. Are there really beings as bad as some humans? If pigs and dogs could curse, what would they say? Pigs and dogs, how come you're as bad as a human? Xiao Yu believes human nature is the same. Kindness has no limits, and so does evil. In the conference room of the 3rd Brigade, the suspect, Wei Shuejing, male, 36 years old, unemployed, frequently mingles with the wealthy, knowing many influential figures, and specifically does dirty work for them. Here, dirty work refers to illegal and unsavory actions, such as breaking someone's limbs, using women to frame someone for solicitation, or making a person disappear from the world. According to the testimony of suspect Liang Chuan, he often entertained at a certain club where he met Wei Shuejing by chance, and the two became familiar over time. Half a year ago, Liang Chuan competed with the victim Niu Xiangwen for a liquor agency right and lost. He then went to the club to drown his sorrows, cursing Niu Xiangwen for being ungrateful. Liang Chuan stated that over a decade ago, it was he who helped Niu Xiangwen become wealthy, only to end up nurturing a white-eyed wolf that bit him back. That day, while he was venting his frustrations at the club, Wei Shuejing happened to overhear him. Wei Shuejing asked if he could help eliminate Niu Xiangwen and reclaim what was rightfully his. Liang Chuan was tempted at the time, knowing that Wei Shuejing was well-connected in high society and specialized in dirty work. He had also heard that Wei Shuejing was quite capable of making certain people disappear without a trace. Liang Chuan asked Wei Shuejing how much it would cost. Wei Shuejing replied, 2 million per person. After thinking for a few days, Liang Chuan finally gave Wei Shuejing 5 million to cleanly eliminate the couple, Niu Xiangwen. One day, a person named Wei Shuejing approached Liang Chuan, needing a property at the crime scene, and coincidentally, Liang Chuan had one available. However, to avoid revealing his identity, he deliberately approached the community security guard, informing him of the access card and electronic door password, offering a monthly payment of 2,000 as a reward. Under the pretense of asking the guard to help watch over the property, he was actually using the guard to hand over the door lock and password to the assassin, thereby misleading the police. Originally, the assassin could have destroyed all evidence after committing the murder. However, due to a mistake, the assassin's negligence caused the aluminum powder at the crime scene not to ignite properly, leaving behind significant clues instead of destroying the victim's body. It can be determined that the suspect Liang Chuan hired someone to commit murder, and it can also be confirmed that the suspect Luo Zheng is indeed an assassin. In my judgment, the person suspected of killing Luo Zheng, Zheng Junmin, is also an assassin. However, The only uncertainty remains whether Wei Xuezheng, as mentioned by Liang Chuan, has any deeper connections with the assassin organization beyond being an intermediary. Can we find the assassin organization through him? In the end, Xiao Yu looked at the room full of detectives and stated, "We need to trace the assassin organization through Wei Xuezheng and eliminate it. Assassins cannot be allowed to exist. Not even the arrival of a savior can protect them." Xiao Yu reiterated firmly. Chapter 118. An empty performance. The heavy nightfall seemed like an endless layer of dark ink, smeared across the alleys of the West District. Tipsy from drinking too much, Wei Xuezheng stumbled to his doorstep. He was in high spirits today because he had landed a significant deal, worth 5 million. As a middleman, he could take a 20% cut, earning himself a commission of 1 million. As a genuine migrant who had once struggled to afford even a basement room when he first arrived in the capital, his situation had changed dramatically now. Wei Xuezheng looked at the courtyard in front of him, silently smiling with joy. Although he was only renting now, he was confident that he would be able to buy this house in the future. He would. He opened the front door and stepped into the dark courtyard, swaying slightly as he made his way toward the back of the house. Upon entering, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. His heart raced as he thought of his new bride's alluring figure. Smiling happily, he didn't turn on the lights, taking steps toward the bathroom, ready to let his wife feel his passion, imagining an unforgettable night ahead. However, after just a couple of steps, Wei Xuezheng's smile froze. His neck slowly turned, inch by inch, until his gaze fell on a red dot glowing in the dimness not far away. He stiffened, a wave of terror spreading throughout his body, making him shiver. Wei Xuezheng knew all too well what that red dot in the darkness was. Why was someone in his home, sitting on his sofa and smoking? Suddenly, a cold, slightly hoarse voice echoed in the darkness. "Wei Xuezheng?" He stood frozen for a moment before quietly asking, "Who are you? Are you scared?" The raspy voice teased, "I can hear your heartbeat." Wei Xuezheng narrowed his eyes, his hand slowly reaching toward his waist. In recent years, he had kept a dagger hidden in his waistband. Or rather, it wasn't just an ordinary dagger, it was a blade that could shoot a bullet, a switchblade. The knife was for self-defense, and the bullet could kill. But before he could draw the dagger, in an instant, that red dot, which had been 4 meters away, flew right in front of him. Wei Xuezheng could even see the spark from the burning cigarette. Without hesitation, he tilted his head to dodge the incoming cigarette, but just as he thought to draw his weapon, he wondered why villains always played with such little toys. The cold, piercing voice echoed in his ears. How could this be? Wei Xuezheng was stunned, as his brain struggled to comprehend. The person had been 4 meters away. How could they suddenly be right in front of him? This situation was completely beyond his understanding. Yet his hand had already reached his waist, grabbing at nothing. The knife was gone. Huh. This little toy is nice. Still a switchblade? The hoarse voice was filled with mockery and disdain. Wei Xuezheng's pupils dilated suddenly, and he raised his hand in a flash, throwing a punch. His fist hit nothing but air. Puff! A sharp pain suddenly shot through his chest, as if something had pierced him. "Don't scream." The voice echoed again. "If you dare to scream, I will stab a knife into your heart." With those words, a tearing pain emerged in Wei Xuezheng's chest. He could even feel a dagger slowly sinking into his chest cavity. Wei Xuezheng opened his mouth, but dared not make a sound, gasping for air in pain. He didn't want to die. Just do as you're told. A face slowly leaned closer to Wei Xuezheng. It was an excessively handsome face, yet with eyes that were chillingly cold. "Do you know why I'm looking for you?" The mocking voice continued. "Someone killed a person they shouldn't have. So you just need to tell me how you contacted those killers, and perhaps I will spare you, your wife, and the child in her womb." Child. Wei Xuezheng's expression changed dramatically. A medical report was thrust into his face. "I found this on your coffee table when I just arrived at your home." The person's voice was half laughing. "Congratulations, the child is just over a month old. You're going to be a father. Of course, if you don't tell me anything. That child might end up an orphan, or might not even have the chance to be born." "No." Wei Xuezheng's eyes widened in panic and fear. "Please don't hurt them." "Huh." A scoff escaped. "At least you still act like a man." The dagger that had been plunged into Wei Xuezheng's chest was pulled out. The pain made his face contort, but excitement and surprise danced in his eyes. Going to be a father? The thought of standing before someone whose identity was unknown and who might kill his entire family sent all his excitement, surprise, and joy into an abyss of cold dread. His heart raced with fear and unease. "If you don't want me to hurt them, then tell me how you contacted those killers," the other party said coldly, "and how you became their intermediary." 5 years ago, Wei Xuezheng closed his eyes in pain. He recalled an accidental witness to a murder, which had nearly scared him to death. When that person tried to kill him, he acted on impulse, claiming he wanted to join that line of work for money. To gain the man's trust, he took out his phone and a knife, stabbing the still-breathing victim 10 times. He even handed over the phone that recorded his act of murder to that person. So, I survived. That person downloaded a strange app onto his phone before leaving, telling him he wasn't worthy of being a killer but could be an intermediary to help them take jobs. For every major job, he would receive a 20 commission. From that moment on, he began finding work for that person, contacting them through the strange app. After each payment, he would exchange the money for cash and deliver it to the specified locations. Each time, the delivery place was different. Once the other party confirmed the cash was correct, they would take the job and then begin. Begin what? The cold voice sneered. Is it murder? Wei Xuezheng remained silent. Even you don't know where they are? The other party continued to ask. Only contact them through software? Yes, that's the case. What else can I do? Wei Xuezheng's expression grew more pained. I just don't want to die, so I have to work for that person. Suddenly, the living room lights turned on. The blinding light made Wei Xuezheng close his eyes. When he adjusted to the brightness and opened his eyes, he was stunned. He never expected that the person in front of him was wearing a police uniform. A police officer. At that moment, a group of detectives burst in, handcuffing Wei Xuezheng. They found the phone that had the software to contact the assassin and handed it to the dark-faced officer Xiao Yu. After a long day of work, it turned out to be just a performance. Xiao Yu looked at the phone with a frustrated expression, realizing they had been played for fools. Chapter 119. The phone is surveillance. Why say it was all a performance? Xiao Yu initially intended to act, posing as a thug to intimidate the suspect, Wei Xuezheng. He wanted to use Wei Xuezheng to find the assassin organization, but unfortunately, the latter didn't know much. Directly capturing and interrogating him would suffice. So why the act? This involves criminal psychology. Bad people sometimes aren't afraid of the police. They fear those who are worse than themselves. They know that once the police capture them, they won't be killed. However, those who are worse than them might actually kill them. Therefore, in front of someone worse, they may tell the truth when facing a threat to their lives. In contrast, when facing the police without such a threat, they often want to be honest. For example, just now, when faced with a life and death crisis, with the threat of his wife and children being killed, Wei Xuezheng confessed. If he had been confronted by the police from the start, would he have been so forthcoming? In the courtyard's living room, Xiao Yu coldly stared at Wei Xuezheng sitting on the sofa. I'm offering you a chance at life imprisonment. If you cooperate with the police, at least you won't die. While in prison, you could still see your family once a month, and perhaps you can watch your children grow up. Whether or not to take this opportunity is up to you. Yes, tell me what to do. Wei Xuezheng's eyes were fixed on Xiao Yu. This is how people are. When in dire straits, they will cling to even a straw. Wei Xuezheng's past actions were enough for the death penalty. But if what he reveals is true, it could count as a contribution towards redemption. There is a concept of emergency avoidance that applies here. It's like when you are starving to death, and a giant panda appears before you. If you kill and eat it to survive, and can prove that you were indeed facing starvation, then it's not a crime. Despite the panda being a protected species, human life takes precedence. This is emergency avoidance. If you kill the panda when your life isn't threatened, then you are done for. Years ago, Wei Xuezheng, in order to survive, stabbed someone to death in the face of a threat from assassins. At that moment, he was acting in emergency avoidance. Yet he still killed a person. At the very least, he would face life imprisonment or a suspended death sentence. Because he killed a person, not a panda. But it wouldn't be a direct death penalty. That's why Xiao Yu dared to promise Wei Xuezheng a chance at life imprisonment. If Wei Xuezheng doesn't cooperate and fails to redeem himself, given his involvement with the assassin organization, he would be doomed. Have you recently taken on a job? Xiao Yu took out Wei Xuezheng's phone and handed it over, indicating to notify the assassin organization. Wei Xuezheng. He understood what the police wanted to do. They wanted him to lure out the assassin organization. But why didn't they take him back to the investigation unit? Curious. Are you? Xiao Yu sneered. That's because you don't know. When you open the software given to you by the assassins, your phone's camera and microphone should be activated. Everything around you will be seen and heard by the other party. As soon as they discover anything inappropriate, they will think you have betrayed them and will immediately cut off your connection. Are you really that naive, thinking a killer wouldn't have any precautions against your betrayal? Wei Xuezheng was horrified. How could he ever imagine such a thing? However, Xiao Yu, with his 2 lifetimes of experience in law enforcement, was well aware of the tactics used by criminals. Some highly skilled criminals can even connect their phones to police units' Wi-Fi, directly hacking into police computer systems. It has been said before, criminals generally have higher IQs than ordinary people. Some crimes cannot be committed without a certain level of intelligence. Since the killer provided Wei Xuejing with the communication software, how could they not have precautions against his betrayal? The simplest method would be to monitor Wei Xuejing's phone through the software. Therefore, Xiaoyu didn't dare to connect his phone to the internet while talking to Wei Xuejing. There was no way to confirm whether the killer would monitor Wei Xuejing at any time. Once connected to the internet, the phone's camera and microphone could very likely be hijacked for surveillance. Monitoring someone's phone is not only something criminals can do, all app companies do it too. In fact, your phone is already being monitored by dozens or even hundreds of app companies. As long as you grant access to your camera, microphone, photo gallery, contact list, etc., it is equivalent to allowing others to surveil you, and their surveillance is not even illegal. Any secrets, accounts, or privacy on your phone are fully known to these app companies. They can even access your camera and microphone at any time to see what you are doing. Isn't that terrifying? The scariest part is that from the moment you start using a smartphone, everything about you is already being monitored by the phone company. This is the harsh reality, but ordinary people are mostly unaware. Therefore, Xiaoyu did not take Wei Xuejing back to the main police station, allowing him to contact the killer organization from his home. This was to prevent the killer organization from using cameras to monitor Wei Xuejing's environment. This is what is known as surveillance versus counter-surveillance, a battle of wits between police and criminals. Holding his phone, Wei Xuejing's expression changed repeatedly. Finally, gritting his teeth, he decided to connect to the internet. Xiaoyu sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa, avoiding the front and back camera angles of the phone, looking up at Wei Xuejing and the phone. Once the phone was connected, Wei Xuejing opened a black-covered application on the table. The software launched, and the screen was pitch black. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, half a minute passed. Suddenly, a line of white text appeared on the black screen. At the same time, a text input box appeared on the phone. What's going on? Seeing that line of white text, Wei Xuejing's heart jolted. He quickly typed in the text input box. Wei Xuejing, I got a job. Other party, what is it? Wei Xuejing, to kill. Other party, how much? Who? Wei Xuejing, 3 million, a rich kid. Other party, ordinary death? Accidental death? Dispose of the body? Wei Xuejing, destroy the evidence. Opponent, you know the rules. Drive with 2. For million to the statue at Cultural Square in a certain district. Remember, it must arrive by midnight tomorrow, not too fast, not too slow. Wei Xuejing, understood. Opponent, don't turn off your phone, don't disconnect from the internet. Wait for my message at all times. Wei Xuejing, yes. The conversation ended. However, Wei Xuejing didn't dare to turn off his phone or disconnect from the internet. This was because Xiaoyu had just informed him that his phone might be monitored. Everything around him, every move he made, could be under the opponent's watch. He then placed the phone on the coffee table. This way, one side of the camera was out of sight, and the other side could only see the ceiling. Wei Xuejing let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Xiaoyu beside him. Xiaoyu remained silent and made a gesture to him. Wei Xuejing stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Xiaoyu also slowly got up. Beast form, cat spirit. Quietly lifting his footsteps, he followed Wei Xuejing like a ghost. Entering the bedroom. Chapter 120. You are filming in the bedroom. Next, you will have to act alone. The police will not follow you. Xiaoyu stared directly at Wei Xuejing. You can find a way to escape, but remember, when I catch you, you might not even get life imprisonment. Only the death penalty. This was not a threat. He was simply stating a fact. Wei Xuejing was equally aware of this fact. How to choose depended on him. Wei Xuejing lowered his head, his expression shifting constantly, silent. After a long while, he exhaled heavily. Slowly raising his head, he looked at Xiaoyu calmly. No need to say more. Xiaoyu interrupted, pointing to the door. Go spend time with your wife and your unborn child. Perhaps this will be your last chance to be with them before you go to prison. Wei Xuejing's breathing suddenly quickened, and disbelief was written all over his face. His lips trembled with excitement, tears sparkling in his eyes as he managed to say 2 words. Thank you. You should thank yourself. Xiaoyu shook his head. When I threatened you with your wife and child, you compromised without hesitation. That is your reward. Feeling emotional, Wei Xuejing walked out of the room, heading towards his wife's room. Beast form, wolf ears. Xiaoyu took out a cigarette and lit it. While listening to Wei Shuejing enter a room and embrace his wife while sobbing, he silently smoked. Is he soft-hearted? No, being soft-hearted is not suitable for a police officer. The day he becomes soft-hearted, he will take off his uniform. For now, he witnesses the myriad of human emotions and bears the heavy responsibility of being a police officer, observing without being clouded, only a peaceful conscience. The next day at noon, Wei Shuejing, looking haggard, walked out of the room. He washed up, changed clothes, and picked up the phone from the coffee table. He walked out of the house. 1:10 p.m. Wei Shuejing was driving on the highway, heading towards the city of Boots. 4:23 p.m. Wei Shuejing drove into Boots City. 4:49 p.m. Wei Shuejing parked near the cultural square in Boots City. He got out of the car and found a small restaurant to eat something. After that, he went to a nearby hotel to rest. At night, 11:30 p.m., Wei Shuejing walked out of the hotel and went to the parking lot. He sat in his car, closing his eyes to rest. At night, 11:50 p.m., Wei Shuejing got out of the car and took a suitcase from the trunk, walking towards the cultural square. At midnight, Wei Shuejing stood in the center of the cultural square, in front of the statue of Confucius. He placed the suitcase between the legs of the statue. 600 meters away, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, Xiao Yu coldly watched the cultural square, the statue, and Wei Shuejing. As long as there was any movement in the square, it would be impossible for him to escape his eagle eyes. However, he observed for 3 full minutes without detecting any unusual activity, until he saw Wei Shuejing leave the square and head towards the parking lot. Time slowly passed. 5 minutes later, a figure appeared in the square, walking towards the statue. Xiao Yu remained unmoved. He did not believe that the person coming to collect the money was from an assassin organization. It was likely that, like Wei Shuejing, she was just a runner. The reasoning was simple. The person coming to collect the money was a woman. From her walking posture and lack of vigilance, she seemed like an ordinary person. The woman stood in front of the statue, struggling to lift a suitcase. 240,000, plus the suitcase, weighed nearly 60 pounds. A woman with little strength might not be able to move it. Fortunately, the suitcase had wheels, allowing her to pull it along. Xiao Yu coldly stared at the woman as she exited the square and walked to the roadside. There was a pink Beetle parked at the side of the road. The woman opened the trunk, struggled to place the suitcase inside, and drove away. Have the surveillance center lock onto the pink Beetle license plate. He pressed his Bluetooth earpiece and ordered coldly. Yes, came the urgent response from the detective Wu Chang. Xiao Yu shifted his gaze from the Beetle and continued to observe the surroundings of the square. He still found nothing unusual. He squinted, scanning the towering buildings around. Could the other party, like him, be hiding somewhere and observing with binoculars? If so, it would be difficult to find them. He could only focus on the Beetle and the suspicious woman. Minutes later, suddenly, the car was gone. Wu Chang's anxious voice came through the earpiece. Xiao Yu. Since the vehicle was locked on by the surveillance, how could it just disappear? In a tunnel at a car dealership in the city, Xiao Yu stepped out of a business vehicle and looked towards the tunnel entrance. The suspicious vehicle had vanished right in front of him. The tunnel was 9 meters high, 13 meters wide, and 895 meters long, classified as a mountain crossing tunnel. Wu Chang hurried over to report to Xiao Yu that after monitoring the tunnel, the suspicious vehicle had disappeared. Was there no surveillance inside the tunnel? Xiao Yu frowned. There is. Wu Chang's face looked grim, but the monitoring was too far apart. With a blind spot every 80 meters. The suspect's Beetle had disappeared in the blind spot of the surveillance. Heh, Xiao Yu sneered. First, pull up the surveillance footage. It's already been pulled up. Wu Chang had been prepared and handed over his phone. Xiao Yu took the phone, the home screen displaying a folder containing 10 surveillance videos. These were recordings from the 10 surveillance cameras inside the tunnel. The timestamps covered all the footage from when the suspect drove into the tunnel. He opened the first video, showing the suspect's pink Beetle entering the tunnel. In the second video, the third video, up to the fifth video, the suspect's vehicle was within the surveillance view. When Xiao Yu opened the sixth video, he was stunned. The suspect's car was gone. In the following videos 7, 8, 9, and 10, none of the surveillance footage captured the suspect's vehicle. That Beetle just vanished into thin air. I haven't even taken off my pants. And you can't wait to make a move? Xiao Yu muttered to himself, a cold smile on his face. He reopened the 10 surveillance videos to watch again. This time, he wasn't focusing on the suspect's Beetle, but rather on the vehicles in front, behind, to the left, and to the right of the Beetle. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a container truck. This truck had been driving in front of the Beetle since the first video. It continued to do so after entering the tunnel. When he saw the fifth video, the truck and the beetle both entered a blind spot in the surveillance. Xiaoyu glanced at the time on the footage and then looked at the sixth video. At this point, only the container truck appeared in the surveillance view, while the beetle was nowhere to be seen. Calculating the video timeline, the blind spot was about 20 meters long. A vehicle traveling at 60 kilometers per hour covers approximately 15 to 16 meters per second. Fine, let us say that it takes 2 seconds to cover those 20 meters. However, the container truck took a full 35 seconds to go from the fifth video into the blind spot and then reappear in the sixth video. Covering 20 meters in 35 seconds? Are you kidding me? Xiaoyu closed his eyes, envisioning a scenario. A container truck and a beetle entered the tunnel. Suddenly, the container truck stopped, and someone opened the container to drop down a ramp. The beetle drove up the ramp into the container. Then the container door closed, and the truck drove away, taking 35 seconds. Is this reasoning plausible? Are you making a movie? Xiaoyu ordered. Find that container truck. Chapter 1, 21 5 Orphans, 3:15 a.m. Outside a large vehicle repair shop on the outskirts of Boot City. A sedan slowly comes to a stop in front of the repair shop. A casually dressed man named Xiaoyu steps out of the car and looks into the yard of the repair shop. Many large vehicles are parked inside, including trucks, lorries, and cranes. The yard is brightly lit, with halogen lamps illuminating it as if it were daytime. At this moment, 4 or 5 workers are repairing a truck. Xiaoyu approaches the entrance, and several mechanics glance over. Is something wrong? One mechanic, covered in grease, stands up and asks Xiaoyu with a smile. Yes. It seems like a tire is flat, Xiaoyu replies, kicking the front tire of the sedan. I noticed that you have a repair shop here. Could you help me patch it? When he smiles, he appears gentle, sunny, and full of energy. No one would think he is a detective. The mechanic shakes his head. Sorry, brother, we have too much work tonight and need to rush. We really can't help you with the tire. Why not check somewhere else? It's the first time I've seen someone push business away. Xiaoyu makes a disappointed expression, but out of the corner of his eye, he catches sight of a container truck. This is the very vehicle he had identified as a suspect over 2 hours ago. The tire is flat, so it can't go anywhere. Xiaoyu walks into the yard, pulls out a pack of cigarettes, and offers one to the mechanic. Could you help me out? Sorry, the mechanic says coldly, staring intently into Xiaoyu's eyes. We can't fix it. You should go to another place. No need to be so aggressive. Xiaoyu replies with a smile. I'm just this aggressive. What are you going to do about it? The mechanic's expression grows colder. But it's not arrogance. He is deliberately trying to intimidate Xiaoyu. At the same time, several workers around stand up and move closer to Xiaoyu. Some are holding wrenches. Being so aggressive isn't good for you. Xiaoyu maintains his smile. You might get hurt. Hurt? The mechanic laughs. How are you going to make me hurt? A handgun is pressed against his head. Do you think this can make you hurt? Xiaoyu cheerfully disengages the safety on the gun. The mechanic. Bang. A bullet whizzes past the mechanic's scalp, and the smell of burnt hair wafts through the air. I'm asking you a question, Xiaoyu says, putting the gun's muzzle against the mechanic's head. Can it? Yes. The mechanic shivers and answers, trembling. See, isn't it nice when we talk so civilly? Xiaoyu holsters the gun. At that moment, 2 armored vehicles pull up on the road behind him. A dozen special police officers rush out. Their assault rifles aimed at the workers. Xiaoyu ignores the workers and walks over to the container truck. He grabs a wrench and pulls hard, opening the container doors. Xiaoyu looks at the empty container, surprised. When he saw the tire tracks on the bottom of the container, he chuckled coldly. Did he drive away? It doesn't matter. As long as we find the truck driver, he can't escape. Before that, it seems the questions from several repair shop workers are quite significant as well. Tell me. Xiaoyu squatted in front of the repairman who had just been showing off and was now pinned to the ground by the special police. Who drove the container truck here? I don't know. I only came to work at night. Before he could finish speaking, the repairman let out a terrible scream. This was because Xiaoyu's leather shoe had accidentally stepped on his hand. Crack. When Xiaoyu lifted his foot, the repairman's hand was already a bloody mess. Some fingers had even been crushed. I'm sorry, is your hand okay? Xiaoyu said with a face full of apologies. Can you remember who drove the truck here now? I don't know. The repairman wailed. But, bang. A special police officer hit the repairman in the face with the butt of his gun. The repairman's screams abruptly stopped. You see, it's easy for us to slip up or lose our grip. Xiaoyu smiled, his grin particularly chilling. Can you really not remember? I remember, I know. The repairman could no longer hold back and cried out. It was DeFei. It was DeFei who drove it here. Oh, who is he? Xiao Yu asked, still smiling. I don't know. I really don't know. I just know he was an orphan before. The repairman shouted. He is very familiar with our boss. I heard our boss was also an orphan, and they came from the same orphanage. Orphans. The smile on Xiao Yu's face turned cold. He recalled the two suspects in the gas explosion case. The first was Luo Zhang, who had lost his family. You could say he was an orphan. The second was Zheng Junmin, who killed Luo Zhang using a wingsuit. He was also an orphan. Now, two more orphans have appeared. One could be a coincidence, and two could also be considered a coincidence. But if there is a first and a second, could there be a third and fourth? 20 minutes later, the personal files of the container truck driver and the repair shop owner were placed in front of Xiao Yu. Suspect, Cheng Feiwen, 30 years old, from Boot City. Truck driver, orphaned at a young age, grew up in an orphanage, adopted at 8 years old. Suspect, Duda, 32 years old, from Boot City. Repair shop owner, found at the orphanage door as a baby, adopted at 4 years old. According to the investigation by the Boot City police, the two suspects lived in the same social welfare institution and were adopted one after the other. After that, their whereabouts became unknown. The police began tracking the suspects Cheng Feiwen and Duda, searching for them. As a result, both were missing. The police issued a wanted notice for Cheng Feiwen and Duda inside a police car. Suspect Luo Zhang, 27 years old. Suspect Zheng Junmin, 31 years old. Suspect Cheng Feiwen, 30 years old. Suspect Duda, 32 years old. Xiao Yu looked at the four files, lost in thought. It can be seen that the four suspects are of similar age, with little difference between them. The most crucial point is that 3 of them once lived in the same orphanage and were adopted one after another. One suspect lost both parents at an early age and later went missing, suspected to have been abducted. After growing up, they returned to their relatives. But those relatives passed away one after another, leaving them as an orphan as well. For orphans, Xiao Yu used his phone to check the 5th personal profile. The suspect, Feng Yanyan, female, 29 years old, from Boot City, unemployed, a housewife, originating from a certain social welfare institution. This woman is the female suspect who went to the cultural square tonight and took the suitcase with money from under the statue. All 5 orphans came from the same welfare institution. Xiao Yu chuckled, jokingly saying, "You orphans are really something." Chapter 122. The stench of death in the Welfare Institute. In the morning, at 6 o'clock, Xiao Yu was looking at the Children's Welfare Institute in front of him. It could also be called an orphanage. However, in this country, there is no term for orphanage, as this term comes from abroad. Just like there is no murder charge in the criminal law here, it is collectively referred to as intentional homicide. The Welfare Institute in front of him looked very old, consisting of 2 buildings, a 4-story front building, which served as the office, and a 6-story rear building, which was the children's shelter. According to police investigations, this Welfare Institute was established in the 1980s and is publicly funded. There are a total of 23 staff members. Over the past 40 years, it has taken in thousands of children, including disabled infants and abandoned babies. Last night, the police from the city conducted a joint pursuit operation, nearly scouring the entire area. 3 suspects, Cheng Feiwen, Duda, and Feng Yanyan, had vanished without a trace. It was as if the 3 living individuals had disappeared from the city altogether. But how could 3 living people simply vanish? Therefore, Xiao Yu came to this Children's Welfare Institute to see the place where those suspects once lived. Why was it so extraordinary? How could it raise so many criminal suspects? Even killers. He glanced at the tightly locked gate of the institute and pressed the doorbell. After a while, an elderly man wrapped in a coat came out of the front building. Upon seeing a handsome young man standing outside the door, he was surprised and asked, "Young man, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for the director." Xiao Yu smiled and asked, "Is he in?" "The director won't arrive until after 7:30. The old man shook his head. "You might want to come back later. Since the director is not here, then I'm here to find you." Xiao Yu put away his smile, stared into the old man's eyes, and took out his police badge and a search warrant issued by the local police. "Officer, open the door." The old man seemed startled and took a long time to respond. Eventually, he forced a smile and said, "Officer, I'm just a night watchman. There are rules that say you can only enter after 7:30. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened as he saw Xiao Yu leap over the wall like a nimble monkey and land in front of him. "Old man, do you know what crime it is to obstruct law enforcement and refuse to cooperate?" Xiao Yu coldly stared at the elderly man. "Or are you doing this on purpose?" The old man, anxious and flustered, stammered, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Xiao Yu stopped wasting words with him, turned around, and opened the gate. Wu Chang and two detectives walked in behind him. Xiao Yu pointed at the old man and headed toward the four-story building. "You can't go in there." The old man tried to stop Xiao Yu but was held back by the two detectives. Unexpectedly, the old man raised his hand to strike one of the detectives, only to be quickly subdued and handcuffed. Was trying to act tough with the police not a death wish? Wu Chang hurriedly followed Xiao Yu as they entered the small building. However, the moment they stepped inside, Xiao Yu's expression changed. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, nearly pressing his face to the ground, wrinkling his nose. Beast form, elephant scent. A foul, bloody stench filled Xiao Yu's nostrils. The blood was human blood, while the stench came from decaying flesh. It wasn't fresh blood, but rather the putrid mix of corrupted blood and decomposed muscle cells. The smell of a corpse. How could a welfare institution have such an odor? Xiao Yu stared at the cement floor and noticed traces that had been washed away. However, the smell of decay was very distinctive, especially the stench. No matter how much it was cleaned, some residual odor would remain. On the first day, the smell was most pungent. By the second day, it gradually dissipated. By the third day, it was almost gone. The scent Xiao Yu detected now was from the third day, still carrying a faint trace of decay. He crouched on the ground, wrinkling his nose, and moved step by step, exiting the building. He walked slowly in a specific direction until he reached the side of a small building. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a manhole cover. It wasn't just a manhole cover, but the lid of a septic tank. Many residential buildings have septic tanks outside to prevent sewage and waste from polluting the environment and air. Inside the buildings, there are usually two separate sewage systems, one for daily wastewater and one for human waste. The latter flows directly into the septic tank outside. Typically, there are 3 cleaning cycles, every 3 months, 6 months, or a year, performed by specialized urban sanitation vehicles. At this moment, Xiao Yu's expression turned cold. He stared intently at the septic tank lid and instructed Wu Chang, "Call the forensic expert." The smell of decay seemed to end here. The odor came from a corpse. If his deduction was correct, Xiao Yu suspected that a body might be hidden inside the septic tank. As for why the body would be concealed in such a place, the reasoning was straightforward. The foul odor of the septic tank could perfectly mask the smell of decay and also corrode the body, eliminating evidence. In countless murder cases, septic tanks had become the most common locations for hiding and disposing of bodies. Standing up, Xiao Yu turned to look at the elderly man controlled by the criminal police. At that moment, the old man was already pale with fear, his face ashen. It was clear that Xiao Yu's approach to the septic tank had instigated the old man's panic. What was he afraid of? Or did he know something? The answer would only be revealed once the forensic expert arrived to examine the septic tank. "Let us go?" Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze and re-entered the small building with Wu Chang. Following the lingering scent of decay, he walked through the first-floor corridor, not going upstairs but instead toward a storage room. The storage room appeared small, about 40 square meters, filled with various odds and ends and tools. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss. Xiao Yu slowly crouched down. Adopting a keen observation stance, he discovered once again that the storage room showed signs of having been washed. Yet the smell of decay still lingered. Scanning the surroundings, he suddenly focused on a large wooden box in the corner. It measured about 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. It's quite similar to how some people receive appliances with protective boxes during delivery. Normally, after purchasing appliances, people would discard the boxes once they unpack. Who would keep such things? Yet, in front of them, there was a wooden box that resembled garbage. Doesn't that seem strange? Xiao Yu walked over, grabbed the wooden box, lifted it, and set it aside. When he looked at the spot where the box had been, his expression changed. He actually saw a large iron plate on the ground. Or rather, it resembled a lid, a door. The presence of such a door can only indicate one thing. There's a basement below. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chang's expression shifted. He pulled out his firearm and disengaged the safety. This reaction was quite normal. Xiao Yu detected the smell of decay and found this storage room. Now, having discovered what seemed to be a basement within the storage room, can you imagine what might be down there? Chapter 123. Overwhelming Killing Intent Beast Form, Wolf Ears. Xiao Yu crouched down, his ears pressed against the iron plate. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His expression grew increasingly grim with each passing moment. What did he hear? 3 breaths. One of the breaths was particularly weak, accompanied by painful gasps. The other 2 breaths were somewhat hurried due to tension. One of those breaths was right beneath the iron plate. Xiao Yu lifted his head and glanced at the iron plate, estimating its thickness and the bullet's penetrating power. Finally, he took a deep breath and decided against using his sidearm. Beast form, bear strength, rhinoceros defense, tiger claws. In an instant, Xiaoyu raised his arm, focusing on the center of the iron plate. His heart was ablaze, and his fist struck down like a cannonball. Boom! His fist hit the iron plate. A thunderous sound erupted as the plate dented and deformed, crashing down into the basement like a cannonball. With a loud thud, it landed on a person, producing a cracking sound of bones. The person struck by the iron plate was instantly pinned to the ground, not even letting out a sound, their fate unknown. In a moment, Xiaoyu's figure resembled a weasel, or even more like a ghost. As the iron plate fell, he darted into the pitch-black basement. Beast form, snake red. Batwave. The infrared vision of a python combined with the ultrasonic waves of a bat allowed Xiaoyu to see clearly even in the darkness. He spotted a person 2 meters away, holding a hand crossbow. At the moment Xiaoyu landed, the individual was still in shock. In the blink of an eye, her expression twisted into a fierce glare as she looked at Xiaoyu and pulled the trigger on her crossbow. Thud, a faint buzzing sound. A bolt sliced through the air, heading straight for Xiaoyu's chest. Just as it was about to hit him, he snatched it mid-air with one hand. As if it were nothing, Xiaoyu stared at the dark, glimmering arrowhead, feeling a jolt in his eyelids. He caught a whiff of a distinct, pungent smell. He had encountered this scent in his past life. It was linked to a case involving the trafficking of rare wild animal venom. Snake venom. In Longwa, apart from pythons being a first-class protected species, most other snakes are second-class protected animals. Some special snake species cannot be bred artificially, and their venom holds unique medicinal value. Illicit poachers harvest the venom for sale, but everyone knows that snake venom is deadly. While it may have medicinal uses, direct ingestion into the human body is fatal. Xiaoyu discarded the crossbow bolt and coldly stared at the woman before him. A suspect, Feng Yanyan. The person the police had searched for all night had unexpectedly appeared at the Welfare Institute. Isn't that interesting? At this moment, the woman was no longer the fragile figure he had seen at the cultural square the previous night, struggling with a suitcase. Her expression was vicious, her eyes glinting with a resentful light. As she fixed her gaze on Xiaoyu, it was as if she saw her father's murderer. Have I eaten your rice? Or stolen your money? Xiaoyu walked towards Feng Yanyan with a cold smile. Do you hate me that much? As he walked, he deliberately stepped on the chest of the person who had been crushed to the ground by an iron plate. Crack! He crushed the person's sternum, causing it to cave in. Feng Yanyan screamed and rushed towards Xiaoyu like a madwoman. First, she threw a hand crossbow at him, then pulled out a dagger from her waist, stabbing towards Xiaoyu's lower abdomen. Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly, dodging the incoming hand crossbow, while his eyes were fixed on the approaching dagger. The stabbing motion was steady, precisely aimed just below his sternum. It was evident that she had received some form of professional training, rather than just flailing a knife around. Aiming for the chest would be blocked by the ribs, while targeting the lower abdomen would only damage the intestines. The most lethal strike would be to the area just below the ribs and above the lower abdomen, which could cause organ damage. Slap. Feng Yanyan's hand holding the knife was seized by Xiaoyu's left hand. Crack! He broke it. Gripping her hand along with the knife, he suddenly twisted and pushed forward. Thud! The dagger plunged into her lower abdomen. Ugh! The fierceness on Feng Yanyan's face turned to pain as she opened her mouth. Before she could scream in agony, slap. Xiaoyu swung his arm, delivering a slap to her face. Blood and teeth sprayed from her mouth. Standing at 165 centimeters and weighing over 50 kilograms. She was sent flying by the slap. With a thud, she crashed into the basement wall, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, unconscious. Ignoring the 2 people lying on the ground, Xiaoyu surveyed the basement. It was larger than he could have imagined. The marks on the cement walls indicated that this basement had been around for quite some time. In the basement, he not only smelled the stench of corpses, but also a strong metallic scent of blood. Strangely, he detected the scents of multiple individuals, which puzzled him. Wugu! Have the special police come over and call for support from the armed police. Xiaoyu shouted upwards, keeping an eye on the exit. Okay, Wu Chang responded from above. After giving his orders, Xiaoyu walked into a corridor of the basement and arrived at the door of the first room. He turned the doorknob and opened the door. As a result, Xiaoyu was stunned. For a moment, he questioned whether he had traveled to another world. Otherwise, why would he see an operating room? What appeared before Xiaoyu's eyes was indeed an operating room. He could see a sterilization room behind transparent glass walls. There was also an operating room filled with various surgical instruments, tools, and medical equipment. What shocked Xiaoyu the most was that he discovered this operating room was actually sterile grade. Typically, such operating rooms correspond to sterile surgeries that do not require antibiotic treatment post-operation, mainly for procedures like thoracotomy, craniotomy, joint replacement, cardiac surgery, plastic surgery, and organ surgery. Thus, Xiaoyu was truly bewildered. How could there be a sterile-grade operating room hidden in the basement of a children's welfare institute? Who wouldn't be confused after seeing that? He also saw some used, bloodied gauze and medical waste in the trash can outside the operating room. In an instant, his scalp felt like it was about to explode. Too many thoughts flooded his mind. His complexion darkened as he exited the operating room and walked toward the next room. Because inside that room, there was a sound of breathing. A painful sound of breathing. When he opened the door and looked inside, his gaze suddenly froze. He saw a single bed and a small body lying on it. The body was in a big shape, with limbs bound to the bed. It was a child who looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, extremely weak, in a state that seemed to be on the brink of death. The most horrifying part was that the child's eye sockets were sunken in, covered haphazardly with 2 pieces of medical gauze. Drops of blood were seeping from the gauze, dripping down the cheeks, and forming 2 pools of blood near the forehead. It was evident that the child's eyes had been taken out. As he looked at the child's tragic condition, his breath stopped. Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming killing intent and fury surged within his chest. On the verge of losing control, he gritted his teeth and growled, "How dare you?" Chapter 124. From police to national security. As the ambulance arrived, the child was rushed away for emergency treatment. Xiaoyu ordered the apprehension of all staff members at the Children's Welfare Institute. The police in the city cooperated fully in the arrests. At that moment, the forensic expert discovered a clue in the sewage pit: human bodies. Not just one, but countless. Most of them had already turned into remnants, their flesh decayed, leaving behind corroded bones. The entire police system in the city was in shock. Leaders from numerous provincial and municipal police departments arrived at the scene immediately. Upon confirming the recovery of 49 bodies, all of which were the remains of children aged around 4 to 13, the gravity of the situation became apparent. This was catastrophic. 49 remains represented 49 lives. In this country, any death that is not accidental or natural is a significant matter. If a case involves more than 5 deaths, the local police leaders could be held accountable. If there are over 10 fatalities, city leaders might face dire consequences. With more than 20 lives lost, let's just say the top officials of the city would be in serious trouble. Now, with 49 remains found, it likely indicated 49 victims of non-accidental deaths. Can you imagine the scale of this incident? Such a case would directly reach the highest levels of authority. In the backyard of the Children's Welfare Institute, a group of police leaders were watching Xiaoyu. Comrade Xiaoyu, the leading first-class police supervisor, said with a smile, "I am here to officially inform you that you can return to the capital. This case will be handed over to the provincial department for investigation." Stealing the case? No. Someone wanted to cover it up. Xiaoyu calmly looked at them, at the leaders from the provincial and city police, and asked, "Are you all out of your minds?" The expressions of the crowd changed. "Bring him here," the first-class supervisor said with a smile, instructing to send Comrade Xiaoyu to the airport for his return. "Just give it time, perhaps a day. No, maybe half a day, and we can minimize the impact of this incident." The emergence of 49 remains was something no one dared to conceal. However, there were ways to reduce the bomb's impact. Otherwise, the entire police system in the city, and even the city leadership, could be entirely wiped out. 2 special police officers, with complex expressions, approached Xiaoyu. He calmly looked at the supervisor and reached into his pocket. Click, click, click. A few special police officers raised their rifles, but Xiaoyu remained calm, slowly pulling out an identification document. When everyone saw that document, they were momentarily stunned. It was not a police badge, it was an investigation permit. Especially when they noticed the silver national emblem on the document, many people's expressions changed dramatically. "When I try to reason with you, you insist on playing rogue with me," Xiaoyu said coldly with a smile. "Fine, I will change my identity and play along." Slowly opening the document, he coldly stated, "National Security, Special Operations Department 9. Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu raised his arm, pointing at the pale-faced first-level police superintendent, and warned, "I am now arresting you for violating national security laws. Please kneel on the ground with your hands on your head. Otherwise, I want to hold back." Was a first-level police superintendent really that intimidating? If the other party dared to ignore the warning, Xiaoyu would be willing to kill him on the spot. Everyone present was stunned, their faces going blank in disbelief. They found it hard to comprehend how a police officer could suddenly transform into a national security personnel. So what would be the consequences if someone dared to attack national security personnel? You wouldn't want to imagine. Those special police officers who had originally pointed their guns at Xiao Yu turned pale and lowered their weapons. No one could bear the consequences of attacking national security personnel. The first-level police superintendent suddenly sighed, slowly extended his arms, and held the back of his head. Gradually, he knelt down. Not kneeling could very likely mean death. Xiao Yu coldly stared at the superintendent and took out his phone, dialing Yi Hang's number. Once connected, he said, "Something happened. Bring the national security personnel from Shueqing to my side." The second sentence, "I discovered 49 skeletons, an abnormal death." The third sentence, "The case is too serious. National security will take over." Hiss. Yi Hang gasped, 49 lives. He knew how terrifying the consequences could be. For example, a few years ago, an accident occurred at a gold mine where dozens of miners were trapped. Although a few were eventually rescued, some miners lost their lives. The entire leadership of the city, the top officials, were dismissed and investigated. Just think about it, 49 lives, and they died under abnormal circumstances, suspected to be victims of foul play. Not to mention the city leadership, even provincial leaders could be implicated. This was no joke. Therefore, some people were scared and wanted to cover it up to minimize the impact of the incident. To hell with the impact. Xiao Yu completely lost it. They should all die. In less than 10 minutes, national security personnel from Shueqing arrived at the scene. Following that, the armed police sent 300 officers to take over. Subsequently, a large number of police forces were dispatched from the Provincial National Security Department, including 10 special duty personnel who arrived at the scene. After 2.5 hours, an armed helicopter landed on the road outside the welfare home. Yi Hang, accompanied by 8 national security personnel, approached Xiao Yu. He didn't ask anything but personally entered the welfare home, looking at a large tarp covering numerous horrifying corpses. Then, he turned to the first-level police superintendent who was still kneeling on the ground and walked over. Slap. A loud slap knocked the superintendent to the ground. "Take him away," Yi Hang growled. 2 national security personnel immediately grabbed the superintendent and took him away. "How did you find out?" Yi Hang questioned darkly as he approached Xiao Yu. "The gas explosion case led us to the killer, which traced back to this welfare home," Xiao Yu said with a tone of disbelief. "And then, we discovered a big problem." "What problem?" Yi Hang pressed further. Xiao Yu's words hinted at organ trafficking. His suspicion was that someone was transplanting the organs of those orphans to others. In the field of organ transplantation, it's not just adults. Children are involved as well. Therefore, the orphanage in front of them might be an illegal organ transplant clinic. All the organs could be sourced from those orphans. Yi Hang felt unsettled, just like when he saw that tragic child in the basement. His eyes sparkled with intense murderous intent to target even children. It can only be said that some people have completely lost their humanity. Moreover, Xiao Yu said coldly, "I suspect the orphanage may be using those orphans to train some assassins, whether for organs or killers. The orphan group is the least attended to by society, and the risks are the lowest. For instance, a few years ago, a case was exposed in a certain country where many orphans were brutally killed, their organs sold, and they were trained as prostitutes to be sold to perverted clients. Compared to that orphanage, the one in front of them is even more ruthless. They have even trained a group of assassins. They are making money both from organs and killers. It's as if these orphans have been turned into tools for profit. Human tools." Chapter 125. The True Nature of Chaos Welfare Institution Office Building. A certain room has been transformed into a temporary interrogation room. The suspect, Feng Yanyan, is bound with straps, curled up on the floor. Her abdominal wounds have been treated minimally by a doctor. Mainly, the person in charge did not use lethal force. Otherwise, she would have been just a corpse. Next to her lies a man with severe injuries. He has a fractured skull, a concussion, and a shattered sternum. But he is not in life-threatening condition. This man is another suspect in the case, the truck driver Cheng Feiwen. Another suspect, the repair shop owner Du Da, is on the run. Out of 23 staff members at the welfare institution, 21 have been captured. The director and an accountant are missing. Through interrogation, some employees were unaware of the basement within the welfare institution. However, 4 employees were aware of it. Under the questioning of national security personnel, they truthfully disclosed that the basement was an illegal organ transplant hospital. Additionally, 2 chief surgeons from a local hospital are involved in this case. national security personnel swiftly headed to a certain hospital to make arrests. According to the testimonies of the 4 welfare institution staff, the organ trafficking began only 6 or 7 years ago, orchestrated by the director. As for the killings, they were not informed. The 49 corpses found in the sewage pit were indeed orphans from the welfare institution. They died after their organs were harvested and were disposed of in the sewage pit. Since the welfare institution had already begun selling organs, why did it take 6 or 7 years to find 49 bodies? Those knowledgeable in medicine should understand that organs cannot be transplanted casually. They require matching. The welfare institution appears to be an organ warehouse. Some children in need of organ transplants come here to be matched and selected. Only with a successful match can an organ transplant occur. Furthermore, according to the 4 employees, every year some healthy children are adopted. However, those adopters are not genuinely adopting. One employee saw an adopter take 7 or 8 children over the years. Isn't that absurd? Who can afford to adopt so many children? As for where those children specifically went, they are unclear and dare not ask. Because some disobedient employees might suffer accidents and die under mysterious circumstances. Later, 2 chief surgeons were arrested by national security personnel and brought to the welfare institution. Xiaoyu calmly looked at them. That gaze was not directed at humans, but at 2 beasts. It truly reflects the old saying, sometimes white-coated angels are not necessarily angels. They could also be demons in angelic disguise. For example, guess what kind of people perform organ transplant surgeries in these trafficking cases? Ordinary people? Do they understand the complexities of such high-difficulty surgeries? Xiaoyu waved his hand. The 2 doctors were taken to the adjacent room. Not long after, piercing screams echoed from the next room. Xiaoyu remained indifferent. Taking the cigarette handed over by Yi Hong, I lit it and took a puff. Dealing with beasts naturally requires methods suited for beasts. The National Security Agency is very skilled at interrogating such individuals to obtain what they want. 40 minutes later, it was just 2 who performed the surgeries. Each time, they could earn at least 300,000, with major surgeries starting at 500,000. A national security officer reeking of blood reported that the 2 suspects had been involved in over 50 illegal organ transplant surgeries. Over 50? Xiaoyu's pupils constricted. The Welfare Institute's cesspool only found 49 corpses? Yi Heng's expression also darkened. Damn it, that's over 50 children's lives. Even as a national security officer, he was taken aback. Since the founding of the nation, there had never been a case of child deaths exceeding 50. Never. Suddenly, Yi Heng's expression became extremely peculiar as he stared at Xiaoyu, saying, I wonder if there's something off about you? Xiaoyu replied, I'm really angry right now. What the heck are you trying to say? Why is it that wherever you go, there's bound to be trouble? Yi Heng's expression was serious. The cases they encountered seemed to be increasingly horrific and larger in scale. Xiaoyu was stunned. Reflecting on it, it did seem to be true. Ever since he crossed over, he had first encountered 2 spies trying to kidnap Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu. Then there was a case of a body being dumped in a park, leading to the discovery of a black prison. Following that, he and Yi Heng solved a case of ghostly extermination, taking down a dark web operation. Later, they investigated a counterfeit case and ended up clashing with agents from a foreign agency. Now, they were looking into a gas explosion and had unexpectedly found a killer and discovered 49 skeletons. Truly, wherever he went, there was chaos. You don't happen to have a plague attribute, do you? Yi Heng looked alarmed. If not, then explain. I can't explain anything. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. Let us get to the case. I'm in a hurry. Indeed, he was in a hurry. The system task only allowed for a 10-day limit. And 4 days had already passed. This case was too complex, and if it dragged on, he might not be able to complete the system task. The thought of having his system abilities revoked and the system shutting down was terrifying. Without it, what could he do? I'm even more anxious than you. Yi Heng shot a glare at Xiaoyu. The old man only gave me 3 days, or else I'm done for. Perfect. You can go home and be your young master. Xiaoyu teased. Isn't being a young master great? Get lost. Yi Heng laughed and scolded. Do you know that in our circle, those who don't achieve anything will be laughed at for life? Parents will compare. If one kid doesn't do well, the parents feel ashamed too. They really think we just stroll around and play all day. There are plenty like me who join the army, go into politics, and risk their lives. Don't look down on us. We work even harder than ordinary people. Xiaoyu fell silent. Actually, after interacting with Yi Heng and his 2 sisters, he has gained an intuitive understanding of those young masters. Although they seem impressive in reality, They live their lives with extreme caution because countless eyes are watching them. If they make a mistake, it could potentially bring trouble to their parents. From the moment they were born, these young masters must consider the consequences of their actions. Their entire lives are like walking on thin ice. If they make a significant mistake, their parents could face dire consequences as well. All right, I know you have skills. You're just a military expert, right? A mocking smile crept across Xiao Yu's face, full of sarcasm. I'm just a police officer. If I joined the military, who wouldn't be a military expert? Damn it. Yi Heng was left speechless after a long pause. Indeed, with Xiao Yu's abilities, becoming a military expert wouldn't be a problem at all. Sometimes, after putting in effort, one realizes that compared to a genius, you are nothing. Find someone. Xiao Yu put away his smile and walked up to the suspect, Feng Yanyan, raising his foot to kick. Bang! The tip of his foot struck her armpit. Ah! A cry of pain jolted Feng Yanyan awake from her daze. And then she saw a handsome, cold face. Xiao Yu slowly squatted in front of her, smiling. Tell me, who is training the assassins? Chapter 126. Demon or hero? It has been a while since Yi Heng got to know Xiao Yu. The first time he saw his little brother after he went on a rampage was terrifying, even sending chills down his spine and filling him with genuine fear. What did he witness? Yi Heng watched as his little brother gradually crushed the bones of the suspect. First the hands, then the feet, followed by the arms, thighs, and finally the torso. He turned a living person into a writhing human-shaped worm. Two national security personnel couldn't hold back and vomited. Even Yi Heng felt a bit queasy. He stepped out of the room to smoke, wanting to clear his mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Why has Xiao Yu become so cruel? The thought of over 50 children who had their organs taken and died in agony ignited a violent rage within Yi Heng. A thirst for blood. He too wanted to turn those beasts to ashes. However, Xiao Yu acted first. Aren't you afraid of not being able to be a cop anymore? Yi Heng looked at Xiao Yu as he exited the room, exuding a murderous aura and the smell of blood, feeling quite perplexed. I could at least return the 2 first-class merits to the state and take off my police uniform. Xiao Yu's voice was hoarse, like a chilling wind from hell. Go home and farm. Yi Heng. His little brother's lines were so cool that it left him at a loss. In the end, he could only pretend nothing had happened. As long as Xiao Yu doesn't stand against the state in the future, everything is negotiable. What did you find out? Yi Heng handed a cigarette to his little brother. The two of them, one nicknamed Big Brother, the other Second Brother. After taking the cigarette, Xiao Yu recalled the testimony of the suspect Feng Yanyan. Big Brother was responsible for training assassins, while Second Brother handled organ trafficking. And the director of the orphanage was Second Brother. The location where Big Brother trained assassins was very mysterious. Even Feng Yanyan didn't know where it was. Only that it was in a big mountain. Every time they entered or exited, they were hooded, unable to see the route. But it could be confirmed that it was in Boot City. Last night, suspect Feng Yanyan and Cheng Feiwen ran back to the orphanage to hide, while another suspect, Duda, went to find Second Brother. This Second Brother must have sensed something and fled overnight. It can now be inferred that these people are likely hiding in that place where assassins are trained. Xiao Yu frowned, thinking that finding this place would be quite difficult. Are you sure she said it was a mountain? Yi Heng wondered. If it's a mountain, could it be outside the city? Then they must have taken some transportation out of the city, which should lead to some clues. He instructed his subordinates to check the surveillance at major exits from the city and investigate the vehicles leaving. A whole day passed, and nothing was found. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng arrived at Second Brother's home. Suspect, Sun Hui, 51 years old, the second director of the Children's Welfare Institute. Nicknamed Second Brother. The suspect's residence was already surrounded and secured by armed police and national security personnel. Xiao Yu went to the second floor. An entrance door was wide open, and 2 national security personnel were watching over a middle-aged woman. Guan Liping, female, 50 years old, the wife of suspect Sun Hui. At that moment, the elderly woman appeared haggard and terrified, trembling in front of the security personnel. Seeing her anxious expression, both Xiao Yu and Yi Heng furrowed their brows. From their experience, it was clear that the elderly woman likely didn't know much. Although a couple is usually the closest to each other, sometimes a man might not share everything he does outside with his wife. For instance, would you tell your family if you were engaging in illegal activities? Generally, how does security treat the families of criminals? Xiao Yu was curious. Ordinary cases are not handled. Yi Heng replied, but more serious cases, such as treason that threatens national security, are unforgivable, and their families will not be spared. Xiao Yu reacted with surprise. Isn't it said that misfortune does not affect the family? Why can't the children of criminals take public service exams, join the party, or serve in the military or police? Yi Heng asked with a smile. Xiao Yu responded with a middle finger. Isn't that obvious? If the cost of committing crimes decreases, those who wish to commit crimes would have no worries. It's necessary to make it clear that if you dare to commit a crime, it will implicate your entire family. However, some descendants resist this notion. Why should they bear the burden of their parents' mistakes when they have done nothing wrong? That's a good question. Why not ask your own parents why they committed crimes? If you want to blame someone, blame your parents. If you can't resent your parents, then why blame the state? Sometimes you have to admit that certain people are simply born bad. Yi Heng's expression gradually turned fierce. Genetics can indeed be inherited, and no one can guarantee that the offspring of bad individuals won't inherit those traits and turn out to be good people. What if, just hypothetically, someone even worse than the bad seed emerges? If their parent is unforgivable or even a traitor, would you dare to bet that they wouldn't be a traitor or wouldn't commit unforgivable acts? Sorry, but security doesn't have the time to gamble. As long as all potential risks are eliminated, there's no need to worry about any threats. It's a simple principle. Is this what security does? Xiao Yu stared blankly at Yi Heng. To eradicate all threats to the nation and its people, even if it means getting blood on their hands and descending into an irredeemable hell. Are they demons or heroes? Do you know what your husband does outside? Xiao Yu coldly asked the elderly woman standing before him. He is the director of the Welfare Institute, Guan Liping replied nervously. Is there anything else you don't know? Xiao Yu locked eyes with her, observing her facial expressions and micro-expressions. I really don't know, Guan Liping shook her head, looking lost. Not lying. Xiao Yu felt frustrated. He continued to ask, what does your husband do for entertainment? Guan Liping recalled. He likes fishing and sometimes goes into the mountains with friends to play. Sometimes they camp in the mountains for a few days. The mountains? Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Which mountains? The XX mountain outside the city. Guan Liping answered honestly. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Heng, who turned and walked out of the room, instructing his subordinates to begin searching a certain mountainous area outside the city. They even dispatched dozens of drones equipped with thermal detection capabilities to conduct a thorough search of the entire region. Another day passed without any results. It was clear that the mountainous area could not possibly hide a training base for a certain assassin. It could be confirmed that the suspect had lied to his wife. Are you really sure your husband went to the mountains? Xiao Yu questioned the elderly woman again. Yes, every time he goes into the mountains. He changes into hiking shoes and puts on a tactical jacket, Guan Liping replied. Xiao Yu approached the shoe rack at the entrance and saw a pair of hiking shoes. He picked them up and examined them, looking closely at the soles. Suddenly, his expression changed to one of confusion. The shoes hadn't been cleaned. However, there was not a trace of dirt on the sole's tread. Anyone who enjoys hiking knows that after every climb, the soles are covered in mud and need to be cleaned. A person who went camping in the mountains had completely clean soles. Can you believe it? Chapter 127. Are you acting like your father? A forensic expert used microscopes, tools, and reagents to conduct various tests and examinations on a pair of hiking shoes, concluding that these shoes had never been in the mountains. The test results indicated that the suspect had been lying to his wife all along. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment. The assassin's training base wasn't in the mountains? That was what the suspect, Feng Yanyan, had confessed. Yi Heng's expression was strange. She had been put in such a state by you, so it was impossible for her not to tell the truth. The word put is fine, but don't use it. Xiao Yu shot him a glare. Why not? Yi Heng was momentarily confused. What if some people used her to lie without her knowing? Xiao Yu explained with a theoretical perspective. This situation is not impossible. Such a possibility indeed existed. Yi Heng's face changed. Many people deceive others using certain methods, and the deceived still believe it to be true. It's like a pyramid scheme, typical of selling you out while you help count the money. As for whether it's true or not, just ask the suspect. Xiao Yu didn't want to waste time. There were only 4 days left until the deadline for the system's task. In a hospital in Boot City, in the intensive care unit, Xiao Yu stared at the suspect lying on the hospital bed. Feng Yanyan's face was pale and bloodless. She looked at Xiao Yu as if she had seen a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. Unfortunately, almost all the bones in her body had been broken by Xiao Yu. The fact that she hadn't died could only be described as a miracle. But she could no longer speak. Xiao Yu walked out of the ward and headed to another room, looking at the person on the bed. This was the container truck driver, the suspect Cheng Feiwen. He had now regained consciousness, shivering and looking pale as he stared at Xiao Yu. His head was wrapped up like a mummy, crushed by a punch from Xiao Yu. His chest was supported by a special brace to hold his shattered sternum. Otherwise, Cheng Feiwen would have difficulty breathing. His fearful expression looked nothing like that of an assassin, but rather like a frightened quail. However, in his panic, Xiao Yu occasionally caught a glimpse of indifference in his eyes. Micro-expression psychology, wide-open eyes, mouth agape, raised nose bridge, retracted cheek muscles. Pretending to be afraid. Acting like your father. Xiao Yu found the suspect amusing. Would it be so hard to be a little more sincere and less calculating? Did you think your acting skills were great? Xiao Yu mocked. Do you want me to applaud for you? Cheng Feiwen's face suddenly stiffened. In the blink of an eye, his expression darkened as he stared at Xiao Yu fiercely. You have a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. Do you know that because of your actions, they will live in hell from now on? Xiao Yu's smile faded. By the way, they don't know you're an assassin, do they? What do you want? Cheng Feiwen's face twisted with rage, his angry gaze like two daggers. What do you want? Xiao Yu scoffed. Did you ever consider the feelings of the victims when you killed them? Did they ever ask you what you were going to do? Did you ever spare them? And now, you ask me what I'm going to do? Cheng Feiwen's anger disappeared, his lips tightly pressed together, his eyes staring blankly, like a wooden sculpture. The older generation often said that many people do not believe in cause and effect, nor in retribution, because after doing bad things, they never faced any consequences. Xiao Yu spoke calmly, but they did not know that perhaps these causes and effects, this retribution, would fall upon those who mattered most to them. Because heaven knows that if the consequences fall upon some worthless individuals, they wouldn't feel the pain at all. But if it fell upon those whom these worthless individuals care about, they would feel the heart-wrenching pain. Don't you agree? Cheng Feiwen's lips trembled uncontrollably. Pale as if a knife had been plunged into his heart, his cheeks twitching in agony. Despair was evident in his eyes. Yes, he had people he cared about. Perhaps he didn't care about his wife, but his daughter was his life. Gradually, Cheng Feiwen's face showed a painful plea. Please, spare them. What's your name, old man? Xiao Yu asked. I don't know. Cheng Feiwen shook his head. Why don't you know? Xiao Yu was surprised. Because he always wore a mask. Cheng Feiwen forced a smile. I couldn't see his face at all. Where did he train you? And who else did he train? On a mountain, Cheng Feiwen was very sure. A large room trained many orphans, and every year a few orphans would be sent away. What mountain? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. I don't know because I never left that room. Cheng Feiwen shook his head. We trained in the big house every day, and when we were tired, we would sleep in the house. The only time we went out was when we needed to use the restroom, which had a toilet and running water. Running water? Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. How big was the house? And how can you be so sure it was in the mountains? The house was very big, like a huge factory, probably around 700 to 800 square meters. As for why I knew it was in the mountains, Cheng Feiwen recalled. Every morning we could hear the birds singing. Occasionally we could hear some wild animals, the sound of wind rustling through the trees, and the sound of a little creek flowing. Birdsong, animal calls, the sound of leaves, the sound of flowing water. Xiao Yu's expression grew serious. How long were you trained there? It started with 4 years, then I went out to do work. Cheng Feiwen recalled, after a year. I went back for another 4 years, then came out again. Then another 4 years, and I never went back. What was included in the training? Xiao Yu pressed. Killing, using various means to kill. Cheng Feiwen closed his eyes, with needles, knives, chopsticks, stones, tools. Anything that could kill, we learned. No guns? Xiao Yu asked. No. Cheng Feiwen opened his eyes and shook his head. Most of the killing methods were almost all about creating some kind of accidental death. Xiao Yu recalled the gas explosion case. It must be said that if the suspect had not overlooked the humidifier, allowing the aluminum powder to ignite, it might have been a nearly perfect murder. Unfortunately, humans make mistakes, and the suspect still committed a basic error, which led to Xiao Yu tracking down the assassin organization. Tell me, Xiao Yu asked, about the process of returning to that house on the mountain. I was blindfolded, had earplugs in, and sat in a vehicle, Cheng Feiwen replied. It was a long journey, and when I got out. Xiao Yu interrupted. When you got out, was the ground soft or hard? It was very hard, Cheng Feiwen recalled. It seemed like a cement floor. I was taken to a place where I felt weightless, like being in an elevator. An elevator? Xiao Yu's expression changed. Are you sure? I can't be certain because I couldn't see or hear. Cheng Feiwen shook his head. But it felt very much like an elevator. Because after walking to that position and staying there for a while, the ground would suddenly tremble, and then I would be taken out of that place. After that, I was brought into a very large room where I could finally remove the blindfold and earplugs. After this line of questioning, Xiao Yu stepped out of the hospital room and looked at Yi Heng, who was standing in the corridor, and said one sentence. That mountain is within the city. The mountain within the city. Yi Hong was stunned. Brother, do you know what you're saying? Chapter 128. Not harming others is contributing to the world previously. We mentioned that someone might lie through the suspect to confuse the police or to mislead them. Outside the hospital, Xiaoyu sat on the curb smoking a cigarette. So there was really no mountain. The assassin training base was within the city, in a warehouse, factory, or building. The mountain within the city. Yi Hong had a complex expression, realizing what the younger brother meant by this statement. Because he understood, he became even more confused. He had also heard the suspect's testimony. If it was within the city, how could the sounds of birds, animals, rustling leaves, and flowing streams be explained? Indeed, how could it be explained? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, recalling the ghost murder case we solved last time. Do you remember the phone call we received at the beginning? Yi Hong recalled that a girl had called the police, but you deduced it was a recorded message, that someone had pre-recorded the girl's words. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Are you saying it was a recording? Bird calls can be recorded. Animal sounds can also be recorded. The sounds of leaves rustling and streams flowing can likewise be recorded. As long as these sounds are recorded and played back through speakers, it would lead people to mistakenly believe they are living in the mountains. Is that feasible? Feasible. Because the recorded sounds are originally real. They are just being replayed. To the human ear, they are indistinguishable. Unless the people in the assassin training base walked out of the room and saw the outside scene with their own eyes, they would be able to tell what was true and what was false. The problem is, since the suspect started training in that room, he has never gone outside. How could they discern? They would only mistakenly believe they were living in the mountains. How did you think of this? Yi Hong looked at Xiaoyu as if he were a deity. He thought to himself, is your brain even human? The toilet, running water, hard ground, and suspected elevator weightlessness were all points of doubt mentioned by the suspect. Xiaoyu provided an answer. First, the toilet. Would you install a toilet for you to use in the mountains? Who would specially make a sewage pipeline? Do you know how large a sewage pipeline project is? Then there's running water. While this can be realized, in the mountains it would require a generator, water pump, and water pipes, which is also a huge project. If such a project existed, it wouldn't go unnoticed. Then there's the hard ground. The suspect mentioned he was taken in a car, sat in it for a long time, and then got out to find the ground beneath him was hard, presumably concrete. How could there be concrete ground in the mountains? Finally, the suspect said he was brought to a place where he felt weightless, presumably an elevator moving up and down, followed by a tremor of the ground, likely indicating the elevator had stopped. Assuming he was indeed riding an elevator. The toilet, running water, hard ground, elevator. Right. The suspect mentioned that the large house was around 700 to 800 square meters. Connect all these doubts together. Xiaoyu looked directly at Yi Hong and asked, what do you think of? Yi Hong's mind was racing, like an overloaded computer. Suddenly, a light struck his brain. His body shuddered, and he exclaimed, a building? A really big building? Yes. Xiaoyu nodded. With elevators, it indicates it's not on ground level. It must be high up or underground. But if it were underground, that would be unrealistic. Just the sewage system for a toilet would be quite challenging to implement underground. So it's likely above ground. At a height, an activity space of 700 to 800 square meters is definitely not an ordinary house. Typical buildings wouldn't design such a large space. If it's above ground, then it would only be some office buildings, commercial buildings, or some special types of buildings that could accommodate such a large activity space. It's not hard to guess that the assassin training base likely utilized an entire floor's area and employed certain methods to seal off the whole floor, achieving excellent soundproofing to prevent those being trained from knowing where they were. They might play some recordings to make them mistakenly believe they were in the mountains. This also explains why they needed to wear hoods and earplugs when going to the training base, fearing they would see or hear and realize they were not in the mountains. The younger brother's words painted a vivid picture in Yi Hong's mind, almost shaking his DNA. An indescribable shock exploded in his heart. An assassin training base hidden within a city, possibly concealed in a certain building. How could it remain undetected? Wasn't he that shocking enough? After being dazed for a few seconds, Yi Hong snapped back to reality, feeling a mix of absurdity and confusion rising in him. Looking at Xiaoyu felt like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. He couldn't understand. They both had brains and intelligence. Why could Xiaoyu deduce this while he could not? If that younger brother were to harm someone. Yi Hong suddenly shivered. Terrifying. A projector emitted light onto a 100 square meter screen. On it were 3D images of high-rise buildings separated from the city. Xiaoyu, Yi Hong. and a large group of national security personnel were all intently staring at those buildings. In the city, there were 73 buildings that matched the requirements of having an indoor activity area of 700 to 800 square meters and elevators, most of which were commercial buildings, offices, or shopping malls. A national security personnel pointed at the buildings on the screen and began reporting. Checking each building, listening to the report, Yiheng looked at Xiaoyu. I don't have that kind of time. Xiaoyu shook his head. To thoroughly investigate all 73 buildings would require a significant amount of time. With 3.5 days remaining until the system task deadline, he couldn't afford it. Use the process of elimination. Xiaoyu's expression turned serious. The assassin base couldn't possibly be on the lower floors, otherwise, no matter how good the soundproofing was. External noises could still be heard through the vibrations of the floors. The floors where the base of the assassins is located must be at least between the 10th and 15th floors. A technician operates a computer to filter out some floors that do not meet the requirements. There are 61 buildings remaining, excluding those with transparent glass exteriors. Xiaoyu continues, stating that to achieve a closed environment, walls and soundproof layers are necessary. If there are these constructions indoors, and the glass is still transparent, it will be discovered. This reasoning is quite simple. If it is transparent glass, everything inside can be seen from the outside. In the case of high floors, how would people from the outside notice? There are explicit regulations regarding urban appearance. Office buildings must clean their exteriors and glass once or twice a year. Business buildings and hotels must clean their exteriors and glass at least once a year. State-owned enterprises and large corporate buildings must clean their exteriors and glass at least twice a year. All of this relates to the urban appearance of the entire city, making it necessary to carry out these cleanings. Cleaning the exterior of a building requires workers to wash it layer by layer. If there is an anomaly on a certain floor and the glass is still transparent, do you think those workers will be able to see it? Are the people at the assassin base foolish enough to expose their base? The security technician filters out buildings with transparent glass again, keeping all the buildings with one-way vision glass. There are 43 buildings left. Chapter 129. Are you the second master? This building has been around for quite a while, at least over 20 years. Xiaoyu said calmly. Some of those assassins are already 31 years old, having been trained since they were 6 or 7. Which adds up to about 23 or 24 years, excluding buildings within the last 25 years. The technicians quickly removed the new buildings from the list. In the end, there were 4 buildings left. At this moment, in the room, apart from Xiaoyu speaking, everyone else was silent. The crowd, including Yiheng, looked at Xiaoyu as if he were a monster. Having a good brain is a wonderful thing, but not everyone possesses one. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, a sense of intellectual defeat arose. 4 buildings. Xiaoyu ordered, investigate. The crowd stood up. Yiheng commanded the deployment of 400 armed police officers. 100 fully armed officers were assigned to each of the 4 identified buildings, completely sealing them off. The threat posed by the assassin organization is no less than that of terrorists. It is not excessive to be strict when dealing with terrorists. They split up to carry out their tasks. Xiaoyu looked at Yiheng. You take 2 buildings. Okay, be careful. Yiheng shot a glare at his younger brother, reminding him, don't act recklessly alone, think of your sister. Got it. Xiaoyu grinned and got into the police vehicle, accompanied by 4 of Yiheng's subordinates. 24 minutes later, in a certain district of the city, there was an office building. The building was 26 stories high. Over 100 armed police officers completely sealed off the entire building, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Xiaoyu got out of the car and shook hands with the police squad leader. There were no pleasantries exchanged. Xiaoyu, along with 4 national security personnel and 20 armed police officers, entered the office building. They took the elevator directly to the top floor to conduct a downward search. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Xiaoyu stepped out. He found that the 26th floor housed a generator room, a fire pump room, and the building's ventilation and exhaust systems. Not here. He turned back to the elevator and headed down to the 25th floor. As soon as they exited the elevator, they noticed 2 security guards chatting casually at a reception area. There was a wall and a massive door in the hallway of the 25th floor. The 2 security guards were stunned to see a large group of armed police and forgot to block their way. 2 national security personnel quickly approached the guards. With their guns drawn, they aimed at the guards' heads. This was not for show, but for precaution. The 2 security guards looked terrified and obediently stood up, raising their hands. The other 2 national security personnel began to search the guards, examining their bodies. If they were assassins, There would undoubtedly be traces of their training on their hands and bodies. After the search, one national security officer shook his head at Xiao Yu. No abnormalities. Not here. Xiao Yu looked at the large door in front of him. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at the corner of the wall on the ceiling. Beast form, eagle eye. Xiao Yu's eyes fixed on the corner of the wall, where he noticed a blacked. It was a pinhole surveillance camera. He opened the door. Xiao Yu's perspective shifted as he focused on the door before him. Two armed security personnel quickly stepped forward, preparing to open the door. Suddenly, they stopped. Xiao Yu growled. The raised hands of the security personnel paused, their expressions puzzled as they turned to look at Xiao Yu. Beast form, wolf ears. Xiao Yu's ears twitched. He heard faint footsteps at the door and sensed someone placing something against it. He also heard the sound of something being wrapped around the door lock from inside. All the sounds and details were clearly heard by Xiao Yu. A strange expression appeared on his face. Step back. Xiao Yu ordered the two armed personnel and looked back at the national security staff and armed personnel, signaling them to retreat to the elevator. Everyone exchanged glances but complied with the order, retreating with the two security guards back to the elevator. Only Xiao Yu remained in the corridor, observing the main door. Slowly, he reached for his sidearm, unlocking the safety. System ability, King of Guns. Bang! Xiao Yu shot the door lock, directly knocking off the spherical lock. Bang! Another shot. The bullet hit the lock hole, penetrating the internal spring and causing the inner handle to pop out. With the lock and spring rendered ineffective, the door slowly opened, revealing a small gap. Beast form, eagle eye. Xiao Yu's eyes focused on the door gap, and he spotted a very thin fishing line. Why is there a fishing line? Suddenly, Xiao Yu's expression changed drastically. His body shifted sideways like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he dashed into the elevator. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, violently shattering the two doors. Am I really this lucky? Inside the elevator, Xiao Yu watched the debris and dust swirling outside, smiling. Am I a lucky one, or just unfortunate? Beast form, cat spirit, bear strength, rhinoceros defense. In a moment, his body resembled that of a leopard, bursting out of the elevator, plunging into the dust, and into a massive room. The room was indeed large, approximately over 800 square feet, filled with trash, training equipment, sandbags, dummies, and various tools that could be used for killing. There were also 11 armed men and women. In an instant, Xiao Yu emerged from the dust, suspended in the air, coldly gazing down at the men and women. A strong, unmasked killing intent rose in his eyes. Although he knew these individuals might have once been unfortunate orphans, they were now just a group of ruthlessly trained killers. Pity them, and you will die. Boom. Xiao Yu's feet landed on the ground. In the dust, through the hazy vision of those men and women, bang, 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 bang. For shots. For people were shot in the head and fell down. In the first second, suddenly, a white cold gleam, sharp as a blade, silently appeared under Xiao Yu's neck, about to slice across his throat. At the moment it was about to cut through, snap, the blade was caught between two fingers. Crack, it was broken. Xiao Yu turned around and swung his hand. Whoosh. The blade sliced through a man's neck, blood splattering. In the second, quickly reloading his gun, Xiao Yu turned around. System ability, combat expert. His aura changed. His eyes were cold to the extreme, devoid of any emotion. It was as if, in an instant, he had transformed into a lethal weapon. A human weapon. Boom! The ground shook beneath him. He shot forward, appearing in midair before a woman wielding a machete. Crack! The tip of his shoe struck her throat, shattering her windpipe, breaking her neck. In the third second, before the woman could fall, he had already soared over her. Standing in front of a man, his hands landed on the man's chin and the back of his head. Crack! Snapped. In the fourth second, his body, like a fierce wind, appeared before a burly man. Boom! A punch shattered the man's ribcage. His entire fist actually penetrated into the chest, crushing the heart. In the fifth second, he retracted his fist, turned, and raised his hand. With a clap, he seized the wrist of a hand holding a dagger. With a crunch, he broke the opponent's palm and took the knife. Stab, stab, stab. 3 strikes. One plunged into the lower abdomen. One pierced through the chest. The final one horizontally sliced through the opponent's neck. In the 6th second, he turned and extended his arms. Clap. He gripped the neck. Crack. Crushed. In the 7th second, he stood amidst 10 corpses, facing a middle-aged man. May I ask, are you the second master? Chapter 130. I am very simple and kind. Xiao Yu's eyes shot out 2 cold glimmers. He looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of him. One could also say he was an older man. He was none other than the suspect, Sun Hui, nicknamed Second Master. Sun Hui was stunned. His heart was pounding wildly, thumping like a drum. His legs were trembling uncontrollably, shaking like sieve. 6 seconds, or maybe 7. 10 assassins had turned into 10 grotesque corpses. At this moment, the young man who had killed the 10 assassins was standing among the bodies, right in front of him. The sound of teeth chattering escaped Sun Hui's mouth. In terror, he struggled to swallow. I don't have time to waste with you. Xiao Yu bent down and picked up a dagger. Where's the old master? Sun Hui shivered, his face ashen. I don't know. A dagger plunged into his thigh. Not only that, as Xiao Yu twisted his wrist, the dagger slowly turned. Sun Hui let out a piercing wail. A hand slapped down on his chin, snapping it open. Following that, Xiao Yu pulled out the dagger and squatted down. Thud, thud. He severed 2 of Sun Hui's tendons. Then, unhurriedly, he snapped both of Sun Hui's arms. Sun Hui rolled his eyes back and fainted from the pain. Xiao Yu reinserted the dagger into his thigh. Twist. Sun Hui was painfully jolted awake. Does it hurt? Xiao Yu grinned. It should hurt. Do you remember those orphans? The ones whose organs were harvested? They were also in pain, excruciating pain. What you feel now is nothing. Don't worry, I will make you experience the pain those orphans went through. Xiao Yu looked at Sun Hui, who was screaming in agony, and smiled even more joyfully. I never go back on my word. When Yiheng arrived, he saw Xiao Yu and the 10 corpses at the scene. He could barely recognize Sun Hui. No, he could no longer tell that it was Sun Hui. All he could see was a body, red and still writhing, barely recognizable as human. Yiheng felt a wave of nausea and stepped out of the room. He exhaled heavily, thinking, that's ruthless. However, inside, he felt a sense of refreshing relief. He recalled the 49 corpses he had seen, the youngest of which looked only 4 or 5 years old. What kind of beast could harm such small children? Even if these people were subjected to 1,000 cuts, it would still be too lenient for them. It was obvious that Xiao Yu shared the same sentiment. He would not let these beasts die easily. He would make them wish they were dead. What did you see? Yiheng smiled and asked his 4 subordinates, but they all shook their heads, indicating they had seen nothing. He then turned his gaze to the 20 armed police officers, who were pale with fear, shaken by Xiao Yu's brutality and madness. However, they too shook their heads, claiming they had seen nothing. Moments ago, they had overheard the 4 national security personnel discussing the orphanage and the 49 children's corpses, which had caused their hearts to race. Some armed police even considered joining Xiao Yu to confront the second master, but they were stopped by the national security personnel. Xiao Yu was not just a police officer. He was also part of the National Security Special Forces and had earned 2 first-class merits, which gave him the audacity to act so recklessly, knowing someone would help him bear the consequences no matter how big the trouble he caused. The armed police, however, would face demotion and be sent home if they caused any trouble. Time slowly passed. Tick-tock. The sound of water droplets hitting the ground echoed. A figure exuding a strong smell of blood and a violent aura stepped out of the room, one slow step at a time. Gulp. Upon seeing the figure, both the national security personnel and the armed police swallowed hard. Yiheng's expression changed as he looked at him, as if he were gazing at a terrifying thug. Xiao Yu approached without any expression on his face, but his eyes gradually regained clarity as he reached Yiheng. He shook the blood off his hands, letting out a deep, satisfied sigh. Feeling better? Yiheng took out a cigarette and offered one to Xiao Yu. Not bad, Xiao Yu replied, taking the cigarette and smoking quietly. Good thing you didn't turn into a bad person, Yiheng teased, a hint of fear in his tone. Actually, Xiao Yu said calmly and seriously, I'm very innocent and kind. Yiheng. National security personnel. Armed police. They thought to themselves, we just witnessed you skinning a person alive. Do you have some misunderstanding about the words innocent and kind? Xiao Yu ignored their gazes, enjoying his smoke. After playing with the second master, his thoughts became clear, and he slowly said, the old man has run away. Yiheng. Just the day before yesterday, when suspects Sun Hui and Dudo arrived, Xiao Yu pointed to the room. The old man isn't here. He ran away long ago. You're so relaxed about it. Aren't you angry? Yiheng looked at him in confusion. Because he can't escape, Xiao Yu exhaled a smoke ring, knowing he himself couldn't escape either. Rather, it was the old man who was furious. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper with a line written on it. Come find me. Come alone, or many will die. Yiheng's pupils constricted rapidly, and he asked in a deep voice, is this for you? Exactly. Xiao Yu nodded, feeling unwilling. Even if he had to die, the old man wanted to take him down with him. When the second master produced this note, he had already guessed it. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Killing an organ trade, a lot of money involved. The old man knows he can't escape. Since he can't run, he's doomed. He wants to take down Xiao Yu before he dies. Do you know who he is? Yi Heng frowned. Now he knows. Xiao Yu's expression was so strange and complex. When I first saw him, I never thought he would be the old man. Yi Heng was astonished, asking if they could stop playing riddles. I'll talk about it when I get back. Dropping his cigarette, but Xiao Yu stood up and walked toward the elevator. No need to send anyone to follow me. If I can't handle it, having more people won't help. You're narrowing your options. Yi Heng watched Xiao Yu's back. The young man is great in many ways. But he has one flaw. He likes to act recklessly. Acting recklessly doesn't cost anything, but sometimes it can be deadly. Thinking about Xiao Yu's terrifying combat power, Yi Heng felt somewhat reassured. It seems that since meeting Xiao Yu, his otherwise dull career in national security finally has some excitement. Chapter 131. The True Master. In a modest courtyard located in a shanty town, there was a simple tile-roofed house. At this moment, an elderly couple was happily picking vegetables, preparing ingredients for the evening meal. Suddenly, the old man raised his head and looked towards the courtyard gate, where he saw a handsome young man approaching. You're here? Come in and sit down, the old man said warmly. Xiao Yu stared at the old man for a long time before stepping into the courtyard and walking towards the elderly couple. Go back inside. I want to have a word with the young man, the old man said to the old woman with a smile. All right. The old woman nodded with a smile at Xiao Yu, trembling as she walked into the tile-roofed house. Xiao Yu's gaze followed the old woman's figure, slowly shifting to her hands and then to her feet as she walked. Finally, his eyes fell on the old man in front of him. Are you looking for me? Yes, the old man replied, a strange smile appearing on his face. Aren't you also looking for me? I didn't expect it would be you, Xiao Yu said gently. Master? The old man was the night watchman Xiao Yu had encountered that morning at the Children's Welfare Institute. At that time, the old man had pretended to be wise and wanted to challenge the police. He had acted so convincingly that even Xiao Yu had been deceived. Due to his age, no one suspected his involvement in any case. No one would think that an old night watchman could be the master. Surprised? The old man smiled slightly. A bit. Xiao Yu nodded. To think someone so wicked could be an old man. Wicked? The old man laughed disdainfully. What is wickedness? Xiao Yu pondered for a moment. Do you know? I've seen it. The greatest evil is from the heavens. The old man said calmly. If the heavens had eyes, how could there still be evil? That makes sense. Xiao Yu surprisingly nodded. Since the heavens are blind, shall I act as their eyes? What do you think? The old man chuckled. Isn't your current mindset also wicked? My master once taught me to be more ruthless than bad people, colder than bad people, and more cruel than bad people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to catch them. Xiao Yu looked into his eyes. If I don't make your kind suffer more than death, I won't be able to sleep. You hate me? The old man seemed to mock. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded. With so many children's lives at stake, how can I not hate? Are pigs' lives? Are cows' lives? Are sheep lives? The old man shook his head with a smile. Do you eat them? Yes, Xiao Yu replied calmly. But I never eat my own kind. I not only eat them, but today I also plan to eat you, the old man chuckled. Eat me? Xiao Yu scoffed. In an instant, he tilted his head. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his forehead. Xiao Yu ignored the tile-roofed house and the old woman inside who had fired the gun. His eyes fixed intently on the old man, whose expression had drastically changed. Is that all? With an arm raised, he revealed a gun in his hand. Bang! He lowered his hand and holstered the pistol. Thud! Inside the tile-roofed house, the old woman had a bloody hole on her forehead, collapsing to the ground. The elderly man's expression changed, his eyes closed in pain. Is this your trump card? Xiao Yu's gaze was sharp. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, devoid of any emotion at that moment. A venomous glare, filled with resentment, coldness, and malice flashed through the slits of his eyes. In an instant, the old man rose. His agile movements showed no sign of age, leaving Xiao Yu in a daze. A hint of mockery flickered in the old man's eyes. A fist struck towards Xiao Yu's head. Fast, almost unbelievable. The old man's thumb knuckle was already aimed at Xiao Yu's temple. At the same time, the other hand was clenched into a fist. As long as Xiao Yu made any evasive move, that fist would strike in the next moment. There was no escape. But, bang! The old man was stunned. His fist landed heavily on Xiao Yu's temple. Not dodging. In fact, Xiao Yu didn't even tilt his head. He looked at him with calmness. The old man regained his senses. Another punch aimed at Xiao Yu's throat. This punch was delivered with all his might. Bang! Xiao Yu remained unmoved, allowing the fist to hit his throat. The old man's face changed completely, as if he had seen a ghost. He frantically swung his fists and feet, landing blow after blow on Xiao Yu's vital points. Dozens of punches and kicks followed. Bang! A kick struck his cheek. This time, Xiao Yu merely tilted his head slightly. His gaze shifted from calm to mockery. Had he had enough? He extended a hand. The old man retreated in panic. However, Xiao Yu's speed was too fast, almost like teleportation. Just as the old man had retreated, Xiao Yu's hand grasped his head and pressed down. Bang! The old man's face crashed hard into the ground. Xiao Yu stood up, looking around with a puzzled expression, wondering what the old man's backup plan was and how he thought he could kill him. It was like, how could a mortal attempt to kill a god? Just by. The old man suddenly sprang up and hugged Xiao Yu's legs. In that instant, beast form, antelope sense. Warning. Danger. So it was like this. Xiao Yu looked at the old man clinging to his legs and felt something hard against the old man's chest, along with the smell of gunpowder. A bomb. Crack. The old man's arms were broken by Xiao Yu's kick. The old man's body was kicked into the air. At the same time, Xiao Yu reached out his palm towards the old man's chest. Rip! The old man's clothing was torn open. Indeed, there was a bundle of explosives strapped to his chest, mining explosives. Detonators were inserted on top. The ends of the detonator wires led to an ignition device, along with an antenna. Remote detonation? Xiao Yu's eyes scanned the old man's limbs. No detonator? In the next moment, he looked at the old man's face and saw a peculiar smile. Not good. Xiao Yu's scalp tingled. He suddenly turned around, looking towards the gate, only to see a figure he shouldn't have seen. It was a middle-aged woman holding a remote detonator in her palm. At that moment, she was grinning wickedly at Xiao Yu, her finger pressing down on the detonator. So it turns out, the so-called elder was not an old man at all. He was merely a decoy, and the real mastermind was a woman? Xiao Yu smiled. He made no move, as if watching a play. Sometimes, the highest form of pretentiousness is to let others join in. Otherwise, some people might think they have become mere tools and get very upset. So, Xiao Yu calmly watched the middle-aged woman as she pressed her finger down. Boom. A loud explosion echoed in the distance, followed by the sound of a sniper rifle. The woman's hand holding the detonator exploded into a mist of blood and flesh. At the same time, Xiao Yu reached out his hand, grabbing the neck of the elder and lifting him like a chick, heading towards the door. In the distance, Yi Hong was approaching with a sniper rifle, a smile on his face. If only he knew that Xiao Yu had deliberately given him a chance to show off. I wonder if he would still be smiling. Someone once said, the best lie is 1 part truth and 9 parts falsehood, while the most powerful lie is to mislead others with the truth. Right, elder? He had once closely observed her using micro-expression psychology and found no signs of deceit, indicating that everything she said was true, yet she had managed to deceive everyone. And the real mastermind turned out to be the wife of the second elder, Guan Liping. Chapter 132. Are you still a cop? These people don't seem like killers. They look more like extremists. Yi Hong stared at the woman and the old man pinned to the ground by his subordinates, his expression strange. And that second master? How ruthless, deliberately setting a trap for you. Indeed, they were nearly stripped bare and still hadn't told the truth. Who has seen someone so cruel? Otherwise, wouldn't the second master know that his wife is the elder? Yi Hong had already conjured up a scenario in his mind. The second master was indeed hiding in the killer's base. He had probably calculated everything. As long as Xiao Yu found him, he would dig a pit and bury Xiao Yu in it. Since he was going to die, he would take Xiao Yu down with him. So who exactly is the elder? The suspect Guan Liping confessed. How could one woman train a group of killers? No, from beginning to end. It wasn't he the elder training the killers. It was the night watchman from the orphanage, that old man. He was not only a killer in the past, but also a mercenary. He was also Guan Liping's foster father, and the second master was his son-in-law. Or perhaps to say, both father and daughter are the elders. After all the members of the killer organization were arrested, the local government and police were unexpectedly swept away. Even some leaders from the provincial department faced serious consequences and restructuring. This case involved over 50 children who were victims, killers, and organ trafficking. It had become overwhelmingly significant. As for Xiao Yu, he collapsed onto the hotel bed, sleeping deeply. Yi Hong had promised him that whether it was the elder, the second master, or that old man, they would live for a long time, suffering in pain and fear. They would not only live a life worse than death. Even on the day of their demise, they would not die peacefully. This was a vow from a security chief. Xiaoyu did not continue to play happily with those heartless beasts. The main reason was that he had been too ruthless. Yiheng was also worried that he might end up killing his elder, second master, and the old man all at once. It wouldn't be easy to explain that to the higher-ups. After sleeping for a day and night, Xiaoyu finally opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Assassination Crisis mission. The system rewards permanent preservation. Please look forward to the next system mission. Farewell. Xiaoyu. Look forward to it. System, let me tell you. Thank you. Thank your whole family. Thank your ancestors for 18 generations, if you have any. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Yiheng walked in with a tote bag, smiling. You didn't knock? Xiaoyu glared and said, Are you trying to peek at my body while I was sleeping? Damn. Yiheng cursed. Who would want to see you? Do you know how many girls would line up to wait for me in bed just from a word? It's been a long time since I've heard someone brag so refreshingly. Xiaoyu coldly laughed. You must be the legendary bragging king, right? Do I even need to brag? Yiheng put on a smug expression, saying, When I have time later, I'll take you to see what true beauty is. Is that so? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Are Qiu-chan and Qingwu really that beautiful? Yiheng almost choked. Well, not at all. Then why are you boasting? Xiaoyu said, enjoying the moment. Come back to me when you find a girlfriend more beautiful than my sister. Yiheng opened his mouth, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. With beauties like Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, there aren't even 3 in the entire region. Does that mean he can never show off in front of his younger brother? The blow was too heavy, and Yiheng didn't want to speak for a moment. He waved his hand and tossed the bag over. What's this? Xiaoyu caught it with a smile and opened it. Inside were dress pants, a blazer, and a pair of black leather shoes. Xiaoyu, hurry up and freshen up. We're going back to the capital. Yiheng said seriously. The old man wants to see you. Xiaoyu, what did I do to deserve this? The old man's summons made him inexplicably anxious, and he couldn't refuse. In the capital, at the airport, a red flag L6 business car with a national security license plate was parked outside the runway. After getting off the plane, Xiaoyu and Yiheng got into the car and headed to the Ministry of National Security. In the minister's office, the office was large, but not luxurious, just giving off a sense of oppression. It felt like the air was thick, making Xiaoyu feel a sudden chill. The old man was sitting in an office chair, his arms resting on the desk, calmly flipping through a document. Suddenly, he looked up. His seemingly murky yet icy cold eyes pierced into Xiaoyu's. Faced with such a gaze, Xiaoyu felt a bit hesitant to make eye contact. It wasn't about the strength of the traveler. How many people can remain calm in front of such an authoritative figure? The old man put down the document and asked, Are you still a police officer? The question hit Xiaoyu like a bucket of ice water, freezing him from head to toe. After a long pause, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and replied, Yes. He had shattered a person's bones and skinned another. The old man quietly looked into Xiaoyu's eyes. You say you're still a police officer? A flicker of guilt crossed Xiaoyu's lowered gaze, but thinking of the children's remains, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Looking directly into the old man's eyes and nodding firmly. Yes, I am a police officer. What is the duty of a police officer? To eliminate violence and protect the innocent. The old man was silent for a moment. Are you at peace with yourself? Xiaoyu nodded. I just want peace of mind. The 2 pairs of eyes, one old and one young, locked onto each other. After a while, the old man suddenly smiled. No rewards or punishments. Xiaoyu calmly replied, I seek no fame, only peace of mind. Hearing this, the old man was visibly moved. You seek no fame, only peace of mind? Is he really only 22 years old? Originally, in this case, you would have received an honorary title. The old man's gaze changed, becoming gentler, but unfortunately, it was all wasted by your own actions, turning into a first-class merit. Wow, an honorary title. Xiaoyu was stunned. What is that? It is a merit higher than first class, comparable to the special merit in military achievements of past eras. Later, the special merit was abolished. The honorary title became the ceiling of accomplishments, the 3rd tier. What is the 1st tier? National honor merit. The 1st tier is something ordinary people shouldn't even think about. Those who can achieve that kind of merit are all extraordinary individuals. Even the 3rd tier is only awarded to a few every 3 years. So getting that is already impressive. The honorary title is also a ceiling, the highest honor that can be achieved in any profession. Not knowing was better. But now that he knew, Xiaoyu felt a chill in his heart. He actually wasted it himself? What? No longer aspiring for fame. The old man teased with a smile. Xiaoyu, I'm about to cry. Is this really okay? Can you learn from this lesson? The old man's gaze turned serious and authoritative. If there's a next time, don't expect any merits. No one can protect you, not even your two sisters. Xiao Yu's heart trembled. The old man's seemingly mundane words carried an overwhelming killing intent and indifference. Who wouldn't he be afraid if the head of national security wanted to kill someone? When he walked out of the minister's office, his scalp was still tingling with fear. Time travelers are impressive, but can you match the national machinery? Don't even mention the national machinery. Once the national security machine gets moving, crushing you would be like squashing an ant. Scared yet? Yi Hang's laughter echoed in his ears. I've helped you take a few days off from the third team. Take a good rest and spend some time with your sister. Xiao Yu came back to his senses, casting aside distractions. It was time to go home. Time to rest at home. Enjoy a few days of the dull life of the wealthy. Being a young master served by his sister sounds pretty good. Stepping out of the National Security Department, Xiao Yu looked up. The brilliant sun illuminated the earth. The sunlight stretched for miles. Chapter 133. A little warmth in the day, a little peace in the year in the capital city, at a shopping mall near the second ring road. Two stunning beauties walked out of the mall. One was as aloof as a fairy, while the other was enchanting like a seductress. The moment they appeared, they ignited a flame in the hearts of countless men. Thus, Xiao Yu was very curious. Why did they take a liking to him? This isn't a novel where the female lead would mindlessly throw herself at someone. Lu Jie, he said, leaning against a business vehicle. Smoking as he asked the woman beside him, why do you think my sister would like me? The woman, with an ordinary appearance and a tall stature, dressed in a women's suit, had sharp, piercing eyes. She was Lu Yan, a guard assigned to Yi Qiu-chan, and a real security personnel. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's question, Lu Yan replied, is this young master a bit unwell? I'm just a guard. How would I know these things? Lu Yan's lips twitched. Why don't you ask her yourself? I dare not, Xiao Yu said, feeling a bit guilty. What if they only liked him for his looks and not for his talents? That would be quite embarrassing. Lu Yan responded, do you know the last person who flirted with me like this? They're no longer around. She was filled with sarcasm, unsure how to express her frustrations. Suddenly, two pairs of eyes turned their way. Wow, is that my little brother? Hua Qingwu exclaimed excitedly. Although it was a scream, her charming voice made it sound sweet and delicate. Xiao Yu sighed silently. Since meeting Hua Qingwu, he had acquired many nicknames. Little brother, stinky little brother, bad guy. Little rascal, darling, little darling. Seriously, I'm a grown man, and you call me little darling? Hua Qingwu's way of expressing herself and her vocabulary made Xiao Yu's scalp tingle. At that moment, she resembled a playful little deer as she ran toward him, her hair flowing in the wind, adding a touch of liveliness. Suddenly, she leaped into the air, executing her signature move, the little lamb pouncing on the tiger, and landed in Xiao Yu's arms, wrapping her long legs around his waist. He gave her a playful smack on her backside and shook his head helplessly. Be careful. How old are you now? Though he scolded her, his gaze softened, and affection sparkled in his eyes. Before he could say anything more, a soft, pink mouth pressed against his lips, silencing him. Fine, I'll let her do as she pleases since I spoiled her, Xiao Yu thought. Adopting a fatherly embrace as he held Hua Qingwu and looked toward Yi Qiu-chan, who was approaching. The goddess still maintained her distant and cold demeanor, but as she glanced over, the corners of her rosy lips curled into a faint smile, inexplicably warming Xiao Yu's heart. Seeing her little brother and sister exchanging glances, Hua Qingwu pouted and pinched him, saying sweetly, how did you know we were shopping? There's something called a mobile phone. You could have just called Lu Jie to find out. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yu retorted, can't you be a bit smarter? Oh, are you saying my sister is foolish? Hua Qingwu began her usual playful antics, wrapping her arms around her brother's neck and playfully nibbling on him. Go ahead. I've gotten used to it. Xiao Yu was unfazed and asked Yi Qiu-chan whether they should eat at home or out. I'll handle it, she replied. A smile blossomed on Yi Qiu-chan's delicate face as she stepped into the business vehicle. Xiao Yu felt warmth in his heart and also embraced the enchanting girl, stepping inside the car. As the saying goes, a good wife at home means no need to eat out. This saying couldn't be more accurate. Once back home, Xiao Yu and Hua Qingwu acted like two children, playfully tussling in the living room. Yi Qiu-chan emerged from the kitchen with charcoal and a copper pot, beginning to cut meat, beef, lamb, and seafood. She then started preparing dipping sauces and sesame paste, and finally brought out a few bottles of beer. Everything was ready and set on the dining table. Yi Qiu-chan gently called out to her brother and sister in the hall. It's time for hot pot. Hot pot. Hot pot. Hurry up. Hua Qingwu was riding on Xiao Yu's shoulders, happily wiggling her bottom and dancing with joy. Xiao Yu chuckled as he stood up, holding her two small, tender feet, and walked towards the living room. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu-chan quietly watched this scene, her eyes shimmering softly. Is this what a man is like? Out there, he battles through blood and gore, yet at home, he is playfully bullied by his own woman. It was inexplicably heart-pounding for Yi Qiu-chan. Like a fawn in a flurry. What good is the notion of eternal romance or love that rises and sets? She recalled that day when he achieved merit, bringing home 2 medals, one for first-class merit and one for second-class merit, presenting them to the 2 sisters. Hua Qingwu, feeling jealous, teased her brother with the second-class medal. Xiao Yu promised her he would earn a first-class medal for her next time. And today, he really brought out a first-class medal. 2 first-class medals, one for each sister. In that moment, their hearts nearly melted. The 3 siblings sat at the dining table. Outside the window, snowflakes began to fall, growing heavier. Enjoying hot pot, sipping beer, and watching the snowstorm outside, Xiao Yu squinted in contentment. It was winter outside, but summer inside, which made him very happy. Suddenly, with a playful tone, Hua Qingwu exclaimed, "Let us bow to heaven and earth." Huh. Xiao Yu and Yi Qiu-chan paused, only to realize they were both bowing their heads. Come on, keep going. Hua Qingwu pressed their heads down towards her, signaling them to bow to their parents. Xiao Yu, Yi Qiu-chan. However, they willingly let her press their heads down. The couple bowed to each other. Hua Qingwu, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, glanced at her brother and then at her sister, pressing their heads down again. Yi Qiu-chan's face flushed, looking particularly charming. Xiao Yu felt a stir of emotions within him. When they finally lifted their heads and locked eyes, one pair of eyes was gentle while the other was shy. The groom could kiss the bride now. Ah! Hua Qingwu exclaimed in surprise as she was already being pushed towards Xiao Yu by Yi Qiu-chan, her head pressed down. Xiao Yu's lips were also pressed against her red lips. By the time she realized it, she had already been kissed in a daze. She had been playfully bullied by Xiao Yu and Yi Qiu-chan. A typical case of intending harm, but causing harm to oneself. With a hint of a spoiled tone, Hua Qingwu began to act cute. Xiao Yu and Yi Qiu-chan exchanged a glance and smiled, shaking their heads. Sometimes, they seemed just like a couple, coaxing a mischievous and adorable child who could be a handful. It was tiring, a bit helpless, but also very joyful. Even though it was winter, they could still feel the warmth of home. After finishing the hot pot and tidying up the dishes, they went to the living room. The 3 of them cuddled together, watching the television. They didn't pay attention to what was on the screen. They were just enjoying the gentle warmth. The so-called peaceful days seemed to be just like this moment. When hungry, there was food. When tired, there was a bed. When weary, there was home. There was a little warmth in each day and a little peace in each year. They loved it. Chapter 134, Putting on the Thickest Armor. Taking the harshest hits, the night was deep, and the snow had stopped. Hua Qingwu snuggled in her brother's arms, sound asleep. Xiao Yu and Yi Qiu-chan exchanged a glance and smiled silently. Sis, how did you learn to cook? Xiao Yu asked casually, though he was quite curious inside. When our parents were often away when we were kids, I was bored alone. I saw the housekeeper cooking and learned a bit from her. And eventually I could do it myself, Yi Qiu-chan replied lightly. Sis Qiu-chan is indeed smart. That's impressive, Xiao Yu chuckled, flattering her. Yi Qiu-chan feigned a slight pout. But as a woman, her small vanity was greatly satisfied. She curled her lips, looking at him with interest, wanting to ask something. Being clever, she could tell her brother had questions. Xiao Yu awkwardly laughed. Do you think the 3 of us siblings got close too quickly, like in a sci-fi movie? Their acquaintance and bond felt so surreal, almost like something out of a fantasy. Yi Qiu-chan's expression shifted slightly, as if she wanted to ask, You know, I'm particularly timid. Xiao Yu put on a cowardly look, appearing quite shy. Huh. Yi Qiu-chan's bright eyes turned into crescent moons with laughter. You're timid? If it weren't for your older brother working in a security agency, I would almost believe your nonsense. She recalled their first meeting when Xiao Yu had already taken down several people. And shy? You were holding Qingwu while sleeping. And in the morning you came to kiss me. How can you say you're shy? Xiao Yu's face flushed, nearly losing his composure. He realized he had overdone the innocent act. However, as a handsome man who didn't rely solely on looks, he knew that sometimes one could be flexible with their dignity, right? It should be considered. After enough laughter, Yi Qiu-chan sighed lightly, fate. It seemed they were about to delve into metaphysics. Xiao Yu blinked, looking at her. We can be together. Yi Qiu-chan's expression turned serious. You should thank Qingwu the most. Xiao Yu's expression changed, falling silent. Her words sounded like, "You should thank your ex-girlfriend." More terrifying than a life-or-death question. "I'm serious. I'm not joking." Yi Qiu-chan's lively eyes sparkled with a smile. "It was Qingwu who liked you first. I came later." Huh. Xiaoyu was puzzled. "What does that matter? You already know about my past with Qingwu." Yi Qiu-chan calmly said, "We can't pretend forever. I understand, you're a goddess. You can't be with a demoness." Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. "And then? Once, Qingwu said that if one day a boy appeared who could save us, and one of us liked him, then we should be with him. I promised her." Yi Qiu-chan chuckled lightly, recalling that they had a bit to drink that day and made a vow together. "Xiaoyu, is it really that clutch? Am I really that unlucky lucky guy?" The reason he agreed to make a vow with her was because Yi Qiu-chan's eyes became glistening, like they were filled with autumn water. He knew that such things were impossible to happen, and with their identities, there wouldn't be any danger. What boy could possibly appear in front of them to save them? Not to mention, among their sisters, who would actually like him? Xiaoyu was taken aback. With Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu's identities, how could they possibly encounter danger? Did those security guards just sit around doing nothing? Moreover, without their consent, no boy could get close to them, let alone someone who could not only approach them, but also save them. And then one of them would actually fall for him. What were the odds of that happening? For example, you step out today and encounter a fairy sister. The fairy sister sees you and is amazed by your beauty, falling head over heels for you. Yes, it's like that. Anyone who dares to dream such a dream would surely be woken up by a lot of people. Of course, Xiaoyu had dreamed such dreams when he was younger. But Xiaoyu recalled the bar on the day he crossed over. Because of the system's appearance, he got close to the two girls. Since they were meeting an old classmate, they didn't have the security guards follow them. Later, not only did he save the two girls, but also Hua Qingwu ended up liking him. Was it because of the vow from that year that Yi Qiu-chan liked him? So it was just about the vow. Xiaoyu lowered his head, feeling pitiable. Did she really not like him? Are you silly? Do you think that with who we are, any vow could bind our sisterhood? Looking at her brother acting pitifully, Yi Qiu-chan laughed and scolded, "If it weren't sincere, would we be with you? Really?" Xiaoyu raised his head. There was no trace of grievance on his face, but rather a mischievous grin. He felt that his acting could win an Oscar. Yi Qiu-chan, annoyed, reached out to hit him, knowing he was acting and still saying sincere words. But Xiaoyu grabbed her hand and held it tightly in his palm. So tightly. How ridiculous. Xiaoyu didn't know whether to sigh or to complain. Or perhaps he should thank fate for its arrangement. Take a break. Yi Qiu-chan squeezed his large hand. "Qingwu has missed you a lot these past few days. Where are you?" Xiaoyu looked at her. Yi Qiu-chan didn't say anything, but shot him a playful glance. She stood up and walked toward the bathroom. In an instant, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. He carried the sleeping Hua Qingwu toward the bedroom. After a while, he came out of the bedroom and walked into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Xiaoyu let out a comfortable sigh, lying in the warm bathtub, looking utterly relaxed. A pair of delicate, fair hands were gently kneading his shoulders and neck. "Sister," Xiaoyu murmured with his eyes closed. "What?" Yi Qiu-chan asked softly. "You ask, if I were to eat Sister Qingwu, would something go wrong?" Xiaoyu joked. The hands resting on his shoulders paused for a moment, and Yi Qiu-chan playfully scolded. "If Aunt Hua finds out, she will kill you. When will that be?" Xiaoyu asked gloomily. "After both our parents meet," Yi Qiu-chan replied softly. "Or maybe when you meet Qingwu's father and come back alive." "Xiaoyu, why does it sound scarier the more we talk? Aren't you curious about what her father does?" Yi Qiu-chan seemed to be suppressing a laugh. Xiaoyu, nearly in tears, replied, "I dare not ask." "Ha-ha." Yi Qiu-chan laughed, so hard she shook. "When Aunt Hua came to find me that day," Xiaoyu snorted, "I met your mother." Yi Qiu-chan's laughter abruptly stopped, and she couldn't laugh anymore. "Sis, can you believe it? I actually met two future mothers-in-law on the same day," Xiaoyu exclaimed with a look of despair. "Ha!" Yi Qiu-chan burst into laughter at the imagined scene, foreseeing Xiaoyu's future predicament facing two mothers-in-law. Stack the thickest armor, endure the fiercest blows. Chapter 135. Honey, can you help me tie my shoelaces? On a quiet morning after the snow, the world was still. The enchanting Hua Qingwu was sealed on the bed. No matter how Xiaoyu called her, she just groaned and refused to get up. "Then you sleep by yourself. I'm going to take a shower." Xiaoyu slapped her lightly on the bottom and got up. Suddenly, a soft body pounced on his back. "You keep saying you like me. And now you're going to take a shower with your sister on your back?" Hua Qingwu wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs clinging to his waist, and shot him a glare with her charming eyes, gritting her teeth. "You're treating your sister like a stranger, huh? I was wrong to trust you." Xiao Yu. He recalled a joke he saw online. There was a boy named Xiao Qian and a girl named Xiao Bei. One stormy night, they became. Xiao Guai. Are you scared? When I pull out my magic staff, it'll be too late to apologize. Xiao Yu felt exhausted. She was pushing him to the brink. I don't care. I just want to see, Hua Qingwu said in a sultry, raspy voice, teasing him with a mischievous smile. Helpless, Xiao Yu carried her to the bathroom. He remembered when he was a child, he hated girls who could act cute and charming. But when he met Hua Qingwu, he realized, I can really pretend. Once in the bathroom, despite Hua Qingwu's earlier bravado, she was now timid. Xiao Yu, like a caring older brother, helped her out of her nightgown. He turned on the shower, applied shampoo to her hair, and washed it thoroughly. Then, he applied body wash and helped the enchanting girl take a shower. After over an hour of fussing, he carried her out of the bathroom. Hua Qingwu was soft and limp in his arms, her head resting on his shoulder. Her charming face was flushed like jade, and her eyes were already dreamy. Xiao Yu treated her like a daughter, carrying her to the living room. He then went to get a hairdryer and started drying her hair. Hua Qingwu's cheeks were adorned with a captivating smile. Was she foolish? No, she was smarter than anyone. She was just transforming into the type he liked. Yu Qiu-chan, who had finished making breakfast, walked out of the kitchen and saw the heartwarming scene. Xiao Yu was drying Hua Qingwu's hair while she leaned against him, cooing sweetly. Smiling and shaking her head, Yu Qiu-chan set the porridge, buns, fried eggs, grilled sausages, and pickles on the table, calling them to eat. Xiao Yu put down the hairdryer. Her hair was almost dry. He picked her up. Hua Qingwu stretched out her hands, and you had to say, Your Highness, please eat. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth. Do you believe I could slap you down with one hand? Hua Qingwu's face blossomed into a bright smile, her sparkling eyes shining. Kneeling on the sofa, she leaned over and gave him a sweet kiss. Xiao Yu sighed. Your Highness, please eat. He extended his hands for a princess carry and lifted Hua Qingwu towards the dining room. He deeply understood why beauty was a powerful weapon against men. This weapon was too fierce. Are you not going to work today? Yu Qiu-chan picked up a fried egg and placed it on the porcelain plate in front of Xiao Yu. Take a break for 3 days. Xiao Yu was using a wet wipe to clean Hua Qingwu's mouth. The sister's eyes instantly brightened. Can we go out and play? Hua Qingwu's bright eyes widened. Can we play in the snow? Xiao Yu. Yu Qiu-chan. No, it's winter. Why don't you stay at home instead of playing in the snow? But then she thought for a moment. They had already forgotten the last time they played in the snow. It wasn't like when they were kids, going out as soon as it snowed. Snowball fights, building snowmen, blowing bubbles, skiing. The 3 siblings exchanged glances and laughed. Then let's go play in the snow. After breakfast, the 3 of them changed into matching down jackets, along with gloves, hats, and shoes, all in couple styles. All bought by Hua Qingwu. After Xiao Yu and Yu Qiu-chan got dressed, the little fairy acted spoiled, wanting her brother to tie her shoelaces. Do it yourself. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. You tie it for me. Hua Qingwu pouted. Well, I guess I could. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes again. Call me husband? Hua Qingwu. Is my brother that submissive? Yu Qiu-chan smirked, watching the scene unfold. Not calling me, huh? Xiao Yu took Yu Qiu-chan's hand, pretending to leave. Then we'll go first. Hua Qingwu panicked and whispered, Husband. Her voice was too soft to be heard. Xiao Yu's smile nearly reached his ears. Yu Qiu-chan was also chuckling at her sister. Husband, help me tie my shoelaces. After calling out, Hua Qingwu let go and acted cute. Xiao Yu squatted down and tied her shoelaces. Hua Qingwu looked proudly at her good friend. Yu Qiu-chan laughed and asked, When you're old, will you have your husband help you with your oxygen tube too? Hua Qingwu's proud expression froze. Xiao Yu pictured the scene. Child. Mom, let me help you with your oxygen tube. Mom. No, I want my husband to help me. Gasp. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. The image was too beautiful. He felt he couldn't bear to look. Stepping out of the house, the 3 siblings wore bright smiles. They said they were going to play in the snow, but in a place like the capital, there wasn't much snow accumulation. As they walked along the road, admiring the snow-covered scenery, Xiao Yu suddenly squatted down. He scooped up 2 handfuls of snow from the roadside and tossed them over the heads of the 2 girls. Hua Qingwu screamed, while Yu Qiu-chan glared at him. They crouched down to grab snow and were about to throw it back at their brother. Xiao Yu took off running. The 2 girls laughed as they chased after him. Their laughter was so carefree. Ignoring the gazes of passers-by, they seemed like 3 children playing and frolicking together. However, they didn't notice that not far down the street, a regular sedan was parked. Inside the car sat 2 distinguished middle-aged men. Through the car window, their gaze was affectionate as they watched Yu Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu. but it turned cold when their eyes shifted to Xiaoyu. The look in their eyes was as if they were staring at a wild boar about to uproot their precious crops. It was more like looking at a foolish young man. A middle-aged man asked, "How long has it been since they were this happy?" "Quite a while, right?" Another middle-aged man sighed, seemingly asking his companion, but also reflecting inwardly. "Should we intervene? Do you dare?" "I wouldn't dare. My mother would kill me." "Hee. Then why ask me? I just get angry looking at him. What should I do?" "Then don't look." The two middle-aged men exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. The car started and disappeared into the flow of traffic. Xiaoyu, who was playing with the two girls, turned his head. He glanced at the departing car, slightly frowning. Was it an illusion? Suddenly, two snowballs hit his face. "Ha ha." The two girls, holding hands, laughed and ran joyfully. Xiaoyu chased after them, flailing his arms, provoking a chorus of screams. In this bustling world, where is the grand romance? All one can hope for is that time stretches on, slowly and endlessly. Chapter 136. The little sheep is the most dangerous at noon. The winter sun shone on the snow, and the trees were adorned in silver. The three siblings were sitting in a barbecue restaurant. Such places are commonly referred to as fly restaurants in the north. Although the shop was small, the tables were filled with people. Many diners occasionally glanced at the three siblings who had just sat down, their faces showing surprise, but more so, shock. Their striking looks were beyond mere description. The three faces were even more attractive than those of celebrities, accompanied by an indescribable aura. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem like people who would be here. They ordered 10 skewers of beef, 10 skewers of lamb, 3 lamb chops, enoki mushrooms, leeks, corn, and 3 bottles of beer. Ignoring the gazes from the other diners, Xiaoyu looked at the middle-aged woman taking their order and added, 2 more cloves of raw garlic, please." "Sure." The middle-aged woman, upon hearing raw garlic, glanced at Xiaoyu, and her professional smile became a bit more warm. She understood barbecue well. After she left, the two girls turned to Xiaoyu. "Raw garlic?" Hua Qingwu blinked her big, watery eyes, looking like a curious child. Yiqiu-chan was also looking at Xiaoyu, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing the expressions of the two girls, Xiaoyu's gaze became somewhat complex. The two extraordinary girls may have visited such fly restaurants in the past, but having come from wealthy families, they were unfamiliar with the joys of ordinary life. Eating meat without garlic loses half the flavor. Xiaoyu smiled and explained, "Barbecue is oily and fragrant, but it can be greasy. Raw garlic not only enhances the aroma, but also helps to cut through the greasiness. It's just that many people aren't used to it. The strong garlic flavor and pungent breath often deter girls from eating it." The two girls exchanged glances. Hua Qingwu looked eager to try. Even the goddess-like Yiqiu-chan seemed to be looking forward to it. Now the three of them had become the closest of companions. The girls didn't need to pretend in front of Xiaoyu. They could eat whatever they wanted. Even their bodies had been seen by their brother, so there was no need for pretense. They could be their true selves. Take Hua Qingwu, for example. Initially, when she slept with Xiaoyu, she would put on a little nightgown. Now, she had the confidence to wander around in front of her brother without anything on, completely at ease. Humans are such strange creatures. The middle-aged woman brought over the red-hot charcoal with a metal spatula. She opened the barbecue grill on the table and added the charcoal. One by one, the skewers were brought out on trays, all about 70 to 80% cooked. Diners needed to grill them a bit more themselves before eating. If they were fully cooked, reheating them would easily make the meat tough and less enjoyable. The two girls smiled as they watched their brother grilling the skewers, serving them. There was an indescribable joy in their hearts. Xiaoyu placed a few skewers of meat in front of the two girls and peeled a few cloves of garlic, offering them. Then he took the bottle opener and opened the beer. Instead of pouring it into glasses, he smiled at the girls and said, "How about trying to drink straight from the bottle?" The two girls exchanged surprised looks. Xiaoyu didn't say much. He grabbed a bottle of beer and took a few gulps. He let out an unrefined burp, exhaling a breath of beer. The two girls looked at him, then at the bottle of alcohol in front of them. Hua Qingwu was the first to pick up the bottle and took a few sips. She displayed quite a bit of bravado typical of strong women. After a small burp, her eyes sparkled. Her expression was one of joy and surprise. It really tasted better. "Of course," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "When you drink beer, it's about the feeling. If you pour it into a glass, a lot of bubbles will evaporate during the process, and the taste will slightly diminish. Drinking from the bottle, the first few sips are great, but after that, it's the same as pouring it into a glass. That's also why beer sometimes tastes better than bottled beer. Most bottled ones are poured into glasses. While cans are drunk directly, can the taste be the same? Yi Cho-chan also mimicked her brother and sister, picking up the bottle for the first time in her life. She took a few sips, her eyes brightening and a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. It was really good. This place has been open for 10 years. Xiaoyu took a tissue to wipe Hua Qingwu's mouth, which had gotten messy from eating, and looked at the framed photos on the wall. He could see some small celebrities posing with the owner. Thinking of celebrities, he glanced at Hua Qingwu. The little fairy no longer mentioned wanting to be a star or asked him for lyrics or scripts. Xiaoyu recalled the last time he met his future mother-in-law. Hua Lingdang had asked him if he heard he could write songs. He was almost scared out of his wits at that moment and decided not to help Hua Qingwu become a star anymore. If you offend your girlfriend, you still have a chance to make up for it. But if you offend your mother-in-law, you definitely get scolded by your own mother. Xiaoyu looked at the happily eating Hua Qingwu and chuckled inwardly. What kind of family is this? You still want to be a star? Don't you care about embarrassing your parents? If it were his own daughter, he'd probably be furious. Hua Qingwu really knows how to be dramatic. She is not that young anymore, but still has a childish personality. If you tease her, she giggles. If you try to mess with her, she'll bite you. Sister Cho-chan is better, but she is just too cold. Xiaoyu glanced at Yi Cho-chan, who was quietly eating skewers. It's a pity she is too smart and aloof. If you really tried to tease her, you'd end up embarrassed instead. Xiaoyu picked up a tissue and gently wiped the grease from the corners of the Ice Beauty's lips. Yi Cho-chan's cheeks flushed, her cool eyes becoming soft and alluring. Being served by her brother made her a bit uncomfortable. At home, you serve me. Outside, I serve you. Xiaoyu said it so naturally, as if there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Yi Cho-chan thought for a moment, then smiled, coming to terms with it. The three siblings happily enjoyed a barbecue meal. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu accompanied his two sisters shopping. They even watched a movie. The process was quite ordinary. Unlike other couples who might visit haunted houses or engage in thrilling activities like surfing or skiing, their interactions were very simple. As long as they were together, it felt comfortable and joyful. That was enough. In the evening, back home, Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, holding Hua Qingwu, who was playing with her phone. While watching Yi Cho-chan cook in the kitchen, he really wanted to slap himself, but didn't he dare to. One side fears it's a dream, while the other fears waking up. What are you worried about? The delicate voice of Hua Qingwu whispers in my ear. It's so blissful, like a dream. Xiaoyu chuckles lightly, feeling a bit scared. Little rascal, tell your sister what's going on. Hua Qingwu giggles. What have you experienced to be so cautious, even in dreams? Mainly, being supported by a beautiful little ant. Xiaoyu happily hugs the slender waist of the fairy. Haraha. Hua Qingwu is delighted, kissing her brother several times. Is it really that beautiful? Xiaoyu captures her lips, silencing the fairy's next potentially dangerous question. Isn't the little lamb cute? But one day, when you discover that the seemingly weak little lamb is actually the most dangerous, you won't find it cute anymore. That's terrifying. Yi Cho-chan walks out of the kitchen with a smile, watching the two embrace. Stop kissing, it's time to eat. Chapter 137. Mitsui truly has great awareness the joyful days were short-lived, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Xiaoyu did his best to accompany his two sisters during this time, keeping them happy and comfortable. How can one describe his feelings? Perhaps it was a sense of guilt. He couldn't be with them like a normal couple. Early in the morning, Hua Qingwu surprisingly did not linger in bed. She transformed from a little fairy who only knew how to act cute into a responsible older sister. She accompanied her brother while he washed up and helped him organize his clothes. During breakfast, she sat beside him, serving him porridge and dishes. She shifted from being an older sister to a well-behaved little wife. Xiaoyu and Yi Cho-chan exchanged silent glances, feeling a sense of comfort, as if to say, our girl is growing up. After finishing their meal, they arrived at the entrance. Hua Qingwu squatted down, bringing her brother's shoes to help him wear them. Xiaoyu felt a tug at his heart. What had made a young lady go to such lengths? In fact, he was very aware of the situation. Looking at the two girls in front of him, Xiaoyu reached out, embraced Yi Cho-chan, and kissed Hua Qingwu. Don't worry, I'll try to come home early. A sunny smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face, and he felt he could climb back home no matter what. There should be no one in this world who could stop him from returning. The two girls smiled with joy. That was enough. As long as he said he would come home, he would definitely return. Morning sun, third team. When colleagues saw Xiaoyu, although they smiled on the outside, their hearts were filled with shock and numbness. Originally, they were just investigating a gas explosion case. But this young brother had directly uncovered a homicide case. Then, it spiraled out of control. The case was so significant that ordinary detectives like them dared not even think about it. Organ trafficking, a killer group, involving over 50 children who had lost their lives. The sky seemed to have fallen. No, it had already collapsed. It was said that the leadership of a city in the Boot City, along with the police system, had been completely taken down. This was all news that Wu Chang revealed when he returned. There were even more terrifying things that Wu Chang couldn't disclose. As for what Xiaoyu had done in Boot City, they dared not imagine. It was too frightening. In the captain's office, Zhou Xianghua and He Yong had complex expressions as they looked at Xiaoyu and Wu Chang in front of them. Let's hear what can be said. As an instructor, He Yong looked conflicted. Xiaoyu presented himself as a well-behaved little rabbit, remaining silent. Wu Chang glanced at him, feeling too intimidated to speak. Let us focus on what can be shared. Zhou Xianghua glared at his subordinate. After pondering, Wu Chang began. Originally, a leader from the provincial department came to Boot City, intending to cover things up and force us back to the capital. Xiaoyu revealed his national security identity, and that leader knelt on the spot. If he didn't kneel, he would die. Then, the national security personnel arrived and took over everything. At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming killing intent from Xiaoyu. It was also fortunate for that first-level police supervisor. If you dare to show off again, he might be shot on the spot. The national security police are quite intimidating. However, the identity that Xiaoyu revealed is still that of a national security special agent. Wu Chang has been a police officer for many years, and it's his first time encountering a national security special agent. He never expected such a big shot to be standing right next to him, giving him a surreal feeling as if he were living in a dream. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong looked at Xiaoyu with increasingly complex expressions because they already knew about this subordinate's other identity. They just didn't expect him to reveal it so soon. Imagine the scene at that moment. A provincial department-level police supervisor was taken down. That S at the bureau chief level, which is quite frightening. The two team leaders didn't dare to ask about the case that followed. As long as the case was solved, that was good enough. Zhou Xianghua smiled at Xiaoyu and said, "If you've rested enough, let us get back to work." Xiaoyu chuckled. Our team will receive a collective first-class merit. This was promised to him by Yi Hong. Cases of such high-level significance are another matter for individual achievements. The discovery of the case by the third team is already a significant contribution. This is the primary credit. Giving a collective first-class merit is not an issue at all. As for Xiaoyu, he may have lost his honorary title, but he will still receive a first-class merit. These achievements will only be issued after the case is closed. Due to the special and complex nature of the case, there will not be a systematic notification of commendation. Of course, as long as the merits are recognized, it doesn't matter whether there's a notification or not. Everyone's records will improve, salaries may be raised, bonuses will be received, and perhaps there will even be promotions. It's quite delightful. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the top leaders of the team were pleasantly surprised. Even Wu Chang couldn't help but smile widely. Who wouldn't he be happy? It's not that police officers lack emotions, they are human too. Besides upholding justice and maintaining peace, they also want higher salaries so their families can live better. Is that too much to ask? All day long, Xiaoyu relaxed at the unit. Aside from wandering around aimlessly, he had almost nothing to do. Mainly, he had been promoted too quickly and was already at the level of a staff officer. In the team, he was at least at the level of a squad leader. The same as Wu Chang. However, positions like this are not determined internally. They need to be reported and approved by higher-ups. So, although Xiaoyu holds a staff officer position and a third-level police supervisor rank, his official position has not yet been finalized. Zhou Xianghua and He Yong did not assign any work to Xiaoyu, mainly because they didn't know what to assign him. Should they use a cannon to deal with mosquitoes? Nowadays, if you let Xiaoyu handle some minor cases, wouldn't that be belittling him? What kind of cases has he been involved with? Don't you know in your heart? Furthermore, Xiaoyu's identity is too special, holding dual roles. With his national security position, they don't dare to order him around. Unless there's a major case. Otherwise, they can only let Xiaoyu work freely. Whatever he wants to do in the third team, he can do it. No one would have any objections to that. Since Xiaoyu arrived at the third team, everyone has already received a collective first-class merit. It is said that there will soon be another collective first-class merit. Damn, everyone is totally confused. They haven't done anything. And suddenly good things start falling from the sky. The surprise came too fast, like a tornado. It left everyone dazed. So what's the situation with Xiaoyu in the third team now? He's being supported by the third team. Because no one is a fool. As long as Xiaoyu is in charge of the third team and is well taken care of, everyone can enjoy the benefits together. in the backyard of the third team. This doesn't seem like the life I want, right? With a face full of mixed emotions, Xiaoyu squats on the ground, leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette, murmuring to the sky, "Coach, I want to play ball. Oh no, I want to solve cases." Speaking of playing ball, Sanjing really has the right mindset. Playing ball is the ultimate dream of every man. This is quite nice. After finishing his cigarette, Xiaoyu stands up. He can spend more time with the two sisters. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, Xiaoyu worked during the day and accompanied the sisters at night. Life was almost like a fairy tale. The night was quiet and poetic. Xiaoyu held on to Hua Qingguo, both of them sleeping soundly in each other's embrace. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Xiaoyu frowned slightly and opened his eyes. He picked up the phone from the nightstand and took a look. Yiheng. He glanced at the time. 3 a.m.? Xiaoyu's expression changed. Something happened? Chapter 138. A meeting of minds. Hello? As the call connected, Xiaoyu lowered his voice, worried about waking up Hua Qingguo. "I have something to discuss," Yiheng said, his tone heavy. "I need your help with something." This statement carried a lot of weight. Xiaoyu frowned. "What do you mean? We need you to help find someone? Or a group of people?" Yiheng sighed. "Are you seriously trying to use me as a tool again?" Xiaoyu snapped. "You don't expect me to catch spies, do you?" "Impressive, you guessed it," Yiheng teased. "Did you forget your other identity? Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Xiaoyu retorted, half amused and half annoyed. "It's not me, it's an order from the old man," Yiheng said with a low chuckle. "Come on, why is he so fixated on me? I'm not even related to him," Xiaoyu questioned, feeling uneasy. Is the head of national security really that free? This point truly puzzled him. Xiaoyu couldn't believe that a mere nobody like him could catch the attention of someone so significant. "Do you think you're worthy of being remembered and sought out for fun?" "Huh." Yiheng on the other end seemed taken aback. "You still don't know who he is? What? Am I supposed to know him?" Xiaoyu asked, confusion evident on his face. "Huh. If you don't know, then forget it," Yiheng laughed. "Hurry up, the car is waiting for you outside." "Got it." Xiaoyu hung up, narrowing his eyes. Who exactly is the head of national security, and why should I know him? Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this. Xiaoyu gently withdrew his arm from Hua Qingguo's neck, leaned down, and kissed her soft lips. He quickly got up, covered the little fairy with a blanket, and walked out of the bedroom. Passing by Yi Qiu-chan's door, Xiaoyu hesitated, wondering if he should go in. Suddenly, the door opened. The icy beauty in her pajamas seemed to sense he was outside. "Are you going to work?" Yi Qiu-chan asked softly. "How did you wake up?" Xiaoyu reached out and pulled her into his embrace, burying his face in her silky hair. "I was thirsty, so I got up for some water." Yi Qiu-chan quietly leaned against him, her cheek resting on his strong chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, feeling inexplicably at ease. So it wasn't a meeting of minds after all. Xiaoyu chuckled. "Let me give you a kiss." Yi Qiu-chan tilted her blushing face up. Xiaoyu kissed her lips, pulled back, and said earnestly, "Take good care of our daughter." "Huh." Yi Qiu-chan's eyes sparkled, smiling like a celestial being. "Be careful. She might hear you and cause a scene." Xiaoyu didn't respond, leaning down to kiss her forehead. "Stay safe." Yi Qiu-chan wrapped her arms around his waist. "I will, and you too." Xiaoyu quickly walked to the entrance, put on his shoes, and stepped out of the house. Yi Qiu-chan held her chest. Her jade-like face clouded with worry. Just now, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if she sensed something. As soon as she got up and reached the door, she knew he would be there. No one should be able to harm him, right? Yi Qiu-chan murmured to herself, "Am I overthinking it?" The feeling of anxiety gradually faded away, and she didn't return to her own room. Instead, she walked toward her brother's bedroom, climbed onto the bed, and held Hua Qingguo in her arms. Smiling, she whispered, "What a carefree girl." Hua Qingguo pouted her lips and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qiu-chan gently patted her back and closed her eyes. The two sisters embraced each other and fell asleep like they did when they were young. In the courtyard, Xiaoyu looked toward a room and nodded. The security guard Lu Yin walked out from the room, smiling. Xiaoyu glanced into the distance. His forehead was locked on by a sniper rifle, but there was no intent to kill, as long as he wasn't slacking off. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. The sniper's lock disappeared. Only then did Xiaoyu feel relieved to walk out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, a business vehicle was parked in the alley. Yiheng leaned against the car, smoking. "Sometimes I really want to beat you up." Walking to the front of the car, Xiaoyu said irritably, "You're not up to any bad deeds, are you?" Yiheng teased deliberately, "Young man, you should take care of your health." The next moment, his expression suddenly changed. A strong desire to survive triggered Yiheng's potential. He tried to dodge, but a hand grasped his neck. Then it was released. If it wasn't for the fact that you might become my brother-in-law, Xiao Yu grinned, you would have been dead. Yi Heng. What a lunatic. You almost scared me to death. Realizing he had teased first, he could only smile wryly. It was clear that this younger brother never lost out. He retaliated on the spot. The business vehicle sped away. Inside the car. In such a hurry? Xiao Yu asked, can't we wait until dawn? No time to wait. Yi Heng shook his head. Our target that we have been monitoring for 2 years has been killed. Why not catch them? Xiao Yu was puzzled. We're fishing. If the fish is too small, it's useless to catch it. Yi Heng shrugged. Besides, small fish can be used as bait, who knows? We might catch a big fish. Are you joking? Xiao Yu's expression was strange. Do you know how to write the last 3 characters of human greed? You think you're raising a small fish, but it might turn into a shark one day. In criminal investigation, the biggest taboo is losing big because of small matters. How could the national security make such a basic mistake? Yi Heng. I don't know about a snake swallowing an elephant. I just know you look like a comedian under a bridge. But this time, the 9 Bureau indeed made a mistake. That's why Xiao Yu was brought in. To see if he could make up for it. The business vehicle didn't head to national security, but went directly to Wuhan. It stopped at a high-end residential area. The two got out of the car and walked into a residential building, taking the elevator. On the 15th floor, Yi Heng was the first to exit the elevator, leading his younger brother to a door. The door was open, with caution tape outside. Surrounding them were 6 national security personnel. A forensic doctor was conducting an on-site autopsy on a body. Beast form, eagle eye. Xiao Yu's gaze fell on the corpse, focusing on the deceased's neck. The neck muscles, trachea, and esophagus had been completely severed. It was evident from the wound that the throat had been cut with a sharp object. The bruising around the deceased's mouth suggested that someone had covered their mouth at the time of the attack, causing those marks. It was a straightforward method of murder, without any special characteristics. Xiao Yu was puzzled. Was I just brought here to see the body? No. Yi Heng wore a pained expression, as if constipated, and said, someone killed this person right in front of us. Are you kidding me? Xiao Yu was stunned, his mind racing. The only ones who could monitor the 15th floor had to be at a height, possibly using drones or high-powered telescopes. Xiao Yu looked up and out the window, spotting several tall buildings outside. His eyes quickly scanned the area. Suddenly, he froze at the 16th floor of one of the tall buildings, where he saw a telescope set up by a floor-to-ceiling window. He also noticed a national security officer in an administrative jacket. Raising his hand, Xiao Yu pointed at that building and asked, is it over there? Yi Heng replied, little brother, I know you're impressive, but this is a bit too much, isn't it? Chapter 139. What kind of monster is he in a high-rise building, on the 16th floor, in a certain room? Xiao Yu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the monocular telescope fixed on a tripod. Usually, my people monitor the target's activities from this room. Yi Heng's expression was dark. Since the target returned home yesterday, the lights had not been turned on until dawn. The surveillance team noticed something unusual and rushed to the target's home, only to find that the target had been killed. Since it was a minor player, what kind of identity did the victim have? Xiao Yu was puzzled. Minor player, Yi Heng said. Xiao Yu had a confused expression. A minor player is a type of spy, Yi Heng explained. In a spy network, there are various roles, including minor players, informants, commanders, and dandelions. Minor players can also be called insiders and are the lowest level, consisting of personnel developed from informants in other countries, and they aren't even considered real spies. Informants are what we call foreign spies. Commanders are leaders of a spy network and hold the highest rank. As for dandelions, they are the most mysterious. They can be informants, commanders, or anyone else. Until a dandelion is captured, their true identity is almost never known, and their level of secrecy is even higher than that of a commander. Of course, different countries have different names for these types of intelligence personnel, but they are generally similar. Yi Heng pointed out the window at the room of the victim across the way, saying he was just a minor player. Someone who became a traitor after being tempted by foreign intelligence personnel, providing some sensitive information to foreign intelligence agencies. Sensitive information? Xiao Yu caught the key point. What secrets were involved? Well, Yi Heng hesitated for a moment. Your current identity is also special operations, but remember to keep it confidential. Xiao Yu nodded. In police work, some cases occasionally involve sensitive information. There are confidentiality regulations, and he understands the rules. The organ cultivation technology in our country, Yi Heng said, emphasizing each word, it has succeeded. Xiao Yu was stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Suddenly, he recalled a saying, as long as I boast big enough. There is nothing I cannot achieve in this world. What is organ cultivation? It refers to using cell culture technology to manufacture organs for various parts of the human body. Can this technology be realized? The answer is yes. A doctor from a certain university once predicted that by 2030, artificial organ stores would emerge. What gave him the courage to predict this? The reason is that today's scientists have already used cell culture to grow cartilage, noses, ears, bones, skin, blood vessels, and heart valves. The most frightening part is that 4 years ago, scientists used human cells not only to cultivate the first living bladder, but also to grow the first living trachea. It is expected that within 5 years, this group of scientists will be able to cultivate livers, followed by hearts. So, since this technology has already emerged, why is it not being used in the medical field to benefit the world? The answer is cost. Do you know how much it costs to cultivate a nose? $43 million. Even capital would be baffled by the costs involved. Is it insane? In the eyes of investors, just offering a bounty of 100,000 would attract people willing to give up their organs. Can't scientists solve the issues of cost reduction or mass production? The harsh truth is, they can't. It's similar to a recent case solved by Xiao Yu, which involved organ trafficking. Organs aren't just usable at will, they require matching, even for direct relatives. The chances of a successful match are only slightly better, but not guaranteed. So, even if some organs could be mass-produced, what's the point? Who would they be used for? Would you dare to use them without a match? The best way to utilize these artificial organs would be to cultivate them from cells provided by those in need of organs. However, there's a problem. Those who need organs are usually in poor health. Moreover, cultivating organs takes time. And even then, the organs would only be suitable for the individual donor, making cost reduction impossible. The cost of cultivating an organ ranges from hundreds of thousands to millions. As long as the matching issue isn't resolved, this technology remains ineffective, neither tasty nor worth discarding. Then, Xiao Yu looked at Yi Heng as if he were a fool. No, aren't spies supposed to be smarter? If a certain country developed this technology, would they naively come to steal it? As a clever and reliable individual, Xiao Yu found it hard to understand. Do you get this? Observing Yi Heng's expression, he seemed very surprised. I don't understand. I'm just effectively utilizing knowledge I learned in my past life. Xiao Yu's smile was overly professional. Don't tell me the spies want to steal this technology? If so, I would laugh like a pig. Are you mocking me in your mind? Yi Heng narrowed his eyes. I'm not. Xiao Yu grinned. Suddenly, Yi Heng's expression changed. Have you heard of universal blood? Universal blood. O-type. Xiao Yu frowned. But now, O-type isn't really universal, is it? Why bring this up? No, you're mistaken. There is indeed universal blood. But it's not O-type. Yi Heng adopted a wise demeanor. Rh-null blood, also known as golden blood, is the true universal blood type. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback and nodded. All right, I was wrong. Rh-null is indeed the universal blood type. It can be used by anyone, but is a disaster for the individual. Besides Rh-null, they can't use any other blood. According to data, only 43 people worldwide have it. What exactly are you trying to say? Xiao Yu's interest grew stronger. I just want to say, since some people might have universal blood, could it be possible that some of their organs are also universal and can be used by anyone? His words struck Xiao Yu's mind like lightning. Not only did it light up his eyes, but it also sparked a flood of inspiration. Could it be? Xiao Yu blinked. Are there really such people? Yes, 43 of them. Yi Heng replied with certainty. Wow. Xiao Yu almost swore. Don't tell me they are the ones with golden blood? You thought of that? Yi Heng looked at his younger brother in surprise. Of course, you mentioned the number. Xiao Yu couldn't stay calm. His brain turned into a CPU, starting to operate wildly and reason. Those with golden blood can actually become universal donors, and their organs can be used by anyone? Even if the organs of such people can be transplanted to everyone, what good does it do when there are only 43 in the world? It's useful, because it's not about transplanting organs, but about their cells. As long as the cells are obtained, using human organ cultivation technology, artificial living organs can be mass-produced. These organs won't have compatibility issues. Human organ cultivation technology instantly turns waste into treasure. This is going against the heavens. But wait. Xiao Yu suddenly woke up. These spies are not after human organ cultivation technology, but those individuals with golden blood? Yi Heng was stunned. He stared blankly at his younger brother. What kind of monster is he? Chapter 140. As long as I am not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed is someone else. Is the technology for cultivating human organs impressive? Absolutely, it's incredibly impressive. However, The organs that are cultivated cannot be matched for compatibility, and the cost is too high. No matter how good the technology is, if it cannot benefit the nation, the people, or generate profit, it is of no use. Now things are different. The cells from gold blood carriers can cultivate human organs that ignore compatibility. This technology will become quite formidable. When the technology matures, it's manageable if controlled by the state. But if it falls into the hands of capital, it could be terrifying. Why did Xiaoyu deduce that the other party wasn't T after the technology, but rather after the gold blood carriers? This cultivation technology initially appeared abroad. Now even certain countries have this technology. For example, nuclear weapons. When one country possesses such technology, it won't be long before another country develops it. Then comes the third, the fourth. Countless nations will eventually possess nuclear weapons. Technology cannot be blocked. If you can create it, others can research it too. Once everyone has this technology, what starts to become valuable? Materials. It's that simple. Without materials, how can you create nuclear weapons? Do you think some countries have few nuclear weapons because they don't want to create them? Since the technology was invented abroad and is now also possessed by certain countries, it indicates that many nations already have it. So, was that informant looking to find gold blood carriers? Xiaoyu's mind was racing, muttering to himself. His death represents a cover-up? Does it mean that certain individuals have already found the gold blood carriers? Was I brought in to quickly locate that person to prevent the gold blood carriers from being silenced? What does it mean for a gold blood carrier to be silenced? As mentioned earlier, possessing technology is useless if the cost is too high. Now it's different. It has been discovered that organs cultivated from gold blood carrier cells can ignore compatibility. How many cells are there in a human body? 40 to 60 trillion. The specific cells required for organ cultivation are also in trillions. As long as one gold blood carrier is found, an endless supply of human organs can be cultivated in bulk. So, profit? If someone has mastered this technology and wants to use it to scheme for enormous profits, what will they do? First, they will ensure they have a gold blood carrier. Next, they will eliminate all other gold blood carriers to prevent others from having the materials. Finally, even if others master the technology, it won't matter. If you don't have a gold blood carrier, only I can cultivate organs that ignore compatibility. What use is it for others to have the technology without the materials? That informant must be from the medical system, right? Xiaoyu rubbed his temples. Only someone within the medical system, through big data, would know who the gold blood carriers are. Otherwise, how could you guess that only 43 people globally possess gold blood? People get sick. When they fall ill, they go to the hospital. Blood tests are a common method. When your blood type is a rare type, it will enter the large database of the medical system. Then, this specific data will appear in the statistics of international medical institutions. Of course, international medical institutions have confidentiality rules. If a certain country has carriers of a rare blood type, other countries will not know the identity of these carriers. If someone wants to eliminate these carriers, they must go to certain countries. They would enter the medical system's large database in that country to find a carrier. This is why the character inferred that the underling was involved with the medical system. Since this underling has been silenced, it indicates that someone has already grasped the true identity of the carriers. Therefore, this underling is no longer useful. When the character deduced this conclusion, suddenly, ding! The system task has been successfully activated. System task, Shadow of Espionage. Task duration, 15 days. Task reward, Master of Mind. Task hint, please capture the involved spies and dismantle the spy network within 15 days. Task rules, if the host successfully completes the task, the system reward will be permanently retained. If the host fails the task, the rewards will be revoked. Please complete the task within the specified time limit as soon as possible. Task countdown begins. The character came back to his senses. There was no surprise at the appearance of the system task. Immediately afterward, knowledge related to psychology, applied psychology, hypnotic psychology, psychodynamics, and other techniques, abilities, and methods concerning human psychology surged into his mind and body, branding him. Wow, this is amazing. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he felt immense joy. In his previous life, he spent 5 years self-studying micro-expression psychology just to barely enter the threshold of that field. Now, he actually mastered all knowledge and techniques regarding human psychology and stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. This is truly incredible. His body even trembled slightly. In his ecstatic state, he was unaware that his murmured deductions had already stunned Yi Heng, who was nearby. In just a few minutes, the character deduced things that had taken national security half a year to investigate. and it took another year and a half to monitor that underling in order to catch spies behind them. This doesn't imply that the national security personnel are incompetent. Rather, they discovered the target's anomalies and gradually uncovered the purpose, which was to find the carriers of the rare blood type. The character, however, had received too many hints from Yi Heng to arrive at this conclusion. Even so, this deductive ability is quite terrifying, far surpassing many others, indicating that his intelligence is significantly higher than that of an average person. He is simply like a monster. Being around such a monster, others appear almost like fools, like mere tools. In a previous life, there was a genius known as Wei Shun. In his field, you wouldn't even be qualified to be an idiot. You'd merely be a mere insect, akin to a grasshopper in its pupal stage. Coming back to reality, Yi Heng began to feel puzzled again. He noticed that his younger brother was quite strange. Every time a case came up, Xiao Yu's intelligence would skyrocket. In daily life, he seemed to have an average level of intelligence. Why was that? Yi Heng recalled a saying, "Every profession has its expertise." Just like a skilled carpenter who excels in woodworking, but outside of that, he is almost a complete novice in life. Xiao Yu was a genius in the field of criminal investigation, a terrifying genius. What was the point of comparing myself to such a genius? That would be foolish. Yi Heng consoled himself. Their essay saying, "As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed is others." Little brother, think of a way to find him, or them. Yi Heng looked into Xiao Yu's eyes. Otherwise, something big could happen. Understood. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Yu shifted his focus from system abilities to the case. The first step was to determine the cause of the death of the suspect. Chapter 141. It turns out to be a woman. The cause of death is clear. What else is there to investigate? Yi Heng looked at his younger companion with a puzzled expression. The cause of death not only includes the process of the victim's encounter, but also encompasses many other factors. Xiao Yu explained. It can also reveal the other party's psychology, motives, as well as their hiding place. To kill someone right under the noses of national security personnel, such a person can't be simple, can they? At 4:20 a.m., Xiao Yu stood in front of the victim's body. It could be confirmed that the victim had been dead for over 8 hours. The time of death could be roughly inferred to be before 8 p.m. last night. According to the national security personnel's account, the victim returned home around 6:30 p.m. yesterday. It's not hard to deduce that the victim might have encountered danger shortly after returning home. Shifting his gaze from the body, Xiao Yu observed the ground, excluding the shoe prints of the national security personnel and the forensic expert. He also noticed 2 other sets of footprints. One belonged to the victim, while the other. He carefully examined the footprints for a long time. Size 41. Weight approximately 50 to 60 kilograms. Height around 168 to 173 centimeters. From the footprints, Xiao Yu could roughly deduce the suspect's height and weight. It was evident that the individual was likely skilled in grappling, joint techniques, and jiu-jitsu. Xiao Yu further analyzed the stride and direction of the footprints to reconstruct the suspect's actions during the murder. Yi Heng recalled the last counterfeit case. His younger companion had deduced the process of the agent's killing through footprint analysis. Such ability is not something an ordinary detective can possess. Come, Xiao Yu beckoned him. Yi Heng felt a mix of amusement and helplessness as he realized he was being treated like a tool. Nevertheless, he obediently stood in front of his younger companion. Xiao Yu approached him from behind, extending his thigh between Yi Heng's legs and pushing forward. In an instant, Yi Heng lost his balance and fell forward. Due to his body's self-protection mechanism, his arms instinctively reached out. At that moment, Xiao Yu's hand clamped over his mouth and chin, keeping Yi Heng in a forward-leaning position. Unable to exert force or struggle, Xiao Yu then slowly extended his other hand, forming a knife hand shape, and swept it across Yi Heng's neck. Releasing his grip, he allowed Yi Heng to fall to the ground. Turning his head, Xiao Yu looked at the completely severed wound on the victim's neck. The murder process matched up. With a single hand slap on the ground, Yi Heng sprang back up. Confirmed? Xiao Yu stared at the body, noting that the individual was similar to the agents they encountered last time, trained and skilled in killing. However, instead of grappling and joint techniques, they used jiu-jitsu. An agent? Yi Heng's expression instantly turned cold. Not exactly an agent, more like. Xiao Yu pondered a rogue. A rogue implies someone who does not follow the rules or standard methods, someone unorthodox. Yi Heng's face darkened further as he uttered 4 words. Economic spy. Economic spies, also known as commercial spies, operate in a wider range compared to military or political spies. Correspondingly, The space and role of such spies are also becoming increasingly significant. When thinking of human organ cultivation technology and golden blood carriers, it is not difficult to deduce that these spies are likely not serving the intelligence agencies of specific countries. They are probably working for a spy group or a particular employer. The internal personnel of economic espionage are of mixed quality, with very low entry barriers. It is quite normal for them to have some unconventional methods. Economic espionage. Xiao Yu is curious. Are they really that capable? Yi Hong has a toothache. Although these spies vary in skill, many are retired intelligence personnel or even active agents. Understood. Xiao Yu nods. Foreign intelligence personnel cannot be as loyal to their country as those from Longhua. Foreign spies can be likened to a job. The more you pay me, the more effort I put in. Those well-known triple and quadruple agents in the world serve multiple intelligence agencies and countries. For them, being a national intelligence officer is like working in a company, putting in just a fraction of their effort. However, economic espionage is different. It's working for oneself, putting in full effort, making money for oneself, working hard. Xiao Yu ponders for a moment. Have the surveillance footage been retrieved? He is asking about the community surveillance, hallway monitoring, and external surveillance. Just retrieved. Yi Hong brings over a tablet. There is only one segment of footage, from the moment the suspect appears in the community to entering the target's residential building. Only one segment. Xiao Yu frowns, lights up the tablet, and retrieves the video. Indeed, there is only one segment. The video perspective shows a suspect emerging from the community greenery at 6:54 p.m. yesterday. Inside the greenery, there is a blind spot for monitoring. The suspect appears and enters the victim's residential building. However, there is no surveillance in the corridors and hallways of the building. At 7:29 p.m., the suspect exits the victim's building and walks into the greenery. Xiao Yu presses pause. Something is off. The video shows a person approximately 170 centimeters tall, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, the three-piece ensemble of a wanted criminal. Although the face is not visible, it is clear from the attire that it is a man. Xiao Yu focuses on the suspect's legs and clicks play on the surveillance video. His eyes are fixated on the suspect's walking posture. He watches it once, rewinds, watches it again, and rewinds again. He watches it 3 times in total. Xiao Yu sneers. A woman. A woman? Yi Heng's eyelids twitch. He takes the tablet and carefully observes it twice, noticing the clues. The walking postures between men and women differ due to physical and physiological structures. Even with some training to mimic the opposite sex's walk, achieving 100% similarity is impossible, especially since women's pelvises are inherently larger than men's, being shorter and wider in shape. The range of movement in the hips while walking is always greater in women. This is something that cannot be changed, no matter what, unless she has a long and narrow pelvic structure like a man's. A woman's waist and hips will naturally sway significantly. Disguise and murder? Xiao Yu squinted, wondering if it was a direct approach to kill or if it involved scouting the area first. The first option, a direct killing, seemed unlikely. It's like breaking and entering. You wouldn't just steal without checking if anyone's home first, right? Therefore, it certainly requires some reconnaissance to ensure the house is empty before committing the theft. In contrast, for home invasion murder, you need to confirm that the target is present in order to proceed. She must have a spot in the neighborhood for scouting. Xiao Yu frowned slightly, looking out the window. As mentioned earlier, only higher vantage points, drones, or telescopes could observe the 15th floor. Xiao Yu focused on a tall building in the distance. On the 16th floor of that building, there was a room with a floor-to-ceiling window used by security personnel to monitor targets. Following that room, he utilized his eagle eye to survey the area again. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's gaze fixed on the 15th floor, where he noticed a floor-to-ceiling window. He saw the curtains inside move slightly. Xiao Yu raised his wrist to check the time on his watch. It was 4:48 p.m. Shouldn't normal people be asleep at this hour? Even if they weren't, who would be moving the curtains? Coincidentally, it happened just as he looked at that window. It moved. In an instant, Xiao Yu turned, crouched, and launched himself forward. Under the astonished gazes of Yi Hong and others, there was a thud beneath his feet. Xiao Yu transformed into a human lightning bolt, bursting out of the room. Chapter 142, Are You Treating Us Like Fools? With a loud bang, Xiao Yu burst through the stairwell door, his body plunging down like a cannonball. With a thud, his feet hit the wall, his legs bending instantly as he pushed off rapidly. Boom! The hard wall erupted with intense dust and debris. His body continued to dive down the stairwell. 14th floor, 13th floor, 12th floor. With each level he descended, it was almost instantaneous. Why not take the elevator? In a high-rise residential building, the elevator takes about 1.5 to 2 seconds to travel between floors. Yet Xiao Yu was descending each floor in less than a second. Boom! Another loud noise. Xiao Yu smashed through the unit door and rushed out of the residential building. From the 15th floor to the first floor, it took him 14 seconds. What had Xiao Yu discovered? The building where the victim was located was approximately 50 meters away from the high-rise where the security monitoring was situated. If the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the opposite 15th floor were moving, it was not a coincidence. There was only one possibility. Someone in the opposite building was watching them. The curtains fluttered because someone inside saw Xiao Yu and noticed he was observing their room. Instinctively, they pulled the curtains shut to block his view. Even so, why was Xiao Yu in such a hurry to get downstairs? The two buildings were over 50 meters apart. If the other party noticed something unusual and decided to flee, by the time he took the elevator down, they could have already escaped. In an instant, Xiao Yu's body propelled forward again, bursting out like a fierce beast, landing on all fours. Beast form, leopard speed. Using the power of his limbs, Xiao Yu ran again, fast as lightning. According to data, a cheetah can cover 100 meters in just 3.6 seconds. In the blink of an eye, in just over a second, Xiao Yu appeared in front of a high-rise building. Beast form, bear strength, rhino defense. With a thud, he slammed the unit door open and rushed into the corridor, standing in front of the elevator. He looked up at the elevator floor indicator. 15th floor? What a coincidence. Xiao Yu smirked, standing still. 2 seconds later, the elevator indicator changed to 14, 13, 12. Xiao Yu calmly lowered his head, looking at the elevator doors in front of him. Suddenly, beast form, antelope awareness. Warning, danger. The elevator indicator showed 7, 6, 5. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, his gaze icy. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened. In that instant, through the crack of the door, he saw a tall man holding a submachine gun. At the same time, the man inside the elevator also caught sight of Xiao Yu through the gap. His expression changed instantly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. As the elevator doors opened halfway, rat-a-tat-tat, gunfire erupted. The bullets flew out like a torrential storm. However, Xiao Yu vanished just a second before the gunfire erupted. The shooter froze, halting fire. At that moment, the elevator doors had fully opened. Outside, there was no one. Was it an illusion? The man suddenly snapped back to reality, his expression changing dramatically. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a loud slap, a hand grabbed the elevator door frame. A figure, like a ghost, flew into the elevator from above. Bang! A pair of feet landed on the man's chest. Crack! His sternum caved in, and the man opened his mouth wide. With a loud crash, his body slammed against the elevator wall, as if nailed to it. In midair, Xiao Yu suddenly sensed a danger. He quickly became alert, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He spotted someone hiding next to the elevator door, a knife already pressed against his neck. So sinister. Xiao Yu furrowed his brows. Normally, if someone was in midair and another took the chance to stab, it would be fatal. However, Xiao Yu's feet were currently on the body of the armed man, bent at an angle. With a sudden force, he propelled himself upward, flying out of the elevator. In the process, he not only dodged the knife, but also grabbed the wrist of the person holding it, pulling them out of the elevator along with him. Bang! Xiao Yu's back hit the ground, and the knife-wielding person fell beside him. Crack! The wrist holding the knife shattered. As Xiao Yu got up and raised his arm, he lifted the other person's body. It was a woman, about 165 centimeters tall, her eyes wide with rage. In an instant, one of her thighs kicked towards Xiao Yu's groin. However, before she could fully execute the kick, Xiao Yu swung his arm, tossing the woman into the air. He twisted his waist, turned around, and slammed his arm forward, akin to a shoulder throw or swinging a sack. Bang! He slammed the woman hard onto the ground. The chilling sound of bones cracking echoed. After glancing at the motionless woman on the ground, Xiao Yu approached the elevator, blocking the closing doors. He lifted the man who lay on the floor like a lump and grabbed the micro-submachine gun before exiting the elevator. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Yi Heng and 6 national security personnel arrived, seeing the man and woman lying on the ground. Everyone. It seemed that since they got to know Xiao Yu, every time this young brother took action, the scene resembled a major car accident. It was as horrific as a crash site. Upon seeing the bullet holes in the wall and the micro-submachine gun on the ground, Yi Heng was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream came from the stairwell. Everyone quickly turned to look and saw a woman in pajamas, holding 2 garbage bags, staring at them in terror, glancing at the man and woman on the ground. "Don't be afraid, we're the police." One of the national security personnel smiled. It was now 5 in the morning, and it was normal for residents to take out the trash. Oh. The woman nodded, still shaken, as she prepared to take out the garbage. Suddenly, she asked, after taking out the garbage, "Will you come back?" Xiao Yu calmly spoke, but his gaze was cold as he watched the woman's back. He focused on her walking posture, especially the area around her waist and hips. Yi Heng. The other security personnel were taken aback. The woman stopped, letting go of her hands, allowing 2 bags of trash to fall to the ground. After a moment, her voice, laced with a chilling tone, faintly asked, "How did you figure it out?" "Surveillance." Xiao Yu squinted his eyes, a mocking glint flashing in his pupils. "Generally, I never forget a suspect I've set my sights on. I won't forget your walking posture or the way your waist and hips sway. Just now, I watched a segment of the surveillance footage and saw your walk while disguised as a man. Additionally, you clearly saw 2 people lying on the ground and noticed the gun, appearing very frightened. A normal person would almost be scared enough to go home at that moment. Yet you still dared to take out the trash." Xiao Yu stepped closer to the woman, sneering, "Do you think we're fools?" Chapter 143. "I respect you as a man, no." The woman still did not turn around. Her voice remained cold, tinged with a hint of despair. "You really are a bunch of fools. Did you think I wouldn't notice the 2 trash bags on the ground?" Xiao Yu's voice suddenly rang in the woman's ear, interrupting her words. "When did he get so close to me? Why didn't I hear him?" The woman's eyes widened in shock, her pupils trembling wildly as she was about to make a move. Bang! A fist struck the back of the woman's head. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell forward. Clap! A hand gripped the back of her neck, securing her body in midair. At the same time, 2 legs pressed against hers, keeping her immobilized. Once it was confirmed that the woman was unconscious and wouldn't move, her legs completely still, Xiao Yu finally let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Come here." Yi Heng rushed over instantly, his eyes fixed on the woman's body, glancing at Xiao Yu. His expression was somewhat strange, as the current posture of Xiao Yu and the woman was very ambiguous, leading to wild imaginations. "Where to look?" Xiao Yu looked at Yi Heng with a caring expression, gesturing towards her hands. Yi Heng quickly lowered his head to look at the woman's hands and gasped sharply. He noticed 2 safety pull rings on the thumbs of her hands. Grenade pull rings. In an instant, Yi Heng squatted down quickly, his expression serious as he looked at the 2 trash bags. He also noticed that the woman's legs were currently pressing against the edges of the bags. It should be Xiao Yu's legs pressing against hers, holding the bags in place. Taking a deep breath, Yi Heng cautiously extended his hands, slowly tearing open one of the black trash bags beside the woman's leg. A green spherical grenade appeared in his line of sight. He could see that the grenade was being pressed against a foam box, with the safety lever being held down by the woman's thigh. If it weren't being pressed, the lever would spring back. At most 5 seconds, and the grenade would explode. Yi Heng gripped the grenade tightly, securing the lever. He then carefully took another pull ring from the woman's hand and inserted it into the grenade. Phew! Yi Heng let out a breath of relief. He found another grenade from the trash bag beside the woman's other leg. Following the same procedure, he inserted the other pull ring into the grenade. "Impressive, my little brother." Yi Heng looked at the 2 grenades. She must have made a noise when discarding the trash to cover the sound of the pull rings. Using her foot to hold down the lever, probably trying to pull a few before dying. "We didn't hear anything. How did you hear it?" While everyone else failed to notice the issue, Xiao Yu had caught on. "Dog ears. I have a connection." Xiao Yu tossed the unconscious woman aside like garbage, winking at Yi Heng, not telling him. "Yi Heng, is my little brother so mischievous that he isn't afraid of getting beaten up? Of course. We're all civilized people. Fighting and killing isn't good, right?" 15th floor. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng stood in front of a door. Click. Xiao Yu locked the door with one hand, causing Yi Heng, who was watching from the side, to feel a twitch in his eyelids. Xiao Yu pushed open the door and walked into the entrance hall, then into the main hall. His gaze moved towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. As expected, he saw a telescope. Through the telescope, he could see the residence of the target. Yi Heng had a pained expression on his face. A group of spies hiding under the noses of the security personnel without being discovered? This is utterly embarrassing. Don't be frustrated. Xiao Yu surveyed the surroundings and glanced up at the top of the floor-to-ceiling window. They arrived at least 2 years earlier than you did. If you could have discovered them, that would have been a miracle. Yi Heng looked up at the ceiling above the windows. The white ceiling had turned a yellowish-black color. a sign of long-term smoking. It was evident from the stains that this had been going on for a very long time. Seeing some cigarette butts on the ground, Yi-hung nodded, relieved that they hadn't been caught. These people had already started monitoring the target before your team even arrived. Xiaoyu was puzzled. It was clear that they valued the target and saw potential in them. If they found the target valuable, why would they want to kill them? Monitoring for 2 years should be enough to prove their value and importance, right? There's a saying, not being afraid of being used means you have qualities that attract attention. And your worth is high. You'll have many friends and become a source of pride for your family and a preferred choice for the opposite sex. If you have no value for others to exploit, the situation will be quite the opposite. Thinking deeply, Yi-hung wondered if it was precisely because the target's value had increased that they were silenced. Xiaoyu was astonished and stared at his brother. When did you become so smart? Yi-hung glared back. Are you cursing me? Hey, why aren't you catching on? Xiaoyu chuckled. I apologize. Is there a fool among those who become elite soldiers? It only shows that Yi-hung isn't skilled in criminal investigations, not that he is stupid. Xiaoyu knew he had his strengths, but if it were a battlefield scenario, if he were to face Yi-hung, he might end up dead. He was quite aware of this. So what was Yi-hung best at? Every elite soldier is a battlefield meat grinder, a true killing machine. What he excels at is killing. Why not develop in the field he is good at? Xiaoyu looked at his brother with a peculiar expression. Didn't I tell you last time that my mom cried and forced my dad to transfer me to the 9th department? Yi-hung sighed. My uncle's family used to have 2 brothers, both of whom sacrificed their lives. In the current generation of the Yi family, besides one girl, Qiu-chan, I'm the only boy left. We can't afford to lose anyone else. Xiaoyu was moved. Why not get married? I have someone I like, an ordinary person. Yi-hung grinned, but they don't approve. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. Is it a case of not being from the same background? No. Yi-hung chuckled. She's a deaf-mute girl. Xiaoyu was taken aback. A top-tier second generation actually fell for a deaf-mute girl? Isn't this plot a bit too melodramatic? Because of this, his gaze towards Yi-hung changed. I respect you for being a man. Xiaoyu sincerely said. When you have time, take me to meet your sister-in-law. No need. Yi-hung let out a bitter laugh. It's me who likes her, she doesn't like me. This strong sense of DJVU feels like I've seen it somewhere. Xiaoyu was surprised. Wait, isn't this a classic melodramatic scene from a drama? The two fell silent for a moment. Let's investigate. Xiaoyu turned around, looking at the 3 men and women being carried into the room by security personnel. The smile on his face turned cold as ice. Should I come, or will you? We'll handle it. Recalling how his younger brother dealt with those assassins, Yi-hung felt a bit nauseous now. That was truly ruthless. Chapter 144. The terrifying truth serum. A woman gradually awakens from her unconscious state. First, she feels a pain in the back of her head. And then she notices that her hands and feet are bound to a chair. In front of her stand 2 men. One is handsome and charming, while the other exudes a quiet authority. In a moment of confusion, the woman snaps back to reality and recalls her experiences before losing consciousness. Her eyes fixate on the handsome young man before her, filled with resentment and a cold expression. Look at her, quickly. Is she trying to kill me with her eyes? Xiaoyu smiles at Yi-hung. The woman. Yi-hung. Seriously, this is an interrogation. Can you be a bit more serious? However, they do not realize that Xiaoyu is doing this intentionally. Jokes and teasing sometimes can help lower a person's guard. When someone's defenses are weak, it is the easiest time to break through. There is an old saying, too much joy leads to sorrow. This idiom, originating from historical texts, suggests that when a person is overwhelmed with happiness, it can turn into sadness. In ancient times, the elders meant that when someone is in a joyful state, they may inadvertently reveal their weaknesses, drop their guard, and become vulnerable to exploitation, leading to tragic outcomes. It's similar to casual conversations where someone makes you laugh, and in a moment of distraction, you might have revealed something without realizing it. This is also a common tactic used by police during interrogations. At this moment, Xiaoyu's eyes are fixed on the woman's face, expressions, and skin. After his joking, her skin visibly relaxes from its previous tension, but in an instant, her expression becomes serious and guarded. Xiaoyu frowns. It's clear that this woman has undergone specialized interrogation training. Ordinary questioning methods are ineffective on her. Don't you want to say something? Yi-hung looks directly into the woman's eyes. Hurry up. The woman scoffs. I can't wait to see your methods. Interrogation, after all, is about making someone endure unbearable pain, leading to a breakdown of their physical resilience and subsequently tormenting their mind. To become a spy, especially a top intelligence officer, undergoing interrogation is a necessary lesson. Once captured, there are countless ways to cope. However, when a national security officer brings out a small suitcase and opens it, a cold mist disperses. The officer then pulls out a syringe and a vial of liquid. Upon seeing this, the woman's expression changes dramatically. Huh. Xiaoyu glances at the woman's face and then at the syringe. What is that? Have you heard of truth serum? Yiheng adopts a wise demeanor. Finally, I can show off in front of my junior. This feels great. Seriously? Xiaoyu is astonished. What is truth serum? To put it simply, it's a compliance drug, confession agent, or hypnotic. Such drugs frequently appear in spy films and novels, used to interrogate criminals and extract confessions. But that's just fiction, right? In 1920, there was an obstetrician and gynecologist who seriously explained that he had discovered the use of a certain substance as an anesthetic, which could allow the user to answer questions posed to them while in an unconscious state, but not with 100% accuracy, generally. The user could respond to over 50 of the questions, revealing secrets from their innermost thoughts. This was indeed surprising. The term truth serum is not a professional medical term, but rather a colloquial one. The obstetrician's expression was grave. In medical terms, this substance is referred to as an anesthetic induction agent or a sedative hypnotic. However, this substance was later banned internationally because many believed it to be inhumane and a violation of international humanitarian conventions. Understanding this, the other individual narrowed his eyes. The obstetrician was astonished, asking if he knew why. Are ordinary people afraid of such things? Came the retort. Even if it were used on them, what good would it do? Shouldn't it be used on some criminals instead? The obstetrician chuckled, remarking that it would be too wasteful, as its production cost would be significant. The other individual shook his head, noting that modern criminal investigations do not require it. For instance, during the last operation to capture a killer, the security personnel did not use such a substance when they apprehended a suspect, as it would be too wasteful to employ it on such individuals, indicating that the production cost of this truth serum is alarmingly high. Oh, the obstetrician's expression turned serious. Then who do you think wants to ban its use? Only the wealthy or powerful individuals, was the response. Those in higher positions, with greater power, and the affluent would fear such a substance. Everyone has many untold secrets within them, and the higher one's status, the more secrets one tends to harbor. The notion of a throne built upon mountains of corpses is no joke. If even a single secret from such individuals were exposed, it could create a tremendous uproar. So, would these individuals allow the existence of a truth serum? The argument about violating international humanitarian conventions is nonsense. Do ordinary people fear having their secrets revealed? Sometimes. I genuinely want to open your head and see what's inside. The obstetrician's expression was complicated as he looked at the younger individual, as if he were admitting indirectly that the latter might indeed have a more complex mind. There must be other downsides, right? The younger individual observed the security personnel preparing alcohol swabs to disinfect a woman's arm. Its biggest downside is that it is not very friendly to the human brain. The obstetrician conceded, acknowledging that it could easily turn someone into an idiot. The younger individual nodded in agreement. Frequent use of anesthetic drugs can dull the nerves and lead to adverse conditions or changes, such as toxicity. Some doctors might tell you that anesthetics do not directly stimulate the nerves or brain, dismissing it as mere rumors. However, they want to inform you that anesthetics can sometimes cause brain ischemia and hypoxia, ultimately leading to brain damage. What are the consequences of brain damage? Does she know about this? Xiaoyu looked at the woman who was struggling desperately with a half smile. But it was of no use. A truth serum had already been injected into her body, and her expression became even more desperate. Intelligence personnel were familiar with this substance. Sometimes it was used to extract information or secrets. However, those who could be subjected to it often held high status and power. Yiheng sighed, noting that sometimes it wasn't that these individuals genuinely wanted to betray their country, but rather that their inner secrets had been discovered. Such secrets could make their lives unbearable, leading to family ruin and forcing them to comply. For instance, in spy films, there are often scenes where money or beautiful women are used to tempt someone to betray. It's quite absurd, really. Such tactics can only tempt ordinary people. Those who are truly wealthy, powerful, and influential have seen it all. To use such flimsy methods to make their families betray their country? It's laughable. Suddenly, Xiaoyu and Yiheng's gazes fell on the woman who had been injected with the truth serum. She was swaying in her chair, while the security personnel beside her watched the time on their watches. After about 3 minutes, they nodded at Xiaoyu and Yiheng. What is your name? Yiheng asked the woman, demanding an answer. I am called The woman's voice seemed to mumble, almost like she was speaking in a dream, weak and feeble. NATO. Chapter 145. The Master of the Mind. Is NATO your real name? Yi Heng's eyes were fixed on the woman's face. No. The woman slumped in her chair, her soul seemingly drained away. It was the name I had in a certain country. Standing nearby, Xiao Yu felt a chill run down his spine. A bold thought crossed his mind. What if, on the day he crossed over, he was taken to a security agency? What if he had also been injected with a truth serum? Was it possible that he had been left on an experiment table and encountered his dear great-grandmother? Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. How did you obtain that identity? Yi Heng frowned. In a region, among a certain ethnic group, 5 years ago, a girl named NATO had an accident. The woman hesitated, tilting her head as if recalling. I took over her identity. What is your real name and nationality? Yi Heng's voice was slow and clear, as if speaking to a child. Induction. Xiao Yu thought of the technical term for the truth serum. An anesthetic inducer. This meant that it only numbed the user's mind. To extract any confession, one needed to use induction. It wasn't a matter of simply asking questions and getting answers. It required skill. Suddenly, a change occurred. I am called. The woman began to tremble violently, shaking as if in struggle. Through her eyelids, one could see her eyeballs rapidly moving. This reaction not only indicated psychological resistance, but also physical defiance. The woman's expression was one of immense pain, her body shaking violently, resembling an epilepsy attack. Yi Heng and the surrounding security personnel changed their expressions. What is happening? Xiao Yu looked bewildered. The truth serum is not always 100% effective. Yi Heng's face darkened. Some individuals have strong willpower, or they may have undergone certain psychological training, or perhaps been hypnotized. Once they are asked about their innermost secrets, it can trigger intense physical and mental resistance. What it means is, Xiao Yu gazed at the woman before him, who appeared to be having a seizure. Was the truth serum ineffective? It was not unexpected. Because, Yi Heng nodded. We have also undergone such training. Xiao Yu suddenly understood. Some special operatives occasionally carry out missions abroad. Engaging in intelligence work, getting caught, is very normal. Never underestimate other countries. They are not fools. Therefore, these operatives must have undergone some inhuman training. Even when faced with torture and pain, there are methods to cope. So what is the most common method? Hypnosis. Being hypnotized by someone else or self-hypnosis. This can be a way to escape pain, or even to commit suicide. Many people find hypnosis mysterious, and it has been mythologized by others. In reality, hypnosis is not as magical as portrayed in movies or novels. Snapping fingers, tossing a coin, or swinging a pendulum does not hypnotize someone. That is magic. That is sorcery. What exactly is hypnosis, and can it control the person being hypnotized? The answer is yes. But there is a prerequisite. The person being hypnotized needs to fully cooperate and completely let down their guard. They must have no reservations or resistance towards the hypnotist and must obey completely. Only then is it possible for hypnosis to be successful. Listen carefully. It is possible, but not guaranteed to be 100% successful. Even a slight lack of cooperation or a bit of psychological resistance can lead to failure. The kind of magic seen in movies, where someone is hypnotized with just a wave of the hand, is simply an insult to the audience's intelligence. It's not only disgusting, but also implies that your intelligence is too low. How does Xiao Yu understand all this? He gained a new ability from the system, the Master of the Mind. Seeing that Yi Heng and the national security personnel were at a loss, Xiao Yu knew he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to test his new ability to see if it was effective. Suddenly, Xiao Yu reached out his hands and placed them on the woman's shoulders. He patted firmly and held her shoulders. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared, and don't resist. You are very, very safe right now. Xiao Yu spoke softly, his voice hoarse and soothing, carrying a tone that made one feel drowsy. When his voice reached everyone's ears, it was so pleasant and melodious, almost as if it had an indescribable magic that made people want to listen more. Rest assured, you are no longer an intelligence officer. You are at home. Look, you are walking into your yard, seeing the flowers, the grass, and the beautiful sunset in the sky. No one can hurt you here. Home is not only your shelter, but also the safest place. You are not an intelligence officer, nor a spy, not NATO. You have just had a terrifying nightmare. Yes. Relax, there is no need to be tense at home. You have returned to the house, drawn a bath, lying in the bathtub. Don't you feel very comfortable enough to want to sleep and forget everything? Exactly, that's it. What you have experienced is just a dream. As Xiaoyu whispered with that unique voice, he gently stroked the woman's hair, as if calming a frightened puppy. The woman gradually stopped trembling and began to calm down, her muscles slowly relaxing, her face showing a look of relief. It was as if she was truly soaking in a warm bathtub, enjoying the comfort of a bath. Meanwhile, Yi Heng and several national security personnel were left speechless, staring at Xiaoyu in disbelief. Hypnosis. Everyone's mindset crumbled. Xiaoyu actually knew hypnosis? Coming back to his senses, Yi Heng took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on Xiaoyu. What other secrets was he hiding? At that moment, Xiaoyu also let out a deep sigh of relief. He was indeed using hypnosis, and he had succeeded. How could it be successful on the first try? Was the master of the mind really a divine skill? It was because of the truth serum. The woman had already been injected with a truth serum, which had effectively controlled her mind, akin to a preliminary hypnosis. Xiaoyu merely utilized the truth serum in conjunction with his abilities as a mental master to achieve deep hypnosis. Otherwise, even with his system and advantages, it wouldn't have been so easy to hypnotize someone else. Is it comfortable at home? Xiaoyu's voice was soft, with an indescribably pleasant tone. Yes, comfortable, the woman murmured, surprisingly cooperative in her response. Is it comfortable at home? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. You've already taken a shower and are about to go out to buy groceries. Yes, you're stepping out of the house, walking slowly. What do you see outside? I see. The woman's breathing began to quicken. Her emotions started to waver, and she stumbled over her words. Cherry blossoms. Kimono. Kyushu. Xiaoyu and Yi Heng's expressions changed. Cherry Blossom Country. Chapter 146. Oh, the supportive sibling. Many countries have cherry blossom trees. But wearing a kimono. Try wearing one in the Dragon Country. As for Kyushu Island, the Dragon Country has one too, in Zhuhai. However, when cherry blossoms, kimonos, and Kyushu Island are all connected, there's south only one place that comes to mind, the Cherry Blossom Country. And the woman before me is from Kyushu Island. Does the local have organ cultivation technology? Xiaoyu turned to Yi Heng, his gaze icy. Yi Heng remained silent for a moment before nodding. Since there is such technology, does it mean that even the golden blood carriers exist? Xiaoyu frowned, looking at the woman who was in a deep state of hypnosis. The subject's mind had been set with a defensive line. The most effective way to break down a person's defenses is through family. Xiaoyu glanced at the woman's appearance. She looked to be around 26 or 27. Her parents are still alive, right? Right now, you are out shopping, preparing to cook a delicious meal. Xiaoyu's words became not only pleasant, but also carried an indescribable temptation, guiding the woman to think about whom she wants to cook for. I want to. A smile of happiness gradually appeared on the woman's face, for my father, my mother, and my lovely little brother. Oh, the supportive sibling? Xiaoyu smiled. Yes, you want to prepare a delicious meal for your parents and your brother. After shopping, you walked home. You saw your parents and your brother. They are happily waving at you, calling your name. They are calling you. Just now, Yi Heng had asked the woman her name and nationality. The woman's mind and body exhibited intense resistance. Because when you hide your identity, being called by your name makes you anxious, defensive, alert. So when your family calls your name, will you still be on guard? Father, mother, they are calling my name. A joyful smile appeared on the woman's face. Can I? They are calling me. Can I? Xiaoyu said with a smile. Yes? You are very happy right now. Oh, your father's friend has arrived. He is greeting your father, calling out your father's surname. He is calling. Sato, that's how your father's friends address him. At this moment, the woman showed no signs of resistance. Sato, can I? Xiaoyu looked at the national security personnel. Yi Heng and others were already deeply impressed. The same identity questioning, and the effect of the truth serum was almost akin to hypnosis. However, the subject would resist. But Xiaoyu, through hypnosis, the mention of the woman's parents, and gentle guidance, extracted her true name without any resistance. It seemed like a simple technique. I could do that too. But the question is, before Xiaoyu used this method, who would have thought of it? Xiaoyu continued to guide her. You prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the family happily ate and laughed together. You were chatting, reminiscing, and you, recalling your childhood. I remember my childhood. Sato Kanai murmured. Yes, what were you doing at 5 years old? I am at a nursery. Sato Kuno replied. The nursery, similar to a kindergarten in a certain country, is called a yuqian in another region. You are 6 years old. What are you doing? At 6. I am in elementary school. And what about 7? 7. Suddenly, Sato Kuno's body trembled violently, her chest rising and falling. Her eyes were rapidly moving beneath her eyelids, and her face showed expressions of terror, fear, and resistance. I was sent to a women's military academy. Sato Kuno's body shook, resisted, and was filled with fear, crying out, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. What kind of place is a women's military academy? Xiao Yu looked at Yi Heng. Previously, it was Matsumoto High School for girls in a certain country. Yi Heng's face darkened. It was a place specifically for training female intelligence personnel. Xiao Yu nodded and continued to guide Sato Kuno. Some questions cannot be asked directly, as it would trigger psychological backlash. Instead, he chose to lead her to reveal things little by little. With Xiao Yu's guidance, he probed the edges of Sato Kuno's defenses. Her demeanor and expressions gradually became twisted and distorted. Her physical reactions grew stronger, as if she were about to resist or wake up at any moment. This lasted for 2 full hours. Xiao Yu broke down her defenses. You have been in the certain country for 5 years, living under the identity of NATO. Xiao Yu asked, what is your mission? Infiltration. Sato Kuno let out a low growl from her throat, her expression resembling that of a vengeful spirit, occasionally showing a fierce and malevolent grin. When did you receive the order, and what was the content of the order? Xiao Yu's voice turned cold. 2 years ago, I received orders from my superiors to monitor a certain target. Sato Kuno growled. The target is a 43-year-old male from the capital. The deputy director of a certain hospital, identified as a spy by national security. The victim. He was also monitored by Sato Kuno for 2 years and was silenced. Why did you have to kill him? Xiao Yu felt he was getting closer to uncovering the truth. Because. Sato Kuno suddenly trembled. The order. What was the purpose? Xiao Yu continued to press. The 44th golden blood carrier. After saying this, Sato Kuno suddenly screamed as if she had gone mad, struggling wildly. No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Please don't hurt my parents and brother. Please don't hurt them. I beg you. Xiao Yu's expression was astonished. Yi Heng and the others looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They were not shocked by Sato Kuno's madness, but because. The 44th golden blood carrier. However, at this moment, Xiao Yu stopped questioning. He raised his hand and gently placed it on Sato Kuno's head, soothing her. You're tired. Don't think about those things. It's all just a dream. You need to forget this dream. You are feeling sleepy. Sleep now. Yes, relax. You are very sleepy now. When you wake up, everything will be forgotten. The originally agitated and frantic Sato Kuno remarkably calmed down. He drooped his head, his face showing signs of drowsiness. Before long, he fell asleep. The hypnosis was over. The entire room was so quiet, so still. A suffocating atmosphere lingered in the space. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Xiao Yu, including Yi Heng. They all felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if Xiao Yu had transformed into a terrifying devil. In fact, that was indeed the case. A foreign intelligence agent, capable of resisting truth serums, had revealed all her inner secrets under Xiao Yu's hypnosis. Faced with such a terrifying presence, if you were to be hypnotized by him, the female intelligence agent from a certain country might very well be your fate. Are you afraid? But Xiao Yu had no time to pay attention to their inner thoughts. His expression turned serious. Something big was about to happen. Chapter 147. Can I curse? What did you discover? Yi Heng stared at the younger brother with a racing heart. I found out. Xiao Yu's expression was serious. It's noon now, and I haven't eaten since 3 o'clock last night. Yi Heng's mind went blank in an instant. His expression was as if he had his pants down and you were showing him this. He was completely stunned. A group of national security personnel also looked bewildered, gazing at Xiao Yu as if he were a fool. However, they didn't realize that the dread and fear they had felt towards Xiao Yu moments ago had vanished. Xiao Yu scanned the faces of these seasoned national security officers and sighed in relief. He didn't want to be seen as a monster. I'm human, okay. Can I curse? Yi Heng looked as if he wanted to kill someone. Is that inappropriate? Xiao Yu flashed a bright smile. At least you're being honest. True. Yi Heng gritted his teeth. To be honest, if you don't give me an explanation, I might just go in with the determination to die. What was he going to do? Of course, he was going to confront Xiao Yu. It was infuriating. Since you put it that way. Xiao Yu stopped smiling. Something serious was happening. Yi Heng's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Do you know why I never asked you how many golden blood carriers there are in the Dragon Country? Xiao Yu's expression was cold. And you've also avoided this topic. Yi Heng's expression froze, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, from the moment he called Xiao Yu out in the middle of the night until now, there were some things he hadn't told Xiao Yu. Those things were sensitive and couldn't be disclosed. He had thought the younger brother hadn't noticed anything odd, but he had miscalculated. Little did he know that Xiaoyu hadn't asked because he sensed something was off. Otherwise, knowing that someone was coming for the golden blood carriers, possibly even to kill them, how could Xiaoyu not inquire and confirm the identities of those individuals? Their essay saying, waiting for a rabbit by the stump. As long as he confirmed the identities of the golden blood carriers and kept an eye on them, who would dare come after them? They would be eliminated one by one. What normal person wouldn't he think of this? Xiaoyu realized that among the golden blood carriers in the dragon country, something must have gone wrong with someone. He hadn't asked before because those people were likely being protected. But now it was different. Originally, there were a total of 43 golden blood carriers in the world. Yet, a 44th had suddenly appeared. What was the problem? Because an agent's contact had been silenced. Blind guess. This contact was killed because they discovered the 44th golden blood carrier. Why say this? Remember earlier, Xiaoyu was puzzled about why a person of great value to the spy organization would be silenced. Yi Heng said something. Is it because his value increased? Which led to him being silenced. The answer was revealed. Yes, this contact was silenced because their value had increased. They discovered the 44th golden blood carrier. The 44th bearer of golden blood is actually in a certain country and has not yet been recorded by it. The silence is because the spies do not want this country to find out. From Yi Heng's expression, Xiaoyu has already guessed that the National Security Agency indeed doesn't know. Even the officials of this country are unaware of the existence of this 44th bearer of golden blood. Therefore, Xiaoyu had to ask. Even if the identities of those golden blood bearers are special, he needs to know who they are. Otherwise, it could lead to serious problems. There are 4 in total in our country, 2 of whom are siblings, Yi Heng said in a low voice. A few special identities? Xiaoyu pressed on. 1. Yi Heng shook his head with a wry smile. You cannot know. Call the old man. Xiaoyu said coldly. Tell him I want to know the identity information of this person. Yi Heng. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his phone and dialed a number. After some secure transfers, he connected to the old man's office phone. Xiaoyu did not eavesdrop, but lowered his head in thought. There is one question. How does the golden blood type come about? This kind of rare blood type has a certain genetic basis. To put it simply, this type of blood is inherited from parents. The reasoning is simple. The blood type of the child comes from the genes of both parents. If it has nothing to do with the parents, it would be absurd. Currently, there are only 4 golden blood types in this country, which can only mean that their parents have already. As for whether golden blood can continue to be inherited, that depends on the genes of their chosen partners. It's purely a matter of chance, harder than winning the lottery. Therefore, in the entire world, there are currently only 43 people. No, now it's 44. So, if this 44th golden blood bearer is assumed to be in this country, can you guess who their parents are? This is also why Xiaoyu must know the identities of those 4 golden blood bearers. Because the 44th bearer is likely to be their descendant. But, isn't it interesting that even the nation does not know about this 44th golden blood bearer? It can only be said that those 4 bearers might have concealed their offspring, not telling anyone, and even not having any blood tests conducted in medical institutions. That's why they have not been recorded by the nation. And this person must have some issues. Otherwise, why would they want to conceal it? The most frightening thing is that they actually managed to keep it hidden. Are there many people with such abilities in this country? Even scarier is that they managed to deceive the nation but not the spies. They were discovered by a spies network. No, there's another possibility. A chilling thought suddenly flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. Is it possible that this person informed the spies themselves? The reasoning is simple. If they managed to deceive the nation, how could the spies find out? If this reasoning holds, why would they do this? Xiaoyu's mind was racing, and he felt like his brain was about to explode from the analysis. The temples started to throb slightly, and his brain sank into a state of extreme fatigue. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow and took out a piece of gum from his pocket. The best way to alleviate brain fatigue is to intake sugar. From a nutritional standpoint, sugar is the only energy source that the brain can absorb. Many people enjoy eating sweets, but it's not just because they like them. It's because their brains need them, prompting these individuals to consume sugar. Gently chewing the gum, Xiaoyu squinted his eyes, and his brain began to work again. He frantically organized the information he currently possessed and reasoned through it. As he reached the end of his deductions, he found the situation becoming increasingly strange. A look of fear gradually appeared on his face as he deduced some truly terrifying things. Suddenly, a hand slapped Xiaoyu on the shoulder, and Yi Heng's voice came through. The old man agreed. Chapter 148. So what if I realized that Ho Yujia, 61 years old? An academician. Xiaoyu put down his phone, stunned for a moment. How could he be an academician? He had speculated about various identities of the golden blood carriers, but had never dared to think in this direction. Every academician is a towering figure in the field of science and technology in the country. Each one is a true national treasure. An academician? Coming back to his senses. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Heng. You must be joking, right? Is it really necessary? Yi Heng shrugged, his expression also grim. He's not just an ordinary academician. Xiao Yu fell silent and picked up his phone to continue checking the personal information of this Hoyujia, putting aside the numerous honors. When he saw that this academician was actually the chief engineer of a certain research project, he was completely speechless. The chief engineer is not the kind of person who just works on civil engineering. It is an administrative position. Most work environments are in military industrial systems, public institutions, research institutes, etc. Then Xiao Yu discovered that the project this Hoyujia was researching was even more impressive: military nanorobots. Nanorobots are also micro or small robots. This kind of technology had already undergone clinical trials back in 2015. Now, 8 years later, can you imagine how far this technology has developed? Military use. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. He recalled a scene from a movie where someone sneezed, and countless micro-robots flew out, heading toward a nearby person. In an instant, the micro-robots entered the target's body and killed them within seconds. The killing robots in that scene were nanorobots. Some might say, that's just a movie, it's fake. It's science fiction. Do you really believe that? But sometimes, things depicted in movies actually exist in reality and can be even more exaggerated. The true reality might be scarier than the movies. Take me to see him. After a while, Xiao Yu looked at Yi Heng seriously. I need to verify a few inferences, some that are quite shocking. In Hating District, a certain area, a park. At the entrance of the park, there were armed police on guard. There were a total of 6 buildings in this park, each designed to be 20 stories tall. It was an experimental base that ordinary people could not enter. One of the buildings even had 3 large laboratories. When Xiao Yu and Yi Heng arrived here, they got out of the car at the entrance. After confirming their identities and leaving their firearms, they walked into the park. They then took a dedicated vehicle to a certain building. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Yu looked around through the window and noticed 6 guard posts. At the same time, he saw 2 teams of fully armed police conducting patrols. Is this a research base or a military base? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. Stop guessing. Yi Heng replied with a smile. Everything here is classified. Now that I've realized it, so what? Xiao Yu said, seemingly indifferent. A specialized vehicle drove up to the front of the building and entered a dedicated passage. When it reached the end, it stopped in front of an elevator. Armed guards visually inspected Xiao Yu and Yi Heng as they got out of the car. With a snap, 4 guards raised their hands in salute, exuding a strong military presence. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng returned the salute. 1 guard opened the elevator, and the 2 entered. There was no need to press any buttons. The elevator ascended on its own. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the 19th floor. Outside the elevator was a pristine white corridor. As they stepped in, a gentle airflow swept over them. The air was colorless and odorless, but served a function: disinfection and sterilization. Xiao Yu felt a sense of wonder. It was his first experience of this kind in 2 lifetimes. It gave him a feeling of stepping into a future world. That's why it's said that people need to get out more, to see and broaden their horizons. Otherwise, one might become like a character from a story, limited in perspective. As they walked through a corridor, Xiao Yu sensed that they were being monitored. However, he did not spot any surveillance cameras within the corridor. Presumably, the cameras were integrated into the walls, invisible to the naked eye. At the end of the corridor, ding, the main door automatically opened upon detecting their approach. Outside the door stood 2 middle-aged individuals in white coats, greeting them with smiles. Hello, you must be Comrade Yi Heng? One of the middle-aged men extended his hand to shake hands with Yi Heng. While observing Yi Heng's pleasantries with the 2, Xiao Yu looked around. The interior was an office area with only a few dozen people, the youngest being in their 30s, most of them middle-aged. Old Ho is in the office, said the other middle-aged man with a smile. Let's go meet him. Okay, Yi Heng nodded. The 2 middle-aged men led them through the office area, past another small corridor, and stopped in front of an office door. One of the men pressed a doorbell. Old Ho, the guests have arrived. Please come in, came a deep, aged voice from inside. The door opened, revealing a spacious and simple office. An elderly man in a white coat sat behind the desk, his clear eyes looking at the 4 people who entered. Xiao Wu, Xiao Zhang, you can step out for a moment, the elderly man instructed the 2 middle-aged men. After the subordinates left, he turned his gaze to Xiao Yu and Yi Heng. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, The elderly man's eyes showed evident surprise, astonished at how handsome the young man was. This elderly figure was none other than academician Ho Yujia. "Hello, academician Ho." Yi Hong was the first to speak, smiling as he greeted. "Hello, hello," Ho Yujia responded with a smile, standing up and stepping out from behind his desk. He first shook hands with Yi Hong, then with Xiao Yu, showing no trace of arrogance expected from an academician. Instead, he appeared like a gentle grandfather. "Please, have a seat." Ho Yujia gestured to the sofa beside them. Once the three were seated, the elderly man's face showed a hint of confusion as he looked at the two young men in front of him, unsure of why they had requested to meet with him. Earlier that noon, a call had come from the leadership of the Engineering Academy, stating that two security personnel wished to see him to inquire about certain matters. At that moment, he was still quite puzzled. What could the security personnel want with him? Yi Hong remained silent, glancing at his younger companion. "Hello, Mr. Ho. I am Xiao Yu," the young man said with a smile, revealing himself to be a police officer. "Police officer?" Ho Yujia's confusion turned to astonishment. "What is going on?" "It's like this," Xiao Yu said, his smile taking on a strange quality. "I have just one question to ask, though it may seem quite presumptuous." "Since it's presumptuous, why would you still want to ask?" Ho Yujia chuckled. "Go ahead." "May I ask?" Xiao Yu enunciated carefully. "Do you have any other descendants?" That was indeed a very bold question, but it had to be asked. Chapter 149. My academician is impressive. Old Ho was stunned. He stared blankly at the young man in front of him, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Xiao Yu quietly met his gaze, while Yi Hong beside him felt extremely awkward. He thought to himself, this is not just impudent, it's almost suicidal. You should know that even the head of national security must smile in front of these academicians. How dare this young brother act like this? Huh. After a while, old Ho chuckled, looking at Xiao Yu with a smile. Can you tell me why you asked that question? My academicians are impressive, they aren't even angry. Xiao Yu's expression was complicated. It involved a very significant case, one that could potentially frighten even someone like you. Precisely because this case is so vast, I cannot disclose it to you. I see. Old Ho nodded with a smile. His research project was classified, not to mention ordinary people. Only specific individuals from certain circles would have the right to know about his research. Is there a big difference between having it and not having it? Old Ho asked with a smile. Very big, Xiao Yu answered with a peculiar question. If there is one, I need to determine the age, identity, and location of the person. Both Old Ho and Yi Hong were taken aback. What do you mean by age? Cell cultivation technology, Xiao Yu stated, revealing the first question that needed verification based on his reasoning. This refers to the so-called human organ cultivation technology. As mentioned earlier, human cells can cultivate human organs. However, there is a limitation. Generally, after the age of 25, human body cells become sluggish and deteriorate. This is why some athletes retire after 25. Their peak performance is only before that age. Once past this age, cells can no longer cultivate organs. To put it plainly for those who might not understand, take Old Ho, for instance. Even if he possesses golden blood, his body cells cannot cultivate human organs. Forcing his cells to cultivate would only result in substandard organs. Now, suppose some individual or entity masters human organ cultivation technology and discovers that the cells of golden blood carriers can cultivate organs that ignore compatibility. If they wish to use this technology to scheme for immense profits and monopolize the benefits, firstly, they must have a golden blood carrier under the age of 25 by their side. Secondly, they must eliminate all other golden blood carriers under 25 worldwide or capture all eligible golden blood carriers to their side. Only then could they possibly monopolize the benefits. Therefore, Xiao Yu needed to know if Old Ho had a hidden descendant. If so, what age group would that descendant belong to? Here comes the question. There are a total of 4 golden blood carriers in the country. Why specifically target Old Ho? Because only Old Ho possesses the ability to hide his descendants. The other 3 golden blood carriers are ordinary people and are currently under surveillance, custody, and protection by national security. The other 3 include a pair of siblings who do not have children or descendants. One is 20 years old, and the other is 22. This pair of siblings perfectly fits the age range for cell cultivation. They can even be likened to pandas. The 2 of them represent the future of organ cultivation in their country. The state will treat them like ancestors. Ho Yujia fell silent, deep in thought. Xiao Yu and Yi Hong exchanged a glance. Their expressions were complex. Ho's current state already indicated the issue. He actually has a descendant. Moreover, this descendant is likely to be under 25 years old. and this secret has been discovered by the network of spies. Therefore, that individual in the network has indeed been eliminated. It is not hard to guess. The spies' plan was primarily to take away Ho's descendant. If they couldn't take him away, the only other possibility would be to eliminate him. It has been explained before. Only cells from golden blood carriers under 25 years old can cultivate organs that disregard matching. Can a person remain forever under 25? Those who wish to scheme for tremendous benefits, wanting to monopolize organ cultivation technology, if they cannot find another young golden blood carrier under 25, their organ cultivation technology will become worthless. The best approach is to first gather all the golden blood carriers that fit the age range. If they cannot collect them all, they will resort to the worst measures. If they cannot obtain them, they will destroy them, even if in the end, their country possesses this technology and golden blood carriers. It doesn't matter. It's like the desktop CPU market, where two companies dominate. Both companies make substantial profits. Whether another company will surpass them in the future is a matter for later. Just in a few years or over a decade, they have already made a fortune. Isn't this reasoning quite straightforward? What the national security needs to do now is only two things. 1. Protect the golden blood carriers within the age range. 2. Capture the spies who want to abduct or harm the golden blood carriers. The worst has happened. A golden blood carrier from their country has slipped out of control. He may now be taken out of the country or may have already met with misfortune. Who can be blamed? Xiao Yu and Yi Heng were both looking at Ho, puzzled. Why did he hide his descendant? I just wanted him to be an ordinary person. Ho sighed, saying he owed too much to him. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng's expressions suddenly turned curious. You must have already seen my personal information. Ho sighed again, stating that he married late, at the age of 40, but had a girlfriend in his 20s, with whom he was together for 13 years. They had an unexpected pregnancy before marriage, resulting in a private child. Xiao Yu's imagination conjured up multiple dramatic plots. This kind of storyline has been overplayed in dramas, and their country has also produced quite a few melodramatic shows. In the world of ordinary people, this is not a new phenomenon. Before marriage, if a couple engages in some mischief and ends up with an unexpected pregnancy, is that really surprising? Academics are also human, not divine. Such situations don't necessarily involve moral judgments. It's all about mutual consent. It's quite normal. Have you considered that keeping it hidden might actually put him in danger? Xiao Yu spoke delicately. If you don't want to see that scene unfold. He didn't finish his sentence, but his gaze remained fixed on the old man's eyes. Do you remember the terrifying possibility he once deduced? The identity of a bearer of golden blood is concealed, and even the state is unaware. How did the spies find out? Xiao Yu's conclusion was, it's highly likely that someone revealed it to the spies themselves. Isn't that frightening? Chapter 150. The true purpose of the spy. Can you tell me why you must find him? The elder's expression gradually turned indifferent, with no trace of a smile. As he stared at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, who was carefully observing the elder's facial expressions, felt a shiver run through him. He saw no abnormalities. All he saw was a father's anger in defense of his child. Something is off. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. He realized a more terrifying issue. The esteemed scholar before him might actually have no problems at all. No betrayal, no treason, and certainly no acts of selling out the country. And this situation was the most normal one. People of such stature are treasured by the nation, provided with everything they need. Unless there's insatiable greed, how could they ever betray their country? If that's the case, who leaked the secret of his offspring? Xiao Yu's expression kept changing. Suddenly, it became blank. He was wrong. It seemed the direction of the investigation had been mistaken from the very beginning. Elder, I don't have time to waste with you. Xiao Yu quickly stood up. Your child is in danger right now. If you don't tell us, something really will happen. The elder frowned. How could that be? I arranged everything for him perfectly. His living environment is very safe. Have you ever considered this question? Xiao Yu gazed directly at the elder. How do we know you have an offspring? The elder's expression changed instantly. Yes. How would the national security personnel know? His child was a secret, known to no more than 3 people. In an instant, the elder's expression froze. Are you saying, the person I trust the most? Xiao Yu nodded. I hope it's not too late. 30 minutes later, 2 business vehicles entered the highway. The destination was Langfang, 56 kilometers away. It would take about half an hour on the highway. Inside the car, Xiao Yu's mind was racing like an overclocked CPU, trying to deduce the spy's motives. At this moment, the elder sat beside him, eager to see if his offspring was in trouble. Before setting out, the elder had called his child. The phone was off. Yi Heng was driving. In the back of the other business vehicle was the Elder's guard. Normally, ordinary scholars do not have guards. Only those in special circumstances would. Of course, the project the Elder was researching was of great significance. Not only did he have guards, but also a 7-member security team, consisting of armed police personnel, not just ordinary guards. Half an hour later, the 2 business vehicles entered Langfang City. 20 minutes later, they entered a residential area. As the 2 vehicles passed through a gate and entered the community, Xiao Yu suddenly raised his head, his expression showing realization. He finally figured it out. The spy's purpose was not for the golden blood at all. It was the Elder. Suddenly, beast form, antelope sense. Warning. At the same time, Yi Heng seemed to sense something and quickly turned his head, shouting angrily at Xiao Yu in the back seat. Jump out of the car. In an instant, Xiao Yu grabbed the shocked old Ho beside him, planted his feet on the ground, and retreated. Boom. The car door was flung open. Holding onto old Ho, Xiao Yu flew out of the car like a cannonball. At the same time, Yi Heng opened the door and jumped out, rolling upon landing. With a loud thud, Xiao Yu used his body as a cushion to lessen the impact on old Ho. Otherwise, given old Ho's age and frailty, this fall could have been fatal. The moment they landed, Xiao Yu's gaze was already directed upwards. He saw a rocket, trailing smoke, collide with the business vehicle behind them. Boom. The armed police inside the business vehicle didn't even have a chance to react. The entire vehicle was flipped over, landing on its side. Damn. Even though Xiao Yu could remain calm in the face of danger, the sight of the explosion made his eyes widen in fury. Fortunately, it was a special business vehicle with some defensive capability. The chances of the people inside surviving were high, but they would definitely be injured and lose their combat effectiveness. In the instant of the explosion, Xiao Yu rolled over and shielded old Ho beneath him. Beast form, rhinoceros defense. He braced his body against the shockwave from the explosion. Roaring, find him. In that moment, a figure shot up from the ground, like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards a nearby residential building. The source of the rocket fire. At that moment, you couldn't tell that Yi Heng was already over 30. The speed of his run and the agility of his body were like that of a hunting tiger. He radiated a terrifying aura of menace and killing intent as he charged towards that residential building. Xiao Yu picked up old Ho and hid behind the car. Was he not afraid of another rocket attack? Not at all. Xiao Yu had already deduced the spy's motives. It wasn't about the golden blood bearer. From the beginning, these spies were after old Ho. The initial informant was deliberately let to be discovered by national security. The 3 spies Xiao Yu had captured were merely pawns. Someone was manipulating those 3 spies, making Xiao Yu and national security mistakenly believe they were after the golden blood bearer. They intentionally mentioned there was a 44th golden blood bearer. They also aimed to divert Xiao Yu and national security's attention to old Ho. Why go through such trouble? Because old Ho's wife had passed away and his daughter lived far away. He lived alone at the research base. Unless the spies were insane, they would dare to force their way into a heavily guarded research base to target old Ho. The spies had to come up with a way to lure old Ho out. Only then would they have a chance to strike. This method was to make Xiao Yu and national security believe that the descendant old Ho was hiding was the 44th golden blood bearer. They wanted them to think the spies were after this 44th golden blood bearer to either take them away or kill them. As a normal person, upon learning that his descendant might be in danger, old Ho, do you think he will leave the research base to check things out? And all of this has been deliberately arranged by a spy. What is the purpose? Xiao Yu thought of a possibility. What is old Ho's research project? Military nanorobots. How did they find out? And how did they know that old Ho has a hidden descendant? Someone he trusted the most has betrayed him. This is the conclusion he just deduced in the car. A saying from the dragon country comes to mind. Stirring the grass to scare the snake. Drawing the snake out of its hole. Xiao Yu's expression turned cold. He really feels like he has been played by these people. Suddenly, his expression changed as he caught sight of 4 figures rushing out from not far away. 4 fully armed figures charging quickly toward him and old Ho. A strange smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. Intentionally luring Yi Heng away and treating me like a soft target? Just because the tiger doesn't show its power. Does that mean you think I'm a harmless kitty? System abilities. Combat expert, king of guns, master of soldiers. Activate. Chapter 151. Predicting my movement. Are you joking? In an instant, Xiao Yu stretched out his hands and quickly lifted old Ho into the car. Old Ho, don't get up, stay down, got it? Although the spies targeted old Ho, if something went wrong, no one could bear the responsibility. After all, he was an academician. Understood. Old Ho quickly responded, aware that they were in a critical moment. Xiao Yu slowly stood up and looked towards the 4 people rushing over. His expression gradually became serious. He noticed that all 4 were wearing masks, clad in bulletproof vests, and wielding submachine guns. He could also see holsters strapped to their thighs, holding handguns. What surprised Xiao Yu the most was their seamless coordination and teamwork, running in a formation akin to an assault team. A sinking feeling hit Xiao Yu. These 4 were not agents or spies. They were soldiers. How dare you? Xiao Yu merely raised his eyes slightly. His calm gaze was as sharp as a blade. Beast form, antelope sense. Danger. Bang. Bang. The sound of Xiao Yu's foot striking the ground as he lunged forward. Bang. From 40 meters away, on the rooftop of a residential building. The sound of rifle shots rang out. With a thud, Xiao Yu landed on both hands and feet like a fierce beast. In an instant, he kicked back with his legs, propelling himself forward. Bang. The rifle fired again like a sniper rifle, but missed, as Xiao Yu was still low to the ground. He had already drawn a handgun, aiming at the rooftop 40 meters away. He pulled the trigger. Bang. One of the masked individuals on the rooftop had a burst of blood erupt from his forehead. With a thud, Xiao Yu's hands and feet hit the ground again. Resembling a leopard, his gun arm swept across, pointing at the 4 men running towards him. However, the 4 men reacted swiftly. The moment Xiao Yu opened fire, they scattered to avoid the shots. Tat tat tat. The 2 submachine guns roared. Golden bullet casings danced in the air as a dense barrage of bullets rained down on Xiao Yu. Yet, in the half-second before their fire, Xiao Yu had already curled into a defensive position. His legs sprang out like springs. Bang. He launched himself into the air. Bang, bang, bang. While in midair, Xiao Yu fired his handgun continuously. In an instant, 2 of the masked individuals fell, one shot in the forehead, the other in the thigh. The remaining 2 took cover, suppressed by the gunfire. Thud. Xiao Yu landed, and his gun was out of bullets. As if sensing that Xiao Yu was out of ammo, all 3 guns were aimed at him. But then, they saw a shadow. Xiao Yu was already wrapped in the wind, jumping up. Bang. He landed in front of the masked man who had been shot in the thigh, now on the ground. Spreading his legs, he stood over the fallen figure, looking down. He bent his body, raised his fist, and struck down. What would happen when nearly 2 tons of force hit someone's face? With a loud crash, accompanied by the chilling sound of bones breaking. The sound was like a massive hammer crashing down on a cow's leg bone, shattering it. The masked person's face was also crushed, the skull bursting open. Even the concrete floor beneath the back of his head was cracked by a punch from Xiao Yu. A spray of blood erupted, along with dust rising from the ground. The last 2 masked individuals, witnessing this scene, were filled with horror and terror. They forgot to shoot, staring blankly at the terrifying sight of their companion being blown away by a single punch. As they watched the young man, who looked like a demon, rise and turn around, his cold, emotionless gaze fixed on them. Cold sweat suddenly drenched the 2 masked individuals. They raised their guns, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. However, it was of no use. At the moment they lifted their guns, Xiao Yu had already moved. Like a true cheetah, he lunged to the ground in an instant. With all 4s on the ground, he sprang forward. His body crossed over 5 meters under the flying bullets, appearing in front of the 2 masked individuals in about 0.5 seconds. From a crawling position, he stood up, arms extended. With a snap, he grabbed the throats of the 2 unsuspecting masked individuals, lifting them up like chicks. Stepping forward, he slammed their heads down onto the ground. Xiao Yu slowly rose, expressionless, staring at the motionless, unconscious masked individuals. He picked up the submachine gun from one of them and set it to single shot. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted continuously. One bullet after another shattered the elbows and knees of the 2 masked individuals. 8 bullets rendered their limbs useless. The intense pain caused the 2 masked individuals to scream out, waking them up. But Xiao Yu had already crouched down, extending his hands. Crack. He dislocated their jaws. Since he couldn't see their mouths behind the masks, and to prevent them from hiding anything dangerous. These were all learned from national security protocols to prevent suicide. After doing all this, Xiao Yu walked towards the business vehicle, picked up his sidearm, and changed the magazine. The sudden aggression, along with the cruel and cold-blooded methods of killing, seemed to have vanished. He transformed back into the seemingly harmless, sunny young man he usually appeared to be. Approaching the business vehicle, he looked at the shaken old Ho and smiled, ready to ease the crisis. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt himself being locked on. No, to be precise, old Ho was the one being locked on. A sense of danger surged. In an instant, Xiao Yu's scalp tingled. He could dodge, but what about old Ho? An academic had appeared in a place he shouldn't be due to a mistake with national security, and now, the old man's life was at risk. Could he just watch him die? Bang! Xiao Yu dashed into the business vehicle, embraced old Ho, and crashed into the other door. At the same time, nearly 1,000 meters away, on a building rooftop, the roar of a sniper rifle echoed. A sniper bullet was fired towards Xiao Yu and old Ho. 1,000 meters. How long does it take for a sniper bullet to travel? 1 second. And it was during that second that Xiao Yu burst open the car door with Mr. Ho. A burst of blood blossomed from the side of Xiao Yu's thigh. Fortunately, the intense pain in his leg brought a smile to his face. Because he had saved someone, he had danced in front of the gates of the underworld, jumping repeatedly. Surprisingly, he wasn't crippled or seriously injured. And he was still alive, though drenched in a cold sweat. As for the injury, beast form, Ring Yu. It was visible to the naked eye that the wound on Xiao Yu's thigh was healing rapidly. However, the two who had rushed out of the car fell to the ground. Xiao Yu dared not let his guard down for a moment. He picked up Mr. Ho again and sprinted forward. Why not use the business vehicle as cover? Because of the sniper rifle. Do you know the terrifying penetration power of a sniper bullet? Not to mention armor-piercing rounds. A standard sniper bullet can easily penetrate a business vehicle. So, in that instant, holding Mr. Ho, Xiao Yu stopped. Bang! A sniper bullet whizzed past in front of him. Skill of a soldier. You think you can predict my movement? Are you joking? What is the interval for a sniper to fire from 1,000 meters away? The time between two shots is about 2.5 seconds. This is only achievable by the best snipers. Because this is not a close-range shooting. A sniper needs to aim through the scope from a kilometer away. Moving the scope just a little can mean a difference of 10 or 8 meters at that distance. Locking onto the target takes time. What can you do in 2.5 seconds? Xiao Yu sprinted over 20 meters while holding Mr. Ho and crashed into the entrance of a residential building, dodging the sniper's line of sight. Then, he let out a long breath. In the past, with his personality of settling scores immediately, he would have gone after the sniper. But now it was different. Mr. Ho was right beside him and needed protection. He also realized that the sniper wanted to kill Mr. Ho. Why? Wasn't he their target, Mr. Ho? That's right, but as the saying goes, if they can't have it, they will destroy it. Chapter 152. The sniper on the edge of panic 1 kilometer away, on the rooftop of a commercial building, a 18-meter long, fully equipped 14-kilogram intervention M200 sniper rifle was set up at the edge. The scope was locked onto the entrance of a residential building. It was said that this sniper rifle ranks among the top 3 in the world for accuracy. However, at this moment, it was just a useless piece of scrap metal. Why? The sniper's twisted expression revealed a look of shock in his eyes, a disbelief that made him question whether the figure he saw was a monster or still human. Just moments ago, through the scope, he witnessed a terrifying scene. He saw Xiao Yu transform from a sunny youth into a killing machine. Like a beast, he ran erratically, demonstrating a horrifying precision in shooting, taking down targets 40 meters away with a single shot to the head. He leaped into the air, using a handgun to kill one person, injure another, and suppress 2 more in midair. What terrified the sniper the most was that he witnessed Xiao Yu punch a person's head to the point of explosion. Could a human really possess such strength? The sniper's heart sank as he realized Xiao Yu's extreme dodging and predictive abilities, running over 20 meters in just 2 seconds while carrying someone weighing over 100 kilograms. What speed would he achieve without the extra weight? The sniper thought of the fastest creature on Earth, the cheetah, which can cover 100 meters in just 3.6 seconds. If Xiao Yu could run a kilometer at that speed to catch him, how long would it take? Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a spring, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He was utterly terrified, shocked, and bewildered. This was beyond human capability. This was a monster. Without hesitation, he quickly stood up, disregarding everything, and fled in a panic. A little-known fact: in emergencies, snipers can discard their weapons and gear to escape at full speed. Why was he so frightened? 1 second earlier, through the scope, he had seen that terrifying young man walk out from the entrance and look directly at his position. He could clearly see the youth coldly staring at him through the scope. This was definitely not an illusion, nor a fantasy, nor was he dreaming. Over 1,000 meters away, not only had the youth found his position, but he was also looking right at him. The sniper lost his mind. Thoughts of calmness, military dignity, and the mission vanished. All that remained was one idea: run for his life, or he would die. 1,000 meters away, outside the residential building, a smirk appeared on Xiao Yu's lips. This was Dragon Country. Could he really escape? Just wait. I'll be there soon to deal with you. He slowly turned his head, shifting his perspective. Not far away, Yi Hung was carrying a person on his shoulder, holding a portable rocket launcher in one hand and a submachine gun in the other. He walked over step by step. You call me a monster. But aren't you the same? Xiao Yu chuckled. Given Yi Heng's current load, an ordinary person would struggle just to walk. Yet he seemed quite relaxed. Aren't you afraid of getting hit walking around so arrogantly? Xiao Yu teased. Why should I be afraid? Yi Hung grinned, showing his teeth. If you can't handle them, then I won't think much of you. He dared to confidently go after the person who launched the rocket because he believed in Xiao Yu's capabilities. The longer he interacted with this younger brother, the more he realized how terrifying he truly was. With Xiao Yu protecting Old Ho, even if a squad of elite soldiers were sent, they might not be able to snatch Old Ho away. They could even end up being wiped out. This was evident from the sight of the four masked individuals lying on the ground, the business vehicle that had been shot through by a sniper, and the bullet holes scattered across the ground and the car. One could imagine what Xiao Yu had gone through. Why so slow? Xiao Yu frowned, putting away his smile. Bang! Yi Heng dropped the person from his shoulder onto the ground, looking innocent. It's not a real battlefield, and I'm from national security. I need to capture them alive. Okay, killing them would be much easier. Plus, I called an ambulance on the way back. Can't argue with that. Xiao Yu glanced at the overturned business vehicle nearby, hearing the painful groans from within. Thankfully, everyone was alive, which was a silver lining in the unfortunate situation. However, those armed police guards needed immediate medical attention. How's it going on your end? Yi Heng looked at Old Ho, who was still in a state of shock inside the residential building. A sniper got away, Xiao Yu grimaced. It was probably too late to catch him now. Even if he moved quickly, by the time he searched for the person, they'd likely be long gone. Impressive. Yi Heng gave a thumbs up, genuinely, honestly. You're wasting your talent, not joining the military. He knew that if it weren't for the younger brother protecting Old Ho, that sniper would have been doomed. Stop talking nonsense. There aren't any wars for us to fight in right now. Xiao Yu joked, isn't joining the military even more of a waste? That makes sense. Yi Heng laughed. How about coming to our national security then? Get lost. Xiao Yu laughed and scolded. I barely have time to spend with my sister as a police officer. How could I have more time in national security? Yi Heng fell silent and sighed. But someone has to sacrifice certain things to protect the homeland. What would happen if no one did it? However, he couldn't push this on Xiao Yu. At least he would think of ways to keep him in national security once Xiao Yu had settled down. The old man should feel the same way. Ambulances, police, and armed police arrived one after another. The recent battle seemed terrifying, but it had only lasted a few minutes. Once Yi Heng revealed his identity, the military and police cooperated fully and secured the scene. The injured armed police guards were sent for treatment, and the two bodies at the scene along with one on the rooftop 40 meters away were all carried away. Two individuals with all four limbs incapacitated were carried by the armed police, following the crowd. There was no need for medical treatment. Ensuring they would not die was sufficient. Meanwhile, police discovered a sniper rifle over 1,000 meters away in a commercial building. The entire process was orderly. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng accompanied Elder Ho to a residential building. They ascended to the 5th floor, where Xiao Yu forcefully opened the door. The ability no lock in the world could not be used when someone was watching. It was like magic. It was hard to explain, so he had to resort to brute force to break the door. Xiaoming, Elder Ho exclaimed, rushing into the living room. He embraced a young man bound at the limbs and gagged on the sofa, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng exchanged glances. They, too, thought of their parents. Xiao Yu thought of his parents from his previous life. As for his relatives in this life, he had always been like an ostrich, avoiding facing them. He didn't know how to confront them. He contemplated whether to return to his hometown in 2 months for the new year to see his relatives in this life. Chapter 153. Whatever happens, happens at this moment. Xiao Yu was watching Yi Heng untie the bindings from the young man, as well as the tape on his mouth. Ho Ming, male, 23 years old. A descendant of the Ho family. A bearer of golden blood? Not necessarily. It needs a blood test to confirm. But one thing is certain. Spies are using him, manipulating national security to lure out the Elder Ho. Moreover, this operation not only involved spies, but also soldiers. There were a total of 6 people. Xiao Yu had shot 3 dead, incapacitated 2, and 1 sniper managed to escape. The one Yi Heng caught was a spy. It's fine. He shouldn't be able to run far. The city of Langfang has already begun sealing off. While the Elder Ho was talking with his father and son, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng did not disturb them. They were now looking at a sniper rifle. Xiao Yu was salivating at the sight. What man doesn't he love this kind of thing? Do you like it? If you do, just say it. How would I know if you don't? Yi Heng tempted him. As long as you go to national security and become a formal special agent, what I mentioned will be yours. Some special agents have their own dedicated weapons, auxiliary tools, and certain special items and technologies. This is allowed by the state and national security. Of course, there would be dedicated cases and leather bags for these special agents. Those extremely special items would be stored inside these cases. Only the special agent themselves can open them. However, every time they are opened, certain special departments of national security will receive a usage signal. The process of use and habits will be recorded and monitored in detail. The state is not foolish. It understands how frightening it is if special agents go rogue, act abnormally, commit crimes, or betray their country. Is this trying to buy me off? Xiao Yu looked disdainful, dismissing Yi Heng's words. He shifted his gaze away from the sniper rifle, feeling puzzled about how these items got in. Although he knew it was through smuggling, it seemed too rampant. It's like ivory, rhino horns, tiger skins, antiques, and drugs. Entering the country follows the same principle. Yi Heng's expression was as if he were constipated. For example, an ocean fishing vessel illegally trading on the high seas sneaks back into the country. Can you check every fishing boat and inspect every fish? At most, it's just sampling and random checks. Some firearm parts might be hidden in the bellies of big fish or within some seafood. After returning to their home waters, these fishing boats could also transfer items to smaller boats, landing in some concealed places. There are countless ways. The tricks and schemes of bad people and criminals exceed your imagination. That's why it's said that not everyone can commit a crime just because they want to. The intelligence of criminals is generally higher than that of ordinary people. This is no joke. Xiao Yu nodded. He understood all these principles. But that didn't mean he wasn't frustrated. Damn it. He almost got killed by a sniper. He hasn't exacted his revenge yet. How could he not be upset? He glanced at the wound on his thigh. It had healed. It looked as if he had never been injured. Completely back to normal. Xiao Yu felt a bit guilty. Should he cut himself to make it look convincing? He was disturbed by his own thoughts. Isn't that a bit crazy? Forget it. Whatever happens, happens. Thank you so much this time. Yi Heng patted his younger brother on the shoulder, saying that if something were to happen to the old man Ho, everyone would be in trouble. An academician, and not just any ordinary one. He was developing military-grade nanobots, which were nearing the final stages. If something went wrong, the old man might not be able to withstand the furious wrath from his superiors and the military. After all, the funding for this research came from the military. Just as Yi Heng finished speaking, he noticed that Xiao Yu's expression was quite strange. An inexplicable feeling of unease washed over him. No way, his younger brother wouldn't be planning something, would he? Something fell off. Why hadn't the system task completion prompt appeared? Xiao Yu squinted, feeling a headache coming on. He recalled the system's task name, Shadow of Espionage, and the task requirement. Please capture the involved spies and dismantle the espionage network within 15 days. The system's meaning was very clear. It wasn't enough to just disrupt the spies' plans. The entire network had to be uprooted. Their essay saying, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days. How can one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? If these thieves weren't dealt with, they would cause trouble sooner or later. In a temporary interrogation room, Xiao Yu coldly watched as the personnel from national security were communicating closely with two suspects who were completely incapacitated. This kind of interaction was brutal, something even soldiers couldn't bear. Half an hour later, they reported that the suspects were from the National Security Bureau of a certain country, specifically from the Strategic Department, Intelligence Investigation Office's Internal Security Force. I'm still a kid, what are you talking about? Xiao Yu felt confused, as if he were a rookie looking up at something far above him, not understanding anything. The intelligence department of this country. Yi Heng put on a face of disdain, with an expression that conveyed it's terrifying to be uneducated, as he looked down on his younger brother. They were some special soldiers cultivated by the intelligence department, akin to special forces, but not real special forces. Brother, you're really impressive. Xiao Yu looked at his older brother with a teasing gaze. Yi Heng replied, so harsh, I really want to hit him. Although they had discovered the identities of these individuals, the national security personnel had not managed to extract any useful information. These military personnel were merely executing orders and tasks from above. Their objective was to kidnap the old man Ho, leaving Lang Fang to enter Tianjin and then escape by sea. This time, the country not only sent spies but also dispatched a combat team of 12. The team was divided into two groups. One came to Langfang to kidnap Ho, while the other was stationed at smuggling routes to provide support at any moment. Suddenly, a national security officer rushed into the interrogation room to report to Xiao Yu and Yi Heng. A suspect believed to be a sniper had been identified, having hijacked a private car to escape the city before the lockdown, heading towards Tianjin, and people had already been dispatched to capture him. Tianjin? Xiao Yu frowned, and Yi Heng felt a headache coming on. Tianjin was not only a provincial-level administrative region, but also a municipality directly under the central government, a central city of the country. If this group of foreign soldiers went rogue, it would cause significant destruction to the city and harm to civilians. This was a group of armed soldiers, and ordinary people would be like ants in front of them. Even ordinary police officers facing them are no different from delivering groceries. Let's go, Yi Heng said to his younger companion. First, let's deal with those little troublemakers. With the two of them going to capture and surround. Those 6 troublemakers are just like ants. Xiao Yu didn't get up, frowning, always feeling that something was overlooked, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. He is human, not a deity. He can't just snap his fingers to figure things out, nor can he have a foolproof plan. As long as one is human, there will be things they can't think of, and mistakes will happen. Overlooked? Yi Heng was puzzled. Have all the most trusted people around Old Ho been captured? Xiao Yu asked. He had already deduced that someone close to Old Ho had betrayed him. As for who leaked the news about Old Ho's descendants, it hasn't been confirmed yet. 2 have been captured, and another one is still being pursued. Yi Heng nodded. So what else is there that I haven't thought of? Xiao Yu got up and shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these things. We need to take care of those 6 troublemakers first, and then deal with that sniper. We can talk about the rest when we get back. Chapter 154. What you said makes so much sense. A sedan sped along the highway, less than 10 minutes away from the city. The driver, a young man in his mid-20s, wore a look of panic on his face. However, there was a chilling indifference to life reflected in his eyes. An hour ago, he had discovered that monsters truly existed in this world. The most terrifying part was that this monster was from his own country. It could be a soldier or possibly someone from a security agency. The level of horror and the process of slaughter were akin to that of a human weapon. A living weapon. What on earth was he? How could such a terrifying creature exist in his country? A cold, sinister glint flickered in the young man's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a strange rumbling sound echoed above him. It wasn't he from the sedan, but from the sky outside. He recognized it immediately, the roar of helicopter blades. Why was there a helicopter? His face turned pale as he grasped a terrifying possibility. But then, bang, a pair of legs appeared in his line of sight, landing on the vehicle's hood. Following that, a crouching figure came into view. When he saw the face, a chill ran down his spine, triggering his deepest fears. The face belonged to the very monster he had encountered an hour ago. It was over. Despair washed over him. Bang! A fist shattered the windshield as if tearing through paper, grabbing the shattered glass and frame, and tossing it aside effortlessly. In an instant, the young man blinked, and the figure was seated in the passenger seat. After you finish shooting me, are you planning to run? The figure, Xiao Yu, tilted his head, coldly looking at the pale-faced young man. Can you even run? At the same time, in the air above, an armed helicopter was slowly descending, flying horizontally. Yi Heng held a sniper rifle, aiming at the bloodless young man, grinning. This sniper rifle was the very one the young man had discarded earlier. At that moment, 3 armored vehicles appeared from the front, back, and left, trapping the sedan in between. They pulled over to the emergency lane. Xiao Yu reached out, lightly slapping the young man's face. It didn't hurt, but it was loud, an act of humiliation. Did the young man dare to resist? If he did, he would die. In despair, the young man reluctantly released the accelerator, steering the car toward the right emergency lane and bringing it to a stop. Although being captured by his own country's authorities might not bode well for him, didn't he want to die? The 3 armored vehicles encircled the sedan like bulls, sealing it off in the emergency lane. Xiao Yu opened the car door, ignoring the young man as he stepped out. A group of special police officers from the armored vehicles rushed over, dragging the young man out of the car as if he were a small chick, taking him toward the armored vehicles. Suddenly, Xiao Yu took a running start, jumped, grabbed the rope ladder dropped from the armed helicopter, and climbed into the cabin, accepting the ear protection handed to him by Yi Heng. You dare to jump from a helicopter? Yi Heng teased. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I was hoping he would resist a bit, Xiao Yu said with disappointment, but it turns out he's just trash. He really wanted to take revenge, but who knew the other side was as cowardly as a reptile. Isn't it disgusting to step on someone like that? But Xiaoyu didn't reflect on himself. Like a monster, he had already scared the person out of their wits. Who would dare to resist? Even if they did, what good would it do? They would end up dead. With someone like you, who wouldn't be afraid? Yi Heng chuckled at his younger brother, who had a face that looked like an angel, but was doing things only a devil would do. Was there anything wrong with that? His younger brother's face was as handsome as a star, too deceptive. His true nature was ruthless, cold-blooded, and violent, resembling a thug, or rather, a monster. Who wouldn't be scared? You make a good point. Xiaoyu shot him a middle finger. Hurry up and take those 6 little devils down, so we can get back. I have this feeling. Something's about to happen. What could happen with that brain of yours? Yi Heng shook his head. I think the only person who could outsmart you is your sister. This wasn't a baseless claim. In front of Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu, Xiaoyu never liked to think too much. Sometimes, Hua Qingwu would play tricks on her brother, and Xiaoyu would willingly fall for it. If anyone could deceive him in this life, it would probably be these 2 sisters. But the problem was, neither Yi Qiu-chan nor Hua Qingwu would deceive him now. Thinking of them, a smile unconsciously curled at the corners of Xiaoyu's mouth. But in the next second, the gentle smile froze on his lips. Yi Heng was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? You just said the only people who could deceive me are my family? Xiaoyu's eyes were locked onto his older brother. Yi Heng was startled. Is there a problem? Let's go back to Langfang. Xiaoyu suddenly shouted. Yi Heng's expression changed dramatically. Tell the military personnel piloting the helicopter to change course and head back to Langfang. Call the people watching over Old Ho. Xiaoyu quickly shouted. Hurry. Check if Old Ho has had any incidents. Yi Heng's face changed again. Using the communication tools on the helicopter, he contacted the national security personnel in Langfang. 5 minutes later, Yi Heng's expression was blank as he spoke. Old Ho and his son are missing. It was indeed a problem here. Xiaoyu rubbed his brow. No matter how he calculated, he hadn't considered the heir of Old Ho. After all, this was his biological son. Would you really betray your own father? This was a situation Xiaoyu had overlooked. He forgot that there was a type of creature in this world, beasts. At the same time, he thought of a possibility. The secret about Old Ho having other heirs was leaked by this very heir themselves, not from someone around Old Ho. The reasoning was simple. The people around the old man Ho are unlikely to betray him or their country. However, it's a different story for his descendants. The question arises, why did Ho Ming betray his father? Moreover, he conveniently sold him to a spy. It's not just coincidence. It's golden blood. Ho Ming must possess this golden blood, which caught the attention of the spies searching for it. But compared to the research conducted by Old Man Ho, golden blood is nothing. How can the technology for cultivating human organs be less impressive than military-grade nanobots? One is for civilian use, the other for military. Surely the spies understand the difference in importance? Thus, the spies found Ho Ming because of the golden blood, and through him learned about Old Man Ho. Ultimately, an operation targeting Old Man Ho was set in motion. Xiaoyu let out a bitter laugh, realizing his own foolishness. However, he quickly turned to a cold smile. Since they have discovered this now, it's not too late. Chapter 155, Playing This with Grandfather Night, 7 o'clock, a residential area. The darkness envelopes the earth like a massive velvet cloth. A residential community has been completely sealed off. A military helicopter lands on the road outside the community. Xiaoyu and Yi Heng step down from the helicopter and enter the community, making their way into Ho Ming's home. In the living room, 2 national security personnel look embarrassed. Shut up. Yi Heng glares at them, then turns to his younger brother. Xiaoyu walks toward the bedroom and notices an open window, with a rope tied to the bed leg extending out the window. Beast form, eagle eye, elephant nose. Xiaoyu scans the floor, wrinkling his nose a few times. He sees 3 pairs of footprints on the ground and catches a faint smell of isoflurane. Isoflurane, an inhalation anesthetic. Xiaoyu approaches the window, leans his arm on the windowsill, and lightly drops down outside. His palm grips the outer ledge of the window as he hovers in the air, his eyes scanning the wall. He notices traces of climbing and footprints on the wall. Xiaoyu squints, imagining a scenario. Someone used inhalation anesthetics on Old Ho to incapacitate him. This person is likely Old Ho's son. How could a son sink so low? When returning by helicopter, Yi Heng told him about a spy case. A student studying abroad was tempted by money from an intelligence agency, receiving 10 million in a foreign account. The agency instructed the student to feign illness to lure his father to visit. They promised the student another 50 million upon success. For 10 million, the student sold out his father. A father would definitely rush to his sick son. Upon arrival, They were secretly captured by the intelligence agency. Did the student receive the remaining 50 million? No. Even the initial 10 million account was cleared out. Not only did he receive nothing, but he was also taken away, becoming a tool to threaten his father. Isn't it interesting? Wasn't there a secret capture? How did national security know? Because they caught a spy who confessed during interrogation that he participated in this deception and capture operation. Do you really think that money deposited into your account in someone else's country is yours? How naive can you be? If they want, they can take that money away in an instant. This tactic is universal in any country. However, some people are willing to commit inhumane acts for such temptations. Ho Ming was likely used by an intelligence agency employing similar deceptive tactics, even selling out his own father, personally anesthetizing him to cooperate with espionage activities. After analyzing this process, Xiao Yu lets go of his grip. He descends from the 4th floor to the ground in the blink of an eye. Thud! Xiao Yu's feet touch the ground as he crouches down to absorb the impact. He observes the ground and discovers 2 sets of footprints. One belongs to Ho Ming, and the other likely belongs to a spy. As for the old man, he must have been carried away by someone, which is why there were no footprints left behind. Following the trail for 5 meters, Xiao Yu stopped. He looked at a sewage manhole cover in front of him, his expression darkening. He crouched down and opened the cover. Below was a sewage channel, and he could see 2 lines of roller drag marks. Xiao Yu's mind began to weave a narrative. A spy and Ho Ming collaborated to place the old man into the sewage well, putting him on a cart-like tool and dragging him away. Impressive. Xiao Yu's expression kept changing as he closed his eyes, his thoughts racing. He never expected that the spy would prepare 2 plans to abduct the old man. The first plan was a straightforward grab, forcibly killing those around him and taking him away. Unfortunately, that plan failed. The second plan involved using Ho Ming to incapacitate the old man, with a spy assisting in taking him away. This plan succeeded. It was known that there were security personnel outside the bedroom. They managed to take someone right under the noses of the security team. Were the security personnel incompetent? No. It was simply something that normal people would never think of. It's like this. Today, you and your father are on good terms. And the next day, he sells you to traffickers. Absurd, right? How could such a thing happen? Yet it happened. The security personnel were normal people. How could they possibly conceive of this? When Yi Heng called, the 2 security personnel entered the bedroom to check. They were stunned. Xiao Yu even thought of a bolder, more outrageous guess. The spy probably anticipated that the success rate of the first plan was low. The 6 soldiers and 1 spy were merely his pawns. He was using the soldiers to suggest that there were other soldiers in the area. Would Xiao Yu and Yi Heng go after them? Of course. What was this? Drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. The reason he could think of this was that the spy had already played this game once. Using a female spy's words to lure them to the old man's side, then using a soldier's words to lead them away was completely normal. At the same time, one had to admit that this clever spy was quite terrifying. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, discarding other spies and soldiers like mere pawns. This was why Xiao Yu would say this person was impressive. Not only was he intelligent, but he was also ruthless. But what was the use of being highly intelligent and ruthless? Xiao Yu scoffed. This was Long Country, my home turf. Without hesitation, he jumped into the sewage well and quickly moved along the traces. Underground. He exited the community through the sewage channel and entered the city's underground sewage network. While tracking, Xiao Yu analyzed the situation. At that moment, Langfang was completely locked down. There was no sea, and both road and air routes were thoroughly blocked. How would they escape? What methods would they use? Xiao Yu stopped, looked up, and saw a manhole cover. It was the exit the other party had used. He climbed up, pushed the cover aside, and emerged on the surface, standing beside a road. Was someone there to assist? Xiao Yu glanced around, and his eyes fell on the road, examining the ground. What did he discover? He noticed a spot on the ground with water stains. When vehicles pass by, after gasoline is completely burned, it generates water vapor and carbon dioxide. If this vehicle stopped somewhere or remained idling, then the exhaust pipe would drip water. That puddle of water must have been left by a certain vehicle. It is highly likely that this vehicle picked up Ho Ming, and the spy, because it's too coincidental for a vehicle to stop here. Xiao Yu looked around and suddenly felt a pang of frustration. There were no surveillance cameras, indicating that the spy had deliberately chosen this location. Without any monitoring, how could he find this vehicle? Is he playing games with me? Xiao Yu sneered. I may not be skilled in catching spies, but what I do is criminal investigation. Finding a vehicle shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 156. Airspace blockade: how to locate the suspect vehicle through groundwater traces. It's quite simple. By analyzing the water traces, one can infer the parking location of the vehicle. From the parking location, tire tread marks can be found. By examining the patterns of the tire treads, one can deduce the spacing between the tires and analyze the vehicle's body to identify the model. Once the type of vehicle is discovered, surveillance systems can be used for further investigation. Isn't this area supposed to be a blind spot without surveillance? But does a vehicle that enters a blind spot stay there forever? Based on Xiao Yu's reasoning, the suspect vehicle is likely the one that picked up Mr. Ho Ming, and the spy. As long as this vehicle exits the blind spot, it will come into view of the city surveillance system. By cross-referencing with nearby surveillance, suspicious vehicle types can be filtered out, and the vehicle will eventually be identified. 1 hour and 15 minutes later, through the surveillance system, the suspect vehicle is locked onto. It is a very ordinary Volkswagen Santana sedan. After checking the license plate, the suspect vehicle is quickly identified. However, it turns out to be a clone vehicle. But that's not a problem. The entire city of Langfang is already under lockdown. Escaping using a vehicle is nearly impossible now. All the exits from the city have been sealed off. Trains, land transport, high-speed rail, and flights have all been suspended. 45 minutes later, Xiao Yu stands in front of a Volkswagen Santana parked outside a large amusement park. By examining the footprints left by those who got out of the car, the suspect's footprints are identified. However, these footprints lead toward a roadside drainage channel. There is water in the drainage channel, and the footprints disappear. Xiao Yu looks up and follows the drainage channel, glancing toward the amusement park not far away. In winter, the amusement park facilities are all closed. Xiao Yu walks step by step along the drainage channel toward the amusement park, finding no more traces of footprints. Impressive, my spy. Standing inside the amusement park, Xiao Yu smiles, a hint of excitement on his face. How long has it been since he encountered such a clever opponent? Although he sometimes dislikes intelligent enemies, one has to admit that playing against those without brains can lower the IQ and become quite boring. It's like playing werewolf. It's all about heart rate, intelligence, and acting skills. Especially the thrill when a werewolf makes a bold move. It's exhilarating. National security personnel and police begin to search within the amusement park. Countless armed police seal off the entire area. However, there are simply too many footprints in the park. Most are left by past visitors, making it extremely difficult to filter through them. Footprints on the cement ground can last more than 6 months, even permanently, despite wind and sunlight. However, one can distinctly differentiate between new and old footprints. When no new footprints are discovered within the park, it becomes puzzling. The more they fail to find anything, the more it indicates that the suspects are indeed there. A smile spreads across Xiao Yu's face. Beast form, eagle eye. At this moment, Xiao Yu stands at a high point, surveying the entire amusement park area. With a brief glance, he observed. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to 2 high-altitude cable car lines. Following the cable car route, he looked towards the end of the park, where several parked cable cars stood. A peculiar smile appeared on his face. Is this the place? His perspective shifted again, following the cable car line into the distance. This line led to a zoo. A forest zoo. Anyone with decent intelligence knows that establishing a forest zoo requires a vast green area. There are mountains, water, and woods. In no time, he arrived at the cable car boarding area. After checking, he discovered that the cable car had operated less than 2 hours ago. He found it. He took the cable car, which took 15 minutes to reach the forest zoo area. Suddenly, there was a stop. Holding a walkie-talkie, he issued an order. Instantly, the cable car line halted. He opened the cable car door and looked down. Below him was a dense canopy of trees, close at hand. With an eagle-eye view, he surprisingly spotted fabric on a large tree. Clothing fabric. The question arose. How could there be clothing fabric on a tree? He leapt from the cable car. In the form of a feline spirit, his body was as agile as a raccoon, lightly landing on a tree canopy. Then, using both hands and feet, he quickly descended to the spot where the fabric was located. Picking it up, he realized it was a piece of fabric that had just been torn from someone's body. It could also be said that it was scraped off by a tree branch. The smile on his face grew more pronounced. Jumping to the ground, he examined the area closely. A thick layer of dead leaves, branches, and dried grass had accumulated, forming a protective layer similar to an air cushion. If someone jumped from a height and landed on it, the chance of injury would be high. He looked up through the gaps in the canopy at the cable car above. A drop of about 15 to 16 meters wouldn't be a problem. Observing the ground again, he not only found traces of someone having fallen, but also footprints. And he saw bloodstains. Was someone injured? He glanced at the fabric in his hand. scratched by a tree branch. Shifting to a leopard-like speed, he sprang forward, moving swiftly like a leopard. As he ran, he observed the ground, sniffing the air for scent molecules. About 200 meters later, he burst out of the woods and onto a grassy area. The open space was about 200 to 300 square meters. Normally, it would be a resting spot for visitors climbing the mountain, a place for picnics. However, he was astonished to find a massive indentation on the grass. It seemed that a large box had once been placed here, leaving a mark on the lawn. A square indentation of approximately 15 meters by 15 meters. What could it be? He blinked a few times, using his mental knowledge to analyze various possibilities. Suddenly, he saw 4 deep holes appearing about 6 or 7 meters around the indentation. These 4 holes corresponded exactly to the corners of the indentation. Xiaoyu walked towards one of the deep holes to observe it closely. He discovered that something resembling an iron stake had been driven into the ground and then pulled out, leaving a deep hole. An iron stake? Xiaoyu looked at the large square indentation. Time passed slowly, about half a minute. It turned out to be a hot air balloon. Xiaoyu suddenly realized, his expression turning slightly cold. The square indentation must be from the hot air balloon's basket. The 4 deep holes likely indicated where the ropes secured the basket. All the traces on the ground matched perfectly. Xiaoyu gazed at the pitch-black night sky. Wanting to use the hot air balloon to leave the city? It had to be said that this was a very good method. First, a hot air balloon can ascend quite high. Second, the basket is made of wood. Finally, it is difficult to detect on radar, unless it is military radar. Here comes the problem. Such city defense radar is only for long-distance detection and for defending against aerial threats, not for scanning the city. This creates a blind spot. As long as the hot air balloon flies under the city defense radar, it won't be detected. Deploy drones, armed helicopters, and if possible, mobilize fighter jets. Xiaoyu picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered to seal off the airspace around the area. Chapter 157. After your performance. It's my turn. Numerous drones appeared in the airspace over Langfang. Now and then, 2 fighter jets could be seen flying by, conducting searches throughout the Langfang airspace. Inside an armed helicopter, the speed at which a hot air balloon floats depends on the wind speed. Yi Heng said to Xiaoyu, unless the hot air balloon is equipped with a propeller. The propellers that can be added to hot air balloons are mostly wind-powered, similar to high-power spiral fans, but they can only increase the flight speed slightly. The wind speed tonight is not high. Based on the time it takes for the other party to escape, it can be inferred that they have at most 2 hours and will not exceed 70 kilometers. Yi Heng slowly said, and now we still cannot locate the exact position of their hot air balloon, so there are only 2 possibilities. 1. The hot air balloon has already landed. 2. There was never a hot air balloon at all. What is the best way to lure the tiger away from its mountain? Xiaoyu closed his eyes to rest, his tone calm. Yi Heng pondered. To lure the tiger away from its mountain, one must go deep into the tiger's den. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? To lure the tiger away, there must also be bait. What is the bait? The testimony provided by the captured foreign soldiers. The bait, of course, is that there are still 6 foreign soldiers in Tianjin. But it can now be inferred that those baits should be fake. Even if they went to Tianjin, they would not find any foreign soldiers. The other party's goal is simply to draw them out of Langfang. They are taking the opportunity to abduct Old Ho. If Xiaoyu had not discovered the anomaly in advance and returned quickly, under normal circumstances, they would have already been in Tianjin to capture those 6 foreign soldiers. The capture process would have been futile. Therefore, they would realize they were being lured away and would rush back to Langfang immediately. What about the other party? Is their destination Tianjin? Yi Heng's expression turned grim. Are they playing with our time difference? No, it's not that. Xiaoyu shook his head with a smile. Initially, I also thought of Tianjin. It's through maritime transport. For those spies, this is currently the only way to leave the Dragon Country quickly and return to the Cherry Blossom Country. Isn't it? Yi Heng looked at his younger brother, puzzled. Have you considered this question? Xiaoyu's expression was quite strange. Can we think of it, but they can't? Yi Heng's expression changed. Exactly. There are many clever people. Not just you. So is it possible that they never ran away? Xiaoyu grinned. But instead, they intentionally made us think they fled Langfang? Yi Heng's brain was on fire. No way, how could that be? How dare they not run? The entire Langfang is sealed off. Not running equals death. Any normal person wouldn't just sit still, right? But the question is, are they normal people? They are spies. Then why are you still deploying drones, helicopters, and fighter jets here? Yi Heng stared at his younger brother for a long time. Are we only allowed to act and deceive them, but they are not allowed to see our performance? Xiao Yu sneered. Their goal is to make us think they have already escaped. So we will play along with their idea and let them believe we have left Langfang to find them. Then, Yi Heng's expression was complicated. Is it like catching a turtle in a jar? Xiao Yu laughed. This is called fishing in troubled waters. Only by stirring up the water can the fish become invisible, and we can reach out to catch them. Their essay question, what if they haven't run away but are hiding in Langfang? Yi Heng asked, how do we find their hiding spot? Then I'll turn the question around and ask you, how did they know about our movements? Not long after he and Yi Heng left, Old Ho was abducted. Is it really that coincidental? Could it be? Yi Heng's eyes lit up. Are they monitoring our every move? No need for monitoring, as long as they find a place to observe Ho Ming's house. Xiao Yu sneered. They can easily grasp our every move, from our arrival in Langfang to entering the community where Ho Ming is located. All actions of the national security should have been controlled by spies. The hiding spot is near Ho Ming's house. Yi Heng was astonished. Otherwise, Xiao Yu scoffed. How could they accurately grasp our action information to lay out such a large scheme, making us dance to their tune? So you deliberately made such a big commotion. Yi Heng's expression couldn't hide his shock. It was all a show for them. At first, I really wasn't putting on a show. I was tricked. Xiao Yu looked slightly tired, rubbing his brow, but when I realized that hot air balloons don't fly fast, and we hadn't even found the balloon, I realized I was played, and thought they were nearby Ho Ming's house. Getting played isn't shameful. The shame lies in being played and not knowing how it happened. There are plenty of people smarter than you in this world. Fortunately, Xiao Yu reacted quickly and sensed something was wrong. Now it's his turn to find these spies. Midnight. Silent and still. A shadow slipped like a ghost into the community sealed off by armed police. Like a gecko, it climbed onto the rooftop of a residential building, blending into the rooftop. Completely still. In the cold wind, Xiao Yu seemed like a stone. Except for his eyes moving, his body was tightly pressed against the rooftop. He knew someone was observing the community at all times. It was a pair of invisible eyes watching in the dark. So, how do we find these eyes? To observe a residential area, you first need a high point to overlook the entire community. Therefore, the other party must be at a high place. Xiao Yu scanned his surroundings. His gaze locked onto two 20-story apartment buildings about 400 meters away. These two buildings were nearly 100 meters tall. From the outside, they looked like ordinary apartment buildings with nothing special. But there was one key point. The view was unobstructed. With just a high-powered telescope, everything in the community where Xiao Yu resides comes into view. Is this the place? Xiao Yu squinted his eyes and decided to check first. Beast form, eagle eye. His gaze first locked onto a building. He carefully observed each resident's window. From the 24th floor down to the 10th, he stopped. Any lower floors would not allow him to observe the residence of the suspect. His gaze shifted. Xiao Yu looked at another tall building and continued his downward inspection. 24th floor, 23rd floor, 22nd floor. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's gaze froze, locking onto a window. He noticed a gap in the curtains. He saw a monocular telescope and noticed it moving slightly. The telescope's view was exactly of the community he was in. Xiao Yu smiled silently. Found it. Chapter 158. One mistake. No place to bury the dead. 12:31 a.m. In a high-rise apartment, beside the road over 200 meters away. Aren't you going to catch them? Yi Heng shifted his gaze from the distant building to his companion beside him. The other party is too clever. Xiao Yu shook his head, suggesting that they might not necessarily be hiding inside the building. They could just be a scout. Scouts are used to gather intelligence and report back to their superiors. Often, scouts are also the ones most likely to perish. Because sometimes, scouts can turn into a line of defense, a decoy, or a trap to attract enemy fire. Being acknowledged by Xiao Yu and having been played by him, it was clear how intelligent the other party was. If they were truly hiding in that high-rise, Xiao Yu would look down on them a bit. Such a foolish act would not match their intelligence at all. Intelligence bordering on the supernatural. Yi Heng looked at his companion sincerely, thinking it was exactly people like them he was referring to. Don't mess around. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, stating that such people never end well. And he didn't want to become one of them. Still being modest, Yi Heng chuckled. What should we do next? Assuming the person upstairs is a scout. Xiao Yu said calmly. Then they must have some form of communication, and if something happens to the scout, they will know immediately. It's even possible that there is another scout monitoring this building. As long as any suspicious person approaches, they will be aware. That's why they are standing over 200 meters away, not getting closer to the building. If they rashly approached, who knows? They might be discovered as soon as they reached the front of the building. This ties back to what was mentioned earlier. Sometimes, scouts can also become decoys or lines of defense. This could very well be a trap waiting for you to jump in. It's a battle of wits and courage. One wrong step, and there's south no place to bury the dead. Not going to catch them? Yi Heng frowned. We definitely have to catch them. Xiao Yu contemplated for a moment, but we must determine their alert time first. What is alert time? For example, patrols occur at regular intervals, or for a lookout post. They report using communication devices every half hour or hour. If the time exceeds without a report, it means the sentry must have encountered trouble. Generally, this time interval will not be shorter than half an hour, and the longest will not exceed 3 hours. How will Xiao Yu determine the other party's alert time? At this moment, his eyes were focused on the 21st floor, watching that window. He observed the frequency of the movements through the binoculars, noting how long it paused. To monitor an area, the binoculars must constantly sweep. They need to observe everything inside the area at all times. To achieve 24-hour surveillance, at least 2 people are needed. Therefore, the binoculars won't stop, and even if they do, it won't be for long. But as soon as they stop, it indicates that the other party is engaged in other activities, resting, relieving themselves, smoking, drinking water, or reporting. Xiao Yu quietly observed for nearly 2 hours. At 2:31 a.m., he confirmed his observations. The movement frequency of the telescope will pause for a moment every half hour, at the top of the hour or half past. When the telescope pauses for the 4th time, which is at 2:30, Xiao Yu confirms that the opponent's alert time is once every half hour. Prepare a helicopter. You pretend to return to the residential area. Xiao Yu looks at Yi Heng and says, during this process, I will jump from the helicopter to the rooftop and then enter that building. Yi Heng responds, why are you still on the ground? Why not go to the sky? Even 007 wouldn't dare to play like you. At 2:52, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng enter the helicopter, which is 600 meters away on the road. They take off and circle towards a certain residential area. During the flight, they pass by 2 high-rise buildings, but maintain a safe distance of 20 meters. This means Xiao Yu has to jump from 20 meters above the rooftop of the building and land accurately on it. A normal person, even if they jump accurately to the rooftop, risks serious injury if they miscalculate. If they miss, falling from nearly 120 meters, combining the 20 meters with the building's height, is deadly. As the armed helicopter hovers over the building, at 3:01, Xiao Yu jumps from the helicopter. In his beast form, he adopts the most reasonable posture to descend gracefully. With a soft thud, he lands on the rooftop, crouching to absorb the impact and scanning the surroundings. In an instant, he spots a figure hiding behind the central air conditioning unit on the building. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's eagle-eye ability, he might not have noticed him at all. This could jeopardize the plan. Xiao Yu feels a surge of frustration and almost punches himself. Despite all his calculations, he hadn't anticipated that a spy would be so ruthless. In the dead of winter, they stationed personnel for surveillance on the rooftop. Why is this person confirmed as a spy? It's winter, at 3 in the morning. Who would come to the rooftop to play? Frustration aside, the moment he lands and sees that person, Xiao Yu raises his arm, gripping a silenced pistol. The king of guns. Bang! He fires. A splash of blood erupts from the head of the figure behind the air conditioning unit. Xiao Yu raises his hand to activate his military communication earpiece, while keeping an eye on the fallen man, and coldly informs Yi Heng, the plan may fail. I've spotted a sentry on the rooftop. Be ready for action on your side. Why does he say may fail? Xiao Yu is betting that the opponent also sends out their alert time every half hour. His jump from the helicopter to the rooftop is at 3:01. If he is right, it means there are still 29 minutes of operational time left. Xiao Yu quickly approaches the deceased's body. As expected, he finds a walkie-talkie beside the person. Using the walkie-talkie for surveillance, reporting, and warning, Xiao Yu's heart grows cold. The deceased's hand is now resting on the walkie-talkie. If he pulls the trigger even a second later at night, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Yu picked up the intercom and ran towards the safety passage leading down from the rooftop. He opened a metal rainproof safety cover, revealing the 24th floor below. With a leap, Xiao Yu jumped into the building, landing lightly and surveying his surroundings. A second later, he let out a sigh of relief. No surveillance cameras were found, indicating that the other party had not set up more security lines. That made sense. There was a live person guarding the rooftop. If anything unusual happened, they could quickly alert through the intercom, faster than anything else. At 3:02 a.m., Xiao Yu arrived at the 21st floor. He first checked if there were any cameras in the corridor. Confirming there were none, he quickly ran to a front door. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu's hand gripped the doorknob. System capability. No lock is unbreakable. The door lock opened, and he pulled the door wide. Bang! A loud noise erupted beneath Xiao Yu's feet. His figure shot forward like a cannonball, appearing instantaneously in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, right next to a man. Before the man could even react, a swift chop struck the back of his head. Crisis averted? No, not yet. Remember Xiao Yu's analysis? To monitor the area 24/7. There must be at least 2 people involved. Where was the other one? Chapter 159. I just like you being so stubborn. Where is the other person? Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled like stars in the dark night, radiating a cold light. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Beast form, wolf ears. In an instant, he heard the heartbeat and breathing of 2 individuals. One was in front of him, the other. Xiao Yu looked towards the bedroom. A violent force erupted within him, propelling his legs. His body shot up, crashing through the bedroom door with a bang. Amidst the shattered wood, he appeared in front of a wardrobe, swinging his fist. Boom! His punch broke through the wardrobe, grabbing hold of a human neck. Crack! With a squeeze. Amid the roaring sound, Xiao Yu withdrew his arm, pulling someone out from the wardrobe. From entering the bedroom to killing, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. He saw a walkie-talkie drop from the other person's hand. Xiao Yu's brows furrowed sharply as he caught the walkie-talkie. He heard the sound of the button being pressed. No sound could escape his wolf ears. So why was the other person hiding in the wardrobe? Simple counter-surveillance. First, to prevent snipers. Second, to prevent comrades from being shot, controlling and hiding to send alerts. Third, to hide in the wardrobe to avoid unexpected situations and sneak out to do something bad. This was how Xiao Yu deduced that there were 2 people in the apartment. And he still had a lead. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have heard the heartbeat and breathing. That would have been it. The other party would have immediately used the walkie-talkie to alert. Xiao Yu tossed the body aside and pressed the communication earpiece on his ear. Controlled. Time. 3:03 a.m. 27 minutes left. Yi Heng's voice came through the earpiece. Using any means necessary, get the information we want. What does this mean? It means reminding Xiao Yu that as long as he could obtain a confession, he could use any cruel, brutal, bloody methods against these spies. If something went wrong, Yi Heng would take the blame. This is also why the police methods don't work here in national security. Are you sure you want to deal with spies, agents, and traitors harming your fellow countrymen with civilized law enforcement? In abnormal times, abnormal methods are required. If your hands aren't dirty, your blood isn't cold, and you can't employ those abnormal measures, you can never become a national security special agent. You might as well go home and farm. Hearing Yi Heng's words, Xiao Yu almost laughed. Has he ever been soft-hearted when facing bad people? He quickly walked out of the bedroom to the floor-to-ceiling window. His palm landed on the monocular, gently adjusting it. You can deduce the alert time of others through the telescope. Do you think if someone sees the telescope still and not shaking, they would notice something unusual? Xiao Yu's left hand moved the telescope to observe the distant community, while his right hand pulled out a gun, aiming at the unconscious man. Bang, 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 bang. As per the usual practice, he fired 4 shots, shattering the opponent's elbow and knee. Disable the limbs to prevent any resistance or struggle. Ah, the pain. Awakening the unconscious man from his stupor. Thud, the sole of his foot pressed down on the man's chest, pinning him to the ground like a nail. His left hand remained steady, leisurely adjusting the telescope. Bang, bang. 2 more shots. These 2 shots directly shattered the man's eyeballs, firing outward from the bridge of the nose and the center of the forehead. This way, the bullets would only explode the eyeballs, exiting through the orbital bone, but would not harm the brain. Why did he do this? Psychology. Humans fear darkness. When a person suddenly becomes blind and is deprived of visual information from the outside world, their psychological defenses are significantly weakened, leading to feelings of fear, panic, and terror. This can intensify an individual's sense of fear and may even result in a complete psychological breakdown. Clinical psychology refers to this as fear of blindness. The man's screams grew more desperate as he struggled wildly. He realized not only that his limbs were useless, but also that he had lost his sight. The sheer terror nearly drove him to the brink of a complete mental and physical breakdown. What is your identity? Xiao Yu's tone was as cold as the icy winds of a glacier. Ah, the man could only scream in agony, not answering. I like you being this stubborn. Xiao Yu grinned. With one hand, he adjusted the telescope. His body slowly crouched down, raising the other hand. The palm was flat and powerful, striking downwards. With a piercing sound, it pierced through the man's lower abdomen, groping, grasping for the heart. Ah! The pain and terror caused the man to emit a scream that was inhuman. In an unseen situation, pain can be infinitely magnified. What would it feel like when someone else's hand is inserted into your abdomen? The man's psychological defenses have completely collapsed, his mental guard shattered. Xiao Yu's expression remains calm as ever, asking, "What is your identity?" Cherry Blossom Country. Intelligence officer. Inoue. The man screamed in agony while speaking with a colonel accent, revealing his identity. The name of the individual is quite strange. Xiao Yu frowned, asking, "What is your mission?" Monitoring, where Ho Ming is located. Residential community. The man screams in response. Ho Ming, what is his identity? Xiao Yu's gaze gradually turned icy and piercing. Offline, golden blood, tool. The man's voice began to weaken. Just as expected, Xiao Yu continued to ask, "Where is old Ho?" I don't know. The man said weakly. "I was just following the orders of the Shadow Fox. Came here to report. On alert. You're just a tool, right? I understand. Then you're of no use." Uft. Xiao Yu's palm crushed the opponent's heart. Pulling out from the opponent's abdomen, blood splattered everywhere. The man twitched a few times and gradually stopped breathing. "Did you hear that?" Xiao Yu coldly asked. "Did you hear that?" A low voice from the earpiece responded. "We're in trouble." Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. Shadow Fox? This situation is reminiscent of those dramatic spy films from the past. I've seen enough to know what to expect. Any spy with a code name is certainly not ordinary. The senior intelligence officer from a certain country, the commander. Yi Heng's voice turned cold. Dandelion. Dandelion. Xiao Yu's heart raced for a moment. He had heard his elder brother mention it. Dandelion is the most formidable presence among spies. Potentially even more impressive than some intelligence agency commanders. Such individuals share a common trait. Until you capture them, you have no idea who they are or what their identity is. Even if you do capture them, you might not realize they are Dandelion. Xiao Yu turned his head to glance at his watch. It was 3:08 p.m. He had only 22 minutes left. If he couldn't find the Shadow Fox, given the other party's vigilance and intelligence, and if they discovered their actions, it was very likely that they would never be able to locate them. Chapter 160, True Battle of Wits, 3:11 a.m. Why isn't there anything? Could it be that I guessed wrong? Xiao Yu's expression was calm as he used his enhanced vision. He had already surveyed all the visible locations outside. No suspicious individuals were monitoring his position. It must be that I haven't noticed them, rather than there being none at all. Xiao Yu forced his mind to calm down. So, what methods would the other party use for early warning? And what means could they use to observe? Suddenly, Xiao Yu's pupils dilated. He saw a black object in the night. Or rather, he heard a strange sound. Then he locked onto that object. It was a mini drone, about the size of a palm, very similar to a child's toy airplane. At that moment, it was rapidly ascending from below. It flew to outside the 21st floor window. This drone had been modified for silent operation, making its sound very faint, almost inaudible. When it reached the height of the 21st floor, it hovered in the air. The camera on the drone was aimed at the window. It was directed at the calm-faced Xiao Yu. It was obvious that when the camera focused on Xiao Yu, it shook violently. Was it due to a shaky hand, or fear, or perhaps? Xiao Yu opened the window and looked at the drone, smiling. "Out at this hour, you must be here to take a dump, right?" In an instant, the drone lost control and plummeted. What is the point? Xiao Yu's smile was full of joy. A toy drone. Infrared remote control usually works effectively within 20 to 50 meters. This indicated that the person controlling the drone was nearby. Or rather, they were in this high-rise building. Furthermore, they must have the window open and their hands extended outside to control the toy drone, right? In an instant, Xiao Yu leaped out of the window, grabbing the windowsill. His sharp gaze scanning all the floors up and down. His sight fixed, locking onto the 17th floor. He saw two hands quickly retracting into the window. One of the hands was still holding a visible remote control. Xiao Yu exerted his arms and jumped diagonally. He directly leaped from the 21st floor to the 17th floor. In the blink of an eye, with a slap, his palm grasped the window frame, his body trembling, hanging outside the window, his eyes fixed on the interior. Watching a man who was closing the window, his face horrified. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets shot through the still open gap of the window into the room. The man's elbow and knee erupted with blood. Before the man could fall or scream, Xiao Yu retracted his gun, pulled the window shut, and, agile as a cat, leaped into the room. His hand had already grasped the man's neck, lifting him up. The man's cries were choked in his throat. "Shoo, don't scream," Xiao Yu said, placing a finger to his lips. "If you scream, I will be very excited. And when I'm excited, I can be very cruel. A man was being choked and suspended in midair, his body shaking violently while his limbs flailed like noodles. Blood dripped from his limbs, forming puddles on the ground. Ignoring the man who was about to faint from asphyxiation, Xiao Yu noticed the intercom on the windowsill, his nose wrinkling slightly. A look of disappointment crossed his face. No, that is not it. This person was still just a sentinel or a scout. There was only the scent of this man in the room, and only his footprints were visible on the floor. Xiao Yu's gaze fixed once again on the intercom. It was a business intercom, with an effective range of 500 meters to 5 kilometers. According to his reasoning, the ones who took away Mr. Ho and Ho Ming must be hiding somewhere. If the other party was highly intelligent, they definitely wouldn't hide in this building. However, Xiao Yu hesitated. Was it possible that they had done the opposite and were hiding in the least expected place? After all, this situation had already played out once before with them. At 3:13, Xiao Yu waved his hand, throwing the unconscious man, who had choked, to the ground. He lowered his head, his mind racing again. At 3:15, suddenly, Xiao Yu looked up, his eyes wide. Insight struck him like falling stars, hitting his mind one after another. You are in the building, but not in the one in front of you. Rather, you are in the adjacent building? Xiao Yu's expression was complex. Dandelion, Shadow Fox. Haha, you really know how to play. There were 2 high-rise residential buildings in total. He never expected that the other party was hiding right under his nose. In the building next door, they had truly played the game of hiding in plain sight for the second time. At 3:16, Xiao Yu quietly exited the building, blending into the darkness. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside the other high-rise building. Beast form, squid absorption. The squid has tentacles with extremely strong suction cups. This suction can hold objects weighing over 20 times its own weight. Xiao Yu pressed his hands against the exterior wall of the building, climbing swiftly like a gecko, ascending rapidly. For a nearly 100-meter-tall building, it took him 20 seconds to reach the rooftop. Having learned from his previous experience, Xiao Yu observed the rooftop for any signs of people before confidently climbing up. At 3:17, when Xiao Yu stood on the rooftop and was about to enter the building, suddenly, his body stiffened. His expression turned blank, and his eyes fixed intently on the cover of the safety passage. What did Xiao Yu see? A palm-sized, Bluetooth speaker. Suddenly, he realized, unfortunately, you are not a monster. Your intelligence is still within human limits. A standard Mandarin voice and mocking laughter came from the Bluetooth headset. As long as you are still human, you cannot be omnipotent or be a prophet. Beast form, antelope senses. Warning, trap. Xiao Yu sighed. Goodbye. Terrifying individuals from the Dragon Nation. The laughter turned cold and merciless. With his words, a terrifying explosion occurred. The 24th floor of the building, along with the rooftop, erupted with a deafening blast, flames shooting into the sky. However, in the split second before the explosion, a strange smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. Beast form, bear strength, lion leap. What kind of effect would the combination of the mountain lion's leap and bear strength unleash? As the terrifying power surged through Xiao Yu's legs, he utilized the leaping ability of the mountain lion to unleash this force. Boom! The leather shoes on Xiao Yu's feet shattered. The concrete beneath him cracked. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot and reappeared in midair 14 meters away. In 0.5 seconds, as if in a flash, he crossed the distance between 2 buildings. Watching the distant explosion, his feet landed on the rooftop beneath him. Xiao Yu's expression remained calm. A hint of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that all? Of course not. A voice suddenly rang out behind him, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot. Bang! Chapter 161. The old ginger is still spicier. Before the gunshots rang out, Xiao Yu had a strange expression. However, he stood still, allowing the bullets to hit him. In an instant, a sharp pain surged from his back. A bullet had shattered his spine. The moment he fell, his beast form, the Y-Ingi, appeared. Xiao Yu's face still bore an eerie smile, but as he lay on the ground, the smile instantly transformed into agony. Lying there with a face full of pain, his eyes widened as he stared at the figure holding a pistol not far away. It was the face of a young man. The owner of this face had once played him for a fool. The descendant of old Ho Ming. Unexpectedly, it's you, Shadow Fox? Xiao Yu's complexion was as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. Yet, no one noticed that a bullet was slowly moving out from his back. His spine muscles and wound were rapidly healing. But Xiao Yu's expression was that of a dying person. Shadow Fox was just a code name. Could be anyone. Ho Ming lowered his gun, coldly staring at the fallen Xiao Yu, surprised that the super soldier from Long Country had truly been developed. Super soldier. Xiao Yu's heart raced. It seemed he had discovered a tremendous secret. What is a super soldier? During World War II, there was a super soldier program in another country that successfully developed a drug. Once soldiers took it, their stamina increased. They felt no fatigue, their brains became agile, and they were fearless in battle. However, there was a drawback. Most of these soldiers did not survive beyond 6 months, turning into one-time consumables. Later, that country was defeated, and the materials on the super soldier program mysteriously disappeared. As for which countries got hold of them, no one knew. Hearing the other party's words, Xiao Yu's heart raced. Could it be that Long Country obtained the materials on the super soldier program? I won't be silenced, will I? Xiao Yu felt a toothache. He had only intended to play dead and extract some information. Was it necessary to escalate to this level? But some secrets that you shouldn't know have come to light. People can die for that. It was clear that the other party had mistaken Xiao Yu for a super soldier. What significance does this hold? Xiao Yu still appeared very weak. You won't escape Long Country. Why can't you escape? Ho Ming scoffed, glancing at the towering building ablaze with fire a dozen meters away. Your people should have gone to that building by now. Although that building will also be sealed off, we still have ways to leave. Is that so? Xiao Yu squinted, painfully replying. You've been prepared for this for quite some time, haven't you? Indeed, how could such a plan be completed in a short time? Ho Ming's cold, ruthless eyes fixed on Xiao Yu. Do you think you're the only clever one? I never thought I was clever. Xiao Yu shook his head. I just didn't expect that you weren't an undercover, but a real spy from that country. So it's quite strange. Ho Ming probably has never left the Dragon Kingdom. So what methods did the people from the Cherry Blossom Nation use to secretly cultivate and train him? The strangest part is that it hasn't been discovered by anyone. There are many things in this world that you don't know. Ho Ming snorted disdainfully. So, Xiao Yu's expression became strange, specifically setting a trap. To kill me? Yes. Ho Ming admitted without hesitation, nodding. If a monster like you continues to live, it would be equivalent to a nuclear bomb for the intelligence department of the Cherry Blossom Nation, or even for the country itself. For example, if Xiao Yu were secretly thrown into the Cherry Blossom Nation, with his abilities, he could kill anyone he wanted. Would the upper echelons of the Cherry Blossom Nation be able to sleep soundly? With the deep-seated hatred that the Dragon Kingdom has for the Cherry Blossom Nation, isn't it only natural to kill their people? Of course. This refers to normal people from the Dragon Kingdom, excluding the defective ones. Xiao Yu's face changed, staring intently at Ho Ming. Something was off. Ho Ming is a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, a descendant of the old Ho. No matter how brainwashed by the Cherry Blossom Nation he shouldn't go to such lengths for them. Yet he did. For the safety of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Ho Ming was willing to do anything to kill him. Why? Xiao Yu thought of a possibility. Could it be that the person who once loved Old Ho was a spy from the Cherry Blossom Nation? Or that woman was originally from the Cherry Blossom Nation? Is that why Ho Ming would go to such lengths? Because he believes he is one of them? If not, then there's only one possibility left. Xiao Yu's gaze gradually turned cold, filled with murderous intent. It's over, you monster from the Dragon Kingdom, die? Ho Ming smiled and raised his hand, waving it. Two figures climbed onto the rooftop. From their movements, it was easy to tell they were soldiers from the Cherry Blossom Nation. One of them carried a leather case, opened it, and took out some surgical instruments. The two soldiers quickly approached Xiao Yu, ready to draw blood, cut flesh, and take organs. Their intention was clear. They wanted to take Xiao Yu's genes. The leather case was also a special freezer. Those who understand medicine know that in a frozen state, human genes can theoretically be stored indefinitely. Initially, I thought I had really captured the shadow fox. Xiao Yu smiled, but unfortunately, it was just a little fox. The expressions of Ho Ming and the two soldiers from the Cherry Blossom Nation changed. Their scalps tingled, and they felt a chill. Big question marks popped up in their minds. How could this be possible? Crack! Xiao Yu's hand crushed one soldier's neck. In an instant, he sprang up, swinging his arm. Crack! His hand struck the neck of the other soldier, shattering it and causing the head to droop down. Calmly, Xiao Yu walked step by step toward the already terrified Ho Ming. He stood in front of him, looking calmly into his eyes, seeing the terror that had already filled Ho Ming's gaze. Although I don't want to admit it, Xiao Yu extended his hand and gently patted the other person's pallid face. But sometimes, I really do feel like a monster. Slap, a sharp blow to the face. Ho Ming's half-face crumbled, and he fell down with a loud crash, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud, unconscious. Did you all hear that? Xiao Yu's tone was so cold. In the wireless earpiece, Yi Heng remained silent for a long time. How could this be possible? Yes, how could this be? Xiao Yu's expression was equally complex. An academician from a certain country. Who would have thought that an academician was actually from another nation? A spy. Codename, Shadow Fox. Initially, Xiao Yu did suspect Old Ho. However, Old Ho and Ho Ming's performance was so convincing that he once thought he was wrong in his suspicions. But now it was different. Xiao Yu realized that Ho Ming's acting was nothing compared to his father's. It was indeed true what they say, experience counts. Chapter 162. Being human is too disgusting. Two high-rise residential buildings have been completely sealed off. No suspicious individuals have been found inside. Old Ho has disappeared. How could he possibly vanish? Xiao Yu sneered. Since he locked onto these two buildings, he had already ordered security personnel to monitor the comings and goings. Just last night, before Xiao Yu took action, the security team had noticed residents leaving the building. Was it unusual? It should have been normal. But with Ho Ming's remark, "We still have a way to leave," Xiao Yu could only think of one possibility. Disguises, pretending to be a resident of the building. Using the identity of a resident to leave would raise no suspicions. Coincidentally, that resident who left in the middle of the night had vanished. Langfang. A mountainous area. 5 individuals were traversing through the woods. 1 middle-aged man and 4 young people. The middle-aged man walked very slowly, resembling a decrepit old man. He had to pause for breath every few steps. Eventually, he could no longer move, and the 4 young people began to take turns carrying him forward. As long as they could get out of the forest ahead, they would be able to leave Langfang and enter the next city. After enduring great hardships, they had just reached the edge of the forest when suddenly, the roar of a helicopter grew closer, rising from behind a mountain. It quickly appeared above the 5 individuals, whose expressions changed dramatically. Before they could react, a figure shot down like an arrow. With a loud bang, a crater appeared beneath his feet, and he crouched down to absorb the impact. Xiao Yu slowly stood up, looking at the middle-aged man with a smile. "Old Ho, we meet again." The middle-aged man sighed. "How did you find me?" "Because I'm a police officer," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. "Finding people and capturing them is my area of expertise." Old Ho fell silent for a long moment. "How did you deduce it was me?" "Because of your son." Xiao Yu thought for a moment, adding another point. "What else?" Old Ho looked puzzled. "What era are we in? Is the country of cherry blossoms so foolish as to kidnap someone?" Xiao Yu pointed at his head. "Even if a person has an excellent memory, can they completely remember military-grade nanobot technology data just by using their brain?" Old Ho sighed, remaining silent. They had gone to such great lengths. Xiao Yu looked directly into his eyes. "It must be for military nanobot technology, the complete set of data, right? No matter how smart you are, you can't remember everything, but you can take all that data with you, can't you? Rather than saying that the country of cherry blossoms sent a large number of personnel to take you away, it's more accurate to say they are after that data." Xiao Yu smiled and asked, "Am I right? Is there more?" Old Ho's tone seemed weary as he sighed deeply. "Your son is just a tool, isn't he?" Xiao Yu chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. To achieve your goals, you can even leave your own son to restrain us, making us mistakenly believe you are still hiding in a certain place. Unfortunately, it seems your son didn't inherit your intelligence. Instead, he is utterly loyal to the Cherry Blossom Nation. In his attempt to kill me, he exposed himself early and set a trap specifically for me. In the end, it backfired and revealed you as well." Xiao Yu grinned. "A tiger father breeds no dogs." "Indeed, it is true." Old Ho reached up and removed a facial mask, revealing an aged visage. "You must have many questions for me?" "Only one." Xiao Yu stared directly into Old Ho's eyes. Why? He truly couldn't understand. Old Ho was one of the few academicians in his country. He had everything he could want. Anything lacking would be provided by the nation, not to mention himself. Even his descendants would enjoy wealth and honor because of him. How could he betray his country? "Have you ever considered?" Old Ho suddenly smiled. "I was never a citizen of that country." Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. "An imposter?" "No, I was born and raised in that country." Old Ho shook his head. "My father was a citizen of the Cherry Blossom Nation, a war orphan." Xiao Yu suddenly understood. In 1945, when the war ended, many orphans from the Cherry Blossom Nation indeed remained in his country. Some knew their identities, while others did not. Given the animosity the people of his country had towards the Cherry Blossom Nation at the time, exposing oneself would mean death. So Old Ho's father concealed his identity. It seemed Old Ho's grandfather must have been someone significant. A high-level spy? "Your mother must also be from the Cherry Blossom Nation, right?" Xiao Yu asked with a half-smile. "That's right." Old Ho nodded. He was truly a citizen of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The explanation made sense. Xiao Yu sighed with a smile. To your country. You are a traitor, but to the Cherry Blossom Nation, you are a hero? For instance, special agents from your country. Once abroad, they become spies, operatives, agents. But to their own people, they are heroes. How simple is this reasoning? If I could return to the Cherry Blossom Nation, Old Ho sighed with a smile. I would be a hero. Shadow Fox, lurking in his country for many years. Xiao Yu also felt emotional. You have inherited your father's title, haven't you? You truly are incredibly intelligent, with an IQ that seems almost monstrous. Old Ho fell silent for a moment, reflecting, no, you were always the monster. Isn't there a final word? Xiao Yu calmly gazed at Old Ho's face, watching the bluish-black hue gradually appear on the other's face. In the end, it was still a step too late. Perhaps Old Ho had already poisoned himself upon discovering the helicopter, knowing he couldn't escape. I lost. And the Cherry Blossom Nation lost this time as well. Old Ho looked calmly at Xiao Yu. You won, but it wasn't your country that won. Even at death's door. Still playing the flattery game? Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. Is there any meaning in that? Of course there is. Old Ho revealed a peculiar smile on his face and sarcastically said, isn't the best at dealing with their own people what that country excels at? The sarcasm was quite on point. Xiao Yu nodded calmly. But that country is now a superpower. While the nation that once aimed to dominate the world is barely hanging on, isn't it? Old Ho, at a loss for words. Because facts speak louder than rhetoric. The strength of that country is evident for all to see. Thud, thud. For soldiers from that nation fell to the ground. Breathless, Old Ho's body also began to sway, and he sat down. The morning sun rose like a red ball of fire on the horizon. Old Ho squinted at the rising sun and sighed. Unwilling, Xiao Yu sat beside him, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. No. Old Ho shook his head. What if I were a true citizen of that country? One can only say. Xiao Yu exhaled a cloud of smoke. The fault lies with this world. It has nothing to do with individuals. It seems to be that way. A relieved smile appeared on Old Ho's ashen face. Will you be a person in the next life? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. No. Old Ho shook his head with a smile. It's too exhausting. Too disgusting. Then, Xiao Yu looked at the fiery morning sun. Take care, I won't see you off. Unfortunately, Old Ho could no longer respond to him. He left this world. Yi Heng walked over to Xiao Yu, glanced at the deceased Old Ho, his expression calm. Not surprised? Xiao Yu tossed the cigarette to him. Catching 5 out of 100 spies alive is already considered lucky. Yi Heng sat beside his younger companion, happily smoking. Finding Shadow Fox and forcing him to death. Our contributions are immense. This time, Xiao Yu's achievements were beyond anyone's imagination. The old man shouldn't take me out, right? Xiao Yu teased with a smile. Too much credit? Yi Heng grinned. But your contributions won't be easy to handle. The old man will have a headache. Huh. Xiao Yu also laughed, looking forward to it. Let's head back. Yi Heng patted his backside and stood up, looking at his younger companion. You should go home too. Xiao Yu slowly got up, gazing at the rising sun. Yes, he missed home, and he missed his sisters. Why not just enjoy them when he gets back? He hated regrets the most. Whatever the consequences may be. Right. Chapter 163. Can you give me a big fat son? In the capital city, at a certain business building in Fengtai, Yi Qiu-chan, with eyes like autumn waters and brows like distant mountains, gracefully stepped out of the elevator. Her flawless face radiated a cool elegance with an indescribable nobility and brightness. Accompanied by 2 assistants and a security guard, she was initially heading towards the parking lot when suddenly, she paused. Her gaze fell upon a figure sitting not far away on the steps, seemingly waiting for someone. Just one glance stirred an inexplicable warmth in her heart. A surprised smile slowly appeared at the corners of her mouth as she walked over. What are you waiting for? Yi Qiu-chan asked softly. I'm waiting. Xiao Yu leaned back, resting against his long, perfect legs. For a fated sister to ask her if she can give me a big fat son? Yi Qiu-chan. Her exquisitely beautiful profile revealed a hint of shyness, resembling an enchanting beauty. What if I don't want to give you a big fat son? Yi Qiu-chan playfully chided, feeling both amused and annoyed. Then, Xiao Yu tilted his head, grinning at the sister above. Having a precious daughter is even better. We already have one at home. Yi Qiu-chan chuckled lightly. If we have another, aren't you afraid it will exhaust you as a father? Wait a minute. I can't believe I'm actually thinking about having a child with him. 2 blushes crept onto Yi Qiu-chan's cheeks. The embarrassment turned into fluster, making her already stunning face even more alluring. I'm hungry. Xiao Yu stood up, taking her hand. I want to eat, sister. Huh. Yi Qiu-chan's expression turned slightly cold, though it was just an act. Her heart raced, and her eyes shimmered. I mean, the food you cook. Xiao Yu grinned. You. Yi Qiu-chan felt shy and annoyed. Realizing she had been teased by her brother, she couldn't help but act recklessly. Mimicking a playful gesture, she jumped into Xiao Yu's embrace and bit his neck. I told you before, don't always act so aloof. Look how good it is now. Xiao Yu wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Your serious demeanor reminds me so much of my middle school teacher. Raising her delicate face, Yi Qiu-chan's eyes, once cool, now sparkled with anger. Then you must be the bad student. Yes, yes. Xiao Yu grinned mischievously. Teacher, are you going to hit my palm with a ruler? Yi Qiu-chan's beautiful face turned even redder. The aura of nobility and grace faded away as she buried her face in his embrace. What a perverted brother. Xiao Yu lowered his head, gazing at the beauty in his arms. It was strange how boys like clean girls. Even stranger was the urge to make those clean girls feel a little dirty, longing to be a lone traveler on a certain path. Even more so to cherish every morning and evening along the beloved tree-lined road, adorned with dew and frost. At the doorstep, Yi Qiu-chan suddenly remembered. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm going to buy some sanitary pads for your daughter. She just got her period. Xiao Yu stood there, struck as if by lightning. Wait, weren't we supposed to eat together? How was he supposed to operate this now? Huh. Looking at her brother who seemed on the verge of tears, Yi Qiu-chan suddenly thought of something and smiled brightly. Xiao Yu, looking gloomy, dragged his head down and walked towards the supermarket. Not only did he buy sanitary pads for Hua Qingwu, but also some snacks. The little fairy had a craving and loved snacks the most. Carrying a big bag of items home, after changing into her loungewear, Yi Qiu-chan peeked out from the kitchen. She raised a finger to her lips, pointed towards Hua Qingwu's room, and then gestured to the dining table. The implication was clear. Go give her a surprise, and when you're done being affectionate, come out for dinner. Understanding her hint, Xiao Yu blew a kiss to his sister, earning a charming eye roll in return. He happily walked towards Hua Qingwu's room and quietly opened the door. Seeing Hua Qingwu lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, scrolling through her phone, he suddenly pounced on her like a hungry tiger on a sheep, hugging her tightly. Ah! The little fairy screamed, her legs kicking wildly, trying to hit him. But when she realized it was Xiao Yu, her anger turned to astonishment, which then shifted to joy. Wow, my little treasure is back. Hua Qingwu hugged her brother and started to nibble on him. Little treasure. Xiao Yu was confused. His strange nickname had just increased. After the surprise, Hua Qingwu turned into a whiny creature, her eyes brimming with tears, complaining about her stomach pain. It's that time of the month, how can it not hurt? Xiao Yu gave her a massage and rubbed her belly, making the little fairy smile with comfort. Her peach blossom eyes were almost sparkling as she looked at her brother. Little treasure. Hua Qingwu teased, something's off with you. Xiao Yu asked, what did I do? Why is it that when you came back? Hua Qingwu sniffed him. I can smell your restless hormones through your clothes. Is it that obvious? Xiao Yu was stunned, nearly wanting to cover his face. Do you think? Hua Qingwu chuckled. Let us do this. I'll ask you a few questions, and if you answer well, maybe there will be a reward tonight. This felt like a life or death question. Xiao Yu had the urge to run away. I'll go check if Qiu-chan has finished cooking. Where do you think you're going? Hua Qingwu pinned her brother down on the bed, her eyebrows raised. Are you feeling guilty? Then go ahead and ask. Xiao Yu gave in. Good boy. Hua Qingwu's seductive gaze flashed with a strange light. If during the new year you bring me and Qiu-chan home, and your parents don't agree with us being together, what will you do? Isn't that a life or death question? Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. He noticed that the little fairy, despite her flirtation, had a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Teasing her, he replied, what can I do? Filial piety comes first. Hua Qingwu felt like she could kill her brother. Pouting, she shot him a charming eye roll. Aren't you going to resist at all? Think about it, Xiao Yu retorted. If I resist my mom, won't my dad beat me up? Then you're willing to take a beating for us. That won't he do? Hua Qingwu shot him a glance and said, why not talk to your parents about our good qualities? For instance, your sister Qingwu is smart, gentle, kind, and takes care of her younger brother. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Yu suppressed a laugh and replied, my dad has always told me that lying is not what a good child does. Hua Qingwu stared hard at her annoying younger brother. Her eyes filled with an unmistakable desire to scold him. Suddenly, her eyes glistened with tears, and her lips began to pout. Here we go again. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes and surrendered. He pulled Hua Qingwu into his arms and comforted her. I'm just kidding. You and Sister Qiu-chan are so beautiful, so gentle, and take such good care of your brother. How could my parents not like you? Especially you, my sister Qingwu. Not only are you beautiful, but you're also kind. You're a lovely little princess, right? Wah. Hua Qingwu buried her face in her brother's embrace, crying dramatically, her eyes squinting with laughter. Sister Qingwu is so silly and foolish, and this annoying brother always says she has no brains. When did I say that? I didn't know. Although he knew she was putting on an act, Xiaoyu continued to comfort her. So what do you want? Hua Qingwu wrapped her arms around her brother's neck. Gazing at him affectionately, sing me a love song, big brother. A love song. Xiaoyu looked at the beauty in his arms. Did she want to hear a love song? No, she just wanted to hear sweet words from her brother. It seemed he had never said anything like that to them. Not even a cheesy pickup line. All right. With a sigh in his heart, Xiaoyu gently held her, lowering his voice to sing. If at 18 I couldn't send you flowers, then by 28, let us get married. We can share sweet words together, and that would be without regrets in this life. Hua Qingwu's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, her eyes glistened with tears again. She lowered her head and kissed his lips, saying, I'll wait for you until you're 28. No backing out. Chapter 164. Indeed, people still want to show off in the courtyard of the Sihiyuan. Xiaoyu held his phone, smiling as he gave a thumbs up to the dancing Hua Qingwu. At that moment, Hua Qingwu was wearing a pure white dress, graceful and enchanting, dancing elegantly. It must be said that while the pixie was not great at singing or acting, her dancing was impressive. True to her name, she danced lightly among the flowers. Ho Ming is dead. The voice of Yi Heng came through the phone, deep and somber. Xiaoyu maintained a gentle smile, exchanging glances with the dancing Hua Qingwu. However, his heart sank. Was it a massacre? Xiaoyu felt no surprise. After Old Ho's identity was revealed, the citizen of Sakurajima became a scholar in Longhua and lost face. The higher-ups must be furious. Even if Ho Ming was a bearer of golden blood, he had to die. Annihilate the whole family. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the espionage task. System reward, permanent preservation. So it's true. Xiaoyu sighed. Do you remember the system task requirements? Capture the involved spies, eradicate the spy network. What does eradication mean? Elimination, complete annihilation. The Ho family, father and son, are all dead. The task is complete. Tomorrow, I will report to the national security. Yi Heng laughed. Your last first-class merit has come through. And with this achievement, the old man will personally award you. The rewards for the espionage case came so quickly. Xiaoyu was surprised. Thinking about it, it made sense. All the spies have been captured or killed. The case is closed. How could it not be fast? However, what does the word award mean? What will they be awarding me? Xiaoyu was filled with confusion. If it's a merit, it should be a commendation. If it's an award, then it should be an announcement. The term award left him perplexed. Yi Heng deliberately didn't tell him and hung up the phone. Why think so much? It's all over. With a smile, Xiaoyu stretched out his arms and embraced the leaping Hua Qingwu like a little deer, tossing her into the air. The little deer screamed as she soared 5 meters high. Ever since she learned that her brother had great strength, she loved to play like this and was not afraid at all. However, in another room, the guards watching this scene had their eyelids twitching wildly. Do you understand what it means to easily throw someone weighing close to 100 pounds 5 meters into the air? What was even harder for them to comprehend was that this scene was merely a terrifying existence, just to make a girl happy. The guards protecting Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu initially consisted of just 2 people, 1 for each. Later, a sniper was added. But today, the number of people protecting Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu changed again. It transformed into a whole guard squad. The security level for Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu had skyrocketed several times over. Even if their parents had high statuses, they wouldn't receive such treatment. But why? The answer had long been apparent. If something were to happen to Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu, and Xiaoyu were to go berserk, can you imagine what terrifying events might unfold? The guards dared not think any further. Ah, haraha. The girl in the air, Hua Qingwu, screamed and laughed, then was embraced by her brother. She then rode on Xiaoyu's neck, swaying her hips happily as if riding a horse. After a while, Yi Qiuchan walked out of the house. Watching them running wildly in the yard, she smiled gently with a hint of reproach. It's time to come home for dinner. A table full of carefully prepared dishes, the 3 siblings gathered around. A strong sense of warmth and the smell of home filled the air. Xiaoyu chewed on the delicious food while occasionally glancing at them. In the past, someone had asked, do you have a home? Is there hot food waiting for you? Is there a gentle girl at home waiting for you? The answer is well known. Is it a house? Is it a woman? Is it that bowl of rice? None of that. It's simply her waiting for you, personally making a bowl of hot soup. Being in her embrace brings peace, and being with her brings warmth. Xiao Yu held the playful Hua Qingwu on his lap, feeding her while his eyes looked towards Yi Qiu-chan, sharing a gentle gaze. Isn't this what home is? After dinner, Xiao Yu helped Yi Qiu-chan clear the dishes. Hua Qingwu also wanted to help wash the dishes, but was shot a look by Yi Qiu-chan and quieted down. The little fairy had her period. She already suffered from menstrual cramps and shouldn't touch cold water. In the kitchen, if it were the past life, Xiao Yu would find it hard to imagine. A rugged man at 185 centimeters holding a woman's waist, accompanying her to wash dishes, would seem like a big child waiting to be fed, which would be quite disgusting. But now that he had his own woman, he even learned to act cute. It was quite frightening, feeling less and less like himself. Yi Qiu-chan quietly washed the dishes, occasionally casting him a glare as a warning for him to behave. What did I do wrong? My hands moved on their own. Xiao Yu felt aggrieved. At the kitchen door, Hua Qingwu had somehow brought over a small stool. Sitting obediently on the stool, resting her chin on her hand, she watched the love drama unfold. Previously, she had watched secretly. Now she was openly enjoying it. With a smile on her face, she watched her sister and brother sweetly. Not jealous at all. She felt sweet as if eating candy. It made her very happy. When are we going back to benching? After finishing the dishes, Yi Qiu-chan nestled in his arms. Around the new year, Xiao Yu nibbled her earlobe. Will you accompany me back? Ask your daughter, Yi Qiu-chan replied softly. I already asked. Xiao Yu nibbled her again. And she said yes. In fact, it was Hua Qingwu who wanted to accompany him home for the new year. He also wanted to bring both women back with him. With their companionship, facing his parents in this life would be a bit easier, right? Perhaps. Yi Qiu-chan's cool demeanor turned into charm as she shot him a glance. Actually, Xiao Yu had some words he didn't know how to start. With Yi Qiu-chan's intelligence, how could she not know what he wanted to say? Turning around, her eyes looked into his. Are you scared? Xiao Yu immediately straightened up. What am I scared of? Then it settled. Yi Qiu-chan curled her lips and said, after visiting your place, I'll accompany you home. Xiao Yu instantly felt a surge of cowardice. The arrogance he had just displayed vanished without a trace. It was quite strange. Outside, he was ruthless and bloodthirsty, but the thought of going to meet the parents of the two girls made him uneasy. He knew his own situation well. If he were just with Yi Qiu-chan or Hua Qingwu, he wouldn't feel so guilty. But being involved with both sisters at the same time and then having to face their parents? Who wouldn't feel anxious? Do you think their parents are aware of this? Their essay saying, it's hard to hide feelings for one person, but if you like two, you're just asking for trouble. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Putting himself in their parents' shoes, if he were to discover his daughter in such a situation, would he not want to confront that guy? Perhaps I'm not as reckless as I thought. Xiao Yu began to comfort himself. Otherwise, what would happen? Just thinking about it made him feel a thrill. Indeed, one must always maintain an air of confidence. Chapter 165. Trust you, you little trickster knight. The old father is online. Xiao Yu is helping his big sister take a bath. Hua Qingwu has her period, but that doesn't mean she can't bathe. Hot water is fine. She needs to dry off her body and blow dry her hair to avoid catching a chill. Otherwise, as the old saying goes, she might fall ill, leading to headaches and back pain. Many girls overlook these things, and when their period comes, they end up with headaches and backaches. This is all thanks to Yi Qiu-chan's teachings. Otherwise, how would a big man know about these things? After the bath, it was already 10 in the evening, and the three siblings were still awake. Xiao Yu rarely came back, and the siblings were so sweet together that they didn't tease one apart. At this moment, Yi Qiu-chan was leaning back on the sofa, with Xiao Yu's head resting on her long legs. Hua Qingwu was sitting on her brother's stomach, drawing circles on his chest. Little cutie, are you playing games with your sister? Not playing. Xiao Yu lazily opened his eyes, knowing she was trying to trick him. Why would he play along? He wasn't foolish. So annoying. Hua Qingwu threw a tantrum, acting spoiled. No way, you have to play. If you don't play, I will cry. What a terrifying threat. It scared me to death. Xiao Yu opened his eyes. All right, I'm the fool. Haha. The two girls were overjoyed, laughing uncontrollably. What could Xiao Yu do? He felt quite hopeless. This was all his doing. This was just Hua Qingwu and Yi Qiu-chan. If it were other women, daring to pester him like this, a slap would send them flying. Just 3 sentences could anger him. Hua Qingwu pouted. If you succeed, there will be a reward tonight. A big one. Xiao Yu, do you think I'm stupid? I've seen this trick 1,000 times, if not 10,000. It's all a series of games that women play. If you dare to engage with them, You're bound to suffer. Who disagrees? I was wrong. Please let me go. Xiaoyu was almost in tears. Facing criminals and spies, he had never been pushed this hard. No way. Hua Qingwu planted a big kiss on her brother's lips and dragged her good friend into it. Qiu-chan wanted to join in too. Yi Qiu-chan, are you polite? However, she was indeed curious to see how Xiaoyu would provoke the little trickster. You really want to get angry? Inside, Xiaoyu felt desperate. Of course. Hua Qingwu spoke sweetly. When have I ever lied to you? Trust you, you little trickster, you're really bad. Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on. Weren't we supposed to not get angry? Sister promised not to get angry. Hua Qingwu batted her eyelashes seductively. All right then. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. I had a child with another woman. Hua Qingwu. Yi Qiu-chan. Starting off with having a child, can we still have fun? You're starting with a heavy blow. Are you scared or not? Xiaoyu grinned. Are you angry? Hua Qingwu inhaled, exhaled. Her charming eyes fixed intently on her brother. Yi Qiu-chan narrowed her beautiful eyes, a cold glint flashing within, as if she wanted to stab someone. Don't do that. I'm scared. Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh internally. Wasn't this supposed to be a game? Did it provoke them? Of course not. Hua Qingwu twitched her lips and shot a reproachful glance, gently placing her small hands on her brother's neck. The second sentence is, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xiaoyu was speechless. After a moment of thought, he said, after I have a child with another woman. Xiaoyu winked. You can take care of it. Me take care of it? Hua Qingwu screamed, almost exploding on the spot, tightly gripping his neck. Come on, what's the third sentence? You have to give the child my surname. Xiaoyu continued to push his luck. Hua Qingwu completely lost it, squeezing his neck while trying to bite her brother's face. Xiaoyu looked up at the ceiling, glancing at Yi Qiu-chan's cold, frosty face and her piercing eyes. See, can't handle it, can you? Xiaoyu gave up. This is in the capital. If it were in another region, you still want to keep your whole body intact? I'll scatter your ashes. The three siblings laughed and played around until 11 o'clock. Xiaoyu carried his eldest daughter back to the room to sleep. They had to report for duty the next day. However, his eyes were on Yi Qiu-chan walking back to her room. How about you sleep with Qiu-chan tonight? I can manage on my own. The woman in his arms began to threaten him, glaring with her not-so-intimidating peach blossom eyes, sounding charmingly fierce. Accompany you. Xiaoyu took her back to the room, and they lay down on the bed. Now that's more like it. Hua Qingwu looked a little proud. Nestled in her brother's arms, sweetly saying, there are many bad women outside. They only bully you. Only Qiu-chan and I are good to you. Did you hear that? I heard. Xiaoyu nodded sincerely. However, what Hua Qingwu said made a lot of sense. In today's age, where are the Cinderella figures? Even if there are, they have changed completely. For example, at midnight, the clock struck. Cinderella was about to leave when the handsome prince pulled her back. The prince said, don't go. Stay and accompany me. Cinderella replied, I can't, it's time. The prince insisted, what if I want you to stay? Cinderella retorted, big brother, then you need to pay more. Have you ever deceived your sister in the past? Hua Qingwu rested her head on his shoulder, her little hand drawing circles on her brother's chest. It seemed cute and coy, but was actually alluring. No, Xiaoyu replied sternly. You're lying to her now? You're such a bad man. With a hint of joy in her heart, Hua Qingwu playfully scolded him. Tell me a story. Once there was an uncle and his 5-year-old nephew. The nephew was naughty, and the uncle slapped him. Xiaoyu began telling the story to his eldest daughter. The nephew got angry and yelled at the uncle. Do you know who my dad is? The uncle laughed and asked the nephew. Do you know who my brother is? The nephew was confused for a long time and finally said, why don't we let them fight and see who's stronger? The uncle was also puzzled and then went to ask his brother. His dad, who exactly is he? The brother said, little brother, are you crazy? Didn't we agree not to mention this? He is my son. It has nothing to do with you. Haraha. The flowers danced lightly, and my goodness, it was so joyful. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded. But you have to appreciate it. It's quite terrifying. Hua Qingwu wouldn't waste her brain on that. In front of her younger siblings. Being pampered by them was enough. After laughing, the female spirit yawned, feeling sleepy. She turned around, with her back to her brother, and said, go find Qiu-chan to sleep. That is your reward. Xiaoyu's heart trembled. Instead of leaving, he hugged her waist from behind. Sleep now. Xiaoyu closed his eyes. Hua Qingwu felt happy. Her eyes sparkled with a charming glimmer. Suddenly, she burrowed into the blanket. After a while, Xiaoyu opened his eyes. His face showed a mix of pain and happiness. He finally understood the meaning of an internet saying. That saying is, tiger teeth hurt ding. Chapter 166. Aunt Flo, is it my fault? Midnight. Hua Qingwu's lips felt numb, and her neck was sore to the bone. She collapsed into her brother's arms. After a while, she fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoyu felt a complex mix of regret and surprise in his heart. The regret was for Hua Qingwu, who seemed to be born with charm but was nothing more than a paper tiger. The surprise was that she was still a girl. By girl, it didn't refer to her age, but rather to the fact that she had never been with a man before. Today was the first time she practiced on her brother. Leaning down, he kissed the sleeping fairy and got up to leave the room. He headed to the bathroom outside the bedroom. In the middle of winter, he took a cold shower. Otherwise, Xiaoyu would have exploded. Being full of energy was not always a good thing. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to have the upper hand. After taking a cold shower, Xiaoyu felt much more comfortable. As he walked out of the bathroom, he paused in front of Yi Qiu-chan's room. A miraculous scene unfolded. Xiaoyu was surprised to see the door slowly opening. Inside, Yi Qiu-chan looked elegant and serene, quietly watching him. Was it truly a case of mutual understanding? The two exchanged silent glances for a while. Xiaoyu reached out and embraced her. Yi Qiu-chan shivered slightly, but did not resist. As she was lifted up, her flushed cheeks buried into his embrace. The door closed. Holding the beautiful girl, Xiaoyu felt his heart racing uncontrollably. The thoughts in his mind were all of a certain shade of yellow. Someone once asked, how far must a boy walk to grow into a man? Xiaoyu feels that it could be a few years, it could be a lifetime. It might even be overnight. In the early morning, a ray of dawn filtered through the window curtains, illuminating the bedroom. Xiaoyu opened his eyes. In his arms lay a beautiful woman with a delicate, fair face, lingering traces of fatigue and pain. She resembled a lovely flower, cherished after enduring the ravages of wind and rain. The goddess, now transformed from a girl into a woman. Suddenly, her eyelashes fluttered, and her starry eyes slowly opened. The two pairs of eyes met. Xiaoyu grinned and leaned in closer. Yi Qiu-chan's delicate face showed panic as she tried to pull away. At that moment, the goddess looked utterly pitiful and scared. She was terrified after being completely worn out by her mischievous younger brother last night. Call me husband. Xiaoyu kissed her red lips. I will let you go this time. Yi Qiu-chan's phoenix eyes flashed with anger. She was aloof and noble, with a certain persona. She wouldn't be like Hua Qingwu, who at her age could still act cute and throw tantrums at her brother. Even when the goddess was angry, she would just glare at him. She wanted to use her authority as an older sister to intimidate her brother. However, when Xiaoyu lunged at her, for the first time in her life, she felt timid. With a shy expression, Yi Qiu-chan's voice softened. Husband. Xiaoyu lowered his head and gave her lips a gentle kiss again. Good. Embarrassed to the point of almost digging her feet into the floor, Yi Qiu-chan rolled her beautiful eyes. Just as she wanted to retaliate, Xiaoyu buried his face into her embrace, muffled, Sister, let's have a baby. Yi Qiu-chan's heart trembled slightly, and she stopped being angry. Her watery eyes gradually softened as she held him close, gently stroking his short hair. At 6:50 a.m., Xiaoyu stepped out of the bedroom with a nonchalant gait. He peeked into Hua Qingwu's room and breathed a sigh of relief. The little fairy was sleeping soundly, even drooling a bit. After changing into his uniform, Xiaoyu left the house. Just as he stepped out, Hua Qingwu opened her eyes. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips as she climbed out of bed and ran to her sister's room. At that moment, her sister looked like a plump peony battered by a storm. Her sleeping posture was languid, with her hair obscuring her face, radiating an unearthly beauty. Hua Qingwu immediately felt jealous and climbed onto the bed, burying her head in her sister's embrace and whimpering playfully. What's wrong? Yi Qiu, holding her daughter, opened her beautiful eyes and kissed her cheek. You're lucky to have the first bite, Hua Qingwu pouted, looking displeased and puffing out her cheeks. Is it my fault that you got your period? Yi Qiu-chan's cheeks flushed. Blame me, huh? Well, it was agreed upon anyway. Hua Qingwu then revealed a smug little expression. From now on, I'll be the little one, and you'll be the big one. Yi Qiu-chan was momentarily stunned, looking at her sister. Was being the little one really that good? Of course. Hua Qingwu's eyes curved into crescent moons as she hummed. I really like it. Yi Qiu-chan thought. Is she too abnormal, or am I getting old? Recalling just moments ago, being forced by Xiaoyu to call him husband, Yi Qiu-chan felt shy and couldn't face anyone. Xiaoyu was like this, and so was Hua Qingwu. Could I still run away now? At 7:30 a.m., in front of the conference room at the Ministry of National Security. Brother, you seem to be in good spirits today. Yi Heng smiled as he looked at his younger brother, guessing there might be a surprise for him at the meeting today. In a cheerful mood, Xiaoyu grinned foolishly. I finally have my own car. Something seems off. Yi Heng stared at Xiao Yu, who looked a bit foolish, and asked, "Can I see what your car looks like?" He had a feeling that something was not quite right today, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Xiao Yu seriously took out his phone, opened the album, and pulled up a photo. Yi Heng, staring blankly at the photo of his own sister on the phone, he fell into deep thought. Regaining his composure, Yi Heng's expression turned strange. "You better not let the old man know. That's my brotherly advice." "Xiao Yu, why would I tell him? Besides, what would happen if he found out? Ridiculous. Can he even control me?" At 7:55 a.m., Yi Heng pushed open the conference room door. When the two entered, they found it completely empty. Yi Heng led his younger brother to the podium, which had now transformed into a ceremonial platform. The floor was covered with a brand new red carpet, as bright as blood. Gone were the smiles from Xiao Yu and Yi Heng's faces. They were both serious, quietly waiting. The door to the conference room opened once again. The old man and two secretaries walked in step by step. Xiao Yu and Yi Heng raised their hands in salute. An unexpected scene unfolded. The old man slowly raised his arm and saluted Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was taken aback. One of the secretaries brought in a tray, which held a crystal box. Inside the box was a first-class merit medal for police service. This was not surprising to Xiao Yu. However, the old man didn't even glance at the medal and did not proceed with the awarding ceremony. Just as Xiao Yu was puzzled, another secretary brought in a red tray. On it was a military uniform, a redwood box, and two red certificates. What was going on? Xiao Yu was completely bewildered. At that moment, everyone, including the old man, had particularly complex expressions, all watching the stunned Xiao Yu. "Put it on." The old man pointed to the military uniform. "Xiao Yu, are you crazy? Do you know what the military uniform represents?" Chapter 167. First-class military merit. Xiao Yu didn't want to wear it, and he didn't dare to wear it. Military uniforms are not something just anyone can wear, let alone dare to wear. Even police officers are not qualified to don military attire, because the significance represented by military uniforms is too special. However, faced with the serious expression of the old man, Xiao Yu had no choice but to take off his police uniform in front of everyone. He then put on the military uniform in front of the crowd and was surprised to discover that there were two stripes and one star on his shoulders. A major's rank. The old man quietly looked at the young fellow, his eyes filled with unspoken emotions. The accomplishments of the young man before him were too great. Ordinary rewards could no longer distinguish between merit and punishment clearly. Moreover, this espionage case also involved the military. If the military's nanorobot data were to be leaked, no one dared to imagine the consequences. And that military uniform, that rank, was also considered a reward from the military to Xiao Yu. Of course, the real reward was even more than this. The old man glanced at the mahogany box on the tray, sighing inwardly. They really dare to give it. After a long while, the old man's captivating eyes became calm, and he looked at Xiao Yu, who had changed into his military uniform. "Does it fit well?" Xiao Yu didn't know how to answer, while everyone was still watching him. Although they didn't sense the aura of a soldier when he wore the uniform, they could see the tall and majestic figure of him in military attire for the first time. The old man spoke in a deep voice. "By directive from higher authorities and military approval, from this day forward, Comrade Xiao Yu is awarded the rank of Army Major." Xiao Yu was in disbelief, feeling numb. "Only a rank?" The old man replied softly, "No military position." "Xiao Yu, what exactly do you want?" It was only after the old man's next sentence that he fully understood. National Security Police are police, National Security Special Forces are special forces, you already know this. The old man paused slightly, but most special forces come from military backgrounds, retaining their ranks without holding military positions. You didn't know that, did you? Now I see. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Heng. Yi Heng grinned and nodded. Xiao Yu remembered that his brother had been transferred from the army to national security years ago. It had been explained before that not just anyone could be part of the special forces. The correct approach was to draw talent from the military. This involved a question of loyalty. Just like the guards, all of them are soldiers. "So, can I wear the military uniform in the future?" Xiao Yu asked weakly, pretending to be clueless. Sometimes, one has to appear a bit foolish to make others feel at ease. Huh. Everyone was amused by his words. Even the old man's eyes showed a hint of a smile. That's more like it. This is how a 22-year-old should be, not always acting like a monster. Too clever for your own good. Wearing the military uniform comes with the responsibilities of a soldier. The old man nodded. You all understand, right? Xiao Yu's expression changed, and he nodded heavily. Next, the old man picked up the wooden box from the tray and slowly opened it. After military approval, it was specially awarded to Comrade Xiao Yu the First-Class Merit Medal, acknowledging one instance of first-class merit. Xiao Yu looked at the medal in the old man's hand and saw a red 5-pointed star on it. Military merit, first-class merit. What is the difference between military merit and police merit? Police merit is significant too, but compared to military merit, let's put it this way. Brother, as for military merit, you can hang the military merit plaque in front of your own home. But usually, it's presented by the military and local authorities. If it's a first-class merit, for example, local leaders passing by your door would have to pay their respects. To exaggerate a bit more, if the road in front of your house is damaged, someone would immediately come to fix it. There might even be a dedicated road built specifically for the home of a first-class merit holder. This kind of achievement is equivalent to ancient times leading the charge, capturing generals, and seizing flags. When officials see you, military officers dismount, and civil officials step down from their carriages. It's like the first page of the family genealogy. In peacetime, with the cancellation of special merits and honors, military first-class merit is like the best of the best. Even honorary titles, including police merit, cannot compare to first-class military merit. Even if you bring the entire family photo of police merit, it's still incomparable. They are fundamentally two different concepts, impossible to compare. First a major, then a first-class merit. One can imagine how significant Xiao Yu's achievement this time was. When the old man pinned the medal onto Xiao Yu's uniform, he raised his arm again and saluted. After a moment, Xiao Yu came back to his senses, looked at the military medal on his chest, and slowly reached out to touch it cautiously. He finally understood what Yi Heng meant by awarded during the phone call yesterday. Military rank. Military merit. He also finally understood why the old man didn't go to see the police first-class merit medal. Because this medal was not suitable to be worn on the uniform at this time. You know the rules. The old man also handed Xiao Yu the police first-class merit medal from the crystal box. Due to the special nature of this espionage incident, there would be no announcement, nor any award ceremony. The entire process would be confidential, and others would not be permitted to know. From now on, you can only be an unsung hero, understand? That's right, Xiao Yu is now a hero. A first-class merit holder recognized by the nation, a national hero. The old man left. Before he left, he even patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. His gaze towards the young man softened, filled with kindness and recognition. Yet, Xiao Yu felt a chill from the old man's gaze, sensing something was off. Exiting the conference room, Xiao Yu changed out of his uniform and back into his police attire. Outside the National Security Building, what exactly is my profession now? Xiao Yu felt a bit lost. Police officer, special operations, soldier, holding 3 positions. Yi Heng smiled and said, however, being a police officer can only be considered a side job, serving as a cover for your special operations identity. You know which is more important, right? One side is about eliminating evil and upholding justice, while the other is about protecting the home and the nation. If even the country disappears, what is the point of maintaining order? I just want to quietly be a police officer. Xiao Yu felt heartbroken. Can I regret it? Haraha. Yi Heng laughed heartily, saying, you brought this on yourself. If you had kept a low profile and didn't even become a police officer, but instead spent time with your 2 sisters, would there be so many issues? It's all my fault for being so impressive, like a firefly in the dark. Xiao Yu thought silently. Looking at the wooden box containing a first-class merit medal and the crystal box, Xiao Yu's smile began to falter. How should I divide these 2 medals between my sisters when I get home? Will it cause family conflict? Xiao Yu looked at the wooden box and the crystal box. Then, next time there's a big task, just call me. I'm planning to earn another first-class military merit. Then I can give one to each of my sisters. Yi Heng was taken aback, staring blankly at Xiao Yu. This little brother is so full of himself. I really want to hit him. But thinking about Xiao Yu's abilities, Yi Heng fell silent, feeling complicated. With his little brother's knack for earning merits as easily as eating or drinking, it won't be long before he even gets an honorary title, right? Am I envious and resentful? Yi Heng felt powerless. Some people are just born to shine like the sun. You can't envy that. Chapter 168. The King of Zhou truly understands life at 10 a.m. Xiao Yu pushed open the courtyard door, walked across the bluestone path, and headed towards the back house. He opened the door to the back house and entered the foyer. In the living room, he saw 2 women sitting on the sofa, their faces bare and unadorned. However, this did nothing to diminish their beauty. Instead, it added a touch of natural charm. Hua Qingwu resembled an alluring wildcat, curled up and resting her head on Yi Qiuchan's lap. She was sipping yogurt while giggling and scrolling through short videos on her phone. Yi Chou-chan appeared lost in thought, occasionally blushing, feeling shy, and her eyes sparkling as if in a dream. Her classical and exquisite features blended elegance and softness that captivated attention. As Xiaoyu walked in, two pairs of beautiful eyes turned to him immediately. Huh, Big Brother is back. Hua Qingwu jumped up and dashed towards her brother. Big Brother. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. Is it really appropriate to call a rugged man of 185 centimeters Big Brother? Internally grumbling. He caught the approaching fairy and playfully slapped her on the backside, noting that she didn't act like an older sister at all. You're so annoying, always bullying me. Hua Qingwu retaliated by pinching Xiaoyu's waist. I'll get you for this. Go ahead. Xiaoyu lifted her and walked towards the sofa, thinking it would be entertaining to see who would end up crying later. You're so bad. Hua Qingwu clung to his neck, her charming face rubbing against his chest. Acting spoiled and playful, more seductive than a fox spirit. The king of Zhou truly understands life, Xiaoyu reflected inwardly. He sat down next to Yi Chou-chan and placed Hua Qingwu on his lap. Feeling better? He asked with a smile. Yi Chou-chan's cheeks turned red as she shot him a glare. Shut up? How could he ask such a question? She felt miserable today, weak all over, and wanted to hit someone. Huh. Xiaoyu held her hand and gently played with it. Since meeting Yi Chou-chan, he realized that women of high status and reserve sometimes respond best to a little teasing, and they didn't always need to be treated with utmost respect. Once that cold exterior was removed, they surprisingly enjoyed a more wild and rough approach. Hua Qingwu, leaning against her brother, was thoroughly enjoying the drama. Suddenly, Xiaoyu extended a hand towards her. Look, there's a thread on my sleeve. Can you help me pull it? Huh. Hua Qingwu's eyes sparkled with mischief. I've seen this before. Are you preparing a gift for sister? She adored watching short videos, and recently, many featured boys tricking girls by pulling threads to reveal necklaces, bracelets, rings, earrings, and watches. What are you talking about? Xiaoyu blinked. I don't understand. Yi Chou-chan glanced at her brother and then at her friend, smiling silently. Now enjoying the show. Still trying to trick me. Hua Qingwu was ecstatic, wrapping her legs around her brother's waist and kissing his face repeatedly. Quick, tell me, what is the gift? There really isn't a gift. Xiaoyu shook his head, just asking you to pull a thread. You're lying. Hua Qingwu didn't believe it, happily grabbing the thread and pulling it out little by little, thinking it must be a gift. But as she pulled, there was nothing at all, just a thread. Hua Qingwu was stunned, her eyes wide and mouth agape, her delicate face displaying an expression of shock shared with her little friends. She was as cute as could be, making Xiaoyu and Yi Chou-chan unable to hold back their laughter, nearly breaking character. When she came back to her senses, Hua Qingwu pretended to look at her brother with a sorrowful gaze, lowering her head in feigned grievance, looking pitiful. Xiaoyu reached out and held her in his arms. Then, Hua Qingwu turned into a bundle of energy that couldn't be contained. What does it mean to be a bundle of energy? A pig during the new year? A startled donkey? An angry woman? Or a fish just caught? Yi Chou-chan couldn't bear to watch and shot Xiaoyu a glare, her eyes implying, calm your daughter down, it's that time of the month, don't let her get too upset. Do you want a gift? Xiaoyu coaxed Hua Qingwu while holding her. If you don't get angry, maybe a gift will really appear. You're the worst. Hua Qingwu pouted, biting her lip. Others get gifts just by pulling a thread, but I got nothing. Do you really want it? Xiaoyu raised his hand. As long as you want it, the gift will appear in my hand. You're lying, there's nothing there. Hua Qingwu looked at her brother's empty hand and pouted. Then hurry up and say it. Say you want a gift. Xiaoyu smiled. Trust me, it will appear. Hua Qingwu looked at the empty hand with confusion, then nodded. I want a gift. She knew that nothing could possibly appear in that hand, but she just couldn't help but believe. Yi Chou-chan was also watching Xiaoyu's hand. It was strange, she believed too. She believed that a gift would appear in her brother's hand. System ability, Master of Magic. Xiaoyu raised his hand, suddenly clenched his fist, and then opened it. In an instant, a redwood box appeared in his palm out of nowhere. Yi Chou-chan, Hua Qingwu. The two girls were stunned. How could something appear out of thin air in a person's hand? And that redwood box was even larger than his palm. Xiaoyu was also looking at the redwood box. Since gaining this ability, he had yet to use it. The first time he used it was actually to make his woman happy. Is Master of Magic this low level? No. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He simply hadn't had the chance to use it and didn't dare to use it lightly. Because sometimes the process of performing magic was too exaggerated. Almost like real magic. Wow. Hua Qingwu squealed as she grabbed the redwood box, cheering and jumping with joy. However, when she excitedly opened the box and saw the military medal inside, she was stunned. Beside her, Yi Qiu-chan was first taken aback upon seeing the medal. The next second, her pupils rapidly constricted as she stared at the design of the medal, focusing on the blood-red pentagram. She was frozen in place. There was another one. Xiao Yu raised his hand again, and a crystal box appeared in his palm, which he handed to Yi Qiu-chan. One was a military honor, and the other a police commendation. Next time Suddenly, he hadn't finished his sentence when his head was tightly embraced by Hua Qingwu, pressing it against her chest. Don't say anything. There can't be a next time. It's best if there isn't. Hua Qingwu had changed. She was no longer delicate or charming. Her voice trembled as she gently held Xiao Yu, stroking his short hair, softly murmuring, "Don't be a police officer. Stay at home and let your sisters take care of you. I will be good and listen to you from now on. Okay?" Yi Qiu-chan slowly leaned closer, resting her cheek on his shoulder. The three siblings huddled together. Xiao Yu's heart twitched violently as he held the two girls in his arms. They understood everything. They knew it all. Xiao Yu realized he was wrong. The military medals were not gifts. Instead, they frightened them. They weren't afraid of the honors or achievements. They were afraid they might never see their brother again. After a moment, Xiao Yu gently said, "You don't know, do you? As long as I don't wanna, who can hurt me?" The two girls shuddered, as if recalling something. The sisters exchanged a glance, and the genuine concern vanished. Yes, they certainly understood now. Who in this world could hurt him? Chapter 169. Clearly winter, yet quite warm in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. Xiao Yu spent a sweet holiday with his two sisters. When he arrived at the office of the third team, everyone was already numb to his 3 days of work and 2 days of leisure routine, and it had become a norm. As usual, Xiao Yu reported to the captain's office and had a brief conversation with the leaders of the team. The content of their discussion was known only to the three of them. "Your position has been confirmed," Zhou Xiang was said while enjoying a special tea offered by a subordinate. Smiling, "Old he will arrange it for you." Guillaume, the team leader, looked at Xiao Yu with a grin. "No problem, right?" The reason for his question was that the position was not very high. Was there an issue with Xiao Yu, a clerk, becoming a team leader? Yes. He also received a first-class merit award, which meant he was promoted. Originally a third-level police supervisor, with this promotion, he would become a second-level police supervisor. "What is the big deal?" Xiao Yu asked casually. "It's a big deal," they replied. "A second-level police supervisor is at least at the deputy section chief level, and at most at the department level." This meant that Xiao Yu's promotion was not just a rank increase. His level would also rise to deputy section chief. And such a level would make the minimum position a deputy team leader. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to have him as a team leader? But there was nothing they could do. Who would have thought that right after the position was confirmed, Xiao Yu would achieve merit? Promotions are not just given. They follow a process. "No problem," Xiao Yu said nonchalantly, "as long as the position looks good. Do you think a position is just something to be taken lightly?" The two leaders were taken aback. This was not their fault. They had no right to know about Xiao Yu's other identities. Just his identity as a national security special agent was already intimidating enough. If his major rank as a captain were revealed, it could frighten many people. As Yiheng put it, his police career could now only be considered a side job. What position he was given was quite irrelevant. Since the old man personally awarded him the first-class military merit, his main career had shifted to defending the country. In fact, this was also Xiao Yu's desire to be a police officer. He couldn't let go of this profession. It was the same in his past life as it was in this one. Some things cannot be easily discarded. Regarding this, the old man didn't say much. If you like being a police officer, go ahead. But if there's a matter in national security, you need to come back immediately. Such special treatment was unique in national security. Thus, Xiao Yu found it hard to understand why the old man seemed to be overly protective of him. With the position of team leader, Xiao Yu was essentially the same as before. Working in the third team meant casually browsing through files. Minor cases wouldn't trouble him. And major cases weren't like those in crime dramas. There weren't that many. It wasn't Gotham City after all. While everyone else was busy, Xiao Yu felt quite free and even bored. In the afternoon, the leaders of the team held a promotion ceremony. In the conference room, in front of all the detectives, Zhou Xiang would change Xiao Yu's shoulder insignia to 2 bars and 2 stars, indicating a second-level police supervisor. Everyone was stunned, staring at Xiao Yu's youthful face and the insignia on his shoulder. In less than 3 months, from an intern to a second-level police supervisor, it felt like a dream to them. Although they didn't witness the awarding ceremony, they all knew it was due to a previous case, a case involving a gas explosion, a killer organization, and organ trafficking. What they didn't know was that Xiao Yu, being ruthless, had tarnished an honorific title. Otherwise, they would have been utterly shocked. After that, Xiao Yu finished work. He was the only one in the entire third team who could leave on time. Would the others be envious? Come on. Once you have a few first-class merits hanging on you, then you can envy. Otherwise, you don't deserve it. In the blink of an eye, 4 days passed. Xiao Yu worked during the day and accompanied his sisters at night. Life was leisurely. He noticed that Yi Qiu-chan and Hua Qingwu had also become busy. Recently, the goddess had been preoccupied with business at the company. What exactly she was doing, Xiao Yu didn't know. According to Hua Qingwu, the money Yi Qiu-chan had was enough for them to spend for 10 lifetimes. Damn, 10 lifetimes. Xiao Yu felt dazed. He couldn't imagine how large that number was. Meanwhile, the mischievous fairy, feeling bored, had even started learning to dance. The last time his brother said she danced beautifully. The fairy took it to heart and picked up dancing again, something she had previously given up. Not only could it help pass the time, but it also made her figure better. However, when Xiao Yu arrived at Hua Qingwu's dance class and found it was all female students, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yu was a Cancer, known for his fluctuating personality and strong possessiveness. His possessiveness meant any man who approached her, except for him, deserved to die. Good boy, knowing to come pick up your sister. Hua Qingwu, dressed in a different outfit, bounded over to Xiao Yu like a little deer. Are you tired? Holding the beauty in his arms, Xiao Yu coaxed Hua Qingwu like a child. The mischievous fairy was particularly fond of this treatment. Becoming more childlike the more she was spoiled. Hua Qingwu pecked at his head, mumbling in her brother's embrace, tired. Let us go eat barbecue. Xiao Yu kissed Hua Qingwu's cheek, his eyes filled with affection and his face gentle. He took her hand, looked into the distance, and nodded. The siblings headed towards the exit. In the distance, 2 security personnel exchanged glances and left. With Xiao Yu around, the 2 girls were the safest. They didn't need protection. At the barbecue restaurant, Xiao Yu and Hua Qingwu laughed and waved at Yi Qiu-chan as she approached, just like before. Xiao Yu stood up to help Yi Qiu-chan take off her windbreaker and arrange the utensils for the 2 girls. Yi Qiu-chan quietly watched him, feeling warm inside. During the meal, Xiao Yu attended to his 2 sisters, wiping Hua Qingwu's mouth and handing a skewer to Yi Qiu-chan. The 3 siblings happily ate and drank together. When spread out, it felt like the human world. When gathered, it felt like the warmth of life. Even in winter, it felt warm. Until the phone rang. The 2 girls looked at their brother. Xiao Yu remained calm, finishing the last few skewers and placing them in front of the 2 girls. He took out his phone to check the caller ID, feeling puzzled. The caller was a familiar stranger, Zheng Xiaoyan, the deputy head of the criminal investigation team. This person was actually a friend of Yi Hong. They weren't well acquainted, having only interacted twice, once during a counterfeiting case and the second time during a gas explosion incident. Hello, leader, he answered the call with a smile. What instructions do you have? We have a case and would like your assistance. Zheng Xiaoyan's gentle laughter came through the phone. I hope it's convenient for you. It was quite amusing to hear a police supervisor politely ask a police chief if it was convenient. Xiao Yu almost laughed. What is the case about? It's a rather strange case. Zheng Xiaoyan's voice took on an unusual tone. Can I refuse? Xiao Yu asked playfully, but his gaze shifted to the 2 sisters beside him. The 2 women shot him a playful glare, teasing him. They knew Xiao Yu was about to go to work. Well, Zheng Xiaoyan chuckled awkwardly. That might not be appropriate. If it were any other subordinate, I would have scolded them by now. But facing you, I feel a bit hesitant. Chapter 170. That bastard sold me again. Outside the barbecue restaurant, Xiao Yu was about to leave. Hua Qingwu obediently didn't cling to him at all. This was discipline and also responsibility. Yi Qiu-chan quietly helped her brother tidy his clothes. In ancient times, when men went to war, their wives would help them don their armor. He left. Xiao Yu pretended to be calm, saying insincere words. I want to think of you when I'm working, but I allow you to think of me. Huh. Hua Qingwu playfully pinched her brother. Yi Qiu-chan smiled and punched Xiao Yu lightly. The melancholy was blown away, replaced by joy. Xiao Yu drove away. The 2 women watched the car until it disappeared. Hand in hand, they returned to the barbecue restaurant. Xiao Yu had prepared the barbecue for them. They hadn't finished eating. In the capital city, at the Criminal Investigation Headquarters building, in the deputy captain's office, a liaison officer led Xiao Yu into the office. Zheng Xiaoyan was sitting behind the desk reviewing documents. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, he quickly stood up with a smile to greet him. The 2 shook hands and sat on the visitor chairs. The liaison officer brought 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of them. After sitting down, Xiaoyu quietly drank his tea without speaking, mainly because he was tired of being a tool. The world wouldn't tea stopped turning without him. However, Zheng Xiaoyan sought him out twice. The first time could be considered a coincidence since the other party knew Yi Hong. This time, it was clear that there was something off about the case he mentioned. Zheng Xiaoyan pondered for a moment. A suicide case. Xiaoyu. He felt as if he was being toyed with. Why? Suicide cases are among the most common. According to investigations, around 250,000 suicide-related deaths occur in the country each year. Cases like this are usually straightforward and rarely disturb seasoned detectives. Because ordinary suicide cases are nearly removed from the abnormal death criminal case category. For instance, if you want to commit suicide, it's a voluntary act. What is abnormal about that? Even the police have become numb to such cases. They cause pain to relatives, trouble for the police, and degrade themselves. Don't bring up whether there is a problem with the country. Otherwise, why would so many people commit suicide? Those who say such things probably haven't faced reality. Why not mention that a small country with millions of people also sees 200,000 deaths every year? Thus, these cases are truly too ordinary to even catch the attention of someone at Zheng Xiaoyan's level. Why would a second-level police officer, a high-ranking official, pay attention to suicide cases? How much fake alcohol have they consumed? Xiaoyu stared at this official as if looking at an endangered species, almost wanting to ask, "Are you that bored?" Zheng Xiaoyan rolled his eyes at Xiaoyu's gaze. 10 people committed suicide together. 10 people together. Xiaoyu's mind went blank, frowning. "Are you sure it's suicide?" "Sure." Zheng Xiaoyan's expression was serious. The autopsy, surveillance footage, and witness statements all matched, confirming it was a suicide. But something felt off. Xiaoyu's expression also grew increasingly grave. With a population of 1 billion divided by 250,000, that equals 5,600 people. Only 1 person among every 5,600 commits suicide each year. But if you multiply that by 10, it becomes 56,000. What are the odds of having 10 suicides among 56,000 people? The most frightening part is that all 56,000 must be in the same area, and all 10 must commit suicide together. Do you know how small that probability is? Winning 10 million in a lottery is several tens of thousands of times more likely. Xiaoyu looked up, staring into Zheng Xiaoyan's eyes. What method? Poison. Zheng Xiaoyan's expression turned strange. Rodenticide. Xiaoyu. He suddenly felt like the atmosphere had torn apart. Rodenticide, also known as tetramethylene disulfide tetramine, is an organic compound that belongs to neurotoxins and is highly toxic. The key point is that starting from 2015, the country prohibited its production and sale due to the number of deaths caused by this substance each year, increasing gradually since 1999. There are harmful cases, accidental ingestions, and suicides. This substance has almost become a must-have for home and travel killings. If the country doesn't prohibit it, that would be interesting. However, too many people know how to make tetramethylene disulfide tetramine. Nowadays, there are many rodenticides on the market that still use this formula. Important point. This drug is tasteless, odorless, and its toxicity is 100 times stronger than potassium cyanide. 10 people taking rodenticide together. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. Suicide? This is why he felt the atmosphere tearing apart. Yes. Zheng Xiaoyan's lips also began to twitch. Rodenticide. 10 people committing suicide together is already strange enough. What is even stranger is that they used rodenticide to do it. What else? Xiaoyu didn't think that just this would attract the attention of a high-ranking official. All 10 were involved in the case. Zheng Xiaoyan's expression grew even more peculiar. 3 of them were listed as wanted online. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. It's not suicide. It has been said before that the worse a person is, the more afraid they are of death. This saying can be perfectly illustrated by some criminals. In 2 lifetimes of policing, Xiaoyu has seen too many vicious criminals and too many of these bad people being so frightened after being captured that they lose control of themselves. So, the fact that all 10 involved are bad people indicates that they should be afraid of death. A group of people who should fear death coming together for a collective suicide? Don't even talk about movies. No novel would dare to write that. It's too absurd, just like we thought, Zheng Xiaoyan said, rubbing his temples. But the problem is, the autopsy, surveillance, and witness statements all matched. It really was a suicide. Can you believe it? So, Xiaoyu had an expression that said, "What the heck? You came to me? How dare you treat me like a tool?" Yi Hong once said. Zheng Xiaoyan suddenly smiled and said, You really enjoy solving cases. That darn guy sold me out again. Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh. But now, he had no way to deal with Yi Hong. This guy had leveled up and became his brother-in-law. He just slept with the guy's sister and then went after him. Sure enough, the biting dog doesn't bark. Xiao Yu was so angry his teeth hurt. This guy really went behind my back. After a while, this case still isn't enough to get your attention. Xiao Yu shook his head. Tell me the truth, so I can consider whether to take a look at it. Although it involved 10 lives, since it was a suicide, the case level would be greatly diminished. It couldn't be treated like other homicide cases. Otherwise, if 10 lives were lost, especially in a place like the capital, national security would have to get involved. After hesitating for a long time, Zheng Xiaoyan said 2 words, second generation. Damn, Xiao Yu thought to himself. I knew it. Chapter 171. Don't mess with him. In Zheng Xiaoyan's words, the 10 suicide victims in this case were all from wealthy families. The parents of these 10 deceased had assets that were at least in the 9-digit range. In fact, there are many wealthy individuals in the capital city. Even having 9 digits is not considered particularly wealthy. A random apartment within the 3rd ring road starts at tens of millions, with better ones exceeding 100 million. This is no joke. The price per square meter ranges from 500,000 to 600,000. If you don't have a net worth in the 9-digit range, you might not even be able to afford a decent apartment. But that's not the main issue. What troubles Zheng Xiaoyan and the team leader is that the case occurred within their jurisdiction. The families of the 10 suicide victims have already begun to protest. They simply do not believe that their children would commit suicide. And indeed, it seems unlikely. Why would a well-off individual choose to take their own life? It's hard to believe, and the police don't believe it either. However, all evidence points to suicide. The police have examined the scene more than 10 times and even brought in a so-called king of police to investigate the site. What is a king of police? It's every officer who has received an honorary title for their achievements. It's needless to say how difficult it is to earn such an honor. Xiao Yu took down a criminal organization and cracked a case involving the sale of children's organs, which involved over 60 lives, just to earn an honorary title. And he ended up losing it. It seems like Xiao Yu effortlessly solved the case, but in reality, he had connections. Without those connections, a random assassin could have shown up, and ordinary officers would have been overwhelmed. It's easy to imagine how challenging it is to earn an honorary title. So any officer who has received one is indeed exceptional. However, even this impressive figure, after examining the scene, concluded it was a suicide. The current problem is that everyone knows this cannot possibly be a suicide case, yet all evidence points to suicide, with no signs of homicide whatsoever. Is something supernatural at play? Zheng Xiaoyan then thought of Xiao Yu. The young man has proven his abilities, as seen in the last counterfeit currency case. However, Zheng Xiaoyan hesitated to reach out, fearing he might not be able to get him on board. After all, this is someone who can be on friendly terms with the Director of National Security and lead agents to catch spies. That's not just ordinary intimidation. As an experienced criminal investigator, Zheng Xiaoyan suspected that Xiao Yu was affiliated with national security. But knowing this was enough, he dared not speak carelessly outside. Even though he holds a position as a police supervisor, he could easily be summoned by national security for a chat. But it was clear something was off about the suicide case, and yet no one else seemed to notice. What to do? Zheng Xiaoyan called Yi Hong, saying, "Hey, can you help me out, brother?" Yi Hong, a friend of Zheng Xiaoyan and a comrade of his brother, replied straightforwardly, "Go find Xiao Yu. He loves solving cases. Just tell him I sent you, and he'll definitely give you face. But don't provoke him. Be polite, or it might cause trouble." He readily sold out the young man, feeling confident in doing so. In the future, can you not give him face? But also warn Zheng Xiaoyan not to provoke Xiao Yu. Little brother's temper has been somewhat understood by Yi Hong. He is straightforward and never suffers losses. But he can be a bit hot-headed. It's true that he is very clever, but he also has a dark side. However, these are not the most important things. What matters is that you shouldn't provoke him. Once you do, Xiao Yu can sometimes act irrationally. It's commonly referred to as getting carried away. When that happens, not even the highest authority would be able to stop him. At one point, he nearly did something to a first-class police commissioner. That was a first-class police commissioner, a high-ranking official. Therefore, Yi Hong sometimes finds it hard to understand. A person who can be so volatile, acting out in rage against anything and everything, yet behaves like a sweet little puppy around the sisters. Is this the right image? Hua Qingwu bullies him in various ways, throwing tantrums in front of him, and he still treats her like a daughter. In front of Yiqiu Chan, he also seems like a big boy. Sometimes he even acts spoiled in front of her. Can you believe it? A little brother who can kill without blinking is acting spoiled. When Yiheng heard this news, he was covered in goosebumps. Because of this, the old man and the National Security Agency felt reassured about Xiaoyu. A person can't be too perfect. If someone were flawless, no one would dare to use them, fearing various concerns. But now it's different. Everyone can see the bond between Xiaoyu and the two women. It's like he is bound by two shackles. If one day he has a descendant, with these shackles, he will have attachments. This is what everyone wants to see. However, conversely, these shackles and attachments could also become Xiaoyu's Achilles heel. If someone tries to touch that, it's over. A phoenix with a vulnerable neck will perish if touched. A dragon with a sensitive scale will face doom if provoked. Therefore, on the flip side, the safety of Yiqiu-chan and Hua Qingwu must be upgraded. A security detail will appear around the two women. It's worth noting that a security detail is a standard for high-ranking officials. However, Yiheng would never mention this to Xiaoyu, even without saying it. He knows that little brother understands the situation. In the capital, there are actually many villas. Traditional villas are said to have 1 mountain, 2 rivers, 3 lines, and 4 heights. In the Beishao Camp Chaobai Villa area, accompanied by Zheng Xiaoyan, Xiaoyu is standing in front of a villa. Due to the average location, this villa isn't particularly expensive, making it suitable for retirement. One can feel a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere in this area, free from worldly disputes. However, at this moment, the villa in front has been cordoned off, for criminal police officers are guarding the villa. At the same time, he sees a police officer squatting against the villa's outer wall, seemingly lost in thought while smoking. Xiaoyu curiously observes that police officer, looking into his eyes and sensing his aura. Strangely, he feels a sense of familiarity with the kindred spirit in the other person, not in the sense of a time traveler, but as a fellow police officer, the king of police. Xiaoyu smiles and asks, "Is that you?" "Yes." Zheng Xiaoyan nodded. Shen Hongpeng, a first-level police supervisor and the director of the Major Crimes Division in the City Bureau, has received honors twice, including once as a National First-Class Outstanding Police Officer and once as a National Second-Class Outstanding Police Officer. However, he is already 39 this year and still single. Impressive. My brother, Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Some police officers manage to achieve a third-class merit in their lifetime, which is already quite good. To earn a second-class merit, one must take significant risks. As for the first-class merit, it's even more daunting. These honors are truly hard-earned, often involving life-and-death situations. Although police achievements may not be as dramatic as military ones, they are still a matter of life and death. The title of National First-Class Outstanding Police Officer represents the highest honor that can be attained in the police system in the country. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the criminal investigator named Shen Hongpeng looked up and gazed at Xiaoyu. Their eyes met for a moment, and then they both smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are kindred spirits. Chapter 172. The King of Police also has its differences. Xiaoyu and Shen Hongpeng stood facing each other, their hands tightly clasped together. The shared aura between them was unmistakable, and there was no need to conceal it. It was a quality cultivated after solving major cases: confidence, pride, and resilience. What is humility? With strength on display, crushing peers, why should I be humble? Without this backbone, without confidence, without a strong and unyielding character, how could one compete with criminals in a battle of wits? Use humility to solve cases, whether others acknowledge it or not. They are the kings in the field of police work. The King of Police. Zheng Xiaoyan watched the two shake hands, his expression shifting constantly. The similar aura, the same gaze, the shared pride were immediately recognizable. Because of this, Zheng Xiaoyan looked at Xiaoyu with disbelief. At just 22 years old, with only 3 months of service, how could he possess such a presence? Despite his high rank and position, Zheng Xiaoyan had to admit that in the realm of solving cases, he felt like a junior in front of Shen Hongpeng. Of course, promotion and solving cases are 2 different concepts. Hence, Zheng Xiaoyan was baffled. Why did Xiaoyu also have this quality? "Brother, where did you get so high?" Shen Hongpeng asked, looking into Xiaoyu's eyes with a smile. From the undercover team, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Shen Hongpeng's expression shifted slightly, taken aback. He examined Xiaoyu more closely. Too young. So young that he found it hard to comprehend. Shen Hongpeng's expression was strange. He must have achieved quite a bit, right? About 4 or 5 times, Xiaoyu grinned. As expected, Shen Hongpeng suddenly understood, with no more doubts. There was no need for further words. He smiled wryly, feeling embarrassed. "Now it's time to see what you can do. Let us go inside and take a look." Xiao Yu didn't say anything more, following him into the villa. As for Zheng Xiaoyan, they both ignored him. Yes, he was the leader, but in their field, even leaders had to step aside. Zheng Xiaoyan sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile, and turned to leave. Wearing specialized shoe covers and gloves, Xiao Yu and Shun Hongpeng entered the villa, which was also the crime scene. However, as soon as they stepped into the living room, both of them stopped simultaneously. Xiao Yu looked down at the floor. Shun Hongpeng turned to look at him. In the field of criminal investigation, many officers are often drawn to the body or other conspicuous elements at the crime scene. They typically start by checking the obvious points for clues. There is nothing wrong with that approach. However, only seasoned investigators understand that solving a case sometimes lies not in these focal points, but in the subtle and seemingly insignificant details. As long as the details are correct and the direction is right, they can follow the clues and continue the investigation. Ultimately, the mastermind will be uncovered, and the details begin from the very first step you take into the crime scene. It is possible that I saw Xiao Yu stop, lowering his head to examine the ground. Shen Hongpeng smiled, feeling quite emotional. He seemed to have aged. It was now a world for the young. Xiao Yu slowly crouched down, looking at the footprints on the floor. There were many footprints, exactly 10 pairs. Only 10 people? Xiao Yu frowned slightly. From the footprints, it could be seen that these 10 individuals were not abducted. They entered the villa voluntarily. This is the first detail. From this detail, more can be inferred. For example, whether these 10 people arrived together or separately, and how much time elapsed between their arrivals. The footprints could also indicate whether these individuals were in a conscious state or some other state when they arrived. They were all conscious, possessing their own awareness. Xiao Yu raised his head to look at Shun Hongpeng, asking if all 10 entered the villa within an hour. Shun Hongpeng grinned, not saying a word, but gave Xiao Yu a thumbs up. Correct. Slowly standing up, Xiao Yu continued to focus on the footprints, analyzing the state of those 10 individuals when they entered. A normal person walking might not notice a detail. If someone stops to look around, about 90 of people would unconsciously present a slight outward 8 with their feet. Of course, this refers to the vast majority of the population. There are also some individuals who naturally exhibit an inward 8 when walking. Such individuals, even when standing and looking around, would not present an outward 8. However, this group is relatively small. From the 10 pairs of footprints, Xiao Yu noticed that not only did these individuals not change into slippers upon entering, but 7 of them were surveying the house, while 3 went straight to the sofa. This indicates that 7 were unfamiliar with the environment, while 3 were quite familiar with the villa. This is just a rough guess. 7-3? Xiao Yu muttered to himself. Impressive. Shen Hongpeng sighed. It took him about 15 minutes to analyze this result back then. Yet this young man before him completed it in less than 3 minutes. Although it was only a difference of a few minutes. In a battlefield or while chasing down an enemy, those few minutes could mean the difference between catching up and losing track of them completely. Xiao Yu approached the sofa. He saw some footprints made after sitting down, as well as some from people standing. The sofa was not large enough to accommodate 10 people. By examining the positions on the sofa and the footprints, one could discern a sense of priority. People have different statuses, and sometimes there are distinctions among friends as well. Those who could sit on the sofa were likely of higher status among these 10 individuals or had a certain leadership charisma. What is leadership charisma? To give an analogy, when college dorm mates wanted to go out to eat, some might suggest hot pot, while others might propose big meat noodles, leading to a cacophony of voices. At that moment, someone might say, "How about we go for hot pot? I know a great place with a nice environment and private rooms. We can all contribute 40 each and have a hearty meal to satisfy our cravings. What do you think?" Everyone thought it made sense. $40 wasn't much, and it could satisfy cravings for meat. They all nodded in agreement. Then the speaker led 5 of his dorm brothers away. This is one interpretation of charismatic leadership. When what you say can persuade others and they listen to you, your status naturally rises. Once at the restaurant, even if everyone is brothers, the seat you occupy is still the main one, whether it's 2 or 3. Xiao Yu gazed at the sofa, focusing on the leader. Yes. Shun Hongpeng looked directly at Xiao Yu, nodding heavily, exclaiming, "Impressive." He could only identify 1 or 2 individuals as the leaders among 10 people. Xiao Yu could see 3, highlighting the difference. Sometimes, even among those in power, there are distinctions. Princes, kings, emperors, they are all rulers. Can they be the same? Just look at where they chose to end their lives. Xiao Yu shifted his gaze from the coffee table to the direction of the dining area. It was hard not to notice. The smell of decay was overwhelming. Chapter 173. Spit it out. Then eat it again. The dining room in the villa is about 40 square meters. In the center is an oval long table, surrounded by exactly 10 chairs. Xiao Yu's gaze is focused on the cushions of the 10 chairs, where some yellow, green, and black colors are visible, emitting a terrible stench of bodily fluids. Under normal circumstances, the decomposition process of a body is rapid. In winter, indoors, with heating, temperatures around 22 to 25 degrees Celsius, it takes 1 to 2 days for rigor mortis, livor mortis, and cadaveric rigidity to set in. In 2 to 3 days, discoloration, decay, and swelling occur. In 3 to 5 days, blisters, the smell of decomposition, and collapse follow. After 5 to 15 days, advanced decay, liquefaction of soft tissues. From observing those bodily fluids, Xiao Yu deduces that the deceased had been dead for no less than 10 days, possibly even longer. It's likely that the forensic experts were extremely careful in removing the bodies. How to describe the state of the bodies at that time? It's akin to how people eat snowflakes and beef, which melt in the mouth once cooked. That's the kind of state. Xiao Yu shifts his gaze from the chairs to the dining table. The table is filled with food that has undergone decomposition, indicating that it had been consumed at some point. At the same time, he notices some foul-smelling bodily fluids around the table and next to the utensils, suggesting that the 10 deceased were dining, with their arms resting on the table. Smoke, alcohol, gourmet food, as if the 10 were at a gathering, eating, committing suicide, and dying simultaneously. Imagining that scene, Xiao Yu feels an indescribable strangeness, even with 2 lifetimes in law enforcement. This is the first time he has encountered such a bizarre situation. Subsequently, by examining the traces on the 10 chairs, the use of the utensils, and the missing food on the plates, he concludes that the 10 deceased were in a conscious state, performing a series of actions and committing suicide. The concept of conscious awareness is understood, right? It's when you are fully awake, in complete control of your body, able to do whatever you want. You're smoking a cigarette, sipping fine wine, enjoying gourmet food, and yet you are committing suicide? Or is it you? Could there be no intentional poisoning? No. On the dining table, there are also 10 small bottles, about the thickness of a thumb. The caps have been opened, and there are remnants of white powder inside. Utilizing his eagle eye ability, Xiao Yu can clearly see the fingerprints on the bottles. 10 bottles, 10 different fingerprints, corresponding to the 10 chairs. This indicates that each of the 10 deceased had handled one bottle, pouring the powder into their drinks or food. Of course, there is another detail. Apart from the matching fingerprints, no other fingerprints are visible on the 10 bottles. This suggests that these bottles were only handled by the 10 individuals, and no one else had touched them. Could it be that someone intentionally wiped them clean to remove traces? Don't be ridiculous. Wiping also leaves behind clues and traces. For example, if you hold a handgun while wearing gloves, it may seem like no fingerprints would be left. In reality, the area around the gloves would reveal traces of you wearing them. It's just that fingerprints are not visible. However, your hand shape, grip shape, and finger shape have clearly been left on the firearm. You might not even realize that the fibers from the gloves are likely to remain on the gun. Through these fibers, law enforcement can trace where the gloves were purchased and sold. Investigators can capture you through various traces left behind. As long as there are signs of wiping on these small bottles, they will definitely not escape the keen eyes of the investigator. But the result is that there are no signs of wiping. This indicates that these small bottles may have been brought by the 10 deceased individuals themselves. Moreover, there is a crucial point. The bottles have labels. XXX rodent poison, marked as highly toxic. If the 10 small bottles were indeed brought by the 10 deceased, do you think they knew this was rat poison and that it was highly toxic? Analyzing the various traces at the scene can reveal the consciousness of the deceased. The investigator's mind began to short-circuit. It was too bizarre and too unsettling. It even felt as if his brain was being pressed down and rubbed against the ground by an unseen hand. The next moment, the investigator's thoughts quickly calmed down. All the ideas and thoughts that had come to him upon entering the scene were overturned, and he began to reorganize his thinking. This situation was like a tangled ball of yarn. Pulling the wrong thread would only make the mess worse. Since this thread couldn't untangle the yarn, he had to find another one. Taking a deep breath, he began to reason anew. Shen Hongpeng was quietly observing the investigator. Since the moment the younger man entered the crime scene, he had been watching him. Through these observations, his expression had been constantly changing. Initially, he thought the investigator was capable and impressive, but now, his expression showed hints of surprise, shock, and even horror. Through the investigator's actions and gaze, Shen Hongpeng could analyze what he was doing. Realizing what the investigator was doing, startled him. He noticed that the investigator seemed to have instantly grasped the general situation at the scene and analyzed the entire suicide process of the 10 deceased. Of course, that was not what surprised him or even shocked him. What left him astonished, even horrified, was that the investigator had overturned everything he had seen and was reasoning anew. What is so shocking about that? It was like forcing out the food you've eaten throughout the day, then reconstructing that food and slowly savoring it again. Is that something a normal person can do? At this moment, the investigator stepped out of the dining room and the villa. He stood at the door, took a step forward, and looked down at the ground. The large villa was silent. Shen Hongpeng stared blankly at the investigator, and even the air seemed to grow quiet. It was as if an invisible black hole had swallowed all sound. What on earth is this creature? As Shen Hongpeng regained his senses, his eyes and expression revealed a deep sense of apprehension as he fixed his gaze on Xiaoyu. That look was as if he were staring at an alien being. Xiaoyu was slowly crouching on the floor, re-examining the footprints. 10 people, all with independent consciousness, no doubt about it. 3 were familiar with the villa, and 7 were not. That was also true. Xiaoyu stood up and walked step by step towards the sofa in the living room. 5 people were sitting. 2 on the main sofa and 2 on the secondary sofas. 5 people were standing. 3 leaning against the sofa, and 2 going to get drinks. Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on the coffee table, looking at the bottles of drinks and mineral water. Something was off. Suddenly, Xiaoyu spoke up. These 2 people, clearly unfamiliar with the villa, yet their footsteps showed no signs of confusion. They moved naturally and confidently towards the refrigerator in the dining area. Shen Hongpeng was taken aback. He quickly lowered his head to look at the footprints on the floor. He saw 2 rows leading to the dining area sofa, and then coming back, clear footprints in both directions. His expression suddenly changed drastically. No doubt about it. Something was wrong. Chapter 174. Are you watching me? Normally, when visiting someone else's home for the first time, especially in a spacious villa, even if the host tells you where the refrigerator is, how do you manage to walk confidently and directly to it without any hesitation or confusion? It seems impossible, right? The most intuitive analogy is when you return home and walk briskly along familiar paths. However, when you arrive at an unfamiliar place for the first time, your gaze will be observant. This observation slows your pace and makes your steps smaller, appearing cautious and restrained. That is the most typical response. How is it done? Shen Hongpeng furrowed his brows, puzzled. After 10 people entered the hall, the footprints were examined. It was clear that the owners of these 2 sets of footprints were visiting the villa for the first time. So, why does this create such a strange doubt? Let us set this doubt aside for now and continue the investigation. Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards the dining room, walked over, and stood inside. He examined the 10 chairs, the dining table, and the medicine bottles again. In fact, I already noticed a point of suspicion before you arrived. Shen Hongpeng's expression showed a hint of embarrassment, but I know what you discovered. Xiaoyu's demeanor was calm, stating that if you hadn't noticed, I would have to question whether you are truly the king of detectives. Shen Hongpeng was taken aback. You mean the rat poison bottle, right? Xiaoyu remained composed, explaining that apart from the victim's fingerprints, there were no other traces on it. It's precisely because there are no other traces that it appears particularly strange. Thus, there is only one possibility. The 10 bottles of rat poison should have come from the same packaging box, which had not been touched by anyone since leaving the factory. Finally, this box containing the 10 bottles of rat poison appears before them, with each person taking 1 bottle. Only in this way could it be ensured that no traces other than those of the victims would be left behind. Are you questioning whether these 10 bottles of poison came from inside the villa? I considered that hypothesis as well, but dismissed it. Xiaoyu looked at Shen Hongpeng, who appeared dumbfounded. I believe there is an 80% chance that the bottles were brought into the villa by them. How do you deduce that? Shen Hongpeng looked at him in disbelief. 3 bottles. Xiaoyu pointed to the 10 rat poison bottles on the dining table, indicating that 3 of them should have been taken from the victim's clothing pockets, identifiable by fingerprints. How are fingerprints formed? Sweat and oils from the skin create prints. In simple terms, when your fingers sweat and produce oil, wherever you touch will leave a fingerprint. And a person's hands cannot avoid touching objects, like clothes, phones, or computers. You come into contact with all sorts of items, leaving behind traces of sweat and oil. After contact, not only will fingerprints be left behind, but some substances will also be taken away. The most common adhesive materials are fibers, such as cotton, linen, silk, leather, and hair. The fingerprints on the 3 vials pointed out by Xiaoyu carry these fibers, specifically fabric fibers. However, The fibers on the vials are due to the stickiness of the fingerprints, which means they were adhered. What does this imply? Someone first left their fingerprint on the vial and then placed it in a location with fabric. Through the stickiness of the fingerprint, some fiber material was picked up. For example, someone took the small vial and placed it in their clothing pocket. Through the fingerprint, some fabric fibers would adhere. At that moment, Shun Hongpeng was bending down, his eyes almost glued to the vial, intently staring at a particularly noticeable fingerprint mark. Suddenly, an expression of realization crossed his face. He saw a tiny, almost invisible cotton fiber on the fingerprint. There was no need to look at the other two vials. He understood that it must be as Xiaoyu said. If one vial had fabric fibers, it could be considered a coincidence. But what about 3 vials? It could only mean that these vials had all been placed in the deceased's clothing pockets, which is why fibers would be stuck to the tops of the vials. If they were taken from within the villa, what would be the point of putting them in a clothing pocket? Are you going to keep them in your pocket for a while to warm them up before taking them out for use? Does that make the poison taste better? In fact, Xiaoyu did not tell Shen Hongpeng the whole truth. He discovered this fiber not only on 3 vials, but on 8. The other 5 were just harder to see with the naked eye, but his keen eyesight could detect them. If he mentioned this, it would be difficult to explain how he saw them. Pointing out the fibers on the 3 vials was already sufficient. From this, another detail could be inferred. It is highly likely that the 10 deceased had gathered outside the villa or that each of them had visited a particular location to take a vial of rat poison. Only in this way can we reasonably explain why there are no other traces on the vials. If this hypothesis holds, it raises a second question. Why not mention it earlier? Shun Hongpeng looked at Xiaoyu with a complex expression. Confused about priorities, Xiaoyu shook his head, stating that they needed to find the truth behind the suicide first, rather than the source of the vials. Otherwise, even if they found the source of the vials, without understanding why they committed suicide, what would be the point? It's like a ball of yarn. The clues on the vials are another thread. But that thread does not unravel the ball of yarn. Is it meaningful to keep tugging at that thread? There are 2 questions now, but unfortunately, they are of no use. Shen Hongpeng, being the sharp detective he is, quickly understood the implications of Xiaoyu's words. However, Xiaoyu remained silent, his expression growing somewhat peculiar as he pondered a question. Why hadn't the system provided a task prompt? In the past, every time a case came up, the system would urgently jump in. What's the situation this time? Does it mean that the things he found and saw are completely meaningless? Is his investigation, examination, and reasoning all wrong? Is it not even enough to activate the system's task conditions? If that's the case, then this case is truly terrifying. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Beast form, antelope sense. He actually felt like there were eyes watching him. Beast form, eagle eye, wolf ear, elephant nose. He looked around, but saw nothing unusual. He heard nothing unusual. He smelled nothing unusual. Aside from a certain individual, there was clearly no one nearby watching him. Yet, he distinctly sensed the gaze of a pair of eyes. Where could they be? Not below, so it must be. He lifted his head and looked at the ceiling of the villa's living room, searching little by little. In an instant, his eyes locked onto a crystal chandelier, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Is it you watching me? Ding! The alert system task has been successfully activated. Chapter 175, The Game of Death, Beep. The alert system task has been successfully activated. System task, deadly game. Task duration, 20 days. Task reward, transformative disguise. Task hint, please locate the mastermind and capture all players. Task rules, if the host successfully completes the task, the system reward will be permanently retained. If the host fails, the reward will be revoked. Please complete the task within the specified time limit as soon as possible. Task countdown begins. Xiaoyu's eyes remained fixed on the crystal chandelier, but confusion flickered in his gaze. Deadly game? Mastermind? Players? Suddenly, countless abilities, techniques, and methods related to disguise, makeup, altering appearances, and changing forms surged into Xiaoyu's body like a tidal wave, leaving a mysterious imprint. Xiaoyu. Another bizarre ability. Once this skill is activated, he can freely change his appearance, body shape, skin color, hair color, and eye color. He can disguise himself as a youth, adult, middle-aged person, elderly, or even some strange entities. Clearly, this was another ability that wouldn't be immediately useful, but only in his role as a police officer. If he were in special operations. Xiaoyu's heart raced. He recalled some unsettling possibilities. For instance, wouldn't this be handy if he were to go abroad as a spy? Then Xiaoyu wanted to slap himself. I really have a vivid imagination. It's a shame that no one has asked me to be a spokesperson for this. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, Xiao Yu walked step by step toward the crystal chandelier. Let us see what this thing is. Shen Hongpeng looked over in surprise. His gaze followed Xiao Yu as he stood in the hall, looking at a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. This light was not the main one, but a decorative piece. There were a total of 6, surrounding the central main light, forming a Star of David pattern. 7 minutes later, a detective brought a ladder from the villa's storage room. Fixing his gaze on the chandelier, Xiao Yu climbed the ladder and gradually approached it. Until, when his eyes were just 5 centimeters away from the crystal, he stared at a fist-sized decorative ball on the chandelier. On the front and back of the ball were 2 square pieces of glass, each measuring 2 centimeters. A cold smirk appeared on his face. He extended his hand, interlocking his index and middle fingers, and gave it a light flick. Snap! The glass shattered, and shards fell down. A mini camera appeared in front of Xiao Yu. What a clever setup. Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh. I have to admit, the person who installed this camera had some skills. The decorative ball itself was quite hard to notice. They even installed one-way glass on it, allowing it to see outside while remaining invisible from the outside, using a camera for covert filming. Perfect. Even more impressive, this was a portable wireless camera. It only requires a battery, a wireless network, or a data card to function. How long can a single battery last? Theoretically, it can remain powered on and work continuously for over 10 hours. However, if it is activated only 1 to 2 times a day, with each session lasting 1 to 3 minutes, it could theoretically last for 3 to 6 months. At that moment, Xiao Yu felt as if he was being watched. It was because the camera was activated and operational. The surveillance angle locked onto him, creating a chilling sense of being observed, as if he were being targeted by an invisible eye. However, when he shattered the mirror and saw the camera, that feeling of being watched disappeared. Someone must have been remotely controlling the camera to stop it from working. Son, quite the player. Xiao Yu's expression turned cold. Below, Shen Hongping's face also changed when he saw the camera that Xiao Yu had removed. A third point of suspicion emerged. It was clear that this suicide case had taken a turn. A camera is not terrifying, but it is alarming that it was still operational after the suicide incident. So who is the person monitoring this villa? What is their purpose? About 20 minutes later, technicians arrived to dismantle, inspect, and analyze the camera. They concluded that it was a multifunctional surveillance camera capable of connecting to the internet, moving its viewpoint and real-time monitoring. It could be controlled remotely, but the remote control endpoint could not be traced. The software operating this camera was classified as black software and custom software. The camera itself had been modified, and the equipment came from abroad. Both Xiao Yu and Shen Hongpeng maintained calm expressions, unbothered by the situation. Given their experience, it was not difficult to predict such an outcome. The more this was the case, the more it indicated that the suicide case had serious issues. Xiao Yu fell into deep thought, his mind racing with deductions. System task name, deadly game? Why does it include the word game? Capturing the mastermind indicates that this is not a suicide case at all. What puzzled Xiao Yu the most was the system's request to capture all players. What players? Could it be that this suicide case is actually a murder game? Not only is there a mastermind, but also a group of players? If this assumption holds, how did the mastermind and the players conduct this murder game? Shen Hongpeng handed a tablet to Xiao Yu, which contained an investigation report. From this moment on, Xiao Yu officially took over the case. After taking over, he had the right to review the case investigation report, as well as access relevant information, the initial scene report, autopsy results, and details about the deceased. At the same time, the personal information of the 10 deceased individuals was presented before Xiao Yu. Deceased: Han Chang, 27 years old, unemployed, with a criminal record. Property owner of the involved villa, suspect in a certain case, wanted person. Deceased: Ku Xiao, 26 years old, unemployed, with a criminal record. Involved in a certain case, wanted person. Deceased: 10 deceased individuals, almost all involved in certain cases. Among them, 3 are wanted fugitives. All 10 were implicated in charges such as serious assault, sexual assault, and other offenses. However, the victims involved later recanted their testimonies. Without sufficient evidence, these individuals were only classified as suspects by the police. With insufficient evidence and victims recanting, the police faced a challenging situation. Arrests were impossible. Yet, one victim consistently insisted that they were assaulted by 3 suspects and claimed to have evidence. The 3 suspects involved in the case all fled in fear of prosecution and were subsequently listed as wanted. Ultimately, These individuals all appeared in this villa, resulting in a collective suicide. Was it really suicide? Xiaoyu put down his tablet and squinted. He inexplicably had a suspicion in his mind. This case would be very significant, possibly beyond imagination. Chapter 176. This is professionalism. What does it feel like to have a top detective assist in a scene investigation? It felt exhilarating for Xiaoyu. Everything you could think of, he could think of too. Even if he didn't think of it initially, with just a slight hint. Shen Hongpeng could quickly catch on and apply it to other situations. This is related to experience, perception, and intelligence. What earns you recognition is never reason or status, but strength. This world speaks through strength and authority. When Xiao Yu and Shen Hongpeng finished their third round of investigation without finding anything, they weren't discouraged. Instead, they were even more excited. As top detectives, they understood that sometimes clues are not necessarily in plain sight or on the ground. They could also be above. For example, Xiao Yu looked up and spotted a surveillance camera. The two stood on a ladder, carefully examining the villa's ceiling, suspended ceiling, and roof. They checked from the upper floors down to the lower ones, from the dining room and storage to the living room. Finally, they focused on the area above the sofa. When Xiao Yu and Shen Hongpeng's eyes simultaneously landed on a ventilation vent appearing on the villa's ceiling, they realized it wasn't just any vent. It was also the exhaust vent for the central air conditioning system. Is this the place? Shen Hongpeng's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on the small air holes seamlessly integrated into the ceiling. Normally, such ventilation areas should have a removable protective grille. But some homes blend these grills with the suspended ceiling for aesthetic reasons. What they saw was a dense arrangement of small holes, 7 rows of 7 holes each. Close enough, Xiao Yu climbed up the ladder, looking at the exhaust grill just within reach, and extended his right hand. Shen Hongpeng was puzzled. What was he about to do? The next moment, with a series of clicks, under Shen Hongpeng's stunned gaze, Xiao Yu's fingers slipped into those exhaust holes, bending and breaking them apart. Boom. With just one hand, he forcefully pulled down a 30 cm x 30 cm metal exhaust grill from the ceiling. Shen Hongpeng was dumbfounded, his mind buzzing. What he witnessed exceeded the limits of his understanding and experience. The ability to crush and deform a metal grill was already terrifying, but to actually pull it down? What kind of strength was this? Xiao Yu appeared violent yet careful, using brute force to pull down the grill while being gentle. The grill was gradually being taken down inch by inch. A speaker-like object appeared before their eyes, clinging to the grill. Seeing the speaker, both Xiao Yu and Shen Hongpeng were momentarily taken aback. Why was there a speaker? Upon closer inspection, they discovered that this speaker, like the surveillance camera, had remote control capabilities and contained its own battery. The speaker can be remotely controlled to play sounds. Normal individuals, 10 people, or rather, 10 suspects involved in the case. Xiao Yu coldly stared at the speaker. Would they commit suicide collectively? Clearly, that was impossible. Shen Hongpeng shook his head, but his eyes were fixed on the speaker. So, what method could be used to make them commit suicide? Xiao Yu asked. Control, Shen Hongpeng answered. But we have searched the entire villa, and apart from the cameras and the speaker, there's almost nothing suspicious. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. Footprints, medicine bottles, cameras. Now only the speaker remained. For points of suspicion, 3 are objects. How could these things control 10 people to commit suicide together? It's not enough, and it's impossible. Unless... Hypnosis. Shen Hongpeng shook his head, but that wasn't right either. I've dealt with a case of hypnotic crime before. Even a hypnotist needs the subject's full cooperation and to let down their psychological defenses. It also requires long-term, repeated sessions to achieve complete hypnotic control. From the footprints of the 10 deceased entering the villa, we can see they acted with their own awareness, indicating they hadn't undergone hypnosis before entering. Because of this, I had already ruled out the possibility of the 10 deceased being hypnotized when I examined the scene. I also searched the entire villa and found no props used for hypnosis. Hypnosis isn't as simple as people imagine. Sometimes it requires props, environment, sounds, words, and even scenery and colors to assist the hypnotist in achieving the desired hypnotic conditions. Only by reaching specific conditions can a hypnotist successfully hypnotize a subject. Remember those unusual footprints of the 2 deceased? Xiao Yu's expression changed. They were visiting the villa for the first time. Yet their footprints while heading to the refrigerator in the dining room, when grabbing bottled water and drinks, suddenly seemed as if they were at home. Shen Hongpeng was momentarily stunned, his pupils contracting wildly. Yes, why would they change like that? It doesn't make sense. But if it's hypnosis? Shen Hongpeng's face suddenly changed. It made sense. Xiao Yu and Shun Hongpeng stopped talking. The two approached the sofa in the living room and even sat down on it. They carefully observed their surroundings, searching for props that could facilitate hypnosis. Normal decor, normal arrangements, and then, a television? Their gazes fixated on the 100-inch LCD TV on the wall. They both stood up and walked over together. The two searched the back of the TV. Their eyes landed on an object resembling a Bluetooth receiver plugged into a USB port. When Xiaoyu pulled out this receiver-like object and examined it for a moment, a cold smile appeared on his face. This wasn't a Bluetooth receiver, but a storage USB drive. The criminal investigator brought over a laptop and plugged in the USB drive. The result? It was locked. A password was needed to unlock it. What a game. Xiaoyu scoffed and took out his phone to call Yiheng. Once connected, he directly said, "Send a technician over to help me crack a password." Soon, Yiheng dispatched two kids. One looked about 13 or 14, and the other seemed around 17 or 18. They were indeed two children, dressed casually and rather unkempt. However, what was surprising was that these two kids, when they took out a strange laptop and plugged in a USB drive, had their hands flying across the keyboard without even using a mouse. In fact, they didn't have a mouse at all. It was unnecessary for them. Within just a few minutes, the USB password was cracked. The two kids left. Xiao Yu and Shun Hongpeng exchanged glances and laughed. This is professionalism. Chapter 177, You Must Be a Devil. The USB drive that cracked the password contained only one file, a video file. Xiao Yu opened the file, and a video window popped up. A vibrant and dynamic dance scene appeared on the screen. A beautiful girl dressed lightly emerged in the video, striking poses. Every movement of the girl showcased allure and temptation. Such fierce and enchanting flames. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, staring intently. Shun Hongpeng also wore a cold expression, showing no sign of emotion. However, their gazes quickly shifted away from the woman's body. They scanned the other visuals, backgrounds, and lighting in the video. In the next moment, they simultaneously averted their eyes, no longer looking. They had realized that those patterns and colors could cause visual illusions and misperceptions. This kind of misperception refers to people's incorrect sensations of external objects through sight. It can easily alter one's visual perception and even distort thinking. For instance, people often see optical illusion images or illusion paintings that claim to enhance vision and treat eye problems, making one stare at those rotating illusionary images. These are all using distorted visuals to twist your perspective, causing confusion in vision and thought. What was the optical illusion effect in the video doing? Hypnotizing. So they could not continue watching. The 10 victims were all young people, and they would likely be attracted to the sight of an unclothed girl. Shun Hongpeng said coldly. Even with those illusions, changing their visual thinking, it still wouldn't achieve hypnosis. What about the speakers? Xiao Yu glanced at the speaker nearby, thinking of auditory assistance for hypnosis. Shun Hongpeng frowned and contemplated, shaking his head. Not enough. There's something to it. Xiao Yu smiled at him and added, what if, before they came to the villa, in certain time periods, they had been hypnotized by someone, even multiple times? Would that be enough? Shun Hongpeng's expression instantly froze. After a long moment, he nodded. So that's it. Once he understood, his gaze became peculiar as he looked at Xiao Yu. How do you know this? Because I have the ability of a mental master, but I want to tell you. Xiao Yu chuckled, offering no further explanation. It was now completely certain that the case at hand, involving the 10 deceased, was related to hypnotic crimes. The two returned to the villa's dining room. Looking at the 10 bottles of medicine on the table, it wasn't hypnotic suicide, but rather hypnotic-induced suicide. Xiao Yu said coldly, while hypnosis can control others, the process cannot violate the psychological boundaries of the subject. Otherwise, the hypnosis will fail, and the subject will forcibly wake up from the hypnotic state. For example, if you make the subject harm loved ones, commit murder, or even suicide, this severely breaches the psychological bottom line of the subject. Even if the subject is in a deep hypnotic state, they will wake up forcibly. Shun Hongpeng thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. Deception? Yes, deception. Xiao Yu looked at the 10 bottles that once contained rodent poison. The other party had used some method to cause them to perceive a false visual feedback. Or perhaps they had employed hypnosis to make them believe that those 10 bottles of rodent poison were something else, leading them to consume it, and ultimately resulting in their deaths. Reasonable. Shun Hongpeng nodded. Ordinary people might not be able to achieve this, but a hypnotist can definitely do it. They can use hypnosis to alter the subject's 5 senses and thinking. For example, the simplest method of hypnosis is brainwashing. Take a church, for instance. They spend all day instilling in their followers the belief in the existence of various gods and divine love. Through repeated indoctrination of this mindset, the followers gradually come to believe in the existence of deities. So, who has ever seen a god? Another example. In a certain country, many people believe that ghosts exist. Have you ever seen a ghost? When did the word ghost first appear? The earliest existing records date back to the Zhou dynasty in the Book of Songs, where it was fabricated and invented. You understand what fabricated and invented means, right? It was then referenced, mythologized, disseminated, and misrepresented. Various types of ghosts began to appear in books and in folklore. What you know about ghosts comes from hearsay, ghost movies, novels, and ghost stories. If anyone is unconvinced, let them step forward. When the elders tell you there are ghosts and others say the same, along with hearing numerous ghost stories, you gradually come to believe in their existence. What kind of process is this? This is the most ordinary and primitive form of brainwashing, subtly influencing thoughts. Ghosts have long been etched into your memory. Whenever someone mentions ghosts, your memory springs to life. So why do some people claim they have seen ghosts? For example, when you drink too much or consume some toxic mushrooms, you might see not only ghosts but even aliens. Those who frequently consume toxic mushrooms certainly have the most authority on this matter. There are countless ways to induce visions of ghosts, all leading to hallucinations and disrupted thinking. For instance, hypnosis can make people see ghosts. By playing videos through television for hypnosis, using audio speakers for induction, and monitoring the victim's every move through cameras. Shen Hongpeng looked directly at Xiaoyu. Is that how it is? This is the entire process of their suicides. Xiaoyu nodded. In reality, it was murder, using hypnosis to remotely kill. Shen Hongpeng's heart raced. A murder case involving 10 lives. And it happened in such a major city. When Xiaoyu informed Deputy Chief Zheng Xiaoyan of the discovery, this high-ranking official nearly panicked. In a country where life is of utmost importance, any case of unnatural death is a major incident. 10 lives lost, especially in the capital, is something that could lead to severe consequences. Half an hour later, you tell me, are you blowing up everywhere you go? Yi Hong had a complex expression, staring intently at Xiaoyu. In his heart, he wanted to say, are you a devil or something? He was completely convinced. As long as the case is handled by this younger brother, no matter how small, would instantly turn into shocking major cases. Is this scientific? Xiaoyu was not surprised by Yi Heng's appearance at all. In the capital, 10 lives suddenly lost in a case. If the National Security Agency didn't show up to take a look, that would really be strange. Stop talking nonsense. Xiaoyu pointed to Shen Hongpeng beside him, who was from the Major Crimes Unit, known as the King of Police. Hello. Yi Heng smiled and extended his hand. National Security, Division 9, Yi Heng. Hello. Shen Hongpeng smiled and shook hands. Then, both turned to Xiaoyu. Now we can investigate the source of the poison. Xiaoyu looked at Shen Hongpeng. The tangled thread has been unraveled, confirming it's a homicide. We can now sort through this thread from the medicine bottle. Chapter 178. Military Knife Combat Skills. Shen Hongpeng went to investigate the source of 10 bottles of rat poison. Yi Heng led a team to investigate the villa's renovation and repairs. Xiaoyu stood inside the villa, looking up at the ceiling. Why investigate the renovations? How did the surveillance cameras and speakers end up in the villa? It has already been mentioned, for example, wireless mobile surveillance cameras. A battery can only power the camera for about 10 hours of continuous operation, even if activated once or twice a day for a few minutes each time. It can work for at most 3 to 6 months. Anyone with a bit of common sense can figure out that the camera was installed in the decorative ball of the chandelier within the last 6 months. After that time, the battery would likely be dead. And how could you monitor what was happening inside the villa then? The same logic applies to the speaker. It's easy to place a camera in a chandelier, but the speaker is integrated with the suspended ceiling and exhaust mesh. In this case, only the renovation workers could have done it. Would an ordinary person know how to handle that? If someone tampered with your house and the ceiling, the property owner would surely notice, wouldn't they? Therefore, it's highly likely that the owner hired someone for renovations or repairs. This renovation worker is probably the one who installed the speaker and camera. Even if you find out who it is, it won't be of much use. The reason is that the moment Xiaoyu discovered the surveillance camera, the other party had already noticed, and at that moment, that person was watching him through the camera. Since they already realized it, it would be too late to find the renovation worker. By the time you locate them, they might have already escaped, or worse, be dead. Never underestimate the intelligence of bad people. If you can think of something, they can too. You need to think of things they wouldn't expect in order to get ahead of them and break out of this cycle. Otherwise, you'll just be led by the nose. Exiting the villa, Xiaoyu sat outside the main door with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at the rising sun in the distance, exhaling smoke rings. A deadly game? Xiaoyu murmured to himself. This is the name of the system's task. Deadly implies death, while game refers to a form of entertainment. A deadly game can be understood as a game of death. The system has already provided many hints. Find the mastermind and capture all players. This indicates that someone is orchestrating a killing game, with many players involved. So, what kind of people are qualified to participate in this game? It certainly cannot be just any ordinary individuals who can join and then go on to kill, right? For no reason at all. Would ordinary people just kill for fun? That's absurd. They are not fools or idiots. They wouldn't kill unless their lives were at stake. If we compare the act of killing to a game, it can easily be described as a hunting game. What is the purpose of hunting? It's like wealthy individuals who, feeling bored, go hunting in Africa. Why do they hunt? For the thrill. Sometimes, the lives of the wealthy are monotonous and dull, which is not entirely incorrect. Because they have money, they can do whatever they want, engage in whatever activities they choose. When they have played everything they can, they will become bored. Nothing interests them, and they may even feel pain. For example, a man, even if your wife is as beautiful as a goddess. Those who have been through it know that in the first year, you are intimate with her like there's no tomorrow. In the second year, when you see her taking off your pants, your legs tremble. By the third year, when she comes to you with a cup of goji berry water to play, you will deeply understand the pain of a man caught in between. Therefore, if a man cannot control himself at this stage, he is likely to seek some excitement or novelty. It's not just men, women feel the same way. This applies not only to men and women, but also to the wealthy. However, because they have money, their games are different. Hunting, cars, boats, planes, women. Once they have played enough, what else can they do for excitement? Xiaoyu once watched a movie based on true events, where a group of wealthy individuals sought thrills by hunting ordinary people who were lured in. They called it a hunting game. So, is it possible that the task given by the system is similar? No. Xiaoyu shook his head. In such a situation, only someone insane would dare to play in the capital. Because this deadly game not only has puppet masters behind the scenes, but also players. Even if they are not very smart, are they all crazy? To kill people in the Dragon Country and take down 10 at once? The entire national apparatus would mobilize. What would be the consequence of that? Not to mention a few small players. Even some smaller countries could be crushed and flattened. If many players are truly participating in the game, are they foolish enough not to understand the consequences? Facing a national crackdown. Can you escape as long as you are in the Dragon Country? Unless. Xiaoyu's expression turned strange. Do they have a way to escape the country? Or perhaps, they are not from the Dragon Country, which allows them to act so recklessly. If they were from the Dragon Country, who would dare to play a killing game in the capital? There's an old saying, the ignorant are fearless. Don't the people from the Dragon Country understand what the capital is like? Only those who do not understand the capital, or who are openly provoking the Dragon Country, would dare to kill recklessly there, right? Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Yiheng. Xiaoyu answered without speaking. There's been a death. Yiheng said coldly. Come take a look, something feels off. If even the national security personnel say something is off. Xiaoyu immediately stood up and drove to the location Yiheng mentioned. Fangshan, a shantytown. Is there a shantytown in the capital? Of course. There are plenty of shantytowns in the capital. It's not that they don't want to renovate. It's that they can't afford to. Just moving a little corner could cost at least hundreds of millions, if not billions. In a 6-story building, after getting out of the car, Xiaoyu saw Yiheng. The two went straight upstairs to the 6th floor, to a residential unit of about 60 square meters, with 2 rooms and almost no living room. Xiaoyu followed Yiheng into a bedroom. As they reached the door, Xiaoyu caught a whiff of a metallic scent. Upon entering the room, he was met with a sight that stunned him momentarily, a body lying in a pool of blood. Indeed, it was a pool. The floor was already soaked with the blood of the deceased. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiaoyu's eyes scanned the body. There were a total of 12 wounds. 2 on the neck, 1 on the chest, 3 on the abdomen, 2 on the wrists, 2 on the thighs, and 2 on the ankles. All were inflicted by a bladed weapon, each wound potentially fatal. The most terrifying aspect was that it was evident from the victim's body that the primary method was exsanguination. Xiaoyu's pupils involuntarily constricted as he focused on the methodical fatal injuries. Uttering 5 words, military knife fighting technique. Chapter 179. A provocation military knife fighting. also known as combat knife techniques or dagger combat techniques. How could Xiao Yu identify such a wound and the knife skills at a glance? This is a skill of a military expert. With this system's ability, he is familiar with any military knife fighting technique and can use it as well. He can also determine which type of military knife fighting was used based on the wounds on the deceased's body and the locations of the stabs. Each type of dagger combat technique is different. By examining the knife wounds on the corpse before him, he can tell the technique used by the murderer, which is highly professional. So professional that it is somewhat unbelievable. The specialized knife techniques of elite units. It can't be. Xiao Yu's expression turned extremely serious. First of all, the height doesn't match. The murderer who used this technique to kill the victim is estimated to be between 165 to 168 centimeters tall. This can be inferred from the wounds, cut marks, and angles to determine the posture of the assailant at the time of the attack. For instance, a person who is 165 centimeters tall and one who is 180 centimeters tall would leave different angles and cut marks when attacking a person of 170 centimeters height. Slowly crouching down, Xiao Yu carefully examined the victim's wounds again, confirming the clues and traces on the deceased's body to re-evaluate the knife technique. He then stood up, raised his right hand, and held it as if gripping a knife. A claw knife. He then began to simulate the movements of the assailant at the time of the attack. Yi Heng quietly watched his younger brother. When he saw Xiao Yu quickly demonstrate a type of knife technique, his expression changed dramatically, his pupils dilated, and his body instinctively tensed up into a defensive posture. It seemed that Xiao Yu held no knife, but Yi Heng felt the deadly blades slicing through the air before him. Each slash was extremely lethal. Indeed, Xiao Yu paused and looked at the corpse. It is the specialized knife technique of elite units. Some things are not secrets in the world. For example, the military boxing and combat techniques of certain armies, as well as their knife fighting techniques. In other countries, they are equally not secrets. As for why the murderer of the victim couldn't be someone from elite units, the height of 165 to 168 centimeters. Are you looking down on one of the world's top 10 special forces? Consider a certain special forces unit in another country, where no one is below 177 centimeters in height. A height of 165 to 168 centimeters cannot enter such specialized units. Without access to these units, one cannot learn those special combat skills. They can only serve in units that do not have strict height requirements. This is something that anyone who has served in the military should understand. Of course, it is also possible for shorter individuals to have served in specialized units. But such cases are exceedingly rare. To enter specialized units at that height would require being an elite among elites. Is it from elite units? Yi Heng looked at his younger brother, his expression grave. Because he discovered something was off with the wound, he called Xiao Yu to say, something feels wrong. Mainly, it's a bit hard to understand. Delta Force operatives appearing in the capital of a certain country. To kill? Can you understand such a thing? Even if the strength of that country is formidable, this kind of behavior is self-destructive and provocative. If it's confirmed that Delta Force did this, and that country doesn't provide an explanation, then the other country will have to respond. Do you think that country has no one left and is afraid to go to that country's capital to kill? No. Xiao Yu shook his head. Noting the height was off, it seemed the other party was deliberately showing off their combat knife skills to provoke us. It's a provocation, because with their capabilities, they could have killed with a single strike. Yet the killer chose the most brutal way to kill, through exsanguination. The first stab pierced the victim's neck, targeting the vocal cords, just below the Adam's apple and above the epiglottis. This was to prevent the victim from screaming. The second stab cut the victim's carotid artery, then the wrists, ankles, abdomen, and finally the chest. Moreover, the marks on the chest indicate the killer took their time, first piercing the skin, then slipping into the gaps between the ribs, finally stabbing into the heart through the rib spaces. I like your provocation. When I find you and play with you slowly, I won't feel any psychological burden. Xiao Yu stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. I'm hungry. Yi Heng's expression also turned cold. A murderous aura flickered around him. After a while, Xiao Yu frowned. No surveillance? The coverage in the shanty town is only over 40. Yi Heng shook his head. This isn't the victim's home, right? Xiao Yu surveyed the indoor environment. There were no bedding on the bed. In the middle of winter, how could someone sleep without bedding? Yes, it used to be an empty house. Yi Heng pointed to the victim's body. He was the renovation worker for that villa. As you guessed, he must have received news and fled, hiding here. I led people to follow the surveillance and found this shanty town, dispatching police to search house by house. When we found it, it was just the corpse. The time of death was about 4 to 5 hours ago. Staring at the body, Xiaoyu nodded. You can tell from the blood, wounds, livor mortis, and the body's reactions. The most common sign is that about 4 to 5 hours after death, the body's muscles will show localized swelling. Since the other party dared to provoke, Xiaoyu's eyes glinted with a cold light. They should still be in the capital. Daring to provoke means they feel untouchable, thinking others can't catch or find them. This killer is very proud. Xiaoyu particularly likes such proud villains, because when the time comes to beat this kind of person's face swollen and shatter them, they will cry louder and more beautifully than ordinary people. All surveillance footage from outside the shantytown was retrieved. Checking one by one, bad people can evade surveillance and enter blind spots. However, you can't stay in a blind spot forever. As long as you step out of the blind spot, you will be captured by the surveillance cameras. This principle never changes. Of course, unless you can fly or teleport. It is impossible to fly over the capital. The airspace radar in the capital is not like that of other cities. As long as you don't report it, even a toy drone flying above the restricted height will be immediately locked on and shot down. Through surveillance, individuals entering the slum area are checked one by one. Xiaoyu was surprised to discover that the murderer actually escaped underground. At 2:39 p.m., Xiaoyu was squatting in front of a main sewage manhole cover in the slum area. He glanced at the cover and furrowed his brow slightly. The cover showed signs of having been tampered with. He lifted it to check and found traces, then jumped in. The urban drainage system in the capital is unlike that of other cities. Entering the underground sewage pipeline, he noticed certain signs. When Xiaoyu emerged from the main pipeline, it was as if he had entered an underground palace. Chapter 180. I suspect someone is trying to set me up. Beast form. Eagle eye, bat wave. Snake red. What a sight. Xiaoyu gazed at the pitch-black underground palace before him. With a height of 30 meters and a width of 50 meters, countless concrete pillars towered above, extending into an endless concrete corridor. It gave him a profound sense of shock, as if he were in a fantastical world. Such an underground drainage system in a city can easily absorb and discharge the accumulated water from above, regardless of how heavy the rainfall or flooding is. At the same time, it can accommodate countless people underground, much like a bomb shelter. It is clear that there was some strategic significance in the construction of this underground drainage system back in the day. Suddenly, beast form, antelope sense. Warning. Xiaoyu not only did not feel nervous, but instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. The threats from ordinary people would not trigger a warning from the system. This only indicated that the other party possessed the capability to threaten or harm him. Without any weapons, who could possibly harm him? This indirectly suggested that the other party had weapons. A sound echoed approximately 40 meters away. In the vast, silent, and dark underground palace, it sounded particularly crisp. Xiaoyu clearly saw a figure in the distance running, trying to escape. An unusual expression appeared on his face. The other party should possess weapons and the ability to harm him. Why run? Not only fleeing, but also deliberately making noise. What was the purpose of that? Xiaoyu's unusual expression transformed into a strange smile, and he began to run. However, his speed resembled that of an ordinary person's run, without using any abilities. As he pursued the figure ahead, it was evident that the other party was intentionally making noise to inform him that someone was ahead. What was the intention behind this lure? I suspect someone is trying to set me up. Xiaoyu chased after them. Beast form, wolf ear, elephant smell, bat wave, rhinoceros defense. He activated nearly all the abilities he could use. While remaining vigilant of his surroundings, he also prepared for any potential danger. The two were running swiftly, with the distance between them constantly decreasing. 30 meters, 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. In eagle-eye state, Xiaoyu could clearly see the other party's height and silhouette. At 167 centimeters tall, with a vigorous stride and running posture. Xiaoyu's gaze gradually turned cold as his eyes fixed on the figure ahead. His expression became increasingly serious. This was because the running style of the other party was unlike that of an ordinary person. Instead, they were running with a military rhythm, pace, and breathing. This was also a running technique mastered through years of training. Although Xiaoyu had never been a soldier, he possessed the skills of a master warrior. He understood that soldiers often have to run and undergo basic training. Regardless of the weather, whether it was windy or rainy, they must run 3 kilometers or 5 kilometers. The spirit, endurance, and physical fitness developed through such training can almost surpass that of ordinary people by several times. Soldiers' muscles, under this training, have long formed a kind of muscle memory. This allows them to control their bodies in the most efficient manner to complete long-distance runs. Active duty soldiers. Xiao Yu coldly stared at the other person. Why would he think this way? Because soldiers who leave the military after high-intensity training will revert to the level of ordinary people within 2 years. Their spirit, endurance, and physical fitness will gradually return to normal levels, and muscle memory will slowly fade. Only active duty soldiers can maintain this state through years of training. At the same time, as he drew closer, Xiao Yu also sensed a smell of blood from the other person. Human blood. He had recently encountered this odor at the crime scene. It was clear without guessing. The person in front was the murderer of the victim. So, why was he using the combat knife technique specific to an elite military unit? Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, fixating on the person's back. When the other person suddenly turned their head, Xiao Yu caught a glimpse of an Asian face. Monolid eyes, a square face, a pronounced jawline, high cheekbones, and a relatively short upper face. This face seemed ordinary and somewhat similar to people from his homeland, but with subtle differences. When the other person's small eyes glanced over, Xiao Yu saw disdain, pride, contempt, and a hint of malice and intense killing intent. Bastard! Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. In that instant, he saw a flicker of confusion in the other person's eyes. The next moment, he spoke again. Suddenly, Xiao Yu noticed a flash of anger in the other person's eyes. It turned out to be a military personnel from a neighboring country. Xiao Yu realized. He finally understood why someone under 7 meters tall, who was not a member of an elite unit, would know the combat knife techniques used by that unit. Because the person was from that neighboring country, a soldier, and even a special forces operative, in a nation where all males are required to serve in the military. Even elite units sometimes do not have strict height requirements. Why would a soldier from that neighboring country know the combat knife techniques of an elite unit? Firstly, there are foreign troops stationed in that country. Secondly, there is a special forces unit there that is closely linked with an elite military force. Lastly, the instructors of that elite unit have also trained this country's special forces. Additionally, this special forces unit is part of the Marine Corps and has a nickname, Sea Shark. A puzzling question arises. Why would a special forces operative from that country be involved in a murder case? Or why would this person be connected to a killing game? And why would they have killed the renovation worker at the crime scene? Could it be? A strong killing intent surged in Xiao Yu's eyes. Is this killing game related to that neighboring country? Otherwise, how could one explain an active duty soldier, a special forces operative, appearing in the capital of his homeland? Suddenly, a figure sprinted towards a 1-meter wide, 2-meter high metal door. The door was pulled open, and the figure dashed inside. The city's underground drainage system requires maintenance and sometimes repairs. Therefore, many storage rooms are built underground, containing various tools. The figure entered one of these storage rooms. Xiao Yu stopped in front of the metal door. A sense of danger, warning. Inside the door, there is a threat. What kind of danger could be in the storage room? Or did the figure set a trap inside? Xiao Yu's mind raced, reasoning, calculating, and speculating. It doesn't matter. Yi Hong and the others will be here soon. There shouldn't be any problems. Xiao Yu hesitated no more. He pulled the door and rushed in. But, there was no sense of danger, yet his eyes saw a long passage. Why would there be a passage inside a storage room? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu charged into the passage again. The next second, he suddenly felt the pressure of something heavy falling behind him. Boom. A wall fell behind Xiao Yu. Chapter 181. Did I allow you to show off? The sudden change caused Xiao Yu's expression to shift slightly. He then turned his head slowly, maintaining a blank face. He saw that the passage behind him was blocked by a wall. Xiao Yu thought of a certain structure, a diversion wall. The underground drainage system could use this type of wall to change the direction of water flow. This wall could also prevent flooding and mitigate some emergencies. But why would a foreigner know so much about the underground drainage system of the Dragon Country? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu turned his head to look at the passage in front of him and walked in. After walking about 7 or 8 meters, he entered a vast room. The room was cylindrical, approximately 10 meters high and about 30 meters wide. Upon closer observation, Xiao Yu found that it resembled a storage space, a small shelter. Suddenly, the entire room was illuminated by blinding lights, causing Xiao Yu to squint. 4 tungsten lights on the ceiling lit up, turning the large room as bright as day. The man who had just been pursued by Xiao Yu was now standing in the center of the room, looking at him with an air of pride. Who gave you the confidence to look down on others? Xiao Yu glanced coldly at him and surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fell on several spots on the ceiling, where he spotted 3 surveillance cameras. How could there be cameras in a storage space that resembled a shelter within an urban drainage system? Xiaoyu frowned. The appearance of the cameras indicated they had been installed not long ago. What was most interesting was that one of the cameras was actually moving slowly, its monitoring angle directed at him. This meant someone was currently watching him through the cameras. What could their purpose be? Xiaoyu analyzed various possibilities. Stupid dragon country pig, you're about to die. A strange accent of the local language came from the man. One could sense a strong disdain in his tone. Xiaoyu looked at the man as if he were a fool. Did this idiot not know how to write the word death? He had often heard that people from that country were very proud and excelled at looking down on others. The people from this nation always believed they were the greatest in the world, their ethnicity superior. Their extreme arrogance and pride were coupled with a sense of inferiority. They loved to elevate their own country by belittling the dragon country, maintaining their delusional sense of superiority. Due to their extreme arrogance, they had even been ridiculed by netizens worldwide as the #1 country in the universe. A nation that had been established for less than 100 years now claimed an 8,000-year history in textbooks. While the dragon country only dared to say it had 5,000 years of history, they were actually claiming 8,000. Can you believe that? I will slowly, piece by piece, kill you. The man raised his arm, and a claw knife appeared in his right hand. The claw knife, also known as a talon knife, resembled a tiger's claw. Despite its odd shape, it was more convenient and flexible than traditional military knives or daggers, with great lethality. It could be used for slashing, stabbing, hooking, and cutting, among various other methods. With specialized techniques, one can maximize lethality. For instance, the combat knife techniques used by elite special forces are incredibly swift, creating a dazzling effect that can bewilder the average person. However, each strike inflicts significant damage on the enemy, targeting vital areas with precision, such as causing bleeding, severing arteries, and delivering piercing thrusts. Kill me? Why would you want to kill me? The man asked with a calm expression. Because some people pay for your death, while others pay for your life. He raised his head proudly, laughing at the absurdity that anyone could survive in his presence. Buy? Life and death. Someone is betting on my life. Players? The expression on his face changed to one of confusion and strangeness. He never expected to be involved in a deadly game. He looked at the 3 surveillance cameras in the room. There must be quite a few people, or rather players, watching him. As he surveyed his surroundings once more, he realized this was a pre-prepared game room. Such clever scheming. His expression grew serious. A certain mastermind had calculated that he would seek out the villa's renovation worker, then sent someone to deliberately kill the worker, leaving behind numerous traces on the body as a provocation. So, the evidence leading underground was also intentionally left behind, to lure him into the underground and then trap him in a secret room? How did they know it was him? He was puzzled. No, it wasn't about knowing him. They just wanted to attract one or more law enforcement officers from the region to this place. The purpose of these players and the mastermind was to kill the law enforcement officers. A surge of rage instantly erupted within him. His gaze changed, devoid of any emotion, calm yet icy. This was the look he had when he was consumed by rage and ready to kill. At the same time, an uncontrollable brutality surged wildly within him. You will all die, he stated firmly. You will meet a terrible end, I promise you. The man laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he scrutinized him for a moment, suddenly bouncing on his legs like he was skipping rope, mimicking the agile movements reminiscent of a famous martial artist from the movies. He became nimble, hopping closer to him while taunting, indeed, a foolish creature from the east. Who gave you the courage to confront someone so great? His words faltered, for the figure that should have been 2 meters away had suddenly appeared right before him. In one step, he crossed the distance of 2 meters. Looking down, he peered into the man's eyes, which were devoid of emotion, as if a giant dragon was gazing down at a mere insect. The man was clearly taken aback, a wave of uncontainable terror rising within him. He swung his arm in anger, a glint of cold light flashing. The claw knife swiftly slashed towards Xiaoyu's neck. Crack! The man's hand holding the claw knife suddenly had another hand gripping his wrist. Beast form, bear strength. Crunch! The man's wrist was instantly crushed. The claw knife appeared in Xiaoyu's hand. In an instant, silver blades of light, like ribbons, drew lines of silver in the air, resembling a curtain of silver rain. Before the man could react, in less than a second, the silver light vanished. Xiaoyu slowly lowered his arm. Thud! The man's body was riddled with countless wounds. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. You dog-like creature, Xiaoyu said with an indifferent expression, Did I allow you to show off? Chapter 182. Goodbye, Officer Ah. A miserable wail escaped the man's mouth. Thud, his body fell to the ground. His arms had been severed at the tendons, and the main tendons in his legs were similarly cut by claw-like blades. Along with that, some of the meridians in his body were also sliced open. At this moment, the man could only squirm on the ground like a maggot. Bang! A toe kicked the side of the man's head, and his screams abruptly ceased. Your noise is too loud. Xiao Yu's eyes remained calm and emotionless, devoid of any feelings. He shifted his gaze from the unconscious man to the cameras. I know you are all watching me, and I know you can hear what I'm saying. Xiao Yu's tone was as cold as ice. Do you think I can't find you? Do you think I don't know you are playing a deadly game? Or do you repeatedly provoke the bottom line of the Dragon Kingdom, believing it can't do anything to you? I assume you are not children anymore. Do I really need to tell you how powerful the Dragon Kingdom is today? Although I still don't know who you are, I can clearly tell you that from this moment on, your provocative actions are like declaring war on the Dragon Kingdom. I will do everything I can to find you. Even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I will drag you out. Xiao Yu spoke word by word. I guarantee you will spend your days in endless fear and misery. As if in response to his words, the camera monitoring him shook slightly. Seeing this scene, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth. Is it the hand holding the remote control that is shaking? Suddenly, is that so? An electronic synthesized voice echoed from one of the surveillance cameras. Do you think you still have a chance to find me? Although the accent was indistinguishable due to the voice changer, the enunciation was clear and precise, in pure dragon language. A dragon citizen. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. As the electronic voice finished speaking, a wall quickly rose, revealing a large opening. In an instant, a column of water gushed out of the opening like a fountain, flooding the room. Watching the rapidly incoming water, Xiao Yu recalled the blocked passage. The other party's intention was already evident. They wanted to drown him or suffocate him. Trapped underground, at this moment, the room truly felt like no way out. Xiao Yu realized he had overlooked a crucial issue. Since this room had become a game venue, it meant everything was under the control of the other party. It indicated that this was originally a cage, a trap. If you dug the trap, would you give the beast a chance to escape? Because the trap was meant for the beast. If you let the beast escape, what was the point of digging the trap? Xiao Yu no longer looked at the camera. Instead, he focused on the Special Forces soldier from the pickled country who was in a state of unconsciousness on the ground. At this moment, the other party's intention was not only to kill him, but also to silence him. Faced with the raging flood of water, he might have a way to survive temporarily. But that living person is definitely doomed. However, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. As long as he is alive, he can continue to find clues, discover new survivors, players, or even the mastermind behind it all. How to save himself. Crack. Xiao Yu's foot crushed the man's neck. Even in death, this person would die by his hand, coldly staring at the water on the ground, which quickly rose above his ankles and kept surging upwards. Xiao Yu pondered his escape route. The original path was blocked. This vast room had no other exits. Now, the only option was the water inlet. The water inlet? Where is the water coming from? The urban drainage system is not just for draining. It can also store water. Many cities utilize this storage to irrigate green spaces. The water consumed by numerous irrigation vehicles daily comes from underground sources. Therefore, places that store water are not sealed off. They lead to the surface. If they were sealed, how could they be used for storage? This water flows into the underground after it rains. The water had risen past Xiao Yu's knees, submerging the corpse. He remained calm and suddenly spoke. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, you have become a dog for another country, bringing people from elsewhere to kill your own countrymen. It seems you have lost all sense of humanity, haven't you? Testing. Or rather, probing for information. He could infer the true intentions of the other party. Whether they would take the bait was uncertain. Unexpectedly, hee. A cold laugh sounded, still that electronic synthesized voice. What's the point of telling you now that death is imminent? Clearly, the other party was not lacking in intelligence. They guessed immediately what Xiao Yu intended to do. Even knowing that Xiao Yu was doomed, they remained tight-lipped. What a sly one. Xiao Yu slightly raised an eyebrow. The special forces from a certain country entered the Dragon Nation. What significance does that hold for you? Do you think I can't deduce that the people around you are from that country? Or do you genuinely believe your intellect surpasses mine? Or perhaps, you simply aren't afraid of the Dragon Nation knowing? No one answered, not because the communication was cut off, but because of the silence from the other side. The saying that the more one speaks, the more likely they are to slip is universally understood. Let me guess. Xiao Yu looked at the water about to reach his thighs and coldly said, "It should be a group of wealthy thrill-seekers from that country, right? The rich? The powerful? Or big shots? Ordinary people do not qualify to participate in this game, do they? For instance, ordinary people cannot command an active special forces soldier, am I right? But even if they are big shots, with connections everywhere, they cannot possibly know the ins and outs of the Dragon Nation, especially the capital. Would they dare to come and kill without someone familiar with the capital leading them? You must be the organizer, controller, and planner of this game, providing this killing game to help some players seek the thrill and excitement of murder. Why hold this deadly game to satisfy the pride, arrogance, and twisted psychology of those people? Wait, that's not right. Your methods seem very skilled, which suggests that you have hosted this kind of deadly game more than once, right? That's why you have the confidence to kill in a place like this, even wanting to harm the police. Am I correct? The water has already risen above his chest and is about to drown him. Xiao Yu's expression showed no change as he calmly looked at the camera above. Even if you are clever and have thought of something, it still holds no significance. The electronic synthesized voice sounded again, followed by a mocking laugh. Goodbye, officer. Chapter 183. Are you serious about galloping on a horse? Letting the water cover his eyes and head, Xiao Yu closed his eyes. His body lay back, floating in the water. The room was about 10 meters high, and the camera was still working above. Xiao Yu now wanted to pretend for a moment to deceive some people's eyes, making them think he was dead. What was he planning to do? Would they be surprised when he stood before those villains alive? The water kept rising, rising, and rising, until it submerged 3 surveillance cameras. Beast form, shark rampage. The swimming ability of sharks goes without saying. But sharks also possess a terrifying ability. The bloodlust can make them aggressive, using anger as fuel, with no physical limits for a short period. For example, if a person runs 500 meters, they would be exhausted. However, a shark in a rage would not be. It could swim 500 meters at full speed and still be at its peak physical condition. It might even unleash more ferocious power to tear apart its prey. With this ability, underwater combat made Xiao Yu invincible. In an instant, Xiao Yu was like a great white shark, swimming to the bottom of the water and charging towards the outlet. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the opening. Why the urgency? Because just moments ago, the instant the water rose above the cameras, Xiao Yu noticed that the outlet was slowly closing. As the saying goes, what you can think of, others can think of too. Didn't the villains consider that he might escape through the outlet? Originally, Xiao Yu wanted to put on a show, but as he entered the outlet, he saw the camera in the water shifting its angle, aiming at his position. Xiao Yu realized that the fact he was still alive had been discovered by them. So what if they know? Even if they escape to the ends of the earth, I can still find you. In the city's underground drainage system, outside a passageway, Yiheng's heart sank. His face turned pale as he stared fixedly at the water seeping through the stone wall. He knew Xiao Yu was right behind that wall. Since water was seeping through, then the little brother. The image of his sister and the scene of Hua Qingwu's fury flashed in his mind. He shuddered. Few people knew, and only a select few understood how terrifying those 2 women could be when they went mad. Wouldn't he die, right? He was such a monster. How could he possibly die? With a pale face, Yiheng murmured, I've told you before not to act recklessly alone. Why didn't you listen? Xiao Yu was great in many ways, strong in criminal investigation, terrifying in personal strength, and particularly frightening in intelligence. But there was one thing he really lacked. He liked to act recklessly and play alone. Now look, he messed it up, didn't he? You messed up. But what about your 2 sisters? What about me? Despite his internal complaints, Yiheng felt a tightness in his chest, struggling to breathe. People have feelings. Although their time together was short, he had already regarded Xiao Yu as a brother and accepted the little brother as his brother-in-law. But now, slap. A wet hand landed on Yiheng's shoulder. A voice filled with mischief rang out beside him. What are you looking at? My brother-in-law is gone. Yiheng looked like he was about to cry. Oh, that mischievous voice continued. Then your brother-in-law must have been full of merits, exceptionally talented, a true gem among people. Handsome to the point of being breathtaking, someone who commands respect at first glance. So that's why you're so sad? Not really. Yiheng slowly turned his head, gritting his teeth as he glared at the younger guy beside him. His greatest merit was being shameless. Haraha. The drenched Xiao Yu laughed heartily, almost making a pig-like sound. Look at you scared. Am I that easy to kill? I still have 2 older sisters waiting for me to ride home. How could I die? You really think riding home is serious? Yiheng's mouth twitched. Riding home, as in. Your vocabulary is giving me chills. No wonder you're my brother. Xiao Yu laughed. When I get home, I'll tell my sister you called them my girls. You really are something. Yi Heng rolled his eyes. However, with Xiao Yu's jokes, his originally sad mood returned to calmness and joy. Thankfully, Xiao Yu was fine. Otherwise, it would have been a big deal. On the ground, Xiao Yu and Yi Heng sat on the curb smoking. National security and armed police began investigating the underground drainage system. But most likely, they wouldn't find anything. The bad guys were too cunning. This is the first time I've seen you look so serious. Yi Heng asked while smoking. Are they that formidable? He was referring to those criminals. Yi Heng knew his mind wasn't as sharp as the younger guys, and since he couldn't figure things out, he let Xiao Yu handle it. If one could become the head of national security and manage subordinates, they surely knew how to make reasonable use of all tools available. A bit of brains. Xiao Yu exhaled. I hate smart enemies, really hate them. The smarter the enemy, the harder they are to take down. But now, I'm not alone. With national security backing me, I can walk sideways in the country. In this environment, if I still can't take them down, then I might as well find a crooked tree to hang myself from. Living is a waste of resources. What is the next step? Yi Heng asked. Investigate all those who came to the country and entered the capital from the neighboring country, those who are either wealthy or influential. Xiao Yu said softly. But I think the chances of finding anything are slim. Still, we can't let this situation slide. A special forces soldier from the neighboring country wouldn't just appear out of nowhere. Every step leaves a trace. We shouldn't rely on formal channels anymore. It's likely through some illegal means. Investigating those wealthy or influential individuals is to see if they really dare to enter the country. The hope is slim because the wealthier and more powerful they are, the more timid they tend to be. This life and death game is likely being controlled remotely. To control from a distance, they must have people within the country. The mastermind behind it all is likely someone from a certain country. He meticulously planned everything, leading those players to kill for entertainment. What needs to be done now is to eliminate all of his accomplices within the country, and then, a fierce killing intent flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. He would then eradicate the remaining individuals completely. And now? Yi Heng asked. Waiting for someone, Xiao Yu replied. Waiting for whom? Yi Heng was puzzled. Shen Hongpeng, Xiao Yu said, blowing out a smoke ring. I want to see what this brother is capable of. The king of police. Anything targeted by Shen Hongpeng should yield some results. Otherwise, how could he live up to those honorable titles? Suddenly, a phone rang. It was a call from Shen Hongpeng. Hello? Xiao Yu answered, a smile appearing on his face as he picked up the phone. Shen Hongpeng's voice came through the receiver with 3 words. I found it. Chapter 184. Only hearing about the courtyard, not the alley in the capital city. There is an old rodenticide manufacturing plant. A middle-aged man, handcuffed, is trembling in fear as he looks at the police officers in front of him. Xiao Yu carefully observes the man's expression for a moment before turning to Shen Hongpeng. The rodenticide was traced back to his workshop, Shen Hongpeng explains. Unlike other cities, where any night market or early morning stall might sell rodenticide, such occurrences are strictly controlled in the capital. Every sale is recorded for traceability, complete with batch numbers. However, the rodenticide involved in this case lacks a batch number and is illegally manufactured, specifically a type of 4-methylthio-2 for diaminobenzenesulfonic acid. Ironically, the packaging and bottles can be traced back to their sources. With a competent officer on the case, how could you possibly escape? Shen Hongpeng found this rodenticide factory and the middle-aged man in front of him. The rodenticide had been sold off privately by him for a profit of 10,000. 10,000 yuan was spent on rodenticide worth less than 100. Even a fool knows that someone buying this substance isn't doing so for good purposes. Does this middle-aged man not understand the gravity of the situation? Because of that 10,000, he might not end up on the firing line, but he would spend the rest of his life in prison, at least facing a life sentence. 10 lives, after all. Tell me, who bought the rodenticide from you? Xiao Yu calmly inquires. It was Ertzi, the middle-aged man answers nervously, not daring to withhold information. Ertzi, short for second son, often refers to someone who is foolish or unaware of their own ignorance. Sometimes it's a nickname or a term of endearment. The Ertzi mentioned by the middle-aged man is a local thug. A thug could actually come up with 10,000 yuan to buy rodenticide? The group exchanges glances. Find him. Xiao Yu orders. The national security and police begin their operation. At 8 p.m. in Sanlitun, a well-known gathering place for beautiful women in the capital city. There are many young models, socialites, and foreign beauties. In Taiku Li, there is an entertainment club, an ordinary club, which is essentially a high-end facade for a recreational venue. The truly upscale clubs are exclusive gathering spots for well-known individuals, not open to the public. Xiao Yu, Yi Heng, and Shun Hongpeng, dressed in casual clothes, enter the club. Good evening. Are you members? A lobby manager approaches to stop them and inquires. Before he can finish, a national security officer grabs him and pulls him aside, showing his credentials. Don't speak, just stand still. The officer, looking at the trembling lobby manager, adds, Do I need to pull my gun on you? The lobby manager shakes his head in fear, complying obediently. The three of them take the elevator to the third floor. The area below is already controlled by national security personnel and special police surround the club. The arrest operation is proceeding in an orderly manner. The third floor is designated for singing, featuring a corridor lined with private rooms. Xiao Yu pauses at the door of one of the rooms, glancing at the door plate. The door opened, and they walked in. Inside the private room, a group of well-dressed young men and women were laughing, drinking, and having a good time. When they saw Xiao Yu and the others, some frowned in confusion, some looked displeased, and others stood up to ask, Who are you? Xiao Yu ignored the others and looked at a young man sitting on the sofa, holding a girl. He smiled and asked, Erzi, who do you think you are to call him that? A young man shouted angrily, It's Yi. Slap. Yi Heng delivered a powerful slap, sending him flying. Shen Hongpeng took out handcuffs and approached Erzi. The young man dared not resist and was obediently handcuffed. Xiao Yu walked over and lifted the woman next to the young man, casually tossing her aside onto the sofa like trash. He sat down beside the young man and picked up a wet wipe from the coffee table to wipe his hands. Hua Qingwu had said before, Don't touch the women outside. If you do, wipe your hands quickly. Xiao Yu was always a good boy who listened to his sister. Tell me, who did you give the rat poison to? While wiping his hands, Xiao Yu smiled at the terrified young man beside him. I don't know. The young man was both shocked and scared, his teeth chattering. You're digging your own grave. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. Yi Heng pulled out his gun. Bang! Blood erupted from the young man's leg, instantly staining his pants. Ah! The young man screamed and tried to struggle. Yi Heng had already pressed the gun against his head. With the gun pointed at him, he couldn't even scream anymore. This scene terrified the other young people in the room. Shen Hongpeng was also startled by the straightforward brutality of the national security agents. Damn, you just opened fire right away? I don't have time to waste with you. Throwing the used wet wipe onto the coffee table, Xiao Yu looked at the pale-faced young man and asked, Who is he? Why yes, it's Jiugu. Jiugu told me to buy the poison. The young man trembled as he spoke the name. The information was quickly checked. Su Weijio, 54 years old, nicknamed Jiugu, from the capital, an old gangster. Born into a prominent family, but later fell from grace and mingled in society. Prominent family? Xiao Yu frowned, looking at his older brother. There are many prominent families in the capital. There are even more in the neighborhoods. Yi Heng rolled his eyes, but not every place can be called a prominent family. It's called a hutong. Outsiders only know that the capital has prominent families, but don't know there are hutongs as well. Some people who lived in certain hutongs were even more impressive than those from prominent families. Tangquan Liangzi is a bathing center that specializes in hot springs. Many older people enjoy coming here to soak. Wrapped in a scarf, Xiao Yu entered the men's bathing area. He stepped into the hot spring pool and soaked in the warm water. His body, which hadn't rested for a day and night, immediately felt an indescribable comfort. So refreshing. Beside Xiao Yu, there was a middle-aged person leaning against the pool. Suspect Su Weijio. Soon, a group of national security personnel walked in and stood outside the hot spring pool. Yi Heng looked at the bathing Xiao Yu with a face full of envy and jealousy. Truly, he knows how to enjoy life. Su Weijio slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the person standing outside the hot spring. His expression changed for a moment before returning to normal. He then looked at the handsome young man beside him, who had his eyes closed, and sighed, Little friend, are you here to catch me? Friend? Xiao Yu opened his eyes. Do you even deserve to call me a friend? Su Weijio's expression changed, falling into silence. Tell me, where's the rat poison? Xiao Yu coldly stared at him. Or should I ask, who did you sell it to? By the way, 10 young people have died from rat poison. Do you know them? Through investigation, all 10 victims had previously been involved in cases. Strong assaults, sexual assaults, injuries. However, coincidentally, the locations where these 10 victims were targeted happened to be at a certain venue. And quite coincidentally, that venue was owned by Su Weijio. Considering that all 10 victims had been hypnotized before, is it possible that they were all hypnotized at this venue? There can't be so many coincidences in the world. Everything happened at the same venue, and even the rat poison was bought by people from there. You see, doesn't the answer just reveal itself? Chapter 185. Don't force me to be a handsome man inside the business vehicle. Aren't you going to say anything? After taking a hot shower and changing clothes, Xiaoyu looked radiant as he stared at Su Weijio in front of him. What is the point of saying anything? Saying it or not, it's all the same. Su Weijio's expression was calm, yet it didn't change the fact that he was still going to die. Have you watched too many movies? Acting like an old hand, with all that bravado? Xiaoyu was almost amused. When I crushed someone's bones before, she was just as tough. But the moment I broke her first bone, she wet herself. Why don't you give it a try and see how long you can hold out? What kind of person are you? Su Weijio's face turned pale. I'm speaking to you as a police officer. Xiaoyu smiled. When I approach you with a different identity, I won't speak. I will just act. A wave of fear surged through Su Weijio, and his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. It finally turned into a soft sigh. Will you spare my family? Have you ever spared anyone else's family? Xiaoyu countered. If you haven't, why would I spare yours? I'm begging you. These matters have nothing to do with my family. Su Weijio trembled all over, his jaw clenched, pain evident in his eyes. Let me hear what you have to say. The smile vanished from Xiaoyu's face, replaced by a cold expression. Whether I spare you or not depends on how well you speak, and whether I'm in a good mood. Su Weijio then began to confess, focusing on the 10 victims involved. Just as Xiaoyu had deduced, the club Su Weijio operated was not a legitimate establishment. He employed many girls. He often secretly set traps for certain individuals to extort money. He had his girls pretend to be innocent, playing tricks to lure men in. One moment, they appeared loving, and the next, the women would turn against them, accusing them of assault. Only by paying could they settle things privately. Sound familiar? Why would these girls listen to Su Weijio? If they could earn $1 million for one trick, would they refuse? Just one time was enough. They could go home and live a respectable life, instantly becoming wealthy and beautiful. Su Weijio had many such girls under his command, never using the same one twice. Each time, he would switch to a newcomer. If he paid each girl $1 million, how much could Su Weijio make? Starting from $5 million. The targets were all children of wealthy families. The 10 victims in this case were all orchestrated by him, and he had committed over 10 similar cases. Those who complied would settle privately, while those who didn't would be reported to the authorities. He had the girls accuse them of assault, and if they paid, they would recant their statements. Of course, Su Weijio wasn't a fool. He didn't dare to set traps for just anyone. He wouldn't dare to target those young masters from the capital. He only went after those newly wealthy who had moved to the city. Each time, he would have the girls take those clients outside, so he wouldn't be implicated. But eventually, he miscalculated. One girl suddenly changed her mind and even threatened him back. Thus, 3 victims later emerged, leading to their names being listed as wanted. Why did this young woman do this? A mysterious person approached him and asked him to do something. It can be seen that the mysterious person and that young woman are in cahoots. He was set up. All day long he was chasing after geese, only to be pecked in the eye. The mysterious person instructed him to gather 10 victims to a private room in his club. Hypnosis. From that point on, each of the 10 victims was hypnotized at least 3 times. Half a month ago, that person contacted him again and asked him to buy 10 packets of rat poison. Su Weijio knew something was going to happen. How did you know that person was hypnotizing? I could tell. It looked very much like something out of a movie, using many strange props. How did he manage to get those young people to cooperate with the hypnosis? He threatened them with the women they had slept with, saying he would report them for assault if they didn't comply. You cooperated with him and threatened those women, didn't you? Who took the 10 packets of rat poison? It was those 10 young men, strangely. Each of them came to take a bottle of rat poison from me. Do you know what the mysterious person looks like? Every time he comes, he wears a hat, a mask, and sunglasses, making it impossible to see his face, but he is very tall, around 182 to 183 meters, with an accent from the capital. At night, 11 p.m., in an apartment on the 9th floor, standing in front of an entrance door, Xiaoyu's expression changed. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Heng and Shun Hongpeng, he kicked the door open and walked in. A female corpse lay in the living room. Seeing the face of the corpse, Yi Heng and Shun Hongpeng's expressions changed. Because this woman was the one who had cooperated with the mysterious person to threaten Su Weijio. Because of her, 3 of the 10 deceased had become fugitives. The corpse was covered in stab wounds. The knife wounds were inflicted by a special forces combat knife. By examining the body, the estimated time of death was around the time the renovation worker was killed, most likely before. The knife wounds that killed the woman were inflicted by a special forces soldier from another country. To silence her, Xiao Yu and the others could tell. Originally, this silencing should have been perfect. Unfortunately, something went wrong. During the process, when the Special Forces soldier was trying to kill Xiao Yu, a problem arose. A Special Forces soldier trying to kill an ordinary person, even a police officer, shouldn't that be a sure thing? Little did they expect that the Special Forces soldier would run into Xiao Yu and be easily dealt with. Otherwise, the drainage exit in the underground system would have been the escape route for the soldier after committing the murder. No one would know that the renovation worker and the deceased woman in front of them were killed by the Special Forces soldier. Xiao Yu even thought that if he hadn't taken down that Special Forces soldier, Su Weizhou would also have been silenced, and neither the one selling the rat poison nor the one buying it would have escaped. Even if the police could determine from the wounds on the body that it was likely done by a Special Forces soldier, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to the country involved. Isn't this plan quite perfect? No, one should say, isn't this murder game quite perfect? In the first instance, the National Security Agency began investigating cases across the country, focusing on whether there were similar incidents involving multiple deaths. What was the purpose of this investigation? Xiao Yu suspected that the perpetrator was involved in more than one case, because the methods used were too skilled. If they hadn't looked into it, it would have been fine, but after checking, they found that for 7 consecutive years, similar cases had occurred each year. The minimum number of deaths was 7, and the maximum was 10. There were instances of collective suicide, suspected homicides, and mysterious deaths. All of them involved multiple deaths within a single day. Xiao Yu sighed. He still remembered how he thought this case would be very significant, perhaps beyond imagination. As it turned out, some people were treating the citizens of Long Country as prey, as beasts, as livestock to kill for fun. Xiao Yu calmly looked at Yi Heng, who was exuding a murderous aura, and asked, "What do you think?" Yi Heng gritted his teeth, suppressing the overwhelming killing intent within, and said, "Let us go find the old man." Xiao Yu nodded. It was indeed time to ask the old man. If the old man didn't take it seriously and didn't respond, he would directly resign from the National Security Agency and the police force. From then on, he would stay at home and enjoy life with his sisters, living as a handsome man. Chapter 186. Those who laugh at others are the fools at 3 a.m. In the courtyard, at the old man's home, in the study. Seated, the old man smiles gently, his demeanor far from serious. Xiao Yu sits down, and the old man takes a seat beside him. A maid brings in 2 cups of tea and places them on the coffee table. In the past, Xiao Yu didn't receive such treatment, nor did he deserve it. But things are different now. Go ahead, what's the matter? The smile fades from the old man's face, becoming indifferent. Xiao Yu reports the complete investigation results of the collective suicide case. After finishing, he stares directly at the head of national security, who is squinting in thought. After a while, the old man looks up and gazes into Xiao Yu's eyes. The two maintain a silent stare for a long time. The lead is broken? The old man asks. Yes, Xiao Yu nods. Can we still find them? The old man continues to inquire. It requires cooperation from national security and a trip abroad. Xiao Yu thinks for a moment and nods. It shouldn't be a problem. You want to go abroad? The old man's calm eyes suddenly shine with a sharpness like a knife. Xiao Yu remains unafraid, meeting his gaze with a gradually cold stare. Looking back at him. After another pause, the old man's expression dims slightly. What do you want to do? Find them and kill them. And by the way, Xiao Yu grins, saying nonchalantly, wipe out their entire family. Ridiculous. The old man's face darkens. His eyes reveal a fierce killing intent. Do you remember the last espionage case? The carrier of the golden blood, Ho Ming, died. Xiao Yu quietly watches the old man's eyes. How did he die? Wipe out their entire family. For the first time, a look of shock flickers in the old man's eyes. Another silence ensues. The old man suddenly laughs and scolds. Get lost. Xiao Yu is momentarily stunned, but then a smile appears on his face. He stands up, straightens, salutes, and walks away happily. Happy after being scolded? No. It wasn't a scolding for him. It meant the old man agreed. Watching the little guy's departing figure, the old man's expression gradually becomes complex. Just now, he was only testing the waters. As a result, the answer the little guy provided exceeded his expectations, and he was very satisfied. It seems like he is reminiscing. Lost in memories of the past. Gradually, a look of comfort flashes across his face. That girl Qiu Chong has sharp eyes. And that girl Qing Wu is no fool either. Who would have thought that 2 extraordinary women would fall for the same man? This incident has already stirred up quite a commotion in certain circles. Many think that Yi Qiu Chong and Hua Qing Wu have gone mad or are being foolish. But looking at it now, are they the fools? No, rather, It is those who are laughing at them who are the true fools. At the Forensic Identification Center, in the autopsy room, the smell of disinfectant mingles with the cold air that pervades the entire room. Xiaoyu stands before the autopsy table, looking at the body lying on it. The corpse of a special forces soldier from a neighboring country. The information has already been sent to the Second Bureau. Yihing looked coldly at the corpse. As for the investigation on the side of the other country, our people are already working on it. The Second Bureau he mentioned refers to the National Security Agency responsible for international strategic intelligence collection. Are you really going alone? Xiaoyu shifted his gaze from the corpse. Yes, Yiheng's expression kept changing. Xiaoyu replied calmly, I can have fun by myself. Yiheng, so arrogant? The problem is, the young man has the confidence to be arrogant. Indeed, it's better for him to go alone this time, because the purpose of this trip is not to solve a case. One day later, night, 2 a.m., in the other country, Busan City, County Beach. The world seemed to be enveloped in darkness and silence. On the dim sea surface, a figure walked through the water, step by step, heading towards the beach. He approached a short man standing on the sand, who looked like a statue. The two clasped hands together and then walked off the beach, got into an inconspicuous sedan. The car drove straight into a cultural village, entering an area without surveillance, where it came to a stop. The two walked into a densely populated residential area filled with small 2- or 3-story buildings. They entered an old 2-story building and walked into a small room. Xiaoyu calmly looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, raised his arm, and gave a military salute. The other party quickly raised his hand in return. After lowering his hand, the man brought over a set of clothes and pointed to the bathroom. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and walked into the bathroom. After rinsing off and changing clothes, he emerged. The middle-aged man had prepared food and a bottle of alcohol. Xiaoyu sat down and started eating heartily, showing no courtesy. Seeing this, the middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction. Xiaoyu's behavior indicated complete trust. Xin Zhongmin, 33 years old, born in the Gyeonggi-do administrative region. Began military service at the age of 18, was selected into the Navy, and a year later joined the Navy Special Brigade. The middle-aged man watched Xiaoyu eat and narrated. At 21, after selection, he entered the Marine Corps Underwater Demolition Team, UDD. Despite the name, this is the first organized special operations unit of the other country. Known as the Mother of Special Forces and nicknamed the Man-Eating Shark of the Sea, this special unit was trained by one of the top 10 special forces in the world, possessing strong tri-service operational capabilities. Xin Zhongmin has just been promoted to the rank of Major and is a UDT knife combat instructor, proficient in 4 types of knife combat. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's expression became strange as he asked, Was he killed by your knife? Yes, Xiaoyu replied vaguely, continuing to eat with an indifferent demeanor. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. According to investigations, he should not be appearing in that region. If one leaves the military camp without orders, the penalties in that country are very severe. Xiaoyu swallowed a bite of food, and the command? Probably so. The middle-aged man nodded. In that country's military, ordinary soldiers can take a break of 3 to 5 days every 3 months. This includes 28 days of annual leave, 18 days of commendation leave, and 51 days of, which can be stacked. Based on the information received from within the country and the timelines of the 7 incidents that occurred domestically, it can be inferred that every time an incident happens domestically, Shun Jingmin takes a long vacation soon after, lasting from 20 days to a month, which is very suspicious. What else? Xiaoyu put down his chopsticks. I used some special means to find out some information. The middle-aged man said. He has a close relationship with the commander of the UDT and often visits this brigadier general's home. Brigadier general, home? Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. The military system in that country is different from ours. The middle-aged man explained. Officers ranked major and above have designated military housing areas. I see. Xiaoyu nodded, asking for the address. After the middle-aged man provided an address, he asked, Are you not taking a break? No. Xiaoyu stood up, looking at the middle-aged man. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty. The middle-aged man nodded. Xiaoyu walked out of the room and down the stairs. Standing under the dark night sky, he stretched and moved his limbs. Time to get to work. System capability, ever-changing disguise. Chapter 187. The game has begun unexpectedly. The transformation was utilized so quickly. Xiaoyu stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, looking at his reflection. Aside from the same height, his entire face had become unremarkable, as if he had turned into a different person. He remembered thinking at first that this ability was perfect for spies. As a result, In my past life, I wasn't a crow. How did I end up with this mouth? Xiao Yu made a self-deprecating remark as he stepped into the night. At 4:21 a.m., in a residential area known as the military home for naval personnel, in the core area, there was a two-story villa. This was the residence of a naval brigadier general. At that moment, the general was lying in bed, fast asleep beside his wife. His name was Zhang Dongxiu, 49 years old, the second in command of the UDT Special Forces. Suddenly, Zhang Dongxiu sensed a chill and felt a strange panic, slowly opening his eyes. In an instant, a chilling aura rushed towards him, making him shiver. He saw a figure standing by the bed, with a pair of emotionless eyes quietly looking at him. Thanks to the night light on the wall, Zhang Dongxiu saw the person raise a finger to their lips, signaling silence. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he was terrified to the extreme. After all, he was a brigadier general with some psychological resilience. In just a moment, he calmed down, staring coldly at the man in front of him, pretending to sit up while his hand reached under the pillow. "Why don't you listen?" Xiao Yu spoke calmly in Chinese, with a round electronic device pressed against his mouth. The intelligent translator immediately followed up with the question in Korean, "Why don't you listen?" Zhang Dongxiu's face turned pale in an instant. His wife, who had been sleeping beside him, was also awakened by the voice. As she opened her eyes, crack, crack, the woman's neck was snapped. Zhang Dongxiu's wrist, which was gripping the handgun, was broken. Before he could let out a scream of pain, Xiao Yu covered his mouth and said, "Do you want me to break your neck like I did your wife's? Or perhaps your son sleeping in the next room? Should I break his neck too?" Zhang Dongxiu stopped struggling, trembling in pain, as he looked at his wife, who was still gasping for breath and convulsing. His eyes filled with terror and despair, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Was it because his wife was about to die? No, it was due to overwhelming fear. Even though this brigadier general might have once been a fierce soldier, now, in his current position of power, when faced with the threat of death, he was just an ordinary person. As the old saying goes, the richer and more powerful one is, the more they fear death. This is true. "Do you know why I came to find you?" Xiao Yu whispered. This phrase was a special language used by the police. When said to a captured suspect, it would make them uneasy, causing them to involuntarily recall their misdeeds. The more bad deeds one commits, the more vivid their expressions become. The brigadier in front of me, upon hearing what the smart translation device said, underwent a drastic change in expression, as if he had seen a ghost, turning pale as a sheet. "How many guilty deeds has he done?" Xiao Yu smiled and offered a hint. "Xinjiangmin?" When Zhang Dongxiu heard the name Xinjiangmin, his expression shifted from pale to ghostly white, trembling uncontrollably as if he were about to faint. Such luck. Xiao Yu's face showed a hint of surprise. Why was the other party so terrified? Because Zhang Dongxiu had guessed something. He understood that Xiao Yu was speaking the language of a certain region, and he realized Xiao Yu's identity. More importantly, he figured out why Xiao Yu appeared before him. Zhang Dongxiu stared intently at Xiao Yu's face, his eyes filled with confusion. The next second, he almost screamed. He saw Xiao Yu's face slowly, eerily transforming into a handsome visage. It was undeniably beautiful, almost like that of a star. How could an ordinary person fear such a face? Yet Zhang Dongxiu seemed to see a living ghost or a demon, trembling all over. His already pale face turned ashen, devoid of any color. "You recognize me, don't you?" Xiao Yu smiled. "Let me guess where you've seen me before. At that time, didn't you watch as that special forces soldier was about to kill me, and you all placed bets on whether I would be killed? Later, you even witnessed me being submerged in water, only to see me escape from beneath the surface, right?" With every word Xiao Yu spoke, Zhang Dongxiu shivered, his trembling intensifying. The stench of urine began to waft from him. "Just as I guessed, they are all from that region. But do you remember what I said?" Xiao Yu's smile faded. "I said that even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I will drag you out, ensuring that you spend the rest of your days in endless fear and suffering." No. The fear and despair became unbearable for Zhang Dongxiu, and he shouted out loud. Crack! Xiao Yu snapped the other man's jaw shut, commanding him to stop shouting. This was not a mistake on his part. It was intentional. Now that he had found the main target, there was no need to hide anything. Suddenly, outside the room, the sound of running footsteps could be heard. The brigadier has guards, after all. Xiao Yu turned around, walked to the door, and stood against the wall. The next moment, the door was pushed open, and two guards rushed in. Crack! Crack! One hand severed a guard's neck, while the other hand broke the other guard's cervical spine. Xiao Yu withdrew his hands. expressionless as he watched the two collapse to the ground like ragdolls, convulsing in their final moments. Turning around, he reached out toward the outside of the room. Slap. Xiaoyu grabbed a young man's neck. He wasn't TA guard. He was Zhang Dongshu's son. Like lifting a chick. Xiaoyu hoisted the young man and walked back to the bedside, looking at Zhang Dongshu, who was so frightened that he couldn't even get up. In front of him. Crack. The young man's neck was snapped and casually tossed aside. Zhang Dongshu jumped up frantically, using his uninjured hand to punch toward Xiaoyu's face. The struggle of an ant. Xiaoyu shook his head. Crack. The arm that was thrown was forcefully broken. Ugh. Zhang Dongshu's mouth was silenced. Crack. Crack. Xiaoyu kicked and broke both of his opponent's legs. He grabbed the opponent's neck and walked out of the room, heading towards the kitchen. He then picked up a kitchen knife from the rack. Holding Zhang Dongshu, he walked towards the bathroom. I said I would make you pests who harm the people of this country die a terrible death. Entering the bathroom, Xiaoyu grinned at the horrified Zhang Dongshu, saying that when you mix in this world, you must keep your word. If you say you'll kill someone's whole family, you must do it. The game has begun. Chapter 188. The Pig Killing Game. 7 years ago, I joined an organization, the Great Han Society, and became one of its members. The Great Han Society is the largest secret elite organization in a certain country, with members including important figures from politics and business. Each year, the society recruits between 5 to 10 new members. When members gather and meet, they must wear masks, and during communication, no one is allowed to reveal their identity, otherwise, they will die. The requirement for joining each year is to use remote means to kill a person from another country. This is a test, a pledge of loyalty, a game. Only by handing over the means of remote killing to the Great Han Society can one become a true member. Members must regard those from the other country as a bunch of worthless dogs, a group of foolish pigs, and always see them as enemies. The killing requirement for admission is also referred to as the Pig Killing Game. Every time new members are recruited, all existing members must witness the event. We need to watch the new members execute the remote killing, and of course, we can also place bets on it. As for the identities of the others, I am not clear, I don't know. If a member needs help, they will log into a dark web and request assistance from other members. The login method for the dark web is. Xiaoyu calmly gazed at the barely alive Zhang Dongshu before him. At that moment, the other person was hardly recognizable as a human anymore. His body was covered in crimson, his facial features reduced to a bloody mess. As if a meat grinder had shredded his face. One eyeball grotesquely hung outside its socket, and the entire person had turned into a bloody and mutilated monster. The key point is that Zhang Dongshu had completely mentally collapsed. Whatever you asked him, he would answer. Xiaoyu swung the kitchen knife in his hand. Blood splattered. Zhang Dongshu's head rolled to the ground. At 5 a.m., in the living room on the first floor, Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, smoking, with his eyes squinted as if in a daze. However, his brain was crazily deducing the intentions of the so-called Great Han Society. Why is the admission requirement to hunt people from another country? Why do they compare them to worthless dogs and foolish pigs? It is not hard to see that this is a form of hatred. But what is the basis for it? Humanity is a greedy species. There is no love or hatred without reason. Without any accompanying benefits, who would harm themselves? For example, if you are not paid, would you work for free for a stranger or kill someone for no reason? I feel like the flowers are about to wither. Xiaoyu raised his head, looking towards the floor-to-ceiling window of the small villa, smiling as he muttered. Suddenly, as if in response to his murmurs, shadows appeared in the darkness, surrounding the outer courtyard of the small villa. The sky at 5 a.m. was still pitch black, dim and hazy. Those figures slowly approached like ghosts. Each of them was fully armed, wearing military combat gear, bulletproof vests, and carrying weapons for short, medium, and long ranges. From their agile movements and tactical coordination, it is not difficult to notice that this is a group of extremely powerful soldiers. Special forces. They seem to already know about the tragedy that occurred in the villa. Their purpose is to capture Xiaoyu. The question arises, how did they know Xiaoyu was here? Once again, utilizing a myriad of disguises, Xiaoyu completely altered his appearance. He sat quietly on the sofa, silently smoking, as if he knew they would come, patiently waiting. Bang, bang, bang. Crash. 3 canisters were shot from a launcher, shattering the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa. Amidst the falling shards of glass, they flew into the living room. The moment the canisters hit the ground, they released a pungent and dense smoke. In almost an instant, the smoke spread, wafting through the living room. Xiaoyu remained calm and motionless. allowing the smoke to envelop him, simply dropping his cigarette butt. Martial arts expert, king of marksmen, master of combat, beast-like transformation, activated. The faint sound of footsteps and rapid movements reached Xiao Yu's ears, eliciting a hint of disdainful amusement at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, his figure silently sprang up, landing on the ceiling like a gecko. Despite the swirling smoke, with the infrared abilities of a python and the echolocation of a bat, he could capture any living being within his sight. Xiao Yu clearly saw a team of fully armed special forces soldiers from a neighboring country entering the hall, cautiously advancing in a tactical formation. The eyelids of the 7 soldiers were equipped with thermal imaging gear. As long as there were any heat-emitting objects moving, they would be able to see them. But they would never know that with his beast-like transformation, Xiao Yu could easily alter his body temperature. The so-called military thermal imaging technology seemed like laughable garbage in his presence. Enveloped in smoke, the 7 special forces soldiers had effectively become prey without eyes. Xiao Yu's prey. Suddenly, with a thud, a kitchen knife pierced the neck of one soldier. The assault rifle in the soldier's hand vanished. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted. Under the king of marksman's ability, bullets shattered the faces and eyes of the remaining 6 soldiers. Not a single bullet hit their bodies, as shooting at bulletproof vests and helmets was just foolish. Shooting the eyes and faces of the opponents was the correct approach. Headshots all around. In 5 seconds, a 30-round magazine was emptied. The 7 special forces soldiers fell to the ground, with 6 of their heads reduced to mush. Xiao Yu leisurely crouched down, removed a soldier's bulletproof vest, and took all the weapons, then calmly donned them himself. He could clearly sense that outside, 2 snipers were aiming within the smoke, quickly searching. Even if the snipers also possessed thermal imaging technology, it would be of no use. He couldn't feel the slightest bit of heat from him. As long as the smoke didn't clear, the opponent was completely blind. In less than 30 seconds, he had wiped out a special operations unit and quietly hid behind the sofa with their equipment. He continued to wait. Was he foolish? Why not leave? What was he waiting for? He was waiting for someone. He knew that person would definitely appear. But what he didn't expect was that instead of the person he was waiting for, a spherical object suddenly flew in through the floor-to-ceiling window and landed in the living room. It wasn't a bomb or any dangerous item. Instead, it was. The spherical object was a speaker, and a mocking sound came from it. An electronic synthesized voice, speaking standard language, indistinguishable in gender. I didn't expect you would really come to your doom. Chapter 189, Urban Warfare. I am invincible, please begin your performance. Xiao Yu leaned back calmly on the sofa, checking his weapons, ammunition, and 10 military grenades. As he expected, the speaker once again conveyed a voice. Aren't you curious how I knew you would come? Because I found you quite interesting. You seem to be the type who doesn't let grudges linger overnight. I could guess that you would eventually come to this country to find us. Just like you said, even if you have to chase us to the ends of the earth, you would still come looking for us. Did you think I couldn't anticipate that you would follow the trail of that special forces soldier to find this country and locate this brigadier general? I forgot to mention, I used to be a psychologist, skilled in hypnosis, and my favorite thing was to analyze my patients' minds. I can probably guess any of your thoughts. I can basically think of everything. So, on what basis do you think you can compete with me? I have already set up a trap, just waiting for you to walk right into it. Impressive. Should I give you an award? Xiao Yu smiled silently. But have you considered that I know your thoughts as well? I might be intentionally waiting for you to show up. Unfortunately, the other party is indeed very cautious. Cautious enough not to reveal themselves. This is the way smart people operate. Why would they want to confront you directly when they could simply overwhelm you with numbers? It's truly unfortunate. The speaker's voice came again. It's hard to come across an interesting toy like you, and I originally wanted to play longer. But some people don't want to waste time and just want to catch you. So you are lucky. I won't kill you directly. I will only capture you alive. So please struggle with all your might. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps erupted outside. A group of soldiers rushed towards the villa. Through the front door, the floor-to-ceiling windows, and upstairs, figures rushed into the villa. Just as the special forces soldiers burst into the hall, suddenly, spherical objects flew into the air from behind the sofa like flowers scattered by celestial maidens. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, they landed at the feet of the soldiers rushing into the living room. They were grenades. Get down. Move aside. Shouts, warnings. And panic rose in a chorus, all in Korean. Too late. Because Xiao Yu had intentionally delayed by 2 seconds before throwing the grenades. When these grenades landed at the soldiers' feet and beside them, boom, boom, Boom. A terrifying scene unfolded. Series of explosions knocked down, injured, and shredded all the soldiers who rushed into the hall. Countless shrapnel flew like feathers, covering the entire living room. In close proximity, military grenades exploded, taking down nearly 20 Special Forces soldiers. Xiao Yu instantly stood up. Tap, 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 bang, bang, bang. With a micro-submachine gun in one hand and a sidearm in the other, bullets rained down on the soldiers who were still alive. One shot after another shattered their faces, exploding their heads. At that moment, Xiao Yu was like a machine devoid of emotion. A killing machine. 3 seconds, 20 Special Forces. All eliminated, not a single one left. Dropping the submachine gun and pistol, Xiao Yu leaped away. Landing on the ground, he ran on all fours like a beast. The terrifying power within him erupted completely. His lightning-like speed was like a human cannonball, charging toward the second floor. A team of Special Forces, just about to rush downstairs, had no time to react. With a muffled bang, Xiao Yu collided with a soldier, charging through the group like a bull. His hand seized the self-defense pistol from the soldier's thigh and the assault rifle in his hands. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. As he charged, he fired. Blood erupted from the faces of 8 soldiers. Facial bones shattered, skulls pierced. Some even had half their heads blown off by bullets. This was the power of close-range fire from an assault rifle. Perhaps some still didn't know. At an execution site, death row inmates were shot. When the bullet hit their heads, there was only one bullet hole in the front. The back half of their heads was gone. When Xiao Yu stopped, exhaling heavily, thump, thump, 8 corpses fell beside him, piled together. 2 seconds, 8 men. The 8 Special Forces had no chance to fight back, all eliminated. Xiao Yu crouched down, taking weapons and equipment from 2 of the bodies. He pulled the safety pins from 2 smoke grenades and tossed them downstairs. He did the same on the second floor, throwing down 2 more smoke grenades. Instantly, the entire villa was shrouded in smoke. However, the third wave of assault began. Countless Special Forces rushed into the villa. Were they foolish? Didn't they know it would be better to use explosives, grenades, or rockets to directly take out Xiao Yu? Of course, they weren't foolish. Firstly, large-scale weapons of mass destruction couldn't be used in the city. Secondly, there were orders from higher-ups to capture him alive. He had to be alive. Soldiers see obeying orders as their duty. This principle is universal in regular armies across any country. Xiao Yu had already calculated this. That's why he was so reckless. Kill as many as come. Not to mention ordinary Special Forces. In this kind of urban warfare, rather than a real battlefield, with a system, Xiao Yu was invincible. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted in the villa. It was clear that the soldiers gave Xiao Yu no chance to breathe, even if it meant using sheer numbers. They aimed to exhaust Xiao Yu to death, because in their minds, human physical capability is limited. Mental strength is also limited. No matter how strong the enemy is, fatigue will eventually wear him down. In fact, it seemed to be true. The third wave of Special Forces rushing into the villa had injured soldiers, who were not completely killed by Xiao Yu. Then came the fourth wave of soldiers rushing in. If they were injured, they had to be rescued. And indeed, the injured were brought out. After identifying them, they were quickly given emergency aid. One by one, the moaning injured were lifted onto ambulances. Inside one ambulance, a critically injured soldier was bleeding profusely. The paramedics watched in horror, even doubting whether the soldier could make it to the hospital, just as they were performing their rescue. Suddenly, the soldier, who appeared to be on the brink of death, abruptly opened his eyes. They were eyes devoid of any emotion. In an instant, the soldier swung his arms, and 2 blades flashed into view, slicing through the necks of 3 medical personnel. Ignoring the decapitated medics, the soldier stood up and appeared next to the driver. With a swift motion, he plunged a knife into the driver's chest. Pulling his arm back, he tossed the driver into the cabin and took the driver's seat. The soldier, with a calm and numb expression, drove the ambulance. When the ambulance turned into a remote alley, it came to a stop. The soldier changed into the uniform of one of the medical personnel. At the same time, his face underwent a strange transformation. System ability, metamorphic disguise. He transformed into the face of the deceased medic. Stepping out of the ambulance, he walked away. Chapter 190. Each for their own master. Each for their own country. After accepting the identity of a traveler, Xiao Yu developed feelings for Yi Qiuchan and Hua Qingwu. He has already acknowledged his identity as a citizen of Longhua. Therefore, his kindness is limited to this country. As for other nations, other citizens, and foreign ethnicities, he has no intention of showing mercy. He has never been one to spare the unworthy. Nor does he plan to make a spectacle of himself by trying to placate those who do harm. Why is he so ruthless towards evildoers, appearing almost deranged? They have committed atrocities against the people of Longwa, treating them like dogs or fools. Should he invite them for tea, engage in deep conversations about life, and let these bad people die peacefully? He cannot afford such indulgences. He has no time to waste. Otherwise, he would employ even harsher methods to ensure their demise. There is a saying from his past life that resonates well: those who offend our nation shall be punished regardless of distance. The term punish is powerful. It can mean to eliminate one person or to wipe out an entire family. It can also imply extermination or total annihilation. Whether one perceives Xiao Yu as mentally unstable or perverse, he embodies the principle that if you harm one of mine, I will eradicate you completely. He could very well be someone who would take a nuclear bomb on a trip to a certain country. At this moment, Xiao Yu changed into casual attire, transforming into a sunny young man. He leisurely sat in a CAF, sipping coffee while watching the rising sun. His enemy is somewhat clever. Xiao Yu took a sip of coffee and chuckled lightly, but not too much. The opponent is intelligent, though not exceptionally so. As a psychologist, they have some understanding of human nature, but that's where it ends. So how to find him? The answer is already apparent. Who else can command a special forces unit? Regardless of who the commander is, they must have a connection to the opponent, or perhaps they are a member of that certain organization. No rush. He will take his time to dig deeper and eliminate them one by one. The system task deadline is 20 days. Xiao Yu still has 15 days left to play with them. Suddenly, Xiao Yu looked up and saw a middle-aged man entering the CAF. The moment he laid eyes on this person, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. He sensed a certain aura from him, one he had recently encountered in Shunhongpa, the king of police. At the same time, the middle-aged man's gaze fell upon Xiao Yu, and he too appeared momentarily stunned. The two exchanged calm looks until the middle-aged man walked over and took a seat in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. He knew this would happen. Just as he could follow leads to find those villains in Longwa, why couldn't he, the police from other countries, find him? Even if Xiao Yu could disguise himself in countless ways, it wouldn't matter. You can change your appearance, age, or attire, but you can never erase your own traces. Wherever he has walked, he will inevitably leave a mark. Why? The middle-aged man spoke with a stutter and an unusual accent, using the language of Longwa. In a certain country, many people understand the language of another nation and can speak a few phrases. Because, with a calm smile, one person remarked that the individuals from your country treat those from our country like livestock, slaughtering them, playing with them for entertainment, and even provoking the other nation after they've had their fun. If it were you, what would you do? A middle-aged man tilted his head, listening carefully to the words. He tried to analyze the meaning behind this statement. In the end, his expression changed. What people? The middle-aged man asked sincerely. The wealthy, the powerful, and the military in your country. The speaker smiled, and it could also possibly include high-ranking police officers. Have you heard of the Great Han Association? Upon hearing those three words, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. After a long pause, he bitterly smiled and stood up. I'm sorry, but I must arrest you. The middle-aged man said coldly, some people are innocent, and you shouldn't harm them. To which the speaker responded, let me ask you this. Are those who have died from your country innocent? Why should we harm them? If they hadn't acted, would such things have happened? Every cause has its effect. Anyone can understand that. Some might say, if a dog bites you, can you really bite it back like a dog? The speaker replied, I wouldn't. I would hit it back until it's dead. The middle-aged man's expression turned into a bitter smile. But I am from this nation. This statement is akin to, science knows no borders, but scientists do. Each serves their own nation. Hearing this, I feel reassured. The speaker smiled. And I won't burden you. What burden? In an instant, the middle-aged man drew his service weapon. Suddenly, a knife was plunged into his chest. The speaker swiftly took his gun. Supporting the man, he didn't let him fall. His feelings were complex. Because the other was a police officer, just like him. Looking out the CAF window, he saw countless officers from the nation. Setting nationality aside, they were all police officers. With a forceful push, he sent the middle-aged man's body flying outside. It crashed against the CAF's main door, attracting the attention of many, including the officers. When they snapped back to reality and looked at the CAF again, the speaker had vanished. In the CAF's kitchen, the speaker opened the door and dashed out, brushing past two police officers. With a swift motion, both of their necks were severed, and they fell. The speaker got into a nearby car, likely belonging to those officers. and drove away. In the back, gunfire erupted. The speaker remained unfazed. 5 minutes later, a car crashed into a shopping mall. Amidst the screams, he casually exited the vehicle. He ascended to the second and then third floors, heading to the restroom. 3 minutes later, he changed into a different outfit. Now resembling a middle-aged man, he leisurely walked out of the mall, passing by a large group of military and police officers, and boarded a bus. At night, at 9 p.m., a young man entered a hotel. Take out your ID to check in. 8th floor, guest room. Beast form, eagle eye. Xiao Yu inspected the room and let out a sigh of relief. He took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom, bathing in the hot water. He comfortably closed his eyes. Based on his deduction, the other party would at least take 5 hours to find him. But the next person to find him would not be the police. It should be soldiers, agents, special forces, or elite fighters. Because they knew very well that an ordinary person coming before him was no different from seeking death. 20 minutes of showering, 4 hours of sleep. Xiao Yu opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. He went to the window, opened it, and leaped down. Snap! He grabbed the windowsill of the 5th floor. Snap! The windowsill of the 3rd floor. Bang! Xiao Yu stood up from the ground and walked into a dark alley. Half an hour later, 2 military vehicles stopped outside the hotel, surrounding it. At the same time, inside a taxi, an old man was looking out the window, smiling. Are you all getting anxious waiting? Just see if I'm going to do it. Chapter 191. Being the bait. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Evening. 7 o'clock. At the residence of a naval general. A general in military uniform stepped down from his vehicle, followed by 6 guards. Park Wuchiol, 53 years old. A major general, commander of the 1st UDT Special Forces. It was only a few steps to his front door, yet the general and his 6 guards approached as if facing a formidable enemy. Each step was taken with extreme caution, as if walking on thin ice. This was the 5th day. Every day, Park Wuchiol lived in fear. When you know there is a terrifying person coming to kill you, someone who has the capability to do so, you would be scared, anxious, and unable to eat or sleep. So why not hide in the military camp? Because Park Wuchiol had to play the role of a bait. If he didn't, everything he had would come to nothing. The organization could place him on the general's throne, but it could also crush him like a bug. Upon entering his home, Park Wuchiol breathed a sigh of relief. He went upstairs to wash up. After taking a shower, he returned to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. Although he felt incredibly tired, sleep eluded him, his heart racing. Night, 11 o'clock. Suddenly, his phone rang. Park Wuchiol picked it up, his expression changing as he quickly answered, "Hello. Members of the organization, gather," the other party said before hanging up. Park Wuchiol's expression darkened as he got up and walked toward the wardrobe. He took out a plain outfit and then retrieved a mask from a suitcase. A red ghost mask. At that moment, from behind him, beneath the bed, a hand suddenly reached out, followed by an arm, and then a body. Slowly, silently, it crawled up behind Park Wuchiol. A pair of emotionless eyes coldly gazed at the mask. A handgun was slowly pressed against Park Wuchiol's temple. In an instant, he turned pale with fear, staring at the gun, unable to move. Shoo! The intruder crouched in front of him, smiling and signaling for silence. But when Park Wuchiol saw the intruder's face, he shuddered. Terror was evident on his face, while despair filled his eyes. Day after day, I've been hiding under your bed for 5 days. Do you know how I managed to endure? The intruder murmured. Fortunately, he had a system and a beast form to regulate his body. Otherwise, just 5 days of holding it and would have been unbearable. You don't want to die, right? The intruder pulled out a smart translator. Park Wuchiol nodded frantically. I can choose not to kill you, but I know you won't believe me. However, you have no choice. The intruder spoke sincerely. You can take a gamble or scream right now. The choice is yours. Do you think they will believe you if you say you want to kill them? A general couldn't possibly be that foolish. But the problem was, he had no choice but to believe. Choosing to take a gamble might mean survival. Not taking the gamble would mean death. The choice was quite clear, wasn't it? Park Wuchiol looked at him with a pleading expression. Is this how it should be? Xiao Yu smiled with his teeth showing and asked Park Wuchiol about the location of the gathering of the organization, how to confirm identity, and what to pay attention to. He wanted to know everything within 5 minutes. Park Wuchiol nodded hurriedly, his body trembling. In a low, quick voice, he shared all the details about the gathering location, confirmation methods, and precautions. He finished in just 3 minutes, even taking 2 minutes for additional information. Xiao Yu listened to the feedback from the smart translator, nodding slightly, his smile growing wider, until Park Wuchiol looked at him eagerly. Xiao Yu returned the gaze, very grateful. Then, with a snap, he broke Park Yuqiol's neck. Watching him slowly fall with a look of disbelief, Xiao Yu said, "Sorry, I lied. By the way, your family is already waiting for you downstairs, so you can rest assured and die." Park Yuqiol stared at him, convulsing all over. Gradually, he stopped breathing. His eyes remained wide open. Xiao Yu looked at Park Yuqiol's corpse. System ability, shape-shifting disguise. His body, his face, gradually transformed into Park Yuqiol's likeness. He put on Park Yuqiol's clothes and pushed the body under the bed. Picking up a box containing a mask, he walked out of the room. 6 guards stood at attention and saluted. Xiao Yu ignored them and walked downstairs. The 6 guards quickly followed him down. After 5 days of observation, he had mastered many of Park Yuqiol's habits. Standing, walking, sitting, lying down. Everything was clear. It would not be difficult for Xiao Yu to disguise himself. He got into the general's exclusive vehicle. The car drove out of the mansion, followed by a business vehicle filled with guards. At 5:21 a.m., after more than 5 hours of travel, they arrived outside a manor in the suburbs of Seoul. Xiao Yu got out, put on a mask, a red devil mask. He walked step by step toward the manor's entrance. When he reached the gate, 2 masked guards in suits appeared. They took out a detector and scanned Xiao Yu, allowing him to pass. Xiao Yu walked slowly, passing through a long corridor and a hall. Then, he entered a small path leading to the back of the house through the hall. Finally, he arrived in front of a grand hall. He was stopped again by 2 suited guards. At this point, he could see that the hall was filled with people. 60 to 70 individuals were all wearing various masks. After the guards checked him, they let him in. Xiao Yu found an empty seat and sat down. No one paid him any attention, as if they couldn't sense his presence. Everyone had their heads bowed, like devout followers. However, Xiao Yu's expression changed. He noticed something was very off about the masked individuals around him. He did not sense the aura of superiority among them. Instead, he felt a murderous intent. Almost instantly, that murderous intent locked onto him. Suddenly, a series of handguns, submachine guns, and rifles were aimed at Xiao Yu. 65 masked individuals transformed into 65 soldiers. A group of dark gun muzzles was aimed at Xiao Yu. A well-dressed masked figure walked in from outside. With a wave of his hand, bang, 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 bang. A masked person fired 4 shots with a handgun. Blood erupted from Xiao Yu's legs and arms as he collapsed to the ground. "I told you. I know everything you're thinking, even that you would impersonate someone else. Although I don't know how you managed to make it so convincing." The masked figure stepped closer to Xiao Yu, speaking in a mocking tone, looking down at him as he lay on the ground. "But what does it matter? You're still just a pawn in my game." Xiao Yu remained silent, calmly staring at the masked figure in front of him. The armed masked individuals around slowly retreated. With Xiao Yu's limbs rendered useless, he was nothing but a helpless body. After they left, another group of masked figures entered the hall. It was clear that these individuals exuded an air of authority, a demeanor cultivated from years of holding power. A smile crept onto Xiao Yu's face hidden behind the mask. He thought, if I were to eliminate all these masked figures, the members of the organization, would it cause a seismic upheaval in that region? He felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 192. Coming gently, just as I depart, quietly a group of masked individuals stood in a circle, looking down with indifferent and disdainful gazes at Xiao Yu. Their eyes seemed to regard him as nothing more than a crawling insect. Lying on the ground, Xiao Yu spoke wearily, "You all came?" "Of course," replied a masked person speaking in a foreign tongue, nodding with a smile. "Are you happy to be tricked into coming here?" Xiao Yu asked softly, "Is that so?" "Exactly," the masked person chuckled. "Don't you fear retaliation?" Xiao Yu looked at him, his gaze teasing. "Who has evidence that we did it?" The masked person shrugged. "What do you think?" "Right, that's true," Xiao Yu said, a strange smile appearing on his face. "Conversely, even if I were to kill all of you, who could prove it was done by us? It's the same logic, isn't it?" The masked person's thoughts momentarily short-circuited, staring blankly at Xiao Yu, confused as he looked at the 4 limbs interrupted by bullets. "Do you think you're very clever? Believing you can manipulate anyone at will?" Xiao Yu asked with a smile. "Have you considered that there are many clever people in this world? And not just you who excels in psychology? Why is it that you can speculate on others' thoughts while others can't manipulate you in return?" The masked person's expression changed, revealing astonishment, which quickly turned into fear. Even without seeing the face behind the mask, one could guess the emotion. Before he could react, a scene that left all the masked individuals horrified unfolded. Xiao Yu, with his limbs interrupted by bullets, sat up, under the shocked gazes of everyone. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and yawned. "Are you ready?" He looked at the masked individuals around him. However, before everyone could regain their composure, Xiaoyu moved. Bang! He collided with one person, instantly knocking down a large number of them. Bang! 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 For consecutive impacts. The 60 or 70 people around him fell like dominoes. What was he doing? Xiaoyu was preventing anyone from escaping. Not taking them all down would lead to chaos. Even if he had speed, someone would get away. Now, the hunt began. As one masked individual just sat up, Xiaoyu appeared in front of him. Crack! He snapped the other's neck. Another masked person got up. Bang! Their head was shattered by a kick. No matter who tried to rise or stand. Xiaoyu moved like a cheetah, appearing before them in an instant, reaping their lives. Wherever he went, one after another were having their necks broken, chests crushed, and necks kicked. Xiaoyu harvested lives at a speed of 1 every 0.3 seconds, hunting freely. The entire hall turned into a hell on earth. Cries for help, screams, and roars echoed one after another. Countless armed soldiers rushed in. However, no one dared to open fire, because the masked individuals surrounding him would ensure that anyone they accidentally hit would have no chance of a proper burial. So, many soldiers put down their rifles and submachine guns, drawing their military knives to charge at him. Little did they know that just as they approached, he suddenly lunged past them and appeared at the place where they had dropped their weapons. There were still a dozen soldiers there, who instantly opened fire. The gunfire erupted. A storm of bullets rained down on his location. However, he had already thrown himself to the ground, running beneath the hail of bullets. In an instant, he appeared in front of two soldiers. Bang! Two fists struck out, piercing through the chests of the two soldiers, reaching into their thoracic cavities to grip their spines. Crack! Crushed. He pulled back his arms, seizing the rifles from the soldiers' hands. The terrifying bullets rained down like a reaper-esque scythe, striking each soldier and the masked individuals. They fell like wheat under the scythe, collapsing in droves. Bang! Two rifles with empty magazines were lifted high by him and smashed down, shattering the heads of two soldiers. He also snatched two self-defense pistols from their thighs. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire sounded like rain on banana leaves. The fully automatic pistols fired continuously. In 1 second, he emptied the magazines of both pistols, each containing 18 rounds. The moment the bullets ran out, he smashed the pistols against the foreheads of two soldiers rushing in from outside. Crack! The two soldiers fell to the ground. When the soldiers behind charged in again, he, holding two rifles, opened fire like a machine devoid of emotion. More soldiers fell like wheat being harvested, collapsing in waves. After discarding the two rifles, he picked up two submachine guns from the corpses. The more than 60 soldiers inside and outside the door were nearly all dead. The ground was already soaked with blood. He twisted his neck slightly and turned towards the remaining 30 or so masked individuals who had just stood up. As he approached, the masked individuals fell one by one. 1, 5, 10, 20. By the time he reached them, only 5 remained. Dropping his empty guns, he struck 4 fists, breaking the necks of 4 of them. Standing in front of the last masked individual, in just 2 minutes, or perhaps less, of 65 soldiers and 65 masked individuals, only 1 remained. His body suddenly began to rise, and he slowly removed the mask from his face. His eyes, once devoid of emotion, gradually regained their spark. He slowly extended his tongue and gently licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile, as if he had just experienced a lavish feast rather than a massacre. You may overestimate your means, but please don't underestimate my intelligence. With that little brain of yours, you can't even fill the gaps in my teeth. Xiaoyu looked at the masked figure in front of him, whose legs were trembling, and scoffed. Do you know that while you were plotting against me, I was also plotting against you? Did you really think I didn't know that Park Woo-jun was your bait? Have you ever considered that I might have deliberately presented myself to you? Otherwise, how could I wipe you all out? Thud. The masked figure collapsed to the ground, completely terrified and losing control. Xiaoyu glanced at the mask on the other's face. He couldn't even be bothered to take it off. A dog that has been kneeling for too long would only dirty its own eyes by looking. Sorry. Xiaoyu coldly stared at the masked man, saying goodbye just after meeting. Crack. With one kick, he broke the opponent's neck. Turning around, Xiaoyu walked towards the door. Coming lightly, just as I walked quietly. With a wave of his dagger, he left no survivors. Chapter 193, The Star, Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the deadly game mission. Crack. Xiaoyu twisted the neck of the last guard in the mansion. Was the mission complete? No. Xiaoyu looked at the sky where the morning sun was rising, murmuring to himself, not enough. A day later, shocking news broke in a certain country, including the vice president, the minister of justice, the attorney general, 12 congressmen, 5 generals, and 6 chairpersons from the top 10 conglomerates. A total of 69 individuals from various elite sectors were killed on the same day. The identity of the assailant remains unknown. As soon as the news was released, it was no longer just shocking. It was sensational, explosive. Time flew by, and 2 days later, another news item exploded onto the trending list of the country. The families of the victims, totaling 16, were successively wiped out within 3 days. Even the pets of the victims were not spared. Not a single one left alive. Leaders from countless nations were terrified. Why? At this point, even a fool could see it. The actions of the assailant were a form of insane revenge. Everyone was speculating what heinous acts these 69 top figures from the country had committed to deserve such retribution. On this very day, the president of the country made a call to a certain nation. In a fast food restaurant, in a corner, a scruffy young man was quietly eating a hamburger and drinking a cola. He looked ordinary, yet gave off a sense of soullessness, especially his eyes, which held a numbness of deathly silence and lifelessness. Suddenly, a short middle-aged man walked up to the young man and respectfully sat down. He cautiously took out a mobile phone and handed it to the young man. Without looking up, the young man reached out, took the phone, and placed it by his ear. "Enough. Come back." The voice of an elderly man came through, filled with complexity and a hint of sighing. Crack. The phone was crushed in his grip, turning into a pile of parts scattered across the table. The young man continued to calmly eat his hamburger, savoring each bite. The middle-aged man across from him felt a chill, as if he had already anticipated this. He took out a second phone. The young man looked up, casting a faint glance at the middle-aged man. Suddenly, the middle-aged man felt a shiver down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His lips trembled as he said, "It's a call from Miss Chingwu." Finally, the deadness in the young man's eyes was dispelled by a glimmer of light. Soft hues began to wash away the gray in his gaze, making it gradually more lively. He slowly took the phone, placed it by his ear, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Hello? Stinky treasure, come home." Hua Qingwu's tone was not coy but gentle, like a little mother coaxing her child. "Come back." Then came the voice of Yi Qiu-chan, trembling slightly, coming through the receiver. A few seconds later, the young man smiled broadly. "Got it." In the capital city, Daxing, a flight from Seoul to the capital slowly descended. What shocked countless people was that the entire airport had been sealed off. The passenger plane did not stop directly at the safety corridor like in the past, but instead parked in an empty area of the airport. A row of black vehicles was stationed beside the runway. Leading the convoy was a red flag L9, with the rest being business vehicles, all displaying security license plates. The red flag L9 was also the minister's official car. Outside the car, 2 rows of young people in administrative jackets stood at attention. Yi Hong was also outside the L9, watching the slowly opening aircraft door with a complex expression. He saw a tall figure wearing a cap, a mask, and glasses, descending the plane alone, walking slowly towards the convoy. As the figure approached the front of the vehicles, everyone raised their hands in salute. The masked man returned the salute. Countless passengers on the plane were stunned by this scene. Meanwhile, the aircraft was being towed towards the safety corridor. "I heard you hung up on the old man." Yi Hung teased, suppressing a laugh. "Impossible," Xiaoyu replied, removing his mask and grinning. "I'm too timid to do something like that." Yi Hung rolled his eyes, wanting to scold him lightly, but found himself unable to say anything. Finally, he extended his arms and embraced his younger brother. "Welcome home." Xiaoyu hugged his elder brother back, feeling a warm current flowing in his heart. "It's great to be home." In the National Security Minister's office, Xiaoyu walked to the desk and saluted the elder behind it. The old man slowly stood up and returned the salute. "Have a seat." At the moment he lowered his hands, the old man's expression was complex. It was rare to see such an expression on the face of the head of national security. After the two sat down, the secretary respectfully brought tea and placed it on the coffee table in front of them. "Try this black tea my granddaughter sent me," the old man said with a gentle smile, pointing to the teacup. Xiaoyu was surprised. "You, a dignitary of national security, are actually talking to me about tea. What does that mean?" He glanced at the teacup and noticed its vibrant color. Regardless of his past life or this one, Xiaoyu had never studied tea. No matter how good the tea was, it all tasted the same to him. Since the old man had brought it up, Xiaoyu decided to show respect. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Oh," Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. The taste was rich and smooth, with a warm aftertaste. Most importantly, The aroma was strong and lingering. Good tea, Xiaoyu exclaimed, impressed. Even someone who knew nothing about tea like him could tell this tea was exceptional. It's produced in limited quantities every year, the old man said gently. My granddaughter stole it from her grandfather to give to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to drink it. Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. Can you believe even the head of national security can't get his hands on certain teas? The reason I called you here is that I have something to tell you. The warmth faded from the old man's face. From now on, without permission from the state, you are not allowed to leave the country. His tone was calm, but it sounded like a thunderclap in Xiaoyu's ears. His heart raced uncontrollably for a few beats. He could tell this was neither a threat nor a warning. However, he knew that in this moment, the old man represented more than just himself. He nodded. Then, a secretary brought in a red tray. On it was a wooden box, along with a pair of shoulder epaulets, arm badges, and a chest badge. He had seen that wooden box before. It was a special redwood box for first-class military medals. But when he saw the pair of shoulder epaulets, his heart raced even faster. Golden branches and a gold star. The Star of Honor. There was no ceremony, no awarding, and no military position. Only a rank and a first-class merit. The old man's gaze was equally complex as he looked at the epaulets and the star, saying lightly, go home and rest for a few days. Spend some quality time with your sister, and then, go be a police officer. He still hadn't come to his senses, staring blankly at the star. Am I a general now?